I'm going to take a shower first, and you're not allowed to peek, alright? Listening to the sound of the shower head in the bathroom, Xuanhuan could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and unease intertwined in his heart. He pinched his own face with his hand, trying to confirm whether what he was experiencing was real. The most popular girl in the entire school is now taking a shower in my bathroom, and she might even stay at my place tonight. What kind of dishes did we have, and why did she drink so much? Xuanhuan gave a self-deprecating smile. Despite finding it hard to believe, this was reality, the situation he currently found himself in. After having just gone through a breakup, Xuanhuan had thought that he would from now on lock away his feelings and never love again. But he hadn't expected romance to come so quickly. Xuanhuan, that flawless young lady who was impeccable in appearance, temperament, and academic performance, had actually written him a love letter, suddenly confessing her feelings to him. She had even asked him, "Can I stay over at your place for the night?" Xuanhuan felt that any guy with normal desires would find it almost impossible to say no to such a situation. But scenarios like these didn't even need to be fictionalized in novels anymore. To relieve the tension and restlessness inside him, Xuanhuan tremblingly turned on the TV, hoping to distract himself by focusing on the news broadcast instead of the girl in the bathroom. Soon, the serious voice of the newscaster helped restore some of his sanity. The police held a press conference today, updating on the latest developments regarding the recent series of young women's murders. The announcement went. Over the past month, 5 cases of young women being cruelly killed have occurred consecutively in our city. The victims were all between the ages of 16 and 20, from various backgrounds, but shared similar characteristics of their attacks. The robotic tones of the anchor reverberated through Xuanhuan's living room. At the moment, the police are making every effort to solve the case. We appeal to all citizens to stay vigilant, especially young women who should avoid going out alone at night whenever possible, and report any suspicious individuals immediately. Furthermore, the police hope that citizens actively provide clues, assisting the police to capture the murderer swiftly and return peace to society. These people don't need to study or work. Day in, day out, they criticize society. Xuanhuan muttered, unconsciously tapping the coffee table with his fingers. Although he tried very hard to focus on the news, the noises coming from the bathroom and the faint trace of the young woman's scent lingering in the air constantly reminded Xuanhuan of her presence. Xuanhuan. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the sound of the shower stopped. Xuanhuan stood at the door of the bathroom, draped only in a white towel. Her sudden appearance instantly drew all of Xuanhuan's attention. Xuanhuan hurriedly grabbed the remote control and switched the channel, not wanting the grim scenes from the news to disturb the young woman. Under the hallway lights, Xuanhuan's skin appeared exceptionally delicate, with droplets of water cascading down from her hair, enhancing her ethereal beauty. "Sorry, can I borrow a piece of clothing? I didn't bring any sleepwear." Xuanhuan's voice was gentle and carried a slight hint of shyness. Xuanhuan stood up, his heartbeat like a drum in his chest. Walking over to the wardrobe, he opened it only to see his ex-girlfriend's clothes still hanging inside. Originally, Xuanhuan had considered giving those clothes to Xuanhuan to wear. But when he saw the bold, semi-transparent lace dress cut in an overly revealing style, he dismissed the idea right away. It would definitely make him seem like a creep. He threw the dress onto the bed nearby, planning to get rid of it some time later. Then he rummaged through the wardrobe and pulled out one of his t-shirts. His fingers trembled slightly, but eventually, he handed the shirt over to Xuanhuan. Throughout the process, he almost couldn't bring himself to look directly into her eyes. "Thank you." Xuanhuan lifted one hand to push aside her dripping wet hair, while the other received the t-shirt. Her movements were graceful and natural, each detail betraying her excellent upbringing and elegant demeanor. Turning back to the bathroom, Xuanhuan changed into Xuanhuan's t-shirt. When she re-emerged, the bottom hem of the t-shirt fell neatly to mid-thigh, exposing her long, slim legs which looked impeccably shaped, their lines smooth, and her skin glowing with a pristine whiteness, as if crafted meticulously by nature itself. Even something as simple as a t-shirt could not hide her innate beauty and elegance. Xuanhuan's gaze was captivated by Xuanhuan's motions, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. There was a sense of tranquil charm in Xuanhuan's effortless grace that touched him deeply. "I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. The bed is already prepared. Good night." Xuanhuan made an effort to keep his voice calm, though the excitement inside him was hard to contain. "But it's not even 9 o'clock yet." Xuanhuan smiled lightly as she continued to dry her hair. Her smile was like the sunshine in spring, warm and bright. Xuanhuan didn't dare to say a word, his heart pounding. He felt Xuanhuan's gaze as soft as the breeze of spring brushing against his face, involuntarily reddening his cheeks. Xuanhuan slowly sat on the edge of the sofa, her delicate fingers gently resting on Xuanhuan's waist before slowly gliding upward. This unexpected move made Xuanhuan's whole body tremble instinctively, prompting him to straighten up. Xuanhuan's movements were gentle yet alluring. Every subtle gesture exuded an indescribable charm effortlessly. There was a mischievous glimmer in her eyes, as if she were relishing this delicate atmosphere. "Xuanhuan, do you really have the heart to leave me alone in bed?" Xuanhuan's voice was soft with a touch of teasing, and a cunning smile curled at the corner of her lips. This was a side of Xuanhuan that Xuanhuan had never seen in school. Such Xuanhuan resembled an enchanting spirit of the night. Her beauty and confidence radiated an irresistible allure. Xuanhuan could feel his heart pounding fiercely as he tried to maintain his composure. But Xuanhuan's closeness made his breathing more and more rapid. After all, men and women should not be too intimate without proper relationships. As Jiang Huai spoke, xuanhuan straddled his lap directly. Although her hair had been dried partially, there were still some water droplets lingering. Under the light, these water droplets glistened, adding even more charm to her seductive appeal. Without rejecting my confession or bringing me home, now making such an innocent face doesn't seem fair to me, does it, Jiang Huai? xuanhuan wrapped her arms around Jiang Huai's neck, their faces very close at this moment. He could feel her warm breath, smell the faint scent of her fragrance. Her deep eyes locked onto Jiang Huai's. Those dark pools seemed to hold countless secrets and temptations, irresistibly drawing him in. She was right. Now resisting would make him appear unappreciative. Jiang Huai took a deep breath. As a first-year college student already, adults should learn how to face such situations. But I'm curious, why did you fall for me, Senior Shun? Why? Does falling for someone need a reason? To be honest, I don't quite understand. We barely know each other. Is that important? xuanhuan winked at him with her big, watery eyes, her long lashes fluttering lightly, full of seduction. What matters is, at this moment, we both want each other. Before Jiang Huai could respond, xuanhuan leaned forward and kissed him on the lips. Soft lips pressed together, hot breath intertwined. The kiss lasted for a long time, long enough for Jiang Huai to feel like he was about to suffocate. It wasn't until then that xuanhuan released his lips. With a slight hand gesture, the young woman wiped a trace of silver thread from the corner of her mouth, panting roughly, staring passionately at Jiang Huai. Are you satisfied now? xuanhuan tilted her head, smiling seductively at Jiang Huai, her delicate finger teasingly tracing his chest. Or, do you want more? Jiang Huai froze. Then, for the first time in his life, he made a bold move. He gently lifted his hand and encircled xuanhuan's slender waist. The girl seemed startled by Jiang Huai's sudden initiative. But soon, the flicker of surprise in her eyes turned into a thread of tenderness. Jiang Huai wasn't a fool. He knew exactly what advantages he had, and none of them were enough to attract a senior like her. But if everyone has their own destiny, then why shouldn't it be my turn now? He decided not to overthink it anymore and chose to savor the moment. Jiang Huai felt her warmth, and then their faces gradually drew closer. xuanhuan's breathing became somewhat heavy, her heartbeat quickened, but she embraced him more actively. Just before their second kiss was about to happen, xuanhuan placed her hand lightly on Jiang Huai's chest and pushed, laying him back on the couch. Before Jiang Huai could react, xuanhuan's delicate hands already supported herself on either side of his head, her body slightly leaning forward, trapping Jiang Huai between her arms. A strand of black hair slid off the girl's shoulder, gently caressing Jiang Huai's cheek, also stirring his inner desires. Senior Shun, I'm not an outstanding person, I know. Moreover, I must confess to you that I've just gone through a breakup. Even so, are you willing to start a relationship with me? Jiang Huai's voice carried a tinge of bitterness, his heart filled with anxiety. The t-shirt he gave her was overly large, almost exposing half of xuanhuan's body. His gaze involuntarily fell on xuanhuan, and under the accentuation of the t-shirt, the curves of the young girl's body became even more pronounced, revealing a kind of youthful vitality mixed with a mysterious allure. Have some confidence in yourself, Jiang Huai. The young girl slightly leaned down, bringing her face close to Jiang Huai's ear, and whispered softly in a slightly magnetic voice. The scent from your body. I can hardly resist it anymore. Listening to xuanhuan's words, Jiang Huai's heart surged with waves of emotion. He could never have imagined that in xuanhuan's eyes, he was so special. After all, from childhood to adulthood, Jiang Huai had always been the least noticeable presence. Even his once deeply loved girlfriend eventually cruelly abandoned him. Over time, Jiang Huai gradually lost himself, becoming self-deprecating and weak, believing that he would likely live his life achieving nothing. But now, precisely xuanhuan, the perfect, unreachable goddess, was the one who told him that she had been paying attention to him, attracted by everything about him. Her words were filled with praise and admiration, and her eyes brimmed with encouragement and expectations. It was as if she was telling Jiang Huai, you are wonderful, you deserve love. Perhaps I shouldn't look down on myself like this. xuanhuan was like a ray of dawn, illuminating the deepest darkness within Jiang Huai's heart. He wanted to say thank you to xuanhuan, and then give her a warm embrace. But just as he slightly lifted his gaze, giving her a faint smile, he saw something strange. The deep purple pupils emitted not the affectionate gaze of love, but rather the fervor of an animal encountering its prey. In xuanhuan's body, what should have been the smooth, delicate shoulders and collarbone. At this moment, strange patterns appeared. Sister Shun. Ah. xuanhuan lightly covered her mouth as if some small secret had been discovered, emitting a light giggle. Because your smell is too tempting, Jiang Huai, I simply couldn't help myself. The young girl bared her teeth. Her face no longer bore the charming smile that once made people feel as if bathed in a warm spring breeze. Inside her parted mouth was a row of shark-like sharp teeth. xuanhuan's cheeks flushed red, while her purple iris pupils became increasingly sinister and enchanting. Who exactly are you? With a splash. Before Jiang Huai could react, that hand, or rather, claw, had already pierced through his chest. Thump, thump. Jiang Huai felt his heart being tightly gripped by the young girl at that very moment. Sweetheart, your core is mine. xuanhuan revealed a chilling smile before tearing out Jiang Huai's heart. Chapter 2, The Reaper. Jiang Huai's heart, still connected to the veins and tissues, was directly torn out. Immediately after, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood splashed onto xuanhuan's face. Not only did she not dodge it, but she instead extended her tongue and licked it. Honey, close your eyes. Xuanhuan leaned down, bringing the still pulsing heart in front of Xuanhuai's eyes. But at this moment, Xuanhuai appeared incredibly calm. He had only one question on his mind. Why am I still alive even though my heart has been taken out? No pain, just numbness. He could only helplessly watch as this monster pierced his heart with those sharp teeth, and then greedily sucked the spurting blood. However, Xuanhuan's movements gradually stopped. Her mouth was now full of blood, and every time she opened it, it was filled with a metallic taste. This isn't the core, so where is your core? Clearly, she didn't get what she wanted. Suddenly, as if Xuanhuan remembered something, her eyebrows curved slightly, revealing an incredibly terrifying, yet deeply meaningful smile. I know where your core is, naughty boy. Do you really like Big Sister that much? Xuanhuan sat on Xuanhuai, leaning back slightly, and her hand naturally covered Xuanhuai's thigh. Her expression was provocative as her sharp nails lightly lifted the waistband of Xuanhuai's pants. Then let me satisfy you once. Sister will make you die at the most pleasurable moment. Xuanhuai slowly turned his head, looking for anything that might help him in such a dire situation. Unfortunately, there was nothing around him that could assist him in escaping the predicament. He could only remain silent as the creature began unfastening his belt. Such a ridiculous life may as well end. At this moment, however, a figure appeared outside the window, as if denying Xuanhuai's thoughts of death. Xuanhuai thought it might be an illusion at first, but in the blur, he saw the girl by the window showing a faint smile before raising a finger and signaling for silence. Before he could react, the girl broke through the window. The sound of shattered glass echoed as the black shadow darted toward Xuanhuan at lightning speed. Close your eyes. A distant yet pleasant voice rang in Xuanhuai's ears. This voice seemed to carry some sort of magic, and Xuanhuai immediately closed his eyes. Then he heard Xuanhuan's roar and the sound of something metal cutting through flesh. Afterward came Xuanhuan's short cry of anguish. It's all right, open your eyes. The voice sounded again. Weakly, Xuanhuai opened his eyes and finally saw the face of the person who owned the voice. The girl had a delicate yet stern appearance, with long black hair cascading like a waterfall. She wore a two-tone uniform, accentuating her graceful figure, especially her ample bosom that caught Xuanhuai's attention. In that instant illuminated by moonlight, Xuanhuai recognized this girl. Lu Wanyin, a classmate from his university department. Although Xuanhuai hadn't spoken much with her, his impression was that she was always cheerful, well-liked among the students, with laughter as clear and melodious as bells in spring, bringing joy and vitality. But the Lu Wanyin standing here was entirely different from his memory. She stood by the window, holding a scythe nearly as tall as herself. Blood was dripping from the curved blade of the scythe. And this blood belonged to Xuanhuan, whose body now lay decapitated. Xuanhuan, no, or rather that creature, was already dead. The target is confirmed as a deep-level infected, codename Parasite. The original host likely died over a year ago. The extermination is complete. The Reaper has finished her mission and is conducting an on-site investigation. The girl gently stepped over Xuanhuan's fallen corpse, reporting into her earpiece, while walking over to Xuanhuai. Supplementary note. This operation involved a civilian casualty. She squatted down, looking at the hole in Xuanhuai's chest, and lifting his face gently with her hand. Alas, he's completely dead, his heart removed. The girl tenderly took Xuanhuai's hand, sighing when she noticed his eyes hadn't closed even in death. She slowly placed his hand on her own chest. May your soul rest in peace. May you no longer suffer in your next life. Right at that moment. I'm not dead yet. Xuanhuai simply stared wide-eyed, too shocked to speak momentarily. He never expected Lu Wanyin to think he was already dead. What the hell? The girl was so frightened that she fell on her bottom, and immediately afterward, the scythe blade in her hand hooked Xuanhuai's neck. Are you human or ghost? Probably human. I'm still breathing. How are you still alive? Aren't you a bit rude? Actually, I wanted to die just now, but there was some unresolved energy keeping me alive. The girl swallowed hard, her face still flushed from the earlier shock. She kept her grip on the scythe while cautiously reaching out another hand to touch Xuanhuai's exposed, damaged heart. There's no sign of infection, no awakening, and the heart is confirmed destroyed, yet you're still alive. The girl knelt beside Xuanhuai as if she'd stumbled upon something extraordinary. She tapped his head with the scythe handle, then extended her finger, gently brushing against the bloodied wound on Xuanhuai's chest. Interesting. Not bad. First time I've encountered this. The girl hesitated. Should she report this? Lu Wanyin could sense clearly that there was no trace of an infected individual in this youth. If she reported it, he would likely not survive long. Do you still retain your self-awareness? Yes, but it's freezing around my chest. Xuanhuai's voice barely dropped when Lu Wanyin chuckled softly. Are you stupid? Your chest and abdomen have been punctured. When the girl laughed, Xuanhuai found himself entranced by her beauty. Her eyebrows arched delicately, filled with joy like two crescent moons. Her radiant eyes sparkled. Her delicate features took on a unique charm. Her petite nose wrinkled slightly, and two faint dimples appeared, making her smile even more enchanting and lively. The cold, severe air that had surrounded her moments ago disappeared completely, replaced by a playful, youthful liveliness. Originally, Xuanhuai wanted to ask if she recognized him as her classmate. However, Lu Wanyin suddenly raised a hand to cover her earpiece, as those sounds were coming through it. Little Miss Lu, your signal is still at the scene. Is there any unusual situation? This sound pulled Lu Wanyin back to reality. She quickly stood up and walked over to the window. After a moment of silence, she glanced at xuanhuan and spoke into the device on the other end. No issue. Uncle Du just ran into a heartless veggie. You're becoming even ruder, xuanhuan grumbled unhappily. Lu Wanyin covered the headset and stuck her tongue out at him mischievously. After explaining the situation briefly, someone on the phone gave instructions to Lu Wanyin. 24-hour uninterrupted observation. Lu Wanyin asked. Exactly. The observation period will last for 1 week. If there are no abnormal changes in his body during this time, bring him back to headquarters. Understood, Uncle Du. Maybe we can offer more bonus this time. Hey, Uncle Du. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended abruptly. TSK, such hard work and little reward. But Lu Wanyin didn't seem too bothered. She merely shrugged casually. At that moment, xuanhuan was very concerned about what she had said before. Infected individuals, awakened ones? Making movies, huh? Oh yeah, almost forgot one thing. Heartless veggie, hold on, Lu Wanyin announced. Then she retrieved a yellowed talisman scroll from a white pouch tied to her waist, pinching it between her elegant fingers. Subsequently, she closed her eyes and parted her lips, reciting an ancient yet mysterious incantation. Bound by the heavenly way, bound by falsehood. That which shall not be heard by others is forbidden. That which shall not be known by others is false. That which shall not be spoken by others is taboo. Afterward, she lightly waved her hand, allowing the talisman to float in midair, where it instantly ignited. Its ashes transformed into countless black souls, which surged toward xuanhuan's corpse and began feasting wildly. In a flash, the soul swarm devoured xuanhuan until nothing remained. xuanhuan couldn't help but swallow nervously as he watched this chilling sight. However, after satisfying their hunger, the souls did not approach xuanhuan, but instead slowly dissipated into the air. Chapter 3, Omnidirectional Surveillance. After finishing all of this, Lu Wanyin returned to xuanhuan's side. The two of them stared at each other in the dark living room. xuanhuan still lay on the sofa, while Lu Wanyin sat nearby watching him. They remained like that for a long time, before xuanhuan finally couldn't help but ask a question. Are you going to kill me? Lu Wanyin first shook her head and then nodded. It depends on the results of observation. If there are any signs of infection on you, I will kill you. So the so-called observation is sitting next to me and just staring at me all the time. What else can it be? Now xuanhuan started to suspect. Was this really his classmate? How could she feel so different from what he was used to seeing in school? Could it be that you want to live in my house? Lu Wanyin nodded. Xuanhuan only felt that everything that happened tonight was absurd. First, the popular upperclassman sister in college confessed to him and wanted to have relations with him. When they were about to engage in such relations, this sister turned into a monster, pulling out her own heart. Then he was saved by another beautiful girl from his class. This beautiful girl also wanted to live in his home. Could it be that I'm the male lead in some gratifying novel? Ding ding ding. A cell phone ringtone sounded. xuanhuan realized it wasn't his own phone. He then saw Lu Wanyin take out her phone. It turned out the sound was her alarm clock. It's time. Saying this, Lu Wanyin stood up. xuanhuan thought she was leaving, and he was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Wanyin start unbuttoning her shirt and then reaching up to take off her skirt. In no time, she was standing in front of xuanhuan wearing nothing but her underwear. What are you doing? xuanhuan suspiciously asked. His pants had already been pulled down halfway by the previous monster, and now he was practically in his underwear as well. Lu Wanyin glanced slightly at xuanhuan's private parts and then said expressionlessly, It's 10 o'clock. If there's no mission, I bathe and go to bed every day at 10. A regular sleep schedule is the secret to longevity. Having said that, she walked straight towards xuanhuan's bathroom without looking back. xuanhuan. The water sound quickly began, steam rising through the door crevices, giving endless imagination. xuanhuan stiffly sat on the sofa, his eyes involuntarily drifting toward the direction of the bathroom. The water sound was continuous, each drop seeming to strike right on his heart. On the same night, two different beautiful girls were taking showers in his bathroom. What kind of situation was this? Images of Lu Wanyin undressing earlier flashed repeatedly in his mind. Her snow-white skin, exquisite collarbone, and the faint hints. How does this feel so similar to what just happened, like a second round? xuanhuan suddenly shook his head, forcibly pulling his attention away from those sensual thoughts. He looked down at the trash can where his heart was and sighed helplessly. Big brother heart, I am sorry for failing you. At this moment, there was suddenly a pricking sensation in his chest. xuanhuan raised his hand intending to scratch it. Suddenly he remembered the hole in his chest. He shouldn't touch it there. But his hand had already touched his chest, yet no pain came. Looking down, he was astonished to find that the previously bowl-sized wound had completely disappeared without a trace. Only the mottled bloodstains and the disconnected heart reminded xuanhuan that everything was not a hallucination. xuanhuan stood up, moving around a few times, discovering that the pain was gone too. All of this left him incredibly surprised. Just then, the doorbell rang. xuanhuan originally intended to open the door, but he suddenly realized he was covered in blood, and his clothes were ragged. More importantly, the mess in the room. Although the corpse of the monster had been burned by Lu Wanyin, the bloodstains on the floor remained vividly evident. xuanhuan quickly rushed into the room and changed into a set of clothes. He then approached the door. Whoever it was, they absolutely couldn't let them come in. After making up his mind, he inquired, Who is it? Me. A young woman's voice came from outside the door, and just from this single word, Xuanhuan recognized who was outside. He opened the door and looked at the young woman with a hint of helplessness. Is something wrong? The young woman's name was Ning. She was also the lady who had strung along Xuanhuan's feelings for 5 years without reciprocating. Now she stood at the doorstep, dressed in white, contrasting beautifully with her snow-like complexion and captivating appearance. However, there wasn't a trace of a smile on her face, her cold gaze fixated on Xuanhuan, as if trying to see through him. Why didn't you answer my call yesterday? Ning straightforwardly asked, with an unforgiving tone. Xuanhuan furrowed his brows, a bit impatiently said, Didn't you already accept Mr. Zhou's confession? Why should I still answer your call? He was entirely preoccupied with xuanhuan and Lu Wannin's affairs, having no mood to deal with this woman. Moreover, allowing her to see the mess inside would surely lead to unnecessary trouble. But Ning seemed not ready to give up just like that. With her arms crossed, she raised an eyebrow and gave a cold laugh. I already told you. On that day, when Mr. Zhou held his birthday banquet, and he drunkenly kissed me once, so what? Besides, I don't have a boyfriend anyway, is that not allowed? Sure. Now I'm about to sleep. Good night. Wish you happiness. As Xuanhuan was saying this, he attempted to close the door. Ning raised her hand and held the edge of the door. Xuanhuan, I have warned you. If you miss answering my call even once, we will cut off our relationship. Alright then, tomorrow I'll ask the embassy to send you a letter, and our countries can completely sever diplomatic relations. Ning was stunned. She did indeed love Zhou Qin, who had been her moonlit idol in high school. Yet, she had long grown accustomed to Xuanhuan's many years of dog-like companionship. Whenever she wanted something, Xuanhuan would immediately buy it for her. Whenever she was unhappy, no matter the time, Xuanhuan would come to comfort her. Even if Xuanhuan was attending class in the classroom. If she just said she wanted to drink bubble tea, he would instantly ride out of the university on his bicycle to go very far away and buy her favorite bubble tea. But now Xuanhuan's attitude towards her was as if he had become an entirely different person. I can forgive you this time, Xuanhuan, but I hope you remember there won't be a next time. Xuanhuan was filled with question marks. At this moment, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Then Lu Wannin's voice came from the living room. By the way, I didn't bring any pajamas. I found a piece of clothing in your room. Uncle Kai, what are you doing at the door? Lu Wannin walked to the entrance, wearing only a half-transparent white spaghetti-strap sleep dress. Her alluring body curves under the sleep dress became faintly visible. Ning was startled by Lu Wannin's sudden appearance and instinctively took a step back. She appraised this woman from head to toe, her expression becoming even more severe. Lu Wannin, why are you here, and why are you wearing my sleepwear? Xuanhuan really felt that his mind was in turmoil now. So much had happened today. Each single event alone could cause anyone's brain to crash. And now Ning showed up, and Lu Wannin was causing more chaos. Speaking of this set of sleepwear, there was a story behind it. That time, Ning's moonlit idol, Mr. Zhou, was going to study abroad for a year. After getting herself drunk alone, she mistook Xuanhuan for Zhou Qin, and they ended up having a physical relationship that night. Later, Ning berated Xuanhuan harshly, cried while throwing the sleepwear originally meant for her godlike admirer at Xuanhuan as though it were trash. Just as Xuanhuan thought his head might explode. Ning suddenly let out a cold snort, looking at Xuanhuan with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. You'd better give me an explanation, Xuanhuan. Saying this, one hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Instantly a soft sensation spread to Xuanhuan's forearm. Xuanhuan was surprised and slightly turned his head to look. There stood Lu Wannin, who had seemingly swapped expressions. She smiled toward Ning outside the door and asked, What's going on? Xuanhuan, who is this sister? You didn't say you were single. Sister? Who are you calling sister? Lu Wannin, I am your senior student. Don't you recognize me? Ning was fuming with rage after being addressed as sister. Her looks were indeed remarkable, but compared to Lu Wannin, she fell short. Even without makeup, Lu Wannin's appearance effortlessly dominated over Ning. Senior student? My eyes are still a little dry after taking a shower. I thought, judging by the outline, you were some community committee Andy. You dare say another word. Ning was trembling with anger all over her body, yet Lu Wannin clearly wasn't done. So this set of sleepwear belongs to you? No taste at all, Sai? Also, it doesn't fit right. Little bai. Look, if you wear A-cup bras, the chest area feels a bit tight, doesn't it? As she spoke, Lu Wannin lightly pulled at the fabric on her chest. Xuanhuan's face was flushed red. Who says I have only a cup size? Xuanhuan, what do you mean? How dare you secretly meet women behind my back? Xuanhuan thought he would be lost for words, but at this moment, he only felt. Isn't this quite enjoyable? Why didn't you think of such a day when you were cooing in Mr. Zhou's arms? He leaned closer to Lu Wannin, looking provocatively at Ning, and said, I am single indeed. Do you have anything else? My girlfriend doesn't like me chatting with other women at the door in the dead of night. You too. Ning pointed at Xuanhuan and Lu Wannin, her body slowly retreating. Xuanhuan, if you were trying to upset me on purpose by finding someone, let me tell you, I don't care. After finishing her sentence, Ning turned around and walked away. Hey, senior student, don't you want your sleepwear back? The sound of high heels descending the stairs echoed through the hallway. When the sound completely disappeared, Xuanhuan noticed that the smile on the face of the girl beside him gradually faded, returning to its previous calmness. How much longer do you plan to hold on to me? Xuanhuan asked. Lu Wannin slowly released her grip, then slammed the door shut, pulling Xuanhuan back into the bedroom. Lift up your clothes. Lu Wanyin said. Jiang Huai hesitated a bit, but eventually slowly lifted his freshly changed clothes. Lu Wanyin seemed entirely unaware of how alluring her current outfit was. She calmly walked up to Jiang Huai, crouching down before him. She carefully observed his abdomen and chest, and even reached out to touch his chest where he should have been pierced. The wound has fully healed. Your organs have regenerated. Lu Wanyin slowly raised her eyes, locking gazes with Jiang Huai. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news first. Jiang Huai replied. You're safe for now. Your body has completely recovered. There's no chance of death. What about the bad news? Lu Wanyin slowly stood up, her icy eyes gazing at Jiang Huai. Humans don't possess this kind of power. Within these 7 days of observation, I will find out whether you're infected or an awakened one. If you show even the slightest sign of infection, I'll kill you. This was undoubtedly bad news. Jiang Huai thought to himself, then slowly rose and headed towards the living room. Where are you going? Lu Wanyin asked. I'm going to take a shower. Not allowed. Lu Wanyin grabbed his hand. I only have 5 more minutes until bedtime. I can't wait for you to shower. Jiang Huai was full of question marks. You go ahead and sleep if you're tired. You can take the bed. I'll just shower and sleep on the sofa afterward. I've already said 24-hour surveillance. Even when you shower, I must watch over you. Lu Wanyin decisively pulled Jiang Huai to her side. Jiang Huai subconsciously swallowed. Lu Wanyin was too close enough for him to clearly smell the fresh scent of her shower gel, close enough for him to even feel the warmth of her breath. His heartbeat quickened abruptly, and his breathing became erratic. Also, this is my first surveillance mission, so I need to be serious and responsible. That means, I need to sleep with you. Before Jiang Huai could say more, Lu Wanyin had already pulled him onto the bed. Faster. I only have 3 more minutes. My sleeping time is delayed. Do sleeping times actually have delay? Wait a moment, really sleep together? Lu Wanyin suddenly remembered something, then quickly ran to the living room and pulled out a pair of handcuffs from her clothes. Click. Then she returned to the bedroom and directly handcuffed her wrist to Jiang Huai's. 1 minute left, I'm about to sleep. Wait, what does this mean? Jiang Huai raised his hand, looking at the handcuffs as he questioned. But Lu Wanyin had already retreated into the blankets. She tugged them again, pulling Jiang Huai along into the bedding. Don't move during sleep, and don't snore. Otherwise, I'll cut your throat directly. Since you can recover anyway, 10 seconds left, good night. Jiang Huai lay bewildered in the same bedding as the young girl, wondering what exactly was happening. Did I just end up sharing a bed with the lively little sunflower of our department? 10 seconds, just 10 seconds. Not a second more, not a second less. And Jiang Huai heard Lu Wanyin's soft breathing. He looked at the ceiling and sighed deeply. Forget it, I'll deal with this tomorrow. Thinking about all the events that occurred within just 1 hour tonight, Jiang Huai felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. And then, he also slowly closed his eyes. Click, 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 click. In a daze, Jiang Huai opened his eyes. He found himself inside a bizarre office. Above his head, the long-neglected ceiling fan emitted a shrill squeaking noise. Its rusted blades cast distorted shadows under the yellowish, incandescent light, resembling ghosts dancing gracefully on the walls. The lighting itself appeared peculiarly odd, flickering on and off, as if something behind it were watching everything. The air was thick with the musty smell of old mold, mixed with an indescribable stench that made one feel involuntarily nauseous. On the walls around him, peeling paint revealed the sinister cement beneath. But Jiang Huai felt no surprise at all towards any of this. After all, this place had accompanied him ever since he was 5 years old. This was Jiang Huai's dream world. When he first dreamed of being here at the age of 5, it terrified him immensely. To a child, this place was as frightening as a haunted house. So he used to dislike sleeping. As he grew older, he learned that places filled with desks and filing cabinets, scattered with folders, were called offices. But the door leading outside the office was one he could never, under any circumstances, open. Here again I see. Jiang Huai sighed, intending to do as he always had, sit on the soft office chair, count the revolutions of the fan, and pass the time until he woke up. Having been here countless times, he could detect even the smallest changes within the entire office. He noticed that the massive, heavy filing cabinet by the wall, which exuded a chilling aura, was now open. Inside, it was compartmentalized into many small cubbyholes. He walked over. As he opened the filing cabinet, a file dropped to his feet. Jiang Huai picked up the document and flipped through it. He discovered inside descriptions of things he couldn't understand at all. The battle between awakened ones and beasts has lasted for over 1,000 years, and every few decades, there will be a calamity known as the Beast Tide. Countless fissures will bring forth overwhelming waves of beasts. They'll appear in densely populated towns and carry out inhumane invasions against humans. Curiously enough, based on repeated observations, the beasts do not take over human cities. Instead, they retreat back into the fissures after destroying human cities, biding their time for the next offensive. The content that followed was shrouded in mist, and Jiang Huai could not make it out. Could this be the same thing that Lu Wanyin spoke about, awakens and infectors? The seemingly normal world in which he lived actually harbored such fantastical and absurd truths. He looked at the cabinet and realized there were still many more documents, but all of them were locked. At that moment, with a creaking sound, the office door, which hadn't opened for over 10 years, finally opened. Simultaneously, his mind buzzed, and a girl's whisper entered his ears. You can't escape. Chapter 4. Is this better? Jiang Huai suddenly opened his eyes. What happened? That voice had never appeared before, and it was so familiar. It was as if he had just heard it not long ago. Hee, you can't escape. They're all mine. Bread, cake, egg tarts, desserts, come to my mouth. He soon realized that the voice belonged to Lu Wanxin talking in her sleep. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains into the room. Jiang Huai found himself tightly embracing Lu Wanxin. Her face was just inches away, with a small nose breathing lightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her rosy lips pouting cutely. She looked innocent in her sleep. Occasionally, some dream talk would emerge, along with a glimmer of saliva at the corner of her mouth, making Jiang Huai feel that Lu Wanxin was actually quite adorable. She wasn't as terrifying as she seemed last night. As a matter of fact, Jiang Huai hadn't slept well all night. After all, he was sleeping next to a high-popularity girl from school, and she was wearing that revealing white gauze nightgown. Most importantly, Lu Wanxin was very restless when sleeping. She warned him not to move recklessly or snore. But it turned out that this girl herself had an exaggerated sleeping posture. Not only did she place both legs on Jiang Huai's stomach while sleeping, but she also ended up being discovered saying dream talks and laughing foolishly as she spoke. It sounded extremely strange. In the end, it was as if she had dreamed of something good and immediately hugged Jiang Huai tightly. Jiang Huai endured until almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Once he closed his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep. Then, in that eerie dream, he was woken up again by Lu Wanxin's dream talk. What surprised him was that he woke up earlier than Lu Wanxin, cautiously lifting his hand to check the time. 7:40. He had only slept for 4.5 hours. But what made him curious was that instead of feeling abnormally tired, Jiang Huai felt unusually energized throughout his body. Keep in mind, he was someone who liked to stay in bed. Normally, getting him up early was like asking for his life, which was extremely painful. But today, upon opening his eyes, all fatigue and drowsiness disappeared instantly. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He wondered if this might also be due to the infection or changes brought by awakening that Lu Wanxin mentioned. At that moment, a gentle breath suddenly brushed past his earlobe. Jiang Huai felt his entire body go numb, and his heartbeat accelerated abruptly as he realized they were currently hugging each other in an intimate pose. He tried to disengage but found that the handcuffs around his wrist restricted his movements. Lu Wanxin seemed to sense his actions, frowned, and held him even tighter. Jiang Huai dared not move anymore, fearing waking up this seemingly cute and harmless yet inscrutable girl. The threats from last night were still fresh in his mind. If he disturbed her sleep, he might really get his throat slit. Even though he probably wouldn't die, that pain would indeed leave a lasting impression on his body. While Jiang Huai was lost in thought, Lu Wanxin slowly opened her eyes. She stared at Jiang Huai, her gaze seeming somewhat confused but quickly becoming clear and sharp. Are you excited? This sudden sentence made Jiang Huai tremble all over. Only then did he realize that Lu Wanxin was already awake. Excited? What do you mean? Jiang Huai asked curiously. Suddenly, Jiang Huai understood the implication behind Lu Wanxin's words. Because this girl's sleeping position was incredibly unsightly, while embracing him, her legs were directly draped across his abdomen, causing a natural contact between her calf and an inappropriate area. Thus, Lu Wanxin, having felt something unusual with her calf, asked such a question. I can explain, it's a normal physiological reaction. Sweat poured down Jiang Huai's forehead as he prayed inwardly, hoping this girl wouldn't decide to fix him permanently. But Lu Wanxin just giggled softly, her hand stroking Jiang Huai's cheek with a gentle tone tinged with a bit of hoarseness from just waking up, full of magnetism. How come you're so nervous? Are you afraid of me? Seeing Lu Wanxin changing faces again, Jiang Huai felt completely unable to fathom what this person was thinking. Before Jiang Huai could react, with a click sound, he suddenly discovered that instead of his hand being next to Lu Wanxin's, it was now cuffed to the decorative wooden ring by the bedhead. Jiang Huai was shocked beyond belief. One of Lu Wanxin's hands was still resting on his cheek. How had she managed to unlock the handcuffs off him and cuff him to the bedhead? What are you doing? Jiang Huai asked. I have a habit of showering in the morning. Lu Wanxin answered irrelevantly, stepping off the bed and heading toward the bathroom while slipping out of the gauze nightdress. You taking a shower? How does it relate to cuffing me? Jiang Huai protested. If we were strictly following the principle of 24-hour uninterrupted surveillance, you would have to be with me even when I'm showering. But considering your current state, letting you into the bathroom might make things more uncomfortable for you. Lu Wanxin replied, standing at the doorframe as she flicked her long hair off her shoulder and glanced back at Jiang Huai's body, deliberately eyeing his lower abdomen. This comment had exactly the opposite effect. Now, Jiang Huai could feel himself becoming even more uncomfortable. So, you wait out here. Don't try to break free from the handcuffs. Unfortunately, Lu Wanxin had already entered the bathroom. With his hands cuffed, Jiang Huai couldn't even take care of himself. He sighed deeply as he stared at the ceiling. When Lu Wanxin re-entered the room, she was wearing the same black outfit she'd had on yesterday when she arrived. He hadn't been able to see it clearly last night, but now Jiang Huai noticed. It was an extremely ordinary set of daily wear, yet it looked incredibly dazzling on Lu Wanxin. She wore a loose white t-shirt whose hem was loosely tucked into a pair of tight black denim shorts, revealing a section of slim waist. A short black jacket perfectly hugged her voluptuous figure. On her feet, she wore ankle-length black boots. In short, this person clearly had a great sense of style. But Jiang Huai thought that with someone as stunning as Lu Wanxin, Any clothes she wore would naturally shine brilliantly. Clothes can enhance a person, but sometimes, the perfect body frame can also highlight the clothing. Have you calmed down yet? Lu Wanxin reverted to her icy-cold demeanor. Her arms crossed over her chest, looking at Jiang Huai. When she noticed him appearing more excited than before, she let out a disgruntled tisk. Let me shower too. I'll calm down after the shower. In order to cover up his awkwardness, Jiang Huai quickly said so. Then, Lu Wanxin walked over to the bedside and bent down to unlock the handcuffs on Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai could even smell the refreshing scent coming from her hair, an intoxicating blend of floral notes combined with a touch of fruity freshness. It evoked images of a vibrant spring garden filled with life and vitality. Her movements were gentle yet proficient, quickly freeing him from the cuffs. Throughout the process, her gaze didn't leave Jiang Huai, as if observing his reaction closely. The moment Jiang Huai gained his freedom, he immediately flipped off the bed and rushed into the bathroom like he was escaping. As he realized Lu Wanxin intended to follow, Jiang Huai quickly closed the door. Our bathroom has no windows. I can't escape. If there's anything, I'll call you immediately. Outside the door, Lu Wanxin fell silent for a moment, then said, Hurry up, we're going to be late for school. The cold water cascaded over his body, making Jiang Huai shiver uncontrollably as his teeth chattered. The blotches of blood on his chest and abdomen from last night had dried. They peeled off slowly under the strong flow of water. These traces helped Jiang Huai regain some composure momentarily. After finishing his shower, Jiang Huai found Lu Wanxin lying on the couch scrolling through her phone. Jiang Huai quickly went into the bedroom and changed clothes. When he returned to the living room, Lu Wanxin had already moved to the entrance hall, giving him an indifferent look. Let's go. Don't be late. Thus, puzzled Jiang Huai followed Lu Wanxin out the door, down the stairs, and out of their old apartment building. At this moment, Jiang Huai's phone rang. It was a new WeChat message. Sender. Mu Guanin. This online name was too obvious, so Jiang Huai glanced sideways. When did I add you as a friend? Jiang Huai asked. While you were showering, I added you using your phone, Lu Wanxin confidently explained. Jiang Huai originally wanted to say something about personal privacy, but reconsidered. Last night, she'd saved his life. Besides, adding a friend wasn't really a big deal. Then he checked the message Lu Wanxin had sent. Remember to watch my reactions once we get to school. Jiang Huai responded with 3 question marks, but Lu Wanxin sent no further messages. During the entire ride to school, she didn't utter another word either. This continued until 20 minutes later. As they reached the street outside the university gates, Lu Wanxin suddenly spoke to Jiang Huai. Get ready. Ready for what? Before Jiang Huai could react to her words, Lu Wanxin immediately grabbed his arm, and her entire expression completely transformed. Just as Jiang Huai was about to say something, a calling voice came from behind. Wanyin, why are you holding a man's arm? Good morning, Zhou. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Jiang Huai. Looking at Lu Wanyin's beautiful smile that could almost melt any ice, Jiang Huai felt extremely uneasy inside. This woman, not pursuing an Oscar for acting, is truly a waste of talent. Chapter 5, Gossip Time. In the classroom, Jiang Huai sat in her seat and couldn't help but feel a little odd seeing Lu Wanyin getting along well with the other students. Her behavior at school was exactly as Jiang Huai remembered. Her liveliness and openness seemed innate, effortlessly capturing everyone's attention. Her smile was warm like sunlight, and her words were always so graceful that people couldn't help but be attracted by her charm. If Chen Ning was considered the untouchable rich young miss in Jiang Huai's major, then Lu Wanyin was the universally beloved son everyone wanted to get along with. Every move she made radiated charm, as if naturally born to shine like a star. Of course, Jiang Huai knew all this was merely an act, but to perform this convincingly meant reaching a level of mastery few could achieve. In her classmates' eyes, Jiang Huai was nothing more than a lickspittle for Chen Ning. Ever since high school, Jiang Huai had been chasing after Chen Ning, and now, it turned out that Chen Ning was together with some rich second-generation heir. Jiang Huai truly felt like a complete clown. But just this morning, when Lu Wanyin appeared in class holding Jiang Huai's arm, it caused quite a commotion. Wanyin, what's going on? You and Jiang Huai? Wanyin, Zhou said you're together with Jiang Huai. Is that true or not? Facing the girl's questions, Lu Wanyin smiled sweetly, with a hint of shyness in her eyes. She didn't say much, but blushed slightly and nodded. Moreover, Lu Wanyin secretly glanced at Jiang Huai beside her, her eyes full of adoration and affection. But Jiang Huai only felt extremely uncomfortable. This girl had acting in her very eyes. Just at this moment, Jiang Huai's phone buzzed with a text message. He took it out and saw it was from Chen Ning. Jiang Huai, I want some bubble tea from Central Street. Jiang Huai ignored it. Jiang Huai, did you hear me? Still, Jiang Huai didn't respond, even putting his phone back in his pocket. Meanwhile, Chen Ning in another department's classroom looked at Jiang Huai not responding to any messages. She felt something strange inside her heart. Before, no matter how much she neglected or insulted Jiang Huai, as long as she sent a message saying what she wanted, Jiang Huai would immediately satisfy her needs. Making such demands implied forgiveness. How come he wasn't replying to the messages? Could it be because he's already buying the tea? It must be that. Chen Ning secretly determined in her mind that Jiang Huai wouldn't dare to neglect her. Last night, those things, they must be just his stage performances to irritate her. After all, rumors were that Lu Wanyin came from a poor family. Playing a role for money would make sense. At this time, Chen Ning's best friend sat next to her. Ning, have you gone out for dinner with young Master Zhou yesterday? Chen Ning responded arrogantly. Congratulations. I heard that you two even kissed. Could you be turning into Mrs. Zhou? her friend teased. He was drunk. Chen Ning's face turned slightly red while still watching her phone. Xuanhuan can't match up to young Master Zhou. Friend Wang Mingming noticed that Chen Ning's screen showed a conversation window with Xuanhuan. Thus, sarcastically added, "Don't talk nonsense. Actually, Xuanhuan treats me pretty well." Thinking about Xuanhuan soon arriving, drenched in sweat delivering the tea, Chen Ning uncharacteristically spoke well of him. Xuanhuan is really patient, hearing that he started being attentive toward me since high school. He willingly gives everything to me. I didn't force him, Chen Ning said proudly. Hey, do you guys want bubble tea? Xuanhuan happens to be buying some for me. Chen Ning offered. Sure, I want one too. Why not drink free tea if available? As a result, half of the class gathered around wanting Chen Ning's obedient puppy to buy bubble tea for them. Chen Ning huffed coldly and sent another text message to Xuanhuan. Remember, by 20 cups, my classmates also want a drink. Estimating it usually took Xuanhuan about half an hour riding his bike to buy tea, coming and going making it an hour total. Since this time he had to carry more cups, she gave him more time. Yet from the first class of the morning until the third big class, Xuanhuan was nowhere to be found at the classroom door. Ningning, where's the bubble tea? We're switching classrooms for our next lesson. Oh, if Xuanhuan comes and can't find us, that's too bad. I said it before, this underclassman will wake up eventually. Look, now he doesn't care about you anymore. One boy laughed. Chen Ning currently felt humiliated and angry. Gripping her phone, she furiously sent another text to Xuanhuan. Within 10 minutes, I need to see you in the bubble tea, otherwise there will be consequences. The moment the message was sent, Chen Ning froze. Because before her message, there was a red exclamation mark. Had she been blocked by Xuanhuan? Chen Ning sat dumbfounded in her seat, her face looking somewhat unpleasant. Wang Mingming glanced over and discovered that Chen Ning had been blocked, which made her extremely angry. This Xuanhuan, he must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. I'll go find him. No, Chen Ning stood up. I'll go myself. And with that, she left the classroom with a cold expression. Xuanhuan and Lu Wanyin only had 2 classes this morning, and they were now getting ready to go home. Don't move. Lu Wanyin suddenly walked up to Xuanhuan. Have you grown taller? Lu Wanyin looked Xuanhuan up and down. It must be an illusion. I've always been this tall. Xuanhuan scratched his head and said, No, compared to last night, you are a little taller. Lu Wanyin wasn't short either, standing at around 168 centimeters with a slender figure that was curvaceous. She was also one of the top beauties in the university. But now standing in front of Xuanhuan, she had to look up slightly to meet his eyes. You were about my height before, but now you're much taller than me. Actually, Xuanhuan himself also felt this way. He noticed this morning when he got out of bed that his pants seemed shorter than usual. At this moment, Lu Wanyin's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Or, have you started showing signs of infection? Xuanhuan quickly explained. Sister, it's actually quite normal for boys to develop at 20 years old. Don't be so sensitive. Lu Wanyin thought for a moment and then nodded with a smile. That makes sense. I once saw a leg regenerating awakener. When his leg grew back, the lengths of the 2 legs were different. Lu Wanyin giggled as she spoke. Xuanhuan chuckled along with her, though inwardly he sighed. This girl really has a low threshold for laughter. Suddenly, Xuanhuan seemed to notice something. He frowned, and then told Lu Wanyin to turn around. Huh? What? Lu Wanyin didn't understand. But Xuanhuan had already grabbed her shoulders and forced her to face away from him. Wait, what are you going to do? Don't attack me. I can kill you even at school. Lu Wanyin became nervous, but the next second, she realized she was overthinking it. Because Xuanhuan directly pulled out the hair accessory tying her hair. Her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, flowing over her waist muscles. What are you doing? Lu Wanyin tilted her head slightly and asked Xuanhuan discontentedly. I have OCD. A few strands of your hair at the back were sticking up, Xuanhuan said while smoothing her hair. Such thoughtfulness. Lu Wanyin chuckled lightly. Then she sat down on the desk with her long legs lightly crossed, letting Xuanhuan style her hair. Don't wiggle. Xuanhuan held the girl's head with one hand while smoothing her black hair with the other. This hair accessory is kind of old. It probably won't hold securely anymore. Why don't you get a new one? Xuanhuan looked at the rabbit-shaped hair clip that had already started chipping and asked. Lu Wanyin moved very quickly. She immediately raised her hand, took the hairpin, and carefully put it away. It still works. Xuanhuan clearly sensed that the girl had momentarily lost her disguise in that instant. But Xuanhuan did not say anything more. He just retied her hair. All right. The girl got up from the desk and took out her phone to hand it to Xuanhuan. I don't trust your skills. Take a picture for me to check right away. Xuanhuan accepted the girl's phone and found it was very old with a cracked screen. It was something that should have been eliminated long ago. Can your phone still take pictures? Xuanhuan said with a smile. Yes, it can. Lu Wanyin seemed embarrassed, so she turned around and took the phone back. Apparently, she didn't want Xuanhuan to see her discomfort. She smiled and said, How about you take a picture for me with your phone? Xuanhuan nodded, then took out his own phone and snapped a photo. I never expected you to be so good. Do you often help others comb their hair? Lu Wanyin, satisfied with the photo of her neatly styled ponytail, asked. I specifically learned some techniques before, but I've never had a chance to use them. Xuanhuan said, scratching his head. Then from now on, every morning my hair will be entrusted to you to manage. Lu Wanyin casually leaned into Xuanhuan's arms, using the top of her head to nuzzle under his chin. Stop messing around, it tickles. Come on, let's take a group photo, cheese. Can't you smile once? At that moment, by the slightly ajar classroom door, Chen Ning stood outside. She had originally intended to rush in, but after seeing Xuanhuan and Lu Wanyin being so intimate, she began to doubt her previous conjectures. Maybe Lu Wanyin wasn't acting alongside Zhang Huai. Could it be that he really doesn't like me anymore? Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a high-rise building in Lingyu City, a man wearing a worn-out coat and a denim cap was sitting at the edge of the building. With his legs dangling in the air, he didn't feel a trace of fear, instead leisurely eating instant noodles. Then, the slightly cracked screen of the phone beside him suddenly rang. He quickly put down his noodles and picked up the phone, wiping his mouth as he spoke. "Hello, it's me. Having breakfast. You're having instant noodles for breakfast?" The person on the other end of the earpiece asked curiously. "Hee, isn't this because my little apprentice got into university? I paid her tuition and bought her a few new outfits. Now I'm broke. She's family to us too. If you have any difficulties, let us know. Don't bear it all alone. I've carried on for more than a decade already. It's not like I can't keep going." The man chuckled. "All right. Yin Luo has taken on a job recently. There's a Vanguard-level beast that ripped open a fissure and is hiding somewhere in Lingyu City. Go check it out." "Vanguard level? Nothing much to it. How much are they paying?" "Third-party commission. Not much." "All right. Send the data to my phone. I'll take a look. By the way, did little Lu go to stakeout?" The man took a sip of beer beside him and added, "Lao do. Though that girl seems carefree normally, she's actually quite timid. You guys shouldn't assign her some strange tasks. Don't worry, she'll just observe someone suspected of being infected for a week. If the authorities confirm any signs of infection, they'll eliminate them. This is a formal task from the association. All right, as long as it doesn't involve beasts. Before she overcomes her psychological issues, I don't want her to face the beasts alone. All right, I haven't finished my breakfast yet. Remember to investigate." The man directly hung up the phone and then picked up his bowl of instant noodles again. In a few big bites, he finished the noodles, wiped his mouth, and smiled as he gazed toward the city's horizon. Chapter 6. Excess Self-Consciousness. Chen Ning didn't expect to witness this scene. She hesitated repeatedly, and finally took a deep breath to regain her usual cold composure. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked 3 times on the door of the classroom. Both people inside turned their gaze towards the entrance. "It seems like your ex-girlfriend." Lu Wanyin smiled as she said this. "We never dated, so she doesn't count as an ex-girlfriend." Seeing the two whispering to each other, Zhang Huai did not seem ready to come out. Chen Ning got even more upset. "Zhang Huai, I have something to say to you. Come out for a moment." "It sounds like she's asking you to go outside." Lu Wanyin stifled a laugh while covering her mouth. "Nope. All right, just go. I won't be jealous." Lu Wanyin poked Zhang Huai's cheek. "A woman like that, if you don't cut ties cleanly with her, it will cause a lot of trouble in the future. So, me and her, we never." Zhang Huai sighed helplessly. In the end, he still made his way to the classroom door. "Is there something?" Looking at Zhang Huai, Chen Ning found herself completely unable to utter the words she had prepared earlier. She had thought her relationship with Master Zhou would torment Zhang Huai, leaving him sleepless and restless, untidy, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, looking around aimlessly. That was the state he should be in. After all, every time she neglected Zhang Huai for a few days in the past, he would always become like that. But the current Zhang Huai showed no sign of being disheveled. Instead, the changes were terrifying. First of all, his height. Chen Ning clearly remembered that Zhang Huai used to be just less than 170 centimeters. Now, he appeared to be nearly 180 centimeters tall. The clothes he often wore now looked too short. This wasn't because Zhang Huai had gained weight, but because his physique had quietly grown more robust. But what most surprised Chen Ning were Zhang Huai's eyes. That once hesitant and overly self-conscious Zhang Huai now carried sharp and condescending eyes when looking down at her. It made Chen Ning feel as if she were being stared at by some fierce bird of prey. All this left her cheeks flushed. "Zhang Huai, how did he suddenly become handsome? Do you have any business, or am I free to leave?" Zhang Huai urged after seeing that Chen Ning hadn't spoken. Only then did Chen Ning snap back to reality. She cleared her throat and spoke. "Did you block me on WeChat?" "Sorry, continuously texting me during class counts as harassment, and blocking you is reasonable, isn't it?" "Harassment?" Chen Ning looked at Zhang Huai in astonishment. She considered her compassion and charity towards him as harassment. "On the one who's been harassed by you for years." Yet as Chen Ning said these words, she completely ignored how she had been enjoying everything Zhang Huai brought into her life over those years. Whenever she needed emotional value, she relied on Zhang Huai. And whenever she didn't need him, she simply kicked him away. What she saw as merely dispensing scraps of affection was nothing but treating him like a dog. Oh, congratulations to you then. You won't be bothered by me anymore. Is there anything else?" "I'm going now." Zhang Huai turned to leave. "Zhang Huai, is this because of Lu Wanyin? That woman seduced you, making you feel confident and arrogant, right?" Zhang Huai sighed, turned around and said, "Can your life revolve around anything besides love? Other people aren't as bored as you are." "Zhang Huai." Chen Ning trembled with anger. "For all these years, starting from high school, it was always me who accompanied you. Have you forgotten how inferior and introverted you used to be? Only I was willing to talk to you. All these years, my youth has been wasted on you, and now you treat me like this? And what about treating me like this?" Zhang Huai asked back with a mocking cold laugh. "I pursued you for 5 years, full 5 years. You could have refused me outright. I've already said this. If you really dislike me, just refusing me once would have been enough for me to never bother you again. But what about you? For 5 years, you neither rejected me nor accepted me, magnifying my inferiority complex endlessly. And now that you're dating rich young masters, you want to come and torment me." Apparently, Chen Ning had truly forgotten that she'd been dangling Zhang Huai while chasing her dream of becoming a wealthy madam. People without a sense of shame truly are unbeatable. Always positioning oneself as a victim insisting that the whole world must revolve around her. Chen Ning was temporarily speechless, because on this point, she was indeed in the wrong. She dangled xuanhuan while simultaneously dating a rich man. But indulged by xuanhuan for so long, she was absolutely incapable of admitting her mistakes to him. "xuanhuan, as a man, can't you show a little tolerance? All I wanted was to test you for a few more years, so why do you retreat like this?" xuanhuan scratched his head and felt somewhat bewildered. "But now I don't want to continue with the exam. I'm dropping out." "xuanhuan, I know you're mad right now, but I won't hold it against you. Still, you made me lose face in front of my friends today, and they are all laughing at me," Chen Ning said with a tinge of vachik, finally struggling to add. "If you immediately go buy the bubble tea and apologize to me in front of my friends, I can consider formally dating you." xuanhuan rolled his eyes. He really had no words. How on earth had he tolerated this woman for so long? 5 years. Was it because his heart was defective? After xuanhuan dug out his heart, he had finally woken up? Forget it. Just go back to your master Zhou. Let's pretend we never knew each other, okay? I'm not here to waste time talking nonsense with you, xuanhuan. Chen Ning took a deep breath to stay calm. Crossing her arms, she continued. "I've come specially to give you this opportunity." "No need," xuanhuan coldly replied. Chen Ning didn't expect him to reject her without hesitation. Her lips trembled slightly as she murmured hesitantly. "So, you're serious, right?" At that moment, an arm circled around xuanhuan's waist. A lazy voice then followed behind him. "Honey, are you done yet? I'm sleepy." Lu Wanyin rested her face against xuanhuan's back. xuanhuan understood that Lu Wanyin was helping him break away from this woman's Zichan. So he smiled, pulling the drowsy Lu Wanyin into his arms, and then looked at the incredulous Chen Ning. "Sorry, my girlfriend is tired, and I hope you won't talk this kind of strange nonsense to me anymore." With that, xuanhuan directly walked past a stunned Chen Ning, carrying Lu Wanyin away from the classroom entrance, leaving behind only a frozen-in place Chen Ning who was unable to recover for a while. That night, Chen Ning was drinking with a few close girlfriends. One out-of-school friend noticed Chen Ning's distracted mood and teased her with a smile. "What's wrong? Not making progress with Master Zhou?" Chen Ning remained silent. Another girl giggled and said, "What Master Zhou? You mean that little junior, your personal puppy, who suddenly turned into a wolf cub? Are you talking about xuanhuan?" The friend exclaimed in shock. "Isn't he always infatuated with you? Now he ignores you. That guy has started seeing another freshman now, also a beauty." As Chen Ning heard more, she became increasingly annoyed and stood up to leave. They quickly pulled her back. Hey, there's no need to get worked up over just one xuanhuan, right?" The girl leaned closer to whisper in Chen Ning's ear. "xuanhuan still loves you. The last name Lu is probably just novelty to him. Besides, I think that little chick is super crafty. She must have given xuanhuan plenty of bad advice." Suddenly, Chen Ning snapped out of it. "Yes, xuanhuan couldn't have changed so drastically. It must be Lu Wanyin's scheme. She's trying to use this trick against me. I won't fall for it." Chapter 7. Unwarranted Disaster. On a remote old street in Lingyu City, a man, clutching his wounded abdomen, stumbled forward. Blood kept seeping through his fingers, leaving a trail of alarming crimson behind him. "Help! Open the door! Anyone save me!" In despair, the man shouted and furiously banged on the tightly shut roll-up doors beside him. However, most shops on this street had already moved out, leaving only some dilapidated storefronts awaiting demolition, with no one answering his plea for help. Suddenly, a scorching breath was exhaled onto the man's nape, mingled with an overwhelming stench. He slowly raised his head. Right before his eyes, a ferocious monster poked its head out from a crack in the wall, its sharp teeth just inches away. The monster bared its teeth, revealing a mouth full of fangs. Frightened, the man fell back onto the ground. The monster didn't give him another chance to escape, leaping out of the fissure. Its jaws bit towards the man's neck. But at the moment those fangs were about to touch the man's neck, a bullet pierced through the monster's neck. The massive impact hurled the monster's airborne body away. Viscous black blood splattered all over the man's face. He was now terrified out of his wits, almost fainting. The mysterious man who killed the monster strolled forward unhurriedly, hiding his face beneath a cowboy hat, while his revolver still emitted gun smoke. Struggling, the monster rose up as its body began to swell and transform, emitting thunderous roars before lunging at the armed man. With a disdainful snort, the man muttered, "Too noisy." Calmly lifting his hand, he fired a shot that instantly broke the monster's leg. Then he quickly pulled the trigger repeatedly, firing 3 consecutive shots in an instant. The bullets pierced through all 4 of the monster's limbs, causing it to collapse heavily, spurting fresh red blood. The man in the cowboy hat slowly approached the monster and said peacefully, "May your soul rest in peace and no longer endure suffering. This is my mercy." Having spoken, he fired a single bullet, shattering the monster's skull. Putting away the handgun, the man reached into the severed neck of the monster and retrieved a pitch-black crystal. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he frowned slightly, then pulled out his phone and walked toward the injured man sitting slumped nearby. "Hey, did you get your intelligence wrong?" Holding the phone between his shoulder and ear, he ripped open the wounded man's clothes to examine the wound. "What? Didn't you encounter any beasts?" "There are beasts, but they're just scout-level ones. What about those promised Vanguard-level ones?" He slowly squatted in front of the man, then tore open his shirt again, terrifying the man so much that he continuously shrank backward. Upon seeing the gash on the other's stomach, the man in the cowboy hat pulled out a yellow talisman from his pocket. "Never mind, search the vicinity. This is a joint commission released by the United Annihilation Association. There shouldn't be any mistakes." "Okay. By the way, I've got an injured person here. Let me handle it. Also, I'm selling this core from the scout-level beast for money. Lao Yu, this doesn't comply with the rules. The voice in the headset obviously sighed, but he knew these words couldn't stop the man. Moreover, the man genuinely needed the money. Don't tell me such things via communication next time. He thanks Lao Du. After hanging up the phone, the man in the cowboy hat directly stuck the yellow talisman onto the forehead of the injured person. Instantly, the wounded person felt dizzy and overwhelmed by a powerful urge to sleep. Mysteriously chanting, the man whispered, "All that you see is an illusion. When the dawn comes, you'll forget everything." You, what exactly are you? Finally, unable to hold on any longer, the injured person succumbed to unconsciousness. If you turn into an infected individual, we will meet again. He carried him to the side of the road and placed him securely, then returned and walked toward the corpse of the monster. Looking at the scattered blood stains on the ground, he lit a cigarette and lost himself in thought. After leaving school, Xuanhuan originally intended to go home directly. However, Lu Wanyin unhesitatingly dragged his hand toward the commercial district not far from the university. "Where are you taking me?" Xuanhuan asked cautiously. After all, the scene where Lu Wanyin decapitated xuanhuan with a single slash yesterday was still vivid in his mind. "What? Are you afraid I'll sell you? That's actually a good idea. Even if I take out your heart, liver, or kidneys, you won't die." Xuanhuan did not respond, because he was indeed pondering over whether this could truly be a profitable method. Seeing Xuanhuan silent for a long while, Lu Wanyin assumed he was angry. Thus she stopped walking, turned around to face Xuanhuan, and with her usual faint smile, said to him, "All right, during these 7 days of monitoring, as long as you don't show any signs of infection, I won't harm you." Saying this, she patted Xuanhuan's head. "Then where are you going to take me? Not planning to invite me for dinner, are you?" Xuanhuan said semi-jokingly. "Sure, I could take you for dinner, but first, you have to help me with something." Soon enough, Xuanhuan found out what Lu Wanyin had in mind. He stood aside watching as Lu Wanyin walked into a newly opened restaurant and came out dressed in a comical teddy bear costume, holding a stack of flyers in her arms. "You just stay here while I'm working my shift. Don't go anywhere. If you break the surveillance order, the consequences will be on you," Lu Wanyin told him while putting on the bear headpiece. "Wukong, draw a circle for your master. I promise not to leave it." Xuanhuan couldn't help but laugh at the cute little bear. "Puffed, puffed, puffed. Your mouth really needs a beating, heartless grass," came the muffled voice from inside the bear suit, sounding surprisingly adorable. Instead, this added to its charm. So he obediently sat by the bench near the park, watching the silly-looking teddy bear handing out flyers to passers-by. This made Xuanhuan recall stories about Lu Wanyin that he'd heard before. Lu Wanyin's family was very poor. Her parents had died in an earthquake when she was young, and since high school, she had worked part-time jobs while studying. Whether she was a supermarket cashier or a flyer distributor like now, she would always do it. At first, he thought these were just rumors. After all, she was already an awakened one, and there was some organization involved. Such organizations usually weren't short of money. There might even be a Batcave full of high-tech gadgets. But today, seeing her worn-out hair accessories and old phone, and how diligently she did her part-time job, Xuanhuan began doubting his previous assumptions. Time passed slowly. As the sky grew darker, the nightlife of the district began to kick off. More and more people appeared on the pedestrian street of the commercial zone. Finally, at around 8 p.m., she finished distributing all the flyers. The teddy bear turned around, ran to Xuanhuan, and abruptly took off the headpiece. Once the headpiece was removed, her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. A few strands, dampened by sweat, clung to her forehead and cheeks, giving her an extra touch of genuineness and vitality. Her sweat glistened under the lights, resembling tiny diamonds decorating her face. Xuanhuan was instantly mesmerized, unable to say a word. "Do I look terrible right now?" Lu Wanyin asked shyly. "Not at all." Xuanhuan scratched his head. "You look beautiful." The atmosphere became slightly delicate. Both of their cheeks flushed red simultaneously, and they both avoided each other's gazes. A cold wind suddenly swept past, making Lu Wanyin sneeze. "Achoo. Is your work done? Go change clothes so you won't catch a cold." Xuanhuan smiled and said, "I said I'd treat you to dinner." Lu Wanyin hesitated. She glanced around and eventually pointed to a noodle shop that was still open. "Eating noodles, is that okay?" Her tone sounded somewhat insecure. It was clear even to herself that having noodles didn't quite count as treating someone to a proper meal. After saying that, she carefully studied Xuanhuan's expression, as if worried whether he'd get upset over her words. However, Xuanhuan chuckled good-naturedly. "Sure, I love eating noodles. Make sure it's a big bowl for me." Seeing Xuanhuan's carefree attitude, Lu Wanyin finally relaxed. "All right, eat all you want, until you're stuffed." Just as Xuanhuan was accompanying Lu Wanyin to return the costume, a person suddenly blocked their way. "Hey, aren't you that little vixen who stole my girlfriend's man?" The newcomer was a sharp-tongued girl about 5 feet tall, Wang Meng, a close friend of Chen Ning. Xuanhuan recognized her immediately. This woman had bullied him plenty because of his previous infatuation with Chen Ning. Don't ask why a girl only 5 feet tall could bully him. Back then, Xuanhuan was just around 5'7", weighing less than 110 pounds, and constantly weak. And this Wang Meng, though barely 5 feet tall, weighed nearly 150 pounds. Plus, back then due to her being Chen Ning's friend, every time she insulted him or directly assaulted him, Xuanhuan had no choice but to endure it silently. Chen Ning had known about all of this, but merely watched with a mocking glance, coldly ignoring Xuanhuan's plight. "What is your problem?" Xuanhuan glared icily at Wang Meng. How many times had this woman harassed him because he used to like Chen Ning? Why should the world revolve around you guys? Jiang Huai scoffed, staring at Wang Ming. What did you just say? I said move out of the way. Wang Ming's face turned bright red with anger. Her eyes darted to Lu Wanyin, and she realized this woman was actually smiling at her. And that smile was full of mockery. Chapter 8, Best Friend. You little tramp. I'm going to beat you to death today. She could no longer contain herself and rushed directly at Lu Wanyin, hitting her head fiercely with the handbag in her hand. The handbag struck Lu Wanyin's face, and the head of the stuffed bear she had been hugging also fell to the ground. Jiang Huai violently kicked Wang Ming away, protecting Lu Wanyin behind him. Wang Ming, I've never seen such a shameless person like you. You're truly just as bad as your so-called best friend. Jiang Huai, how dare you hit me? You useless trash. Just wait. I'll have Ningning settle accounts with you. Settling accounts? Fine then. Let's do that. But we'll deal with hers later. Right now, let me settle things with you first. With that, Jiang Huai grabbed Wang Ming by the back collar of her shirt and pulled her up. What Wang Ming didn't expect was that Jiang Huai, who usually looked frail, now had an extraordinary strength. When he dragged her, she couldn't resist at all. Jiang Huai, you bastard. Waste. You will always be a waste. Jiang Huai dragged Wang Ming towards the chair and threw her onto it directly. Before we talk about being a waste or not, Wang Ming, let's settle our previous accounts today. Lu Wanyin gently covered her cheek that had been hit by the handbag and, after seeing Jiang Huai's actions, revealed a faint smile unintentionally. Not only has your appearance changed completely, but even your strength. Are you really an awakener, or an infected person, Jiang Huai? She whispered softly. At this moment, Chen Ning had just returned home. Upon entering, she saw her parents sitting on the sofa, sighing deeply. It wasn't because of anything else, but because the logistics company run by Chen Ning's father had encountered significant troubles recently. They were close to the point where they wouldn't be able to pay their employees' wages, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Both Chen's mother and father were extremely worried about this matter. But this hadn't significantly affected Chen Ning. She believed that as long as she stayed with Zhou Qin, his family's financial resources and network of relationships would surely help her father's company regain its strength. Therefore, whether emotionally or practically, she was absolutely devoted to Zhou Qin. But why was the one lingering in her heart now someone else? A person she had once refused to even look at, Jiang Huai, the kowtowing dog. Just at this moment, Chen Ning's phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was her best friend Wang Ming. Answering the call, Wang Ming cried uncontrollably on the other end. Ming, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Ning. Please come quickly, Jiang Huai. And that woman Lu Wanyin. They're going to send me to the police station. Then, a very familiar voice came through the phone to Chen Ning. Either pay back the money or go to the police station. You choose. Calling me Emperor won't help. Wah. Ning, please come save me. These two are bullying me together. Chen Ning trembled with anger. Jiang Huai, why involve my best friend in matters between us? At this time, Chen's mother asked from the side. Ning, what's happened? Jiang Huai and his friend, they're bullying my best friend. A man bullying a woman, how disgraceful. I'll go with you. Chen's mother stood up immediately. She had long disliked the way that boy Jiang Huai kept pursuing her daughter. Jiang Huai had no money, no background, and his own quality was terrible. He was entirely someone aiming too high for a beauty like her daughter. For her beautiful daughter, marrying a rich young master was only natural. Now that her mood was already bad, this incident would provide a perfect outlet for her frustration. In the park benches at the East City Commercial Plaza, Chen Ning and her mother saw Wang Ming sobbing on the bench. There stood Jiang Huai next to her, and Lu Wanyin wearing a full-body mascot costume. Ming. Chen Ning walked over quickly, sat beside Wang Ming, and hugged her. What's the matter? Tell me. Wah, Ning, Auntie, Jiang Huai, and that woman bullying me. We bully you. Jiang Huai gave out a cold laugh. This lady is working part-time handing out flyers here. You walk up and start cursing her, calling her shameless, and even break her costume. Asking for compensation isn't unreasonable, right? Jiang Huai said coldly as he glared at Wang Ming. Jiang Huai, you are a man. Why nitpick so much? Can't you be more generous? Chen's mother said as she walked over. However, upon seeing Jiang Huai stand up, she paused in surprise. Strange. Hadn't met for several months, but this guy seems taller, and his figure doesn't seem as weak as before. Even his appearance looks handsomer. Auntie, may I ask who you are? Jiang Huai turned his head to look at Chen Ning's mother. This sentence really made Chen Ning's mother furious. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Chen Ning spoke up. All right, Jiang Huai, stop fooling around. Look, Ming is crying. Lu Wanyin had been standing next to Jiang Huai all along. She softly embraced his arm with her furry costume hand. Jiang Huai, I'm scared, that fat girl is so mean. With a snort, Jiang Huai couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Wang Ming truly had a short and chubby figure, looking just like a ball. Do you see now? It wasn't me who got beaten. The person being bullied is still standing here, and all of you started yelling at me without even asking how the person who got hurt is doing. Ming, why did you hit her? Chen Ning looked at Wang Ming and asked. Wah, I just wanted to do it for your sake. I don't approve. Jiang Huai has always liked you. So why does this woman comment? That's enough, don't say anymore. Chen Ning cut off Wang Ming irritably. Isn't it just about money? How much does this costume cost? I'll pay for it. Saying that, Chen's mother took out her wallet. Here's 100 yuan. Is that enough for you? Chen's mother threw the 100 yuan onto Jiang Huai's chest, and then cursed under her breath. A grown man, nitpicking over petty things. You'll amount to nothing your whole life. Jiang Huai gave a cold laugh in response. He picked up the 100 yuan note, blew on it, put it away, and then looked at Chen Ning's mother with a smile. All right, received 100 yuan. There's still 69,900 left. Chen Ning's mother froze in place. Chen Ning stood up from her seat angrily and pointed at Zhang Huai. Zhang Huai, what do you mean? Are you extorting money or what? Then she looked at Lu Wanin's mascot costume. How could this kind of costume be worth more than several hundred yuan? 7 10,000s. Are you crazy? Zhang Huai, you're an unambitious fellow. Aren't you going to report it to the police? Alright then, let's go to the police station and see how many years of jail time extortionists like you deserve. Chen Ning's mother was also enraged. But only Wang Meng was still sobbing quietly, not daring to utter a word. Zhang Huai completely ignored that old hag and looked coldly at Chen Ning instead. Who told you the 7 10,000s were for the costume? What do you mean? Chen Ning asked back. Why don't you ask this chubby girl how much she borrowed from me in your name over a year? Chen Ning was dumbfounded. She turned to look at Wang Meng. Only then did she realize that Wang Meng had stopped crying and blushed red, tightly clutching her own plump hands. Meng, is what he says true? Did you borrow his money? How much did you borrow? Never mind calculating. I've done the math for you. Each transaction has a transfer record. Altogether, 6 10,000s and 900. 1,000 compensates for the mascot suit. That adds up to 7 10,000s. Zhang Huai smiled and said, Meng, how could you act like this? I'm not your boyfriend. So what? Wang Meng suddenly gave up on trying to salvage anything. Ning, I did it all for you. A man's money is meant to be spent on women. I am helping you, cultivating his awareness to spend money on you. So why should I repay this money? He likes you so much, and I am your best sister. There is no way I will pay back this money. No, you must pay it back. Zhang Huai's eyes stared sharply at Wang Meng like a hawk. In that moment, Wang Meng felt a little uneasy under the gaze. Chen Ning took a deep breath. She decided to stand by her friend. After all, Wang Meng had always been nice to her. Whenever Zhang Huai made her unhappy, Wang Meng would scold and even hit him without hesitation. One could say such a good friend needed her support. Zhang Huai, this money. Come on, big guy. You're not lacking this money, right? Meng's family isn't well off. Can't you let it slide for my sake and not make her pay back? Zhang Huai exchanged a glance with Lu Wanin. Then both of them couldn't help but laugh a bit. Finally, Zhang Huai turned his head to look at Chen Ning and sneered. Chen Ning, where do you get the confidence to think your face is so valuable to me? Chapter 9 Fragility. Inside the police station, the police officer looked serious as he observed the group of people who had been brought back. After hearing the ins and outs of the situation, he intended to have the parties mediate with each other. But the women from the other side were extremely obstinate and directly refused any possibility of mediation. The police officer was confused. Weren't these the ones who had assaulted someone and owed money that they haven't repaid? Mediation would clearly benefit them, so why wouldn't they see this as an advantage? Since he refused mediation, we'll proceed with official protocol, the police officer declared as he slapped down a file. Chen Ning's group couldn't care less, while Chen Ning's mother sarcastically remarked, it should be handled officially. Lock up this fraudulent little beast and let her eat prison food. The police officer almost chuckled but held it in. He picked up the document he'd flung on the table earlier. He then began a legal education session for Wang Meng and her group. Wang Meng, the most crucial point. The police officer looked up at Wang Meng. Are you his girlfriend? I. Wang Meng was unable to utter a single word. Knowing they were in the wrong, Chen Ning tugged his mother who still wanted to argue and gave Wang Meng a meaningful look. All right, I am willing to pay back. Finally, Wang Meng could only helplessly nod. After leaving the police station, Zhang Huai looked at the three of them and said, that's enough talk, pay the money. Wang Meng now had no spirit left. She somewhat embarrassingly said, I don't have money. Zhang Huai wasn't angry. She pointed at Chen Ning standing beside her and said, no problem, isn't she your good friend? Ask her for it. Wang Meng, tears brimming in her eyes, looked at Chen Ning and pleaded, Ning, can you please help me? Chen Ning bit her lips. She felt very distressed inside. 70,000 yuan wasn't a small amount to her. Zhang Huai, I don't have that much money right now. Give me 5,000, and can we call it even? Zhang Huai laughed out of anger. To reduce 70,000 to 5,000, sister, you're truly a genius in bargaining. What are you thinking? Pay up now. If you really can't afford it, write an IOU. Chen Ning was seething with anger. Chen's mother eventually couldn't bear it anymore, pulling her daughter and indicated that they should quickly write the IOU under Wang Meng's name. We're leaving. With the IOU thrust into Zhang Huai's hands, the trio left the police station. It wasn't until the trio was long gone that Zhang Huai finally let out a deep sigh. What's wrong? Feeling pity for your so-called perfect person because they've suffered. Lu Wanin sat on the steps nearby, supporting her chin on her hand. She smiled as she looked towards Zhang Huai. No, Zhang Huai's expression had never been happier. This feeling is just too amazing. After such a commotion, they didn't manage to eat dinner. Remembering that there were vegetables in the fridge, Zhang Huai decided to cook dinner for Lu Wanin herself. Zhang Huai used the meat and vegetables from the fridge to prepare a fairly rich meal. Lu Wanin stared in amazement. Zhang Huai even noticed that this girl seemed close to tears after seeing the abundance of the meal. This made him somewhat reflect, not knowing what kind of life this young woman has lived. If there's anything you want to eat during the observation period, you can tell me. At the dining table, Zhang Huai grinned as he served Lu Wanin some food. Lu Wanin's eyes glistened with moisture. While eating, she quietly murmured, in fact, I can also cook. If I get the chance in the future, I can also make dinner for you. All right, I'm looking forward to it. This meal made Zhang Huai feel like Lu Wanin might have let her guard down against him slightly. She was now curled up on the sofa, holding a bag of chips in her hands, watching TV while eating with great enjoyment. I'm going to take a shower. Jiang Huai turned toward the bathroom, only to find Lu Huanin following closely behind, even beginning to undress. What are you doing? Jiang Huai quickly turned around, face bright red as he asked sternly. Looking innocent, Lu Huanin replied, her pale abdomen gleaming in the light. Isn't it agreed to be a 24-hour uninterrupted surveillance? Since you're taking a shower, I must follow. This. What sort of propriety is this? At least leave a bit of private space when bathing. Didn't I bathe alone in the morning? Lu Huanin tilted her head in thought and finally reluctantly nodded in agreement. Then, only when you're bathing. But other times, vigilance cannot be relaxed. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Huai hurriedly entered the bathroom, fearing that the girl might change her mind. The sound of water soon started to flow loudly. As Lu Huanin curled up on the couch, she faintly smirked. Of course, she still remembered that Jiang Huai had already taken a bath by himself in the morning. Just now, she had been teasing Jiang Huai deliberately. This kid, when embarrassed, looked rather cute. When sleeping at night, it remained the same, sharing the same bed with handcuffs as per the routine. Jiang Huai resisted, but it ended up being a futile effort. Good night. As soon as Lu Huanin bid Jiang Huai good night, she closed her eyes, and within seconds, her even breathing could be heard. She was really punctual, no more, no less. Jiang Huai could only helplessly close his eyes and try to sleep. But for some unknown reason, his body now felt as if it had the endurance of a device that could last 24 hours after just 5 minutes of charging. He slowly sat up and was surprised to find that Lu Huanin was no longer by his side. Looking around, he couldn't spot Lu Huanin anywhere in the room. What about the promised 24-hour surveillance? Jiang Huai sighed wryly. He originally thought Lu Huanin had gone to the bathroom, but after waiting for over 10 minutes, she still hadn't returned. He got out of bed. Fortunately, today the handcuffs weren't attached to the bedpost. Jiang Huai put on his clothes and walked out of the room, checking the bathroom first, but finding no one there. Then he heard some noise from the balcony. Jiang Huai tiptoed towards the balcony, only to be greeted with a breathtaking scene. The bright moonlight cascaded down, enveloping Lu Huanin in a misty silver glow. She was still wearing the white lace nightgown, looking like a beautiful dream. The thin hem fluttered in the night breeze, outlining the graceful curves of her figure. The lace trimming on her shoulders was faintly visible, adding an alluring touch. Her black hair flowed freely behind her, contrasting sharply with the white gown, making her skin appear as smooth as congealed fat, impossibly beautiful. Lu Huanin's hands were resting on the balcony railing as she tilted her head upward, gazing at the starry sky. Jiang Huai noticed that her elongated eyes reflected the bright moon, yet they were filled with a hint of melancholy. As Jiang Huai paused to admire this stunning sight, Lu Huanin turned her head slightly and gave him a chilly stare. Next time you sneak up on me like this, I'll kill you. Jiang Huai froze at her words, then blushed as he scratched his head. I just didn't see you come back after so long, and I started worrying. A soft chuckle erupted from Lu Huanin. Her previously frosty expression melted instantly as she smiled. I was just kidding. This smile left Jiang Huai somewhat dazed. As if unable to control himself, his feet carried him to the balcony, standing beside Lu Huanin. Can't sleep? Jiang Huai asked awkwardly, trying to laugh it off. You've got something on your mind? You're a good person, Jiang Huai. Lu Huanin's sudden comment caught Jiang Huai off guard. Why was she suddenly handing out a good guy card? Then, forcing a dry laugh, he said, it's unfortunate sometimes that good people don't get rewarded. Jiang Huai. Lu Huanin interrupted Jiang Huai. Turning her head, she locked her gaze onto him and spoke each word clearly. If you were infected, I would kill you. Jiang Huai remained silent for a while before sighing. If I became the kind of monster that ate people like xuanhuan, then you killing me would be justified. But, Lu Huanin hesitated in her response, her eyes shimmering. But I don't want to kill you. Jiang Huai never expected Lu Huanin to say such a thing. He had always thought this girl was cold and merciless, pretending for the sake of appearances, but now it seemed she was more fragile than he imagined. Chapter 10, Under the Moon. Then I will surely try my best not to become an infected person, and I will turn into what you said. An awakener. There was a trace of bitter laughter in Jiang Huai's voice. However, his eyes were very resolute, as if he were searching for a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Lu Huanin was amused by Jiang Huai's words. Her smile under the moonlight seemed particularly pure and sweet, like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating everything around her. You're such a fool. This isn't something that can be changed just by your own wish. Though tinged with teasing, there was much more concern and understanding for Jiang Huai in her tone. She walked lightly to the windowsill, the moonlight spilling over her, outlining her figure like a delicate silhouette. The girl leaned on the railing of the windowsill, her gaze seemingly piercing through time and space, returning to those distant memories. After a long pause, she broke the silence herself, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. You must have heard about my family, right? Jiang Huai nodded. My parents died in a beast tide when I was very young. That day was my 5th birthday. Everything happened so suddenly. During the beast tide attack, it was my master who saved me. He took me in when I was nearly dead, adopting me. His real job was indeed that of a worker. There was a hint of melancholy in Lu Huanin's words, but more importantly, gratitude and respect for her adoptive father. Our night demon patrol isn't as powerful as other awakeners organizations. We owe a lot of money, but whether it's my master or the others in the organization now, they've never let me suffer even a single day of hardship. Having said that, she gently fished out from her pajamas the old rabbit hair clip. It was the first gift he gave me. Not that I don't want to change it or anything, but this item means a great deal to me. She carefully held the hair clip in the palm of her hand, as if it were the most precious treasure of her life. I see. It seems that Lu Wanyin cares deeply about this matter. She apparently didn't want Zhang Huai to misunderstand her as trying to elicit sympathy. Your master must have doted on you immensely. Zhang Huai smiled and said. Lu Wanyin vigorously nodded, her eyes twinkling with deep love for her adoptive father. My master is the best person in this world to me. He is also my only family left in the world now. Her voice carried a slight lump in her throat, but more importantly, it was filled with determination and pride. That's why you've become the little son everyone in school likes. Zhang Huai had some thoughts at this moment. Looking at Lu Wanyin, he was filled with admiration and emotion. Lu Wanyin at school, Lu Wanyin in front of him, Lu Wanyin before executing missions. Perhaps none of it was an act. All of that was Lu Wanyin, the real her. Her strength, optimism, and kindness were all true reflections of her character. Who is stronger, you or your master? Zhang Huai suddenly wondered and asked. My master is a 6-star senior awakener of the association, and I am just half-baked. Actually, I'm really scared to fight beasts. Facing infected people is fine, but once it's a beast. As she spoke, Lu Wanyin tightened her grip, taking the hair clip back. Zhang Huai understood. Lu Wanyin's parents had died in the claws of beasts, perhaps casting a shadow over Lu Wanyin which humans could not easily escape. Maybe I'm just not suited for battle. Hearing Lu Wanyin's words, Zhang Huai stretched lazily, then drew a little closer to the girl. But you still chose to fight, to face the things you are not good at. In my view, that's very remarkable. Lu Wanyin turned her head slightly and looked at Zhang Huai, then showed a somewhat guilty smile. Zhang Huai, maybe I shouldn't say these things to you. After all, I might end up being the one who has to kill you. In this instant, Zhang Huai saw the gleam of light in the girl's eyes. Those bright twin pools reflecting the stars above seemed to have found someone she could confide in. Zhang Huai, I really like eating what you cook. I know saying this sounds strange, but I really enjoyed living at your place for the past 2 days. She couldn't finish speaking halfway, her voice also choking up. Zhang Huai raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the girl's cheeks, half-jokingly saying, if you don't mind, this kind of monitoring can go on indefinitely too. What do you mean? Lu Wanyin's eyes were filled with astonishment, and this was no act. It was the genuine emotion of the young girl in this moment. It's just a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks, isn't it? Zhang Huai scratched his head, smiling as he said this. Lu Wanyin lightly bit her lips. Just as she was about to say something, a sudden flash of crimson light passed through her pupils. Then, a short shriek came from the alley below. Zhang Huai also heard this sound. As he was about to lean forward for a peek, Lu Wanyin had already turned around and rushed out of the house. Zhang Huai knew that something might have happened. He hesitated again and again over whether he should follow, but in the end, he ran out behind Lu Wanyin. In the quiet night, a piercing cry suddenly echoed from a dimly lit lane. This was followed by dragging sounds and strange chewing noises. When Lu Wanyin and Zhang Huai arrived following the noise, the sight before their eyes left them speechless. A woman dressed in a white coat was being dragged into the shadows deep within the alley by some kind of monster. Her trail of blood stained her blouse crimson. The woman was nearly dead, completely devoid of strength to resist. Under the faint moonlight, they both discerned the true form of the monster. It had the lower body of a human, while its upper body resembled a centipede covered in dense appendages. On its head was a twisted human face, which feasted voraciously on the woman's body. The woman lay paralyzed on the ground, her facial muscles still convulsing. The creature appeared to be intentionally not killing her. It enjoyed her flesh while using a hand to pat her head, forcing her to emit weak moans. To be eaten alive while still conscious is clearly one of the most painful and despairing things in this world. And this was exactly what the monster wanted. It seemed like a gourmet of bizarre delicacies who preferred meals fresh rather than cooked. Suddenly, the woman's head lying on the ground swiveled slightly, seemingly noticing that Zhang Huai and Lu Wanyin were hiding at the corner. She tried her best to stretch out her hand, the half-devoured face trembling slightly. Her exposed teeth chattered, the sound emanating from her throat sounding as if it came straight from hell. Save me. Lu Wanyin wanted to rush over. Zhang Huai abruptly pulled her back. There's no way to save her. This thing doesn't look like one we can easily deal with. Then let her go quickly. At this moment, there was none of the warmth or fragility that Lu Wanyin had shown on the balcony earlier. Now, she was just like the first time Zhang Huai met her, calm, decisive, and showing no fluctuation of emotion. Her silhouette under the moonlight appeared particularly chilly, akin to a soulless reaper preparing to carry out her mission. But what she intended to do now was different from that of a grim reaper. That woman was almost done for. The monster was continuously ripping out her internal organs from her abdomen, blood flowing endlessly from her remaining half-complete face. Zhang Huai should have recognized this woman. She was also a resident of the apartment building. They must have exchanged greetings when passing each other on the stairs in daily life. But the more familiar people are in everyday life, the more horrifying it becomes when witnessing such a grotesque situation. Lying helplessly on the ground, one of her eyeballs had been gouged out, still hanging next to her cheek connected by nerves. Realizing she had no chance of survival, tears began streaming from her intact eye. Kill me, please. I beg you. Chapter 11. Crisis. Zhang Huai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and felt an urge to vomit. If it hadn't been for Lu Wanyin last night, he would probably have been treated the same way by xuanhuan. Trembling, he turned to Lu Wanyin beside him and asked, Is there still hope for her? This was obviously a stupid question. Lu Wanyin shook her head with a look of indifference on her face. Unless she has a body as abnormal as yours. Then, She raised her hand and summoned a pitch-black sickle, which gleamed with a cold light. At the same time, the monster that had noticed their presence threw away the remains of the woman, emitting a shrill roar as it pounced toward the two of them. Step back behind me, xuanhuan. This is an infected one, codenamed Hundred Hands Worm. She instinctively wanted to place her hands over her ears, but realized she wasn't wearing headphones. She was also only clad in a sleep dress. Codename Reaper, beginning the slaughter. After speaking to herself like this, she took a step forward with the agility of lightning, instantly closing the distance between her and the monster. That pitch-black and sharp sickle drew an elegant, yet fierce arc in the night. A flash of cold light passed, and one of the monster's forelimbs broke off with a sound, landing on the ground with a dull thud. Dark red blood gushed out from the wound, splashing onto xuanhuan's cheeks. She exhaled slightly, and a white mist of breath escaped from her lips. In the next instant, the glint of the blade flashed again, and the sickle cleanly severed the long spine of the beast into two parts. The monster let out a piercing scream and crashed to the ground. Xuanhuan deftly retracted her sickle and flicked the blood off the blade. The fight had just flashed past in an instant, yet she showed no signs of fatigue at all, her breathing remaining steady. xuanhuan had already been stunned, and since Xuanhuan had told him to close his eyes last night, he hadn't seen the girl's fighting stance. Watching her up close now left him even more deeply impressed. Xuanhuan squatted down beside the woman and gently placed the latter's hands on her chest. May your soul find peace and no longer suffer in the next life. The woman's pupils trembled, unable to utter even half a word. Then, with a flash of cold light, the sickle severed the woman's neck, sending her off on her final journey. Afterward, Xuanhuan slowly walked toward xuanhuan, opening her mouth with a calm tone. I'll call the organization's logistics team to handle the aftermath. Now we first. Before Xuanhuan could finish her sentence, she suddenly sensed something. It was a presence that was very familiar to her. xuanhuan had also noticed that behind Xuanhuan, a rift was gradually tearing through the air. Watch out, xuanhuan shouted while running towards Xuanhuan. The young girl slowly turned around and locked gazes exactly with the monster's head emerging from the rift. Her pupils suddenly contracted. The face of the monster suddenly twisted into a horrifying grin, revealing a set of menacing fangs gleaming with chilling light under the moonlight. It suddenly opened its mouth wide and lunged towards Xuanhuan's head. At the critical moment, Xuanhuan suddenly snapped out of her daze, instinctively raising the sickle in her hand. But it was too late. She barely managed to parry in time before the monster bit down hard on the edge of the sickle. For a moment, the two forces were locked in combat midair. Then the monster abruptly whipped its head, throwing Xuanhuan, along with her weapon, violently into the brick wall behind her. Bang! Amidst the muffled collision, there was a short, sharp cry of pain from the young girl. Xuanhuan felt an overwhelming force surge toward her, every organ in her body shifting painfully in that instant, bringing forth a bitter taste of copper in her mouth. Weakly sliding down along the wall root, she slumped onto the dirty ground, barely holding herself upright. Blood trickled down from her temple corner as Xuanhuan struggled to breathe amidst excruciating pain. Her vision blurred due to the severe agony. The sickle she held had slipped from her grip and landed some distance away on the ground. Xuanhuan feebly turned her head, wanting to look at xuanhuan, but found her vision so blurred that she could no longer see where the young man was. With all her strength, she called out, "xuanhuan, quick, run!" The huge figure and terrifying features of the monster gradually emerged from the rift, emanating a sinister and threatening aura with every inch. Xuanhuan struggled to try to sit up, but found her legs had gone weak. What filled her with despair most was not the injury, but her own fear. This isn't an infected one. She heard her own voice trembling, filled with disbelief and shock. Yes, she finally realized, this creature was not one of the low-level infected ones she usually hunted. This was a genuine beast, and this beast clearly possessed significant intelligence. After emerging from the rift, it did not rush into killing, instead enveloping the entire alley with its oppressive aura, creating a perfectly safe hunting environment. After finishing all that, he began chewing on the body of the infected one that Xuanhuan had just killed while slowly approaching the young girl, his eyes gleaming with cruel bloodlust. Xuanhuan shakily tried to move her body backward, but she felt every part of her body screaming in pain, as if it would fall apart at any moment. Fear surged over her like a tidal wave. This was not the first time. She never thought that after so long, she would still feel so powerless in front of the beast. The monster got closer, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth, letting out streams of filthy blood, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Xuanhuan. At this critical moment, a stone flew through the air and struck the monster on the head. It immediately let out an angry roar and violently turned its head toward the direction from which the stone had come. Run! Xuanhuan's voice sounded nearby as he shouted. I'll hold it off. You escape quickly. Saying this, he threw another stone at the monster. This time, the monster became completely enraged. Its eyes flashed ferociously, abandoning the defenseless Xuanhuan and pouncing toward xuanhuan instead. Xuanhuan watched helplessly as the savage beast closed in on xuanhuan, her heart filled with growing anxiety. Biting her lips tightly, she tried to suppress her fear, trembling as she reached for the sickle lying on the ground, muttering self-encouragement under her breath. I can do this. I'm no longer the same as before. I can do this. But even when her hand finally touched the handle of the sickle, her uncontrollable trembling prevented her from lifting it up properly. A deep sense of powerlessness and anger welled up in Xuanhuan's chest. Memories flooded back like waves, her parents being slaughtered by the beasts, the screaming crowds fleeing, the blazing firelight, and the nauseating smell of blood. However, a sudden scream snapped Lu Wanyin back to reality. She turned her head abruptly. She saw that xuanhuan had already been grabbed by the monster, held firmly in its massive claws. It seemed to enjoy torturing its prey, taking no immediate action to bite off xuanhuan's head after grabbing him. Instead, it used its sharp claws to gradually rip xuanhuan's arm off, piece by piece. Blood gushed out in spurts, splashing into the air. Lu Wanyin could feel the warm, sticky liquid splashing onto her face, her pupils shrinking drastically, her expression going blank. The excruciating pain nearly caused xuanhuan to lose consciousness. In that instant, an overwhelming wave of rage began rising in his heart. Chapter 12, The Monster. He screamed in agony, yet did not beg for mercy. Instead, with his last bit of sanity, he shouted loudly at Lu Wanyin. Run? Don't just stand there like an idiot. His voice was so hoarse it was barely recognizable, his face covered in blood. It was a sight too terrible to behold. You damn awakened one. So run already. You mustn't let these monsters live. Go. Avenge me later. His voice grew increasingly hoarse. Every word seemed to drain him of all strength. Lu Wanyin stood there motionless, her vision blurred by tears. That's right, the awakened, the silent protectors of this world, fighting silently on the front lines, sacrificing their lives to safeguard the peace of this land. But what was she doing now? Letting an innocent civilian die in her place? Then continuing to be cowardly, never able to face the beasts? Lu Wanyin took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and gripped tightly onto the scythe in her hand. When she lifted her head again, fear still lingered in her eyes, but they also contained a touch of calmness and resolve. She charged toward the monster that was tearing at xuanhuan, her silver-white long hair dancing in the wind. Blade Hunter, start. The girl's voice trembled as she forced her body into action, leaping high into the air. The sickle in her hand glinted coldly as she viciously hacked down at the monster's arm. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh had never been so pleasing to the ears. The beast let out a howl of pain as its right arm was severed at the sound, blood spraying everywhere. Xuanhuan's body fell to the ground. The monster roared, its roar filled with anger, terror, and mockery. Yes, the expression of the monster became mocking, as if everything before it was a farcical performance. It leaned back slightly, its mouth full of sharp teeth gaping open, emitting an ear-piercing cackle. This laugh echoed in the quiet alley, causing chills to run down spines. As if it were laughing at how feeble and ridiculous the girl's resistance was. Lu Wanyin gripped her weapon tightly, warily staring at the monster. Her whole body dripped with cold sweat. Her sleep dress was already soaked with sweat and blood, sticking tightly to her skin. The monster suddenly struck. Its mangled body appeared before Lu Wanyin in the blink of an eye. Its sharp claws attacked directly towards the girl's face. Lu Wanyin dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. However, just as Lu Wanyin thought she had evaded the attack, her eyes suddenly widened in extreme horror as her pupils contracted sharply. It was at that moment she saw a gleaming steel blade sprout from the wound, reflecting a chilling cold light. Blood splattered everywhere. Before Lu Wanyin's horrified eyes, the blade plunged fiercely into her chest. Lu Wanyin felt a chill pass through her chest, followed by excruciating pain spreading across her entire body. A wave of sour bitterness surged up her throat. She tried to call for help, but could only utter weak moans. xuanhuan almost lost consciousness several times. He felt his body leaning against the brick wall. The pain from the severed arm tore through him. This feeling was even more painful than when his heart was being gouged out the previous night. He didn't know why his healing ability suddenly failed at such a time. What troubled him even more was the fact that no sounds of combat were heard. Drip, drip. Instead, something warm was dripping onto his head and running down his face. It was blood. Shaking, xuanhuan raised his head and was met with the girl's delicate face, now drenched in blood. He saw Lu Wanyin hanging in midair, pierced through the chest by a steel blade, helplessly convulsing and struggling. Blood completely soaked her body. Her beautiful face devoid of pain now looked vacant like a doll. At that moment, xuanhuan's heart nearly stopped beating. His mind went blank. The world seemed to have lost all color in an instant. Great sorrow and fear engulfed him, making him feel suffocated and dizzy. The monster appeared satisfied with everything that transpired, letting the girl's body slowly slide off the steel blade and fall into xuanhuan's arms deliberately. Xuanhuan. Lu Wanyin struggled to lift her head, her gaze weakly locking onto xuanhuan. Seeing xuanhuan still alive, her eyes lit up slightly, her lips curling into a pale smile. I'm still. xuanhuan trembled, using his remaining hand to tightly embrace the girl's body. He could feel her body gradually turning cold. That steel blade had pierced through her heart. There was no saving her. It's so great, you're fine. She spoke word by word, each word exhausting her entirely. Blood continuously flowed out of her mouth, dripping down her chin, tracing alarming red streaks on her ashen face. I'm fine, it's all because of you, you protected me. So you must be okay too? You absolutely must be okay. Xuanhuan, I have to ask you something. The girl tried to lift her hand, but had no strength at all. Xuanhuan immediately grabbed her hand. What you said, on the balcony, was it true, or were you teasing me? Xuanhuan, for reasons he didn't understand, instantly comprehended what the girl was referring to. He nodded furiously, unable to stop sobbing. It's true. So true. If you wish, we can keep going, forever. Lu Wanyin trembled, a look of relief appearing on her face. She looked deeply at xuanhuan one last time, her eyes filled with countless unsaid words. I want to eat. You're cooking? Just once more. Then, she slowly closed her eyes and never opened them again. Xuanhuan stared blankly at Lu Wanin's lifeless face, his mind numb. He wanted to shout, to stop this from happening, but tears choked him, leaving him voiceless. That monster threw back its head and emitted a maniacal laugh, as if watching some satisfying farce. Then it slowly approached Xuanhuan, each step splashing in Lu Wanin's blood. An intense anger blazed within Xuanhuan, threatening to consume his very soul. It was rage, frustration, regret, and an indelible sorrow. He despised the world's cruelty, the unfairness of fate, and most of all, his own helplessness in this moment. The suppressed fury deep in his heart had reached its breaking point, ready to burst forth at any second. Xuanhuan quivered all over, his fists clenched tightly, nails cutting into his palms until they bled profusely. The monster's cruel laughter continued to ring in his ears, tormenting every nerve. Suddenly, everything seemed to lose color in Xuanhuan's eyes. The surroundings turned stark black and white, the air itself saturated with an aura of death. Only the monster, the vivid red blood, and Lu Wanin's pale face stood out in this monochromatic world. A wave of unbearable pain spread through his entire body, causing Xuanhuan to scream in agony. His bones resonated with a creak, feeling like they might shatter any second. His muscles convulsed violently, and it felt as if his internal organs were being ground into pieces. He collapsed onto his knees, curling up painfully. Sweat mixed with tears rolled down his cheeks. His body started to undergo a monstrous transformation. His skin gradually turned pale, revealing ghostly white bones which covered him like armor. Even his severed arm regenerated, finally forming into a complete white bone helm that enveloped his entire head. In the blink of an eye, there stood a towering creature clad in skeletal armor. It was imposing, over 2 meters tall, its frame entirely silver white with bone joints protruding like thorns. The eyes, encased in those skeletal confines, suddenly blazed with icy blue flames. A presence emanated outward almost instantly. Groups of hunting organizations around simultaneously paused their activities. Some lifted their heads while sitting amidst heaps of infected corpses, showing eerie smiles. Others stopped typing, adjusted their glasses, and moved to their bedsides, gazing towards some corner of the city. Still others touched their cowboy hats, gripping beer bottles tightly, their vision becoming clear little by little. Everyone became uneasy due to this presence. This was the essence of a beast, and the tier of this essence was Abyss tier. Yet the beast facing this overwhelming aura remained oblivious. It cautiously neared the enormous white skeletal figure, attempting to ascertain its reality. Extending its sharp claw, it lightly prodded the iron-hard chest of the white bone creature, producing a knock-knock sound. Despite the formidable size of this entity, clad in gleaming white bone-like battle armor, it still fell short compared to the other. Seeing no reaction, it once again raised its head and cackled madly, the echoes resounding harshly through the silent alleyway. Subsequently, it raised its steel-edged broken arm and viciously chopped downwards toward the head of the white skeletal figure. The razor-sharp blade carved a fierce arc through the night, about to descend upon the bony headpiece. At the critical moment, a skeletal arm shot up abruptly, countering the lethal blow with incredible speed. There was a metallic clang. A crisp metallic snapping sound rang out as the steel blade was directly shattered by the white monster, its broken pieces deeply embedding into the cement ground. The beast widened its eyes in shock, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before it. Its grotesque face twisted with fear as it staggered back several steps. This creature, usually cautious and vigilant, had never imagined that tonight's string of successful hunts would cost it the very alertness it relied on to survive. And now, when it finally sensed the danger, it was already too late. The bone-covered monstrosity slowly turned around, exuding an aura of death. It took heavy steps, approaching the beast one step at a time. Each step caused the earth to tremble. Each one felt like stomping directly on the beast's heart. In the next second, a hand covered in bony war armor shot out like lightning, tightly gripping the throat of the beast. The strength was astonishing, as if attempting to crush the creature's windpipe into nothing. The beast let out a pained roar, struggling wildly. Its claws frantically scratched at the arm of the white skeletal monster, but in vain, not leaving even the slightest scratch on the pristine white battle armor. In the blink of an eye, the other hand of the white creature plunged straight through the abdomen of the beast. With the creature's agonized scream filling the air, it tore the body apart ruthlessly, splitting it down the middle. Torn skin, severed tendons, and shattered bones were scattered all over the ground, its dark red internal organs strewn everywhere. Even before it could let out a final cry, the beast met its miserable end at the hands, or rather, claws, of this white fiend. But the bloodbath wasn't yet finished. The skeleton bent down, inserting one of its hands into the beast's split remains, fumbling through the mangled mass for something specific. It didn't take long to find its target, a pitch-black crystal emanating an opaque energy. Clutching it firmly, it crushed the black crystal instantly, releasing countless streams of dark vapor into the body of the bone giant. Change began immediately. The tailbone of the skeletal titan suddenly started growing uncontrollably, elongating into a metal-hard tail that dragged heavily along the ground. Moments later, the colossal figure moved again, taking measured, heavy strides toward Lu Wanin. The bone giant knelt down gradually, extending its clawed hand and gently caressing her cold cheek. At this moment, its own skeletal chest plate opened slightly, revealing the vulnerable area beneath. With excruciating slowness, it pierced its own torso, allowing crimson blood to flow steadily, staining the once pure white bone armor. Quickly, it extracted a dark emerald green crystal from within itself. Placing it carefully on the lifeless chest of the young girl, it waited. After a long while, the crystal slowly seeped into Lu Wanin's body. Lowering his head, the bone giant stared fixedly at the motionless girl lying on the cold ground. Every trace of vitality had fled her frame. Her once immaculate white gown was drenched in blood, turning an alarming deep red. Her disheveled tresses were matted with clotted blood, clinging in strands to her ashen face. The beautiful girl's eyes were shut tight, her long lashes tipped with drops of blood, appearing as though they would never open again. Then, the skeletal giant gently cradled her lifeless body in his arms, handling her as delicately as if she were a fragile porcelain doll. Her limp form rested softly in his grasp, devoid of any life, flowing unnaturally in the embrace. He held her corpse, slowly walking out of the narrow alleyway, filled with foul stench. A night breeze swept through, stirring up dust and pebbles beneath its gusts. Pale moonlight bathed the ghostly skeletal structure of the giant, highlighting the bloody marks that adorned his bone armor. As he stepped out of the alley, a revolver was already pressed firmly against his forehead. My goodness gracious. The man grinned excitedly, adjusting the cowboy hat perched atop his head, his gaze fixated intently upon the skeletal giant, as though he'd stumbled across the rarest treasure. Would you look at that? It's actually an abyss-tier beast. I'm one lucky son of a gun. However, as the man's eyes shifted to the dead girl in its arms, his grin froze mid-face. You, what the hell did you do? Chapter 13, I won't let her die like this. The man's tone lost its mockery, and his eyes emitted a golden and dangerous glow. His fingers were trembling, but he still pressed them on the trigger. He was about to shoot this son of a bitch. But at this moment, the armor on the white giant skeleton started to peel off bit by bit. The man was still in anger until he saw that under the bones there was actually a teenage boy. His expression changed from anger to astonishment. Damn it, what the hell are you? Xuanhuan's armor peeled off completely, fully reverting to human form. The moment he disengaged from the battle armor, he felt overwhelming fatigue flooding into his body. His legs trembled, then he slowly collapsed onto the ground. The man glared icily at this mysterious youth. I don't care what you are, but answer me one thing. Did you kill this girl? When he first laid eyes on Lu Wanin, he already understood that the young girl had no vital signs left. So now for him, this ghostly thing either would be killed outright as an outlet for his rage, or it must explain everything first, and then be killed out of rage. Xuanhuan slowly raised his head, looking at the man with tired eyes, and softly asked, Who are you? The man's anger intensified. He grabbed Xuanhuan by the collar and gritted his teeth, saying, I'm asking you a question. If you don't answer right now, I'll blow your head off. Xuanhuan glanced at Lu Wanin and felt his head pounding. He remembered everything that happened earlier clearly, but the action he performed last was what confused him most. He placed his core inside Lu Wanin's broken heart. She isn't dead, Xuanhuan said. Doubt laced through his voice, which even he couldn't believe. What did you say? The man exerted more force on Xuanhuan's collar, making it difficult for him to breathe. I don't know how to explain, but she is still alive. Xuanhuan struggled to say. She has no heartbeat anymore. Just as the man said these words, something caught his gaze, something he heard. He noticed the slight rise and fall of the girl's chest. He heard the previously motionless heart of the young girl, slowly regaining rhythm. What did you do to her? There was excitement in the man's voice, but also anger. Xuanhuan was almost collapsing. He felt like he was mired in mud, every movement causing his body to sink further down. Finally, he looked up at the man. I won't let her die. Then Xuanhuan slowly collapsed in the man's arms. The pale moonlight illuminated the pallid faces of Lu Wanin and Xuanhuan. The man noticed their breathing so synchronized, their heartbeats responding to each other. A terrible idea formed in his mind. Is his apprentice still considered human? A sound of chains shaking resonated, jarring Xuanhuan back to reality, forcing him to open his eyes. Xuanhuan realized he was back in that office once again. Click. At that moment, a faint unlocking sound caught Xuanhuan's attention. He slowly turned his gaze toward the door. With a creak, the old wooden door of the office was gradually opening. This door had finally been opened. Swallowing his saliva, Xuanhuan took a step toward the door, cautiously peering outside. He discovered that the world outside was brightly lit, devoid of any trace of terror. And this seemed to be an administrative area for some kind of facility. Numerous desks lined the space, but there were no documents on any of them. Xuanhuan stepped out slowly. Above his head was the continuous rustling of the overhead fan blades. Beyond that, nothing else stirred. He moved past those desks, avoiding touching anything. Upon reaching another door, Xuanhuan felt his heart racing, as if he knew the things beyond this door would be completely different from now. And the top of this door had a big warning. Prison priority area, no unauthorized entry. He assumed it would be as hard to open as the previous office door. However, with just a light push, the thick iron door swung outward easily. Of course, behind the door lay darkness, stale and humid air carrying the scent of mold. As if with each breath, he was inhaling history's dust. This dark, eerie void enveloped all the space tightly, leaving Xuanhuan somewhat suffocated. Lifting his foot, he stepped into this darkness. But the darkness didn't last long. With every step Xuanhuan took, the candles on either side of the path seemed awakened by a mysterious force and lit up one after another. The eerie blue flames danced in the darkness, emitting a strange and captivating glow. These flames brought no warmth but an intense chill, illuminating the way ahead, while also reflecting the droplets on the walls around, which shimmered with a cold radiance under the blue firelight. Clang, clang. The sound of chains clinking was heard again as it had at the start. Xuanhuan followed the sound, gradually quickening his pace. One enormous prison cell after another flashed past him. He could feel that within these cells were entities he could not yet comprehend, and those entities were watching him with eyes of judgment. For a moment, Xuanhuan couldn't tell who was truly the creature caged, them or himself. Was this prison prepared for them, or for him? He stopped before a cell only to find its door locked with a thick, heavy lock. Then, from the darkness inside came a heavy gasping sound. Clang. At this moment, the sound of chains echoed again, as if calling out to Xuanhuan. He could do nothing but ignore the stares from all around and hurry forward following the chain's call. Soon he reached the end of this dark, deep corridor where there stood a huge, blood-red iron gate. On the surface of the iron gate, peeling paint dripped like viscous blood. As Xuanhuan approached closer, a sharp, pungent stench of blood filled his nostrils. Logically, in dreams, one shouldn't be able to smell or taste. So, if this wasn't his dream, where exactly did he go during sleep all these years? Xuanhuan quickly found a plaque beside this gate. Prisoner, by high. Rank, Abyss. Sentence, infinite. Evolution method, core consumption. Subjugation level, by high belongs to a special beast body. It won't submit to anyone. If you want its acknowledgement, then let it consume more cores. Xuanhuan slowly extended his hand toward the prison gate. The instant his palm touched those sticky liquids, he felt a power calling out to him. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, then, following that power, pushed hard. With his movement, the iron gate emitted a harsh screeching sound, echoing through the empty corridor with a peculiarly chilling and eerie effect. The red iron gate slowly opened, revealing the inner darkness. A damp, musty air rushed out, pressing against his senses with a suffocating oppressive feeling. As Xuanhuan's eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, he saw what was inside the prison room. In the dark corner of the room, a monster covered entirely in bones quietly stood still. It stood 3 meters tall, its bones jutting out from beneath the skin in a sight so gruesome and bone-chilling. Just at that moment, the skeletal giant slowly turned its head, and a pair of eyes behind the bony armor suddenly flickered with an eerie blue flame. Xuanhuan inhaled sharply, instantly feeling his internal organs quiver. Almost immediately after, a counting sound arose behind him. Xuanhuan turned around and saw a large screen appearing above what was originally dark space. The numbers displayed on the screen read 8760:00:00. A year? What did this represent? Then a piece of white paper floated gently down from the ceiling and landed right in Xuanhuan's hand. As soon as he touched the paper, countless characters flew from all directions and filled the paper. Dear stranger, hello. When you read this letter, I believe you have already realized your uniqueness. Xuanhuan noticed the words gathered on the white paper in handwriting style. The letters were elegant and lively, likely written by a woman's hand. I am deeply sorry that I cannot greet you personally, but now the prison has run into a problem. As you can see, during a rebellion, all the original prisoners escaped. Now only prisoner 001 remains obediently in the cell. Although this may not be very appropriate, but I hope that by high can be our little gift to you. I have to inform you, once you entered this prison, you have no retreat. You must pass the trial, become the new warden, retrieve the stolen soul weapons, and bring back those fugitive prisoners. I believe you are an extraordinary person, and I hope you will be the person by high has always been waiting for. Once again, I apologize, dear warden. I hope you will love this prison. By the time you finish reading this letter, the doomsday countdown will also begin. Good luck, my dear warden. The instant Xuanhuan finished reading the last sentence, an array of dripping sounds came from above his head. Looking up, he saw the numbers on the electronic screen start to change. 8759:58:32. As expected, it was a 1-year countdown. Xuanhuan felt as if the countdown numbers were being etched into his soul bit by bit, deeply and indelibly. Then, a woman's sobbing sound echoed in his mind. This sobbing was like pulling at his thoughts, making him wake up from the dream once again. When Xuanhuan opened his eyes, what he saw was an unfamiliar and shabby ceiling. Beneath him was a hard wooden bed, and there was a smell of instant noodles wafting into his nostrils. With effort, he sat up and realized he was in a small and old single room. Although the room was quite run down, it was spotlessly clean. The most valuable item in this room was perhaps an old-style television. Otherwise, it could be said that the room was utterly bare. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly noticed something. There seemed to be a person crouching by his bedside. And when he saw who it was, Xuanhuan froze for a while. Then his heartbeat surged violently. Lu Xuanhuan. Apparently hearing Xuanhuan's voice, the girl immediately lifted her head. There were still traces of tears in her eyes, and her originally dull gaze instantly regained its vitality. She quickly wiped her eyes and tried to keep her voice steady. You've woken up, are you feeling okay? Before Xuanhuan could respond, she continued speaking. It was my fault last night. I failed in my duty. In front of that beast, I couldn't protect you, and instead, you got yourself into danger because of me. I am really sorry. Are you feeling any issues with your body now? She stopped mid-sentence because Xuanhuan had suddenly embraced her. That's great. Xuanhuan's voice quivered as he said, You're all right. Lu Xuanhuan was momentarily stunned, then hesitated before lifting her hand, lightly hugging Xuanhuan back. Yeah, thank you for protecting me. After quite some time, Xuanhuan realized it might not be appropriate, and slowly let go of Lu Xuanhuan, only to find that her face had turned slightly red. This shouldn't be. Wasn't the little demon usually fond of teasing him? Xuanhuan, I want to ask you a question. Lu Wanyin looked earnestly at Xuanhuan. Did I die last night? In response to Lu Wanyin's question, Xuanhuan didn't know how to answer. What happened last night was too bizarre, and he himself hadn't yet figured out exactly what it was all about. Just then, the sound of unlocking came from the door, and the man wearing a cowboy hat walked in. Ho ho, awake already? You recover pretty fast, huh? The man held a brown paper bag in one hand and a plastic bag in the other, which contained 3 cups of soy milk. If you're awake, hurry up and eat breakfast. As the man passed, seeing Lu Wanyin kneeling beside Xuanhuan's bed, he couldn't help but snort. How can he possibly be dead? Is it necessary for you to stay by his side all night? It's my mission. Lu Wanyin turned her head to look at the man and said without emotion, 24-hour supervision. So I must watch over him. Ho ho, have you started favoring someone else? Sigh. Once girls grow up, they're hard to control. The man put the soy milk and the fried dough sticks from the brown paper onto the table, then picked up a bowl of instant noodles. So the source of the instant noodle aroma Xuanhuan had smelled earlier was here. Lu Wanyin stuck out her tongue at the man and made a face. May I take the liberty of asking? Xuanhuan found an opportunity to interject, asking, where am I now? At my place. Lu Wanyin answered without hesitation. Xuanhuan paused for a second, unable to associate this dilapidated and humble little house with the vibrant young lady he'd seen in school. But soon, he nodded and asked, is he your master? Yes, he's my master xuanhuan. He is an A-level awakener of the organization, very capable. Girl, you're almost going to reveal my ID card. The man grumbled while eating his noodles. Watching the man devouring his noodles, Xuanhuan suddenly felt a spasm in his stomach. Then a gurgling sound came from within him. Eat breakfast first. Lu Wanyin said to Xuanhuan. She intended to help him to the table, but Xuanhuan insisted that his body had already recovered. Xuanhuan glanced at Xuanhuan, then pushed the brown paper bag towards them. Thank you, master. He ignored Xuanhuan and continued eating his noodles nonchalantly. At this moment, Lu Wanyin recalled the earlier topic. Old you, did I really die last night? If it's true, how did I come back to life? You silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Xuanhuan glared at Lu Wanyin. If you were dead, would you be sitting here eating breakfast with me now as a ghost? Lu Wanyin rolled her eyes at Xuanhuan and then looked at Xuanhuan. I remember very clearly from last night. That beast killed me. Why am I completely unharmed now? Xuanhuan had just taken a bite of fried dough stick when Lu Wanyin's question almost made him choke. He quickly glanced at Xuanhuan, who was also glaring at him. It seemed as if Xuanhuan was silently saying, Kid, if you dare to say anything, I'll shoot you right now. Xuanhuan had never realized before how expressive someone's eyes could be. It seemed Lu Wanyin had sensed these two didn't intend to tell her. She frowned slightly, then touched her chest. Her heartbeat was steady, with no abnormalities at all. Everything that happened last night felt like a dream. Teacher you. Thank you for bringing me to your home last night. Xuanhuan hurriedly changed the subject and looked at Xuanhuan while speaking. I didn't even know where you lived. I thought about leaving you there, but you're still under supervision. If something went wrong, my young apprentice wouldn't even get a bonus. After hearing Xuanhuan's words, Xuanhuan chuckled. Lu Wanyin also temporarily gave up on getting answers from the two of them. She wasn't one to pester relentlessly. Moreover, since she had no issues herself, once the time was ripe, she believed she'd know everything. There was no denying that this was a kind of great composure in its own way. Little Lu. Suddenly, Xuanhuan said to Lu Wanyin, who was taking a red bean bun out of the brown paper bag. Go buy me a pack of cigarettes. As he spoke, he threw a 20-yuan bill onto the table. No, I need 24-hour supervision. Just go when I tell you to. I'm here watching, and as your guardian, I have the right to take over your mission. Lu Wanyin silently protested with her eyes, and Xuanhuan fished out another 20-yuan bill. Here's your tip, go quick. But this task was specifically assigned by headquarters. Xuanhuan took out his phone and made a call. Hey, old dude, listen, I just wanted to mention something about the task you assigned to my young apprentice. I think it might be too. I'll go already. Lu Wanyin huffed and grabbed the money, standing up. Before leaving, she didn't forget to take another red bean bun to bite into. Oh, what I mean is, don't you think the reward for the task you assigned to my apprentice was a bit too low? Ha ha ha, no joke, that's all. But, watching Lu Wanyin stomp angrily to the door, put on her shoes, and leave, Xuanhuan couldn't help but smile. These two master and apprentice really looked like father and daughter. Chapter 14, Deal. Remember to bring back 2 more packs of instant noodles. As Lu Wanyin opened the door and was about to leave, Xuanhuan shouted after her retreating figure. Lu Wanyin let out a cold snort as she shut the door. Then murmurs from the girl could be heard at the doorway. And what running fee? He clearly didn't intend to leave anything for me. When Lu Wanyin's footsteps had completely disappeared, Xuanhuan turned his head to look at Xuanhuan. And with this turn, his eyes were already completely different from before. Kid, now let's have a talk. His voice was low and carried a hint of threat. You'd better give me an explanation. What are you exactly? Xuanhuan is also one of the old awakened individuals. He participated in battles against the Shobe, Beast, Tides, and knows how terrible beasts can be. Not even those of abyssal level, but just lord-level beasts have strength that ordinary awakened ones cannot match. Last night, that white-bone giant would be hard even for Xuanhuan himself to confidently take down. I really don't know. Xuanhuan helplessly sighed and said, I hope you could explain to me why my body turned into that. Hee, this is truly strange. Xuanhuan set aside the finished bowl of instant noodles and then scrutinized Xuanhuan carefully. That girl told me about your condition, and I personally investigated it upstairs. While talking, he took out 2 cans of chilled beer from a fridge that was old and broken, making plenty of noise. You were attacked by an infected person named Parasite, right? The girl saved you. Her report says that you possess superhuman restorative powers, correct? Xuanhuan handed a can of beer to Xuanhuan. Even though Xuanhuan doesn't usually drink beer first thing in the morning, he still accepted it. Yes. Bullshit. Xuanhuan slapped the table, speaking seriously. No matter how powerful an awakened person's restorative power might be, no one can survive with their heart ripped out. You need to understand the difference between restorative ability and regenerative ability. Sorry, I'm not very familiar with awakened people. Xuanhuan opened the beer, drank a sip, then looked at Xuanhuan and asked, so, what exactly am I? Have you figured it out? Xuanhuan sighed, and also gulped down some beer. Do you really want me to say it? I should have the right to know. After hesitating for a moment, Xuanhuan nodded. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe such a ridiculous situation. Are a beast. This sentence struck Xuanhuan like a thunderclap in broad daylight. Even if he didn't know much, yesterday he had personally witnessed the beasts. Is he one of those monsters? You can hear me out before being shocked, Xuanhuan continued. That white skeleton form you took last night indeed belongs to a beast, but right now there isn't a trace of the beast's presence on your body. You're completely like a normal human. Saying this, Xuanhuan unhappily pulled out a cigarette box and lit a cigarette. This is precisely the thing that confuses me the most. Then, remembering something else, he glanced towards Xuanhuan. Can you control that kind of force? Could you try transforming now and show me? Xuanhuan felt like Xuanhuan was being somewhat unreasonable. After all, he only triggered that transformation under extreme anger in a dire situation. But as soon as Xuanhuan entertained this thought and tried to activate that force, he immediately sensed changes in his body. At the same time, he saw Xuanhuan's cigarette fall from his mouth onto his crotch. Oh my ass. Xuanhuan jumped up, knocking the cigarette off his pants and pointing at Xuanhuan. What in hell are you? Xuanhuan had transformed into the white bone giant, quietly sitting in the chair. However, in the next second, crack, the chair shattered outright, causing him to sit squarely on the floor. And another crack sounded. The floor beneath him developed cracks as well. Sorry, the white skeleton voiced in a low, muffled tone. He supported himself on the table's edge, trying to stand up. Crack. The tabletop broke apart under pressure. The white skeleton scratched its head, standing taller than 2 meters, piercing through the chandelier above, plunging the entire room into darkness instantly. Thereafter followed a cacophony of noises. That's enough. That's sufficient. Withdraw your abilities. Please transform back quickly. 3 minutes later, Xuanhuan replaced the chandelier with a spare light bulb. As the living room brightened again, he breathed a long sigh. When the girl comes back, tell her that burglars entered. Teacher you, xuanhuan isn't stupid. Xuanhuan's face revealed despair, but how could he explain otherwise? Treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Your situation is indeed very special, which makes it impossible for you to recall clearly how you revived my disciple, right? After the wooden table was gone, the two could only sit on the worn-out sofa. Yes, it felt like an instinctive reaction at the time. As he said this, Xuanhuan's gaze turned cold again. I checked her body last night when she was unconscious. Her heart had indeed shattered, but it regenerated right before my eyes, just like your situation. After speaking, Xuanhuan slowly took out his phone. Glancing at Xuanhuan, he continued, logically, I should report your condition to my superiors. After all, you can turn into a beast, a case we've never seen before. Xuanhuan felt somewhat tense. He'd heard xuanhuan talk about this organization called Night Demon Patrol. Though not large, it worked in cooperation with the government. Every member of Night Demon Patrol harbored no mercy whatsoever for infected people or beasts. If he fell into their hands, there would be only 2 outcomes. In the best-case scenario, they'd put him down quickly. In the worst, he might be dissected and studied. After all, Xuanhuan had emphasized multiple times that his situation was very unique. Even if I let you go, it doesn't mean others will. The aura you released last night was too powerful. It may have already drawn the attention of every organization in Lingyu City and the surrounding cities. Xuanhuan didn't respond, but instead fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he came up with a very bold idea. If I can't escape, then could you teacher please recommend me to join Night Demon Patrol? Xuanhuan blinked, then burst out laughing. Ha 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 kid, you've got some guts. You're not trying to run away, you want to join them? But joining Night Demon Patrol requires tests, and as soon as you transform into those skeletal bones, you'll be exposed. No, you teacher, I don't need to transform into the skeleton. Haven't you forgotten why I'm under surveillance? This statement made Xuanhuan realize something. He eyed the young man before him with a different kind of gaze. You're suggesting that you're an awakened person with superhuman regenerative abilities? That's correct. Xuanhuan nodded. Xuanhuan took a puff of his cigarette, then exhaled the smoke. With one hand gripping his phone, he smiled at Xuanhuan. Give me a reason. A good reason not to sell you to the organization. After a moment of silence, Xuanhuan said, for the sake of your disciple. A trace of coldness flickered in Xuanhuan's eyes. Are you threatening me? Not a threat, you teacher. Though I'm unclear how exactly I revived xuanhuan, I have a feeling that if I die, xuanhuan won't survive either. This time, it was Xuanhuan who locked eyes with Xuanhuan in a direct stare. So, you teacher, are you willing to bet on my intuition? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense, broken only by the sizzling sound of the burning cigarette butt. After a long pause, Xuanhuan chuckled coldly. Kid, you're not as honest as you look. This sentence brought a tinge of guilt to Xuanhuan's heart. Indeed, no matter how noble his words sounded, This amounted to using Lu Wannin's life to pressure Yuqinshan. But he had no choice, neither did Lu Wannin. Now, the decision rested entirely in Yuqinshan's hands. I've never been this powerless in my whole life. Yuqinshan crushed the cigarette, but directly in his palm, then looked at Xuanhuan as if talking to himself. Damn, what a loss. I don't know how much money I could get from turning you over. All this just for a girl I picked up back then, huh? Shaking his head helplessly, he finally said, deal. Chapter 15. If you don't make money when you can, you're an idiot. Dewdrops slid over the shoulder of the young girl. Chun Ning tilted her face up, letting her entire body bathe under the showerhead. For some reason, she couldn't stop remembering the words Xuanhuan had said to her. And then she would get more and more angry. Her hand lightly caressed her body, then touched certain parts. But what came to mind was Xuanhuan. This made her very uncomfortable, and the more she forced herself not to think about it, the less control she had. Chun Ning, who originally didn't allow Xuanhuan to touch her even while they were dating. At this moment, all she could think about was his figure. That bastard, making me write an IOU. That's just outrageous. She was both embarrassed and angry, quickly washing her body and leaving the bathroom. Lying in bed, thinking about Xuanhuan's recent changes, Chun Ning couldn't help but remember how he used to be obedient to her every wish. Her parents were arguing again outside the door. It seemed still because of the company issues. Her father's company couldn't pay salaries anymore. But what did that have to do with her? As long as I'm with brother Zhou Qin. Money? It's no problem at all. Brother Zhou Qin has been very attentive to me these past few days. But why does Zhang Huai's idiotic figure always pop up in my mind whenever he wants me to stay overnight? Idiot. The current Zhang Huai is already as tall as brother Zhou Qin. He's always been handsome, but he looks frail because of his frequent illnesses. But these few times I've seen him, Chun Ning thought that Zhang Huai seemed like a completely different person. Right at this moment, her phone rang. Chun Ning immediately sat up in bed, with a kind of anticipation in her heart. But even she didn't want to admit that she was actually looking forward to Zhang Huai's call. Humph, finally decided to call me. But when she saw the caller ID showing Zhou Qin, there was actually a hint of disappointment in Chun Ning's heart. Xiao Ning, may I invite you to go shopping? This should have been something she would agree to without any hesitation. Now, however, Chun Ning felt extremely upset. Brother Zhou Qin, I am here, it's just. I'll pick you up in an hour at your doorstep. Xiao Ning, whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. An hour later, Chun Ning walked on the bustling pedestrian street with the man. This man was indeed very tall, with decent looks. But for some reason, Chun Ning didn't feel as much as before towards this former white moonlight. And this Mr. Zhou naturally couldn't really marry Chun Ning. He already had a betrothal, and his life abroad was extremely debauched. If it weren't for his grandfather's upcoming 70th birthday, he wouldn't have returned to the country. After returning, he found that Chun Ning was becoming more beautiful, so he had thoughts of playing around with her. Xiao Ning, wait for me here, I'll go get the car. At this moment, Chun Ning was standing by the roadside waiting for Zhou Qin to come pick her up in his car. Just then, she caught a glimpse of a shadow. That's Zhang Huai. When Chun Ning saw Zhang Huai's back, she was immediately stunned. The joyous emotion in her heart was almost about to burst forth. But immediately, she remembered that Zhang Huai dared to make her write an IOU, and he flirted openly with other women in front of her. She felt infuriated. So Chun Ning, wearing high heels, quickly strode towards the boy she saw. But halfway through, she thought it wasn't appropriate. How could she seem so disordered? Thus, she calmed herself down and pretended to stroll leisurely, walking behind the boy. Zhang Huai, Chun Ning said coldly. Zhang Huai paused, then turned around to look at Chun Ning. It's you, is there anything? Is that what tone is this? Shouldn't he be groveling to tell me he was wrong that day and hope for my forgiveness? However, upon seeing Zhang Huai, her surprise outweighed her anger. Because the Zhang Huai in front of her now was completely transformed into another person. Not only was his figure taller, but even the face that once looked timid became chiseled and extremely handsome. Especially those eyes. They emitted a cold gleam like a hawk's. Is this still the Zhang Huai I know? I'm asking you a question, is there anything? Zhang Huai repeated once more. I was just. Surprisingly, it was Chun Ning who stuttered. At this moment, the uncle standing beside Zhang Huai spoke. Wow, what a beauty. Who is this? Only then did Chun Ning realize that Zhang Huai wasn't alone. Next to him stood a middle-aged uncle dressed shabbily, wearing a cowboy hat. Kid, is this beautiful lady someone you know? The man smiled at Zhang Huai while asking. Zhang Huai shook his head with a cold look in his eyes. Not very familiar. Probably here to pick a fight. Hey, young man, what did you do to make such a pretty sister unhappy? Sister, come on. Tell brother what he did to you. Uncle will beat him up for you. Chun Ning rolled her eyes at Yuqinshan and took a deep breath. Just as she was about to tell Zhang Huai that she wanted to talk to him alone, there came a sharp sound of brakes behind her. A limited edition high-end sports car stopped by the roadside. The door opened, and Zhou Gongzi, adjusting his expensive coat, walked over. Xiao Ning, why didn't you wait for me by the roadside? The man wrapped an arm around Chun Ning's waist. Chun Ning's first reaction was resistance. For some reason, after seeing Zhang Huai again, she had a strange feeling. She didn't want Zhang Huai to see her being affectionate with Zhou Qin. Thus, she gently pushed Zhou Qin away. Zhou, big brother Zhou Qin, I haven't agreed to go with you. But the man clearly didn't care about this. He roughly pulled Chun Ning into his arms again, and then looked at the two people in front of him with a provoking gaze. Junior Zhang Huai, you've really changed a lot. The man completely ignored Yuqinshan, whether he was Zhang Huai's father or some other relative. This kind of obviously poor chump like Zhou Qin would never be worth looking at. My little Ning has been quite giving you face already, yet you still refuse to let go. and now you're even harassing my Xiao Ning on the street? Do you think the Zhou family is easy to bully? Zhou Qin grinned sarcastically while looking at Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai's eyebrows slightly tilted upward as he looked at Zhou Qin, who was about the same height, but much bulkier than himself. Yet there was no hint of fear in his eyes. Get a doctor if you're sick. Don't bark on the streets like a dog. This greatly surprised Chen Ning. If it were the old Jiang Huai, after seeing Zhou Qin, he would definitely have been scared stiff, screaming something like, "Don't underestimate a poor young man," or similar lines. Jiang Huai's retort and the icy stare made Zhou Qin find it quite interesting. Little brother Jiang Huai doesn't seem as pathetic as you said, Xiao Ning. I didn't say he was pathetic. Zhou Qin sneered as he took out a card and flicked it onto Jiang Huai's chest before it dropped to the ground. There's 500,000 inside. Take the money and scram. Don't show up in front of Xiao Ning ever again. Before Jiang Huai could speak, Yu Qinshan's eyes lit up, and he quickly squatted down to pick up the card. Oh wow. Thank you, noble sir. Jiang Huai, Zhou Qin, and Chen Ning were all dumbfounded. Who exactly was this old guy? Huaier, hurry up and thank the noble sir. Uncle Yu, I can't accept this. Can't your MLGB? Are you stupid for not making money when someone throws cash at you? This BYD, stupid, rich kid throwing money at you. How could you possibly not take it? Jiang Huai was amused by Yu Qinshan. Zhou Qin's face had turned white with anger. You old thing, are you asking for death? Chen Ning quickly hugged Zhou Qin's arm. Big brother Zhou Qin, there are many people here, don't lose control. Zhou Qin glanced at the passers-by and gave a cold snort. He raised his hand and pointed at Jiang Huai. I'll be waiting for you, Jiang Huai, you're dead. After saying that, Zhou Qin turned and left with Chen Ning in tow. Son of a bitch. No, noble sir. Take care, noble sir. Ha ha. Yu Qinshan bowed deeply as he watched the two enter the sports car and drive off, giving them the middle finger behind their backs. Chapter 16, Night Demon Patrol. The previous small episode did not bother Jiang Huai at all. After all, in his eyes, Chen Ning was just like air now. No, air wouldn't make him feel so irritated. Ouch, my goodness. You old hag. Isn't this money too easy to earn? 50 million. 50 million. Yu Qinshan said while handing over the card Zhou Qin left earlier to Jiang Huai. It's for you. Consider it as my joining gift. Ha ha. You learn pretty fast. On the right track, kid. Yu Qinshan didn't hesitate. He patted Jiang Huai's shoulder and then put away the card. Jiang Huai no longer wanted to talk about this topic, so he smiled at Yu Qinshan and asked, Teacher Yu, where are we going now? Jiang Huai followed Yu Qinshan, thinking he should at least have a car. But instead, Yu Qinshan directly took him to the bus stop. Just follow me. I won't sell you off. Yu Qinshan waved his hand impatiently. Let me tell you beforehand, kid. Although you don't carry any trace of beast aura after recovering your human form, if you reveal even a tiny bit of animal power within the territory of demon hunters, I can't protect you. While waiting for the bus, Yu Qinshan stood with his hands in his pants pockets, holding a cigarette in his mouth looking very carefree, and said to Jiang Huai, I'll be careful. Although Jiang Huai had yet mastered controlling that mysterious force entirely, at least he could avoid accidentally transforming into that skeleton figure. Earlier at Yu Qinshan's house, he practiced repeatedly, gradually gaining control over the transformation skill. This feeling made him feel both excited and nervous. And through Yu Qinshan's observation, when Jiang Huai partially displayed that astonishing power, there would be no noticeable signs of a beast's aura being revealed, perhaps only a minimal amount, which might be hard for awoken individuals not specifically tasked with detecting such forces to discover. Only when fully covered by bones, transforming completely into that skeletal giant, Jiang Huai would become an actual beast. Soon, the bus brought them to the old district, and until then, Jiang Huai still held some expectations. After all, the old district looked dilapidated but might hold hidden marvels. But when Yu Qinshan led him to a rundown two-story house, Jiang Huai froze. The exterior walls of the building were severely peeled, the paint on the windows had faded, giving it a time-worn look. We've arrived, our main base. Yu Qinshan nodded at Jiang Huai. After Yu Qinshan's words, Jiang Huai completely lost hope. High-tech secret bases existed only in movies. In reality, it was this weathered old building. As if sensing Jiang Huai's thoughts, Yu Qinshan chuckled twice. Do you think we're spies? Yu Qinshan smiled again. We Night Demon Patrol have limited resources. Besides, the more inconspicuous a place is, the safer it is. Jiang Huai thought that at least a password or a secret signal should be required to enter. Unexpectedly, Yu Qinshan simply pulled out an antique copper key from his pocket, effortlessly unlocking the corroded iron door. Fortunately, after opening the door, there was no musty smell or dust expected. Instead, a pleasant floral fragrance wafted through. Dim yellow lights illuminated the first-floor hall, which wasn't overly spacious. Lao Du, I've brought the person here. Hurry down. Yu Qinshan shouted upstairs after approaching the stairs. Originally, Jiang Huai intended to ask who this Lao Du was, but since they were about to meet anyway, he refrained from questioning further. A few minutes later, Jiang Huai saw a man in his early 30s descend from the second floor. Jiang Huai immediately stood up and watched them. Yu Qinshan hurried forward, grinning widely as he pointed at Jiang Huai and said, Lao Du, this is the guy I mentioned to you. He wants to join our group of awakened ones, Yu Qinshan glanced at Jiang Huai, then asked, What's your name again? Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai immediately announced his name and extended his hand towards the man. The man was slender with a calm, cold countenance. His gaze was piercing, emanating an authoritative aura that commanded respect automatically. He didn't shake Jiang Huai's hand, but wore a stern expression instead. I'm Du Qinghong, the vice president of the Night Demon Patrol organization. However, at this point, Yu Qinshan leaned toward Du Qinghong and whispered something quietly. He just donated 50 million yuan to our organization. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you. Du Qinghong immediately clasped both of Jiang Huai's hands firmly. Even his expression became significantly more spirited instantly. Jiang Huai twitched slightly at the corner of his lips, but finally deemed himself successfully accepted. The man went straight to the point, speaking calmly, yet carrying a touch of unquestionable authority. Lingwen already mentioned your situation in her report, and old you briefly informed me. Let me confirm one last time. Du Qinghong looked at Jiang Huai and asked, are you an awakener of the regeneration type? Jiang Huai nodded, trying to keep his voice as calm as possible. Yes, after being attacked by the infected and having my heart dug out, my body exhibited regenerative phenomena. As Jiang Huai spoke, he glanced over Du Qinghong. He was dressed in a simple, black ancient-style long robe, wearing a pair of glasses that exuded an elegant scholarly air. However, he consistently maintained a detached and stern expression, making it difficult to guess his true thoughts. Good, since old you has vouched for you, I'm relieved. I'll submit your information to the association. Then Du Qinghong paused for a while before finally speaking to Jiang Huai again. The organization has the duty to discover awakeners, but we cannot force them to join us. After understanding the world of awakeners, you can decide whether to join. But Jiang Huai shook his head and smiled. No need. Uncle Du, I will join your organization. What's its name? Night Demon Hero. Night Demon Patrol. Du Qinghong corrected him. Can I know why? As you've seen, the current operation of the Night Demon Patrol is very bad. We owe quite a lot of debts, and we don't have many resources to cultivate a new awakener. After saying this, old Du felt it wasn't appropriate, so he quickly added, of course, we dream about having new members join us. But considering your future, I must say these things beforehand. Jiang Huai could sense Du Qinghong's sincerity, and he nodded. So can you tell me the reason? Du Qinghong stared straight into Jiang Huai's eyes and asked. Because Lu Wan'an saved my life. Jiang Huai smiled, and said it to Du Qinghong. The room fell silent. Even Yu Qinshan didn't say a word. After a long while, Du Qinghong laughed. You're honest and straightforward. Then he extended his hand again. Welcome to the Night Demon Patrol. Just then, the door of the building was suddenly pushed open. Jiang Huai turned his head, and saw Lu Wan'an standing worriedly at the door. Perhaps due to running here, her lovely little face was flushed slightly, and her hair was disheveled by the wind. Old you, why didn't you wait for me? Ha ha, look, old Du, I told you this girl is in love. You didn't believe me. I just took someone away for a moment, and she followed right after. Hearing Yu Qinshan's words, Lu Wan'an's face became redder, and she threw the cigarette she was holding at Yu Qinshan, who easily caught it with one hand. Hee thanks. It's still within the 24-hour supervision period. I can't leave him. Lu Wan'an walked to Yu Qinshan. After seeing old Du, she managed to suppress her anger, but still complained unhappily. What kind of nonsense is this? This guy is already one of us from the Night Demon Patrol. Yu Qinshan pulled out a cigarette while talking to Lu Wan'an. Cough, cough. Du Qinghong coughed twice, seemingly to remind Yu Qinshan they were indoors. However, Yu Qinshan completely ignored it and lit the cigarette directly. Du Qinghong sighed helplessly. At this point, Jiang Huai also understood why there was a floral fragrance in the room. It seemed to be used to neutralize Yu Qinshan's cigarette smell. Old Du, has Jiang Huai joined us? Lu Wan'an's eyes lit up when she asked Du Qinghong. All right, I will submit his data to the association. There's nothing left today. You'd better take Jiang Huai out. Lu Wan'an didn't hesitate to nod. After the door closed, Du Qinghong sat on the sofa and made a gesture inviting Yu Qinshan to sit beside him. Yesterday's Vanguard-level mission you accepted, I've reported it for you. The reward will soon be credited to your account. Hearing Du Qinghong's words, Yu Qinshan hurriedly raised his hand to salute. Hey, efficiency, appreciate it. Don't rush yet. I have something to ask you, old you. What is it? That Vanguard-class beast you killed last night. It wasn't you, right? Yu Qinshan fell silent, and Du Qinghong's gaze grew sharp. The atmosphere in the room became tense. The remnants of the beast you brought back showed multiple tearing wounds, clearly having been violently torn apart with its core removed. Du Qinghong leaned back with one leg crossed, looking at Yu Qinshan. I know your combat style well, which is definitely not how you fight. Also, although the association doesn't require submission of the core, may I assume by default that the core is in your possession? Yu Qinshan chuckled awkwardly. Nowadays, there are many places where money is needed, so please turn a blind eye, okay? Yu Qinshan couldn't tell him the truth, as the core had already been absorbed by Jiang Huai. Du Qinghong and Yu Qinshan stared at each other for a long time, and finally he adjusted his glasses, sighing. Never again. Ha ha ha. Old Du, I knew you're a good guy. As Yu Qinshan was about to stand up, Du Qinghong called him again. Wait, old you. Just as Yu Qinshan was heading upstairs, Du Qinghong stopped him once more. The association detected the appearance of an Abyss-class beast last night. Although it was very brief, its location was still captured, near the Vanguard beast you killed. I want to ask you. Du Qinghong looked at Yu Qinshan's back and said word by word. Did you see that Abyss-level beast? Yu Qinshan didn't turn around, silent for a while. He slightly turned his head with a carefree smile. Don't play jokes on me. An Abyss-level beast, if it really appeared without any signs in the city, are all the people from Tianqi Guild just eating shit? Silence. Another moment of silence. Du Qinghong slowly massaged his temples, looking a bit tired. Let's consider it as Tianqi Guild's misjudgment then. Old you, remember, if anything happens, be sure to tell me. You should trust me. Yu Qinshan glanced sideways at Du Qinghong, and then laughed and nodded. Afterward, he went upstairs without looking back. Chapter 17. If you're going to act, go all the way. After coming out from the old building with Lu Wanyin, Zhang Huai was still thinking about what he had heard earlier, that the Night Demon Patrol organization was in collaboration with the country. But judging from the current situation, there didn't seem to be any such atmosphere. While he was pondering, Lu Wanyin suddenly stopped walking ahead of him and turned around. With her hands behind her back, she looked at Zhang Huai. What's wrong? Zhang Huai asked, puzzled. Close your eyes. Lu Wanyin said it plainly. Confused by what she meant, Zhang Huai watched as Lu Wanyin slightly furrowed her brows. Quickly, close your eyes. I have a gift for you. A gift? And closing my eyes? Zhang Huai couldn't help but think, is this a kiss? Did that time with Xuanhuan count as a kiss? At this thought, Zhang Huai blushed slightly but still closed his eyes, forgetting even to ask why she would give him a gift. In the darkness, Zhang Huai felt Lu Wanyin getting closer. She was so near he could smell the faint scent coming from her hair. Then, as expected, his lips touched something. But this firm sensation was certainly not a kiss. Suddenly, Zhang Huai felt Lu Wanyin shove this thing straight into his mouth. He opened his eyes and found that Lu Wanyin had already taken a step back. Only then did he notice a sweet aroma in his mouth. It turned out to be a lollipop. One for each of us. Lu Wanyin took out another lollipop and popped it into her own mouth. Although I don't know exactly what happened last night, I do know that it was you who saved me. Lu Wanyin turned around, her back toward Zhang Huai, and said softly, I won't force you to tell me what exactly happened last night. Anyway, thank you, Zhang Huai. The sweetness of the lollipop spread slowly in his mouth, intertwining with her gratitude, making this simple gift surprisingly touching. Zhang Huai sighed with a helpless smile. Once again, he'd been tricked by this girl. But just then, Zhang Huai noticed that Lu Wanyin seemed somewhat melancholy. The candy in her mouth couldn't even make her smile. This was different from the indifference she usually displayed. It was like she had lost something. What's wrong? Zhang Huai asked. Nothing. I just want to congratulate you, Zhang Huai. Congratulations, you didn't become an infected person, and you successfully joined the organization. Judging by your expression, it doesn't look like you're congratulating me. Smiling, Zhang Huai said. Well, Lu Wanyin glanced up slightly, looking at Zhang Huai. Well, the 24-hour surveillance is almost over. I won't come to your house anymore. Zhang Huai froze, seemingly understanding Lu Wanyin's intention from earlier. I'll go back first. Can you find your way home on your own? Zhang Huai's face showed no sign of a smile now either. Then, see you later. Lu Wanyin slightly lowered her head. Just as she passed by Zhang Huai raised his hand and grabbed her arm. I just remembered, you can't leave. Lu Wanyin was startled by Zhang Huai's sudden move. As she looked up at him, she quickly lowered her head, remembering the tear that was about to fall. You haven't cleaned up after the mess you created yet. Zhang Huai pulled Lu Wanyin close, staring directly into her eyes as he asked, You've forgotten? What mess did I create? Lu Wanyin whispered. In front of all those people, you claimed you were my girlfriend. If you just up and leave, how am I supposed to explain? Am I supposed to say I got dumped again? Do I look like someone without pride? Feigning seriousness, Zhang Huai gazed intently at Lu Wanyin, which caught her off guard. Stammering, she replied. I didn't know. What do you plan to do? Keep acting. For how long? I don't know, but at least for now, you can't go home. Lu Wanyin's cheeks flushed red, still avoiding Zhang Huai's gaze. But old you. He wouldn't agree. Before she finished her sentence, Yu Qinshan's voice came unexpectedly from the second-floor window. TCH. Nonsense. At this point, dragging me into this. Yu Qinshan shouted. When have I ever opposed anything? One shabby room has to fit 2 people anyway. Now that you're leaving, I don't have to sleep on the couch anymore. Hurry up and get out. Lu Wanyin glared angrily at Yu Qinshan, who stood at the window, smoking. You ungrateful old man. I wash all your clothes. I'm rich now. I'll buy a washing machine right away. Do you know what an industrial revolution is? You're fired, girl. You're damn old enough. Still clinging to me? Are you a grown baby? Zhang Huai, take her away quickly. Old you. Lu Wanyin was so angry that she stomped her feet. All right. Zhang Huai directly grabbed Lu Wanyin's hand. What are you doing? Let's go home. I'm hungry. Lu Wanyin hesitated for a while and finally sighed heavily. She wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, looked at old you by the second-floor window, stuck out her tongue, and made a face. I eat a lot. If you want me to act for you, it must include room and board. As long as you perform well, you will be fed full. Watching the two leave, Yu Qinshan gave a dry laugh. You're both too old, but still stubbornly sticking to your principles. Du Qinghong had also come upstairs at some point and was now standing at the door. Hey, you don't understand. This girl should have been independent long ago. It's all because I spoiled her, which led to her failing the formal Awakened 1 test for 3 years in a row. Old you, are you really okay with handing Wanyin over to a newcomer? Yu Qinshan didn't answer, just letting out a long sigh. What can he do if he's not reassured? That girl's life was saved by Zhang Huai. I don't need to worry. If Zhang Huai dares to bully my girl, Yu Qinshan patted the revolver at his waist. I'll feed him some iron peanuts. That night, the two immediately started dividing their roles once they returned home. Can I eat 3 meals a day? Lu Wanyin asked. Isn't this obvious? Breakfast, lunch, dinner, plus I'll give you a midnight snack. No way. I need to sleep at 10 p.m. every night, so we can eat the midnight snack now. It's already 8. Lu Wanyin started taking off her clothes as she spoke. Zhang Huai turned around hurriedly when he saw this. What are you doing? Taking a shower, then eating the midnight snack, brushing teeth, and sleeping. All right, what do you want to eat? I'll go buy it right now. Listening to the rustling sounds of xuanhuan undressing behind him, Huai's face unconsciously reddened. Can I have barbecue? It's been a year since the last time I had barbecue. Oh man, it's just a barbecue. Why make it so serious? Fine, go ahead and take a shower. I'll go get you some barbecue right away. Saying this, Huai stood up, took his coat, and headed towards the door. Is it really okay? Came the uncertain voice from behind. In fact, you don't have to buy it. Although I get hungry very fast, I can endure it. I've got used to it. The way she said it, Huai almost wanted to cry. Don't worry, we've got money. A young master gave me 500,000 today. I donated 450,000 to the organization, and I kept 50,000 for myself. Young master, xuanhuan slightly pondered, and then realized something, revealing a teasing smile. I thought you were the kind who would throw the money back and coldly say take your money and get lost. Huai faced xuanhuan, scratched his head, and suddenly didn't know what to say. Then he remembered what old you had said. If you don't earn the money, you're a damn fool. Chapter 18. Who is selfish? At night, Ning once again declined Zhou Qin's invitation for her to come over for dinner at his place. She couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. Being with Zhou Qin should be the perfect ending after all. It could also help solve the difficulties at home. But now, she couldn't help thinking of Huai. Thinking of the enormous change in Huai right now, especially those soul-piercing eyes and the completely different physique compared to before. After a long while, she lit a cigarette, calming herself down. Then, Ning slowly picked up her phone nearby. After much deliberation, she began talking to herself. I love brother Zhou Qin, but Huai still hasn't forgotten me. I'm contacting him now just so he'll give up. I do all this for my brother Zhou Qin. After muttering to herself, she dialed Huai's number. Sorry, the number you are calling is disconnected. Disconnected? How could that be? Ning tried dialing several more times, but it was still a disconnected number. Finally, she sent a WeChat message to Huai. When the red exclamation mark appeared, Ning finally realized. Not only on WeChat, Huai had even blocked her from his phone. Ning was stunned. Then she forced a smile. He has finally given up and stopped juching me. But soon, Ning discovered that Huai hadn't blocked her on Alipay. I knew it. He must have left me away out here, probably waiting until my birthday to surprise me. I won't give him a chance. I need to make things clear with him. So Ning decided to go see Huai again. She couldn't help but remember Huai that day on the street when he had passed by. Tall and upright, his face handsome, especially those eyes. Could that really still be Huai? Maybe I misjudged him back then. Impossible. Ning immediately negated her own thoughts. How could that man compare to Zhou Qin? I absolutely didn't fall for the wealth and honor of the Zhou family. The person I like is Zhou Qin, and Zhou Qin loves me too. So now I should find Huai to make everything clear. The more she thought about it, the angrier Ning became. Yet she couldn't suppress the restlessness in her body, especially when thinking of Huai. A hint of complex emotion flashed through her eyes. Ning bit her lip lightly, snorted coldly, and leaned on the armrest as she stood up. She changed into a luxurious and exquisite outfit in the wardrobe, then hesitated for a moment before sitting on the edge of the bed and putting on a pair of black silk stockings. Huai walked alone on his way home, carrying barbecue that he had just bought. He originally thought about buying less since it was quite late at night, and it wasn't good to let such a cute girl eat junk food. But when he remembered xuanhuan's bright eyes and nearly drooling expression upon hearing about barbecue, Huai gritted his teeth and ended up buying a large bag of it. If there was any left, he could just store it in the fridge. As he was walking along the road, a red car pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, and Ning, who was seated in the driver's seat, leaned over slightly and looked at Huai. Huai. The woman glanced at the bag of barbecue in Huai's hands, sneered disdainfully. Still eating this kind of garbage. Apparently, he hasn't changed a bit. Huai, get in the car. I have something to say to you. Huai only paused for a second in front of her car before starting to walk forward while she was still speaking. Who gave you permission to walk away? Ning slowly followed Huai in her car. Huai, I just want to talk. We have nothing more to discuss. Without looking back, Huai continued walking forward. Ning didn't expect Huai to completely ignore her, but deep down she still thought that Huai was playing hard to get. Huai, wait a moment. I hope we can clear things up. Ning panicked, took off her seatbelt, and got out of the car directly. Huai, wait for me. I'm wearing high heels. I can't walk fast. She struggled to keep up behind Huai, clearly sensing that Huai was speeding up, so Ning became even more anxious. How do you plan to return to normal? What have I done wrong against you? Huai stopped in his tracks, a trace of anger appearing between his eyebrows. Ning, some things are gone forever. Can you leave me alone and let me be? Don't appear in front of me again. Ning felt extremely wronged. What exactly had she done wrong to Huai? How dare he say that to her? Seeing that Huai was responding to her, Ning immediately put on a pretentious attitude and said, I know you can't let me go, so you still kept Alipay, trying to give yourself an out. So, can we talk properly? I can treat you to dinner. I mentioned before that I could consider dating you, so we could discuss it tonight. Wow, he actually forgot. So Huai quickly took out his phone, walked in front of Ning, and blocked her on Facebook, Weibo, and Alipay right in front of her. Are we clear now? Ning was momentarily speechless. She had thought Huai might come up with some excuses, but she didn't expect him to delete everything so cleanly. But soon she realized, Huai still had a move left. Huai. Ning then adopted an air of virtue. Please don't be like this. We never dated, so there's nothing wrong with me getting closer to brother Zhou Qin. See, am I not here looking for you? Chen Ning directly reached out and held the hand of Jiang Huai that wasn't carrying the bag. Her eyes couldn't help but roam over Jiang Huai's body. When she noticed the completely different physique from before and the bulge subtly outlined by his jeans, her face turned scarlet with embarrassment. But Jiang Huai instantly pulled his hand back and looked at Chen Ning with disgust. Chen Ning, are you deaf? I've already said it. I don't want to see you again. Can you please turn around, get back into your car, and go back where you came from? Chen Ning was stunned. Jiang Huai had never spoken to her this way. Why had he become so fierce now? Was it because he was angry at her? I know, Jiang Huai. You're just upset because I never let you touch me, right? As she spoke, Chen Ning lightly flicked her smooth hair with her fingertips, the subtle touch incredibly alluring. Men were all the same. As long as she gave him a taste, wouldn't he still be her loyal dog? Jiang Huai, if you apologize to me, I can satisfy you tonight. Her voice was soft and carried a hint of veche, as though she were being forced by Jiang Huai to offer herself. Chen Ning slowly placed her hand on her thigh, lightly lifting the hem of her skirt with her fingertips to reveal her shapely legs encased in black silk stockings. She appraised Jiang Huai's body, her breathing gradually becoming more rapid. Finally, when their eyes met, indeed, Jiang Huai was completely different from before. She was becoming more and more eager for Jiang Huai to touch her, or even compel her to do something more outrageous. Chen Ning moved closer to Jiang Huai, deliberately using her body to provoke him. This street was the only way back to Jiang Huai's house. Now that it was late and no one was around, it made Chen Ning somewhat excited. She even felt like giving Jiang Huai a taste in the car right away. Jiang Huai, tell me, do you like the pair of stockings I'm wearing today? Where are you going, Jiang Huai? Her voice suddenly rose because she realized that Jiang Huai wasn't paying any attention to her at all, but instead turned around and started walking forward. Jiang Huai simply couldn't take it anymore. How could the gap between people be greater than the gap between humans and dogs? I've only ever seen dogs in heat on the street, never people. Laughing ha 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 ha. Are you a chicken? He completely ignored Chen Ning's cries, muttering curses as he continued walking ahead. Chen Ning stood there dumbfounded, a sense of inexplicable emptiness rising in her heart. Looking at Jiang Huai's retreating back, Chen Ning started to feel wronged. Why should she be treated like this by him? She understood why Jiang Huai was angry, frustrated, unable to let her go. But was this her fault? Shouldn't the blame fall on him for not being good enough? Aren't all the tests I gave you just challenges? How selfish men can be. Chapter 19. Stuck? That's right. After Jiang Huai went downstairs, he bought 2 cans of cola at a small shop. When he returned home, he didn't find Lu Wanin's figure. This gave him an ominous premonition. He immediately opened the door to the room. Sure enough, half of Lu Wanin's body seemed to be stuck in a black hole under the bed. Her buttocks and long legs were exposed and kept moving, looking both funny and cute. Her feet flailed about in the air while her hips swung gently, trying to find a support point. Accompanying these actions was the slightly anxious breathing of the young girl. It seemed like she was struggling to crawl out. This scene made Jiang Huai laugh. The space under the bed wasn't very high to begin with, and it was already stuffed full with his precious collectibles. Lu Wanin had such a great figure, and the fact that she hadn't been stuck last time was just good luck. You come back again, isn't that suicide? Master, what kind of work do you do? Jiang Huai leaned against the doorway and asked. Lu Wanin was startled when she heard the voice and instinctively tried to quickly crawl out. However, due to the forceful movement, her head collided with the bottom of the bed, producing a loud bang. She let out a cry of pain, her voice muffled under the bed. Then Lu Wanin continued while wriggling her hips. Help! Help me! I'm stuck! Oh, so you're stuck, huh? Jiang Huai walked to the side of the bed and squatted next to the lower half of Lu Wanin's body. Is there a monster under this bed? Did it swallow you? The girl under the bed fell silent for a moment before starting to struggle again. Hurry, let me out. I smell the scent of barbecue. So next time will you dare to mess around under my bed again? Lu Wanin hesitated. I wasn't messing around, I was just curious. You're still being stubborn, aren't you? As Jiang Huai rose and lightly sat on the edge of the bed, the pressure caused the young girl to start struggling instantly. Ugh, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Jiang Huai originally wanted to tease Lu Wanin some more, but as he looked down at the slender white legs of Lu Wanin, his face turned a little red. You know your fault now, so I. Jiang Huai squatted down, grabbing onto Lu Wanin's ankle, intending to pull her out. But at the moment his fingers touched her ankles, Lu Wanin suddenly emitted a peculiar coo. When this sound came out, both of them went silent. You, don't touch my foot. Jiang Huai seemed to understand. Lu Wanin's feet were a sensitive spot, so his hands moved up and grabbed onto Lu Wanin's thighs. What are you doing? You're taking advantage of someone. Lu Wanin's body shook again, her voice even changing pitch, carrying a hint of shyness. It's not like that. Where else am I supposed to grab hold of? In a hurry, Jiang Huai's hand directly placed itself on the edge of the bed, and then it seemed like he thought of something, as he exerted force with his hand, effortlessly lifting the heavy wooden bed left by the landlord. Still not coming out fast enough? Looking at the girl whose appearance was now disheveled from the dust, Jiang Huai sighed helplessly. Humph. With a flushed face, Lu Wanin hastily pulled herself out. I'm going to take a shower first. Leaving this sentence behind, Lu Wanin ran toward the bathroom. Jiang Huai sighed as he watched the treasures under the bed which had been messed up. Looks like next time, I'll have to find a different place to hide them. At first, it was thought that having too much barbecue would be wasteful, but it turned out Lu Wanin's appetite really was as surprising as she'd said. Watching Lu Wanin eating with oil all over her mouth, Jiang Huai chuckled and asked, Are you not afraid of gaining weight? Lu Wanin, mouth full of meat, shook her head. When I was a child, my body got infected, and Uncle you sought help from the Necromancer Society to save me. So my body loses nutrients very quickly. No matter how much I eat, I won't gain weight. This seemed to be an unpleasant topic, making xuanhuan refrain from mocking her further. There, sitting opposite the young girl, he watched her devour all the late-night snacks in a whirlwind fashion. She reclined in her chair, exhausted but satisfied, gently patting her slightly bloated belly. xuanhuan suddenly noticed. A faint wisp of white breath was swirling around the young girl. It seems the spirits have had their fill too. They are satisfied, allowing me to thank you on their behalf. Xuanhuan raised her head slightly to look at xuanhuan and said, "Do souls also like to eat barbecue?" xuanhuan smiled and asked. Xuanhuan shook her head. "They absorb my nourishment." The classification of abilities for awakened ones vary greatly. For example, most people of the Revelation Society are psychic ability users, whereas the Necromancer Society is composed of spirit system awakened individuals. Of course, there are also many larger organizations with more complex compositions of members. For example, one of the 4 major organizations, the Fearless, has a large number of people and clear internal divisions of labor, so they can deal with all kinds of beast-related incidents. As xuanhuan spoke, xuanhuan suddenly asked, "What about the Night Demon Parade?" xuanhuan scratched her head awkwardly. Her body curled up in the chair as she said hesitantly, "Currently, the Night Demon Parade is probably the smallest organization in terms of numbers. Counting you, Uncle You, me, and Uncle Do, plus 1 field awakening individual, we only have 5 people altogether." Her gaze lingered uneasily on xuanhuan, filled with some apprehension. "Do you regret it? Other organizations use many resources to cultivate new awakened individuals, but the Night Demon Parade currently lacks that ability." xuanhuan stared silently at xuanhuan. His expression was deep, his hands supporting his chin, eyes carrying an air of calm deliberation. Under xuanhuan's gaze, xuanhuan appeared even more restless. Finally, she slowly buried her face into her knees and mumbled, "If you regret it and want to quit, I can help you talk to Uncle You and the others. I can leave your place now too." xuanhuan didn't respond immediately. He stood up slowly with steady steps and approached xuanhuan's side. He gently grabbed her hands, making her raise her head to face him. "I already said yesterday, you can't escape. Since you've set up the stage, you need to responsibly help me act out this play to the end." His words carried an unshakable determination, making the atmosphere grow even heavier. xuanhuan softly replied, "All right, I understand." Then, xuanhuan seemed to remember something. She got up and ran to her somewhat shabby suitcase. After rummaging for a bit, she took out an amulet. "This I made myself, and the talisman inside I drew myself too. This is the first calming charm I ever drew, so it may not have much effect, but I have this. Do you want it?" Looking at the amulet carefully held in the young girl's hands, it was indeed not very refined and clearly quite old. It was likely made when xuanhuan was still young. But this wasn't a gift to be embarrassed about. Rather, it could be considered the most precious sincerity. "If you don't want it, it's fine. Hand it over." xuanhuan laughed, took the amulet, and then put it on around his neck in front of xuanhuan. "This thing isn't valuable. Even the talisman inside doesn't carry much power. You don't need to take it too seriously." xuanhuan cautiously explained. xuanhuan smiled and ruffled xuanhuan's head. "That can't be helped. I'll take it as your token of engagement to me. Even though it's pretend, we still have to make it look real, don't we?" Looking at xuanhuan, who had turned slightly red, xuanhuan added, "And no more digging under my bed." xuanhuan maintained her good sleeping schedule, neither a second more nor less. xuanhuan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw xuanhuan on the bed with an eye mask, her mouth wide open drooling, and her sweet, sleeping posture. Young people are great. Fall asleep right away. Then he slowly squatted down beside the bed, looking at the bed edge he had just gripped. This bed was left by the landlord as an old piece of furniture. Although old, it was solid, pure hardwood, very heavy, and now, a chunk of its edge was shattered, which was the mark xuanhuan left when he lifted the bed. He looked at his hands and furrowed his brows. He had been very careful at the time, but he still couldn't control his strength. In daily life, it was fine, but once he needed to exert force, this body was like a water valve that hadn't been adjusted. A little slip would cause him to lose control. xuanhuan later moved to the balcony, gazing at the silent, empty street, wanting to try. To what extent could he control this power now? So he deeply inhaled, stepped back a few paces, and finally sprinted forward forcefully, stepping onto the railing of the balcony. He originally wanted to borrow the force to leap upward. However, this step directly crushed the railing into pieces. Oh no, what the hell? His body plummeted directly toward the ground below. Bang! xuanhuan crashed heavily onto the ground, cracking the cement. Even though it was midnight, the sound still caused lights to turn on in many households. xuanhuan cursed under his breath, quickly climbing out of the crater. He now must leave here first. As soon as this thought emerged, his feet already started moving forward fiercely, darting like an arrow released from a bow. Too fast. This was xuanhuan's first thought. Even while suppressing his power, his running speed was already no slower than that of a speeding car. And this wasn't even all of his strength. If he didn't restrain himself and continued to unleash more power, bones began to slowly cover his body. Each step he took grew heavier, leaving an indentation on the ground with every stride. But his speed did not slow down in the slightest. Finally, when the bone mask covered xuanhuan's head, an eerie blue light flashed in his eyes. xuanhuan leaped powerfully in front of an apartment building. This leap carried him straight over the rooftop of the apartment. Moonlight shone on the silver-white skeleton, reflecting terrifying brilliance. Ha ha ha. Xuanhuan laughed loudly in the night sky. This feeling, it was incredible. Yuqinshan didn't think it unreasonable for Lu Wanyin to stay by Xuanhuan's side. Even though Uncle Du had expressed doubts, Yuqinshan had always trusted his instincts. It was precisely this unusual intuition that allowed him to rescue the little girl trapped in the ruins. Without Xuanhuan, Lu Wanyin might now be nothing but a cold corpse. Rather than letting that happen, Yuqinshan chose to trust his own feelings once again and believe that Xuanhuan could control the power of the beast. Right at that moment, as he walked along the street like a spirit of the night, Yuqinshan suddenly sensed a powerful aura expanding outward. This kind of aura originated from a beast, and it was as if it were declaring its own strength to the whole world without any concealment. Boy! Yuqinshan adjusted his cap brim, glanced around left and right, and finding there was no one nearby, cracked his neck. You better not let others catch you. As soon as these words were spoken, Yuqinshan stepped out and vanished into the silent, deserted street like a ghostly shadow. On top of the apartment building, Xuanhuan continued his high leaps, the tail formed from his coccyx lashing about in midair. When the height of his jump wasn't enough, he directly stepped onto the outer edges of buildings, shattering the windows as he climbed upward. In the end, he used one hand to grip the top of the television tower, flipped his way up to the tower peak. Overlooking the entire Lingyu city, the skeletal giant roared excitedly like a wild beast. This animalistic roar echoed through the night sky of Lingyu city. At the same time, it also alerted the guardians lurking in the shadows. This kind of aura? Is it an infected person? No, this is a beast, and the strength of this aura isn't that of an ordinary beast. Thus, almost all awakened individuals in this city noticed this unknown beast during the night. Unfortunately, this beast's presence didn't last long before vanishing completely without a trace. The restored human form of Xuanhuan sat dumbfounded on the television tower. By his side was Yuqinshan, who had arrived at some unknown point. You're really troublesome. Yuqinshan spoke with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking at Xuanhuan's silhouette. I still can't control it properly. If I fully transform into bones, I feel as though I become somewhat different from my usual self. Xuanhuan said lightly. There was no longer mockery in Yuqinshan's eyes. Until Xuanhuan transformed back into his human form, his hand had been constantly resting on the revolver at his waist. Kid. Then, Yuqinshan gradually approached Xuanhuan from behind. Starting tomorrow, aside from your university classes, you will train with me, and I will teach you to properly control this power. Chapter 20. The Nameless Beast. At an abandoned construction site, Xuanhuan was following Yuqinshan while wearing a safety helmet. Yuqinshan led him into the interior of the dilapidated building that wasn't fully demolished yet. Professor, are you sure this is okay? Xuanhuan questioned as he glanced at the structure of the derelict building. Don't worry. This place is going to be demolished anyway, and even if you accidentally destroy it, it would be quite a help. Yuqinshan lit a cigarette and sat down on the nearby steps. Your condition is very unique. You aren't an awakener, so I can't train you the same way I'd train an awakener. But if you continue to release this power without restraint, one day people will notice you, Xuanhuan. When that happens, even I won't be able to protect you. Xuanhuan understood all too well. Though Yuqinshan wanted to help him, there was another reason, Lu Wanyin. He worried that if something happened to Xuanhuan, Lu Wanyin's body would revert to being a cold corpse. So even for Lu Wanyin's sake, he would do everything in his power to assist Xuanhuan. Try breaking this rock. Remember, don't transform into the beast, just use your current state. Yuqinshan pointed at the granite block as tall as a man standing next to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan turned to look at the rock, clenched his fist tightly, and finally struck with all his might. Bang! The granite shattered instantly. However, neither Xuanhuan nor Yuqinshan showed any trace of happiness. Because at this moment, Xuanhuan's arm and half of his body were already covered by skeletal bones. In order not to reveal his presence, Xuanhuan immediately calmed his strength, but suddenly his heart began to pound rapidly. An uncontrollable wave of strong excitement spread throughout his entire body. Yuqinshan noticed the change in Xuanhuan. Now the skeleton seemed to have its own consciousness and forcibly attached itself to Xuanhuan's body. But he didn't appear concerned at all, instead lighting another cigarette, observing what was happening with Xuanhuan. Interesting. This kid's strength seems related to his mental state. Before long, Xuanhuan's body had been entirely enveloped by the skeleton. His whole figure expanded, nearly reaching 3 meters, radiating a chilling aura. The skeleton giant hunched over, letting his hands and head droop, like a sleeping beast. Xuanhuan. Yuqinshan felt something was off. Why was there still no reaction? He stood up and approached Xuanhuan step by step, only to find that the back and chest of the skeleton giant were slowly rising and falling. This sensation was akin to that of a wild animal preparing to attack. Well, completely taken over, huh? Without hesitation, Yuqinshan pulled out the revolver from his waist. I'll give you 10 seconds, Xuanhuan. If you haven't snapped back to your senses by the time I count to 10, I'm going to act. The skeleton giant remained unresponsive. Damn it, don't mess up my girl. No longer hesitating, Yuqinshan stepped right up to the skeleton giant. You damn. Just as he intended to take some action, he sensed something amiss. It seemed like the regular rise and fall of the skeleton giant's body weren't because it was waiting for an opportunity to act, but rather, slap. Yuqinshan slapped the skeleton giant hard on the forehead. The next moment, the skeleton giant abruptly straightened up and took a deep breath. What the hell? Did I fall asleep? The skeleton giant roared in a muffled voice. Damn it. You sleep even while transforming? Are you really that capable? Yu Qinshan slapped the skeleton giant again, this time on its shoulder. The skeleton giant scratched his head awkwardly, his tone tinged with embarrassment. This power is just too overwhelming. Suppressing it was exhausting me. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. Although it sounded somewhat far-fetched, Yu Qinshan was still astonished that xuanhuan managed to directly suppress such a force. After all, the strength of this beast belonged to the abyssal level. Unless the most powerful awakeners of the association could handle it, for others, the abyssal level represented a terrifying kind of dimensional oppression. If Yu Qinshan hadn't prepared in advance and installed some modifications at this construction site, probably the 4 major organizations of the association would already be here. And yet, xuanhuan could apparently subdue it through sheer willpower, which suggested this might originally be his own innate power. I've discovered something, Professor Yu. What did you discover? Yu Qinshan asked, scratching his head with the gun muzzle of his revolver. As the tail extending from the spine of the skeleton giant gently picked up a stone and moved it closer to their view. Take a look, Professor Yu. It seems I can control the strength when using just my tail. Hee, this is pretty interesting, isn't it? Yu Qinshan also leaned in close, inspecting the tail of the skeleton giant. But he noticed that the structure of this tail looked different from the rest of his skeletal bones, as if it had been grafted on. Was your tail something you were born with? Yu Qinshan asked. xuanhuan lightly used his tail to toss a stone and then shattered it accurately. No, this tail grew out after I consumed the core of that beast. After hearing these words, xuanhuan could clearly see Yu Qinshan's expression change. Teacher Yu, what's wrong? xuanhuan questioned. No, nothing. Yu Qinshan shook his hand. Humanity has encountered beasts before that can strengthen their bodies by absorbing cores. During a particular show tide, the black beast that emerged from the rift nearly slaughtered all the awakeners. All the defense lines crumbled before it. If it hadn't been forced back into the crack by the strong ones from the various guilds of the association who fought for their lives, humanity's front line would probably have collapsed long ago. That unnamed beast was also marked as the strongest since history began, the doomsday creature. One major characteristic of it was gaining power through killing its own kind. Or rather, evolving. Yu Qinshan put the gun back in his waistband and then patted xuanhuan on the shoulder. Since your tail is so obedient, familiarize yourself with how to control it. Then slowly integrate the sensation into your limbs and spread it throughout your entire body. Don't rush it, xuanhuan. We still have time, at least we do now. xuanhuan nodded, attempting to guide this force within him to his palms according to what Yu Qinshan said. But this was no easy task. The strength came abruptly and was extremely overbearing. After transforming into the skeleton, although he could suppress the feeling of anger, it was still very difficult to truly utilize this power. Under Yu Qinshan's guidance, xuanhuan practiced here almost every day apart from attending university classes. And whenever Lu Wanyin asked, xuanhuan would simply say he went along with Yu Qinshan to earn some extra cash through work. How could someone who can barely support himself help you earn money? Whenever xuanhuan told Yu Qinshan about Lu Wanyin's doubts, old Yu just brushed it off with a smile. The little girl doesn't know anything. She has no idea how expensive raising a daughter is. She really speaks without knowing the pain. After about a week of training, he had already managed to stay in human form while letting his tailbone elongate into a tail, completely following xuanhuan's wishes. If he devoured more cores of other beasts, would xuanhuan's power grow infinitely? Now, watching xuanhuan, Yu Qinshan suddenly had an idea. If there were a beast that could grow infinitely and stand on the side of humanity, it would be a turning point in history. xuanhuan. Yu Qinshan stared at xuanhuan. What's up, teacher Yu? xuanhuan was still trying to make the skeleton only cover the right hand's fist when he heard Yu Qinshan call him. He raised his head. Humans have experienced countless beast tides. The exact date of the first one is lost to history. But do you know how many times we succeeded? Yu Qinshan asked coldly. I never heard Lu Wanyin mention that. xuanhuan shook his head. We've never truly defeated a beast tide. Hearing Yu Qinshan's words, xuanhuan was stunned. Do the cities taken by beast tides still exist today? xuanhuan asked. Yu Qinshan nodded. In the history I know, beast tides only cleanse human cities once, but they don't occupy them. After rampaging, they retreat into the cracks, searching for another city to attack next. It matched what he'd seen in the prison archives. Beasts don't occupy human cities. They retreat after the beast tides end. So, xuanhuan, let me ask you one thing. Yu Qinshan lifted his gaze, looking directly into xuanhuan's eyes and asked, suppose you were actually a beast. Would you help humanity fight against the beast tides? Chapter 21. You should have told me about something this big earlier. In the early morning, xuanhuan stood in front of the wash basin. Brushing his teeth and washing his face were such ordinary tasks. Yet he was incredibly nervous right now. Ever since Yu Qinshan's training had begun, he had to learn how to freely control his strength in daily life. For example, when brushing his teeth in the morning, he also had to let his bones cover his fingers. The fragile toothbrush would break immediately after being held initially. But now, he could at least hold the toothbrush steadily with his bone-covered fingers. Take it slowly, steady. xuanhuan encouraged himself as he used the other hand to pinch the toothpaste, squeezing it out little by little. I succeeded. Just a few days ago, no matter how careful he was, the toothpaste would still burst and spray all over his face. Next came the most important part, brushing his teeth. As xuanhuan was about to put the toothbrush into his mouth, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Startled, xuanhuan trembled nervously, and the toothbrush snapped instantly, falling with a paw onto the ground. Every morning you're so slow. You're driving me crazy. Lu Wanyin entered with messy hair, obviously not fully awake yet. Hurry up and go outside. I'm going to take a shower. Isn't today the weekend? We don't have class. Why are you up so early? Zhang Huai asked. Since Lu Wanyin moved in with him, Zhang Huai had been sleeping on the couch. Lu Wanyin said she didn't mind sharing the bed. The key issue was that Zhang Huai didn't need much sleep to regain energy, and more importantly, Lu Wanyin had a terrible sleeping posture. Moreover, this girl talked in her sleep. Zhang Huai could hear giggles from her room in the middle of the night while he was in the living room. It felt truly creepy. Didn't you say you'd treat me to a movie today? Lu Wanyin shot Zhang Huai a glance, then started taking off her clothes. Hey, what are you doing? Let me leave first. Zhang Huai grumbled and walked out of the bathroom. Then, recalling what Lu Wanyin had just said, it did seem like there was something. Last night, after he treated her to barbecue, Lu Wanyin said she didn't know how to thank him. So Zhang Huai casually replied, "Isn't tomorrow the weekend? Why don't you treat me to a movie instead?" He never thought she would take it seriously. If that were the case, wouldn't this be considered a date? Zhang Huai hadn't experienced many such events. When he pursued Chen Ning before, she rarely went out with him. She only called him to pick her up after socializing with friends and made sure the bills were settled. Sometimes, Zhang Huai even felt like he was a butler rather than her suitor. What are you thinking about? As Zhang Huai was reminiscing about those tough times, Lu Wanyin's wet hair hung loosely on his shoulder from behind. At the same time, a faint, fresh fragrance wafted into his nose. I'm thinking about which movie we'll watch next. Lu Wanyin gently pulled her damp hair off her shoulder and spoke. Relax, I already checked this morning. Lu Wanyin wiped her hair with a towel while talking. The shining light of domestic animation, The Miraculous Traveler. Cartoon. Yeah, don't you like it? I think. For our first movie together, shouldn't we watch something more memorable? For instance, half an hour later, Zhang Huai stood at the cinema ticket counter. Please give me 2 tickets for Hell Alien. After receiving the tickets, he turned to look at the serious young girl standing in front of the movie poster, who looked as if she was ready for a great battle. How about it, are you scared? Zhang Huai patted Lu Wanyin's head hard. If you really are afraid, we can always go see the animated film. HMPF, what joke is this? Lu Wanyin stuck out her chest and wrapped her carefully styled long hair around her finger. These things are all fake. Why would I be scared? I'm just considering your feelings. I don't want you to lose face in front of beauties later on. Then she turned and looked at Zhang Huai, challenging him with her gaze. This is your last chance, okay? If you cry during the movie, don't come crying to me. Looking at the girl's clear eyes, Zhang Huai began to doubt. Could she really not be scared? Half an hour after the movie started. You don't have to be scared. I'm here, I said I'm here. Come closer quickly. Lu Wanyin had already squeezed half her body next to Zhang Huai. Actually, from the first day Zhang Huai saw Lu Wanyin, he knew this little girl had a small heart. Now, watching her being frightened by the alien monsters jumping suddenly in the movie and constantly rubbing against him confirmed this fact. Seeing how she tightly gripped his arm, her forehead already beaded with cold sweat from fear, Zhang Huai felt it was time to let her breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Wanyin. Zhang Huai softly called out to her. What? I need to go to the restroom once. At the sound of this statement, Lu Wanyin's grip tightened even more, her face turning slightly pale. So Zhang Huai quickly added another sentence. Will you come with me? Though Lu Wanyin wanted to say, of course. On the surface, she still made an effort to act indifferent. Why should I come with you? You're already an adult. Well, then I'll go myself. Zhang Huai immediately turned to leave. In response, Lu Wanyin quickly hugged him from behind without a word, but still followed him out of the screening room. Then will you wait for me outside? Zhang Huai asked while standing in front of the restroom door. Yeah, go ahead. You're really such a coward, needing me to accompany you to the restroom side. It was obvious that Lu Wanyin's mood eased a bit after leaving the screening room as she spread her hands and shrugged. But her slightly trembling hands betrayed her. After Zhang Huai entered the restroom, Lu Wanyin took out her phone and sat down on the bench outside the restroom. For some reason, her phone suddenly had no signal. That's strange, wasn't it just connected to the cinema's Wi-Fi before? She looked at her somewhat old phone with puzzlement. There were scratches left on the screen from an accidental fall during battle the other night. Then, shrugging again with resignation, she said, I truly have hard luck. The 24-hour surveillance mission was prematurely ended, and the bounty was halved. I was originally counting on using that money to buy a new phone. Her voice echoed through the spacious cinema, and at that moment, Lu Wanyin felt something was off. It's so quiet. Even though cinemas are supposed to be quiet, they shouldn't be completely silent. An inexplicable uneasiness washed over her, magnified by the vast, silent expanse of the empty cinema. Buzz. Buzz. The overhead lights suddenly started flickering, casting distorted shadows on the walls, and making the entire space feel even stranger and less predictable. A chill breeze brushed across Lu Wanyin's face, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin, every pore screaming danger. How could there be wind here? Zhang Huai, are you done yet? Carefully inching towards the entrance of the men's restroom, she whispered, but there was no reply from within. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At the same time, the eerily silent corridor of the cinema kept echoing with an almost imperceptible brushing sound, as if something were dragging along the floor. This sound resembled exactly what Lu Wanyin had just seen in the movie, something lurking in the darkness, stealthily slithering about. Unfortunately, right at this moment, she suddenly felt an urgent need to urinate, increasing her anxiety. She wanted to enter the men's restroom. At least Zhang Huai would be there. However, after hesitating repeatedly, Lu Wanyin eventually turned around and went to the women's restroom instead. Carefully entering a stall, trying not to make any sound, she suddenly heard the door to the women's restroom being pushed open. The brushing sounds had also entered the restroom, sinking Lu Wanyin's heart to its lowest point. Crouching on the toilet, covering her mouth. She nearly stopped breathing altogether. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears, each pulse like an announcement of death drawing near. The brushing sound gradually stopped in front of her stall, and simultaneously, a shadow appeared under the crack at the bottom of her stall. Actually, Xuanhuan has always been timid, which is peculiar. She can face infected people without flinching, but when it comes to beasts or ghostly things, she shows extreme panic. Miss, are you done? Just at this moment, a chilling voice sounded from outside the toilet stall. Scared stiff, Xuanhuan emitted a "why" sound. Did I scare you, miss? Truly sorry. The voice outside became slightly warmer, and Xuanhuan realized it seemed to be an elderly woman. She tentatively opened the toilet stall. There stood a stooped elderly lady gripping a mop at the doorway. Was the brushing sound produced by the mop? Miss, if you're done, could you please allow me to clean the restroom? The elderly lady smiled as she asked. Yes, I'm done. Although she hadn't even started yet, Xuanhuan truly didn't want to stay there any longer. She hastily exited the stall and went to the sink. Xuanhuan really had to admit that she was almost scared to tears just now, and if Xuanhuan heard it in the toilet, it would be extremely embarrassing. Miss, you are truly very beautiful. The old lady, with her back turned to Xuanhuan, said while mopping the floor. Thank you. Xuanhuan looked up and faintly replied, while looking at the reflection of the old lady's back in the mirror. If only I could be as pretty as you, Sai. Before the new year, I was also very beautiful. Why am I like this now? As the old woman kept talking, her back started to tremble, and then she began sobbing quietly. Xuanhuan suddenly felt something was off. Through the mirror, she saw the old woman's clothing on her back gradually swelling, and a sinister presence emanated from her body. It was the aura of an infected person. In the next second, the clothing on the old woman's back exploded open, revealing a mouth full of fangs right in front of Xuanhuan. All you pretty women should die. The monstrous mouth snapped open, aiming straight for Xuanhuan's head. Swish! A glint of black knife flashed. Xuanhuan's face went cold. The blood splattered on her face made her look even more solemn at this moment. Then the corner of the girl's mouth lifted upward, revealing a grin akin to a demon. You should have said you were infected earlier, scared me. Chapter 22 The Fearless. The main entrance of the mall where the cinema was located had already been marked with a sign that read, out of business. Everyone had been urgently evacuated to outside the mall. It was said that a rare contagious patient appeared inside the cinema, and at this moment, more than 10 medical staff members dressed in isolation suits were carrying boxes and entering the cinema. One of the last medical staff to enter closed the iron gate of the cinema. The lights in the cinema lobby were dim, with not a single staff member present. Have the staff been evacuated? The leading medical worker asked, her voice, even though muffled by the protective suit, clearly belonging to a female. It's too late, Captain. By now, all the staff in the entire cinema should have been infected by that beast. A medical worker walking beside her carrying a box answered. In that case, treat everyone as suspected infectees. Is there only one exit from the cinema? Yes, Captain. This cinema isn't large. It only has this one entrance connected to the mall. At that moment, a young woman dressed in cinema staff uniform walked out from the staff break room. Upon seeing these medical workers, the girl looked somewhat flustered. Excuse me, may I ask what's wrong? Don't be alarmed. We'll handle everything. A tall man carrying the box stepped forward to try to calm down the frightened young woman. Just as the medical worker's hand was about to touch the girl's shoulder, the fearful expression on the girl's face suddenly transformed into a sinister smile. By the time the medical worker realized something was wrong, it was already too late. A sharp tentacle extended from the girl's mouth and lunged straight at his protective visor. But just before it pierced through his visor, the lead medical worker reached out and grabbed the tentacle that had extended from the girl's mouth. She then pulled it hard, slamming the girl's body against the wall. Ugh! The girl groaned in pain, preparing to roar, but a cold, gleaming long knife was already right in front of her. Whoosh! As the light of the blade passed by, the girl's head was severed into several pieces, and her body fell helplessly to the ground. Captain, thank you. The tall medical worker said with relief. I've already said it. The girl turned around, a pair of pale purple eyes flashing faintly behind the protective visor. Treat everyone as potential carriers. Understood. Understood. Then the girl wiped the blood off the long sword and lifted her hand to remove the protective visor, while others also began to take off their heavy protective suits. Ultimately, 10 men and women dressed in black form-fitting uniforms appeared in the cinema hall. The fearless ones have arrived on the scene. The dark-haired girl in the lead placed one hand on the earphone and said, prepare for the hunt. Inside the restroom, Xuanhuan, after finishing using the toilet and washing his hands, suddenly heard some noise from behind a stall. Bang, bang. It sounded like something was rhythmically bumping against the stall door. Holy crap, is this really happening? Xuanhuan couldn't help but imagine some bizarre scenario. A man and a woman making love inside the toilet stall, naked. And he became an accidental part of their thrilling play. Although Xuanhuan found it amusing, he wasn't a voyeur. He chuckled slightly, wiped his hands, and was about to leave. But just as he turned around, the stall door slowly opened at that moment. Subsequently, a thick smell of blood drifted out from the stall. Indeed, there was a man and a woman in the restroom. They were indeed both naked. Perhaps the man initially intended to do something with this woman, until the moment when the woman's wide-open mouth bit off half of his head, leaving him no chance to scream as he met his end instantly. Handsome guy, am I beautiful? The woman slowly turned her head, her seductive figure enticing and captivating. Her bewitching eyes seemed alive with mischief as they locked onto Xuanhuan, seeming to lure away his soul. I won't interrupt, please continue. Xuanhuan turned to walk out of the restroom. In the next second, the woman's head stretched out directly towards xuanhuan. But just before it was about to bite off half of his head, a sharp tail pierced through the woman's skull from below. Is she a beast? Or an infected one? That's not right. I don't sense the kind of infected aura emanating from her. Xuanhuan's tail pierced through the woman's head, then slowly brought the terrified head closer to his own eyes. What is this thing? On closer inspection, he noticed a fine blue thread connecting the back of the woman's head. Following the direction of the thread, Xuanhuan discovered it directly connected to the ventilation opening above the restroom. At that moment, footsteps came from behind, and Xuanhuan recognized them as belonging to xuanhuan. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan wrapped the woman's head with his tail and twisted it into a mass of minced meat. Just as the door opened, Xuanhuan's tail retracted back into his spine. Xuanhuan, the situation here is not quite. Xuanhuan had intended to tell Xuanhuan that something was amiss in this cinema, but now seeing Xuanhuan covered in blood, she guessed he had already noticed the issue. Were you attacked? Xuanhuan asked. Yes, Xuanhuan nodded. I was about to leave when it lunged at me. Then, for some unknown reason, it exploded itself, splashing me with its blood. Then, Xuanhuan noticed traces of blood on Xuanhuan's face. Is this your blood? He gently wiped the blood off her face with his hand. No. Xuanhuan had questions too, since the pool of brain-mixed flesh by Xuanhuan's feet clearly didn't seem like it had exploded by itself. However, the current situation left her no time to overthink it. If there are infected ones here, then right now all the ordinary people in this entire cinema could be in danger. Xuanhuan said. Maybe there were no more ordinary people. Xuanhuan did not voice that thought, because he could sense that just moments ago, this cinema had already been filled with a certain kind of aura, the beast's aura. After training during this period, Xuanhuan had already been able to distinguish between the aura of beasts and those infected, even more acutely than other awakened individuals. Yu Qinshan also expressed great surprise, indicating that Xuanhuan's current ability to perceive auras had reached the qualification standard to join the Tianqi society. Of course, it was more than just that. Besides beasts and the infected, Xuanhuan could also perceive another type of aura, that of awakened ones. There must be other awakened individuals here apart from us. Xuanhuan said. If beasts really have appeared here, the association should take action. However, we don't know which squad will come, so let's leave now. At this point, the toilet door was pushed open again. A black-haired girl appeared before the two of them. Tall and upright with an aloof demeanor, the girl seemed like a black rose defiantly standing amidst the ruins. Beautiful, yet extraordinary. Xuanhuan immediately grasped a black sickle in her hand, protecting Xuanhuan behind her. An awakened one. The black-haired girl's icy gaze fell on Xuanhuan. You are. Xuanhuan also identified the black-haired girl at this moment. Captain MOU of the Fearless? State your organization and designation. The black-haired girl said coldly. Night Demon Excursion, Xuanhuan. Upon hearing this name, the expression on the girl's face softened slightly. You're the one who failed 3 consecutive exams. You're famous. I remember you. Xuanhuan's expression froze. Is the one behind you also an awakened member of Night Demon Excursion? At this moment, the girl turned her eyes towards Xuanhuan. Yet the instant she looked at Xuanhuan, the girl named MOU suddenly froze, as if she had seen something incomprehensible. Looking at MOU, Xuanhuan felt an inexplicable familiarity within him. Had he met her somewhere before? He's the same as me, an intern member. Captain. A moment of silence was broken by a calling voice. A man with short black hair walked into the restroom, glanced at Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan, and then spoke to MOU. There was no core found inside that infected corpse, and moreover, its body has disappeared. MOU hesitated slightly, and then replied with a cold look. Ensure that the next purge leaves no survivors. Yes, sir. The man left the restroom, and after a brief pause, MOU looked at Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan and said, since both of you are merely interns, do your best to stay safe. We'll handle the rest. After speaking, MOU turned to leave. Xuanhuan called out to the girl's back. Take care. Watch out for the things next. MOU stopped her steps and turned her head to look at Xuanhuan. As she was about to ask something, sudden noise and metallic collisions came from outside. Look after yourselves. After saying this, MOU left the restroom. Chapter 23, Super Jaboi. The strange changes in the entire movie theater had already made it impossible to find the source. In just a short hour, all the staff had vanished. After Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan came out of the restroom, they saw 2 infected individuals pinning a young man dressed in the uniform of the Fearless Squad against the wall. His headphones lay discarded nearby. He seemed unable to contact reinforcements anymore. A steel knife with a damaged blade was still clutched in his hand. The boy looked about 17 or 18 years old, slightly younger than Xuanhuan. Despite his handsome appearance, his face was now distorted with fear. Snot and tears streamed down his face. No, don't come closer. His voice was trembling as the monster's tentacles had already left varying degrees of wounds on his abdomen, neck, and legs, spilling blood everywhere. An infected person in a cleaning uniform, while giggling incessantly, thrust the tentacles sharply toward the boy's throat. It appeared that they had grown tired of playing with him and were now delivering the final blow. I don't want to die. The boy screamed and closed his eyes in despair. In this very moment, the Black Reaper arrived as expected, cleanly severing the bodies of the 2 infected into several pieces with the glow of her scythe. Xuanhuan casually wiped off the blood from her scythe and stretched her arms lazily. Several black wraiths hovered around her. However, these wraiths, which should have been devouring the souls of the infected and incinerating their corpses into ashes, now hovered aimlessly around Xuanhuan in confusion. What's wrong, little ones? Lu Wanyin also noticed something was amiss. These infected didn't seem to offer anything for the spirits to feast on. She glanced back at the official member of the fearless squad who was almost on the verge of wetting himself, foreseeing the peculiar nature of this transformation. At the same time that Lu Wanyin moved forward, Xuanhuan still stood rooted to his spot around the corner. He did not look at Lu Wanyin because he knew full well that this level of infected posed no real threat to her. Though she was still an intern for some reasons, her actual combat strength or experience had long since reached the standard of an awakened professional. And right now, Xuanhuan had other things to do, things that couldn't be seen by Lu Wanyin. After leaving the restroom, Xuanhuan could smell that one infected had been hiding in the shadows. It was the infected from the women's restroom who had attacked Lu Wanyin earlier. Lu Wanyin hadn't truly killed it. The moment Lu Wanyin left, the infected cleaner abruptly crawled out from the women's restroom. Her severed head was gruesomely reconnected to her body by countless veins. Just as it leapt into the air and lunged toward Xuanhuan, its body was suddenly pinned in midair. Xuanhuan stood still, his hands tucked into his pockets, unmoving. But the tail that suddenly sprouted from the hem of his coat pierced through the infected creature's body. The tail penetrated its torso, wrapped around its head, and slowly lifted it to Xuanhuan's eye level. It's strange. I don't feel any core coming from these infected. As Xuanhuan prepared to observe the infected further, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a tentacle shot out. Before the tentacle could stab Xuanhuan's forehead, the tail wrapped around the infected's head tightened violently, pulverizing the creature's skull. These threads again. Xuanhuan tossed the corpse to the ground and turned it over with his tail. Sure enough, he found those light blue threads on the spine of the infected, leading to the ventilation pipe embedded in the wall. At this moment, Lu Wanyin also seemed to sense something. She walked towards the corner when she noticed Xuanhuan taking too long to return. But before she reached him, Xuanhuan already appeared around the corner. Sorry, I went back to the restroom. Xuanhuan scratched his head and chuckled. Are you having kidney issues? Lu Wanyin suspiciously eyed Xuanhuan. To hell with you. Wouldn't you be nervous in this kind of situation? Though still puzzled, like why there was blood appearing under Xuanhuan's coat, Lu Wanyin didn't say much more. As she had thought, if there was something Xuanhuan couldn't tell her yet, she'd wait until the time was right. The young man kept his eyes tightly shut, his body shaking uncontrollably, seemingly waiting for the pain and death that never came. Until Xuanhuan squatted beside him and patted his shoulder. Are you okay? Xuanhuan asked. When the young man first saw Xuanhuan, he felt as though he'd encountered a savior. He suddenly hugged Xuanhuan and burst into tears. My dear mother, how is this different from what the instructor taught? Sigh, your snot, let me, Xuanhuan pushed the young man away and then said to Lu Wanyin, there's a storeroom nearby. Let's take him there first and check his wounds. With that, Xuanhuan helped the boy up. Despite being only a few steps away, the boy groaned every single step like a pig being slaughtered. Xuanhuan really wanted to punch him for the noise. A full-grown man, and already an awoken warrior who had passed the trials. How could he be so cowardly? He had just glanced over the boy's wounds. Though some were deeper than others, they were all external cuts. They would need disinfection as soon as possible. Stop wailing. Lu Wanyin couldn't bear it any longer. After shutting the storeroom door, she looked at the boy irritably. How did the fearless squad even pick you? And how did you pass the awakened warrior's trial? Isn't this world without justice? Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can join the fearless squad. Lu Wanyin said unhappily. Xuanhuan took off his coat, tore it into strips of cloth, and temporarily bandaged the boy's wounds. During this time, though the boy was trying hard to endure the pain, his cries still kept coming one after another. I don't want this either, he cried while shouting. I filled out my application to join Night Demon Patrol. I heard it's a laid-back organization where you don't have to go to the front lines during beast tides. But my family secretly changed it to the fearless squad for me. What can I do? Xuanhuan almost laughed aloud. He turned back to look at Lu Wanyin's expression. As expected, the girl was already gritting her teeth in anger. She grabbed her scythe and was about to slash. Who are you calling a slacker? Say it again if you dare. Could it be? Are you from the Night Demon Patrol? The boy immediately perked up on hearing this. He stopped crying and instead clutched Xuanhuan's sleeve. Big brother, take me in. I want to join the Night Demon Patrol. It was my first day reporting to the organization today, and the Fearless Squad has already sent me on a mission like this. Even with several lives, I wouldn't be enough for this task. Before Xuanhuan could respond, Lu Wanyin suddenly froze. What's your name? Chu. Chu He, the Chu River from Chu River and Han border. The young man seemed a little scared of Lu Wanyin, yet still clung tightly to Xuanhuan's sleeve as he answered. That explains why you're such a coward, despite being in the Fearless Squad, even under MOU's team. Lu Wanyin's expression suddenly became somewhat bewitching. She directly sat down next to Xuanhuan, leaning close to whisper in his ear. This is Master Chu from the Chu family, one of the financial backers behind the 4 major organizations of the association, including the Fearless Squad. They're wealthy and powerful. Xuanhuan understood once he heard this. So he's a favor case. Big brother, sister-in-law. As long as you let me join the Night Demon Patrol, I'll do anything. Who's your sister-in-law? Lu Wanyin shot a glare at Chu He, scaring the young master into shrinking back. However, we can let you join, but our Night Demon Patrol requires monthly fees. It costs this much every month. Lu Wanyin extended her hand and showed 5 fingers. 500,000? Only 500,000 a month, and I can buy myself a peaceful future? I'm in. Why didn't you say earlier, sister-in-law? Lu Wanyin was stunned, her hand frozen midair. Her original intention was for it to mean 5,000 yuan, a sky-high price. Yet unexpectedly, the young master doubled down right away, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Chapter 24. This is my lair. So it's settled, big sister, big brother. From now on, I'm yours. Xuanhuan was amused by Chu He's sudden change in attitude, having gone from earlier despairing wails to now being full of energy at the mention of staying behind. Let's not jump ahead. Xuanhuan gently lowered Lu Wanin's still stiff hand and closed her gaping mouth before turning to Chu He. My name is Xuanhuan. She is my partner, Lu Wanin. Our immediate priority is to find your squad leader. Your wound needs treatment. Can you reach them? At the mention of his wound, Chu He began wailing again. I can't contact them. Not only was my communication device destroyed by those monsters, but even before that, some unknown signal had already blocked this area. Xuanhuan took out his phone and tried to call xuanhuan, but once he pulled it out, all he saw was a no service sign on the screen. By then, Lu Wanin had also recovered from her shock. She shrugged, her face displaying a look of helplessness. I've already tried. None of the communication devices here are working. Then we have no choice but to leave this cinema first. We might encounter other fearless team members along the way. Saying that, Xuanhuan looked at Chu He. Come on, we'll take you out of here first. Our legs hurt, big brother. It's kind of hard to move. Inside, Xuanhuan wanted to scream. He had seen Chu He's wounds. The leg injury was the least severe. Yet here he was, feigning weakness. All right, you stay here then, and we'll go ahead. If we meet fearless team members by chance, we'll tell them where you are. As soon as Xuanhuan stood up, Chu He panicked and got to his feet as well. Big brother, don't go. I'll move, all right. Just call me Xuanhuan. I'm not that much older than you. Xuanhuan sighed. Lu Wanin stretched her feet and stood up from the chair, yawning before whispering to Xuanhuan. You really want to bring him? Seems like a hassle. A meat shield in critical moments. Yeah, good idea. Though this was just a joke from Xuanhuan, Lu Wanin didn't seem to take it as one. She slightly turned her head, flashing an eerie smile at Chu He. It made Chu He shiver involuntarily. Lu Wanin's personality was truly changeable. In school, she was everyone's little sunflower. In front of people she disliked, she could be a venomous little devil. And around Xuanhuan, she was quieter, yet sometimes enjoyed pranks like a playful kitten. Currently, Lu Wanin walked at the forefront of the group, for she was the strongest among the three on paper. They had just passed a screening room. It was the same one Xuanhuan and Lu Wanin had watched a movie in earlier. Lu Wanin briefly peeked inside, then quickly stepped back. All dead. She spread her hands, shrugging her shoulders. It's too much. Even though the captain planned to treat everyone here as suspected infectees, killing them all seems. This is currently the most effective method to prevent the spread of infection. Though Captain Mou's approach may be somewhat tough, there's nothing wrong with her orders or actions. Xuanhuan said calmly. But what if there were still uninfected individuals among them? Chu He clearly wasn't fully convinced. Lu Wanin let out a sarcastic sigh and said, Young master, if we toss you in there, how long do you think you'd last against just 10 infected? Probably not long at all. That's right. And even if some weren't infected, what difference does it make? When they were all deeply engrossed in watching the movie, those tentacles must have silently pierced their throats. Lu Wanin rested her hands behind her head and turned around, walking backward while speaking to Chu He. Your captain is an elite among elites, many people risking their lives to join her team. You, on the other hand, keep trying to get out. Chu He clenched his fists, seemingly wanting to argue, but eventually lowered his head, muttering weakly. Not everyone is as skilled as you two. Although I am an awakened individual, I'm merely a reinforcement-type awakener who can only provide support for others' weapons. That's pretty good, isn't it? Reinforcement-type awakeners are like treasures. Lu Wanin said. My rank is too low, and the weapons I enhance mostly end up as scrap iron. Sigh. I'm starting to think my family thinks I'm such a disgrace that they want me to die on a mission, which could then be glorified as a heroic sacrifice. Chu He's head drooped even lower. Lu Wanin frowned slightly, about to say something when at that very moment, Xuanhuan sensed something. He abruptly reached out, originally intending to grab Lu Wanin's wrist, but in the final instant, he changed his grip to her collar, then sharply pulled her towards him. Lu Wanin was instantly embraced by Xuanhuan. She froze, and Chu He beside them also froze. This isn't, not appropriate, brother. As Chu He finished speaking, in the next second, the ceiling where Lu Wanin had just been standing collapsed suddenly, and then a group of infected individuals dressed in staff uniforms fell through the broken ceiling. These infected were contorted into twisted forms, entangled with one another, their wildly flailing arms resembling tentacles, revolting to look at. Damn, so disgusting. Chu He was so disturbed by the sight that he started retching immediately. Lu Wanin also felt a pang of fear. If those things had hit her just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She surreptitiously raised her eyes to glance at Xuanhuan's face. She hadn't noticed the infected's presence at all, yet Xuanhuan had foreseen the danger before her. But isn't Xuanhuan a regenerator-type awakener? Don't let your guard down. Xuanhuan slowly shielded the two of them as he stepped backward, keeping his distance from the creature. They all have wounds, most of their limbs are missing, indicating that they must have been attacked by your team earlier, but did not die completely. After hearing Xuanhuan's analysis, Chu He paled. Then if they're tangled together like this, replacing the missing limbs with each other's bodies, do infected ones really do such things? Chu He covered his mouth while restraining his urge to vomit and spoke. The monstrous amalgamation of more than 10 infected creatures noticed the existence of the three people and began crawling toward them using multiple hands. Xuanhuan realized that he had to act now. Just as Xuanhuan was about to take action, A streak of sword light suddenly appeared. The body of the combined infected halted its movement, began to disintegrate, and eventually broke apart into countless mutilated limbs. After the bloody scent dispersed, a tall figure clad in black tactical gear, with an hourglass figure, stood before them. She had cleanly sheathed her blade. Upon seeing the girl, He seemed as though he had spotted his savior. Captain. You see, he was criticizing how his captain lacked sentiment just a while ago, but now upon seeing his captain, he seems as excited as a chick seeing its mother hen. Lu Wanyin giggled, while still hiding in Jiang Huai's embrace. Mou glanced at Chu He, then her gaze shifted to Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin. It was only then that the two realized maintaining their embracing posture wasn't ideal, so they quickly separated. Mou's black boots stepped into the blood flowing from the monster, her expression cold as ice as she fixed her piercing stare on the three of them. Then, she nodded slightly to Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin. Thank you for assisting my subordinate. It was no big deal. Jiang Huai responded with a smile. Captain Mou, how is the current situation? Lu Wanyin asked. Mou gave Lu Wanyin a sidelong glance before saying coldly, I will handle what comes next. All of you return to the storeroom and do not come out again. Lu Wanyin blinked slightly, confused. Captain Mou, our night devil patrol can help you as well. Let us work together. The scene will be entirely under our control. Obey the orders. With that statement, Mou swept past them. However, as she passed Jiang Huai, her eyes flickered momentarily, observing him closely during that brief moment. Jiang Huai, with his exceptional perception, naturally noticed this. That feeling was akin to being scrutinized by a deadly venomous snake, causing a chill to run down his spine. This kind of gaze might have seemed fleeting to Lu Wanyin and Chu He, but in Jiang Huai's perception, he was aware that Mou had already completed her observation of him, and in both their perspectives, it had lasted an eternity. Jiang Huai kept his composure, pretending to be oblivious, and in the end, Mou didn't say anything further. She disappeared around the corner after passing the group. Really, this woman is still so irritating. Lu Wanyin grumbled unhappily. Lu Wanyin. Jiang Huai walked to her side and pointed at the pile of grotesque infected remains sliced apart by Mou. Can you see them? What do you see? Lu Wanyin followed Jiang Huai's gaze, but didn't know what he was referring to. Jiang Huai frowned. Lu Wanyin couldn't see it, and Mou apparently hadn't noticed either. At the back of these twisted, entangled infected ones, there was a thin blue silk thread connected, and this thread extended all the way into the ceiling that had collapsed earlier. Jiang Huai slowly closed his eyes. He attempted to let his perception seize this silk thread, then follow it continuously deeper. To his astonishment, he actually could use these threads as some kind of connection point. Then his perception kept spreading towards the ceiling above. Soon, within infinite darkness and chaos, he felt a crack, and on the other side of the crack, there was an unsettling creaking sound emanating. Jiang Huai opened his eyes. He understood what the monster inside that crack wanted to tell him. This is my nest, get out. Chapter 25. I knew there was something off about you. He turned and said to Lu Wanyin and Chu He, these are not the real infected. They are all being controlled by a more powerful entity. Upon hearing Jiang Huai say this, Lu Wanyin's body trembled slightly. Jiang Huai noticed that Lu Wanyin's face had turned pale. You mean? As much as he didn't want to tell Lu Wanyin, the truth was undeniable. Jiang Huai nodded. This cinema has become a den for beasts. Even though she had prepared mentally, Lu Wanyin's body began to shake slightly. But clearly, there was someone present who was even more frightened than Lu Wanyin. There was a thud as Chu He fell straight onto the ground. Jiang Huai looked at him and found his eyes scattered. Clearly, he had been frightened senseless. A den of beasts. Damn it. Why am I always so unlucky? Lu Wanyin swallowed hard, her voice low and distant as she said, I'm fine. She seemed to have forcibly returned herself to her cold personality. But Jiang Huai could hear the fear in her tone. Lu Wanyin. Jiang Huai placed his hand on Lu Wanyin's shoulder and made her look at him. I'm here. Lu Wanyin slowly raised her head, her eyes darting around as if she didn't want Jiang Huai to see her inner terror. Yet now, everything about her was written plainly on her face. We're partners, right? Yes. So now, I have a favor to ask you. Lu Wanyin tilted her head slightly, somewhat confused. I'll go find Mou and tell her about this. She will definitely be able to deal with that beast. You're responsible for getting Chu He back to the storeroom we were just in. No. Lu Wanyin interrupted Jiang Huai. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. She lifted her hand and grabbed Jiang Huai's collar. I don't know how you killed that beast that night or how you saved me, but you won't get rid of me. It was only then that Jiang Huai realized. Lu Wanyin wasn't truly oblivious. She understood everything and vividly remembered the fact of his death that night. But she chose silence and belief, waiting for Jiang Huai and Xuanhuan to explain things to her when they felt the time was right. Though feeling guilty, Jiang Huai had agreed with Xuanhuan. They couldn't tell Lu Wanyin about it, at least not now. Wait, big brother, you killed a beast. Chu He seized on the important part, and his hopeless life was reignited once again by Jiang Huai. You've got to save me and help me leave here. I don't have that kind of skill. Jiang Huai shook his head as Lu Wanyin gripped the sleeve of his coat. I've fled countless times before, but now I won't run anymore. Let me stay with you. Looking into Lu Wanyin's resolute eyes, Jiang Huai could only silently sigh. All right. Then he looked at Chu He. What about you? Do you want to come with us? Or would you prefer to return to that storeroom to wait for rescue? Chu He was in fierce internal conflict, but after some time, he finally made up his mind, clenched his teeth and fiercely declared, Big brother, I'll go with you guys. As long as you don't mind having an incompetent guy like me around. His reaction surprised Jiang Huai somewhat. but perhaps Chui figured it would be safer to stick with those who had fighting capabilities rather than hide alone in the storeroom. Having decided, the three set off in the direction Mou had gone. On the way, they encountered several infected individuals and even saw two dead awakened ones, likely both members of the Fearless Squad. How could this happen? They shouldn't be newbies like me. Chui looked nervously at the bodies of his comrades who had come on this mission with him, now cold corpses, filled with great fear. Drowning happens even to strong swimmers, and sometimes overconfidence born from too much experience leads to tragedy. Xuanhuan knelt next to the two awakened corpses and noticed that they had all been struck suddenly in the back of their heads, ambushed until death. Perhaps they thought they had efficiently eliminated the infected, but they did not realize the infected were controlled by a beast right from the start. Beside the bodies of these two awakened ones, there was a chaotic pile of infected corpses, forming a small mountain. Their limbs and heads had been severed, especially the heads, cut into several pieces deliberately. Zhang Huai and others knew this was Mou's work, and this might well be the last thing their captain could do for her team members now. We must find Mou as soon as possible. The presence of this beast is still spreading. It may no longer be useful to merely seal off the cinema or mall, said Zhang Huai. Although he had already severed the connection with the blue thread, he could now clearly feel something above the ceiling. Within that crack, the beast was continuously expanding its nest. However, just as Zhang Huai stood up, the wall where he was standing was suddenly shattered by a massive fist. The owner of the fists was a horribly swollen infected, and as it broke through the wall, its fist swung straight at Zhang Huai's head. Things happened too quickly. Even Lu Wanyin couldn't prevent what was about to happen. But in Zhang Huai's eyes, everything unfolded like a slow-motion movie. There was plenty of time for him to evade the blow. Yet, he made no move to avoid it. He simply turned his head slightly and stared at the incoming fist, unmoving. The next second, the fist crashed violently against Zhang Huai's face, throwing him flying. Zhang Huai's body broke through several walls before landing hard on the ground. Zhang Huai. Lu Wanyin's scythe flew from her hand. Though this infected had great strength, it relied on ambush. Now facing Lu Wanyin directly, it didn't stand a chance. As Lu Wanyin cut the bloated infected to pieces, its body exploded, splashing sticky liquid and blood everywhere. Chui fell to his knees, retching uncontrollably from the grotesque scene. But Lu Wanyin wasted no time and immediately followed the path Zhang Huai's body had smashed through the walls. However, she found no sign of Zhang Huai on the other side of the rubble. Zhang Huai. Lu Wanyin stood frozen in place, her pupils trembling slightly. At that moment, Zhang Huai had already leaped onto the ceiling. The infected's punch stung, but it wasn't anything beyond tolerable. Instead, it provided an opportunity for him to act freely. These puppet infected were evolving, and their evolution was proceeding rapidly, from initially human-like forms to completely monstrous ones. The beast continuously siphoned energy from humans. Then, after converting them into infected puppets, it would channel more power into these creatures, allowing them to grow stronger and providing the beast better nourishment in return. For now, Lu Wanyin could still handle the infected, but if things dragged out, it wouldn't be good. So Zhang Huai decided to confront the beast himself. The space above the ceiling was larger than he had imagined. The cinema was on the top floor of the mall, but there was actually another compartment above it. No one knew the original purpose of it. Now, however, it had become the breeding nest for the beast. Though this cinema wasn't large in scale, it was peak weekend time. Thus, countless corpses were piled in this hidden layer awaiting conversion. Looking at the countless blue threads connecting all the bodies, Zhang Huai cracked his neck. Just then, a long blade was placed against his neck from behind. You definitely seem off. Mou's cold voice came from behind. Chapter 26, Another Beast. Her appearance was without any warning or trace of presence. This surprised Zhang Huai somewhat. Zhang Huai had learned from Xuanhuan that his perception ability was already comparable to that of the Heavenly Initiation Assembly. Only awakened individuals of 4 stars and above could evade his perception, and even then only if they deliberately suppressed their aura. Although Zhang Huai hadn't met many awakened individuals, only Xuanhuan could appear silently beside him like this. State your code name. The girl's icy voice resonated with the chilling meaning of a blade, lowering the temperature around them. Zhang Huai slowly raised his hand, indicating he meant no harm. I've just joined Night Demon Patrol recently. I don't have my own code name yet. Then give your real name. The girl wouldn't let it go. Zhang Huai found it strange. He'd already said he was new and hadn't participated in any exams. Even if she knew his real name, what could she do? There was no way to contact the outside world here to check on his records. Zhang Huai suddenly remembered that Mou had looked at him strangely twice before. That look was like a hunter catching the scent of prey, trying to seize every chance to find its trail. Could it be? She sensed the beast within me. Speak. The girl's knife moved a few more inches closer. Zhang Huai. A wise man doesn't pick a fight he can't win, so Zhang Huai slowly responded. Mou hesitated slightly when she heard that name. Zhang Huai even felt her sword tremble slightly on his neck. Turn around. Miss Mou, I think we should cooperate. Zhang Huai didn't move, instead patiently saying, I said turn around. The girl warned again. Zhang Huai sighed, then turned around while keeping his hands raised. In the dark attic, Zhang Huai saw the faint purple glow in the eyes of the girl before him. And in that glow, there wasn't an ounce of hostility. Rather, it was surprise. Mou opened her mouth as if wanting to say something. At that moment, Zhang Huai suddenly pounced on Mou, throwing her to the ground. Mou snapped out of her daze. She abruptly raised her hand, her long sword flashing as she attacked. But her target wasn't Zhang Huai, who had suddenly thrown her down. Instead, It was the rift appearing in midair, and the pale blue tentacles stretching out from within. Mou's forceful slash severed those tentacles. The moment Xuanhuan disengaged from Mou, the young woman had already flipped over and slashed again. But the beast in the rift had retreated, emitting an eerie, giggling sound. Subsequently, the rift slowly closed, then reopened at the pile of corpses. This time, countless pale blue tentacles extended, connecting to the back necks of each corpse. Xuanhuan and Mou were astonished to find that the connected corpses instantly transformed into infected beings. But these were different from ordinary infected. They lacked independent thought, able to follow only the commands of the tentacles. Let them become one of us. Suddenly, Xuanhuan seemed to understand what the strange squeaking coming from the rift was saying. He turned to Mou and said, "This beast isn't very strong itself. If we can directly eliminate it, these infected under its control will likely lose their mobility." Mou bent her arm and wiped off the pale blue liquid from the blade earlier. Vanguard-level beast, code name Motherworm. This is the thing that appeared during the last beast tide. Mou's tone was calm, but the furrowed brows showed this beast wasn't easy to deal with. At this moment, that large group of infected began to slowly move. Their bodies twisted grotesquely, some bunching together, gradually encircling Mou and Xuanhuan. Throughout the entire beast tide, it never revealed its true form once, but it was the beast that caused the most deaths among low-rank awakened individuals. "Can't we enter the rift and kill it?" Xuanhuan asked. Mou glanced briefly at Xuanhuan, then gave a cold laugh. "I don't know if you're pretending to be foolish. You figured out its attack faster than me, but you don't know the basic principle of rifts." At that moment, 5 distorted infected suddenly pounced on Mou. The girl spun around, delivering 12 slashes with her sword, cutting the bodies of the 5 infected into pieces. Humans cannot enter the rift. Even awakened ones cannot. Once you enter, you'll immediately transform into an infected. After pondering for a moment, Xuanhuan asked, "If it leaves the rift, can you kill it before it retreats again?" Mou shook the blood off her blade and nodded. "If it really shows up in front of me, even if just for a second, I'm confident I can hunt it down." "Good." Xuanhuan nodded. Then he suddenly kicked off, rushing towards a group of gathered infected. "What are you doing?" When Mou saw this and was about to pull him back, she heard Xuanhuan say, "I'm a regenerative awakened. Let me draw their attention so you can focus on dealing with that beast." Xuanhuan's speed was extremely fast, almost instantly plunging into the midst of those infected. Mou was about to pursue with her knife when she was stopped by several figures. She froze in place, because at this moment standing in front of her were the members of the Fearless Corps turned into infected, her team members. "Captain, why didn't you save us? You're always so selfish." The now distorted faces had once been her colleagues, even her mentors and uncles. But now, Mou showed not an ounce of hesitation. Her long sword swiftly cut through the bodies in front of her as though they offered no resistance. The dead should not hinder the living from moving forward, Mou said coldly. Yet when she looked back at that group of infected, Xuanhuan was already gone, and a trail of blood slowly oozed out from under the feet of those infected. The girl gripped her sword hilt until it creaked. She knew that even if Xuanhuan were a regenerative awakened individual, there was no way to save him. Even if he could be rescued now, he might have already been infected. Squeak, squeak. Behind the girl, the rift slowly opened again. The elusive beast lingered in the dark depths of the crack. Only its sinister, cruel eyes remained, watching Mou with disdain. It had done exactly the same during the last beast tide. It didn't need to fight like other beasts. It simply hid safely and let the puppets kill endlessly, providing nourishment to itself, making it stronger over time. Mou took a deep breath and slowly turned to look at the rift. "Do you really think I can't deal with you?" Squeak, squeak. The creature treated Mou's words as mere bluff, and Mou's gaze turned icy. Sheathed her sword, her hand slowly gripped the hilt again. Using this power here would put everyone in the mall and outside in danger. Without being able to communicate with the outside, she couldn't tell her colleagues to evacuate the crowd. Rather than watch this thing strengthen its followers. Why not? Suddenly, Mou sensed an indescribable presence rising slowly behind her. Her pupils constricted, and her hand gripping the hilt trembled slightly. How could this be possible? Mou took another deep breath, confirming that the presence was growing increasingly stronger. That was right, this wasn't her illusion. Right at this moment, right here, there's another beast. Chapter 27, Battle Between Beasts. The mother of insects hiding in the fissure also seemed to sense something. Squeak squeak, creak creak. Its voice was becoming increasingly filled with caution. Just as Mou turned around to check the situation, she saw the group of infected individuals who were approaching her suddenly stop. In the next second, a tremendous force erupted from within that group of infected individuals. Several infected ones were directly shattered into pieces by this force. Mou quickly held her sword horizontally in front of her body to withstand this force. Crack. Then she was astonished to find that even the aftereffects of this power had caused several cracks on her scabbard. Vanguard level? No, Lord level. Before Mou could recover from her astonishment, a huge white figure suddenly leaped out from that pile of infected individuals. It turned out to be a monster covered in white bones. The bone-covered monster sprinted toward Mou. Mou immediately prepared to draw her sword, but in an instant, she felt an unprecedented pressure. The beast before her might be more powerful than any other beast she had encountered before. But just as she adjusted her breathing, gripped the hilt, and assumed the stance to pull out her sword to hold back this monster, the monster misstepped and suddenly crushed the floor with its foot. Shit. Then Mou heard this bone-covered monster curse in Chinese. She almost doubted whether she had heard it correctly. Subsequently, the body of the bone-covered monster fell to the next layer. The beast in the fissure did not dare to slack off at all. It constantly changed the position of the fissure, seemingly alerting to something. And at this moment, Emoyu was preparing to squat down to see where that bone-covered monster had fallen when she heard a thunderous noise behind her. The skeleton giant leapt up violently, piercing through the floor and appearing right in front of the newly opened fissure. Squeak squeak. The mother of insects was utterly shocked. It directed those infected ones to surge towards the skeleton giant like a flood. However, the monster showed no panic whatsoever. A pair of azure eyes burned with flames behind the ghost-white bones. Neither the bites nor the attacks with sharp, spiked tentacles from the infected ones left even the slightest mark on the body of this skeleton giant. Emoyu was stunned too. Although beasts all have territorial awareness, it was the first time she had ever witnessed it in such a manner. Thus, she watched the skeleton giant standing firmly amidst countless biting and attacking infected ones. Then it abruptly raised its head, gazing intently at the mother of insects behind the fissure. This glare made the mother of insects realize the disparity in strength. Its fissure started to close rapidly. However, at the very moment when the fissure was about to safely disappear, the skeleton giant abruptly lifted its hand and supported the edge of the fissure. Then with the other hand, it braced the opposite side of the fissure. Squeak squeak. The mother of insects began to roar furiously, and so did the skeleton giant towards the fissure. Simultaneously, his hands exerted force, gradually prying open the fissure created by the mother of insects. Emoyu was dumbfounded. Beasts indeed possess the power to open fissures to another world, but she had never seen one tearing apart another's fissure like this. What exactly is this skeleton giant? The infected ones became increasingly frenzied, but could not stop the skeleton giant. With a roar, the skeleton giant tore the fissure wide open. At the same time, it reached out and struck a devastating blow with its fist, shattering the carapace on the left side of the mother of insects' head, forcibly dragging it outward. Viscous liquid spurted out instantly. Soon Emoyu discovered that a large half-body of a spider-like beast had been pulled out of the fissure. Squeak squeak. Seeing the struggling insect mother, the skeleton giant shoved his other hand straight into its toothy mouth and grabbed the lower jaw. With a loud shout, the skeleton giant completely dragged the enormous creature out of the fissure. The hard shell of the insect mother slammed against the floor, breaking through 2 floors consecutively. As its grotesque head rose, attempting to flip over in an instant, the skeleton giant stepped onto the unprotected abdomen of the insect mother. This trampling was nothing short of succulent. Every antenna and tentacle on the insect mother quivered. It looked much like an overturned cockroach, hideous and terrifying. The insect mother lay on the ground, gasping for breath, blood plasma, and unknown fluids continuously seeping out. Afterward, the skeleton giant looked up and locked eyes with Emoyu, who stood amidst the broken ruins. The moment Emoyu met those azure eyes, it was as if she sensed something. These eyes were conveying some kind of information to her. Thus, without hesitation, she reversed her grip on her white iron longsword and leaped downward towards the hole created in the floor. Squeak, squeak. The mother of insects was about to say something more, but the next second, a blade of white light descended from above. The young girl gripped her blade in reverse and used that overbearing white blade light to pierce through the head of the mother of insects. Those tentacles struggled and flailed for a moment before slowly ceasing their twitching. Emoyu sensed the aura of the mother of insects gradually fading away. She coldly withdrew her longsword and wiped the slime off her face with her sleeve afterward. She then turned around, ready to face the skeletal giant. However, as she turned, she was startled to find that there was no longer any trace of the skeletal giant behind her, and she could not sense even the slightest trace of the beast's presence now. What exactly was that thing? Emoyu muttered to herself. Soon after, she discovered something even more terrifying. Where the abdomen of the mother of insects had been stepped on by the skeletal giant, there was a depression. And it was clear that something had once been in that depression, but now it was gone without a trace. Did that beast steal the core? Meanwhile, xuanhuan was still relentlessly searching for xuanhuan. Her face was cold, her pupils trembling. Every time she saw an infected one gnawing on a corpse, her heart would shiver, and she would pray that it absolutely wasn't xuanhuan. After the massive sound earlier, she suddenly noticed these infected ones falling down like marionettes whose strings were cut, motionless on the ground. And beneath a pile of infected corpses, xuanhuan spotted a hand. From the sleeve, she identified it as xuanhuan's hand. Thus, step by step, the young girl walked toward the pile of corpses and knelt slowly in front of that hand. Her mind at this moment was deathly silent. She didn't understand how things had ended up like this. A stream of clear tears slid slowly down from the corner of the young girl's eyes. Why is it like this again? The young girl's expression was blank, her eyes emitting a tinge of despair. She slowly bent down, wanting to touch that pale, bloodied hand. These very hands had caressed her hair just this morning. I can still do nothing. She gently held that hand and pressed it against her cheek. She did not care about the blood staining her face. Her tears mixed with bloodstains spread slowly, symbolizing despair. Just at this moment, that hand moved slightly, its fingers lightly brushing across the young girl's eye socket, wiping away her tears. Don't mourn yet. I'm not dead yet. Could you first help me out of here? Chapter 28, Hidden Truth. Afterward, the girl heard xuanhuan's muffled voice coming from the pile of corpses. Xuanhuan froze, then suddenly tightened her grip on xuanhuan's hand with all her strength. Xuanhuan. The girl took a deep breath, her voice trembling as she repeatedly confirmed that she hadn't heard wrong. Hurry. Pull me out. I'm about to suffocate. Xuanhuan was still alive. Tears streamed down the girl's face again in overwhelming joy. This teenager, who she had only known for less than a week, seemed like a chance for redemption offered by this world. She clung to this opportunity with all her might, pushing aside the infected corpses piled on top of him while dragging Xuanhuan forcefully out. Once she saw more than half of his body emerge, the girl couldn't help herself anymore. Without waiting to drag Xuanhuan's lower body out, she immediately threw herself onto him, hugging him tightly. You didn't die, you didn't die. If you had cried a little longer, I might have suffocated. Xuanhuan's head rested on Lu Wanqing's thigh. Tears kept streaming down the girl's face and dripping onto Xuanhuan's cheeks. I told you, I'm the strongest tank. Can't die. Just my chest feels a bit cold. Xuanhuan smiled as he pointed at his chest and abdomen, which were already torn but slowly healing. Lu Wanqing wiped away the tears she couldn't stop, laughing as she said to Xuanhuan, Idiot, someone made another hole in your chest. His chest and abdomen were both ripped open by himself. He originally wanted to grab those infected creatures' spines and tear apart his own body, but unfortunately, his body was too strong. Several claws of the infected shattered without even scratching his skin. Helpless, he punched through his own chest and tore his abdomen apart. That sensation almost caused Xuanhuan to faint in pain. Before Lu Wanqing arrived, he had hidden among the dead infected so she wouldn't notice anything. But if it was Mou, sometimes life is about fearing what will come, and then it comes. Just as Lu Wanqing helped Xuanhuan stand up, the ice-cold black-haired girl was walking slowly towards the two of them. The blood-soaked blade in her hand had yet to be sheathed. Where did you go just now? Mou asked Xuanhuan coldly. To help attract attention. Unfortunately, they caught up with us. But since I'm tough and regenerate well, and these things suddenly stopped moving, I managed to survive. Xuanhuan laughed nervously, scratching his head. Mou's eyes slowly moved down, looking at Xuanhuan's wounds. Her gaze was sharp like a sword, making Xuanhuan feel somewhat uneasy. Sure enough, after Mou saw Xuanhuan's incompletely healed wound, she frowned slightly. Your injuries. At this moment, a cheerful and familiar voice sounded behind them. Oops, looks like I've come too late, it's already over. Xuanhuan walked over, fanning himself with his cowboy hat. Seeing Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan breathed a sigh of relief, and Lu Wanqing was also very excited. Only Mou's expression became increasingly grim. Hey, isn't that the young miss from the Mo family? You look prettier every time we meet. Come give uncle a hug. Saying this, Xuanhuan opened his arms toward Mou. But Mou merely stepped back slowly, glaring coldly at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, member of Night Demon Patrol, 5-star Awakened One, codename, Priest. Heh, why are you being so distant now, little girl? I used to give you candies when you were young. There was no emergency signal detected. Why are you here? Mou stared at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan chuckled, putting on his cowboy hat before stepping next to Xuanhuan and Lu Wanqing, wrapping an arm around each of them. These two are like family to me, unexpectedly caught up in the Fearless One's operation. How can I not worry? Isn't it okay for a guardian to check up on their children? Mou nodded slightly. Not illegal. With that, she sheathed her sword, seemingly concluding after some consideration that it wasn't worth having a conflict with an equal-ranking Awakened One at this moment. With a beast wave imminent, everyone should unite rather than fight among themselves. Still, she looked at Xuanhuan one last time. Xuanhuan of Night Demon Patrol, I'll remember you. Then she turned and left their sight. What did you and her? Lu Wanqing questioned curiously, looking at Xuanhuan. After I was thrown far by that thing earlier, I met Mou. She spotted that creature and volunteered to draw the fire of part of the infected forces. Lu Wanqing wasn't stupid, nor was Mou. All the blood on Xuanhuan wasn't his. The most critical thing was that there was a trace of beastly aura in Xuanhuan's coat pocket right now. Alright. You two kids, the next time you encounter other organizations on a mission, you better stay far, far away. Xuanhuan raised his hand and tousled both of their heads affectionately. Old you, don't mess up my hair, it'll get disheveled. Heh. When Xuanhuan ruffled your hair, you seemed happy enough. Does that mean I can't do it, huh? I wasn't happy at all. Soon after, the association had cordoned off the entire mall for cleanup operations. Many onlookers outside had already captured videos of some monster appearances during the chaos. After all, the battle between the bug mother and the skeleton giant had made too much noise. Even from outside the building, one could catch glimpses of the fight. However, without exception, these videos were quickly suppressed and removed en masse as soon as they were uploaded online. People, deep down, were well aware of what was happening. This wasn't the first time such videos of monsters appearing had been recorded, but these videos rarely lasted more than 2 minutes online before being taken down. It was as though someone higher up was specifically watching over these matters. But even with how fast the videos were deleted, rumors spread among the masses nonetheless. At least those who had witnessed the monsters and survived firmly believed the world was not as safe as they imagined. Mou entered the restroom in the cinema after briefly reporting to the association's administrators. She splashed some water on her face, then slowly looked up at the mirror. Xuanhuan, are you really the person I knew? On the night when the bug mother crisis occurred at the cinema, Lu Wanqing was called back to headquarters to give an account of the situation. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan came alone to Xuanhuan's home. At this moment, he sat on the sofa, smoking while gazing at the crystal-like purple core placed on the table. You're quite bold, stealing the core right in front of the fearless squad. Xuanhuan glanced at Xuanhuan, who sat across from him on the sofa. The one named Mou probably hasn't noticed yet. I detached this core while I was in my beast form. Don't underestimate her, Xuanhuan. Afterward, you mentioned you met her again. And during that time, this core was on your person. If it were MOU, there's no way she wouldn't have noticed. Xuanhuan furrowed his brow. Then why hasn't she come to find me yet? Who the hell knows? That girl MOU is very independent. Whenever she goes on missions, she never takes care of her teammates, which is why her team has the fastest member turnover. Xuanhuan chuckled twice, leaning forward to look directly at Xuanhuan. I've heard that the fearless squad isn't exactly thrilled with MOU either and wants to kick her out. How about you convince her to join us in Night Demon Patrol? Chapter 29, Devouring the Core. Xuanhuan knew Xuanhuan was joking. If it were that easy to poach people, other organizations would have already made their move. Although MOU is solitary, there's no denying her capabilities. Were it not for a bug mother, which is a rather special kind of beast, she should be able to handle other Vanguard-class beasts easily. An awakened person with such strong combat ability may not be easy to command, but throwing her into the enemy's ranks would still be like dropping a powerful bomb. So what do we do with this core now? Xuanhuan looked at the core on the table, which was pulsating with purple light, and asked. Xuanhuan took a deep puff of his cigarette and then blew smoke toward the core. The association has explicitly stipulated that various organizations are not allowed to privately retain cores because these cores represent the essential power of beasts. The association hopes to better understand the beasts by analyzing the cores. But you know, the more something is prohibited, the higher its price. I can introduce you to some black market traders. This Vanguard-level core can sell for quite a lot of money. Xuanhuan understood that there was more to Xuanhuan's words, so he didn't interrupt, just listened quietly. But Xuanhuan lightly tapped his fingers against the core. For you, this core might have another use. You want me to eat it, right, old you? Ha, that's up to you. This thing isn't any sort of supplement, and it doesn't even look very edible. But if it could be converted into your strength, I think you should give it a try. Xuanhuan picked up the core and brought it close to his eyes. Shit, you're really going to do it? Seeing that Xuanhuan was really about to eat it, Xuanhuan was stunned. Why waste an opportunity? Xuanhuan smiled and then stuffed the core, which could fit in his mouth perfectly, inside. How's it taste? Is it all purple and grape flavored? Xuanhuan moved closer to observe Xuanhuan. Crunch. Xuanhuan bit into the core, breaking it apart, much to Xuanhuan's amusement. You're even chewing it. It's too big to swallow. Hurry up, tell me how you feel. Xuanhuan swallowed the shattered core, and contrary to Xuanhuan's suggestion, it wasn't any kind of grape flavor. Instead, upon biting it, a pungent stench rose. After swallowing it down, Xuanhuan felt a warm current coursing through his body. He involuntarily leaned back against the sofa and slowly closed his eyes. Xuanhuan's calls from nearby grew increasingly distant. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself returned to that strange prison office. This time, he easily walked out of the office, through the work area, stepping into the darkness once more until he came face to face with the skeleton giant cell again. Xuanhuan successfully pushed open the door of the skeleton giant's prison. But to his shock, he found the cell a scene of utter chaos. All around, pieces of chitin similar to bug shells and broken limbs were scattered. Blood and mucus spattered the interior walls. And right now, the skeleton giant squatted on the ground, feasting on the carcass of the bug mother. Xuanhuan stared wide-eyed as he watched the changes happening to the skeleton giant's body. A row of thorns protruded outward along the skeleton's arms. The originally rounded head armor now became angular. Core devoured, Vanguard-level beast. Designation, bug mother. Special ability gained, dominion over beasts. You can now command lower-rank infected creatures to serve under you, fully obeying your commands. As your power grows, even beasts will not escape your domination. At that moment, the skeleton giant slowly turned around, fixing its gaze on Xuanhuan. In Xuanhuan's mind, a vision gradually appeared. Upon the ruins of a city, 5 Lord-class beasts had slaughtered all the awakened humans. And the dark Voidbringer floated above the city, spewing black flames while emitting ear-piercing screams, seemingly tolling the bell for the end of the world. A wave of monsters. That was Xuanhuan's first reaction. But why was Bai showing him this scenario? Was it a warning or a prophecy? The black flames of the destroyer slowly engulfed the entire world, leaving Xuanhuan surrounded by darkness. Until a slap slapped across his cheek, he abruptly opened his eyes. Ho, finally awake. You youngsters sure recover fast after a meal. Then Xuanhuan informed Xuanhuan about the change in his powers, but still did not mention the dream prison he had seen during sleep. That's about settled then. You've got the rare ability to absorb cores and convert them into your own power. In my long life, I've never come across a monster like you. Afterwards, Xuanhuan stood up, stretched, and said, Young Lu should be back soon. But the key is, this must remain secret between us. She'll find out sooner or later. Xuanhuan said, we just need to wait a little longer. Xuanhuan walked to the balcony and gazed at the city shrouded in night, his eyes betraying an unspoken worry. She's not ready yet. You can't protect her forever. Xuanhuan, walking up behind Xuanhuan, said, Hey, who are you to lecture me? Have you ever been a father? But you're not her. Xuanhuan's words trailed off halfway. From a certain perspective, Xuanhuan really was like Lu Wanxin's father, so he had no right to comment on Xuanhuan's methods of teaching. Kid, Xuanhuan leaned against the railing, looking at Xuanhuan. If one day, if I kick the bucket, you have to. After a moment's pause, Xuanhuan changed his tone. If I kick the bucket, I'm counting on you to take care of Miss Lu. To do that, you must join the association. Furrowing his brows, Xuanhuan asked, If the association is as ruthless with beasts as you say, won't my exposure risk be higher once I join? The darkness under the lamp, kid. Moreover, based on what you just said, your power has limitless potential for evolution. This evolution happens through consuming cores. The best way to get cores is by joining the association. Do you understand what I'm saying? As Xuanhuan spoke, Jiang gradually understood everything. Bai Hai needed more cores. Although he wasn't clear yet about his connection to that beast, Jiang had a gut feeling that Bai Hai, and those unseen things in the prison, weren't his enemies. Whether it was future battles against the swarms beyond the cracks or protecting the people he cherished, he had to make this power even stronger. He had to make these forces grow, serve him. And to do that, he would need to consume more cores. So joining the association now was indeed the best course of action. Chapter 30, The Last Chance. Are you not capable of protecting her yourself as a 5-star awakener? Jiang asked in confusion. Xuanhuan took a puff of his cigarette with a laugh, helplessness all over his face. This was the first time Jiang had ever seen such an expression on Xuanhuan's face. Boy, do you know why the situation for the Night Demon Patrol is so difficult now? He looked at Jiang and said, because there are too few people? Jiang answered tentatively. Xuanhuan shook his head with a smile. The Night Demon Patrol 5 years ago was not like it is now. Although it couldn't match the 4 great organizations, it still had over 100 awoken members. Why did it fall to this? Jiang was extremely curious. Because we owe a lot of debts. Is it just because of that? Jiang tilted his head, somewhat surprised, because Xuanhuan had once told him he had channels to sell the cores of beasts. And from Xuanhuan's behavior, it seemed like he often did these things. Even the core produced by the lowest rank of scout-level beasts could fetch around 10,000 on the black market. The association wasn't unaware of this situation either. But everyone has their own troubles. As long as it's not too excessive or large-scale selling of cores, the association usually turns a blind eye. In this case, how could the Night Demon Patrol be so short on money? You've misunderstood, boy. What we owe isn't just financial debt, but much more. Xuanhuan paused here, slowly turned around, and blew a puff of smoke outside the balcony. It's lives. Jiang didn't speak. This was something he hadn't expected. Do you know Yulong City? A mountain city not far from Linyu City. It was sealed off 5 years ago due to special disease control and hasn't been opened until now. Wait, teacher you. Are you saying that the sealing of Yulong City was because of a beast tide? Xuanhuan nodded. Whenever a beast tide arrives, 5 fissures appear, and each one represents the nest of a Lord-class beast. During the beast tide of Yulong City those years ago, what the Night Demon Patrol was responsible for was the most important Lord's nest in the Central District. Our mission was not to exterminate the nests and Lords, but to delay the time as much as possible, waiting for other Awakener organizations to break the other 4 nests before joining us, and then together destroy the Central Nest and its Lord. As Jiang listened to Xuanhuan's words, he couldn't help but imagine that scene. Under the city shrouded in blood and war were a group of warriors who rushed forward without hesitation to fight against the flood of beasts. Among them was also Xuanhuan. At that time, the girl was still young and stayed at the back. The president of the Night Demon Patrol and Old Du led us to the Central District, and we successfully suppressed the expansion of the Central Nest. When talking about this, Old Du seemed to be lost in his memories, as if returning to that day, the moment unforgettable forever. When the other groups had crushed 3 nests, an anomaly occurred at the Central Nest. Even when the cigarette burnt down to his fingers, Xuanhuan remained unmoved, still lost in his memories. That monster which had once crushed the army of human awakeners appeared in front of our eyes, the Black Reaper, the World Destroyer. It devoured the original Central Nest Lord and began indiscriminately attacking both beasts and humans. Its twin wings covered the skies, black flames ravaged everything, and we were utterly defenseless against it. The suppression task failed. The other 4 nests weren't fully destroyed yet, but we still had to suppress the Destroyer of Worlds to create time for other Awakeners to retreat. It was the backup plan, something we had already informed the whole team about. Every member of the Night Demon Patrol was prepared to fight until death, but our president, the person we always believed in, chose to escape first in that moment. Fear of the Destroyer of Worlds overpowered everything. The only 6-star Awakener ran away, leaving us powerless to withstand the Destroyer of Worlds. It obliterated us all as if we were chickens. Old Yu's eyes were dim, as if everything from that day was still vividly clear. That man, the man he had forever trusted, betrayed the Night Demon Patrol and everyone else. So, the Night Demon Patrol's mission failed, right? Xuanhuan gave a bitter laugh, reluctantly nodding his head. There was no other way. We retreated too, escaped. But not everyone was so lucky. The anger of the Destroyer of Worlds scorched the entire city. It devoured the other Lords and became even more powerful. Many teams didn't have enough time to retreat, all because of our defeat. Finally, Xuanhuan came back to reality from his memories. He looked at Jiang and smiled faintly, saying, "We owe a lot of debts. Every single one of them corresponds to a life. Since then, the Night Demon Patrol has become a joke among all organizations. But these debts are owed by our older generation. They have nothing to do with the girl. Maybe one day, I will also have to pay off these debts. And when that day comes..." Xuanhuan's gaze turned serious. "Help me take care of Lu Girl well." During this period, Old Yu had been suggesting that Jiang should not go to school. Because the power inside his body was growing stronger and stronger, if he didn't control it well, it was very likely to get out of hand. Just last week, Jiang used too much force when pushing open the door of the lecture hall because he didn't pay attention to controlling his strength. It directly caused half of the classroom door and wall to collapse. Everyone thought an earthquake happened. So Jiang Huai pretended to hug his head and escape from the lecture hall together with other students. After that, Jiang Huai had been practicing how to control such power with xuanhuan. Now he could already use it freely in daily life. But once he entered the skeleton form, this kind of control was still somewhat difficult. Jiang Huai. Since today came early, there were only a few people in the classroom. Lu Wanxin sat on Jiang Huai's desk and looked at him and said, "Next week is the Awakener exam. Don't be nervous. I have experience, and I'll participate in the exam with you." Jiang Huai wanted to say that he wasn't nervous, but Lu Wanxin looked somewhat eccentrically lately. For several days, she had been repeating this matter. "Yeah, I can feel relieved with you around." Then Jiang Huai intentionally went along with what Lu Wanxin said. "That's natural." Lu Wanxin lightly raised her legs and proudly said, "At that time, just follow closely behind me. Don't be like the last time and get thrown away again." "Okay, I'll be careful, and if I get thrown away next time, I'll pull you along." "You." Lu Wanxin slightly frowned. There was a trace of discontentment in her eyes, as if Jiang Huai's joke had touched upon some sensitive nerve. She gave Jiang Huai a glance with both reproach and a touch of mischief. "All right, no more jokes." Jiang Huai smiled and said, "Why don't you give me a heads up on the exam content?" Lu Wanxin sighed softly, and her gaze became earnest. "The test contents change each year. I've participated for 3 consecutive years, and each year the theme is different. Telling you ahead might even mislead you." There was a hint of helplessness in her voice, as if she was recounting an unchangeable fact. This year was also Lu Wanxin's last chance. If she failed the Awakener test again, then she would ultimately have no choice but to leave the Night Demon Patrol and return to an ordinary life. At that point, she might even have her memory erased by the Dawn Society. Anyway, that was something Lu Wanxin refused to accept at all costs. "Have you ever thought about giving up the exam?" Jiang Huai suddenly asked. Sitting on the desk swinging her legs, Lu Wanxin was somewhat stunned by Jiang Huai's question. She leaned backward slightly, directly leaning against Jiang Huai's chest. "Unconcerned cabbage, aren't you trying to dissuade me from becoming an official Awakener?" "No, what I'm saying is, since you're already an Awakener, even if you don't pass any exam, can't you still hunt privately?" Lu Wanxin sighed, and then she rubbed her head against Jiang Huai's chest. "Alas, you idiot, the kind of Awakeners you're talking about are called Shadow Walkers. They're not officially recognized entities, and also the deviant elements the Association hunts down every day. Isn't it strange? Why must Awakeners be under the control of the Association? We all fight beasts. Doesn't it make no difference where we fight? Because the Association controls the most resources. Though I don't fully understand either, but if I become a Shadow Walker, perhaps the Night Demon Patrol truly won't exist anymore." Lu Wanxin's voice was somewhat low. Jiang Huai gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "For you, is the Night Demon Patrol just a nameplate?" Lu Wanxin fell silent. She took a deep breath, then slowly sighed. "Jiang Huai, can you help me comb my hair again?" Jiang Huai did not continue this topic, but he did develop some interest in Shadow Walkers. That is, there indeed existed Awakeners Busog Xiawei Zhanggang, even organizations, yet they were being suppressed and hunted down by the Association. If they couldn't gain formal recognition from the Association, they would be constrained everywhere. They might even face simultaneous attacks from both beasts and the Association. Isn't that strange? Why does the Association want to control all Awakeners within its grasp? Is it really just for better resistance against the beast tide? He silently combed through Lu Wanxin's hair. The girl seemed to know that Jiang Huai had something on his mind. Suddenly, she leaned back, resting her head against Jiang Huai's chest, feeling his heartbeat. Her voice carried a hint of jest, yet perhaps hid a touch of longing. "If I don't pass the assessment later, run away with me privately. Unconcerned cabbage." Jiang Huai's heartbeat quickened. He was startled for a moment, and unconsciously a faint blush crept onto his face. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Deep inside him, there was a sentence welling up, almost bursting out. "I'll protect you." But at that moment, Lu Wanxin suddenly burst into a crisp laughter, breaking the brief silence. "I'm teasing you, fool." Lu Wanxin happily continued rubbing her head against Jiang Huai's chin. By this time, more classmates were coming into the classroom one after another. Seeing this couple so passionate early in the morning, they couldn't help but comment a bit. But all were in jest. Who could resist making fun when Lu Wanxin was so popular? And Lu Wanxin paid no attention to others at all. At the moment, she was still leaning on Jiang Huai's chest. She raised her hand and gently pinched Jiang Huai's cheek. Her gesture was gentle and intimate, as if consoling a frightened little animal. Then, it was as if she remembered something. Her fingers went through her long hair, carelessly undoing the originally neat hair ornaments. "I don't feel like tying my hair today, no need to comb it." Her voice carried a sense of relief, as if putting down some invisible burden. "Tonight, shall I cook dinner?" "Of course you can, but won't it be 12 different ways to cook tofu again?" Jiang Huai remembered last time when Lu Wanxin cooked. She directly put on a vegetarian feast, using tofu and bean skin to simulate various meat flavors. It must be said, the taste was good. But after all, it wasn't meat, so when eaten, it always felt lacking something. What? Looking down on tofu. My family was so poor. Where would we possibly have enough money to eat meat every meal? It's already quite an achievement to make you feel tofu tastes like meat. Jiang Huai laughed, then stroked the head of the young girl in his arms and said, "You'd better get used to cooking real meat. I'm a carnivore. I have to eat meat in every meal." "Humph, unconcerned cabbage, quite picky aren't you?" "Don't worry, tonight I'll show you what my skills are." The classmates nearby looked at this couple who had openly cohabitated. They just couldn't hold it back any longer. Lu Wanxin's friends rushed over, laughing mischievously while dragging Lu Wanxin away. Jiang Huai sat at his seat, watching the little son being surrounded by a group of people chatting and laughing, and couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Actually, whether becoming an awakener or a shadow walker, his goal will not change. To fight beasts, capture those 7 original beasts, and to ensure your safety. At the same time, within the headquarters of the Night Demon Patrol, Du Qinghong was organizing the basic information of Lu Wanxin and Jiang Huai. Because he was not adept at using computers, most of his data was handwritten, then pasting photos of the two of them. After finishing everything, Du Qinghong walked to the office door, glanced around, and since he saw no one, he could only personally submit the materials to the association himself. Originally, the vice president of an organization should have their own independent reception area. But the situation of the Night Demon Patrol was very special, basically seen as a bunch of sinners in the eyes of other organizations. The fact that they're still allowed to exist is considered exceptional grace. So naturally, Du Qinghong did not receive the treatment a vice president should have. He had to queue up like everyone else to submit materials at the front desk. When seeing that the deputy head of the Night Demon Patrol was here submitting new member data, the people behind him even mocked him to his face. Look, the Night Demon Patrol has new members this year. Probably another idiot who only knows how to run away. That little sister in their team is having her final year this year. Such a pity, a necromancy-type awakener. What a rare power, wasted on the Night Demon Patrol. Du Qinghong did not pay attention to these words. After he submitted the data, he planned to leave, but was stopped by someone. Lao Du. The person was dressed in a suit, at least a head taller than Du Qinghong. That physique was completely incomparable to the slim Du Qinghong. Shouldn't you know what I'm going to say, right? The man puffed on his cigar, coldly looking at Du Qinghong. Understood. He adjusted his glasses. This round of the beast tide. Yu Qinshan and I will serve as vanguards, creating a path for you towards the central nest. The man let out a cold laugh. Don't worry, this time you won't have a chance to escape because all of us will be watching you from behind. Then he leaned his head close to Du Qinghong's ear and whispered, if you and Yu Qinshan can really open up a path for us, then I will keep my promise and allow the Night Demon Patrol to continue existing. However, the man grinned, revealing a cruel smile. With only Yun Luo left, and 2 new members who haven't even passed the assessment, does your organization really still have a reason to exist? Du Qinghong, neither humble nor arrogant, adjusted his glasses and took a step back, putting some distance between himself and the man. It's none of your concern, Vice Chairman. After saying that, he turned and left the hall of the Awakener Association without looking back. Watching his retreating figure, the man directly crushed the cigar in his mouth with his teeth, turning it to ashes even before the broken pieces hit the ground. Chapter 31 The Power of the Dominator. After school, Jiang Huai originally thought Lu Wanyin would go home with him. However, Lu Wanyin told Jiang Huai at the bus stop that she had something to do. Anyway, I'll come back by myself tonight. Don't worry about me, and you don't need to wait for me to have dinner. After saying this, Lu Wanyin waved to Jiang Huai. Helplessly, Jiang Huai could only go home alone. On the way, he went to the fresh market to buy some vegetables. His parents were going back to the county town tomorrow, so Jiang Huai had made an appointment with them to cook a meal for them tomorrow. Of course, Lu Wanyin must be present as well. You have to act it out fully after all. He bought a few pounds of ribs and some vegetables. He would buy 2 fresh fish tomorrow morning. All kinds of fish dishes were Jiang Huai's forte, which might have something to do with his habit of catching fish in the river since childhood. In order to reward Lu Wanyin in advance, Jiang Huai also bought more desserts. Just when he was walking out of the fresh market, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a fleeting figure. It was a black-haired girl with long hair, wearing a black tracksuit, a baseball cap on her head, half her face covered by a mask. Only her narrow, deep-set eyes were transmitting a cold chill. At this moment, she had one hand tucked into the pocket of her tracksuit jacket while the other hand held a mobile phone intently looking at it. The girl glanced at him slightly as she passed by Jiang Huai, but it was just a glance. It's so, before she finished speaking these words, the girl had already walked past Jiang Huai, her gaze returning to her mobile phone. Jiang Huai's hand, raised to say hello, hung in midair. He sighed bitterly and turned to leave. Just then, Jiang Huai suddenly felt a dangerous aura. His gaze following the danger bypassed the crowd, and he saw a man with a pale complexion and sunken eye sockets. He looked like he hadn't slept for several days, staggering unsteadily. He collided with a few passers-by one after another. No matter how those people cursed at him, he didn't look up once. And Jiang Huai's gaze at this time was like an X-ray machine. He saw that there was a thumb-sized black crystal growing at the position of the man's heart. An infected person, and it was a converting infectee. Jiang Huai wasn't wasting his time training with Yu Qinshan these days either. While learning how to control his own strength, Yu Qinshan also taught Jiang Huai a lot of knowledge about beasts and infected people. Generally speaking, infected individuals are monsters consciously transformed by beasts. Some follow the beast that converted them. Some retain self-awareness and hunt others, and these self-aware infected ones love to dig out the cores of those who are transforming and eat them. This is also a way for the infected ones to evolve. Sheninen is one of these self-aware infected ones, and she seems to have mistakenly identified herself as an unconverted infected individual. That's why she attacked herself. Jiang Huai redirected his attention back to the man. His core was still relatively small at the moment. Maybe there was still hope. Thinking of this, Jiang Huai took a step forward toward the man, but he abruptly raised his head as if stimulated, glaring at Jiang Huai. Don't come near me. The man yelled furiously at Jiang Huai like a madman, but the other passers-by only thought this man had gone crazy. Yelling loudly, the man turned and ran away, his movements extremely swift, completely different from his previous sluggishness. Xuanhuan knew that his conversion was accelerating. So, Xuanhuan threw down the shopping bag directly and chased after the man swiftly. This pedestrian street was not very long, and the man quickly burst out of the exit of the pedestrian street, knocking over several passersby. Because there were too many pedestrians, Xuanhuan certainly could disregard them all and knock them flying aside. But running at full speed might make it hard for him to control his strength. Ordinary people, if hit by him, would end up either dead or severely injured. Even so, he was trying to increase his speed as much as possible, almost running side by side with the man out of the pedestrian street. The man's footsteps did not stop. He directly dashed out to the highway. And just as a clearly speeding black supercar smashed violently into his body. At the critical moment, Xuanhuan grabbed the man's shoulder and tossed him aside, having an intimate contact between his back and the car door. There was a screeching sound. The bystanders let out cries of alarm. Xuanhuan's back coat was torn apart completely, but his skin remained unharmed. At this moment, in the place where he touched the car, bones were quietly covering his waist. Xuanhuan frowned, suppressed this force promptly, allowing the bones to gradually disappear. He looked at the man who had been thrown to the ground by him. Since the force used was a bit too much just now, it seemed that the man's leg was broken. The man was lying on the ground groaning in pain at this moment. Xuanhuan walked over and grabbed the collar of the man. I can help you. Be quiet and come with me. Although he hadn't tried it before, when he sensed the core inside the man just now, he felt that the core was still in its developing stage. If he could use his dominator power to separate the core from the man's heart, then maybe the conversion could really be reversed. The man trembled as if he was frightened. He allowed Xuanhuan to drag him up like a little chick and started walking towards the sidewalk. However, there came a sharp screech of brakes from behind. It turned out that the supercar had made a U-turn and returned to Xuanhuan's side. Son of bitch, are you looking for death? A neatly dressed, distinguished-looking man got out of the car and shouted at Xuanhuan. His first concern wasn't whether Xuanhuan was injured or not. Instead, he rushed to the passenger door to check it. After taking a look, he became even more enraged. My grasp, on the red-painted passenger door, which was the spot that had made contact with Xuanhuan's body just now, there was already a dent. Moreover, a thick and long scratch marked that the car door was nearly ruined. Stand still for me, you bastard. The man pointed at Xuanhuan, who had returned to the sidewalk, and yelled. Xuanhuan frowned. Now he didn't have time to deal with such matters. But he still took a deep breath, turned his head, and said to the approaching man, No problem. I'm not injured. No compensation is needed. Then he continued walking forward. The man glared at Xuanhuan furiously. What the hell? Do you want compensation? Let me tell you. Trash like you dying 100 times won't be enough to pay for my car. At this moment, the passenger window slowly descended. Brother Zhou, I'm scared. That person just suddenly appeared. He almost scared me to death. The woman sitting in the passenger seat called out to the man with a whiny voice. Then she saw Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, is that you? Zhou, whose mind had just been clouded by anger, also recognized Xuanhuan at this moment. His current anger now carried an extra layer of disdain. Is that really you waste? You better just cut your neck off. Don't run onto the street trying to die. Xuanhuan looked at this irate young master with helplessness. However, what the other party said was correct. Although the car was speeding, he indeed ran into the street himself. For saving someone, I didn't think about it. Xuanhuan dragged the man in front of Zhou and said, How much will the repair and repainting of your car cost? I'll compensate you. Xuanhuan, do you think this car is the same kind of garbage as you? Compensation? Do you even know how much it costs to repaint this part? Zhou coldly chuckled as he looked at Xuanhuan. Chen Ning approached awkwardly at this moment. Why did they always encounter Xuanhuan whenever they went out together? Xuanhuan, what you did just now was dangerous, and Brother Zhou's car is newly purchased. Look, you've scratched its door. Xuanhuan frowned. It seemed he was being deliberately framed today. Young man, I can testify that this kid went out to save someone just now. Look at his torn clothes. Why don't you check if he's injured first? An old man who couldn't bear to see this injustice walked over and spoke, only to be stared down by Zhou. Old bastard, who gave you permission to speak? Can his clothes compare to my car? Even if he dies here today, he still wouldn't be able to afford my car. Seeing this tyrannical behavior of the young master, the old man could only shake his head and leave helplessly. Xuanhuan coldly laughed as he looked at Zhou. Then give me a number. Give a number? I'm afraid you'll burst blood vessels and collapse right here after hearing it. Xuanhuan, what kind of attitude is this? Where are you going to get the money? Today's Chen Ning was dressed extravagantly. Her delicate makeup and expensive high heels were flaunting her identity. Of course, whether this identity has a validity period is another matter. Brother Zhou, can you stop holding a grudge against him? He cannot possibly afford your car. Zhou proudly put his arm around Chen Ning's waist and poked Xuanhuan's chest one by one while saying, Little beast, let me tell you, I've already been lenient enough to you. Last time I gave you 50,000, you should have gone away quietly and never shown up in front of me again. But not only are you still obstructing my view here, but now you have also damaged my beloved car. You really dare. Xuanhuan, hurry up and apologize to Brother Zhou. I'll say a few good words for you. Xuanhuan could sense that the man beside him was becoming more and more unstable. If he were to let the transformation happen here, then he would have no choice but to directly intervene. Although Yuqinshan had said there would be follow-up personnel for visitation and handling, the association's cleaners demanded a high price. This would only add some unnecessary expenses to the night demon patrol. Hey, how about this? You kneel down, give me 3 loud kowtows, and I'll consider this matter as resolved. What do you say? Jiang Huai completely ignored Zhou Qin. He was using his dominator power to attempt delaying the expansion speed of the core inside the man. Brother Zhou Qin, isn't this a bit too much? What? Are you feeling sorry for him? This kind of commoner wouldn't lose any dignity by kneeling before me. More and more people began to gather around, and Zhou Qin enjoyed seeing Jiang Huai bowing to him in front of everyone. Hurry up, kneel down now, kowtow, and lick my shoes clean. Then I will not hold this against you. Of course, he didn't intend to let it go at all. Jiang Huai was born to be suppressed by someone like him. This was reality. Who asked him to be a waste? After he had kowtowed and disgraced himself in front of his ex-girlfriend, Zhou Qin still planned to make him bankrupt. Let this kid know what it feels like to oppose the Zhou family. Chen Ning couldn't bear to watch anymore, but her actions only poured fuel on the fire. Jiang Huai, I know you care about your pride, but even if you work your entire life, you wouldn't be able to compensate for brother Zhou Qin's car. You might as well kneel down and apologize to him. She actually thought it wasn't a big deal for Jiang Huai to kneel to Zhou Qin. At this moment, Zhou Qin intentionally held Chen Ning tightly, flaunting her to Jiang Huai. Your goddess is mine, and now you also have to kneel down before me. People like you can never stand on the same level as me. And Jiang Huai was finding it harder and harder to suppress the rage bubbling up inside him. Actually, where his clothes had been torn, some bones were beginning to surface. But because the area was small, no one noticed. He took a deep breath, about to say something. Then, a snap sound came from behind. Everyone turned back to look. Upon seeing this, Zhou Qin went dumbfounded. They saw a girl in black athletic wear with a baseball cap and mask, who was pricking each of his car tires with a dagger. Enraged beyond control, he didn't even stop to question how such a slim girl managed to burst the tires of his high-end sports car. Chapter 32. She's mine. Ugly bitch. Are you crazy? Do you know how much this car costs? After the girl had slashed all 4 tires, she looked up at Zhou Qin, then pressed the tip of her dagger against the car door and began walking toward them as she continued to carve. The dagger left a fresh scratch on the car door, right over the mark that Jiang Huai had made earlier. I'll fucking kill you. Zhou Qin pushed Chen Ning aside and lunged toward the girl. But before he could take a step further, someone grabbed his collar from behind and pulled him back like a little chicken. Young Master Zhou, why so upset with the girl? Jiang Huai gave a sardonic smile as he watched Zhou Qin. Let me go. Zhou Qin struggled furiously, swinging his arms wildly. He was tall and muscular, and he regularly worked out and practiced boxing. Normally, someone like Jiang Huai, a college student, wouldn't be able to stand up against him, even 10 of them combined. Unfortunately, he was now completely helpless in Jiang Huai's grip, unable to fight back. All he could do was watch as the girl finished carving the car door and then threw the dagger onto the hood. Jiang Huai, what do you think you're doing? Chen Ning, who had just been shoved to the ground by Zhou Qin, immediately stood up and scolded Jiang Huai. Then she pointed at the girl and said, and you must compensate for brother Zhou Qin's loss. The girl simply responded with another, She then played around with the dagger skillfully between her fingers as she walked toward the two of them. Of course I will pay. Zhou Qin glared angrily at the girl and roared fiercely. Pay my ass. Do you even know how much this car costs? Motherfucker. You couldn't afford it even if you sold yourself your whole life. Smack. Jiang Huai kicked Zhou Qin hard in the shin, forcing him to kneel down. Onlookers began to look over curiously, some even asking whether they should call the police. Watch your language when speaking to a girl, Jiang Huai said coldly. Zhou Qin roared furiously, trying to grab the girl in front of him while attempting to stand up. But Jiang Huai held him down effortlessly with just one hand on his shoulder, preventing him from standing. Jiang Huai, why are you resorting to violence? How rude you are. I've misjudged you. You're this kind of person. Swish. Just as Chen Ning finished her sentence, the sharp edge of the dagger was already at her lips. You play double standards well, but I didn't see you stick up for Jiang Huai earlier, the girl said coldly. Her icy tone seemed to chill Chen Ning more than the tip of the dagger did. Terrified, Chen Ning fell backward onto the ground with a thud. Jiang Huai, and you, ugly slut, don't think you can mess with me, Zhou Qin, and still be safe in Lingyu City. Let me tell you, Jiang Huai. There are 1,000 ways for me to make you disappear from this world, and as for you, little bitch. He glared ferociously at the girl and spoke word by word. I'll make sure your entire family suffers unbearable agony until death seems preferable. However, Zhou Qin stopped mid-sentence. At that moment, the girl slowly squatted down. Then in front of Zhou Qin, she removed her mask. Go on, I'm listening. Mou's voice remained cold. Equally chilling was Zhou Qin's suddenly frozen heart. Mo, Miss Mo? Zhou Qin's arrogance was entirely gone. It was as if he recognized Mou. I remember you, young Master Zhou from the Zhou family. Mou said expressionlessly, her eyes piercing Zhou Qin like cold daggers. At the beginning of the year, during our Mo family gala, both you and your father were invited to my home, weren't you? Yes, Miss Mo. It's an honor to receive an invitation from the Mo family. My father and I. So, what did you call me earlier? This question caused Zhou Qin's legs to turn to jelly. Jiang Huai realized he didn't have to hold him anymore, because Zhou Qin was now kneeling humbly in front of Miss Mo. Miss Mo, I didn't know it was you. You wanted my family to suffer worse than death. No. Zhou Qin slapped himself across the face. I deserve to die? Miss Mo, it's all my fault. Please, a great person does not dwell on petty grievances. I will never dare again. This scene stunned both Chen Ning and Jiang Huai. Chen Ning immediately rushed forward to pull Zhou Qin up. Brother Zhou Qin, don't be afraid. I'll call the police right away and arrest this woman. Smack. Another slap, this time given by Zhou Qin to Chen Ning. Shut up. How dare you speak like that to Miss Mo? Chen Ning was hit so hard that she collapsed onto the ground, her carefully done makeup and hair disheveled. Jiang Huai wanted to laugh, but now he could only suppress it. After all, Mo was about to continue speaking. Your car, I will compensate for it, don't worry. No, Miss Mo, you're overreacting, this is just a piece of scrap iron. If Miss Mo likes, feel free to carve it some more. Let off some steam. Mo's dagger lightly lifted Zhou Qin's chin. I've already said, I will pay for it. Zhou Qin's body was trembling. Even though his family could dominate Lingyu's city, where did they have the audacity to speak out of turn in front of the Mo family? Miss Mo, please let me off. The man over 6 feet tall actually started crying. I beg you. A great person does not dwell on petty grievances, spare me. Chen Ning had never seen Zhou Qin like this before. Normally, when she accompanied him to banquets, others would vie to fawn over him. She had never seen Zhou Qin lower his head to anyone, let alone kneel and cry now. Look up, Mo coldly commanded. Zhou Qin slowly raised his tear and snot-soaked face. Then the young woman glanced behind him and said, he's mine. That's all I'm saying, do you understand? Zhou Qin nodded furiously. Understood. Then he turned his head to Jiang Huai. Big brother, my little eyes failed to recognize your greatness, and I've offended you. A great person does not dwell on petty grievances, please forgive me. This was indeed interesting. Jiang Huai hadn't expected that Mo not only had sway in the association, but was also a formidable big shot in the normal world. Just don't bother me anymore. Jiang Huai mimicked Mo's tone, speaking coldly. Mo seemed to have noticed that Jiang Huai was imitating her. She slightly lifted her eyes, looking somewhat dissatisfied with Jiang Huai. This car, I'll have someone sent to repair it. At that time, someone from the Mo family will personally deliver the car back to you, young master. Mo's voice grew colder sentence by sentence. It was as if the dagger was gradually piercing Zhou Qin's heart. By now, Zhou Qin was already sweating profusely. Good heavens, to have someone from the Mo family deliver the car back? He must be tired of living. With a wretched expression, Zhou Qin tried to say something more, but Mo had already stood up and grabbed Jiang Huai's arm. Let's go, huh? Before Jiang Huai could react, he was already pulled away from the scene by Mo. As he left, Jiang Huai didn't forget to bring along the man who had temporarily halted conversion. Chen Ning watched Jiang Huai's retreating figure, biting her lips slightly. She carefully helped Zhou Qin up. Brother Zhou Qin, are you alright? She wanted to embrace Zhou Qin, but was harshly pushed away by him. All because of you. Today I've offended the Mo family. Ignoring Chen Ning, Zhou Qin turned around with a dazed look and walked toward the other side of the street. Chen Ning followed Zhou Qin dejectedly. She carefully tried to play with Zhou Qin's arm, but was suddenly shoved to the ground by his hand. Get lost. You're such an ill-omened star. Brother Zhou Qin. How can you say such things to me? I love you. Love me. Earlier you were so intimate with Jiang Huai. Did you not know he was from the Mo family? You're deliberately sabotaging me, aren't you? Get out of here. I misjudged you. I'll still help your father's whatever company, but get out. Zhou Qin kicked Chen Ning's handbag far away, then stormed off angrily. Chen Ning sat on the ground, her face covered in tears. She looked at Zhou Qin's retreating back. Then she looked at Jiang Huai and that Miss Mo's retreating figures from the other side. Her heart felt a pang of emptiness. The one who should be by Jiang Huai's side should have been me. If it were Jiang Huai, there's no way he would treat me like this. At the same moment, Jiang Huai and the man were both dragged into a small alley by Mo. Bang! The girl threw Jiang Huai's body against the wall, then directly leaned on the wall, staring at him. Speak. Speak what? Mo's icy eyes stared intently at Jiang Huai, uttering each word slowly. What exactly is your awakened power? Why can you detect infected individuals faster than I can? After glancing at the man cowering on the side trembling, Jiang Huai said, I didn't know he was infected. I just thought he looked off, so I wanted to help him. Is that so? Yes. Mo squinted slightly, her tone carrying a trace of frost. Then how did you manage to stall his transformation earlier? Chapter 33, Reverse Conversion. Jiang Huai appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was in a panic. Are women this sensitive? I was already very careful just now, so how was I still detected by her? Click. Jiang Huai felt something pressing against his waist. Looking down, it turned out to be the handle of a dagger. Jiang Huai from Night Demon Patrol, I've already felt that something was off about you last time. This man started accelerating his conversion after being approached by you, but now his condition is stabilizing. Can you give me an explanation? Jiang Huai chuckled and said, No, because I already explained earlier, it's just a coincidence. Mo gradually got closer to Jiang Huai, so close that Jiang Huai could feel the breath of the young girl. The faint fragrance and the scent of shampoo from her hair strands made Jiang Huai involuntarily want to step back. But there was a wall behind him, and if he stepped back any further, he would leave a mark on the wall, which would truly make him unable to explain himself. You said your ability is high-speed regeneration, but what you've demonstrated before me seems more like a mental or perception type awakener. The dagger's handle pressed forward a bit. Do you remember what you told me last time in the cinema? The young girl stared straight into Jiang Huai's eyes. Tell me, why did you say I should look at the backs of those monsters' heads? What exactly did you see that I didn't? Sigh. Jiang Huai didn't know back then that only he could see those threads. Otherwise, he would never have blurted out that sentence. Who would have thought this girl had such a good memory? Sorry, Miss Mo, I don't think you have the right to interrogate me. First of all, we're not from the same organization. Moreover, both of us are awakeners. Even if I did hide my abilities, it's because I don't want to attract too much attention. There are benefactors in the Night Demon Patrol, and I don't really want to be disturbed by people from other organizations. Do you understand what I'm saying? Jiang Huai's mind worked quickly. He was very clear that even though Mou had sensed something, it was only suspicion. As long as he remained an awakener and human in her eyes, their positions wouldn't become antagonistic. Mou slightly raised her eyebrows, surprised that a newly awakened individual could remain so composed under such circumstances when answering her questions. She was about to say something else when suddenly, the dagger's handle accidentally hit something hard. Holy crap! Xuanhuan let out a groan at the same time. The young girl tilted her head slightly, puzzled. I used the handle of the dagger, so why did he cry out? What was that hard thing just now? Thinking about this, Mou couldn't help but glance down. Freak, even in this situation, you're thinking about such things? Mou took a step back, twirled the dagger in her hand, and pointed the blade at Xuanhuan's neck. At this moment, her expression became colder but also tinged with a hint of shyness. Xuanhuan hastily raised his hands to show helplessness. This is a normal reaction, you're just too close. The young girl wore a mask, but Xuanhuan could sense that her face might already be red. In short, as you said earlier, as long as you stand on the side of humanity, I won't make it difficult for you. After finishing her sentence, Mou retracted the dagger and then pulled the man up from the ground. The man trembled and sent a pleading look toward Xuanhuan. What are you going to do with him? Xuanhuan asked curiously. The conversion in him has stabilized for now, and bringing him to the Dawn Association might still save him. I've heard the name of this Dawn Association more than once. What do they actually do? Mou looked at Xuanhuan and found that the other party seemed genuinely unaware, so she said quietly, a gathering place for mental-type awakeners, a group of clerics. Although I don't really like them, they do have some skills. They also have ways to eliminate the core within an infected person during the initial phase of infection, which means conversion is indeed reversible. Xuanhuan began to firmly believe in his earlier thought. If he could refine his control over infectors, maybe he could also achieve this. Mou didn't seem interested in continuing the conversation with Xuanhuan. She grabbed the back collar of the man's shirt and was about to turn and leave. But when she reached the alley entrance, Mou stopped, then slightly turned her head and looked at Xuanhuan and asked, do you know about Yuqinshan and Du Qinghong? Old Du and teacher Yu? What happened to them? Seeing that Xuanhuan didn't seem to know, Mou shook her head. Nothing. Take the opportunity to learn some skills from the priest now. Priest was the code name for Yuqinshan, but Xuanhuan obviously understood what Mou had wanted to say earlier. But the girl moved too fast, and by the time Xuanhuan came to his senses, she had already disappeared at the entrance of the alley. When Xuanhuan returned home after buying groceries again, it was getting dark. Below the apartment building, Xuanhuan saw a man squatting at the stairwell entrance smoking. Teacher Yu. As Xuanhuan approached, he recognized Yuqinshan's iconic denim hat. Are you here to poop? Go to hell. I've been waiting for you for half a day. Where did you go after school? Then Xuanhuan recounted his encounter with the infected person at the pedestrian street and mentioned Mou as well. Of course, he didn't mention Zhou Qin. When Xuanhuan mentioned that Mou had noticed something odd about his powers, Yuqinshan slightly furrowed his brows. He squatted at the stairwell entrance, took a deep puff of the cigarette, then stood up. That young lady has quite a background. Do you know her code name? Xuanhuan shook his head. Blood Falcon. She is exceptionally skilled, and it said very few people have seen her use her awakened power till now. At this point, Xuanhuan was quite surprised. In other words, she didn't use her awakened power at all during the battle in the cinema. Yuqinshan nodded. Mo family trained her in an almost hellish manner. She roamed outside due to family disputes before she was 7 and was only taken back by her family then. Not out of kindness either. They saw her potential and polished her like a weapon. Mou has truly not disappointed her family. At such a young age, she became a 5-star awakener and even the captain of the fearless elite squad. Xuanhuan nodded and developed a bit more interest in Mou. When Yuqinshan mentioned that she used to roam outside when she was little, something from his childhood suddenly surfaced in his mind. Didn't his family take in a homeless child once back then? But that seemed to be a boy. Time had passed, so Xuanhuan couldn't remember clearly. All he could recall was how that boy liked to tag along wherever Xuanhuan went, just like a pesky follower. Xuanhuan got annoyed by him. But once, when 2 wild dogs chased and bit him, Xuanhuan still fended off those dogs with a stick and saved him. Oh right, Xuanhuan remembered now. He had mocked him for crying all the time, asking how he could be like a girl. A few months later, the boy's family found him and took him away. Thinking back now, Xuanhuan wondered how that boy was doing. He should ask his parents when he had time. Seeing Xuanhuan lost in thought, Yuqinshan lit his lighter directly under Xuanhuan's bangs, which made Xuanhuan quickly step back in fright. Teacher Yu, my hair doesn't regenerate that fast. Please don't scare me. Ha ha ha. Were you thinking about that girl Mou? Don't worry, I'm very open-minded. You and Xiao Lu aren't real lovers. Fair competition. Xuanhuan scratched his head. Don't joke, Teacher Yu. Why don't we go upstairs and sit for a bit? No need. Yuqinshan waved his hand. Actually, next Friday is Xiao Lu's birthday. Though I don't really know when her real birthday is, next Friday is the day I saved her from the ruins. So every year I celebrate her birthday on that date. You're really stingy, giving her a hairpin for her birthday that she's probably worn for years. Listening to Xuanhuan's teasing, Yuqinshan rarely blushed. He laughed awkwardly. That was the first birthday gift I gave her. Didn't expect the girl to always keep it. Young man, stop looking at me like that. Yuqinshan saw Xuanhuan smirking at him, hastily explaining. I'm here today just to ask if you're free tomorrow morning to help me buy a birthday gift for the girl. Next Friday is her 18th birthday. I think we shouldn't be so casual about it anymore. Unexpectedly, Lu Wanqing started college before she turned 18, which somewhat surprised Xuanhuan. Why do you want me to come along? Xuanhuan smiled and asked. Isn't it? Because you're young and know more. I don't know what young people like these days. After pondering for a moment, Xuanhuan said, sure. By the way, teacher you, I'm going to buy a fish tomorrow. Oh, and I'll be cooking at home for my parents at noon. Would you like to join us? Ha ha ha, isn't that a bit inappropriate? You're having dinner with your parents, why drag me along? Lu Wanxin will be there, too, and as my girlfriend. It would be better if you were there as well. Actually, Xuanhuan was just saying this because he felt that Xuanhuan wouldn't agree. He just didn't seem like the type of man who would enjoy such an occasion. But unexpectedly, after taking a puff of his cigarette, Xuanhuan nodded with a chuckle. Hee, then I'll have to wear my best suit tomorrow. Can't let my girl down. Xuanhuan laughed and patted Xuanhuan on the shoulder. Teacher you already have plenty of presents. You're the coolest uncle I've ever seen. Boy, call me big brother. Yeah, big brother. Xuanhuan looked up at the night sky outside the hallway and sighed afterward. All right, Xuanhuan, I'm leaving. Don't worry about Lu girl. If she's out this late, she's probably working as a cashier at the supermarket. That kid doesn't say much, but she's really thoughtful. All right, I'm off now. Keep the gift-buying thing confidential. Don't let Lu girl know. Watching Xuanhuan's retreating back, Xuanhuan suddenly felt that this always optimistic man seemed somewhat lonely at this moment. How much weight was he carrying on his shoulders? And was it about to become too much for this man to bear? Chapter 34, It's Really You. Not long after Xuanhuan left, Lu Wanyin returned home. How was business at the supermarket today? Xuanhuan feigned indifference, asking while sitting on the couch reading a book. There were a lot of people. It was fine, not very. Lu Wanyin was cleaning the house when she suddenly felt something was off. She then looked up unhappily at Xuanhuan. Did old you tell you? What kind of tone is that? Teacher you cares about you, and he doesn't want me, your boyfriend, to be suspicious. Lu Wanyin fell silent and continued cleaning. Judging by her proficient housekeeping skills, it seemed she was probably the one who cleaned the house even when Xuanhuan was around. Her cooking skills must be pretty good too. She could help out tomorrow. Early the next morning, Xuanhuan left home, glancing into the bedroom before he went where Lu Wanyin was still asleep. Her sleeping posture was, as always, strange. Her head rested at the foot of the bed, one leg hanging down to the floor, and the quilt had been kicked onto the ground. Xuanhuan sighed helplessly and tiptoed out of the door. When Xuanhuan arrived at the commercial street, he almost didn't recognize Xuanhuan standing beside the lamppost smoking. Today, Xuanhuan had shaved, changed into a slightly old-fashioned suit, and even combed his hair neatly. Teacher you quite the occasion, huh? Xuanhuan smiled as he walked over and asked, what's this? The clothes I wore when I got married years ago. One word, handsome. Xuanhuan chuckled softly, then leaned closer to Xuanhuan and whispered, Xuanhuan, have you thought about what to buy? After thinking for a moment, Xuanhuan indeed had some ideas in mind. But when he thought about Lu Wanyin's broken-screened old mobile phone that she was still using, he felt a bit heartbroken. Let's get her a new phone. Her current phone is too old. Oh, okay. That phone was a second-hand one I bought for her when she entered high school. Haha, it's definitely worn out. Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel that today's Xuanhuan was different from before. He had been training under Xuanhuan for nearly a month. Although Xuanhuan wasn't a serious person, he absolutely wasn't someone who listened patiently to others. Always behaving inappropriately. That was Xuanhuan's overall impression of Xuanhuan. Since the decision was made, Xuanhuan took Xuanhuan to a cell phone specialty store. Once inside, Xuanhuan seemed somewhat awkward because he couldn't understand the salesperson's introductions at all. So, Xuanhuan took over the communication between Xuanhuan and the salesperson. Eventually, Xuanhuan said to Xuanhuan, if it's for an 18th birthday, we can go for something a bit better. There's a new phone with good reviews recently, and its cost performance is also decent. Xuanhuan nodded. Good, I'll follow your advice. The salesperson smiled and went to fetch the phone. At this point, Xuanhuan noticed Xuanhuan seemed somewhat uneasy. Seeming to understand something, Xuanhuan leaned close to Xuanhuan's ear and asked, is it that you didn't bring enough money, teacher you? Let me cover the cost if needed. Ha ha ha, kid, do you look down on me or what? This era sure advances quickly. Look at how delicate the phones are now. When they reached the checkout counter, Xuanhuan saw Xuanhuan pull out a patched wallet. The patches on the wallet were embroidered with cute cartoon patterns. It was obvious that it must have been the work of a teenage girl. It didn't take much guesswork to know it was done by Lu Wanyin. In total, it's 4,500 yuan, sir. All right. When the salesperson held up the scanner, they found Xuanhuan had opened his wallet. Then he took out dozens of 100 yuan notes. These weren't new banknotes. Their age showed. After paying, Xuanhuan's wallet was almost empty. Yet, he didn't seem to mind at all, looking happily at the bag in his hand containing the new phone. Do you think little Lu will like it? You gave her a hairpin, and she's worn it for more than 10 years. You give her such a nice phone, and she won't stop using it until the end of days. Of course, she'll be glad. Ha ha ha, kid, you're really smooth talking. No wonder both little Lu and Mo care so much about you. Xuanhuan was stunned, then scratched his head with a laugh. Teacher you, what are you talking about? Mo and I don't have any relationship. No relation? Then why did she go to the association late last night to check your records? Xuanhuan was somewhat shocked. She checked my files? Not only detailed information, but I have some acquaintances in the archive room. They said Mo wore a mask and cap late at night, asked for your file, and sat there going through it for over an hour. Xuanhuan felt a chill. Could it be that Mo had noticed something odd about him? It seemed like he would have to be extra careful around this woman in the future. He absolutely could not mess up in front of her. After buying fresh perch at the shopping street, Xuanhuan also bought a few pounds of fruit. It was their first time meeting Xuanhuan's parents, and this was considered a proper gesture. When they got home, they found Lu Wanyin still asleep. Jiang Huai couldn't help but find it amusing. This girl's schedule had only one rule: go to bed on time, but never wake up on time. And now she'd changed sleeping postures again. Her head and upper body were hanging down to the ground, while her lower half remained on the bed. It emphasized how each of them slept apart from the other. Around 11 a.m., when Jiang Huai's parents arrived, he finally dragged Lu Wanyin out of bed. Instead of being grateful, his mother scolded him for disturbing the young lady's sleep. Seeing how much his mother doted on Lu Wanyin, Jiang Huai felt quite moved, wondering when he'd ever get such treatment. While Jiang Huai cooked, Lu Wanyin helped with the prep work, occasionally behaving very affectionately, which made the elders beam with delight. Lu Wanyin's cooking skills were truly remarkable. Although she didn't know many dishes, only some simple home-style meals, she had a way of making even these plain meals incredibly delicious. In the toughest times, we rarely had meat, so I thought of ways to make vegetables or tofu taste like meat. Don't laugh at me. Lu Wanyin's face turned slightly red. Jiang Huai pinched her cheek and smiled. Then you should start learning how to cook real meat. I want to eat meat every meal. Lu Wanyin glanced up at Jiang Huai, then gave him a faint smile that Jiang Huai knew came from her heart. After lunch, Jiang Huai saw his parents off to the train station, and Yu Qinshan was also ready to leave. Old you. At this moment, Lu Wanyin had returned to her usual coldness. Why did you come today? Faced with Lu Wanyin's question, Yu Qinshan chuckled twice. I came to freeload a meal. What about it? You don't agree? Now that you've got someone to rely on, do you plan to ignore your old man's life and death? Don't dodge my questions. I know you better than anyone else. You avoid eating with strangers as if they were the plague. Why did you insist on coming over today? What are you really after? I just feel that this young Jiang fellow is honest and righteous, a good son-in-law. Isn't it normal for an old man to visit potential in-laws? Right. Before Lu Wanyin could say anything else, Yu Qinshan waved his hand. All right, I have something to do this afternoon. I'll go. Let you enjoy your little world of two. At this point, Jiang Huai felt that Yu Qinshan had returned to his usual careless self. Or rather, it was as if he had shrugged off some heavy burden, and now he looked completely relaxed. Meanwhile, on the second floor of a luxurious villa in Lingyu City, a teenage girl dressed in an opulent dress leaned against the balcony railing, her arms crossed in front of her chest, glaring coldly into the distance. Miss, I've prepared the information you asked me to investigate. A butler carrying a stack of documents walked over. Mo briefly looked at the butler. Thank you for your efforts. She stepped closer to the butler and picked up a photograph. In the photo, there was a boy giving the camera a cheerful thumbs-up gesture. By his side stood another smaller and weaker-looking boy who shyly hid behind him, glancing cautiously at the camera. Mo's hands trembled slightly. Her eyes flickered, and then her ruby lips parted, emitting a soft, barely audible voice. Is it really you, big brother? Chapter 35, I'm sorry. Bang. Jiang Huai's body was thrown violently backward and crashed into a stone pillar of the abandoned building. As Jiang Huai fell to the ground against the pillar collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the rocks all fell onto Jiang Huai. After a long while, he crawled out from the ruins. Teacher Yu, your hand is too heavy. Breathing heavily, he looked at Yu Qinshan, who had already grown impatient and was sitting on the steps smoking. During this week, Yu Qinshan had seemingly used all his skills. He not only made Jiang Huai more proficient in mastering the strength within his bones, but also taught him many combat techniques and shooting skills. Then Jiang Huai began to feel conflicted about what kind of weapon he should use. Now, his daily life control is no problem, but fighting is another matter. When practicing with Yu Qinshan, Old Yu found many weapons for Jiang Huai. Swords, spears, sticks, clubs. Before even engaging with the opponent in close combat, these weapons were destroyed in Jiang Huai's hands. Either the hilts were crushed by Jiang Huai or excessive force would directly break the entire weapon into two pieces. So until the end, what Jiang Huai was best at was still martial arts. And Yu Qinshan also found that Jiang Huai's learning ability was very fast. Whenever he demonstrated moves to this young man, a hint of pale blue flame would flash in his eyes. Afterward, he could reproduce the moves he had shown almost perfectly. Since the form has been mastered, what needs to be learned next is the essence. When no weapons could satisfy Jiang Huai's overwhelming strength, Yu Qinshan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Why don't you try this one?" He took out an older revolver and handed it to Jiang Huai. "If I use a pistol, I won't be able to utilize my full strength, right?" During this time, Jiang Huai also attended some classes given by Du Qinghong at the Night Demon Patrol. Many enhanced awakeners also use handguns and other firearms as their main developmental path. However, the capacity of firearms is limited. This depends on the materials and how much force the firearm can handle. Once, there was a 4-star enhanced awakener who overused his strength during a beast wave. He didn't die at the hands of the beasts but rather because of a gun exploding. Therefore, after that incident, the association recommended that all organizations try to cultivate cold weapon awakeners as much as possible. The cores and body parts obtained from hunting beasts can often be used to forge weapons. For instance, last time, the insect mother at the cinema was dragged away by the brave organization that came to reinforce them. Its carapace provided excellent material. Of course, in theory, the same material can be used to manufacture firearms, but compared to cold weapons where power can be intuitively felt, the cost-effectiveness of firearms is relatively low. After hearing Jiang Huai's words, Yu Qinshan smiled. He shoved the old revolver into Jiang Huai's hand. "Kid, for awakeners, guns may be the least useful weapons, but you have to remember this." Yu Qinshan pulled out the black gold revolver from his waist in front of Jiang Huai, then ejected the magazine. "If you can master the use of your strength, Any object in your hand can become a weapon. Click. He loaded 3 bullets, then turned around and walked back several steps. Kid, dare you take 3 shots from me? Xuanhuan hesitated for a moment. The heavy armor of his skeleton not only has powerful destructive power, but also quite strong defensive capabilities. Even the full-strength attacks of the elite-level beast in the alley and the insect mother couldn't leave any marks on his skeletal structure. Although xuanhuan was a 5-star awakener, Xuanhuan didn't think his bullets could pierce through his skeleton. So he nodded. All right, teacher you. I want to see just how strong my bone defense is. Xuanhuan stopped when he reached 7 steps. He slightly adjusted the brim of his cowboy hat, put the revolver back in its holster, but his hand slowly stayed suspended in the air, maintaining a shooting stance. Xuanhuan. In this world, you're the first person to have the guts to say they can take 3 shots from me. That exaggerated? Xuanhuan thought xuanhuan was joking, so he just laughed it off without thinking much of it. But when xuanhuan turned around and slightly lifted his head, Xuanhuan could feel an eerie presence closing in on him. In that instant, he could vividly sense death gradually approaching him. This first shot will sound the death knell for you. Shoo! The skeleton almost instinctively covered Xuanhuan's body. Almost at the exact same moment. Bang! The sound of gunfire. Xuanhuan's perception couldn't even clearly see when xuanhuan drew his gun. In theory, even bullets should appear slow in front of his heightened perception. Boom! Xuanhuan felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, followed by the sound of shattered bones. The bullet brutally pierced through the skeletal structure and Xuanhuan's shoulder. With an immense force, Xuanhuan flipped several times mid-air before falling to the ground. The skeleton giant turned its head blankly, gazing at the shattered shoulder. Suddenly, the pale blue flame in its eyes began to flicker. Get ready, all right. xuanhuan slightly tilted his body, lifting his gun as he lightly blew off the smoke emanating from the muzzle. This time, Xuanhuan stood firm on his feet, focusing intently on xuanhuan's every move. This second shot is the dying words of the condemned. Bang! xuanhuan swiftly raised his hand and fired. However, this time Xuanhuan fully concentrated, spotting the trajectory of the bullet. He abruptly raised his hand and slammed a punch onto the bullet. Snap! The bones in his hand completely shattered, causing his entire hand to twist unnaturally due to the massive force. Fortunately, this punch had deflected the bullet's path, allowing it to graze past his head armor and fly to the side. Just as Xuanhuan took a breath of relief, a crisp sound suddenly caught his attention. The bullet had bounced off the wall and was now ricocheting towards him from an improbable angle off the floor. Boom! Half of Xuanhuan's waist was blasted into pieces by this single shot, the intense pain forcing him to drop down on one knee. What kind of power was this? Both of Xuanhuan's hands were now useless, and there was a gaping hole in his waist area. He was curious. Why did the bullet have such tremendous power, yet didn't obliterate the wall it struck, instead bouncing back? Soon, the answer became clear from xuanhuan's expression. You can control the intensity of these bullets. Haha, I don't like answering students' questions during lessons. Once you survive my last shot, I'll tell you. Saying that, xuanhuan pointed his gun directly at Xuanhuan's head. This third shot is named the Martyr's Torment. Boom. Without any fancy tricks, this shot directly shattered Xuanhuan's skull. Thud. The skeleton giant collapsed onto the ground, and when the skeletal remains faded away, all that remained was Xuanhuan's headless corpse, lying face down motionlessly. Forgive me, Xuanhuan. xuanhuan walked over to the corpse, slowly crouched down beside it, and gently patted its back. Our time is running out, so I'll have to use some rather direct methods to let you feel strength. He knew Xuanhuan had already lost consciousness, which is why xuanhuan could speak these words. Don't worry. After this wave of beasts, no one will look down upon the night demon patrol anymore. What we leave for you will be a vast and free sky. I'm sorry, Xuanhuan. Chapter 36, The Calm Before the Storm. That week, Xuanhuan was almost beaten on the head by xuanhuan every day, but he also discovered that every time his skeleton was shattered by xuanhuan, it would gain a new level of reinforcement, especially his head. That damn xuanhuan eventually aimed nearly every shot at Xuanhuan's head. Now Xuanhuan's head armor had evolved with sharp edges and corners, and there was a black-gold protective exoskeleton similar to Bug Mother's carapace material around the jawbone. It could be said that in terms of looks as well as strength, it had evolved significantly. Mr. Yu, stop. If you keep hitting, I'm going to evolve into a Gundam. Xuanhuan lay on the ground, raising his hand in surrender. Hehe, just what I thought. xuanhuan sat down next to Xuanhuan and tapped the remaining half of his head with the gun barrel. Tomorrow is the evaluation. How do you feel about it? I don't know. After all, I don't even understand the content of the evaluation. Of course, if it's a punch bag competition, I think I could win the championship. After this statement, xuanhuan burst out laughing. This time's evaluation will be a bit special, kid. After laughing, xuanhuan's tone became serious. After all, according to the observations of the Tianqi Association, a beast tide will descend upon this city in a month. At that time, you new recruits will also be assigned some tasks. Therefore, this evaluation will be relatively strict. Awakeners who are incapable of passing this evaluation will be transferred by the association to other cities, preserved as a capable force. Xuanhuan's head slowly began to recover as he sat up and looked at xuanhuan. You never told me about this before. Telling you wouldn't have mattered. It would only increase your pressure. Kid, do you know this is Lu Girl's last chance? Xuanhuan nodded and then asked, then if Lu Wanin fails this time too, will she be transferred as well? xuanhuan shook his head with a smile. If the beast tide wasn't so urgent, perhaps. But now, the association will forcibly send her to battle, and she'll be on the front lines. Jiang Huai furrowed his brows. Yu Qinshan lit a cigarette, took a puff, and then said, after all, in the association's view, if one cannot pass 3 evaluations, then the talent of an awakener is wasted. It's better to contribute something. This kind of thing, Jiang Huai initially wanted to say it was inhumane. But if the beast tide truly takes over the city, then Lingyu City will ultimately become a forgotten ruin. Actually, from a few years ago, conspiracy theory comments have been constantly appearing online. There were many sightings of monsters during this period. Some even revealed that the lockdown of Yulong City was not due to any special disease, but because of destruction caused by certain forces. The entire city has now become ruins. Of course, such remarks are quickly deleted, and the poster is often summoned for a private talk. But even Jiang Huai, who used to live as an ordinary person, could sense it. Underneath this seemingly peaceful sky, a shadow of gloom has always loomed. If the city continues to fall, authorities will soon be unable to conceal this level of panic. When everything explodes, chaos will ensue. So they must, at all costs, prevent the beast tide. Even if it's only once, one victory will suffice to boost morale. Perhaps in such an environment, so-called individual humanism is really insignificant. Jiang Huai was no saint. He couldn't save everyone. But for Lu Wanin, he would ensure that she doesn't suffer any harm. Teacher Yu. What's up? You've been quiet for quite a while. Finally decided to speak. I will make sure Lu Wanin passes this assessment. Yu Qinshan fell silent. In the darkness of this abandoned building, Yu Qinshan's cigarette end was exceptionally conspicuous. Don't reveal your identity during the evaluation. Humans have zero tolerance for beasts. Then, Teacher Yu, why did you choose to accept me? Was it just because I saved Lu Wanin? Jiang Huai asked. Yu Qinshan chuckled dryly and said, to be honest, Jiang Huai, it's hard for me to imagine us winning this war just relying on awakened ones. But now, if a beast that can infinitely evolve could stand on the side of humanity. While Yu Qinshan was saying this, he noticed a hint of disappointment flash across Jiang Huai's eyes. Perhaps this young man wanted to hear, I think you're special. I think you're kind. I think you're like my own son. These kinds of words. But Yu Qinshan couldn't say them. If you can stand on the side of humanity, then we will have hope, Jiang Huai. He chose the cruelest answer. But Jiang Huai's silence only lasted a few seconds. Then he smiled and nodded. I understand, Mr. Yu. Whether it's beasts or humans, I just want to live well, and hope the people around me live well too. So I will try my best. Yu Qinshan nodded. He wanted to say, don't overexert yourself either. After all, you're still a child who needs care. But under these circumstances, capable people couldn't be considered children anymore. Yu Qinshan stood up, patting his butt. All right, that's enough for tonight. Go back and get some rest. Tomorrow morning at 8, report with little Lu in front of the association. After saying this, Yu Qinshan waved his hand. Then he walked to the edge of the dilapidated building. Jiang Huai, there's one thing. If something happens to me, take care of little Lu for me. There was no trace of his usual carefree tone in his voice. Without waiting for Jiang Huai to reply, he jumped directly off the edge of the half-demolished building. Jiang Huai also approached the edge of the building. He could no longer see Yu Qinshan's figure. Yu Qinshan's awakened power was also a mystery. Awakeners above 4 stars have the right to hide their own records. They are granted more rights, but in the beast tide, they would also take on higher-risk missions. As Jiang Huai looked out at the distant neon night scenery, he couldn't help but sigh. If Yu Qinshan wasn't involved in the night demon patrol, perhaps his life would be more exciting. The next morning at 7, Jiang Huai carefully climbed off the sofa. He thought Lu Wanin was still asleep, so he tiptoed to the door of the room. When he opened the door, however, he found the quilt neatly folded and no sign of the young girl on the bed. Thus, he searched around the room and finally found Lu Wanin already dressed on the balcony. Today, Lu Wanin wasn't wearing a skirt, but instead a hooded tracksuit with a pair of sporty pants that facilitated movement. It's rare to see you wake up earlier than me. Jiang Huai smiled as he approached the balcony. The girl shrank upon hearing Jiang Huai's voice. Are you walking silently now? She turned around, looking at Jiang Huai with dissatisfaction. Jiang Huai knew his control over his powers hadn't reached this level yet. It was simply because Lu Wanin had other things on her mind that she didn't notice him. Nervous? Jiang Huai asked. This is my last chance. Looking into the somewhat lost eyes of the girl, Jiang Huai scratched his head, then lifted his hand to cradle her face, rubbing it gently a few times. What are you doing? Checking if someone has disguised themselves as you. You might be an infected. Don't mess around. All right, since it's your last chance, there's no way back. Might as well go all out. Lu Wanin let Jiang Huai hold her face as she murmured vaguely. But I haven't passed before. This time will be different. How's it different? Don't you have me? Your big brother can fight and cook, manage any situation. Helping you pass this test is simple. Seeing Jiang Huai boasting about himself, Lu Wanin couldn't help but laugh. She pushed away Jiang Huai's hand. You're just a little punching bag, and then she pinched his face in return. Don't come crying to me if you fail. After breakfast, guided by Jiang Huai, Lu Wanin's mood improved significantly. Then Jiang Huai also changed into lighter clothing, and both of them arrived at the night demon patrol together. At the same time, in a place unnoticed by everyone, above the clouds covering Lingyu City, the air began to distort gradually. Then, a shallow crack tore through space, like an eye slowly opening, casting its evil gaze toward this city. Chapter 37, Ready to Act. Name: Jiang Huai. Code name: I haven't thought of one yet. At the door of the bus, the staff member responsible for registration glanced at Jiang Huai and then scoffed before continuing. All right, Do you belong to any organization? Night Demon Patrol. Upon hearing Jiang Huai mention the Night Demon Patrol, the staff member paused his writing. He looked up again, this time with not just disdain, but also a hint of mockery on his face. Who would have thought that such a lousy organization still has new members willing to join? You must have been lured in by their female member, right? The bus in front of them belonged to the association. Currently parked in front of the association tower, it was tasked with transporting all examinees to the examination site. Jiang Huai was alone at the moment. Lu Wanxin wasn't by his side. She had mentioned that due to the differences in the content tested for attackers, defenders, auxiliaries, and enhancers, they had to take different vehicles. Jiang Huai hadn't even boarded the bus when he was belittled, leaving him somewhat helpless. Can I board now? Jiang Huai asked. The staff member grinned sardonically and nodded, pointing at the bus door with the pen cap. Go ahead. Jiang Huai didn't overly concern himself with the staff member's attitude. After all, this place wasn't some university. It had its own set of rules and, naturally, a pecking order. Judging from the current situation, the Night Demon Patrol was at the bottom of the food chain. Even passing dogs seemed to bark at you as if mocking your lowly status. With a single shoulder bag, Jiang Huai got on the bus and found it was already full of people, with only a few scattered empty seats remaining. He walked to a boy about his age and asked quietly, "Friend, can I sit here?" The boy crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Jiang Huai with obvious impatience. Go sit at the back. Jiang Huai's smile froze on his face. Turning around, he headed towards another seat. Before reaching the seat, the girl inside occupied it with her bag, turning to look out the window with an unhappy gaze, clearly signaling Jiang Huai not to speak to her. After being rejected several times, Jiang Huai could only sit in the corner at the back. His tall figure made him seem uncomfortable squeezed in there. But there was nothing else to be done. Everyone else on the bus must have heard the name of his organization earlier. It was clear the Night Demon Patrol was akin to a despised rat on the street. Lu Wanxin mustn't be having it easy in the other vehicle either. Seeing the time was almost up, the staff prepared to get on and start driving. Just then, a teenage girl rushed over in great haste. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Her silver hair swayed with the wind as she ran, and Jiang Huai noticed how unnaturally pale her skin was, her eyebrows even showing signs of white. She was as alarming as someone suffering from albinism. Hurry up, the staff shouted at her. The girl picked up her pace, nearly stumbling along the way. Finally boarding, Jiang Huai heard her report her name. What's your name? Jia. Standing straight, she answered breathlessly. As she prepared to state her code name, she was rudely interrupted by the staff. Which organization are you from? No organization. I am a self-awakened individual discovered by the association. The staff waved his hand irritably. Quickly find a seat and sit down. Yes. Like Jiang Huai had done earlier, Jia struggled to find an empty seat and encountered multiple rejections. Just as she was on the verge of tears, Jiang Huai waved her over. Sit here, there's still a spot next to me. Relieved like a drowning person grabbing onto a straw, Jia quickly ran over to Jiang Huai with her black backpack. Thank you. Sitting down while hugging her school bag, Jiang Huai felt a chilling coldness emanating from her. This girl was panting heavily, yet not a single drop of sweat was visible on her forehead. Instead, coldness radiated continuously from her body. Jiang Huai slightly narrowed his eyes and glanced toward her chest. He then discovered that what flowed within her body wasn't just blood, but also a light blue, frost-like energy. Before the girl caught him, Jiang Huai averted his gaze. The girl originally intended to thank Jiang Huai again, but seeing he had put on earphones, she sensibly hugged her backpack tighter and stayed quiet. The staff took his place in the driver's seat, then the last person got on the bus. When this person entered, everyone held their breath. Not for any other reason. Simply because this person wore the official uniform of the Fearless Ones. That black streamlined design uniform was top-notch both in appearance and practicality. He was clearly the leader of the trainees on this bus. Everyone look at me. I'm going to make an announcement. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. Just a glance told you that this was the kind who, having finally gained some power, seized every opportunity to flex. Though everyone did think this young man, probably no more than 2 years older than them, was an idiot. But alas, he wore the uniform of the Fearless Ones team. Try getting one of those for yourself if you're so tough. On that point alone, they really couldn't afford not to give this boy respect. And so, everyone looked at him intently. Whether trainees were affiliated with an organization or not, all had heard of the great name Fearless Ones in the past. The organization could practically be considered the association's top fighting force. Its 6 elite squads were renowned throughout the awakened community, most especially the captains of the 6 squads. A white spear and black sword, each representing unmatched skill, ghostly arts and divine tactics, their prowess as sharp as blade school's flows. These 6 figures were undeniably masters among awakened individuals. And the youngest of them, codenamed Blood Falcon, Missouri Yu, had achieved 5-star status at a shockingly young age. Even more terrifying, no one yet knew her awakened ability. It was said that the knife she wielded now, though certainly famous, wasn't her true weapon. This MOU had never unsheathed the blade truly belonging to her. Her future potential was limitless. And this red crow emblem on the chest of the Fearless One mentor? It signified the very proof of MOU's Blood Falcon squad. I'm one of the instructors leading your team this time around. You all better shape up. Don't wait until I tell you again to look my way. Got it? Why yes. A scattered few voices answered within the bus. The boy immediately stomped his foot angrily. No spirit at all. Can't hear you. How do you plan to pass assessments speaking this softly? What a genuine moron. Everyone fell speechless. His shouting had nearly cracked his voice by now, and holding laughter back in this scene had become almost impossible. Did you hear me? Yes. This time, the whole bus replied unanimously. Satisfied, the boy nodded, but then his eyes suddenly landed on the very last seat. Hey, you there. What are you doing? Can't you hear me talking, you slacker? Pointing toward the back seat, the boy roared, and the person pointed at was none other than xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had been gazing out the window while wearing high-quality, noise-canceling headphones. The song looped inside them belonged to Jay Cho, making him entirely unaware that he'd now become the center of attention. Sir, that guy's from the Night Demon Patrol. A tall, skinny student immediately informed on him. Night Demon Patrol? The boy paused, then glanced back toward the rear seat. Yeah, that runaway organization. Bold move. A little group like Night Demon Patrol ignoring my commands. Rolling up his sleeves, the boy strode toward the rear seats. If you don't know why the flowers are red today, then perhaps you need a slap or two from yours truly. As this enraged youth approached the rear, the rest of the students started snickering maliciously. Yeah, this guy's probably going to get thrown off. Serves him right. Those Night Demon types, they're all cowards. They don't deserve to even attend these evaluations. All awaited with bated breath for the bright genius mentor to cast this insolent youth off the bus, ideally with dramatic effect, delivering an impressive beating. Even the driver seemed ready to watch the drama unfold. Jia shrank back fearfully into herself, and upon spotting the boy approaching, quickly tugged at Xuanhuan's sleeve. Xuanhuan turned questioningly and pulled out one earphone. What's wrong? The instructor is coming. Jia whispered urgently. Turning around, Xuanhuan locked eyes just as the boy arrived. Thin frame, yet brimming with overbearing pride. Walking over to Xuanhuan, the boy raised his hand as if ready to strike him. But in the brief moment Xuanhuan turned to look directly at him, roles shifted abruptly. You fool. Lifting that arm to hit down hard, it twisted midair instead, lightly grasping onto Xuanhuan's shoulder. Why didn't you tell me you were here? Bro. Chapter 38, White Star. Xuanhuan suspiciously eyed the man in front of him. The other people inside the vehicle, on the other hand, were already staring wide-eyed, astonished at this scene. They had imagined many scenarios. Xuanhuan being thrown off the vehicle by his mentor, using all sorts of tricks. But none of them had anticipated this development. Big brother, you don't remember me. Last time I was saved thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I might have met my end in that cinema. Xuanhuan momentarily froze, then suddenly remembered. Isn't this the rich second-generation guy who almost got killed by an infected person at the cinema? Are you, little master? But he really couldn't recall his name. Cough. My name is Chu He. Big brother, at least remember my name. What did he call that candidate from the Night Demon procession? Everyone inside the car doubted their ears. Big brother? And he even claimed that his life was saved by him? Could it be that the Night Demon procession actually picked up a gem? The driver started to feel fear. He had treated Xuanhuan very poorly just now. If this was someone deep and unspoken who had been noticed by the fearless ones, would he bear a grudge against him? Brother Chu He, no need to be so polite. If there's nothing else, I'll continue resting. Xuanhuan wasn't sleepy. It was just that Chu He was shouting loudly in front of everyone. It felt like he was showing gratitude as if he were his reborn parent, making him quite uncomfortable. Big brother, rest assured, I will certainly help smooth out the relationships for this evaluation. Why isn't sister-in-law here? Cough cough. Xuanhuan coughed twice and shot him a glare. Don't talk nonsense. Luan Yin is my colleague. Also, exams are exams. Don't do anything unnecessary. Yes, big brother, look at me. I'm always saying the wrong things. Big brother, can I sit next to you? His voice was too loud. This young master seemed to really act like he wasn't very smart. All Xuanhuan wanted during this trip was to quietly listen to music. As one could imagine, if Chu He sat next to him, there would be no peace. And Jia, after hearing this, realized she had to give up her seat. But where could she sit? The other trainees seemed to dislike her, plus her constitution that emitted cold energy. Although it was troublesome, Jia still prepared to stand up with her backpack. Xuanhuan raised his hand to stop her and said, there's no need. This isn't a school trip for elementary students. There's no need to sit together. Then he looked at Chu He and said, find a random seat. All right, then I'll sit up front. Big brother, we'll chat when we arrive. Xuanhuan smiled and nodded. So Chu He turned around and walked to the front, finding a random seat before yelling toward the driver. All right, let's go. That staff member quickly started the bus and drove towards the destination. Xuanhuan had heard Yu Qinshan mention it before. Among awakeners, there existed a type called area awakening ones. They could create a simulated environment. In such an environment, all occurrences were completely isolated from reality. This kind of domain power was referred to by the Awakeners as the 9 phases sealed dust world. This was also one of the major preparations done by the Awakeners Association before the arrival of beast tides. That preparation involved detaching the entire city from reality. By then, any combat happening within the 9 phases sealed dust world wouldn't influence the real world. Thus, even after successfully combating the beast tide, the city would remain undamaged. Of course, this only applied in the case of success. To date, humanity had yet to successfully resist even a single beast tide. However, the deployment of the 9 phases sealed dust world had never once been missed. Because every awakener held onto a shred of hope. Hope for a victory. Hope for that victory to come next time. Hope that they could truly triumph over a beast tide. Humankind needed a victory like that desperately. Right at that moment, the suburbs of Lingyu City, the Boundless Mountains. The pre-deployed 9 phases sealed dust world activated. Under the official personnel's coordination, Access to this mountain had already been prohibited 3 days ago. One bus after another entered, and it was as if they stepped into another world. Xuanhuan was especially sensitive to these changes in the environment. He could even perceive that his exhaled breaths were different from before. The others inside the bus didn't seem to have reacted much to this. As the bus drove into a temporary campsite built inside the mountain, the examination officially began. At the same time, inside the mysterious hall of the Tianqi Society, a woman in white stood before a giant xuanhuan instrument. It slowly turned, dotted with countless lights, as if it contained the entire universe, creating a magnificent spectacle. Each beam of light represented a galaxy, and every trajectory foretold the laws of the universe's operation. Every rotation of the xuanhuan instrument seemed to narrate the mysteries of the universe and the exploration and control by the Tianqi Society. The initiates could be regarded as observers for the Awakeners Association. They possessed the world's most powerful mentally awakened individuals, having absolute perception over rifts and beasts. But conversely, their observation power concerning infected beings was somewhat inadequate. Like other powerful organizations within the association, their influence stretched across the globe. During the fight against beast tides, the Tianqi Society would send messengers to the frontline combat department of the association to convey the will of God. Awakeners referred to these messengers as star disciples, meaning apostles of the stars. The woman was the star disciple dispatched, this time to Lingyu City. The Tianqi Society had foreseen that a month later, a beast tide would descend upon Lingyu City, and their observations had never failed. But this time, she felt something strange. Both the movement of the xuanhuan instrument and her own perception indicated no problems with the prophecy. Yet she couldn't shake off a sense of unease. In recent observations, she had detected some subtle deviations. These deviations were so minor they were almost negligible, but for an initiate, they were warnings that could not be ignored. What affected this deviation was a white star. Whenever this white star alternated and rotated with others, it slightly deviated from its orbit uncontrollably, quickly returning to its position. This caught the attention of the woman in white. She knew every detail might be a turning point in destiny. She gently lifted her hand, plucked down the white star, cradled it in her palm, and placed it on her chest. This was one way she used her power. She communicated with the white star through her soul, but suddenly, a battlefield filled with massacre appeared in her mind. Countless piles of corpses drenched in blood and a tall, imposing white figure. It was, what kind of? The white star didn't answer her. Instead, its light began to fade gradually. Finally, it dissolved into utter darkness and silence. The woman's face became pale as she watched the star dim and turn to dust, leaving her heart heavy with indescribable sorrow. After folding her hands in prayer for a while, she turned and left the hall. This white star was definitely no ordinary thing, and it might very well alter the landscape of the world. Chapter 39, Connections. After getting off the vehicle, Xuanhuan looked around. He noticed that despite being a temporary camp, it was already quite well established. It included dormitory buildings for trainees, a cafeteria, and the command post where the drill instructors were stationed. Of course, these structures only existed within the 9 phases sealed dust realm. Once outside the locked domain, it was still just a forested mountain area. Brother Jiang, let's go to the command post. I'll introduce you to the main examiners of this session. Chui voluntarily offered to take Jiang Huai to the command post, but was declined. His own submitted profile was merely that of a recovery system awakener, specifically self-regeneration, which placed him in the type suitable only as a frontline buffer. Even if Chu he could smooth things over with connections, it wouldn't be much help for his future goal of consuming cores. In fact, under the guise of protection, he might end up directly assigned to the logistics division instead, and that would be a big loss. No thanks. I need to meet up with a friend. Alright, then I'll head to the command post first. The first test will start in an hour. Wishing you good fortune in martial endeavors, Brother Jiang. As Chu he walked away, Jiang Huai couldn't help but sigh internally. Human relations, inevitable wherever you go. Thank you for letting me sit next to you earlier on the bus. At this moment, Yin Jia, who had been standing by Jiang Huai all along, softly expressed her gratitude. Previously, because Jiang Huai had headphones on, she didn't dare disturb him, and now finally had the chance to thank him. My name is Yin Jia. Due to my physical condition, I've always been regarded as a monster. Even within the Awakeners Association, I feel like someone who's not exactly welcomed. The girl seemed somewhat disheartened. She had originally thought that joining the Awakeners Association meant that people wouldn't discriminate against her anymore. Actually, she was very beautiful, but with her silver hair, white eyebrows, and the bone-chilling coldness emanating from her presence, she remained somewhat distant and unapproachable. There's no need to thank me. In the future, we'll be comrades in arms helping each other. My name is Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai smiled as he said so. In that case, I'll go prepare myself then. See you later, Jiang Huai. The girl's cheeks turned slightly red. This subtle change was particularly noticeable against her fair skin, and as she walked towards the dormitory building with her backpack, Jiang Huai couldn't help but recall the pale blue luminous energy he observed within Yin Jia's body earlier on the bus. That power was both immensely tyrannical and extremely cold. If the young girl really could master such force well, her potential could be incalculable in the future. Smack. Suddenly, Jiang Huai's head was lightly tapped. Turning around, he saw Lu Wanin dressed in sportswear. It must be admitted that a person who looks good can enhance their appearance no matter what they wear. Although Lu Wanin was slim, her development was complete in all the right places. At that moment, the zipper at the chest of her black tracksuit was raised due to her body posture, looking extremely tempting. TSK TSK TSK. Lu Wanin's hand lightly moved to her own chest. You were so fascinated looking at other girls just now, and now you're staring at my body too. You're truly a little pervert, aren't you, Xuanhuan? Lu Wanin intentionally leaned closer to Xuanhuan, slightly raising her eyes, revealing that taunting smile. Humph. Xuanhuan coughed twice, took a step back, and quickly changed the subject. So, is the preparation for the test coming up? Oh, that's also unavoidable. If it were any other organization or independent individuals, the association would send representatives to liaise with them 3 days before the assessment and inform them of the content. But our night magic patrol team can't afford the association's management fees, so naturally, there are no value-added services like these. But don't worry, Old Du sent the materials last night. Xuanhuan frowned slightly. Then why didn't you give me a copy last night? When he sent it to me, I only had 3 minutes left before sleeping. Naturally, I have to prioritize sleep. Xuanhuan was speechless. Lu Wanin was really overly obsessed with her schedule. Why don't you wake up early in the morning? So, the two bickered while heading towards the dormitory building. After registering downstairs, the two were assigned to the same room, and at a glance, one could tell that this room was originally intended as a storage room. Is this also because we haven't paid the management fee? Xuanhuan helplessly smiled wryly. Go with the local customs, adapt to the local conditions. My friend, Lu Wanin stuck out her tongue, laughing. Apparently, she was already accustomed to such differential treatment. Right at this moment, inside the command post, Chuhi was intently gazing at a boy with fiery red hair on the surveillance screen. The boy stood upright, handsome, with extraordinary bearing, obviously no ordinary person. Huang Yu, 22 years old, a rare fire system talent who awakened as a 3-star awakener. A staff member came over to Chu He and said, he's way more accomplished than you. This relationship-fueled newbie. You've got to work hard, little Chu. Phew, go away. This young master is not an offense-type awakener. Chu He rolled his eyes at the person. This youth named Huang Yu was exactly the reason Chu He had come this time. He was a talent discovered and recommended to the association by the Fearless team. Now, he had already become a provisional member of the Fearless team, which was exceptional. Just as Chu He was about to take a detailed look at Huang Yu's profile, a commotion arose behind him. Turning around to see what caused it, Chu He almost fainted. Captain! Chu He instinctively snapped his heels together, straightened up, and saluted the girl walking into the command post. All other staff in the command post also stopped their work and saluted her. Mou nodded briefly, raising her hand to indicate that no attention was needed. It should be noted that the Awakeners Association, while not purely a military organization, has the same administrative level as one. The elite captains of the 4 major organizations are usually ranked officers. Thus, it was only reasonable for everyone to treat Mou with such respect. Captain, why have you come? When Mou reached his side and started looking at the surveillance footage, Chu He asked curiously. He hadn't heard of Mou coming. With the beast tide approaching, why would she come to focus on this preliminary evaluation? Could it be for Huang Yu? The higher-ups of the Fearless team were certainly paying attention to this young man. Hence, others also began taking note of the name Huang Yu. After all, this was Mou, a 5-star awakener who, at a young age, became the captain of the Fearless elite squad. Her family, the Mo clan, was part of the association's high-level management. That she paid so much attention to this matter suggested. But Mou did not even glance at Huang Yu on the screen. Instead, her gaze turned toward the screen showing the most remote corner. In that small room, obviously much worse than the other rooms, Xuanhuan and Lu Wanin were arranging their luggage. Captain, this is the person from the cinema last time. Before Chu He could introduce Xuanhuan, Mou glanced at him coldly, and the meaning behind her gaze was clear enough. Although Chu He's skills weren't great, his mind was sharp. He immediately shut his mouth. For a long moment, Mou kept her gaze fixed on Xuanhuan, her expression flickering ever so slightly, revealing a fleeting trace of gentleness hard to detect. After tidying up their luggage and doing some preparations, Xuanhuan and Lu Wanin headed to the designated assessment areas set up in the camp. The first test was a capability examination. It served to separate awakeners based on types, attackers, defenders, supporters, enhancers, and then assess them separately. Don't worry, basically, everyone can pass the capability test as long as they display their abilities. After briefing Xuanhuan briefly, Lu Wanin turned to head toward the testing ground for offensive types. Wait a moment. Xuanhuan stopped Lu Wanin, leaving the girl puzzled as she turned back. Your hair is messy. Xuanhuan raised his hand and combed Lu Wanin's hair. Lu Wanin initially seemed somewhat confused, but as Xuanhuan leaned close to her ear, whispering softly, don't be complacent. Someone is watching us. Chapter 40. I'm just a meat shield. After hearing Xuanhuan's words, Lu Wanin also observed the surroundings in her own way. Then she nodded. Indeed, but there's nothing strange about it. A bunch of people are waiting for the Night Devil Patrol to embarrass themselves, and, never mind, nothing. Even though Lu Wanin didn't finish her sentence, Xuanhuan already knew what she was going to say, and this was her last chance for evaluation. If she failed this time, Lu Wanin would be forced to leave the Night Devil Patrol and return to an ordinary life. Of course, that was Lu Wanin's understanding. Xuanhuan had already learned from Yuqinshan that candidates like Lu Wanin, who only have one last opportunity, will have other arrangements during this assessment. That is, to make them act as the first wave of daredevil squads during the battle against the Beast Tide, trying to draw as much fire as possible to open a path for those behind. Don't worry. Xuanhuan smiled and looked at Lu Wanin. No one can make fools out of us. Lu Wanin slightly raised her eyes to look at Xuanhuan, then suddenly burst into laughter. I see. Do you really want to show off your boyfriend charisma so much? Alright, I'll satisfy you, come on, let you touch my head. Zhang Huai was speechless. He truly shouldn't have given this girl an inch. All participants, check your designated positions clearly. Offensive-type students should not run around to other areas. I'm talking about you. From the Night Devil Patrol. As the instructor roared, Luanin quickly raised her hand and said, coming. Then she reached out and lightly poked Zhang Huai's face. Show off, while sister is leaving first. Saying that, Luanin jogged away from Zhang Huai, and before leaving, she made a face at him. But Zhang Huai showed no reaction at all. He wouldn't fall for her tricks again. This guy pretends a lot when there are many people around, only revealing the most genuine side of herself when alone with him. But to be fair, she is really quite cute. The exam area was huge, with over 400 candidates in total. Among these, most were offensive types. There were roughly 80 defensive type candidates. Of course, the fewest were spirit system candidates. Originally, the spirit system was classified under the auxiliary type. However, 3 years ago, the Apocalypse Society began to intervene in the evaluations and accept talented awakened spirit system members. Thus, the association specially set up a track to facilitate the Apocalypse Society observing these young talents. Zhang Huai entered the open-air examination site along with the other academy students. Its size was comparable to half a football field, and there were 5 instructors present. The more than 80 candidates would be divided into 5 batches according to a lottery to be evaluated by various instructors. Just don't draw Dao Lang. Just don't draw Dao Lang. A small fat boy standing beside Zhang Huai kept muttering under his breath. Curious, he asked. Is it Dao Lang who sings that I know? Is he an instructor too? Ah. The small fat boy glanced at Zhang Huai, recognizing him as the fellow candidate from the same vehicle during the ride to the examination. Initially, he didn't want to acknowledge Zhang Huai, but when he remembered that Zhang Huai chatted casually with official members of the Fearless Squad on the bus, he forced himself to smile and say, no, Dao Lang is a nickname of one of the instructors. It's because he excels at using knives, has a volatile temper, and treats candidates as cruelly as wolves, so we call him Dao Lang. Saying that, he pointed to a man standing in the corner of the exam venue. He looked about 30, fierce-faced with an air of malevolence, gripping a long knife emitting ghostly pale cold light. Upon realizing he was being stared at by Zhang Huai and the small fat boy, the man directly licked the blade tip with his tongue. Blood dripped down the blade edge while his smile grew even more manic. Don't look anymore. He's noticed us. The small fat boy trembled violently. I get it now. That's the real deal, Dao Lang. He probably doesn't have the habit of coating his knife with poison. Zhang Huai nodded. There's something called Murphy's Law, which is rather fascinating. To put it simply, if you're afraid of something, that's exactly what happens. Zhang Huai originally thought less trouble meant more peace. It would be best not to draw the brother Dao. Alas, when the results of the draw came out, he and the small fat boy both drew the infamous Dao Lang. Seeing the small fat boy almost crying, Zhang Huai patted his shoulder. All right, since we're here, settle down. Anyway, this is an evaluation, no one should die. And no, the small fat boy said with red eyes. Although Dao Lang won't kill people during evaluations, he will torture you in ways worse than death, claiming it's testing your defensive ability. What the hell? Zhang Huai couldn't help but be startled. Looks like a freak, turns out he really is one. The method of assessing defense-awakened candidates might be the simplest and roughest. The examiner will conduct stress tests on candidates based on the abilities filled out in their application. For example, if your ability is body hardening, the examiner will begin with the most basic attacks to test your body's resistance. This kind of test is usually conducted by machines, so it's easier to control the degree. Therefore, there are various tools next to each examiner. Impact hammers, cutting machines, drills, and even guillotines. After seeing them, Zhang Huai couldn't help but swallow. My goodness, where's this a testing ground? It's clearly a torture chamber, and these aren't examiners, they're the ministers of punishment. Of course, Dao Lang is an exception. He doesn't have any tools. The only test he conducts is with a knife in his hand. Not only did the small fat boy have bad luck, but his luck was exceptionally terrible. He not only drew Dao Lang, but he was also the first one. Dao Lang looked at the small fat boy with a sinister smile. What's your ability? He asked teasingly. Skin reinforcement. I can harden my fat into steel. Upon hearing that, Dao Lang burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, no wonder you're so fat. So your fat acts as armor. Other candidates were amused too. Only the small fat boy was drenched in sweat, obviously not finding it funny. Good. Dao Lang slowly stood up, dragging the tip of the long knife across the ground, stepping closer to the small fat boy. Steel, huh? Let me see just how hard this steel is. As Dao Lang was about to raise his knife, the small fat boy was scared stiff and had forgotten to activate his ability. Zhang Huai quickly shouted, Teacher, you haven't even asked about his awakening level. Everyone then realized it. Damn, that's right. He didn't even ask about the awakening level, and he was just going to cut down on this fatty. These teachers are all 4-star awakened individuals. 1 slash would make this fatty spray oil. Dao Lang slowly lowered his raised hand and turned to look at Zhang Huai. I've read the file. Do you think I don't know his level? That's good. Teacher, I'm overthinking it. Zhang Huai nodded and patted the fatty's shoulder. He had thought the teacher might have read the file, but his main intention with the shout was to snap the small fatty back to reality. Don't be afraid. You've said it already. Dao Lang doesn't kill people. Zhang Huai whispered into the fatty's ear. The fatty slowly regained consciousness and took a deep breath. Then they saw the fatty's obese body started to develop some hard bumps, making him appear like a rock person. Ha 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 ha. That's pretty interesting. Dao Lang laughed wildly and swung his knife. Clang. The long knife struck directly on the fatty's chest, producing a metallic collision sound. Ah! The fatty screamed and was knocked down, though there was no bleeding from his chest. It was clear that the hardened fat beneath his skin had been scattered significantly. Good. This hardness is powerful. One more time. Without waiting for the fatty to get up, Dao Lang struck his thigh with another slash. Hurts. It hurts so much. Tears and snot were streaming down the fatty's face. This crying immediately broke the fatty's concentration. His hard blocks began to dissipate rapidly, almost reverting to soft fat. He flipped over and tried to crawl away, but Dao Lang stomped on his back. Ha ha ha. Why run? Is this your limit? One more. This time he stabbed directly towards the fatty's back. Swish. Just as the blade was about to pierce through the fatty's back, Xuanhuan's hand tightly gripped the blade. With just that grip, Dao Lang's knife could no longer move forward even a little bit. You again? Dao Lang angrily looked at Xuanhuan. No. Who the hell are you? Is it your turn? Furrowing his brows, Xuanhuan said. Teacher, your purpose is to test his resilience, not take his life. Go to hell. Dao Lang yanked his knife forcibly, making the long knife break free from Xuanhuan's grip. Do I need you to teach me how to be a teacher? If you're a defensive type awakened individual, you should be standing at the front to attract fire and create opportunities for your teammates. He pointed his knife at the crying fatty lying on the ground. Look at this coward. Who dare stand behind him? Xuanhuan understood that Dao Lang was right. There's no place for kindness education under the current circumstances. He had nothing to say in return. He only didn't want the fatty, who had chatted with him a few times, to be pierced completely. At this moment, Dao Lang's eyes fixed on Xuanhuan's hand. When he discovered that Xuanhuan's hand hadn't been harmed by the knife blade he had just drawn, a look of excitement appeared on his face again. Chapter 41, 3 Strikes. Kid, you've got a pretty sturdy body. Dao Wolf looked at Xuanhuan, his eyes roaming over him before he licked his lips with his tongue. How about this? Since you're playing the hero, you take my 3 strikes. If you can withstand all 3, you and the fat guy pass. How does that sound? Xuanhuan nodded without hesitation. Deal. You've got guts. But let me make one thing clear, kid. Dao Wolf slowly circled Xuanhuan twice, speaking in a somber tone. These 3 strikes, I don't care if you can handle them or not. Meaning, even if you lose your guard on the first strike, the other 2 will still come, no matter what. Got it. Do as you wish. Xuanhuan's eyes followed Dao Wolf's movements. The other candidates could sense an ominous situation unfolding. Was there something wrong with the mind of this night demon patrol? Why was he so determined to save that fat guy? Now he'd drawn Dao Wolf's attention. His own life might be in danger. Meanwhile, in the command center, Chu was gritting his teeth, watching the scene unfold. That damn lunatic really wants to kill Xuanhuan. As for Mou seated nearby, her face remained expressionless. Her arms were crossed, her eyes focused solely on the screen showing Xuanhuan, not looking away once. Captain, Xuanhuan helped us last time. Should we? Only when Chu spoke did Mou slightly shift her gaze to glance at him briefly, scaring him into silence. Sigh, this kid is probably going to meet his end. A staff member brought a cup of coffee to Mou, setting it down on the table. Looking at the screen, he sighed. Although Dao Wolf won't outright kill these candidates, being seriously struck by him 3 times will leave anyone either dead or disabled. Though not one of the 4 great organizations, Dao Wolf's affiliated Knives Society occupied a position within the association. Its members were fervent enthusiasts obsessed with their knives. Their leader goes by the code name, Bladesmith. Possessing unparalleled knife skills alongside exceptional forging abilities, the longsword currently at Mou's waist was a personal gift from Bladesmith presented upon her promotion as captain of the elite squad. Mou certainly knew Bladesmith to be a madman, yet she appeared unfazed at the moment, though her crossed arms had now formed fists. Ready, kid? Dao Wolf grinned wickedly as he taunted Xuanhuan, deliberately waving his blade back and forth before Xuanhuan's eyes. Hee hee. I've reviewed your file, Xuanhuan of the Night Demon Patrol, with the ability of self-regeneration. Lifting his hand, Dao Wolf pointed the tip of his blade slowly towards Xuanhuan's chest. The records say that you were attacked by someone labeled as arthropod and had your heart ripped out, but somehow survived? Yes. Xuanhuan confirmed with a nod. Heh, then I'll get some fun out of you. Dao Wolf seemed delighted, like facing a lamb ready for slaughter. Know why I like acting as the defense evaluator? He raised his knife slowly. Because I love cutting people. Whoosh. Suddenly, the long blade swooped down. This strike came unexpectedly fast, but to Xuanhuan, compared to Mou's blade work, it moved painstakingly slow. Even though he could easily dodge this blow, evading rather than accepting damage would void the evaluation's purpose. Moreover, should he emerge completely unharmed, he might draw too much attention. Deciding to humor him as the evaluator, there was plenty of time while Dao Wolf made this strike to consider such thoughts. Clearly, this attack registered as painfully slow in his eyes. Removing the defensive power around his chest, Xuanhuan also suppressed any indication of his skeleton's presence. Thus, Dao Wolf's blade slashed cleanly from Xuanhuan's collarbone downward toward the waistline. Blood sprayed forth instantly. The students around let out cries of shock in unison. Shit. So much blood. Holy crap. It's over. This guy is done for. Despite being splattered with blood on his face, Dao Wolf grew increasingly excited. But there was also confusion within. Something felt off. An expert with the blade and enhanced with his special powers, Dao Wolf could immediately tell from the moment he swung whether his opponent would sustain harm. Right when his knife touched Xuanhuan, the sensation suddenly changed. A grin still plastered on Dao Wolf's face, yet doubts swirled inside. What's up with this kid? Seeing the blood spout from Jiang Huai's chest, the little fatty also turned pale with fright. What's going on? The rest of the mentors shouted to Dao Wolf after seeing the situation over here. Should we call medical personnel? Dao Wolf chuckled twice, about to say that it was time to claim the kid's body. But then they heard Jiang Huai, expressionless, saying, 2 more knives left. His tone remained completely unchanged. It was as if this blade wasn't for him, but for those terrified candidates around him instead. Kid, are you serious? Dao Wolf looked at Jiang Huai's wound. This cut wasn't shallow, and there was no sign of the wound healing. Of course, this was because Jiang Huai controlled his power. He had to make sure these powerful people noticed his special nature as little as possible. Sorry, one of my powers is shutting off pain perception. Don't worry, my wounds are healing, just slowly, Jiang Huai said with a smile. His blood-soaked and yet serene demeanor made others even more uneasy. Should I wait for you a bit? Dao Wolf smiled and said, no need. So many people are waiting, please continue, replied Jiang Huai. Good boy. Dao Wolf's eyes darkened. Inside the command center, Chui slammed his hand on the table in outrage. That lunatic actually slashed and seriously injured Jiang Huai at that. Anyone could see this kind of injury wouldn't allow survival. Captain, this, Chui originally intended to turn around and ask his captain for help again, but realized Mo.U had already left her seat. He looked around and discovered Mo.U wasn't even in the command center anymore. Damn, the captain must have gone back early because she was bored. Now we're doomed. Dao Wolf tightened the grip on the long knife in his hand and screamed as another slash landed on Jiang Huai. This wound was identical to the last one, only in a different direction. Now there was an X-shaped scar on Jiang Huai's chest. Blood flowed out once again. Some less courageous students had collapsed to the ground due to fear. The fatty sobbed uncontrollably. Brother, stop continuing. I'll take care of it myself. You damn son of a bitch. Stop cutting. Cut me instead. Dao Wolf covered his face with his hands and emitted a chilling laugh, head tilted upwards. Strange, too strange. This time, he intentionally felt the moment of impact. The sensation came again. Throughout his life, he'd slashed many people, many infected ones, even beasts. Never had anything like this occurred. These 2 slashes told him explicitly he couldn't harm this person at all. But when the real slash went down, it caused a bloody mess. Fascinating. You're truly fascinating. Kit, Jiang Huai sighed. This sportswear was specially chosen by xuanhuan from a night market stall. Although it was cheap, it was indeed a gift from xuanhuan to him. To have it ruined now really annoyed him. Well, last cut. Chop quickly so we can finish early. Kid, aren't you at all afraid? Dao Wolf asked with a manic smile. I said I turned off the pain, didn't I? No. Dao Wolf shook his head and said, even if the pain is turned off, after seeing your body sliced open twice, don't you feel a bit of fear? That was a reasonable point. Jiang Huai suddenly realized he probably seemed a little too fake. Next time, he should consult xuanhuan on how to act better. Maybe everything happened too fast, I haven't reacted. I'll probably wet the bed tonight from fear. Alright, do the last one quickly. I want to take a shower. Now he was almost entirely covered in blood. Half of his face dyed red by his own blood. Yet he still acted as if he cared not a whit. This both excited Dao Wolf while filling him with rage. Good, kid, good. And this final strike will let you taste fear. At that moment, Jiang Huai felt Dao Wolf's surrounding aura clearly change. His eyes began to emit red light. A black force started to gather on the blade in his hand. Wow, he was truly planning to kill me? Jiang Huai became a bit troubled. If he remained standing after the mentor's full power attack, wouldn't that seem overly fake? What should he do then? Block it away or dodge directly? Neither option fit. Things were getting difficult here. Brother, don't push yourself. The small fatty hugged his thigh, crying and shouting. Run, brother. Run quick. Damn your ancestors. You, this fatty who shouts for me to run and then directly hugs my leg. You're just making my death slower. With this knife, I express my respect for you, kid. Dao Wolf gripped the handle with both hands, and then suddenly lunged forward, the long knife immediately hacking toward Jiang Huai's neck. This strike was incredibly fierce. Jiang Huai could sense it wasn't on the same level as the previous 2 cuts. With a howling sound, the long knife reached Jiang Huai's neck in an instant. However, in the next second, a metallic clashing sound rang out. The moment Dao Wolf's long knife touched Jiang Huai's neck, another blade flicked upward, deflecting it away. This deflection seemed casual, but both Jiang Huai and Dao Wolf widened their eyes in shock. Dao Wolf was stunned because both the strength and speed of that deflection far surpassed his own. And Jiang Huai was shocked because he couldn't even see clearly. Snap! Dao Wolf's blade, pushed aside, emitted a crisp sound midair, then shattered into 2 pieces. The blade tip drew an arc in the air and then plunged straight into the ground. Due to the tremendous momentum, Dao Wolf fell back onto the ground with a thud. Jiang Huai stared blankly at the person before him. Not just him, everyone froze, including Dao Wolf and the other mentors. Because standing beside Jiang Huai, emanating a chilling coldness, was none other than the captain of the fearless elite squad, Mo.U. Chapter 42. Who do you think you are? When Mo.U sheathed her long knife, glowing with cold light, the people around finally felt that time had started to flow again. Dao Lang collapsed on the ground, looking at Mo.U in disbelief. This is an evaluation. Mo.U slightly turned her body and stared down at Dao Lang with a cold gaze. It's not your execution ground. Dao Lang realized this, gave a few forced laughs, and then jumped up lightly from the ground like a carp flipping over. Then he placed one hand on his chest and posed a ridiculous stance obviously meant as mockery. Thank you for your teaching, Miss Mo. Mo.U didn't give him another glance, but instead turned to look at Jiang Huai. then glanced at his blood-soaked body. How did you? Xuanhuan was just about to ask how she had come. Mou directly grabbed his wrist and pulled him away from the examination area. No, what about my test? Xuanhuan was rather confused, but dared not resist Mou. Then he heard laughter coming from behind, Daolang laughing. Ha 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 kid, you passed. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Mou dragged Xuanhuan out of the examination room. After arriving at the door, Xuanhuan tried to break free from her hold, but he found the young girl's grip was very tight. If it weren't for his tough skin, his wrist might have been already dislocated. Miss Mou, where are you taking me? Xuanhuan frowned and asked. To the medical department. I see. Xuanhuan understood Mou's intention. It seemed like she was worried about him, but she didn't seem like the kind who would do something like this. No need. Miss Mou, my healing ability is very strong. Mou stopped walking, turning around to look at Xuanhuan's body. As expected, the X-shaped wound on Xuanhuan's chest was slowly healing and the damaged skin tissue was visibly regenerating. In about a minute, these two wounds left no traces at all. Mou watched the entire process, then finally raised her eyes and looked at Xuanhuan, speaking in a chilly tone. What exactly is your power? Self-regeneration. Xuanhuan answered with a smile. To be able to heal such fatal wounds within just a few minutes. Do you know what level of awakened person can achieve this? Xuanhuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the regeneration speed of self-regenerative ability users is generally slow? When his heart was pierced and grew back, Lu Wanning didn't seem particularly surprised. Could it be that girl has limited knowledge? Or perhaps I overlooked something. Xuanhuan felt a bit regretful. Thinking only of getting away from Mou quickly, he forgot that he shouldn't display his abilities too much in front of her. Though Daolang is a lunatic, he certainly isn't a reckless killer who kills students indiscriminately. Mou stared into Xuanhuan's eyes. His ability is to resonate with the knife. Those two slashes must have had assurance that they wouldn't cause you fatal injuries. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly, projecting a piercing gaze. But the truth is that those two slashes caused damage almost enough to kill you instantly. You said you can block pain, but those two slashes severed most of the nerves in your body, yet you didn't even move a step. Do you still dare tell me now that you're an awakened user of regeneration? A bead of cold sweat seeped from Xuanhuan's forehead. Then he slightly lifted his hand, showing the wrist still firmly gripped by Mou. Could you let go of me first? Only then did Mou realize that she had been tightly gripping Xuanhuan's hand the whole time. She immediately loosened her grip and stepped back, but her gaze remained cold and fixed on Xuanhuan. Firstly, Miss Mou, I am not affiliated with the Fearless Group, so there's no need for me to report everything to you. Secondly, if we talk about awakening abilities, isn't your ability also a mystery? Why don't we exchange? You tell me your ability, and I'll reveal my true power to you. Actually, this statement indicated that Xuanhuan indeed did not truthfully report his abilities on the files. But now, Mou had noticed this. It would only make things more suspicious if he continued to deny. So it would be better to lay it on the table and see how the other party reacts. Mou remained silent for half a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Seeing that the girl didn't speak for a long time, Xuanhuan took the initiative to ask, Miss Mou, have you investigated my file? I'd like to know why you were so concerned about me. Initially, Xuanhuan only intended to change the subject. But unexpectedly, after hearing this sentence, Mou's body suddenly trembled. Her fists slowly tightened, and her head bowed slightly. The words spoken were less icy than before. Don't misunderstand. Although your power was weak during the last action at the cinema, your observation skills, perception, and mind were all quite good. I just want to choose a potential talent for the association. Then shouldn't you be investigating my abilities? Why have you been constantly reviewing my past records? Xuanhuan pursued further. Mou slightly bit her lips, then slowly adjusted her breath. Finally, she raised her eyes and restored that watery coldness. She looked at Xuanhuan and said, the past of a person is an important basis for various organizations to evaluate an awakened individual. Since you haven't passed the evaluation yet, and there's insufficient intelligence on your abilities, it's natural to investigate your past. Oh, Xuanhuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a trace of a sneer. Actually, I don't really care about this. I originally thought that according to Miss Mou's character, you wouldn't answer any of my questions, but you did, and very carefully. It seems you are indeed very interested in me, and also didn't want me to misunderstand your investigation, which is why you explained so much, right? Whoosh. In the next instant, frost suddenly arose, and the long knife flashing with cold light was placed against Xuanhuan's neck. The young man swallowed a lump in his throat. He had gone too far. He pushed her into a corner. He still couldn't clearly see how the knife moved. It had nothing to do with his perception. The problem should lie within Mou's ability. I warn you for the last time, Xuanhuan, don't joke with me. Fully understood. Xuanhuan slowly raised his hands, keeping a smile on his face, showing the posture of surrender. But he still had doubts in his heart. Why did Mou step in to block the knife for him before? Her excuse was that she didn't want the students to lose their lives. Could this really be the reason for her action? That blood falcon, who almost never cared about the situation of her teammates while executing missions, would she break a weapon of a coach in public because of such a trivial matter? Mou sheathed her long knife as the frosty look in her eyes receded slightly. She no longer spoke another word to Xuanhuan, turning elegantly and walking steadily away from the scene. After reaching a corner where there was no one, Mou leaned against the wall, slowly covering her chest with her hand. He shouldn't have heard my heartbeat, right? Then her cheeks flushed slightly, her lips closed tightly, looking like a child who had done something wrong being exposed. He hasn't found out it was me. Absolutely can't let him discover this event, absolutely. She clenched her hand into a fist, as if having made some resolution, and then stepped forward again towards the command post. Xuanhuan, who was still standing in place, sighed in relief. Finally, the Ice Princess has left. At this moment, he seemed to hear some sound from the side. Turning his head to look, Emperor-level had actually led him to the offensive exam room. Xuanhuan was here as well, so Xuanhuan developed the idea of spectating the girl. However, the moment he reached the doorway, he sensed a massive rise of energy. Subsequently, a fiery pillar shot up from the center of the venue, and a fire dragon became faintly visible in that flame. Damn, not bad kid. Xuanhuan couldn't help but admire. Although this force of aura might not match Emperor and xuanhuan, it likely had already nearly reached the threshold of a 4-star awakened. But the next second, Xuanhuan felt something was off. This wasn't simply showcasing strength. The red-haired youth's body slowly floated upwards, with the fire dragon coiling around him transforming into a flame spear. With the spear on his back, his fiery gaze stared down upon a young girl in front of the fiery column. You cowards, fearing death like this. How could you ever compare with me? The boy's voice carried a deep roar of a dragon. Like a judge, he was making a self-centered verdict on the girl. Everyone, including the mentors, did nothing to stop it. From the disdainful expressions of the students and the admiring looks of the teachers, it was as though they wouldn't care even if the girl were to die at the hands of this boy, instead marveling at his strength. And the girl reprimanded by this boy was none other than Xuanhuan. Come on, what's your problem after just one rebuttal? I didn't say anything wrong. Xuanhuan, under the scorching heat, found herself dry-mouthed, but she still summoned her sickle. When the boy saw Xuanhuan drawing her weapon, he revealed a contemptuous sneer on his face. You incapable ones, even if you pass the test, you are merely those destined for death, and you people from the Night Demon Patrol do not deserve to exist within the association. Boom. The long spear enveloped in flames of the fire dragon rushed straight down towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan tightly bit her lips. Despite her unique power, it seemed to have no countermeasure against this direct harm. Just as the flames were about to engulf Xuanhuan, a tall figure suddenly embraced her and used his back to shield all the flames. But the long spear did not stop. It continued to lunge towards the two. At that very moment, Xuanhuan erupted in fury. He reached back and grabbed the tip of the spear with one hand, unaffected by the flames. Who are you? The young man cried out in shock. Crack! Xuanhuan crushed the spearhead with bare hands effortlessly, then raised his other hand abruptly. Get lost. Bang! With a heavy thud, Xuanhuan's fist struck directly into the youth's face. Afterwards, the fiery storm that had been so loud dissipated instantly from that single punch. The young man let out a painful scream as his body flew backward like a kite whose string was cut, landing outside the exam room amidst the woods. Chapter 43. I'm not. Stop talking nonsense. The young man's scream of pain was stretched into a long tail in the air until he fell into a forest, cutting off the sound. The first to react were several instructors responsible for the offensive evaluation of this session. One of them roared with anger, then swiftly leaped out of the exam area and rushed toward the forest. The other instructors were contacting the medical team. Soon, Xuanhuan heard countless people rushing toward the forest. What's going on? I just punched him. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Xuanhuan felt a bit puzzled. I had already pulled my punch, he thought. Otherwise, what would have flown away wouldn't have been an intact body. There would have been no way for him to let out a scream of pain. And besides, he could sense the youth's strength. So that punch certainly couldn't have killed the boy, or even left him gravely injured. Yet, looking at the anxious expressions of those present, it was as if they were all worried as if the one who had been beaten was their own father. Xuanhuan, how did you come here? Xuanhuan retracted her scythe and looked at Xuanhuan somewhat stunned. Then she suddenly noticed the torn clothes on Xuanhuan and the skin covered in blood. Instantly, Xuanhuan's eyes darkened slightly. Who hurt you? Xuanhuan was still somewhat touched. At least at this moment, Xuanhuan's anxiety wasn't an act. I participated in the defensive evaluation. Don't you remember? Pressure tests are very common, aren't they? Xuanhuan seemed to also remember this matter. Xuanhuan discovered that everyone on the test site was whispering and watching them. He then held Xuanhuan's hand. Let's go, leave here first. But my assessment isn't over yet. Xuanhuan softly said. Knowing the importance of this evaluation to her, Xuanhuan pulled Xuanhuan aside and asked, how did you get into conflict with him? I didn't, it was him bothering me. Xuanhuan gave Xuanhuan a glare. Don't pretend with me. Do you think I don't know how much your mouth owes trouble? Xuanhuan lightly bit her lips, her hands interlaced in front of her chest. Her fingers kept twisting each other, like a child who had made a mistake. How dare he say old you and old do are useless cowards, and call me a coward's child who will only end up being a cowardly deserter. Her voice was low but effectively conveyed her dissatisfaction. I just told him that being in the same test room with someone who escapes surely means he'll be a candidate for running away himself too. And then he lost it. Xuanhuan found it hard to believe. Isn't this just squabbling between schoolchildren? How did the young man look like his whole family was slaughtered by Xuanhuan? That force clearly was aimed to kill. If I hadn't passed by earlier, if I hadn't taken a glance inside, Xuanhuan might be charred right now. But will my current action of hitting that guy affect Xuanhuan's assessment? Surely, it won't just disqualify her like this. It turned out that it indeed could. Soon, members of the medical department hurriedly passed through the entrance of the examination hall with a stretcher. Apparently, the young man was not seriously injured, but while on the stretcher, he kept cursing, though his words were quite serious and formal without any obscene language. But the overall meaning was clear. Just wait for me. I will not forgive either of you. The instructors finally had time to deal with Xuanhuan and xuanhuan. Four instructors walked toward the corner of the testing site with an overwhelming killing intent. The leading instructor was 190 centimeters tall, even taller than Xuanhuan by a head. He had a strong physique and sharp eyes, staring directly at Xuanhuan. The other candidates were also spectating, but were suddenly shouted at by an instructor. All of you get out. With no choice, the candidates left the testing site, leaving only 4 instructors and Xuanhuan on the scene. Kid, do you know who you hit? The tall instructor looked coldly at Xuanhuan and asked. I don't know. Should I? Xuanhuan responded with a smile. That is a new favorite of both the association and the fearless ones, the backbone of future awakeners, humanity's future. Not something you garbage can compare to. Another instructor harshly said. So it looks like the future of the association is bleak, Xuanhuan said, protecting xuanhuan behind him. Originally, xuanhuan wanted to say a few words, but Xuanhuan squeezed her hand, signaling her to absolutely remain silent. After all, this was xuanhuan's last chance for evaluation, and he must divert all the attention onto himself. What did you say? The tall instructor's eye shot out a glimmer of anger. Since I'm the trash you all say I am, and your great hope for the future has just been disabled in one punch by a piece of trash, perhaps humanity should just perish sooner. Xuanhuan knew that his actions would only provoke the anger of these instructors, but this was how he could make them focus their attention solely on him as a mocking target. As several instructors were ready to act aggressively toward Xuanhuan, the iron gate of the exam hall was suddenly kicked open. What's going on? Gang up on just one person, huh? A familiar voice called out from the doorway. Everyone turned back to see Chu He maintaining the posture of kicking open the door before strutting in with an air of confidence. Who's this kid? One instructor thought Chu He looked familiar, but he couldn't put a name to the face. Yet, seeing the fearless one's uniform he wore along with the blood falcon insignia on his chest made the instructors hesitant to underestimate him. Chu He, the tall instructor, gravely announced, the official member of the elite blood falcon team among the fearless ones. This kid can't even match Huang Yu who got thrown across the room earlier. Let's see first. The tall instructor knew well that Chu He wasn't merely an ordinary member of the elite fearless one team. The Chu family held considerable status within the association. Still, at the moment, they shouldn't have any conflict with him because Huang Yu was one of the newcomers chosen by the fearless ones, and they were merely standing up for Huang Yu. However, seeing Chu He storming over and deliberately blocking himself between the two that made it clear he'd already chosen a side. Chu He, this guy injured the newcomer Huang Yu fearless ones value so much. We're trying to help you here. Chu He spat on the ground. At the command center, I saw everything crystal clear. Huang Yu provoked someone first, then lost it after hearing just a response and wanted to fight. Fine, let's talk about fighting. Yet he still got owned instantly by a defensive type awakener. Are you implying we fearless ones chose such a useless person? Chu He nearly screeched. But no one paid attention to his tone right now. The faces of the instructors grew grim. What kind of nonsense is this? We're helping out the fearless ones, and now we get reprimanded by them? This matter isn't up to you, Chu He. I must inform the association. Inform the association? Do you know why I'm here? Watch carefully. Chu He directly turned around and slapped Xuanhuan's shoulder. This one is the true super rookie we fearless ones actually have our eye on. The instructors exchanged glances, and those students by the entrance also expressed disbelief. What did he just say? The fearless ones are interested in that defense-type awakener. But didn't he join Night Devil Patrol already? Is this a competition? Holy crap, this is getting interesting. Chu He pressed his advantage, slapping Xuanhuan's shoulder, and said, Big brother, tell them how awesome you really are. What is your true strength? Xuanhuan looked mortified. It was like being introduced by your parents at home during the New Year celebration. My son is super cool. Come show them something impressive. Exactly that sort of feeling. His face clearly read. No way, I'm not what you say, stop exaggerating. But things had indeed reached a point where he was riding a tiger he couldn't dismount easily. And it was, without a doubt, a good opportunity. The powers he displayed weren't simply explainable through self-regeneration alone. Instead of letting them guess blindly and create suspicion later, it might be better to spin a story. So his mind raced, and he mechanically blurted out. My fundamental ability is self-regeneration, but fundamentally, it's about gene manipulation of the body. Thus, under conditions of sacrificing regeneration power, I can focus all my strength into my fist and burst it out all at once. Xuanhuan calmly lied with straight-faced seriousness. But strangely, when there's someone willing to tell big fibs, people were equally eager to believe them. The instructor's expressions immediately froze. A dual-form awakener? You can switch between defense-type and offense-type abilities? That tall instructor lost the icy demeanor he'd had before, and instead his eyes flashed with enthusiasm. Yes. And not only that. Chu He seemed intent on creating more chaos as he continued. During the Fearless One's operation at the cinema last time, it was only due to my big brother's keen insight and perception that we found where that beast was hiding. My big brother is a triform awakener. The whole place erupted in shock. Even the students waiting outside were stunned. Xuanhuan felt like crying. Please stop saying these things. If this kept up, he was certain he'd end up in some lab undergoing various experiments, eventually being preserved in formalin. Chapter 44. Different times, different occasions. More and more people gathered outside. They weren't just here for the spectacle. Also present were instructors from other test sites. Dao Lang, who carried a broken sword, had been in a somewhat bad mood. This batch of trainees' physical qualities were just too poor, like goddamn tofu. Only that strange kid had made him feel a little better. But the last strike had been blocked by Mou, that annoying woman. Now not only was he still unsatisfied, but his sword was broken as well. Irritated, Dao Lang heard a crowd buzzing at the entrance of the offensive examination site. Dao Lang bellowed, "What are you gathered around there for? Waiting to eat shit?" After Dao Lang's shout, a few timid students immediately shrank back. Some students who had taken part in multiple evaluations laughed and walked over, saying, "Bro Dao, this round of evaluations is interesting. Really interesting. Interesting my ass. What's going on? Bro Dao, didn't you know? That much hyped Huangyu got knocked away by a single punch earlier." Huangyu? Dao Lang tried to recall that name. It rang a bell. He seemed to be someone recommended by the Fearless organization to focus on nurturing. My grandpa, he was supposed to be a 4-star awakener. So why did some guy knock him out with one punch? Who did it? Xuanhuan or Burst? That student quickly waved his hands, saying, "It wasn't the instructors. The instructors wouldn't dare offend the Fearless group. It was some brat no one knows where he came from. Look, the instructors are still questioning him now." He pointed at the examination site. Dao Lang thought there might be some fun. Not watching would make him an outright fool. So, carrying his broken blade, he strode arrogantly towards the place, roughly pushing the trainees blocking the entrance aside. Then he saw the very teenager he had just been thinking about. At this moment inside the exam area, Chu clearly hadn't finished speaking yet. With exaggerated gestures, he pointed at Xuanhuan. "You all think why our Captain Mou is here, right? For Huangyu, does a 4-star awakener really require Captain Mou herself to show up personally?" This sentence wasn't fabricated by Chu. Even though Huangyu was indeed an extremely rare talent, the fact remained, he was merely a 4-star awakener right now, no matter how high his potential or how good his qualifications. In this era where beast floods could occur anytime, present combat capability always mattered more than potential. Thus, the Fearless group had only sent Chu this time, without any extra instructions, merely asking Chu to observe whether Huangyu lived up to his reputation. So when the instructors and staff saw Captain Mou appear at the testing ground, they were all slightly startled. They originally assumed she was there for Huangyu. Now after Chu's statement, was the purpose of Mou coming here actually for this young man? I'll tell you this. Just moments ago, Captain Mou personally went down to the defensive examination hall, cutting off the instructor's weapon right in front of everyone. The moment those words were spoken, the face of the strong man standing at the front turned pale. But soon, with an air of disdain, he said, "Would Captain Mou truly take action for a single student? You have no idea, old bear. This proves something. It shows that Captain Mou wants everyone to know. My elder brother Jiang Hui belongs to her." Jiang Hui broke out into cold sweat. He then felt a pinch on his back. Lu Wanyin leaned close to Jiang Hui, lowering his voice and said, "Looks like certain people and Miss Mo play quite well together, huh? Don't listen to his nonsense." Jiang Hui was surrounded by enemies now. With Chu being such an incompetent teammate, his plan of not wanting to attract too much attention had utterly failed. Just as the instructors were still doubting, Dao Lang suddenly shouted shrilly from the doorway, "Hey, let me prove it." Everyone looked at him. Dao Lang raised the broken sword in his hand. "See this? I'm the unlucky bastard whose sword got cut off. Haha, I advise you all not to piss off this young master." A few instructors exchanged glances. Oh well, they were originally looking for a chance to show goodwill to the Fearless organization by favoring their super new recruit. But this time they ended up hitting a cold wall. Turns out this young man was also someone favored by the Fearless group. The leading instructor's face flushed red with anger. Finally, he let out a cold snort, didn't say anything, and turned to leave the examination site. "Hey uncle." Lu Wanning suddenly waved at the retreating instructors' backs and shouted, "What about my evaluation?" Before the tall instructor could open his mouth, Chu slapped his chest and said, "Don't worry, Miss Lu. You've definitely passed." He then leaned close to Lu Wanyin's ear and whispered quietly, "Miss Lu, regarding that thing we talked about last time, allowing me to join your night demon inspection team, fishing expedition." Cough cough. Lu Wanning replied in a lowered voice, "Regarding that monthly membership fee we discussed last time. 5 million every month, I'll pay it. To be in an absolutely safe working environment, 5 million is nothing. Good. Deal. Welcome to join." Just as Lu Wanning was about to announce, Jiang Hui interrupted her. Cough cough. "You can't make this decision on your own. You need to go back and ask Du uncle and you uncle." Lu Wanning pouted, glaring at Jiang Hui with dissatisfaction. At this moment, inside the medical room of the examination site. How absurd. Huangyu lay on the hospital bed, his face and thighs wrapped in bandages. He struck the bed with a punch, but ended up grimacing in pain. "This disgrace must be repaid hundredfold by me, Huangyu. Just wait for me. Night Demon Patrol. Trash. Always remains trash." Then that tall instructor walked in. Huangyu immediately asked, "What about those two wastes? Were they arrested?" The tall instructor gave a cold glance at Huangyu. Previously, perhaps this kid had been considered a treasure of the Fearless organization, so everyone had given him some leeway and tolerated his rudeness by turning a blind eye. But now, the person the Fearless organization truly favored wasn't him. "You mean nothing at all? I'm asking you a question. What exactly happened to those two wastes?" Bang! The tall instructor threw a punch, stopping the fist right in front of Huangyu's eyes. The powerful wind pressure instantly collapsed the hospital bed Huangyu was lying on, causing cracks to appear all over the floor. Huangyu found himself struggling to breathe under the immense pressure for a while before he managed to recover. He took deep breaths, clutching his chest, and then looking angrily at the instructor. "Huangyu, you instigated trouble yourself, and even tried to mercilessly kill a potential colleague. If it weren't for Jiang Hui stepping in, you would have already committed a capital offense." the tall instructor said with an icy tone. Huang Yu slumped among the debris, staring blankly at the instructor. He couldn't understand why this big man, who had previously been gentle towards him, even when he yelled rudely at him without eliciting a single word in response, was acting this way now. But since you were recommended by the Fearless group and do possess some strength, you're allowed to continue participating in subsequent evaluations. Of course, provided you are able to participate in tomorrow's assessment. The tall man glanced at Huang Yu's body wrapped in bandages and then smirked coldly before turning and leaving. The man paused at the door to throw one more sentence. Don't think you're invincible, Huang Yu. There's still much for you to learn before you fully mature. Exposing your sharp edges prematurely will only cause you to shatter completely. Bang! The door of the medical room slammed shut, leaving behind Huang Yu, whose fists were tightly clenched and eyes burned with fire. His flames burned away the bandages and also scorched the wounds on his body that had yet to heal, turning them into scars. The most noticeable was the scar on his face. These scars would become the best reminders of this shameful episode. Just you wait. Night Demon Patrol, Xuanhuan. Chapter 45. I'm born with superhuman strength. In the dormitory, Lu Wanyin had pushed Xuanhuan to the edge of the bed and then directly pinned him down on it. Are you going to tell me or not? There's really nothing much to say. It's just what I told you before. Xuanhuan had an embarrassed look on his face. Lu Wanyin kept questioning him about MOU. But Xuanhuan himself was also thoroughly confused. Was MOU suspicious of his strength? And why did she block the last attack from Dao Lang for him? Xuanhuan couldn't figure it out. Because these two incidents were contradictory. If MOU were truly as rumored, solitary and cold-blooded, then to test her abilities, the best approach would have been to watch passively as the third slash from Dao Lang came toward him, observing his reaction afterward. But instead, she intervened and protected him. This was indeed perplexing. There has to be something. Lu Wanyin glared at Xuanhuan with puffed cheeks. She straddled him and persistently inquired. Tell me quickly, I really want to hear some gossip. Get lost. You're so big now, but all you do is inquire about such trivial matters. There's no relationship between me and MOU, and there's no gossip for you. Xuanhuan immediately sat up and wrapped his arms around Lu Wanyin's waist, lifting her and placing her aside. Why would she save you? And even while Xuanhuan tidied the bed, Lu Wanyin approached him again. This time, she leaned close to Xuanhuan's ear and whispered gently, held your hand, leaving in broad daylight. Xuanhuan felt a shiver through his body and blushed, waving his hand dismissively. Hey, believe it or not. He took everything out of his pockets and placed them on the table, preparing to take a shower and change into clean clothes. His torn clothing was still soaked in blood. At that moment, Lu Wanyin noticed a small amulet among the items Xuanhuan pulled out from his pocket. She crossed her hands behind her back, paced over to the desk, and glanced at the amulet. Then Lu Wanyin turned to look at Xuanhuan. You deliberately took it off? What else? You're so stingy, you rarely give gifts. If this one gets ruined, when will I get another gift from you? Who knows? Lu Wanyin knew Xuanhuan was joking. She also understood how much he treasured this amulet. Hence, she stretched lazily and walked towards the door with apparent indifference. Alright, I'll go scout out tomorrow's exam details first. You can take your shower slowly. Xuanhuan admired Lu Wanyin deeply. Socially anxious. A social anxiety expert, yet somehow she always seemed able to swiftly integrate into any group, becoming everyone's favorite joker. Of course, except for people like Huang Yu. Though it wasn't Xuanhuan's intention, the other candidates seemed to view him as some sort of favored individual. Consequently, their treatment of Lu Wanyin, who often associated with Xuanhuan, became warmer. This made it easier for Lu Wanyin to play her part. Just moments ago, staff had come by to ask if they wanted to change rooms. But since it was only 3 days left, they declined without unnecessary hassle. After confirming that Lu Wanyin had gone far enough, Xuanhuan retrieved the gift box from the bottom layer of his backpack. This kind of important task you leave to me. Uncle Yu, really something. Xuanhuan sighed bitterly while holding the box. There were only 2 more days until Lu Wanyin's birthday, and this phone, originally meant to be personally gifted by Xuanhuan, now fell into Xuanhuan's hands. He remembered Xuanhuan's words, such matters are better handled by young people like you. I'm not good at those kinds of scenes. Give it to her when she passes the exam. It'll be a celebration. It's just embarrassment. Xuanhuan smiled and put the box back into the bag. Soon after, Lu Wanyin called asking him to come to the canteen. Upon arriving, Xuanhuan found Lu Wanyin already mingling effortlessly with a group of people. She sat together with a few girls, seemingly talking endlessly about various topics. From clothes to bags, and onto TV dramas, every topic seemed to interest Lu Wanyin. But Xuanhuan was very clear. In private, Lu Wanyin never bought luxury goods, mainly because she didn't have the means. However, even if one hasn't eaten pork, seeing pigs run helps too. Currently, everyone was dressed in sportswear, so who could really distinguish if she actually owned any of those things mentioned? Xuanhuan's arrival changed the atmosphere of the cafeteria instantly. The previously cheerful canteen suddenly split into 2 factions. One group greeted Xuanhuan warmly. They were mostly trainees who had seen Xuanhuan knock Huang Yu flying with one punch. The other group was smaller. They sat huddled together, staring at Xuanhuan with unfriendly eyes. Right at the center of their huddle was Huang Yu, whose bandages had been removed, leaving behind a scar. Huang brother, shall we take care of him? One of the youths asked. Huang Yu bit into his bread coldly, his gaze fixed coldly ahead. It's not the right time yet. There will be plenty of opportunities. These words were naturally heard by Xuanhuan. Great. Instead of fading into obscurity, he was now being targeted by troublemakers. Xuanhuan, I found out that tomorrow's evaluation will be the same as my last one. It's hunting Xuanhuan. While eating, Lu Wanyin relayed her findings to Zhang Huai. Are there infected ones here? Every year, the association releases some captured infected individuals for research purposes into the evaluations, and this is the type of assessment that students fear most. Because it's real combat. Zhang Huai smiled while saying this. Seeing Lu Wanyin's relaxed expression, he couldn't help but ask curiously, if it's hunting infected individuals, how did you get eliminated last year? Lu Wanyin shot Zhang Huai a glare. Why do you have to bring up something that shouldn't be mentioned? Speaking of this matter seemed to irritate Lu Wanyin. Last year, my scores were almost passing then. During the evaluation, a rift appeared, and a Vanguard-level beast emerged right in front of me. I froze up with fear, collapsed on the ground, breaking our squad formation. Although the instructor arrived in time, I lost my qualification for the evaluation because of it. That explained it. Zhang Huai nodded. Lu Wanyin's fear of beasts was something Zhang Huai always kept in mind. But mental barriers can only be overcome by oneself. No one else can help her. Relax, if a beast shows up again this time, I'll hold its leg for you, and you can take the chance to kill it. Seeing Lu Wanyin looking somewhat tense, Zhang Huai said this half-jokingly. Lu Wanyin laughed at Zhang Huai's words, her mood easing significantly. She put down her chopsticks, crossed her hands under her chin, and looked at Zhang Huai with an enigmatic gleam in her eyes. Speaking of which, when did you gain so much strength? You're both defensive, offensive, and finally perceptive. Achoo, isn't that something Chu made up? How did you punch Huang Yu away then? I'm naturally super strong. Their voices grew louder unintentionally, causing Huang Yu on the other side to bite savagely into his bread, his complexion growing increasingly dark. Chapter 46, Team Up. The room was furnished with bunk beds, and it seemed like the rooms assigned to Zhang Huai and Lu Wanyin were rather shabby compared to others. Most other students had single rooms with single beds, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, they hadn't come here for a vacation. If they could bear it, then so be it. Knowing how terrible Lu Wanyin's sleeping habits were, Zhang Huai chose to let her sleep on the lower bunk. If he made her sleep on the upper bunk, she might just tumble down and land face first in the middle of the night. The girl remained alarmingly punctual, promptly collapsing onto her bed after finishing her nightly routine. Just 3 seconds after saying goodnight to Zhang Huai, she was already fast asleep. As expected, in the middle of the night, Zhang Huai discovered that Lu Wanyin had half her body hanging off the bed. He couldn't help but climb down carefully and bring her back to bed, covering her up properly. It wasn't until 3 a.m. that Zhang Huai finally felt a hint of sleepiness. Just as he closed his eyes, he found himself once again in the strange and unsettling prison. This time, he didn't have to go through the office or the corridor. He appeared directly in front of Base's cell. At that moment, the skeleton giant stood behind the door, and their eyes met through the iron bars. Under the helmet, Zhang Huai saw a yearning in the skeleton giant's eyes. A yearning for the hunt. What do you want to tell me? Zhang Huai asked. The skeleton giant said nothing, but blue flames began to flicker in its eye sockets beneath the helmet. An emotion pierced through the bars of the cell and reached Zhang Huai's heart. The hunt is about to begin. Devour, devour everything. Zhang Huai felt this emotion swelling inside him, as if countless war drums were resonating within his body. Suddenly, Zhang Huai opened his eyes. Just then, he saw Lu Wanyin straddling him, a marker pen in her hand. The sudden awakening startled the girl, causing her to yelp and fall backward. In the instant before she fell off the top bunk, Zhang Huai quickly grabbed her around the waist and pulled her back. How did you wake up so suddenly without any warning? Lu Wanyin accused first, now straddling Zhang Huai with her cheeks still slightly red from the earlier shock. In my dreams, I was killing people. Now honestly, what were you doing? Zhang Huai asked seriously. I wasn't doing anything, just trying to wake you up. Lu Wanyin put her hands behind her back. But Zhang Huai had already seen the marker pen, so while holding her waist, he pinned her against him with one arm and snatched the marker with the other. Having fun, huh? What did you draw on my face? I haven't had the chance yet. Zhang Huai immediately used the marker to draw an X on her face. Just as they were roughhousing on the top bunk, there was a knock at the door. Brother, the sound insulation here isn't very good. Recognizing Chu He's voice, Zhang Huai hurriedly disentangled from Lu Wanyin and got out of bed. While going to open the door, he glanced at the time on his phone. It was 7:30 a.m. Gathering time was at 8 a.m., so apparently, he had slept quite a while last night. Opening the door, Zhang Huai found Chu He already dressed and waiting outside. Though shorter by half a head, the guy really was handsome. However, Zhang Huai's growth spurt counted as secondary development, which couldn't be considered fair. Brother, we're about to gather. Are you and Miss Lu finished? Chu kept up his serious tone for less than 5 seconds before showing a sly smile. Zhang Huai gave him a glare and said, Don't talk nonsense. We didn't do anything. I'll change clothes and head to the playground. All right, brother, Miss Lu, I'll wait for you on the playground. As Lu Wanyin hummed a tune while getting changed in bed, Zhang Huai voluntarily turned away and faced the wall. When Lu Wanyin took off her pajamas, she smirked as she looked at Zhang Huai's neck where she had just drawn a little cat using a marker pen. She wondered when Zhang Huai would notice it. 10 minutes later, the two of them hurried to the playground after washing up. They were among the last ones to arrive. After everyone gathered, the tall drill sergeant announced the assessment for the next day. The assessment will last from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. tonight. Your objective is to kill the infected individuals. A large number of infected individuals have been released into the mountain already. For every infected individual killed, you earn 1 point. By midnight, those who score over 50 individually or as part of a team will successfully pass the evaluation. The students began whispering amongst themselves. Many were worried whether directly fighting so many infected individuals would be dangerous. But Zhang Huai, Huang Yu, and some smarter students noticed another key detail in the drill sergeant's announcement. Team. In other words, this evaluation allows participation in the form of teams. You don't need to worry. Before every student enters the testing area, you'll be wearing an association's specially made bracelet. The bracelet can release a powerful force when you're in danger, clearing all infected individuals around you. Afterward, our mentor will immediately come to your location and take you away from the test site. In other words, if you trigger the bracelet, you'll lose your qualification. If before midnight, your score hasn't reached 50, it also counts as losing your qualification. At that moment, a student asked, "May I ask, is this evaluation allowing teaming up?" The tall drill sergeant nodded. That's correct. This evaluation allows participation in the form of teams. Squad sizes should range from 2 to 4 people. After forming a squad, you'll all receive the same type of bracelet. The points gained by all members for hunting infected will be shared collectively. After these words were spoken, the candidates became excited instantly. Of course they'd want to form teams, double the efficiency. But some students like Huang Yu expressed disdain. Facing mere infected, even the inferior ones that had been domesticated by the association, was more than enough for people like Huang Yu. Now, you have 30 minutes to form teams. After 30 minutes, bracelets will be distributed. At the drill sergeant's command, the students began whispering among themselves. After yesterday's ability evaluation, some students had already reached an unspoken agreement. They quickly formed squads. What puzzled Zhang Huai was that none of those students who clearly got along well with Lu Wanyin approached her for teaming up. Don't show that kind of expression, Lu Wanyin said with a smile. Since you've joined Night Demon Patrol, you should be prepared to be isolated. Even if they get along privately, they absolutely won't openly associate with people from the Night Demon Patrol. Zhang Huai nodded. Then that works too. It'll just be us. Just as Zhang Huai was about to say, let's form a team, the little chubby guy he saved from the Blade Wolf yesterday shakily came to them. Brother, can I join your team? Zhang Huai looked at the little fatty. He could feel that his abilities had not been developed at all, but even so, he could block 2 strikes from the Blade Wolf. Though it seemed like the Blade Wolf didn't put much effort into those strikes. Still, the chubby boy was also restricted by inner fear and couldn't fully unleash his potential. Besides, during such times, having one more person, even just to distract the infected, was useful. Zhang Huai nodded. The chubby boy's brows immediately relaxed. My name is Lu Daqiang, 2-star defensive type awoken individual. Lu Wanyin 3-star necromancy type awoken individual. Lu Wanyin didn't object. Anyway, she wasn't scared at all when it came to facing the infected. Zhang Huai, 2-star defensive type awoken individual. Zhang Huai also introduced himself. Although Lu Daqiang seemed to doubt that Zhang Huai was only a 2-star defensive type awoken individual, he didn't comment further. Soon, the team formation period ended. Almost everyone had their teammate by then, except for Huang Yu and a few stronger students who chose to fight alone. At that time, Zhang Huai suddenly caught sight of a lonely figure standing in the corner of the crowd. Her body emanated coldness, and no one dared to approach her. She mustered the courage to ask a trio team if she could join, but before she finished speaking, they simply waved her off with impatience and muttered insults, telling her to back off. It was too cold. After being rejected several times in succession, the girl could only stand in the corner, her gaze somewhat dazed. Zhang Huai recognized her. She was the girl who sat next to him on the bus. Seemed like her name was Injia. Lu Wanyin, Zhang Huai asked. Our team still needs one controller role. Following Zhang Huai's gaze, Lu Wanyin seemed to understand something. Shrugging and spreading her hands, she said, Good Samaritan, here we go again. Though she said it, Lu Wanyin went over to the girl with understanding. After exchanging a few words, the girl's eyes brightened. Then Lu Wanyin brought Injia back. Done. She gave Zhang Huai an okay gesture. Zhang Huai smiled and said to Injia, Can you join our team? Injia nodded vigorously, tears already brimming in her eyes. Willingly. Thank you so much. Chapter 47, Sudden Changes. The team assembled. The instructor glanced at the lineup and felt somewhat disappointed. Most people had chosen their teammates based on personal preferences. Some guys just dragged girls who looked pretty into their teams without any consideration. So these teams completely ignored the rationality of team composition. One team had 4 attackers. Another had 4 defenders. More absurdly, there was an all-girl team, where 4 supportive-type girls gathered together. The instructor was truly speechless. What will you use to deal damage? But that was not within his control range. As for Huang Yu and those who were too arrogant to form a team, the tall instructor also thought they were somewhat undesirable. No matter how strong you are or how powerful your individual abilities are, when the beast tide comes, you cannot rely solely on personal strength to change the situation. Even someone as powerful as the former president of Night Demon Patrol ultimately ended up with a coward's reputation. After the staff distributed bracelets to all the small teams and individuals, the tall instructor announced that everyone should now leave the camp. And from the moment they stepped out of the camp, it meant the second assessment had begun. No one was allowed to leave Mount Wuwang. Meanwhile, the entire Mount Wuwang, except for the campsite area, served as the testing grounds. At the moment everyone left the camp together, Zhang Huai immediately felt movement among the trees outside the camp, and that presence was too obvious. Infected ones. Swish. Lu Wanyin's scythe was already in hand. Her eyes turned icy cold. A trace of an eerie smile curled at the corner of her lips. It was as if she had transformed into a different person. Begin. At the instructor's command, everyone rushed toward the woods. But soon they found that Huang Yu and those few lone wolves had extremely high mobility, especially Huang Yu. His flames surged ahead of everyone else into the forest, causing the sky to instantly ignite with firelight. Endless screams of infected beings could be heard. This place was inside the 9-phase sealed dust realm, so there was no need to worry about forest fires. But the consequence of such a large AoE attack was that other teams couldn't even get close. Ha ha ha. The forest echoed with Huang Yu's unrestrained laughter. Knowing they couldn't compete with Huang Yu, these people directly scattered apart. Some ran down the mountain, others climbed up. In short, they all tried to avoid Huang Yu's flames. And Xuanhuan, he strolled calmly behind everyone else. Watching as other squads distanced themselves from this area, he still headed towards where Huang Yu's flames burned. Brother, we can't contend with him. Let's go elsewhere. The little fatty tugged at Xuanhuan's hand, saying, even if we go somewhere else, it would still be hard to fight for opportunities, and we might end up in conflicts with others. Xuanhuan smiled as he said this, and then walked into the woods. This made both the little fatty and Injia feel perplexed. Then, are we going to fight Huang Yu? Injia asked cautiously. Why would we fight someone who's helping us? The two became increasingly puzzled. But very soon, Xuanhuan gave his answer. Lu Wanyin, 3 o'clock direction, 3 targets. In an instant, Lu Wanyin sprinted toward the direction indicated by Xuanhuan. She slashed through thickets with her blade. 3 severely burnt infected creatures had their heads severed by her single stroke of the scythe. Drip, drip, drip. The bracelets of the 4 sounded off. Upon raising their hands to check, they saw the number 3 clearly displayed on them. My goodness. How did this happen? Weren't these infected killed by Huang Yu's flames? The fatty exclaimed in shock. His flames, though dominant, if spread out, would have insufficient killing power. Even if it could cover all the infected, most of them wouldn't die instantly. While saying this, Xuanhuan pointed toward another direction. Without hesitation, Lu Wanyin rushed over again, killing 2 more barely twitching infected creatures lying on the ground. Drip, drip, drip. The number changed to 5. The fatty and Injia were utterly stunned. You? How did you? Injia looked at Xuanhuan. Did you research? Huang Yu, what do I need to research about him? Xuanhuan rolled his eyes at the girl before saying, this is the basic deduction. Bullshit. Actually, Xuanhuan had cheated. With the power of Bai Hai augmented, he possessed extremely powerful perception. And after swallowing Chong Mu to gain dominator abilities, this perception was further enhanced. Now, every infected creature nearby, even moving a finger, could be immediately detected by him. But Injia and the little fatty had already revered Xuanhuan to an unparalleled degree. They began to rejoice that they were able to form a team with Xuanhuan. Thus, following Huang Yu, picking up stragglers where his flames reached, Xuanhuan's team reaped the kills effortlessly. By noon, the number on the bracelet had reached 22. Following this pace, we won't have to work too hard, and we can still achieve our goal. The fatty shouted excitedly. He seemed not to expect that he had latched onto such a powerful ally, and would be able to pass without much effort. But Xuanhuan's heart was growing increasingly uneasy. Watching the fatty, Injia, and Lu Wanyin laugh and joke while searching for those infected ones who hadn't quite perished yet, he felt an immense pressure weighing heavily on his heart. This pressure was gradually spreading. At the same time, Dao Lang, the instructor responsible for protecting the students, rested upon a large tree. Naturally, all of his attention was focused on Xuanhuan's team. After observing their opportunistic performance thus far, Dao Lang snorted with disdain. This kid is interesting. No wonder the blood falcon of the fearless ones has shown so much interest in him. Right at that moment, though, Dao Lang's smile vanished. He seemed to sense some inexplicable force expanding above his head. What is this feeling, so oppressive? Meanwhile, Xuanhuan also furrowed his brows. Then he raised his head and looked at the sky. Even though there was no apparent anomaly in the sky at that moment, Xuanhuan could clearly see that, in the outer area of the 9-phase sealed dust realm, a small slit was slowly being torn open above Mount Wuwang. Isn't Huang Yu tired? It seems like his flames are getting weaker. The fatty pointed at the flames among the distant bushes and said. Xuanhuan pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he realized that it wasn't that Huang Yu was tired. Rather, his flames were no longer allowing him the freedom he previously had. This situation could only be due to one reason. Just as he was about to say something, he sensed something suddenly. He quickly turned his head, shouting at Lu Wanyin who was rushing towards an infected creature. Fall back. Lu Wanyin's scythe was almost ready to strike, but hearing Xuanhuan's voice, she immediately stopped herself and leapt backward with borrowed force, returning to Xuanhuan's side. What's wrong? She looked at Xuanhuan questioningly. Xuanhuan protected everyone behind him. Looking at the infected one that was burned beyond recognition, barely able to stand, he said, stay away from it. No, it wasn't just this one. Xuanhuan could distinctly feel that all nearby infected ones, as long as they were still alive, their inner cores were undergoing some kind of strange mutation. This mutation was causing their strength to increase by leaps and bounds. GAA. The infected's body began to tremble slowly. Then its charred skin started peeling off, revealing a completely white humanoid creature standing before Xuanhuan and the others. What kind of infected one is this? How could it possess such power? The little fatty asked dubiously. Lu Wanyin, however, had already produced a yellow talisman from somewhere unknown and held it between her fingers. Though she didn't have Xuanhuan's perception ability, she understood very well. The mutation of this infected one was definitely no simple matter. In an instant, the first white infected one had already reached them. Lu Wanyin quickly recited the incantation. The instant the yellow talisman burned up, 3 souls sprang from her body. circling around the white, infected one, trying to burn its body with black flames. However, these soul flames were unable to ignite it. The white, infected one abruptly opened its mouth wide and bit toward xuanhuan. xuanhuan was undaunted and swung her scythe harshly toward its mouth. Jiebong. To her surprise, the scythe forged using her souls as the guide was broken into pieces by this monster's bite at once. Xuanhuan's pupils contracted violently as the monster's claw was already right in front of her. Boom. Zhang Huai smashed the monster's head into bits with one punch. Then he shouted loudly toward everyone. Fall back. Fall back immediately. Return to the camp. After landing that punch, Zhang Huai could clearly feel how strong this infected one was. This was absolutely beyond what xuanhuan and the others could handle. Its strength had already reached the level of that Vanguard-grade beast which once defeated both him and xuanhuan. Gotsi, gaga. More and more sounds rose around them, followed by one after another white infected ones appearing before their eyes. Zhang Huai guarded the group while retreating. Then he discovered that Huang Yu's flames had gradually extinguished. At this moment, the entire Mount Wuwang began echoing with incessant screams. Chapter 48. The Beast Tide arrives. Inside the Awakening Association's outpost in Lingyu City, the vice president of the association convened representatives from the 4 major organizations currently active in Lingyu City. Except for xuanhuan of the Fearless, who was absent, everyone else had already learned about this dreadful news. Just 10 minutes ago, the star messenger of the Tianqi Guild brought a shocking message. The Beast Tide would arrive earlier than expected, and it might occur within a day. The vice president sat in the main seat of the conference room, taking a puff on his cigar as he said, "This matter is no trivial thing. We have one day to deploy everything. According to the previous plan, the fissure to the north of Lingyu City will be handled by the Cavalry Hunter Group, the southern fissure by the Iron Blood Organization, and the western fissure by the Divine Hunter Group. Finally, the east." The vice president glanced at the empty seat and sighed. "Where is xuanhuan of the Fearless?" The staff member responsible for meeting records immediately stood up to respond. "xuanhuan is currently observing the new recruit assessment on Mount Wuwang to the east." The vice president nodded. "Inform the Fearless directly to give xuanhuan orders and send reinforcements. The area around Mount Wuwang in the east is their responsibility." That woman in white was originally sitting quietly. At that moment, her eyes suddenly flashed with panic. She raised her hand to stop everyone's conversation, then closed her eyes slowly to sense everything. When she opened her eyes again, despair was evident in them. "Perhaps, we don't have that much time." As soon as she said those words, everyone present distinctly felt an ominous aura slowly spreading above the sky overhead. "Boss, you didn't put enough chili in. Give me 2 more spoons." "Damn, every time you come to eat noodles, the chili almost outweighs the noodles. If this keeps up, I'll be going bankrupt." Despite the curses, the boss placed the chili sauce in front of Xuanhuan. "Hee, doing business means not worrying about minor details. Look at you. You're naturally suited for this line of work. As your longtime customer, what's wrong with eating a bit more of your chili?" The entire store only had Xuanhuan as its guest, so the boss decided to sit down in front of him and chat. "Did your girl get into university? How's it going? Can you afford her tuition and living expenses alone?" Xuanhuan smiled while adding chili sauce to his noodles. "It's doable. Not too hard. AI, don't overwork yourself. All the neighbors know your situation. You picked her up when she was just a baby and raised her despite all the hardships until now, where she's studying in university. It's time for you to take a break." Take a break? Without realizing it, Xuanhuan had long considered xuanhuan as his daughter, even though he couldn't provide her with a wealthy life. He had never neglected her care. Previously, he could never let go. Every time the girl went out on a mission, he always accompanied her. Even though she couldn't pass the basic tests and had such a small heart, she always pretended to be fearless. Even though what she feared most was interacting with people and socializing, she forced herself to blend in with others. For a child like her, how could he let go? How could he rest? But now, almost there, almost. Thinking of that young man named Jiang Hui, Xuanhuan let out a bitter laugh. He hungrily slurped his noodles, not answering the owner's question anymore. The boss sighed. "AI, if the heavens could see clearly, they should bless you with better luck. You need a partner." Seeing Xuanhuan focused solely on slurping noodles and ignoring him, the boss stood up, slowly walked to the shop's entrance, and looked up at the sky. "Hi, old you. It seems like you're going to get some good fortune." The heavens really opened its eyes. Xuanhuan, who was still slurping noodles, suddenly froze. Then his body trembled sharply, as if he had sensed something extremely terrifying. His gaze instantly turned cold, abandoning his meal to rise and walk to the door, gazing at the sky. Sure enough, amidst the thick clouds, there was a faint crack appearing and gradually opening, like an eye beginning to awaken. However, this phenomenon lasted for less than 20 seconds before the crack vanished abruptly. AI, heaven has closed its eyes again, but being able to witness such a marvel is also. The boss held his hands behind his back, talking midway when he turned around and saw the noodles still uneaten on the table with money left under the bowl. At this moment, Xuanhuan, walking briskly along the street, knew very clearly. That crack didn't disappear. It was concealed within the urgently activated 9-aspect dust ceiling realm. As his steps quickened, the crowd around him began to vanish one by one. Very soon, the street Xuanhuan was walking on, no, the entire Lingyu city became eerily empty. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Xuanhuan glanced at the number and furrowed his brows slightly. "This is Xuanhuan speaking. The Beast Tide is about to arrive, and all deployments are underway. Xuanhuan, it's time for you and old dude to fulfill your promise." The voice on the other end of the call belonged to the vice president of the association. Xuanhuan didn't respond immediately, but turned his gaze toward the desolate mountain at the edge of the city. After a long moment, he took a deep breath and then seemingly retrieved a cowboy hat from somewhere, placing it firmly on his head. He then turned his attention toward the central stadium of Lingyu City. Above the massive stadium, an enormous fissure had already opened, releasing an overwhelming and oppressive power that continued to seep out. The priest has received the order. After ending the call, he raised his eyes toward the front and caught sight of a familiar thin figure waiting at the intersection. Old Du. Xuanhuan greeted the person with a smile. Du Qinghong adjusted his glasses before making another attempt to persuade Xuanhuan. Old Du, I'll say it again, I hope you will stay. Both Zhang Huai and Lu Wanyin still need you. Xuanhuan laughed and waved his hand dismissively. Isn't Yin Luo still there? It's also time for her field mission to end. She's still just a child. Du Qinghong replied helplessly, shaking his head. He could also sense Xuanhuan's resolution. Old Du, we both owe a debt that absolutely cannot be left for our children to bear. They're innocent. If the two of us old geezers can settle this once and for all. His hand rested on Du Qinghong's shoulder as he smiled while looking at him. Then let's give these old bones one more try. Du Qinghong responded with a laugh. Xuanhuan lifted his hand to adjust his hat brim, and together they turned to walk towards the central stadium. Night Demon Parade, Priest. Inferno Dragon. The final hunting begins. Chapter 49, Night Demon Patrol, Not a Coward. At this moment, the originally orderly assessment at the Despair Mountain camp had descended into complete chaos. The trainees who were once hunting infectors have now become prey for the infected. Those skin-shedding white infectors have drastically increased in both strength and ferocity. A trainee was wielding a heavy mace, ready to smash the head of an infector. Unexpectedly, the infector's movements suddenly became extraordinarily swift. Its hand transformed into a blade, cutting through the trainee's mace with a single slash. Before he could react, that blade was already heading towards his own head. The bracelet on his wrist instantly exploded, releasing power that sent the infector flying backward. Sitting on the ground, shaken, the trainee and his teammates couldn't comprehend what just happened. In that instant, the white figure struck again, slicing off the trainee's head. With highly developed intelligence, it first severed the arms wearing bracelets from the remaining students before killing them. By the time the instructors arrived at their fastest pace, all they saw were scattered chunks of flesh on the ground. The instructors worked hard to rescue the remaining students and bring them back to camp. Even so, nearly 1/3 of the students fell under the hands of those mutated infectors. 3 instructors also perished. Had Mou not been among the rescuers, casualties would have been even more severe. Now, the survivors are gathered in the camp square. Huang Yu has sustained serious injuries. Fortunately, Zhang Huai and his group were nearby. When Huang Yu was rescued by Zhang Huai, he was surrounded by 3 white infectors. And now, while he sits in the corner receiving treatment, his eyes reflect sheer frustration and anger. Why, damn it, why did he save me? Why is his power so strong? Every time he thought about how the monsters his flames couldn't fully burn were smashed by Zhang Huai's fists, Huang Yu felt immense defeat inside him. But no one cared about him anymore at this moment. Because every student, even some of the instructors' faces were filled with shock and terror. Lu Wanyin's hands began to tremble, her pupils slightly contracting. The crack above her head, along with the beast-like aura, made her feel as if moving a finger was extremely arduous. But soon, a pair of large hands tightly gripped hers. Whatever happens, stay close to me. Zhang Huai looked up at the fissure spreading across the sky atop Despair Mountain. The Shug Chaos, wasn't it supposed to be another month? Why has it suddenly arrived? He was trembling, and eventually succumbed to the pressure, sitting down hard on the ground. Mou remained expressionless, her icy pupils reflecting the darkness and depth of the fissure overhead. Right at that moment, her earpiece buzzed with incoming communications. Received. Blood Falcon is in position. There are fearless members including myself at the scene. Mou's cold gaze glanced at Chu He who had collapsed in fear on the ground, then spoke into the headset. There's only me. I will deal with the Eastern Rift and its overlord. Do not do something foolish, Blood Falcon. You only need to delay the expansion of the rift and try to reduce its power as much as possible without directly fighting. Reinforcements are on the way. Receive. After ending the call with the fearless organization, her earpiece sounded again. This time an order came from the association. Upon receiving this order, Mou froze. Then her eyes emitted a flicker of fury. The instructors were still discussing the situation. They occasionally glanced upward toward the incoming beast tidal wave. At that moment, the association simultaneously transmitted new instructions to the headphones of all instructors and staff. Upon receiving this directive, some instructors appeared extremely puzzled. They didn't understand the purpose of this action. But quickly, they decided to obey the command. The first to act was the tall instructor, known as the Bear King. Standing in the square, he addressed the ragged and traumatized candidates, some on the verge of mental collapse, saying, "This examination is cancelled for special reasons. Candidates whose names we call out should immediately get on the vehicle." Then, instructors responsible for each team started calling out names. Huang Yu. Present. An injured Huang Yu rose slowly from the corner, walking over hesitantly. Bear King gave him a cold look, signaling with his eyes. Get on the vehicle. 3 defensive types, 7 offensive types, 5 auxiliary types, and 1 perceptive type. That was the final count of candidates boarding the vehicles, failing to fill even a single bus. As these candidates prepared to board, other candidates began expressing doubts. Instructor, what about us? Are we going back by other vehicles? They could sense something was wrong. The crack above their heads was expanding continuously, and the dreadful aura had already instilled fear in some of the candidates. The tall instructor glanced at everyone and said, "The rest of you will undergo a special assessment." Special assessment. At this moment, there's still an assessment. The students looked at each other in bewilderment. Huang Yu smirked as he passed by xuanhuan and xuanhuan. "I was planning to burn you into ashes myself, but it seems there's no chance for that." He deliberately leaned close to xuanhuan's ear and whispered softly, "I hope you have fun with the beasts inside that fissure." Xuanhuan cast a brief glance at Huang Yu and sneered with a voice only Huang Yu could hear. "This time, it's your turn to be the coward." Huang Yu froze for a second, wanting to retaliate, but immediately got yelled at by the tall instructor. "Aren't you supposed to get on the vehicle yet?" Reluctantly, he shot a venomous glare at Xuanhuan and muttered fiercely, "Waste." Xuanhuan ignored Huang Yu. Though unsure what exactly the instructors heard through their earpieces, Xuanhuan roughly guessed what the order was. "The association has probably abandoned all of us who are deemed insufficiently qualified." Xuanhuan quietly told xuanhuan. "Yeah." Xuanhuan nodded her head. She gripped Xuanhuan's hand tightly, and from the trembling in her grip, Xuanhuan knew how terrified she must be. It was likely she couldn't think straight anymore. Brother, is what you're saying true or not?" Unknowingly, the words Xuanhuan had spoken were overheard by the small chubby boy nearby. His face contorted in horror as he stared at Xuanhuan, and without waiting for an explanation, he shouted toward the stage where the instructor stood. "Is it the beast tidal wave coming?" His loud voice instantly ignited chaos among the crowd like fireworks exploding in water. "Beast tidal wave. It's not due for another month. No wonder those monsters suddenly became so powerful. Hold on. Huang Yu and the candidates favored by the major organizations have boarded the buses. Damn, they're sending us to our deaths." At this revelation, the candidates exploded in protests, trying to argue with the instructors. But unfortunately, these arguments meant nothing to the instructors. Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan trembled as she spoke to Xuanhuan. I'll protect you. Don't worry." Xuanhuan paused briefly. Then ignoring all the commotion around him, he turned toward xuanhuan. Looking at the red-rimmed eyes and shaking hands of the girl, Xuanhuan felt a pang of sympathy. "All right." Xuanhuan directly pulled xuanhuan into his embrace. "You must stay close to me, protect me, understood?" "Yes." Xuanhuan buried her face into Xuanhuan's chest, and her trembling lessened slightly due to his embrace. At that moment, a thundering voice overwhelmed everything else. "One more damn noise, and I'll cut you all down." Dao Lang swaggered in, carrying a new long sword, pushing aside those students to stride up beside Xuanhuan. "You, get on the bus." He pointed his chin toward Xuanhuan and barked. Xuanhuan frowned deeply. "Dao Lang, he's not on the list." "To hell with your list. I've personally tested him with my blade. He smashed your precious Huang Yu with one punch. So what? Does he not deserve it?" On the bus, Huang Yu clenched his teeth upon hearing this remark. Dao Lang shot another glance at Xuanhuan. "I've said it. Get on the bus and take your girlfriend with you." This caused even more uproar among the surrounding students. To Xuanhuan's surprise, the little fat boy whom he'd helped in the past was the first to step out, shouting loudly. "Why? We're both two-star awakened ones. Why does he get privileges?" When faced with life and death situations, perhaps it was the best way to test someone's character. The fat boy completely disregarded the fact that Xuanhuan had helped him twice during the assessment. Now, in his eyes, Xuanhuan had become the enemy. "Did you bribe him?" The fat boy glared at Dao Lang and suddenly realized. I see. The two of you are colluding." This made the others agitated too. Some even surrounded Dao Lang and Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan just found it amusing. One reason was that this little fat boy had reached the height of betrayal. Despite looking honest and amiable, he had stabbed Xuanhuan in the back. The second reason was that the behavior of these students was truly ridiculous. They dared not surround the bus nor provoke Huang Yu. But now they had encircled him instead. Perhaps in their eyes, being a two-star awakened one made him an easier target to bully. The little fat boy and the others began protesting loudly. "Why does he get to board the vehicle? We also want to board. Right? We also want to board. Hey, everyone is the same. Why should they have privileges?" Everyone joined in the commotion started by the fat boy. Xuanhuan noticed that only the girl exuding a cold aura was trembling on the side, not participating. She even attempted to stop the chaos, but was shoved aside. At this moment, Dao Lang's blade slashed through the air, its vibration leaving all the rowdy students with a heavy sensation in their chests. "What the hell are you here for? What's the purpose of joining the association? Isn't it to fight the beast tidal wave? The opportunity is right before your eyes, and you're backing down. I'll tell you this, none of us instructors are running. We'll all be there with you. If anyone runs away from me, I'll end it for you quickly with my blade." Dao Lang's words were arrogant and unreasonable. If they as candidates had to fight against the beast wave, then why could Huang Yu and the others simply leave? Just because their powers were weaker? Were they destined to be treated as cannon fodder? Xuanhuan didn't bother with them. He had heard Yu Qinshan talk about the evacuation plan, and with the current expansion rate of the beast wave, there was no way they would have enough time to evacuate. Once the beast wave began, hiding anywhere wouldn't be safe. He wouldn't let xuanhuan leave either, because Yu Qinshan wasn't here now, and only if she stayed close could he ensure her safety. "Brother Dao," Xuanhuan turned to Dao Lang with a calm smile. "I'm staying, both she and I. Our night demon patrol doesn't back down. We will never be cowards." Chapter 50, paving the way for you. At this point, the 9-phase sealed dust world had already enveloped the entire Lingyu city. Everything in this city was perfectly replicated, except for the living beings within it, making Lingyu City resemble a dead city at this moment. But this situation didn't last long. Countless beasts surged out from four opened rifts, cascading down like black waterfalls, arriving in this city. The beasts that surged from the northern rift were immediately intercepted and slaughtered by an army of iron cavalry upon landing. The tall man, leading the metallic warhorse cavalry corps, roared angrily, pointing his spear toward the spot below the rift. Cavalry Hunter Squad, charge! Over 1,000 elite awakeners belonging to the Cavalry Hunter Squad screamed as they charged forward under the lead of the Metal Cavalry Corps. The moment the tide of beasts collided with the human warriors, it was as if a giant meat grinder had started its operation. Flesh and severed limbs were almost instantly splashed across the ground. Similarly fierce battles were also taking place in 3 other locations of the city. The Hunter God sect to the west of the city, the Iron Blood sect to the north of the city, and on the Despair Mountain to the east, the Fearless Ones. Among all these, the most overwhelming gathering of beast tides was located in the central area. This was the core region of the Beast Tide and the location of the most powerful Lord's army. In previous Beast Tides, humanity also faced direct confrontation with the core Lord. Apart from being terrified by that terrible power, which instilled a deep sense of despair, humans didn't have many effective countermeasures. But this time was different. Xuanhuan adjusted the brim of his cowboy hat and took a deep puff of his cigarette. Old Du. Actually, humans haven't stopped progressing, he said with a smile to Du Qinghong beside him. The awakening system 40 years ago resulted in one-sided massacres. Since then, through every 8 to 10 year cycle of the Beast Tides, we've been gradually getting closer to the core rift. Du Qinghong adjusted his glasses, because the cultivation system for awakened ones is maturing more rapidly, thus their powers are growing quickly as well. So what can old relics like us do for the younger generation? Du Qinghong coldly hummed once, threw up his sleeves, and walked forward with his hands behind his back, to pave the way for them. Away to victory, and tomorrow. Xuanhuan took one last drag of his cigarette, and then threw the butt to the ground. Together they moved shoulder to shoulder, walking gracefully towards the dense tide of beasts ahead. The groups of beasts surrounding the core rift wouldn't attack recklessly. Their primary purpose was to protect this rift. Therefore, at this moment, the gathered beasts formed a small mountain in front. As Xuanhuan and Du Qinghong drew near, the outer beasts seemed to have sensed something. They bared their teeth and subsequently over 100 beasts rushed fiercely towards them. However, just when the beasts at the front were about to tear their bodies apart, a flame instantly erupted before them. Countless beasts were incinerated into ash in this flame. At this moment, Du Qinghong had already removed his glasses, having lost the aura of a refined scholar. He wasn't the Confucian scholar anymore, nor was he the Chinese teacher of the second middle school of Lingyu City anymore. He was a 6-star fire awakening user. Codename, Flame Dragon. Du Qinghong's eyes still held a distant calmness, but there were flickering fiery flames in his pupils. More and more beasts charged towards them. These beasts were growing stronger under the influence of the rift. Some beasts even leapt high or spread their wings in an attempt to leap over this boiling sea of flames. Du Qinghong lifted his eyebrows slightly, gazing at the intruders. Seeing him shift slightly, his hair and clothing blown by the gust of fire. Dragon appear. The 2-character mantra was invoked. A huge fire dragon rose amidst the sea of fire. The yellow jade fire dragon before him was akin to a loach in comparison. This fire dragon swirled in midair, stirring up a fiery storm, sweeping up all the beasts in midair, turning them into ash instantly. The fire dragon rampaged on land, burning countless beasts, and just as it seemed a gap in the tide of beasts would open, new troubles emerged. Bang! 3 gigantic vanguard-level beasts, each as tall as a 4-story building, jumped out from the rift. When they landed on the ground, nearby buildings and several street districts began collapsing. Xuanhuan let out a cold laugh. His figure leaped nimbly onto a building about to collapse, and he shouted back at Du Qinghong. As usual, the smaller ones are yours. The bigger ones are mine. After speaking, Xuanhuan directly hopped between buildings, closing in on those 3 giants. The group of beasts also noticed his presence and began attacking him. Du Qinghong paid no attention to Xuanhuan, but the fire dragon seemed to have its own consciousness. It opened a path of flames for Xuanhuan with its fiery breath, ensuring he faced little resistance as he moved along it. As Xuanhuan leapt high into the air from the roof of a building and landed on the head of a massive beast, he reached for the revolver at his waist. His eyes turned utterly cold, all traces of his usual carefree grin gone. This first shot is the tolling bell marking your demise. Bang! Hardly any draw motion was made. The bullet pierced downwards into the beast's raised forehead, completely piercing through its colossal form. Moments later, the giant beast didn't even have time to roar before its figure instantly swelled and then exploded. At this point, another behemoth had leaped up violently, its enormous body blocking out the sun as it lunged straight toward Xuanhuan in midair. The strands of Xuanhuan's slightly graying hair fluttered beneath his hat brim. He exhaled slowly, and in the instant the beast loomed over him. This second shot is the dying man's last word. Bang! The bullet instantly tore through the chest of the giant beast. Just like the first one, its body burst apart violently, showering the sky with blood rain. At this moment, Xuanhuan began to fall. Suddenly, he thrust out his hand, seizing the claw of a beast attempting to attack him, and then slammed it down forcefully. As the creature flailed and plummeted towards the ground, Xuanhuan stepped on its back, gripping its wings with both hands and using it as a cushion for his landing. Boom! He landed precisely where the final giant beast stood. By now, Xuanhuan had entered deep into the inner circle of the beasts. The behemoth let out an angry roar and swung a fist directly at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan sidestepped quickly, using the body of a beast trying to sneak up on him as leverage to dodge the punch. The sheer force of that punch crushed a group of nearby beasts instantly. Xuanhuan thus continued to leap from beast to beast, eventually circling around behind the awkward giant and preparing to draw his gun. Just then, a pitch-black spear suddenly shot out from the rift. The spear moved silently, and only at the very last moment, as it was about to pierce his back, did Xuanhuan realize the danger. In a split-second reaction, he twisted his body and rolled to the side. Even with his swift reflexes, the black spear still managed to pierce through his shoulder. "Hold you!" Upon seeing this, Du Qinghong immediately urged the fire dragon to charge towards the center of the beast tide. Unfortunately, the advantage of these creatures became apparent. It wasn't their overwhelming numbers or fearsome strength that were most terrifying. It was their incomparable ability to evolve and adapt. At this moment, the power of the beasts emerging from the rift was growing stronger. They had even evolved flame-resistant scales and shells in response to Du Qinghong's fire. Although Du Qinghong's fire dragon was still powerful, it was no longer as unstoppable as before. "Don't worry about me. Hold them back." Xuanhuan kicked away a beast and then flipped himself into a building, using it as cover to lure the giant beast closer. The huge beast predictably started smashing the building with its giant fists in rage. In the very instant it nearly destroyed the building, Xuanhuan had already ascended to the rooftop. As the building collapsed, he finally found his opportunity. This third shot is called the suffering of the martyr. The black bullet shattered the beast's head completely. Yet Xuanhuan also felt excruciating pain emanating from the place where the black spear had grazed him earlier. Taking advantage of the collapsing building's concealment, he caught his breath briefly, turning his head to see that his shoulder was now radiating with a black aura. This Nestlord had marked him. Chapter 51, Moving Forward Alone. The vice president of the association was monitoring various battlefields through the surveillance of the Tianqi Society. After witnessing the battle between Du Qinghong and Xuanhuan, he let out a cold laugh. "These two old guys are really good fighters." The white-robed woman furrowed her brows and turned to look at the vice president. "Since they have already broken through the outer ring of beasts surrounding the core rift, why don't we send support forces?" The vice president showed nothing but disdain on his face. "This is the punishment that the Night Demon Patrol should endure. Is it their crime or your personal greed?" The white-robed woman spoke bluntly. Though her voice was gentle, it grated harshly against the ears of the vice president. "Star Envoy, do not worry. We have made preparations for evacuation. At any time, we can make the strongest warriors leave this city along with the seeds of the future." Upon hearing these words, a faint trace of anger rose in the white-robed woman's eyes. "Do you mean that the association has never intended to defend this city?" "Humph." The vice president snorted, taking a puff from his cigar as he said, "If we were fully prepared, we would definitely go all out." He then looked at the white-robed woman with an accusatory glare. "Just take the Despair Mountain for instance, now filled with candidates. Originally, the plan was for the Fearless Ones to guard the entire mountain, preventing even one step across its boundary. But now, the vice president's tone grew increasingly intense. Now there are only rookies on that mountain. There's only one captain left among the Fearless Ones. What can you expect them to hold with?" The white-robed woman remained silent. She seemed to understand what the vice president was implying. Sure enough, leaning back in his chair with a detached air, the vice president added, "The failure of this prediction by the Tianqi Society caught us off guard. If the city cannot be defended, you bear the primary responsibility." "The Tianqi Society will not shirk responsibility," the woman said with deep disappointment in her voice. "We will also not abandon any city, any person." After saying that, the white-robed woman turned around and left the operation command room. The vice president stared at her retreating figure and burst into laughter. "Good, good. Let me see how you save it. Star Envoy, I'll give you a piece of advice. Not many people in this city can leave. I've reserved a spot for you. If you leave now, there won't be another chance." The white-robed woman did not pause, merely listening to the man's loud laughter behind her. It made her feel deeply nauseated. Turning around, the vice president continued to observe the still battling Xuanhuan and Du Qinghong. His smile carried a strange sense of satisfaction. "Night Demon Patrol, your debts aren't so easily repaid. Once both of you old men die, I will ensure the organization you've worked so hard to protect ceases to exist." At this moment, Despair Mountain was also in chaos. The beasts emerged in droves from the rift. Worse still, the infected ones prepared by the association had transformed into terrifying monsters. The entire camp was nearly lost. The bus Huang Yu and others were riding had already departed. No one knew if they could safely reach their destination. Now, there was no one who cared about them anymore. The instructors initially managed to protect the freshmen, but soon after receiving the order from the association, they rushed towards the rift on the mountaintop. Although the association ordered that the abandoned candidates be used as vanguards, these instructors still had some conscience left. Their last instruction was, "Those who wish to come may follow us. We'll kill the Rift Lord. For those who choose not to, stay behind in the camp." Whether staying behind or charging forward, each choice was almost equally hopeless. Although the camp was protected by a barrier, it couldn't hold up against endless waves of beasts for long. Still, compared to rushing straight up the mountain to confront those terrifying monsters, many students chose to remain behind. Xuanhuan was not among these people. He tried to get the little fatty to leave with him, but the fat man despised Xuanhuan thoroughly. "Don't pretend to care. You're just like Huang and the rest of them. Privileged people. People like you have always treated our lives as nothing. Deciding together with other students unwilling to leave, the fatty resolved to fight to the death at the command center. The instructors had completely given up on these students. Xuanhuan made one final approach toward the fatty, saying, "If you leave, there's a chance to survive. If you stay, it's a dead-end road. Get out. Don't try to fool me. All my life, I've been bullied by people like you. Who cares about me? Get out." Truly tragic. Xuanhuan looked coldly at the little fatty. He didn't care whether these people lived or died. He just needed to ensure Lu Wanner survived. Subsequently, Xuanhuan glanced at Yinjia. "What about you? Stay or come with us?" The girl, radiating coldness, was also very afraid, but she summoned up the courage to stay by Jiang Huai's side. "I don't need your protection. I'll be of help," the girl pleaded. Jiang Huai nodded, and then a few of them followed Dao Lang's squad towards the mountaintop. Since Lu Wannin had almost lost her ability to think, Jiang Huai simply carried her on his back. The difficulty of this journey turned out to be much more severe than they had imagined. Even though Mou was leading the way in front, not a single beast could survive under her blade. Yet, the overwhelming number of beasts still managed to attack the rear party through the flanks. It was only at this moment that Jiang Huai truly understood why Mou's reputation was so fearsome. Her eyes were always fixed ahead, never looking back. No matter how many cries came from behind, she wouldn't stop to give support. However, there was no doubt about it. This was absolutely the right choice. If they still did things like supporting each other step by step now, all of them would die halfway. Now, sending the absolute power to the mountaintop as soon as possible, solving the Lord issue promptly, was the most critical thing. But Jiang Huai also realized inside that this Lord wasn't comparable to the Bug Mother's level. Though Mou was strong, she was just a 5-star awakener. To have her kill the Lord alone was somewhat unrealistic. He had considered transforming into Baihai directly, but doing so would expose his true identity. Unless Jiang Huai was willing to ensure that, except for Lu Wannin, no one else here survived. This choice itself was contradictory. Letting these people get slaughtered by the beasts or getting killed by himself made no essential difference. He clenched his teeth and thought of a compromise method. Big Brother Dao. After smashing a beast blocking the way with one punch, he shouted towards Dao Lang. Dao Lang chopped a beast in half with one stroke and turned around to look at Jiang Huai. "What?" "The girl behind me. Take care of her." At the moment behind Jiang Huai, Yinjia was using her frost breath to try to delay those beast steps as much as possible. It was obvious that she was terrified, but she didn't take even a single step back, desperately following Jiang Huai. For such a good seedling, Jiang Huai didn't want her to perish here. "Do whatever you want to do, and if you'd like, I can take care of the girl behind you." Dao Lang didn't ask what Jiang Huai was going to do, which made Jiang Huai a bit surprised. He shook his head. "No, she must stay with me." "Then both of you scram." Dao Lang roared again, splitting two beasts along with a large tree in one stroke. His breath was already becoming somewhat hurried. Even the instructors had already suffered casualties at this point, not to mention the freshmen. They barely constituted any fighting force and had completely become punching bags for attracting beasts to slaughter. Jiang Huai looked gratefully at Dao Lang and nodded. "I will assist Mou in dealing with that lord." In the end, he still chose to reveal this intention, Dao Lang slightly stunned. By the time he turned back, Jiang Huai had vanished from where he originally stood. A gust of fierce wind swept past him. Dao Lang dumbly stared at the direction where the wind had gone, then sneered. Truly an extraordinary kid. Chapter 52, Between Life and Death. Mou's long blade was almost dull, yet she continued to swing it tirelessly, her steps unceasing. She never looked behind her, nor did she glance at the people around her. Because she firmly believed in one thing. Only by moving forward without stopping could she save more people. This was her first time facing the beast tide, and also the first time she truly understood how terrifying these monsters surging out from the fissures were. Their adaptability made their skin increasingly hard. Her palms were already covered with fresh blood. Mou couldn't remember how many times she had swung her sword, nor whether these beasts had even retaliated. Judging by the additional cuts on her body, they were no longer being slaughtered passively. The peak of the mountain lay just ahead. She could almost see that massive black figure above, looking down at her mockingly. Mou couldn't stop, not only for this city, but more importantly, because he was here. "I will absolutely not let any of you wretches harm a single hair on his head." Her gaze grew colder, almost pathological, her determination twisted beyond recognition. Kill, kill, kill. Eliminate everything. Once he was safe, she'd be at peace. Yet Mou's inner voice told her that the person he cared about could never survive until then. Even as she pushed forward relentlessly, he had already been torn apart by those monsters, and she hadn't even turned back once. She could protect no one. "Shut up. You didn't even get to see him for the last time before he died. Shut up. It wasn't that he couldn't keep up with you, but that you abandoned him, left him behind again. Shut up." Whoosh. Mou's pupils gradually became wild, causing her breathing and footsteps to fall into disarray. The entity on the mountain didn't miss this opportunity. Suddenly, she noticed a shadow appearing within her bloodstained vision. The movement of the shadow differed greatly from the beasts and infected she'd killed before. It wielded a red long blade made from its own arm, viciously slashing down toward Mou. Mou showed no fear, cutting horizontally with her own blade, the two weapons colliding fiercely. Cannot cut through. This was Mou's first thought after engaging this creature. Her relentless advance finally came to a halt. The strength of this beast was far too powerful, evolving specifically to counteract her sword technique. Biting down hard, Mou knew she couldn't stop here, absolutely not. Unfortunately, with a snap, Her long sword shattered like the final tightly wound string of her heart. Thrown backward by the tremendous force, Emperor slammed heavily into the thick trunk of a large tree. Blood flowed down her forehead, obscuring her view. Just in this moment, a sharp spike suddenly shot forth from the direction of the mountain peak, piercing through her shoulder, shattering the tree trunk behind her, and forcing Emperor's body backward. Not here. I cannot stop here. Yet such warped obsession drove her, using her foot to stomp against the ground mid-fall, clenching her teeth despite blood flowing from her mouth. Even so, she managed to stabilize herself forcefully. There's still time. There's still time. I'll kill you. I will protect him. This time. Absolutely. Emperor suddenly felt something was wrong. Too quiet behind me. Unknowingly, she couldn't hear a single sound from behind her anymore. For the first time, she turned her head around, looking toward the place she had refused to look at from the start. Then her pupils contracted sharply. What greeted her were countless corpses, instructors, students. They all perished under the hands of these monsters. But what caused her the greatest despair was the broken silhouette. No. Emperor's breath started to become erratic, her pupils trembling, her whole body shaking slightly. Upon seeing Xuanhuan's body, torn apart like rags, Emperor felt an overwhelming sense of weakness. The powerful monster now stood right in front of her, strolling leisurely, as if savoring her current despair. Slowly, the creature raised its hand. Its clawed blade emitted a chilling light. Emperor resisted no longer. She merely stood frozen, staring blankly at the ruined body, memories of past words echoing in her mind. I will come back for you, brother. Was the promise back, then something she could consider keeping now? But she couldn't protect him. The very thought caused Emperor to cease almost all resistance. Her grip on the blade loosened, allowing the broken long sword to deeply sink into the ground. Emperor now seemed as if she were awaiting some kind of relief. Her fighting style had always been controlled by two emotions. Two completely opposite and extreme emotions. Survival craving. Death craving. These twisted emotions kept Emperor alive through one battle after another. Yet they also filled her with immeasurable pain. Why hadn't she died in any of those battles? And now, after witnessing his death, the craving for death completely consumed her mind. That's it then. She slowly closed her eyes. Don't be fooled. This thing has the ability to induce hallucinations. But the next second, what she felt was not the excruciating pain she anticipated. Instead, a gust of wind passed by her side, along with that voice she knew so well. Snap out of it. Move already. This voice seemed to awaken something deep within Emperor. She abruptly opened her eyes, only to find the familiar figure standing right before her. He was currently holding the neck of that elite beast with his bare hands, while behind him lay the unconscious girl from the Night Demon Patrol. You? Emperor wanted to say something, but tears were already welling up in her eyes. She tried to restore her cold demeanor, but the sudden shift in emotions made it difficult for her to control herself. He was still an untested awakened, perhaps just 2-star strength. He was still a rookie who hadn't even passed the evaluation. But at this moment, Emperor felt that as long as he stood in front of her, there was nothing she should fear. The illusions were completely gone, though there were indeed casualties among those behind her. They were still putting up a fierce fight, intercepting enemies flanking from behind to give support to her ahead. And the shattered corpse in her illusion now stood right before her eyes. A towering mountain-like presence bearing everything for her. I'll cover you. Hurry to the mountaintop. Xuanhuan effortlessly broke the monster's neck as if it was the simplest thing. Emperor didn't even care anymore how a 2-star awakened could so easily accomplish such a feat. The giant silhouette atop the mountain seemed stirred by something. It widened its pupils and fixed its gaze firmly on Xuanhuan's figure. Emperor took a deep breath, sniffed, and forced herself to sound calm despite the lump in her throat. Don't tell me what to do. She forcefully grabbed the sword embedded in the ground and severed the spike piercing through her shoulder. In the next second, her figure surged past Xuanhuan, continuing toward the summit. Chapter 53, Breaking the Barrier. The attacks from the Shouchal and mutated infected became increasingly severe. But Emperor's expression at this moment was unusually relaxed. The long knife in her hand, now broken, seemed more useful than when it was whole. Emperor thrust her broken blade into the belly of the first beast and then forcefully pushed its body forward as she charged ahead. More and more beasts blocked her path, their numbers dense and unending. Just as the young girl's progress was about to be halted, the youth's fist came crashing down, sending the clustered monsters flying with a single punch. Then the boy freed one hand, stretching it out toward Emperor. Grab my hand. I'll help you. Emperor looked up at Xuanhuan and nodded, an inadvertent smile appearing on her lips. It's just like before, you haven't changed a bit. No matter when, you always protect me and stand in front of me. The moment their hands connected, Xuanhuan spun around using the momentum to throw Emperor fiercely towards the mountaintop. This force startled even Emperor, almost causing her to lose balance midair. But she quickly adjusted herself, utilizing this force to almost instantly leap to the peak. At the mountaintop, right below the fissure, she finally saw the true form of the Rift Lord. It was a monstrous creature with countless tentacles, resembling a sea anemone that covered the entire mountain head. Its body was riddled with numerous pupils. As Emperor soared high, these pupils followed her ascending figure. Then countless tentacles began thrusting upwards. Emperor retracted her blade and swiftly drew it again, severing all the tentacles with a flash of her sword. She then slashed down with a fluid motion aimed directly at the Lord's head. But her strike was blocked by some sort of defensive field before it could touch the Rift Lord, catapulting her back into the air. She silently cursed her misfortune. This Rift Lord's power was of domination and enhancement. It wasn't inherently powerful itself. But how could such a cunning thing leave itself without any defense when someone got close? After making that strike, Mou clearly understood one thing. She couldn't shatter this barrier. Unless she used the real blade. But she only had one chance for that. That one stroke could break through the barrier. But there would be no remaining strength left to slay the Rift Lord's physical body. When she was pondering this dilemma, her eyes suddenly caught sight of Xuanhuan's figure. At this moment, Xuanhuan, carrying Lu Wanin on his back, leaped and arrived at the mountaintop. "I'll help you break its barrier," he said, looking at Mou. If any other two-star awakened were to say this, Mou wouldn't bother with him, thinking he must be insane. But this was different. "All right," Mou briefly replied, adjusting her posture in midair. She directly discarded the long sword in her hand. And yet, she still maintained the stance of holding a sword. A blood-red aura gradually coalesced around her waist, forming into the shape of a sword. "Are you ready?" Xuanhuan asked. Thus, Xuanhuan clenched his fists tightly, adjusted his breathing, focusing all his strength onto his fists. Then he prayed. This punch mustn't cause bonification. Regardless of how powerful his strength was, everything could be explained. However, if his body revealed the power of the beast, that would essentially mean he's laid his cards on the table. As for Lu Wanin, maybe, she had already guessed it long ago. Lu Wanin stood behind Xuanhuan at this moment, staring at the Rift Lord. Her lips quivered slightly as she firmly hugged Xuanhuan's back. "Hold on tight." After preparing himself, Xuanhuan suddenly opened his eyes, reminding Lu Wanin before dashing straight toward the Rift Lord. Each step he took shook the ground, creating cracks in the mountain, and a powerful aura began emanating from within him outward. The Shochin and infected swarmed toward him, but no matter how great their numbers, they failed to impede Xuanhuan's advance. Finally, he reached the monster. Raising his eyes abruptly, he stared into its endless array of eyes. The Rift Lord's eyes started trembling, then it let out a roar towards Xuanhuan. The anger contained in this sound was perhaps its confusion over Xuanhuan's strength and its rage after being betrayed by a fellow kind. What shocked Xuanhuan was that, upon hearing the Rift Lord's whispers, he genuinely felt a painful tug in his heart. It was as if this punch he was about to throw wasn't aimed at an enemy, but at his own former kin. But moments later, he discarded this thought, roared angrily, and the clenched fist began to cover with a layer of barely noticeable white bones. The next second, the fist crashed violently against the blue barrier. Boom. The entire mountain of despair began to disintegrate, but unfortunately, this punch did not break the monster's barrier. Xuanhuan couldn't help but frown. This mountain could no longer withstand his power. If he were to throw another punch, then none of the instructors and mentors still fighting, nor the students left in the camp, would survive. The dark feathers above seemed to be ready as Mou's figure began descending. Xuanhuan could no longer hold back. Both of his arms were instantly covered in white bones, and then he fiercely grabbed onto the cracked blue barrier. At the same time, the Rift Lord appeared to have sensed a dangerous presence. Its eyes started moving erratically, and the beasts pouring from its fissure became even more frenzied. Just as countless monsters surged toward Xuanhuan's back, he suddenly felt Lu Wanin, who had been tightly hugging him, release her grip. Then black scythe light swept past his back, sending countless souls flying through the air. "I will not. Absolutely never let you touch him." Lu Wanin's shout was laced with fear and despair. But even so, she fought to the death to shield Xuanhuan from those creatures. Though it was only for an instant, it was already enough. Xuanhuan's hand, covered in bones, forcefully pierced through the crack in the barrier, followed by an inhuman roar. His hands violently tore the crack apart on both sides. The Rift Lord's thorns repeatedly stabbed at Xuanhuan, but all were deflected upon touching his body, encountering the faintly visible skeleton. As such, the crack continuously widened and extended. "Give me a break." In the end, it was directly torn apart by Xuanhuan from the center, leaving fragments of pale blue scattered in the air, reflecting the cold gaze of the young girl and the crimson blade in her hand. Behind, Lu Wanin collapsed from exhaustion onto the ground. Before her eyes, a horde of beasts and infected enhanced by the Rift Lord had arrived. Her gaze flickered with a trace of despair. But the next moment, Xuanhuan tightly embraced her, spinning around and sweeping a long bony tail horizontally. The massive force repelled all the approaching monsters. Then Xuanhuan looked up and shouted loudly to Mou, who was about to fall. "It's your turn." As Mou fell, she glanced at Xuanhuan and suddenly seemed to sense something. The skeletal giant in the cinema. Back then it also seemed to look up at her like this. Could it be? Mou's thoughts were quickly dispelled as she unsheathed the crimson long sword at her waist, causing the entire despair mountain to tremble. Dust blade, broken edge. Whoosh. This strike powerfully split the Rift Lord's body in two, cutting through the mountain peak as well. But this fracture did not destroy the whole mountain. Everyone still had time to evacuate. A great rumbling echoed after. The Rift Lord emitted its final wail of sorrow. This wail reverberated throughout the entire city, entering the ears of all. Chapter 54, The Final Prayer. Mountain of Despair. At the same time, the chief of the hunting cavalry, the headmaster of the Divine Hunter Academy, and the iron-blooded general almost simultaneously turned their gazes to the mountain in the east that was collapsing. Our comrades have already taken the lead. Soldiers, now it's our turn. Follow me to battle. The chief raised his long spear high and led everyone rushing towards the towering figure beneath the fissure. Ha ha ha. The burly general emitted an unrestrained laugh and then crushed the head of a beast. He disdainfully turned around, looking at the humanoid lord that was much taller than him. then made a gesture as if he were cutting his throat. The moment of the hunt. Wherever the main master's scythe danced, the undead began to dance as well. The true counterattack started from this moment. Association Command Center. Impossible. A bead of cold sweat dripped from the vice president's forehead. Because the situation at Mountain of Despair was too complicated, they couldn't see the scene live. But according to the projection from afar, right now, the rift on the Mountain of Despair was slowly closing. This rift and its lord had already been defeated. Isn't the Mountain of Despair only guarded by a group of 4-star instructors and rookies? Who did they rely on? Only MOU. Other members of the association felt resentment. What a dogging bastard. Not only didn't cheer, but also seemed utterly furious now. Vice President. The other major organizations have also begun battles with their respective lords. We must send reinforcements to the core rift immediately. This time we might actually win. An advisor of the association command post coldly said. Core rift. Yes, core rift. Shouldn't those 2 knights of Nocturnal be dead by now? The core rift is lost. How do we fight? The beasts and lord of the core rift are different from the others. The chief advisor sniffed coldly and said, I apologize for your disappointment, Vice President. Du Qinghong and xuanhuan of the Knights of Nocturnal haven't died. Instead, they've nearly opened a path through it. What? The vice president collapsed onto his chair. No, the Knights of Nocturnal must die. They have to die. If they don't die, then what about the vengeance for my son? Just hold off on sending reinforcements. He gritted his teeth and said, if xuanhuan and Du Qinghong are so capable, let them defend a bit longer. Hopefully, they can deal some damage to the core rift lord. This way, our chances of victory will be even greater. This idiot, this good for nothing. Everyone thought internally. They didn't know how Lu Yuan managed to become the vice president. This glutton is just an awakened being at the 5-star level, without any sense of the big picture. Although this vice president is only the sub-vice president stationed in Lingyu City, these imbecilic decisions really could come from a person? The chief advisor stopped acknowledging him. If the president hadn't gone missing, how would this fool be in charge? Come to think of it, there are many mysteries surrounding the president's disappearance. Now he must find a way, like contacting the Awakening Association headquarters. And just as he walked out of the room, the woman dressed in white had been waiting here for quite a while. Star Envoy. The chief advisor bowed to the woman. Please deploy troops, chief advisor. The woman in white spoke, drawing a token from her waist. This is the heavenly decree of the association headquarters. She walked over to the chief advisor and pressed the token into his hand. Please dispatch reinforcements immediately and completely crush the core rift and its lord. The chief advisor tightly gripped the token in his hand and nodded. In the current core rift area, the originally overwhelming tide of beasts has been forcibly cleared by xuanhuan and Du Qinghong by more than half. Cough cough. Blood kept flowing from Du Qinghong's mouth as his body leaned against the broken walls. That's enough. Lao Du, you're done. Rest a bit. Xuanhuan wasn't in much better shape. His arm had already snapped off, blood staining half of his body red. Both of them were sitting amidst the ruins, surrounded by piles of monster corpses. I'll help, clear the path for you. Du Qinghong's eyes were hazy, unable to see anything clearly anymore. With congenital physical diseases, though possessing powerful awakening abilities, his powers came at the cost of burning his own life. The fire dragon's flames would consume everything, including himself. We've reached the end. Lao Du, you've already done more than enough. Xuanhuan patted Du Qinghong on the shoulder with his remaining hand. From now on, it's my turn. Then his back pressed against the wall as he slowly stood up, looking at the enormous black beast before him, which was as large as a mountain. The aura and power it emitted heralded a chilling fact. This beast was the core lord. It looked down at the 2 people who were nearly on their last breath. A trace of disdain flickered in its murky eyes. Old you. Du Qinghong's hand slowly rose, trembling as it tried to grab Xuanhuan. Unfortunately, Xuanhuan's left arm was already broken, and he caught nothing. Old you, what are you going to do? We agreed to do this together. Xuanhuan paid no more attention to Du Qinghong. He took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing. Then he limped toward the core lord. Old you, come back. Du Qinghong. Xuanhuan's hand slowly reached toward his severed arm. You live on. Yun Luo can't manage alone. Old you, I curse your mother. You, don't even think about finding peace alone. Du Qinghong struggled desperately to stand up, but now moving even one finger required all the strength he could muster, and there was no way for him to rise again. The monstrous head of the core lord tilted slightly, as if scrutinizing the man walking toward death. When Xuanhuan was 10 steps away from the beast, he stopped. He strained to straighten his body and adjusted his battered cowboy hat. Truly an impressive big guy, but unfortunately, only you remain now. A low growl emerged from the core lord's throat, mocking Xuanhuan's weakness and ignorance. Xuanhuan wanted to retrieve his cigarette pack from his pocket, only to discover that it had been soaked in blood, completely ruined. He helplessly tossed it aside, and then slowly inserted his hand into the wound of his severed arm. Clenching his teeth, he harshly jammed 2 fingers into the wound, pulling out a bloody black bullet from his shoulder. Then he turned around and looked at the collapsing mountain. Old Du, look, the crack on that mountain is shattered. Mountain of Despair, was it Luyan? Or, Luyan, she's still too inexperienced. Xuanhuan bitterly chuckled, seemingly only the thought of Lu Wanyin could touch his soft spot, giving him a sliver of attachment to this world. It's xuanhuan and MOU. Xuanhuan said with a sigh. Old Du, promise me one thing. No matter what happens, protect xuanhuan. You must protect xuanhuan. Wasn't it about entrusting Lu Wanyin to his care, but rather xuanhuan? Du Qinghong felt puzzled, but Yu Qinshan didn't give him a chance to ask further. He placed the black bullet near his lips and lightly kissed it. The runes etched onto the bullet began to flash with a faint white glow. This scene sparked great interest in the Lord. Their evolution could also be said to be a form of mimicry, and they enjoyed imitating the powers of these strong, awakened ones. This made their evolution quicker and made them stronger. Yu Qinshan bit down on the black bullet, and then inserted his fingers into the other shoulder, extracting another black bullet. Following were 2 bullets from his chest, 1 from his abdomen, and 2 from his thighs. These 6 black bullets, which he had nurtured with his flesh and soul, were now clamped between his teeth in a neat row. Then he slowly pulled out his revolver. After ejecting the empty clip, he let out a breath and allowed the bullets to fall slowly, landing perfectly within the cylinder of the revolver. You son of a bitch, you seem to like learning, right? But unfortunately, I've never been good at teaching. Click. Reinserting the clip, Yu Qinshan raised his head and stared at the core lord, flashing a faint smile. There are some things you beasts will never learn, no matter how hard you try. Don't believe me. Click. His finger pulled back the hammer, the motion exceedingly slow, as if doing so had exhausted all of his remaining strength. Finally, having completed all preparations, he began his final prayer. Then let's see. That we shall. Lord, grant me the strength to remain steadfast in my faith during this time of darkness, and not lose my way. Just as David faced Goliath with courage, I shall face the challenges before me without fear or retreat. The man known as the priest. Could it be possible that he was once an extremely devout priest? But because of something, he put aside his faith, put aside his principles. This does not mean that he abandoned it all. He often said to xuanhuan, life in this world is about acting, putting on a mask so others can't easily see through you. So the best way to protect yourself is to become someone who looks nothing like your true self. But, whoever you choose to become, whatever identity you take on, never forget where you started. Keep it carefully hidden until you are strong enough. Then don't forget to bring them all back into your heart. The gun barrel trembling, lifted, aimed at the direction of the beast. May your mercy endure forever, just like your words. Even in this life and death situation, I believe that your love and grace are infinite. This last firing pin will sound the death knell for you. This final flame will illuminate your way home. This is the last prayer. May the lost lambs return to the flock. May they find their way home. Suddenly, the core lord sensed something was wrong. This power, this aura, it can learn, but by the time it learns, it will already have died at the hands of this human. So it slowly extended a finger towards Yu Qinshan, as if wanting to crush him. But unfortunately, once the mark is stamped on a lost lamb, there's no escape thereafter. Hallelujah. At the same time, 3 other rifts were gradually closing. This meant that the other 3 organizations besides the fearless ones had completed their missions. Though the cost was heavy, the casualties in the Ride Hunt group were particularly severe. Now only the leader and less than 100 cavalrymen remained. But their morale was high. After dealing with the Rift Lord, they spurred their horses toward the area of the core rift without hesitation. Ironblood and the Hunter of Gods also arrived at the scene at the same moment. They all had a premonition of impending victory. This feeling made them excited, rushing toward the core rift without fatigue. Humans have yearned for this victory for far too long, and now victory is within sight. When everyone arrived at the scene, what greeted them was a sight they would never forget. Du Qinghong from the Night Demon Touring Group had collapsed from exhaustion in front of the ruins, and that usually carefree, arrogant presence was now facing the towering core lord alone. Lao Yu, Lu Wanyin, upon seeing this, trembled in fright. She wanted to rush forward, but fell to the ground out of fear, could only watch the scene in front with tears streaming down her face. The aura emanating from the core lord was so powerful. Do we go help? An Ironblood member asked their general. The general smirked, arms crossed over his chest. Wait a bit longer. The commander of the Ride Hunt group also pulled the reins, shaking his head to the cavalry behind him. The chief of hunters also lowered his sickle slowly, while the group of black-robed followers behind him looked coldly at Yu Qinshan, facing the Rift Lord. All troops, stand down temporarily. Even the always hot-blooded commander of the Ride Hunt group shouted down the restless cavalry behind him. And the reason for doing so was simple. The betrayal of the Night Demon Touring president led to the failure of the mission years ago, resulting in heavy losses for the 4 organizations. Especially the Ride Hunt group, whose deputy commander rode alone to cover the retreat of the other members and was eventually swallowed by the beast horde. So now no one is willing to step forward to help Yu Qinshan. And the second reason, that the breath of the Rift Lord is too powerful. Instead of rushing in and fighting it head-on now, it's better to see what tricks Yu Qinshan still has up his sleeve. Ideally, before dying, he weakens some of the Rift Lord's strength, or gives them more insight into the monster's fighting style. This can effectively reduce casualties in future battles. Yes, in their eyes, Yu Qinshan's life is purely a tool, a joke. The first shot sounds the death knell for you. Yu Qinshan pulled the trigger, beginning his fight. The bullet left the chamber, hitting the head of the Rift Lord, producing a deafening boom. But after the smoke cleared, the Rift Lord showed no signs of injury. High defensive rating. It's unclear whether it's ultra-fast regeneration or defensive ability. It could also be some kind of shielding stance. The people from the 3 organizations were like cold machines or referees in a competition. Their chillingly detached analysis indicated that in their minds, Yu Qinshan was already a dead man, and his only value now lay in extracting more information. A 5-star enhanced awakener, choosing to use a gun as a weapon, truly overestimating his abilities. The commander of the Ride Hunt group couldn't help but give out a sneering laugh as he watched Yu Qinshan fire his gun. He kept his halberd behind his back, clearly having no intention of moving. The Night Demon touring group has only Du Qinghong worth fighting, but alas, Du Qinghong is a natural cripple, truly a waste of such power. The commander smirked insincerely while glancing at Du Qinghong lying exhausted and barely breathing among the ruins. After being shot, the Rift Lord didn't seem affected, merely appearing curious. Its massive, hideous head tilted slightly. Then its catfish-like mouth slowly split open, revealing an extremely disgusting and terrifying smile. Do you enjoy laughing so much? It's quite unfortunate, but I don't intend to let you go smiling. These second shots are the words of farewell for the deceased. At the moment the second bullet left the chamber, blood sprayed from Yuqinshan's tiger mouth as he gritted his teeth, clearly in immense pain. Yet, a wild grin remained on his face. Bang! An even more powerful bullet struck the chest of the Rift Lord. As the smoke cleared, the Rift Lord still remained unscathed. Around them, sneers of disdain rose from the crowd. Hey, our leader told me this Yuqinshan wasn't simple, but looks like he's just like this. Now he can't even hold his own weapon properly. Seems we shouldn't expect him to help us test the strength of this core lord anymore. The general of the Iron Blood forces had a cruel smirk on his face. His hands trembled, shaking with excitement and anticipation. It seemed he could hardly wait to spar with this Rift Lord. So what? Shall we make a move, Director? The general turned his head to ask the director of the Hunter of Gods organization. The mysterious man draped in a black cloak gave out a dry laugh, then shook his head. Why rush? We should at least observe the attack patterns of this core lord before we act. Every face around was filled with disdainful smiles, as if they were waiting, almost anticipating Yuqinshan's death. But this time, the Rift Lord stopped laughing. Its smile gradually faded, and it began lifting its foot, step by step advancing toward Yuqinshan's position. Chapter 56, White Flame. The entire city trembled with every step it took. Feeling the pain now? Scum? Don't rush. I'll let you see. Humans have paid everything, including things more important than life, to gain just how much power. He proudly tilted his face up, letting the fierce wind stirred by the monster's movements toss his hair about. As the monster approached close enough and extended its hand, ready to crush this frail human in an instant, Yuqinshan steadied his stance, raising the muzzle of his gun. At that moment, a wave of unease simultaneously surged within the hearts of the leaders of the three major organizations. They sensed a kind of unprecedented force fluctuation. This force, centered on Yuqinshan, quickly gathered, surging like waves. The surrounding air became even more oppressive, as if even breathing had become difficult. The clouds in the sky began to churn, like waves in the sea, layer upon layer, continuously changing their form. Between heaven and earth, only darkness remained, except for the light emanating from the muzzle of Yuqinshan's gun, which was like the first beam of dawn piercing through the chaos, illuminating the world. Right at this time, a qualitative transformation of Yuqinshan's awakened abilities was occurring. This was the final conclusion reached by the leaders of the three major organizations. Before they could further investigate the cause of this change, a gunshot shattered the silence. This third shot is named the Tribulation of Martyrs. Bang! The bullet pierced through the arm stretched out by the Rift Lord, obliterating it completely. And at this moment, everyone froze, mouths agape, watching everything before their eyes, seemingly unable to believe what was happening. Core Lord, Yuqinshan's body wavered, then firmly planted his foot again. It's not worth it. This fourth shot is named Prayer of Baptized. Bang! The fourth shot pierced through the left shoulder of the Rift Lord, shattering its exaggeratedly huge left half of its body into debris. It also caused it to lose balance and topple backward. Don't rush. Retreat. This fifth shot is named Trumpet of Revelation. Bang! This shot almost exploded the barrel. What emerged from the muzzle was no longer a bullet, but a meteor trailing a white flame. A deafening roar filled the air when the core lord's body was hit at that moment. That sound was filled with agony and bewilderment. Not only did the bullet pierce through its body creating a massive void, but all the areas hit by the previous three shots seemed to be ignited by this fifth shot. White flames spread from the wounds, rapidly covering its entire massive body. The core lord panicked. It was terrified. Its eyes were full of fear and despair. It never expected that one day, it would confront such a powerful enemy in such a hopeless situation. So, it turned around, staggering off toward the rift position with its previously intimidating massive body. The members of the three organizations who were spectating were utterly stunned. Even though they had not yet engaged in battle with this core lord, the terrible aura it emitted had already told them that what lay ahead would be a fight to the death. However, this scene right before their eyes completely overturned their understanding. They might never have dreamed that Yuqinshan, the 5-star awakener from the Night Demon Patrol, could actually make the core lord flee. You think, trampling over our world, crushing our dignity, and plundering our lives, can you still go back? Yuqinshan released a heart-wrenching roar with his last ounce of strength. His arm, which should already be completely shredded with blood and flesh, rose once more. This is the cry of countless lives, the hatred countless people feel toward you. Since you chose to come here, then accept our hospitality properly. This final shot, Yuqinshan's body trembled, and blood continuously overflowed from his mouth and nose. He could no longer see anything, yet there was always a beam of light guiding him forward in the darkness. Lao Yu, Lu Wannin's voice came from behind, just like in that beast tied over a decade ago, when he dug her out of the ruins. Since then, that child became his light. The fearless ones finally arrived on the battlefield from Mount Hopeless, and Lu Wannin, upon seeing Lao Yu's now battered shadow, her pupils slowly widened, tears involuntarily sliding down her cheeks. Perhaps initially Yu Qinshan regarded Lu Wanyin as a path for redemption. He swore to let this child grow up in a healthy environment. But soon he discovered that she was not just a path, but a ray of light. This light had shone for over a decade, and eventually, she would no longer be bound by my narrow sanctuary. Birds are born to learn how to fly. You should not be a prisoner trapped in a cage. On the day your wings become strong enough, the entire sky will be your stage. He recalled many past events. The first time he taught her to recognize words. The first time he taught her how to cook. The first time he taught her how to hide her emotions. The first time he taught her how to perform. The first time he taught her. Too many first times. Perhaps Yu Qinshan once regarded her as a way to atone for his sins. But now, if he could continue watching her, watching the silly girl graduate from university, seeing her spend every day with the one she loves, getting married, having children, if it were possible, then even without redemption, even if everything he did could never be forgiven, what does it matter? Unfortunately, debts always need to be paid back. And at this moment, Yu Qinshan is about to give her the final lesson. Even if criticized by thousands, even if trapped in fate's prison, as long as you yearn for light in your heart, and your wings desire to soar, then no prison or chain can confine you. Screw God, screw the rift, screw the beast tide. If you think the sky is too dark and too oppressive, then Dad will come to break through this gloom for you. Fly, birds. Move forward, my child. The last shot is named Abraham's Redemption. His voice gradually grew weak, as if some force was sapping all his life, entrusting it onto this bullet. At the moment this gunshot rang out, the entire revolver, along with Yu Qinshan's remaining arm, turned into dust. The white bullet enveloped in holy light resembled the knife Isaac raised on Mount Moriah. It was full of ultimate devotion to life, full of love for his daughter. In that instant when he was bathed in the white light, Yu Qinshan saw his former self, that handsome priest, and also the child he dug out of the ruins. I really want to hear her call me Dad. That streak of white flame filled with Yu Qinshan's lifetime of pain, struggle, and love represents hope and commitment for Lu Wanyin's future. This power eventually transformed into white light, completely engulfing the body of the Rift Lord. The light bloomed in the ruins, forming a towering white cross that reached the heavens. There will always be someone who has to become the lonely martyr, so why can't it be me? Chapter 57, Happy Birthday. The light gradually faded, and the figure of the Rift Lord who reigned above all began to dissipate. This completely marked the victory of humanity in this wave of beasts. We won? Really, we won? The Rift Lord has been defeated. We have triumphed. Everyone's heart was filled with immense excitement. The people in the Association command post also began to cheer. They embraced each other, shedding tears, for this day had finally come. 40 years, and finally this day had arrived. Only the woman in white remained silent, watching the scene through the screen, her expression becoming increasingly serious. Why? Does that core rift still exist? The members of the other major organizations had almost risked their lives to slay those Rift Lords. As one rift after another gradually disappeared, the people finally realized that this time they really, truly won. Xuanhuan and others who arrived at the scene witnessed everything. Though everyone was celebrating and cheering, not a single person looked towards the figure who had created the miracle. He fell to his knees, blood flowing incessantly from his body. A gentle breeze blew off his cowboy hat, letting the streaks of his gray hair flutter in the wind. Yu Qinshan was an enhanced type ability user, and the core medium he enhanced was his own life. And when his life could bear this force, victory would surely follow. But the price to be paid was self-evident. Lao Yu. Lu Wanyin shakily walked towards Yu Qinshan. She knelt before Yu Qinshan. Lao Yu, why have you done this to yourself? Lu Wanyin raised her trembling hand and pushed back the silver strands from Yu Qinshan's face. When she saw the now entirely aged man, full of blood, tears streamed down her face as she embraced his body. Little Lu. Yu Qinshan's voice was incredibly aged. His eyes could no longer see anything. Hey, old man. Was that awesome or what? With every word, blood trickled out from his mouth, and he couldn't even see where Lu Wanyin was anymore. Lu Wanyin cradled his face, making him face her. Awesome. You're the best. Don't talk anymore. I'll heal you. I will definitely heal you. Lao Yu, you idiot. Ah, good. This time, I'm leaving my life in your hands. You moron. Why do you have to be such a hero? Lu Wanyin was crying profusely, her body trembling, completely out of sync with the jubilant crowd around them. Because I want to see you grow up. I want to see you graduate, take graduation photos, fall in love, get married, have kids. I want to hold my grandchild. You fool. Fools have foolish blessings. At least me and Lao Du are still alive. Zhang Huai watched this scene from afar, his heart heavy, but fortunately, he could sense that though Yu Qinshan's vitality was hanging by a thread, he could still live on. Even if he couldn't fight as an awakened one again, at least he could continue to stay by Lu Wanyin's side, watching her grow like a father would. That was truly reckless. Zhang Huai sighed and began considering whether his strength could help Yu Qinshan recover. At this moment, Zhang Huai's back bore a backpack, inside which was the 18-year-old birthday gift Yu Qinshan had given to Lu Wanyin. At least Zhang Huai believed that something so important should be handed over to Lu Wanyin personally, while Yu Qinshan was still present. Then he could tell her how much Lao Yu and himself had anticipated seeing her smile after buying this gift. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly sensed something was off. Looking around, everyone was hugging and celebrating. Yet Zhang Huai couldn't shake the feeling that there was a faint presence lingering around. Then he slowly raised his head, looking at the rift that still existed. No, it's wrong. This feeling. Wait. Suddenly, Jiang Huai realized he couldn't move. Because of the immense pressure from above, his entire body went into a state of high alert. This forced readiness was almost about to make him dissolve under everyone's eyes, so now he had to suppress this impulse. Pata. The core rift above did not close. That eye-like rift suddenly dropped something akin to a tear. The black liquid splashed on the ground. Yet very few people were aware of its existence. Then it slowly began to gather from a droplet and formed a human-like shape. A shell resembling an insect's carapace covered its body. Its arrival was silent and drew no attention at all. It seemed like only Jiang Huai noticed its presence. Then, the black humanoid monster slowly lifted its foot and stepped towards Xuanhuan and Lu Wanyin, who were just a short distance ahead. No. At once, Jiang Huai understood something. He abruptly looked toward Lu Wanyin's position. Get away from there. Hurry. But just as Jiang Huai finished speaking, the black humanoid had already calmly walked up to the two of them. It waved a hand and dispersed the remaining embers of the light cross. Then in its hand, black dust coalesced into a long black sword. Xuanhuan also seemed to sense something. His exhausted body, incapable of even raising a hand, erupted with powerful strength, and he violently shoved Lu Wanyin out of harm's way using his body. Just in that instant, the blade swept across his neck. With just a casual swing, the black figure didn't even spare Xuanhuan a glance. Then it directly bypassed him and moved toward the still celebrating crowd. Xuanhuan froze, and then as if understanding something, blood gushed out from his nose and mouth. Lao Yu. Du Qinghong couldn't see anything, but somehow he also sensed something amiss. Xuanhuan's hand was severed, but he knew without checking. There was now a gradually deepening bloody wound around his neck, and then blood spurted forth. Struggling, he turned his head, wanting to catch one last look at that young girl with his blurred eyes. But alas, he never got the chance. When Lu Wanyin regained her senses and turned to look at Xuanhuan, her pupils constricted slowly before beginning to tremble. Little girl. Thud. Xuanhuan's head fell to the ground. Happy birthday. With a hint of helplessness and reluctance, Xuanhuan's life came to an abrupt end, and her birthday became the final moment of his life. Chapter 58. Trash. Two cavalrymen mistook the human-shaped monster covered in black armor for a remaining beast, so they spurred their horses and charged at it with their lances. The armored monster moved calmly, unhurried. When the two cavalrymen reached him, he casually swung his blade twice, slicing both riders and their metal warhorses into pieces. At this point, everyone from the three major organizations realized the severity of the situation. The general of the Iron Blood Army broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He hadn't noticed it before. Now that he looked carefully, he realized. This thing's aura. Core Lord, this damn thing. It's truly the Core Lord. The leaders of the Hunter God faction and the riding hunters remained silent. Because when facing this thing, unless all present were 6-star awakened individuals, everything else was meaningless in front of it. It was just one swing of the blade. This overwhelming sense of oppression that was felt even before engagement struck fear into the hearts of everyone. Victory is within reach. No matter what it is. Follow me to kill it. The leader of the riding hunters brandished his spear and led the 100 surviving cavalry of the riding hunters charging forward. The black-armored figure tilted its head slightly, its helmet making a series of clicking sounds, as if expressing disdain for these awakened ones. Its pace did not slow down for a moment. The moment the spear glowing with golden light thrust toward its face, its long sword flicked casually a few times. Ironblood's general and the chief officer of the Hunter God faction stared wide-eyed. They watched as the leading cavalrymen and the 100 cavalry members were sucked into a massive meat grinder, dying without resistance in the hands of the monster. It meant nothing. 5-star awakened ones, or even 6-star awakened ones, meant nothing in the face of its power. That was the conclusion everyone present came to. It was the true Core Lord. Jiang Huai's pupils trembled. He had witnessed the monster sever Xuanhuan's head, without a moment of hesitation. No mercy, no exhilaration, no humiliation. Just like kicking away a rock by the roadside. Thump, thump. His brain and heart seemed to be trembling, an indescribable rage burning in his chest. You, teacher. Jiang Huai wanted to adjust his breathing, to calm this emotion, but he couldn't. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. That monster was still slaughtering people from the 4 organizations. Humans can't win. There's no way humans can beat this monster. There are no stronger awakened ones left in this city. Lingyu City, it cannot be defended by humans. If you were really a beast, would you help humanity resist the tide of beasts? At that very instant, Xuanhuan's words from before echoed in his mind. Humans, at least the ones in this city now, can't defeat this lord. Then, what if it weren't humans? He slowly turned around, turning his back on everyone, walking toward the desolate ruins where no one lived. Where are you going? Mo asked. Jiang Huai did not answer. He could no longer suppress the fury building up inside him, but now, there was no need to suppress it anymore. Mo seemed to understand something. She didn't stop Jiang Huai, but watched his retreating silhouette from afar. Come back alive. Jiang Huai gradually blocked out the shouts behind him, continuously reminiscing about everything that had happened with Xuanhuan during this period. His final memory stopped at the scene where the man handed him that phone. Help me give it to the girl. Wish her a happy 18th birthday. You bastards. What have you done? You've destroyed too many things, you scumbags. Trash. Jiang Huai could no longer contain the anger in his heart, and then his body disappeared into the ruins. The riding hunters had already been completely wiped out. Due to having learned from the previous disastrous encounter, the leaders of the Iron Blood Army and the Hunter God sect didn't dare rashly approach the black-armored monster. However, This resulted in them only being able to watch helplessly as the creature step by step left their designated zone. And his goal seemed very clear. The guild's command center. It was clever. It knew exactly what to destroy. It also knew that killing certain people would instill terror in these gathered humans. So it specifically targeted powerful awakened individuals, using their deaths to further terrify the weaker awakened ones. It was like a game. And the most desperate thing was that it seemed none of the people present had the ability to stop him. Whoosh. But just at this moment, the glint of a scythe descended from the sky, striking against the body of the armored monster. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. You monster. Monster. Lu Wanyin roared in anger as countless souls surrounded her body, and the scythe erupted with a black glow. In a frenzy, she swung the scythe toward the black monster. But this monster didn't even bother to defend itself. What have you done? What have you done? Give him back to me. Give him back to me. Ah! Lu Wanyin attacked the black monster like a madwoman. But every single one of her attacks was deflected by the monster's exoskeleton. Then, at the instant when the scythe made entirely of souls shattered completely, the monster raised its hand and grabbed Lu Wanyin by the neck, lifting her into the air. Shit! At this moment, the Ironblood army and the Hunter God faction could no longer sit still. They were very clear about the monster's strength. If they could seize this opportunity while it was distracted to take it down, then, unfortunately, when the iron fist of the Ironblood general smashed onto the monster's head, he felt an incredible countershock force. It instantly shattered his iron fist. The Hunter God faction's wraiths also proved powerless against this black monster. They couldn't even penetrate its exoskeleton-covered body. You, what are you? A monster? Bang! With a casual punch from the black monster, the general's head was smashed to pieces. It then turned its gaze to the master of the Hunter God faction, whose body was immediately devoured by the wraiths under his control. Within mere seconds, it had already learned my powers. As the master was being consumed by the wraiths in his last moment, the fear in his eyes was impossible to conceal. He screamed in anguish before being gnawed down to nothing but a tattered black cloak. The monster turned back to face Lu Wanyin. Instead of killing her, it looked at her chest, right where her heart was. It was as though something about Lu Wanyin's heart left it utterly bewildered. You monster, give him back to me. Tears streamed down Lu Wanyin's face, sliding down her cheeks and landing on the arm of the black monster. At that moment, the monster seemed to be absorbing something. Then it split its mouth wide open, revealing a chilling grin as it faced Lu Wanyin. Lu ya too. Then from its mouth came Yuqinshan's voice. Happy birthday, hee hee. This bastard was mimicking Yuqinshan, using this method to enrage and humiliate the girl before him. I'm going to kill you. I will definitely kill you. Lu Wanyin felt her breathing grow difficult as the monster slowly increased its grip. Everyone assumed that Lu Wanyin was surely dead now, but Mou had already rushed out, her red longsword appearing in her hands. But it was too late. There was no way to stop this thing. Give my dad back to me. Humans, once again. The knife in the monster's hand slowly rose, then thrust towards Lu Wanyin's heart. It wanted to see why the heart in this human's chest made it feel so uneasy. Just as the blade tip was about to pierce Lu Wanyin's heart, a hand quietly rose, gripping the black blade. Then, no matter how hard the monster tried, the blade couldn't advance any further. The black monster tilted its head slightly, looking at the white skeleton that had appeared beside it at some point. When Bai Hai's face slowly turned and looked at it, the deep blue flames behind the skull helmet suddenly burst forth fiercely. Bang! The black monster felt an enormous, terrifying force smashing against its face. The power of Bai Hai's punch was so great that it left countless cracks on the black armored helmet, and the creature was sent flying violently away. Its form spun through the air like a discarded toy, tracing a long trajectory, colliding with everything along its path. The buildings it crashed into crumbled like paper, dust flying everywhere, shrouding the heavens. Its iron-hard black shell, under Bai Hai's punch, shattered like fragile porcelain, instantly filling with countless cracks. In the haze of smoke, all returned to silence, and when the dust settled, everyone's eyes froze upon the sight before them. The one that had slammed the black armored monster away was not an awakened, nor some deity descending from the heavens. It was another beast, a beast covered entirely in bones, emanating an aura of death. Chapter 59, A Battle Beyond Everything. In the embrace of the white skeleton, there lay a weak Lu Wanyin. Its movements were gentle and unhurried, devoid of any malice, instead filled with an indescribable tenderness. It turned around, handing over Lu Wanyin carefully and respectfully to Mou who had approached, as if passing on a treasured artifact it held dear. Mou cautiously took the girl from Bai Hai's hands. Just as she was about to say something, an enormous surge of power came from behind Bai Hai. Bai Hai quickly spun around, but it was already too late to react. The knee strike from the black monster collided forcefully with Bai Hai's head armor, producing a sharp crackling sound. Yet, Bai Hai did not fall. Just before his body was hurled backward, he swiftly grabbed the black monster's leg and, using its momentum, slammed it down to the ground. Roar! Bai Hai let out an earth-shattering roar. Mounted atop the black humanoid figure, he pounded relentlessly at its head, as though venting a frenzied anger. But no one knew where this fury originated. Each strike reverberated through the ground, making it seem as if the entire world trembled in response to this clash of strength. The awakened ones were paralyzed with fear. They had never witnessed such a terrifying display of power. Particularly that beast enveloped in white bones, its strength seemed to have reached an exaggerated level. Even a core lord, a being that looked down upon all others, didn't seem to hold any advantage against this white skeleton. But the core lord refused to yield. Its arm once again formed into a long blade shimmering with black light. However, in the next second, the tail sprouting from Baihai's tail vertebrae struck like the scythe of death, pinning the monster's arm firmly to the ground. Oh wow! Baihai seized the black humanoid creature's head, unleashing another deafening roar at it. His rage erupted like a volcanic eruption, infecting the hearts of everyone present, causing the humans to feel a previously unseen sense of terror. Crack! Unyielding, the black monster suddenly straightened its body, its split mouth thrusting out a spike, which darted toward the skeleton's face. But Baihai delivered a swift horizontal punch, shattering the black monster's left half-face. The scattered fragments of its shell peeled off, and the spike that was once so swift lost its vitality instantly. Again and again, the skeleton's fists hammered into its chest, occasionally issuing a challenging roar at the Rift Lord. Black viscous liquid continuously splattered onto the white skeleton, yet it paid no attention, attacking the Rift Lord as if driven mad. Inside the association, the body of the woman in white trembled. She was the star envoy of the Apocalypse Society, possessing a far stronger perception than other awakened ones. Thus, she understood better than anyone just how immense the power of this white skeleton was. What exactly is this thing? At this point, no one on the scene could intervene in the battle between these two monsters anymore. Before Baihai shattered the armor over its chest, the Rift Lord finally seized its chance. As if imitating the skeleton, it abruptly grew a tail which surged forward and pierced through the skeleton's back from behind. The spike burst through Baihai's chest. It emitted an anguished roar. Seizing the opportunity, the black monster violently headbutted Baihai. In the instant his body wavered, the sturdy, carapace-covered tail hurled him onto the ground. Its assault did not end there. In the moment Baihai fell, the black monster flipped over and pressed down on him, driving its tail through Baihai's hardened abdominal bones. Then it opened its mouth wide, and with its teeth gleaming with black light, it bit through Baihai's shoulder. Wow! Baihai's enraged roar was muffled as the Rift Lord firmly pinned down his head and crushed it against the ground. Right when everyone thought the fight would be decided, the blue flames hidden deep within Baihai's eye sockets beneath his helmet suddenly blazed brightly. Wow! Its armor began to change. The formerly smooth bones now developed angles. From its back, a pair of thin insect wings sprouted, remnants of that massive bug mother. The insect wings flapped violently. Utilizing the force generated, Baihai grabbed the core lord by its tail, lifting it into the air before slamming it back down onto the ground with great force. Roar! Falling on the ground, the Rift Lord roared furiously. Opening its mouth wide, an energy was gathering inside it. And every awakened one who sensed this energy was fully aware. If it were to unleash this power, the nine-phased dust-sealing realm would shatter instantly, leaving the true Lingyu city without any protection. This force would completely tear the entire city apart. But just as the energy was about to fully coalesce and erupt, Baihai descended from the heavens, slamming his knee hard into the creature's throat. Ga! The monster's roar abruptly turned into a whimper. Yet, the energy in its mouth continued to gather. So Baihai threw a punch straight into its mouth, blocking the rising energy, as he firmly gripped its throat. The pain made the black creature writhe in agony. It struggled harder, accelerating the gathering of its energy. Bits of bone began peeling off Baihai's arms. He was enduring unimaginable pain. But this pain only fueled his anger. His other hand reached out, gripping the monster's jaw tightly. Then, with an ear-splitting roar accompanied by the creature's wail of anguish, he tore its jaw apart with brute force, continuing to rip downward through its neck and chest, tearing away its carapace and skin in one motion. Black blood gushed forth like rain, drenching the ground. The monster's accumulated energy finally dissipated, leaving it collapsed on the ground, twitching spasmodically. Its cloudy eyes stared at Baihai fixedly, filled with complex emotions. Anger, confusion, and fear. Baihai gave the core lord no further chance for resistance. Yet, he was also exhausted. He used his tail to wrap around the creature's waist, halting its resistance. He then placed both hands on its head. Ayo! In another roaring cry, he ripped the creature's head, already deformed from his compression, out along with its spine. After finishing this act, he slowly stood upright, towering over the ruins as everyone looked at him with terror. Baihai ignored all gazes, scanning his surroundings until his gaze fell upon Mo and Lu Wanyin cradled in her arms. The blue flames burning in his eye sockets gradually extinguished. Finally, with a single stomp, he crushed the black-armored monster's body, grabbing its severed head and leaping high into the air, quickly vanishing from everyone's sight. Left behind were the stunned awakened ones, and the rift in the sky that was slowly closing. Chapter 60. Who is the master now? The beast tide ended. Humans truly won this time, but no one felt the previous excitement anymore. Awakened ones from the association and all major organizations were like they had been punched hard in the head, dazed. There was also a sense of frustration spreading in people's hearts. We won. Indeed, we won. But if it only relied on human awakened ones, then they would have absolutely no resistance in front of true core lords. Perhaps the full force of the four great organizations, along with those monster-level awakened ones from the association, could indeed kill that core lord. But the harm humans themselves suffered would be extremely severe. Nowadays, the newly awakened are getting stronger indeed, but the precondition is that the older generation can still hold up this sky. Once the main pillars collapse, everything will be lost. So now, instead of celebrating, what people need to do most importantly is rescue. Countless supportive awakened ones began searching for injured comrades among the ruins and retrieving their bodies. In a certain building that had collapsed halfway, the boy was breathing heavily, his body trembling. He fell to his knees after just reaching the second floor and kept vomiting uncontrollably. He wiped the dirt from the corner of his mouth and tried to stand up, but the weakness in his legs caused him to fall again after walking not even a few steps. Then something in his hand rolled away to one side. What have you done? Monster, what in hell's name are you? The boy tried turning over and lay flat on the ground. Xuanhuan's words continuously echoed in his mind. He slowly turned his head and looked at the head that had rolled away. The chin of the creature had already been broken, and yet it now silently stared back at him. You this. Xuanhuan used both hands and feet, starting to crawl towards the severed head. Monster, what did you do? If I run into any trouble, please take care of little Lu Zi for me. What I want to protect is all of you. Tears slid down from Xuanhuan's eyes as his hand finally touched the head. He then tightly pulled it towards his face. Do you know what this means to Lu Wanyin? All of you bastards, beasts, you've already made her lose her parents. Now, you've also taken away the last person she has left. He hit it with a punch again and again, but his fists were already powerless due to ossification, causing streams of blood upon hitting the creature's hard shell. Return her family. His sobbing eventually turned into indescribable pain and anger. It's all because of you, bastard. Xuanhuan grabbed the head and then opened his mouth wide, taking a bite. His teeth instantly broke apart, but with the last bit of skeletal power, he cracked open the shell of the skull. As a deep inner core shimmering with black light appeared before Xuanhuan, an inexplicable hunger sensation drove him madly to bite into the head of the monster, swallowing the shell, fragments, flesh, and that very core completely into his stomach. After doing all of this, Xuanhuan's mouth was already torn and bloody. He fell on his side on the ground. Amidst the sounds of search and rescue personnel outside the building, if he were found here, some suspicions might arise. After all, there was still some residue of the creature's head next to him. But alas, Xuanhuan had no more strength to think about these things anymore. Slowly, he closed his eyes. His consciousness felt like shredded cloth, fragmented. An unprecedented weakness washed over him. All around was boundless darkness, as if time itself had stopped here. He tried moving his body but realized he was bound by an invisible force, unable to move even a single finger. Suddenly, Xuanhuan felt his awareness being tugged, and he opened his eyes. Gloomy, damp air with a heavy smell of blood surrounded him instantly. He had returned to the strange prison, standing before the cage containing Bai Hai. Bai Hai stood still in the prison as he had before. His skeleton was covered in dark, blackened blood. Xuanhuan knew this belonged to the core lord. All of a sudden, Bai Hai moved, step by step, toward the cell door. Then he lowered his head slightly, gazing intently at Xuanhuan with his eyes flickering faint blue flames. Xuanhuan could sense the anger within Bai Hai, an anger that mirrored his own, an anger towards beasts. He was a little confused. After all, Bai Hai was also a beast. But why did he have such a strong desire to kill other beasts? Just what is the reason? What makes you this angry? Exactly, what are you? Xuanhuan's hand slowly gripped the iron bars, and he looked at Bai Hai in the prison. But just at that instant, he noticed something about his own hand gripping the bars. It had transformed into a monster's hand covered with black shell. Xuanhuan knew clearly who the owner of this hand was. It was none other than the core lord he had just killed. Shaking, Xuanhuan tried to retreat, but suddenly, Bai Hai's hand shot out from the prison, directly choking him by the neck. This is not my anger. A hoarse and heavy voice entered Xuanhuan's ears. All this anger belongs to you. The owner of this voice was Bai Hai, those eyes glowing with blue flames glaring intently at Xuanhuan, who had become the core lord. At the same time, the signboard at the entrance of Bai Hai's cell started flashing compliance levels. Surrender to your anger, or conquer it. Xuanhuan suddenly realized a force was flowing through Bai Hai's hand into his body. Then came the excruciating pain as if his body were being torn apart. Clutching his chest, his black claws tearing away the shell on his chest brought him even more pain. Bai Hai released his hand, and Xuanhuan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, pressing hard against his head enveloped by black shells. An indescribable pressure and suffocating sensation instantly overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. Compliance level, -5%. It's taking over your body, using your anger. Bai Hai's voice was like a trigger, continually reminding Xuanhuan of everything that happened before. The Awakened Association, the 4 great organizations, and even the former presidents of the Night Demon Patrol. They all deserve death. Compliance level, -40%. Getting better. Everyone deserved to die. Xuanhuan could feel the strength of the core lord eroding his body, an unprecedented rage consuming his heart. Compliance level, -90%. Now, who truly owns this body? Bai Hai's fiery gaze fixed on the core lord before him. Compliance level, -99%. The core lord slowly raised its head, looking toward Bai Hai inside the prison. Then the glimmer of light in its eyes, which once belonged to Xuanhuan, completely disappeared. It was settled. Xuanhuan had lost, controlled by his own anger, absorbed in the struggle against the core lord's core, becoming a part of it. From now on, Xuanhuan would no longer exist. The lights above the prison began to flicker, and in the guard office of the prison, a notebook automatically began writing words. New prisoner, code name, Annihilator, hazard level, 7 stars. Bai Hai slowly stood up. With one final glance at the human body gradually disappearing, the blue flames in his eyes slowly extinguished. You are not the one I've been waiting for. His voice was as calm as water. Just as he turned around, planning to return to the darkness to continue his long wait, there was a sudden bang. Bai Hai turned back to look, and for the first time, A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. The core lord's head collided forcefully with the iron bars of the prison cell. One eye became murky, but the other began to regain its vitality. Bai Hai realized that the human named Xuanhuan seemingly refused to give up so easily. Interesting. Bang. The core lord's head slammed again and again into the bars, a deafening sound echoing in the dark space. Countless pairs of eyes slowly opened in the darkness, as if sensing something very amusing appearing. Snap. A crack appeared on the core lord's helmet, and then its hands fiercely tore open the crack. Half of Xuanhuan's face appeared beneath the helmet. Now, who truly owns this body? Chapter 61, Purpose. Since it was impossible to stop the overflow of anger, if unable to suppress the outburst of such power, then let everything be surrendered to anger and let it surge out, overwhelming like a wild tide. And what one had to do was to conquer it after its overflow. All this anger. Xuanhuan's voice was trembling, but not because of fear or weakness. Rather, this anger had been transformed into an exhilarating emotion. His face approached Bai Hai within the iron bars, and he applied force with his hand once again. With a crisp snap, he tore apart the head armor of the core lord. The shell kept cracking relentlessly. The gazes of Bai Hai and Xuanhuan intersected, their eyes filled with astonishment and excitement. Then, blue flames gradually ignited in Xuanhuan's pupils. All this anger is at my disposal. Like shattered glass, the core lord's carapace completely disintegrated into countless black powders. A gust of air spread from beneath his feet. Then, Xuanhuan slowly loosened his grip on the iron bar. He reclaimed his body and conquered this force. He must control the power of anger. If he were ultimately consumed by anger instead, what awaited him would be an abyss of no return. Bai Hai walked to the edge of the cell again, lifting its hand. Your journey continues. It has been a pleasure working with you, Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan paused for a moment, then nodded, taking Bai Hai's hand. At that instant, the words compliance level on the information board at the entrance to Bai Hai's prison were erased. Instead, same scheduling appeared. At the same time, Xuanhuan also noticed changes happening to Bai Hai's body. Its white skeleton began to slowly peel away, replaced by black golden armor. Just like the core lord, only Bai Hai's form was more massive, every inch of its torso covered by armor exuding a streamlined beauty. It stood there, less like a beast, and more like a warrior clad in black armor, radiating an unrivaled arrogance. If Bai Hai were an invincible heavy tank. Same scheduling, 30%. Core of the core lord has been fully absorbed. Offensive form of Bai Hai unlocked, annihilation. Xuanhuan was slightly surprised. Was the previous formidable power form of Bai Hai not an offensive type? Their hands slowly released each other. Xuanhuan looked at Bai Hai and asked, will you continue to assist me? As long as your purpose is hunting beasts, I will follow you until this universe reaches its final moment of extinction. Xuanhuan nodded. Please guide me well, accomplice. But he knew it wasn't enough. To prevent another incident like xuanhuan's, to protect those important to him, to slaughter all the scum without leaving any alive, he had to absorb more cores, more powerful cores. In that office, the freshly written text changed as well. New prisoner, Annihilator confirmed to have been swallowed. Prison warden candidate has emerged. Looking forward to your next visit. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly felt a cold breath flowing into his mouth. This breath carried a faint sweetness. He suddenly opened his eyes. Above him was still the dilapidated building's ceiling. Xuanhuan slowly sat up his body, then realized that there was someone sitting beside him. That person seemed to be wiping something hastily near the corner of their mouths. Miss Mou? Xuanhuan looked at Mou curiously, then noticed a moist sensation in his throat. Upon looking at the water bottle held in Mou's other hand, he instantly understood. Thank you. While thanking Mou, Xuanhuan attempted to stand up. However, his legs still lacked strength, so Mou went over to support him. At this point, Xuanhuan noticed water stains lingering around Mou's lips. Recalling the sweet breath that was in his own mouth earlier, Mou realized that Xuanhuan was looking at her lips and immediately released him. Xuanhuan landed back on the ground with a thud. You don't misunderstand me. Since I couldn't make you drink water by pouring it into your mouth before, and seeing how feeble you were, I had to. Xuanhuan froze. Was it really Mou who gave him water by mouth earlier? Although Xuanhuan was also somewhat surprised by this information, considering Mou's now restless gaze that darted around uncertainly, he decided not to bring up this matter anymore. Weren't you the beast earlier? Mou managed to adjust her emotions. She took the initiative to ask a question, her voice not as cold as before. Xuanhuan even couldn't sense her guarded tone. Logically speaking, as the captain of the elite team of the Fearless Ones, Mou should have been suspicious of him from the beginning and was even investigating his file. Now that it's confirmed he is a beast, shouldn't she have taken the opportunity while he was unconscious to hunt and slay him? Xuanhuan looked at Mou, and instead, it was he who began to have a slight sense of caution. But he was very clear in his mind that if he forced himself to undergo skeletonization now, there might be a risk of losing control. Where's Lu Wanyin? Xuanhuan asked. Rest assured, the Fearless Ones will send her and Du Qinghong to the association's medical department. Is that so? Then what about the rift? It has disappeared. The reason why the 9-phase dust ceiling world still exists is because the association needs to search for those who met with misfortune. And humans? Have one. Xuanhuan let out a sigh of relief, his entire body slowly retreating until he sat down against the wall. That's good. Humans have never achieved victory amidst the tide of beasts. This is the first time. The future situation might improve, or it could become more complex. Mou said as she walked up beside Xuanhuan. Some beasts fled back into the rift, still lurking in the corners of this city. Regardless, we will chase and kill them until the very end. On Mou's face, Xuanhuan rarely saw a flicker of a smile. It seems that humanity was truly anticipating this victory with great excitement. Do you care deeply for that awakened one named xuanhuan? Just as Xuanhuan lowered his head without uttering a word, the girl in front of him suddenly blurted out this question. Xuanhuan didn't understand Mou's meaning, so he somewhat guardedly replied, "Yes, she saved my life from an infected individual. Is that all?" There seemed to be a hint of irritation in Mou's voice, although not very noticeable. Xuanhuan, with his extraordinary perception abilities, detected this subtle change. What else? He slightly raised his head and looked at Mou, catching a trace of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Forget it, it doesn't matter. In the end, Mou dropped the subject. However, Xuanhuan felt that Mou must have noticed something. He didn't want Mou to know that xuanhuan had died once and was resurrected by him when he turned into a beast. Thus, he shifted the conversation back to himself. Why didn't you attempt to hunt me down when I was unconscious just now? Hiding half of his body in the shadow of the corner, his cold eyes fixed on Mou as Xuanhuan asked. Mou folded her arms across her chest, not answering right away. You were suspicious of me when we were in the cinema, and afterwards you kept investigating my files and information. Before I woke up, you should have already been certain that I am that beast, right? Mou let out a soft sigh, and then nodded. So, I don't understand, why didn't you? I've never investigated you because I suspected you. The girl cut off Xuanhuan's words, and the eyes that originally avoided his gaze now locked onto him tightly. She no longer held the icy distance she usually did. Instead, she had the weighty gun of someone who feels they've been wronged by someone important. Chapter 62, Codex. So what is the real reason? Xuanhuan felt that this matter was becoming increasingly bizarre. The girl in front of him had never crossed paths with him, yet she continuously investigated him in secret. But at moments of peril, she helped him again and again. In the battle on Hopeless Mountain, Mou even placed all her hopes on Xuanhuan, a 2-star awakened individual who hadn't passed the assessment yet. This trust left Xuanhuan feeling both surprised and confused. It really was an unreasonable matter. This is my personal issue, and I don't wish to talk about it. Mou's voice echoed in the empty hallway, and she regained her coldness and aloofness. Then she turned around and left, her steps resolute and decisive. The afterglow from the damaged window fell on her retreating figure, casting a long shadow, as if telling the story of her inner struggle and helplessness. Xuanhuan stood in his place, looking at Mou's back with complicated eyes. He could sense that Mou's trust in him wasn't baseless, but behind this trust, what was hidden? Xuanhuan didn't understand, couldn't guess, and only felt that this shadowy figure filled with ink-like mystery. Thank you, Xuanhuan, for giving all of us a temporary respite. However, don't reveal your power in front of others. Mou's voice sounded at the entrance of the hallway. The girl rested her hand on the staircase railing, slightly turning her head to look at Xuanhuan. Was this sentence out of concern for him or a threat against him? Before Xuanhuan could figure it out, the girl had already merged into the darkness like a shadow. The sunset gradually faded, and night began to fall. Only Xuanhuan's solitary figure and the sweet breath in his mouth remained. As the Rift Lord disappeared, the sky restored its previous tranquility. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, shining over the ruins of Lingyu City wrapped in the 9-phased dust-sealing world, bringing a bit of warmth and hope. Humanity finally won its first victory in the prolonged beast tide that engulfed Lingyu City, which became the first city to survive under the beast tide. However, the joy of victory did not last long. People soon realized that behind this victory lay enormous costs, especially for the remnants of the 3 organizations. They gathered up the remains of their leaders. Among them, the chief of the Huntmasters was completely annihilated by a spiritual backlash, leaving no trace. Only the Might-Bearers retained relatively intact forces. Mou, captain of the Might-Bearers stationed in Lingyu City, was originally the least trusted among the 4 organizations' leaders in Lingyu City, not because her strength was less than that of the other leaders, primarily because she was too young. Moreover, during missions, she wouldn't care about her teammates' lives. Yet it was precisely this powerful lone wolf who led a group of rookies and instructors in slaughtering the Rift Lord on Hopeless Mountain. Her name, Mou, quickly became a hot topic in the association and various organizations. Lingyu City also instantly turned into a fortress of human spirit, a commemorative milestone. The 4 organizations began sending more people to Lingyu City to seize the opportunity in this city that might become the center of human awakening force in the future. The association moved swiftly, collecting the cores of 4 Rift Lords while assisting the 4 organizations in rescuing personnel. But the core of the Central Lord remained nowhere to be found. The only possibility was that the white skeletal giant beast had taken away the core. This made the association have to consider whether the stance of this beast was not on the side of humanity. Instead, it attacked the Central Lord just for devouring and mutual destruction, which would be an uncertain factor and a massive ticking time bomb threatening Lingyu City in the future. Even if cities within the 9-phased dust-sealing world are destroyed, they will gradually reassemble, provided there is no invasion by beast tides. The fallen cities have become places of jubilation for beasts. What made humans feel strange was that after completely ravaging cities and massacring residents, these beasts took the converted humans into the rifts instead of continuing outward expansion. This was considered some kind of habit of the beasts. But even though there were no beasts in those cities anymore, humans still dared not rashly rebuild them. Lingyu City was different. It achieved victory in the beast tide, and the ruins within the 9-phased dust-sealing world were slowly restructuring. and right at the fiercest battlefield where the Central Lord once existed. An old man in a black robe leaned on a cane, muttering words incomprehensible to others. He stepped on a pile of debris, his cane swaying lightly. The 8-sided bells tied to the top of his cane kept ringing out ding-ding sounds. "Spirit, come back." The old man recited ancient spells, and then countless souls began to gather toward him. His cane lightly swept over these souls as if searching for something specific. Finally, when the cane touched a particular soul, an eerie smile spread across the old man's face. "Yes, yes, I've found you." His withered fingers slowly wrapped around that soul and guided it into the wind chimes of his cane. "Xuanhuan, such a powerful and pure soul. Your time has not yet come." On the night the beast tide ended, the Awakened Individuals Association convened an emergency meeting. The attendance was small in number, but each person held significant power to influence the direction of this world. Among them were the leaders of the 4 organizations, the military representative, the head of the Awakened Individuals Association, the divine envoy of the Apocalypse Believers, and some other organizational leaders who, though third parties, wielded considerable influence. But they had not gathered today to celebrate the victory against the beast tide. In this moment when awakened individuals around the world rejoiced, only they saw the blood-soaked casualty figures and the uncertain factor X. Led by the Maoyu Trading Company, the third parties believed that the unknown X could be guided to become a usable force. However, most organizations thought this beast, like the Armageddon Black Dragon, was born solely for destruction and slaughter. The two sides stood firm on their own views. In the end, the minority followed the majority. Moreover, in terms of control over forces, the strength of the 4 organizations far exceeded that of any trade company. Thus, the association decided to classify the white skeleton as the X beast and marked it with the highest danger level label. This was the second highest danger level beast since humanity began its war with the Rifts. The previous one directly caused the rebellion of the Demon Knight Guild president, the Armageddon Black Dragon. This shows just how wary humanity is of the white skeleton now. Chapter 63: The Fraud. The day after the beast tide passed. In order to quickly replenish new forces, the association decided to pass all students who participated in the battle at No Hope Mountain through the assessment. Of course, this also included that group of top students who fled by bus. At the association's commendation ceremony, MOU became famous due to the battle at No Hope Mountain and was awarded an honorary medal. She stood on the podium, her eyes scanning the students below, finally landing on Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan shook his head slightly at her. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Do not mention him regarding the battle at No Hope Mountain. Though this wasn't MOU's intention, Xuanhuan's power display was too exaggerated, something that no amount of hiding strength from a super rookie could explain. So all the credit for the battle went to MOU. Next, there was a posthumous commemoration ceremony for the leaders and members of the 3 organizations who had fallen. The General of Iron Blood, the Chief of the Riding Hunters, and the Master of the Hunter Deities all received the title of hero. But the man from the Night Devil Patrol, the one who single-handedly crushed the strongest monster under the Core Overlord, wasn't mentioned at all. Later, the vice chairman of the association personally handed out certificates of honor and announced the successful passage of the evaluation to all students. From today on, they would become officially registered members of the Awakened Association. Few people wore happy expressions on their faces, especially those students who narrowly escaped death. Some still trembled when they thought about yesterday's terrifying scene. Xuanhuan did not appear at the scene. Last night, I went to the Awakened Hospital, but the doctor told Xuanhuan that the Night Devil Patrol didn't have a medical security system set up, so they were unable to treat Xuanhuan. After hearing these words, Xuanhuan was almost ready to explode with anger. He wanted to react on the spot. But Chu He from the Fearless came and told Xuanhuan that he had already transferred Xuanhuan to another hospital where she had been treated and was resting now. Therefore, Xuanhuan collected the certificate and the official member badge indicating her passing the examination for Xuanhuan, who was unable to be present. Then, he headed towards the hospital Chu He had mentioned. However, he did not see Xuanhuan's figure in the ward. She was discharged this morning, a nurse informed Xuanhuan. The recovery of her wounds was rapid. We didn't actually do much for her treatment, added the doctor. Xuanhuan understood it was possibly his own power influencing Xuanhuan. Nonetheless, as long as she was fine, that's what mattered. He knew Xuanhuan wouldn't return to her home. Thus, the only possible place she might be is one location. Xuanhuan did not stay to participate in the victory celebration. She took Xuanhuan's certificate and badge, heading to the bungalow area of Lingyu City, that old apartment building, also known as the home of Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan. He knocked on the door, but didn't hear any sound coming from inside. Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan called softly. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's voice, there came some rustling sounds from inside. He waited for quite a while at the door, and seeing that the door remained closed, he knocked again. Xuanhuan, it's me, Xuanhuan. The door isn't locked. Finally, Xuanhuan's voice filtered through the crack in the door, sounding raspy and low. Xuanhuan's heart tightened. He could sense the sorrow and despair contained in Xuanhuan's voice. Grasping the doorknob, Xuanhuan opened the door. The room was very neat, just like the last time Xuanhuan visited here. He didn't know if it was Xuanhuan's doing, or if Xuanhuan had tidied up after returning this morning. And there the young girl lay curled up quietly on that simple small bed she had slept on for more than a decade. Her body curled tightly, as if seeking final solace and warmth. Long hair spread around her, with her little rabbit hair clip that had accompanied her for many years quietly lying by her side. On the girl's face, there was a kind of bewilderment and helplessness. Her eyes were vacant and lifeless, as if all the light within had vanished. It seemed like even the air in the room had frozen, making everything heavy and oppressive. Xuanhuan gently walked to the bedside, sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at Lu Wanyin. Her breathing was faint and slow, as if it could stop at any moment. "Did you eat breakfast?" Xuanhuan asked softly. Lu Wanyin's dry white lips quivered slightly, yet no word came out. Her eyes were still devoid of spirit, seemingly having lost all perception of this world. Holding tightly onto an old rabbit doll, a gift given to her by xuanhuan when she was little. Although the rabbit doll looked very old, it could be seen that its owner cherished it dearly. Apart from being slightly yellowed from washing, there were no other marks on it. A faint smile adorned the face of the little rabbit, as if trying to comfort her, telling her that everything would be all right. However, this comfort evoked an even stronger yearning for xuanhuan in the young girl. Xuanhuan. Lu Wanyin slowly turned her head, and the shattered look and despair in her eyes made Xuanhuan's heart tremble. "I don't have a dad anymore." The girl was dug out from the ruins by rescuers. At first, everyone thought it was an earthquake, but when her father carried her out of the building, they saw monsters all over the street. They were indiscriminately slaughtering humans, not letting a single soul live. The father handed her to her mother so that the two women could escape back into the building, and he died a terrible death at the hands of the monsters. Then, even larger monsters started destroying the building. Under her mother's protection, she survived what seemed like a miracle. Buried under the rubble, she could feel that her mother had created a small corner for her using her lifeless body covered with a pale blue membrane. It was her mother who awakened at her last moment and used her remaining strength to shield her little world from collapsing. This layer of membrane protected her from being harmed by the falling debris, but her mother would never open her eyes again. She didn't know how long she had waited. The roars of the monsters above continued endlessly. Just as she was about to give up, the monster's roar turned into screams of agony. Then she heard someone shouting, "Is there an awakened person below?" She didn't know what awakening meant, but the survival instinct made this 4-year-old girl start crying loudly for help. "Don't cry, I'll save you out." Then came the sound of rubble and debris being moved aside. During this time, she also heard the roar of the monsters and the angry shout of the man. Blood gradually seeped through the debris and dripped onto the pale blue membrane, saturating its outer layer. Finally, when a glimmer of daylight filtered through the gaps, the protective membrane covering the girl began to fade away. Just as she was about to be buried, a strong hand covered in blood broke through the gap and pulled her out. "It's okay." The man was soaked in blood, his voice hoarse, but still managed to force a weak smile while looking at the girl in his arms. The sounds of the monsters echoed around them, causing the girl to tremble with fear. "Little friend, let's play a game. Close your eyes and hold on to Uncle tightly. Count from 1 to 100, then open your eyes, and Uncle will give you a present." She nodded timidly and then huddled into the man's embrace, feeling the warmth of his blood-soaked arm before closing her eyes. Her ears caught the sound of a monster's scream along with the sound of bullets firing from a gun. She kept counting numbers shakily, while cold blood drops constantly fell on her head and face. Yet she remained unharmed. 100, not a number more or less. She slowly opened her eyes and then saw the man curled beside a big tree, his body already dyed red with blood, but still holding the girl tightly. "Uncle, Uncle." The girl shook the man's body tremblingly. She was afraid that this person would also die. "Uncle." Cough, cough. The man seemed to regain a bit of breath, as if being called back from the brink of death. After gradually adjusting his breathing, the man weakly raised his other hand. Then, a blood-stained little rabbit hair clip appeared in his hand. "You're a good child here. It's for you. Uncle. I don't want the gift. Please don't die. Don't leave me just like my parents. I beg you." The man leaned against the tree trunk, with blood continuously flowing from the corners of his mouth. "Don't worry. I won't die." "Really?" the girl asked tearfully. I'm just sleeping too deeply." The girl suddenly threw herself into the man's arms and sobbed uncontrollably. This crying represented both the terror of the current situation felt by a young child and the sadness of losing her parents. "Don't worry. From now on, I'll be your family. I am very strong. I definitely won't die. If you find I'm sleeping too deeply, you can kick me awake violently. My words mean something. Cheater." Chapter 64. If you want to survive. Lu Wanyin slowly opened her eyes in a daze. She vaguely remembered that she seemed to have shed all her tears, but it did nothing to ease the anger inside her. At this moment, she was lying on her bed, covered with a quilt. The dark room seemed particularly lonely at this time. She would never see that figure again. In the past, she had been most annoyed by him. She still had class the next day, yet he was watching TV and drinking in the living room. Lu Wanyin clutched the clothes over her chest, feeling an unbearable pain. "Dad." The house was small. What was called the living room was actually just a room slightly separated by a curtain. So at this moment, when Lu Wanyin turned her head, she could see the old sofa in the living room. That bed, where the man had slept for over 10 years. And the moment her gaze fell on the sofa, Lu Wanyin's breathing stopped. There was someone sleeping on the sofa. Old you. Lu Wanyin tumbled out of bed, starting to doubt if she'd misunderstood something. Actually, old you wasn't dead. Old you was still alive. How could he be dead? He said he was invincible. He said he wouldn't die. Old you. Lu Wanyin staggered towards the sofa side, but the next second she stared blankly and collapsed sitting on the ground. Because it wasn't xuanhuan lying on the sofa. It was Xuanhuan. When Xuanhuan heard the noise, he also slowly got up and looked at Lu Wanyin kneeling on the floor. He seemed to have understood something, but he didn't say anything. He simply got up and gently picked up Lu Wanyin, who didn't resist, and carried her back to bed. "Can you?" Leave me alone for a while. Lu Wanyin looked at the wall of the room with empty eyes and said, Xuanhuan nodded. It was 6 o'clock in the morning now. It was about to get light. He placed Lu Wanyin's certificate and badge after passing the assessment on the table, then filled the refrigerator with food he had prepared. Finally, he took another look at Lu Wanyin, who was still staring blankly. If there is anything, just contact me. I will come immediately. Thanks. After leaving Yu Qinshan's house, Zhang Huai went straight to the hospital exclusively for awakened individuals. Before coming, Zhang Huai had already found out from Chu He. Du Qinghong was critically injured and being treated urgently. But upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor told Zhang Huai that Du Qinghong's emergency treatment had ended and he had already been transferred out of the ICU. So what's his current condition? Zhang Huai was a little confused. Du Qinghong's injuries were extremely severe. This was obvious to everyone. So how had he been transferred out of the ICU so quickly? The doctor seemed a little impatient, thinking about brushing off Zhang Huai casually. I don't know. Ask someone else. Just as he turned to walk away, Zhang Huai suddenly grabbed his wrist with great force, making the doctor feel immense pain in his wrist. What do you mean? You. The doctor originally wanted to call for help, but when his eyes met Zhang Huai's gaze, he instantly felt a cold chill down his spine. Where was this the gaze of a young man? This was the fierce gaze of a beast targeting its prey. I'll ask you one more time. How is Du Qinghong doing? Zhang Huai asked coldly. The doctor finally gave up helplessly. He gestured for Zhang Huai to close the door first, then whispered softly to Zhang Huai. Actually, Mr. Du's injuries are very serious. Even though he temporarily escaped the danger period after being saved last night, he shouldn't have been discharged from the ICU yet. What does this mean? Zhang Huai's voice became icier. The doctor was puzzled. Zhang Huai appeared to be a newcomer who just passed the test. Why was he exuding such terrifying killing aura? Younger brother, let me tell you frankly. Someone from the association doesn't want the Night Phantom Patrol to have it easy. Since Yu Qinshan died, but Du Qinghong is still alive, so. Zhang Huai's fists clenched audibly, anger surging within him. And the association also stated that the Night Phantom Patrol acted on their own initiative, disrupting the plan, resulting in the sacrifice of the leader of the 3 organizations stationed in Linyu City. Therefore, the hospital was ordered not to provide further treatment to the Night Phantom Patrol people anymore. Zhang Huai took a deep breath, then stood up and walked toward the door. He is a hero in the fight against the Shog Tide. Finally, he left behind a chilling sentence. Yu Qinshan, Du Qinghong. They were both heroes in this Shog Tide. Bang! After the door closed, the doctor sighed in relief, then picked up the phone and dialed a number. Vice President. I've already stopped Du Qinghong's treatment as you instructed. Rest assured, by tonight at the latest, Du Qinghong will be dead without a doubt. Are you sure this won't cause trouble? Earlier, a young man came. Okay, I understand. Vice President, I'll do as you say. At this moment, Zhang Huai was standing at the door of the doctor's office, hearing everything clearly from the phone call. Are humans like this worth protecting and saving, teacher Yu? In the darkest corner, there was a small, dimly lit ward. Du Qinghong's entire body and face were wrapped in bandages. He lay quietly on the bed. This room had no windows, so the sunlight couldn't offer him any comfort at all. Du Qinghong seemed like someone abandoned by the world, quietly waiting for death to claim him. When the door opened, it wasn't death who walked in. Zhang Huai looked at Du Qinghong lying on the bed with neither an auxiliary breathing device nor an foredrip. His fists clenched tightly, producing an audible creaking sound. Walking into the room, Zhang Huai realized he didn't even have a place to put down the fruit basket he carried. Teacher Du. Zhang Huai gazed at Du Qinghong, his eyes closed, with half his face swathed in bandages, as he could feel the life force within his body slowly ebbing away. It was like a flame that, though weak, refused to be extinguished. Do you want to live, teacher Du? Zhang Huai placed the fruit basket on the ground and slowly raised his hand, extending it towards the bed. If you want to live, grasp my hand. His hand gradually became covered in white bones. Back then, without Lu Wanyin's consent, he had used the power of beasts to extend her lifespan. Now looking back, while no problems had yet been discovered, Zhang Huai wasn't entirely sure if Lu Wanyin's body could still be considered human. So now, he needed the other party to make their own choice. Even just moving a finger would suffice. The purpose of this wasn't overly complicated. It was merely that Zhang Huai wanted to alleviate some of his guilt, for humans were such contradictory creatures. Once others acknowledged them, doing something not entirely right might feel a little lighter on their conscience. Right at that moment, Du Qinghong emitted a hoarse, raspy noise from his throat. Then Zhang Huai saw that the hand tightly wrapped in bandages began to move slowly, seemingly struggling hard to touch Zhang Huai's hand. I understand. This is your choice, teacher. Do I respect your choice? You will live on. Thanks to the simplicity of the room, there were no monitoring instruments present. Zhang Huai unbuttoned the top buttons of his shirt, reaching toward his chest, and inserting his hand forcefully into what should have been his heart area. He pulled out a tiny black crystal. In fact, Zhang Huai had already begun to sense something. Isn't this method similar to how infected so convert others? But if one can survive and retain self-awareness, even as an infected individual, does it really matter? Chapter 65. I'll give them an answer. As he walked out of the hospital room, Zhang Huai used his coat to cover his chest stained with blood, then took out his phone. Chu He, can I bother you with a favor? His voice was somewhat awkward because Zhang Huai had never liked asking for help. Elder brother? What is it? Don't be so formal with me, da. Our Duhuan night patrols Du Qinghong. The hospital has now refused to continue his treatment. Can you? That group of son of bitches. Alright, elder brother. I won't say more. I will immediately arrange someone to come transfer Mr. Du to another hospital. Rest assured, I'll ensure that Mr. Du receives the best treatment. Thanks for your help. Why are you being so polite? Once at the cinema, and once at Wuxiang Mountain, elder brother and sister-in-law have saved me twice. By the way, how's sister-in-law doing right now? She has already gone home. There's no major issue. Teacher Du should wake up soon too. Thanks for looking after him when the time comes. No problem, elder brother. Just at that moment, Xuanhuan happened to pass by a large screen in the hospital corridor. At this moment, the screen was showing the official statement from the Awakening Council regarding their fight against the Beast Tide. In this battle against the Beast Tide, we achieved our first victory. For humanity, this is a historic step forward. Lingyu City will become a spiritual monument in human history. However, we must still remember that in this Beast Tide, those Awakeners who defended their homes paid a heavy price. We will erect a memorial in Lingyu City's 9-phase sealed dust realm, forever commemorating those who have passed away. In this Beast Tide, many sacrifices could have been avoided. However, due to some people's reckless actions and disobedience to orders, the headquarters leaders of 3 organizations directly died during the Core Rift Punishment War. Zhang Huai's hand tightened around the phone. He seemed to already guess what the plump vice president would say. Night Patrol. I believe everyone is familiar with this organization. Yes, this is the group of cowards who once fled, leading to human defeat during the Beast Tide resistance battle. During this Beast Tide, Xuanhuan and Du Qinghong, these 2 leaders of the Night Patrol, put other organizations in a passive position due to their rash advance. So I hereby announce. Bang! A television screen was punched through. Blue flames flickered in Zhang Huai's eyes. Everyone around him was startled. At this moment, his call hadn't been disconnected yet. Chuhi on the other end of the line naturally also heard the sound from the TV. Elder brother, don't get angry. The Awakening Council just needs someone to take the blame to give the 3 major organizations an answer. I've got insider information. They won't bother the Night Patrol anymore. Elder brother, are you still there? Give the 3 major organizations an answer? Zhang Huai's lips twitched slightly. He retracted his fist and smirked faintly as he said, I'll give them an answer. Elder brother, don't be impulsive. Snap. The phone was crushed. Before anyone could react, this boy like a madman had already disappeared from sight. Only the broken television screen embedded into the wall remained. Zhang Huai thought that he wasn't such an easily angered person. He always carefully concealed his emotions. Then why? What caused his anger now? Was it due to Yuqinshan's death? Or was it because of the side effects brought by this power? No. It was an extremely unpleasant reality. That was now that he had power, he also had the means to be angry. Even if this anger might render useless Yuqinshan's careful efforts to hide him, he still continued toward the location of the Awakening Council. Meanwhile, at the association press conference site, the vice president had finished his accusation of the Night Patrol. So the council decides. Immediately dissolve the Night Patrol, and the remaining members of the Night Patrol must take responsibility for the sacrifices this time. But in fact, many people were very clear that Yuqinshan was dead, and Du Qinghong likely only had half a life left. Who was left in the Night Patrol? That little girl who failed the exam 3 times in a row? Or that guy who joined this year, also not a full-fledged Awakener? Or perhaps Yun Luo, whom almost nobody had ever seen? A small organization of only 3 people, having all the blame placed on them. Wasn't that a bit excessive? But the people of the 3 major organizations expressed no objections. Someone had to take responsibility for this. Since that's the case, let's officially decide now. Starting today, the Night Patrol. The Night Patrol will never be dissolved, nor will we take responsibility for the deaths of the headquarters leaders of the 3 major organizations during this disaster. An incongruous voice came from the doorway. All eyes turned toward the entrance. Upon seeing Zhang Huai, everyone looked a little puzzled. Who is this guy? At the moment, Mou was still in charge of the Fearless group. Her arms were crossed over her chest, and she furrowed her brows when she saw Zhang Huai walk in, because she could sense something off about Zhang Huai's presence. Huang Yu was also present. He had already become an official member of the Fearless team. When he caught sight of Zhang Huai, his eyes flared with murderous intent. This little brat is still alive. Didn't he die at Despair Mountain? And who might you be? The vice president continued to maintain her stern demeanor. Zhang Huai walked step by step toward the main podium, a cold sneer on his face. Finally, under the gaze of everyone present, Zhang Huai spoke with a deep voice. I am Zhang Huai, an official member of the Duhuan Night Patrol. You're the new Awakener who just passed the evaluation, aren't you? The vice president revealed a fake smile. Miss Mou told me that at Despair Mountain, you fiercely battled alongside her and the instructors, giving her a great deal of help. As she spoke, the vice president glanced at Mou. Mou remained silent, her expression cold, but her hands, which had been crossed, now clenched tightly. The instructors at Despair Mountain speak highly of you, Zhang Huai. You are truly a rare talent. The vice president began clapping first. The others gradually joined in, applauding for Zhang Huai here and there. Then the vice president continued. A talent like you will have no future staying in the Duhuan Night Patrol. I can recommend you. All 4 major organizations' leaders are here today, and I will guarantee it personally. You may choose to join any one of their teams. The whole venue erupted in murmurs. What was going on? This newcomer was directly recommended by the association's vice president to join the 4 major organizations? Was this vice president so benevolent? Earlier, it seemed like she wanted to wipe out the Duhuan Night Patrol entirely, but now it didn't seem that way. So was she really being kind-hearted? Zhang Huai found it amusing. This portly woman was merely trying to establish an image in front of everyone. He and the Duhuan Night Patrol did not have a personal grudge. For the good seeds within the Duhuan Night Patrol, she would treat them seriously. And by doing so, she could further dismantle the Duhuan Night Patrol. What a win-win situation. Chapter 66. You're the deserter. Zhang Huai just found it funny. This fat and big-eared dog was merely trying to establish an image of himself in front of everyone. The enmity between him and Yema Xuanhuan was not personal. He would still treat the promising ones in Yema Xuanhuan seriously. Moreover, this could further dismantle Yema Xuanhuan, which was a win-win situation. The leaders of the three major organizations all indicated that they had no objections. After all, anyone who could survive the battle at Mount Wuwang and also receive the recognition from Miss Mo, you must be talented. But only Mo you remained silent. She kept staring at Zhang Huai with her eyes, their meaning very clear. Leave first. I'll deal with the matters related to Yema Xuanhuan. Sorry, I didn't express my intention clearly earlier. Zhang Huai slowly lifted his head, smiled, and looked at the vice president. My earlier meaning was that I came here for an explanation. The smile on the vice president's face froze. His gaze flickered slightly. Then he stared at Zhang Huai and asked, explanation? Can you represent Yema Xuanhuan to give the three major organizations an explanation? Are you stupid? Zhang Huai sneered. And as soon as this insult left his mouth, there was an uproar throughout the hall. No one expected someone to speak to the association's vice president like that, even though Lu Yunju was only the vice president of the Lingyu City branch. However, his authority was still significant, especially during the period when the branch president was missing. It's not me giving you an explanation. It's you and the so-called three major organizations that owe an explanation to Yema Xuanhuan. The responsible persons of the three major organizations couldn't help but get restless. They were sent by the headquarters of their organization to attend this press conference. After all, what died were the resident commanders, and they wanted to seek justice from the association. Since the association let Yema Xuanhuan take the blame, they initially planned to drop it. Now, this brat from Yema Xuanhuan was talking nonsense. Am I hearing correctly, Zhang Huai? The vice president forced a laugh. You are correct. Yu Qingshan and Du Qinghong single-handedly flattened the beast tied in the core fissure, and even forced out the strongest general under the core lord. But except for the fearless ones rushing here, what were the other members of the three major organizations doing back then? They watched idly, enjoying the show. No one reached out to help. Hearing Zhang Huai's angry rebuke, although some awakened people present knew the truth, not one dared to speak up. Young man, your words are full of slander. How dare you defame our general? People from Yema Xuanhuan are really nothing but troublemakers. The people from the three major organizations were furious, but the most agitated was Huang Yu from Fearless. Zhang Huai, do you know where you are? How dare you act so recklessly here? He directly bypassed Mou, picked up a flame spear, and stabbed it straight at Zhang Huai. Strangely, none of those present moved to stop him. Neither did Mou. Of course, Mou's attitude was different from theirs. Others wanted Zhang Huai to die at the hands of Huang Yu, allowing them to polish Huang Yu's reputation afterward. But Mou wanted to see Huang Yu die at the hands of Zhang Huai, because dealing with such scum almost cost no effort at all. In the instant when Huang Yu's spear pierced toward Zhang Huai, the flames about to envelop his body, Zhang Huai turned around and looked at Huang Yu. Then he raised his hand and hit the spear tip with a punch. There was a sound of snap, and the flame spear broke immediately. The huge impact force sent Huang Yu flying backward. Before he had even flown far enough, Zhang Huai directly grabbed his neck and slammed him down onto the ground. Were you trying to kill me just now, weren't you? Zhang Huai's eyes sparkled with blue flames, his expression cold as he gazed at Huang Yu. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Huai, I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you. You have humiliated me twice. Huang Yu struggled fiercely. His flames were unbearably hot for others, yet now not even a hair of Zhang Huai's was touched. He felt it. Zhang Huai's hand was gradually tightening, making his throat produce clicking sounds. The people from the three major organizations were puzzled. What was happening? Wasn't Huang Yu the super rookie chosen by Fearless this year? Why was he completely unable to fight back against this young man from Yema Xuanhuan? It seemed Zhang Huai hadn't used much strength either. The vice president spoke solemnly. Miss Mou, shouldn't you go stop this? The association forbids internal strife. Mou shrugged her shoulders, her voice icy cold. This is a challenge made by our side. If we can't win and get beaten down like this, I'd rather not lose face. The vice president's face turned cyanotic. He turned and looked at Zhang Huai. Let go. Release him. Zhang Huai slightly turned his head, glanced at the vice president, and revealed a hint of a sneer. Uncle, save me. Huang Yu's struggles grew weaker and weaker. He desperately turned his head and shouted towards the vice president of the association. Ah, so there's this relationship. He's your cousin, isn't he? You don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, the association won't forgive you. Neither will the Fearless. Do you know who I am? Zhang Huai, let go right now. The association forbids internal strife. This is a capital offense. The vice president roared furiously. He had already gathered some energy in his fists, but with so many people watching and it being broadcast live, he couldn't bring himself to attack such a junior. Neither did the people from the three major organizations plan to interfere. It wasn't one of their own after all. It was just like when Yu Qingshan fought alone back then, sitting idly on the mountain, watching two tigers fight. The scene unfolded perfectly once again. Finally, Zhang Huai slowly released his grip. Zhang Huai, you're nothing but trash. You'll always be beneath my feet. Not only will I kill you, I'll kill every single one of you from Yema Xuanhuan. Haha, good thing you know better. The vice president's heart also relaxed slightly. Thank goodness he wasn't a madman. But before his relief could settle completely, something unexpected happened. Jiang Huai clenched his previously open hand into a fist, raising it slowly. Huang Yu. A cruel smile spread across Jiang Huai's face as he spoke softly. What are you going to do? I truly won't kill you. His voice was very faint, almost as if it were meant solely for Huang Yu's ears. But I need your body to deliver some messages for me. What do you mean? What are you implying? And by the way, I know exactly who you are. Jiang Huai struck a direct blow to Huang Yu's left shoulder. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the room as Huang Yu's entire left arm splintered apart, causing cracks in the floor to spread outward. You're a deserter. At this accusation, the boy trembled violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood that splattered onto Jiang Huai's face. Huang Yu. The vice president screamed, shattering the dreadful silence. Kill that kid now. Trembling, he pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Huai and bellowed in fury. However, the representatives of the three major organizations showed no intention of attacking, instead watching with a mixture of schadenfreude as events unfolded. If Jiang Huai died, that'd be ideal. If he survived but annihilated Huang Yu, the reputation of Fearless would suffer a great blow since they had someone like Huang Yu in their ranks. In either case, there was no reason for them to intervene. Yet, some smaller organizations, eager to gain favor with the association, hastily picked up their weapons and unleashed their abilities toward Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai knew clearly that this was the perfect moment. He had to make everyone understand. Yama Xuanhuan in its current form would not tolerate such disgrace or insult. Just as he expected, the large organizations held back, using these minor ones to assert dominance, establishing credibility by allowing these smaller groups to take action. It was exactly what he wanted. Wait, Jiang Huai froze. No matter how he anticipated, he never thought that at this very moment, a figure stood in front of him, not facing him, but turning her back to shield him protectively. What are you doing? Jiang Huai stared at Mou's silhouette, utterly confused. I know what you intend to do, Jiang Huai, but believe me, it's not the time yet. Don't draw too much attention to your strength. Mou glanced sideways, meeting Jiang Huai's eyes with a low, steady voice, as though reading his thoughts entirely. Chapter 67. Intimidation Effect. The originally fiercely advancing people halted their steps, because Moyu, the fearless one, was now actually standing in front of Jiang Huai. One of her hands was already on the hilt of her sword, ready to draw it at any moment. That aura which warned others to keep away dropped the atmosphere of the entire venue to freezing point. Moyu, what do you mean by this? The vice president of the association asked with a cold face. Huang Yu is an official member of the Fearless, and you, are you protecting this scoundrel now? Moyu's expression remained unchanged, and then her long sword slowly left its sheath, that icy hum cutting into the nerves of everyone present. Click. The tip of the sword lightly touched the ground, as if that was Moyu's answer. What are you doing? Jiang Huai moved closer behind Moyu and quietly asked. You shouldn't get involved in this matter. This match was first provoked by an official member of the Fearless. The techniques Huang Yu used were fatal moves. I believe all of you can clearly see that. Moyu ignored Jiang Huai and coldly looked at everyone present as she spoke. Since he wanted to take a life, one should be prepared to be killed in return. But Jiang Huai did not kill him, just disabled one of his arms, which already shows mercy. Her eyes slowly turned toward the leaders of the three major organizations and the vice president. You have all been loudly saying that the association doesn't allow internal strife. But when Huang Yu initiated this conflict, did anyone among you try to stop it? Or perhaps you couldn't even prevent a rookie who hasn't yet reached the 4-star realm? The leaders of the three organizations had difficult expressions and appeared somewhat angry. It's your fearless member who started the trouble. Why drag us into this? But in this way, their involvement in the three organizations was indeed inappropriate, since they hadn't intervened when Huang Yu hurt someone earlier. Thus, they could no longer step in now. Seeing Moyu, the rest of the organizations dared not take another half step forward. Nonsense. The vice president roared angrily, then stood up himself, the energy around him beginning to spread outward. Moyu, are you speaking for the fearless now? Jiang Huai felt somewhat embarrassed. He originally intended to use Huang Yu's arm to convey a message to these people. The Night Demon Patrol has not fallen. There are still capable individuals who can manage things. So they wouldn't dare to secretly harm Du Qinghong and Lu Wanyin anymore. But with Moyu firmly standing by his side, it would only complicate matters. Before Moyu could say anything more, Jiang Huai had glared at her harshly. Step aside. This isn't your business. He absolutely could not let Moyu get further involved. Jiang Huai couldn't understand why this woman would involve herself in such complicated affairs just for him. Behind them, Huang Yu continued to tremble and moan, and the vice president was already irate. Just at this instant, Jiang Huai sensed powerful presences entering the conference hall one after another. Then he saw over a dozen men and women dressed in black uniforms encircling him and Moyu together. Oh, so these are the association's Imperial Guards, huh? I heard that even the weakest among them are 5 stars. To hoard such strength and not use it against beast tides, huh? It looks like the kid is done for today. The representatives of the three organizations were all looking forward to the show, while Moyu disregarded Jiang Huai's opposition and once again positioned herself beside him. I'll deal with them. You avoid showing off your abilities as much as possible, Moyu whispered. At the same time, Jiang Huai really couldn't figure out Moyu anymore. What exactly was going on with this woman? Their relationship wasn't close enough for her to openly defy the association in front of so many people, was it? Something abnormal must be afoot. She kept emphasizing that he shouldn't reveal his strength, as if she knew some insider information that others didn't. This anomaly now made Jiang Huai hesitate to make a move. Just as both sides were about to confront each other, the door to the meeting room opened again. And this time, it wasn't anyone else but the star envoy of the Tianqi assembly who walked in. The appearance of the white-clad woman caused the atmosphere on site to change once again. She raised her hand to reveal a letter embossed with golden seals. The latest correspondence from the main branch of the association. The woman stared at the vice president, her tone icy as she said, "From this moment on, none of you may lay a finger on the night demon patrol." This statement exploded like a bomb in the crowd. Even xuanhuan turned his head in confusion to look at the woman, not understanding what was going on. Seeing that no one made any further moves, the woman nodded, and then unfolded the letter to softly recite. Starting today, the main branch of the association will lift all bans on the night demon patrol. Xuanhuan and Du Qinghong are not criminals, but heroes who opened a path to the future for humanity. The association decides to posthumously honor Xuanhuan with the title of hero. The crowd fell into stunned silence. This single, curt statement directly refuted everything the vice president had said at the press conference just moments ago. At this moment, the vice president's face was deathly pale as he glared fiercely at the woman in white. xuanhuan of the Night Demon Patrol openly injured an official member of the Fearless. "How are we to settle this matter?" he asked, his tone dark and deliberate. The woman in white gave a light laugh and turned her gaze to Moyu. "If it's an official member of the Fearless, then it's up to the Fearless to decide how to handle this. Since no further action will be pursued, it was self-inflicted trouble, and thus consequences must be borne," Moyu responded decisively. "How outrageous!" The vice president slammed his hand on the table, his bulky frame trembling with rage. "Xuanhuan, Moyu, and that woman in white. Right now, he wished nothing more than to burn their flesh and grind their bones into powder." But the woman in white wasn't finished yet. After hearing Moyu's response, she nodded and continued. "Starting today, the Night Demon Patrol will continue to be recognized as an officially acknowledged organization by the association. The association will also lift all previous restrictions placed on the Night Demon Patrol." She looked again at the vice president. At the same time, the association will conduct an investigation into Vice President Hongwu's lack of engagement during the Beast Tide. The organization responsible for this investigation is the Iron Blood. The Iron Blood head laughed as he rose from his seat, as if he'd known about this all along. Still, he put on a pretense and waved toward the vice president, whose face was already flushed red with anger. "You cannot treat me like this." Hongwu snapped coldly. "Do you have any evidence to accuse me of being inactive during the battle? Your chief of staff, your deputy officer, and most members of the Awakened Association branch stationed in Lingyu City have all indicated their willingness to testify against you." The Iron Blood representative chuckled and said, "President Hong, I suggest you cooperate. There's more than just this one incident to investigate." As he approached the vice president, his towering figure stood easily a head taller than Hongwu. "And regarding the disappearance of President Luo Yuanming, it seems to me you're not entirely innocent either." "Defamation!" Hongwu roared, spittle spraying onto the Iron Blood head's face. But the latter didn't get angry. Instead, he wiped his face and signaled to several Association Imperial Guards nearby. "Take him away." 10 Association Imperial Guards immediately surrounded Hongwu. "Vice President, would you prefer to walk out yourself with dignity, or do you need help preserving it?" The Iron Blood representative sneered mockingly. Hongwu let out heavy, angry breaths through his nostrils, looking as terrifying as an enraged bull. Finally, his gaze landed on xuanhuan. "Night Demon Patrol, xuanhuan, I'll remember you." Once Hongwu was led away, the medical team of the association carried Huang Yu, who remained unconscious, out as well. Zhanghuai's plan had failed. He had intended to showcase his strength to deter these people from making moves against Du Qinghong or Lu Wanin. However, the results turned out positive overall. He gave a nod to the woman in white and muttered softly, "Thank you." "You shouldn't thank me." The woman in white packed away the letter and glanced at Moyu. "You should thank her. You don't know what lies ahead for her." After saying that, the woman in white turned around and left. Zhanghuai looked at Moyu questioningly, but Moyu acted as though nothing had happened. She simply waved her troops away before leaving the scene herself. As Zhanghuai exited the meeting hall, he noticed countless eyes trained on him. The punch he dealt earlier to cripple Huang Yu did not involve too much force. Yet, to so easily disable the hands of a super rookie already required the strength of a 4-star awakener. A newcomer reaching the level of a 4-star awakener, combined with Moyu's fearless backing for him so fiercely, he had become a highly sought-after asset in the eyes of many. The heads of several major organizations were quietly giving instructions to their subordinates. The subject revolved around keeping tabs on Zhanghuai. If given the opportunity, they would try to recruit him. But Zhanghuai paid no attention to these people. He ignored all the stares as he left the venue. As he stepped out, he received a call from Chu He. "Big brother, are you alright?" The live broadcast of the press conference suddenly cut off. "Where are you now?" Hearing someone truly cared for him, Zhanghuai felt a bit moved inside. "I'm fine." He originally wanted to ask Chu He about Moyu, but realizing Chu He probably wouldn't know anything either, he kept silent. "That's good. By the way, big brother, Mr. Du Qinghong has awakened, and he... What happened to him?" Zhanghuai grew slightly anxious. The injuries on his body, almost all of them have healed. Apart from losing sight in one eye, there's no significant problem left. I've advised him to rest longer, but once he heard you went to the press conference, he immediately... "How is he?" Zhanghuai asked anxiously. Before Chu He could finish, Zhanghuai caught sight of Du Qinghong, who was still wearing a patient gown and had bandages wrapped around him, limping over in the distance. "Chu He, I know now. Thank you. I'll hang up first." After ending the call, Zhanghuai walked towards Du Qinghong. Before he could say anything, Du Qinghong already said 2 words with a serious expression. Nonsense. Chapter 68. Intrigue and Machinations. The afternoon of winter carried a hint of chill, and Du Qinghong's silhouette appeared particularly lonely on the quiet street. The hospital gown and bandages on his body flapped noisily in the cold wind. Each step taken by his weakened body seemed abnormally arduous. Though his gaze was resolute, there was an undeniable weakness in his voice. "Xuanhuan, what are you doing?" Du Qinghong's voice was deep and hoarse, as if every word he uttered required immense effort. One of his eyes was completely covered with bandages, now blind, while the other pupil carried a trace of reproach, but mostly concern. "Do you realize that your actions place yourself in grave danger? There has to be someone to draw their attention." Xuanhuan stepped forward to support Du Qinghong. He could feel Du Qinghong's trembling body, perhaps out of anger or from pain. "Du teacher, you and Professor Yu have already borne too much alone for the sake of the Night Demon Parade. And Professor Yu has even. Now, those who seek to utterly destroy the Night Demon Parade will surely act." With determination in his tone, he added, "They must understand that the Night Demon Parade isn't so easily broken." Overconfidence, Du Qinghong shook his head helplessly. "You're clever, Xuanhuan. You're truly very clever, but you're still too young. Moreover, the power within you gives you this false impression that you can fight against the entire world alone." Du Qinghong's hand tightly clutched Xuanhuan's sleeve. "Yu Qinshan is dead, but he certainly didn't want to see you take all this upon yourself. I know there's a secret between you and Yu Qinshan. I know it was you who pulled me back from death's door. But this power," Du Qinghong's voice grew weaker, "should be your foundation, not your glaring banner." As time passed, Xuanhuan also realized that he had become overly angry. The kind of rage spurred by the power within him, although he believed he had control over it, always felt like sand slipping through his fingers, seeping out bit by bit. And these leaking grains became a form of disturbance that interfered with his normal thought process. "I'm still alive, Xuanhuan." Du Qinghong clenched Xuanhuan's hand tightly, staring straight into the youth's eyes. "This old man is still here. Therefore, don't rush to play all your cards. Depend on me more. As long as I'm around, the Night Demon Parade won't fall." Xuanhuan suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Even though this person standing before him had just barely returned from the brink of death, unable even to stand firmly, his words were exactly like Yu Qinshan's, giving him a feeling of safety. "You're still a kid. This old thing hasn't gone yet, so I won't let you face everything alone. Do you hear me?" Du Qinghong placed his hand on Xuanhuan's shoulder. Xuanhuan nodded vigorously. "I understand, Master Du." Afterwards, Xuanhuan forcibly escorted Du Qinghong back to the hospital arranged by Chu He, and told him that as long as he would agree not to get into trouble, he should recuperate here peacefully. Only after he recovered fully could he return to the base of the Night Demon Parade. Reluctantly, Du Qinghong agreed. He told Xuanhuan, "There's another member of the Night Demon Parade who should be on her way back soon. She's not much older than you or Lu Yi, but she has extensive combat experience. Until I'm discharged, both of you should follow her instructions." Xuanhuan nodded in agreement, and Du Qinghong relaxed, closing his eyes to rest. Upon leaving the hospital, Xuanhuan unexpectedly saw a familiar figure waiting outside at the hospital gate. "Are you waiting for someone?" Xuanhuan walked over and asked. The girl trembled slightly before slowly turning around to look at Xuanhuan. "Yes." Mou looked at Xuanhuan, her expression unchanged. "I was waiting for you." Xuanhuan furrowed his brows. He disliked the feeling of being unable to read someone else. Mou's various actions now gave him just such an elusive impression. So instinctively, he wanted to keep his distance from this girl. "Thank you today at the conference, but next time, please don't involve yourself with me." Before Xuanhuan could finish, Mou interrupted him icily. "Today at the conference, even without my interference, you wouldn't have allowed that force to wildly rampage and slaughter indiscriminately, would you?" Xuanhuan paused momentarily, and then nodded slightly. "Why? I could feel the rage within you at that moment, so I stopped you. Yet, amidst that fiery anger, I also sensed a touch of icy coldness." "Why what?" Xuanhuan laughed lightly in reply. "Why not just kill everyone there? Yes, at least in this city, there's no force that can match the power of your kind of skeletons." The words carried a hidden meaning. Xuanhuan slightly raised his eyes and looked at Mou, which implied that perhaps beyond this city, there existed someone or something capable of balancing by high. Killing those who threaten the Night Demon Parade should be more satisfying for you, shouldn't it? She was trying to get information out of him. "I'm not an animal." Xuanhuan stared at Mou as he gave his response. "So there's no need to test me like this." "I didn't." Mou quickly became flustered. She hadn't even managed to control her expression when Xuanhuan continued to watch her with extreme vigilance. The girl turned away and muttered quietly, "Why do you keep being suspicious of me?" Finally, Mou sighed and said, "Xuanhuan, join the Fearless. I can recommend you. You could serve in my squad, and with your abilities, within a year, you could take on the role of captain." Xuanhuan smiled faintly, so she was here to recruit him. That made sense. How could the big organizations not flock toward him after learning about his special power? So that was why she took my side during the meeting. "Sorry, but I belong to the Night Demon Parade. Thank you for the invitation, Miss Mou." After speaking, Xuanhuan intended to leave, but Mou silently followed him down the hospital steps. "Do you have anything else?" Xuanhuan stopped, turning around to look at Mou while asking. "If you join the Fearless, I can protect you." Mou looked earnestly at Xuanhuan. For some reason, Xuanhuan felt she was completely serious when saying this. And this kind of protection wasn't necessarily on the level of strength. After having witnessed by Hai's power, she couldn't possibly be unaware how terrifying the current power within him was. So Mou must have been hinting at something else. With the resources of the Fearless, it would make things easier for you to accomplish tasks. So it seems the Fearless values me quite highly, doesn't it? No. Mo shook her head. The decision to invite you is purely my personal thought. But I assure you, if you're willing, I can make this happen for you. A brief silence fell between them, and then Xuanhuan began to feel a bit annoyed. It seems you're quite interested in my power, aren't you? Xuanhuan gave Mo a cold look, no longer hiding his feelings. Since the other party had investigated him repeatedly and guessed that he was by high, their intent to recruit him was now clear. If you're truly interested in my power, why not join the Night Demon Parade instead, Miss Mo? Huh? Mo hesitated slightly, clearly not expecting Xuanhuan to say this. If you join the Night Demon Parade, my power could also be used by you, and you could, as you said, protect me. This way, isn't it a win-win situation? Having reached this point, she should understand now, right? After saying this, Xuanhuan was about to turn and leave. But the girl once again surprised Xuanhuan. Not yet. Joining now would only bring you a lot of trouble. It appeared that she was actually seriously contemplating this question, and from the tone of her words, it seemed like she might actually be willing to join. Xuanhuan was utterly speechless. What was wrong with this woman? She couldn't be reasoned with using normal logic. But suddenly, Xuanhuan felt like he was starting to touch the depths of this young girl's mind. I'm sorry, Xuanhuan. In the end, it was Mo who apologized to Xuanhuan, saying, I am not a free person. I am one of the Mo family's dogs, a blade they've honed. All my actions are restricted. The Mo family, the Fearless, it's like a chain. Xuanhuan finished the sentence for her. Although he didn't know why Mo was so interested in him, he could feel that Mo bore shackles upon herself. Yeah, Mo nodded, unwilling though she might be. Xuanhuan's metaphor was indeed apt. Then she lowered her head. Sorry, Xuanhuan, forget what I said. I can't even save myself right now. Even if you join the Fearless, I may not be able to protect you. After speaking, Mo turned to leave. Hold on. But behind her, Xuanhuan's voice made her stop and turn around. Then, an object followed a parabolic trajectory through the air until it landed before her eyes. Mo instinctively grabbed it and opened her hand to find it was a lollipop. Lately, someone has really liked giving me these to eat, and I've started developing a habit. Xuanhuan said with a smile. If you truly wish to join the Night Demon Parade, I will sever this chain for you. But not now, because I can see that you haven't made up your mind yet. When you're in a bad mood, eat some candy. Don't go around with a long face all day. To survive in this era is already hard enough. Don't put more pressure on yourself. Let me know when you've made your decision. With that, Xuanhuan waved to Mo. Seeds are sometimes planted like this, and when the seed sprouts, perhaps the Night Demon Parade will gain a formidable warrior. Xuanhuan felt a bit guilty. He shouldn't be taking advantage of such a young girl. But if doing so could help her live a little happier, it was worth considering. Mo looked at Xuanhuan's retreating back and glanced at the candy in her hand. Her lips quivered slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she ultimately closed her mouth. After carefully putting the lollipop into her pocket, Mo turned and walked in a different direction from Xuanhuan. How could she not understand Xuanhuan's intentions? But if it could help him, if she could stand by his side, or if she really could sever this chain, why wouldn't she want to do it? The two who were currently heading in opposite directions might one day see their paths cross again. And before that day arrives, they both must prepare accordingly. Brother, you're playing war games with me again. Mo tightly gripped the lollipop in her pocket, revealing a faint smile that was barely noticeable. Chapter 69, Gift. Before going home, Xuanhuan specially went to the market and bought a lot of vegetables. He planned to make some stews and supplements at home, prepare some dishes that xuanhuan liked to eat, then pack them up and send them over in the afternoon. Although he knew she was very low-spirited now, her body needed more nutrition than others. If it collapsed now, it would be very difficult to restore. Thinking about this, Xuanhuan quickened his pace, but when he got to the door of the rented apartment, his hand stopped on the lock, because he could clearly hear some rustling sounds coming from inside the house. Could it be a thief? Xuanhuan wondered. I am already so poor. How would someone still steal from me? With this thought, he carefully opened the door. Instantly, a tempting aroma of food came wafting out of the kitchen. What was going on? Is the thief here cooking in my house? But when he saw the pair of small boots by the entrance, Xuanhuan understood, but was equally surprised. Because these boots belonged to xuanhuan. You are so slow. Where have you been? Xuanhuan, wearing an apron and with her hair tied into a ponytail, peeked out halfway from the kitchen. She had a light makeup on. Yet even so, Xuanhuan could see her eyes which were red and swollen from crying. Xuanhuan quickly approached and grabbed her arm. Hey, what are you doing? Feeling all over as soon as I arrive. Xuanhuan, being controlled by Xuanhuan, felt uneasy, turned her head away, and did not dare to look Xuanhuan in the eyes. How are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. What's wrong with me? Look at you. Worrying so much. It's so unlike you. Xuanhuan barely managed a faint smile, then glanced aside and said, If you don't let go soon, the water will dry up. This is the beef stew I've specially prepared for you. You go rest, I'll do it. Xuanhuan tried to push Xuanhuan out of the kitchen, but the girl nimbly turned around and slipped back in. No, I'm almost done. Why did you buy so many ingredients too? It's fine. Let's cook everything, and you eat it all. Are you treating me like a pig? Xuanhuan lightly hit Xuanhuan's shoulder, then the two started cooking together. During this time, Xuanhuan kept observing Xuanhuan. He noticed her emotions were still somewhat off. Whenever there was a brief idle moment, she would just stand there staring blankly. Therefore, she didn't want to stop moving. After finishing the meal, they ate, and after eating, they cleaned up. Finally, she began a thorough cleaning at Jiang Huai's place. Surprise inspection time. The young girl shouted while rushing into Jiang Huai's bedroom, then suddenly diving under his bed. This time, however, Jiang Huai didn't stop her. He simply watched her, motionless, with half of her body buried under the bed. Jiang Huai. After a long pause, the young girl's voice emerged from beneath the bed. He moved closer, sat down on the floor beside the bed, and replied softly, "I'm here. Am I really useless, like a burden, pulling him down for over a decade? He actually could have lived without such hardship." Jiang Huai remained silent, waiting for her to continue speaking. "All these years, for me, he has never dared to spend money. Every time he earned a bit of money after completing a task, he saved it for me, buying clothes for me, paying my tuition fees. In order for me to eat well, he himself was eating instant noodles every day. He owes me nothing. Yemo Sun Yu owed a lot of money. Old Du and him both lived tough lives, but he still gave me the best things he could offer." Lu Wanin's voice gradually tinged with sadness, interspersed with slight trembling. "I still remember. Once, I was working outside and returned home late. I found he had drunk a lot of alcohol. When he got drunk, he lay there crying. While crying, he kept saying he was sorry to me. He said, even though he was such a good child, who should have had a much brighter future, but instead had to follow him, trapped in this rundown house. He was already working so hard. Why was he crying again, idiot fool?" Jiang Huai nodded slightly, then gently patted Lu Wanin's lower back. "Every father wants to give their daughter the best life possible. Perhaps in Teacher Yu's eyes, this kind of life is not what you deserve." The girl under the bed was enveloped in darkness. She started sobbing, her body beginning to tremble. No, he was a good father. He had no idea. He didn't know what I wanted. I just wanted him to come back home safely every day and quarrel with me, eat the meals I cooked for him. I wanted him to watch me grow up day by day until I could be someone he could rely on. Teacher Yu just didn't understand." Jiang Huai sighed, then grabbed Lu Wanin's waist with both hands. "You, what are you doing? Come out." Jiang Huai pulled Lu Wanin out from under the bed forcefully, but the girl still buried her face in her arms. Jiang Huai took his backpack from the bed, which had become somewhat shabby after the beast died. Even so, the gift box inside had almost been squeezed out of shape. He took it out at this moment and handed it over to Lu Wanin. "What is this?" Lu Wanin looked at the gift box, slightly stunned. "It's the birthday gift Teacher Yu bought for you," Jiang Huai said. She carefully untied the ribbon and opened the lid of the box. A brand new phone gleamed in front of her, bright and shiny as if it still held the fresh breath of leaving the factory. Next to the phone, there was an invoice, clearly printed with the price, more than 4,000 yuan. Lu Wanin's eyes flashed with surprise, quickly turning into gratitude. Then she smiled, tears silently sliding down her cheeks, dropping onto the box. "This phone, it costs more than 4,000 yuan, and the invoice is still here. This fool. His clothes were all torn, and yet he wouldn't buy himself new ones. But he actually bought me such an expensive thing." The girl's voice trembled as she carefully touched the phone. Fortunately, the phone was unharmed. Jiang Huai didn't say much. Now, all he could do was quietly stay by her side. Unexpectedly, the next second, Lu Wanin directly grabbed Jiang Huai's collar. The girl's face was streaked with tear marks, her eyes shimmering like stars, and she seriously looked at Jiang Huai. "It was you who made my heart beat again, and it was also you who helped me accept reality. I'm so sad. Even now, I'm so sad. So, you have to take responsibility for me properly. Don't forget, our play hasn't ended yet. So tonight only, can I cry once in your arms?" Her hand grabbing Jiang Huai's collar trembled, her voice filled with some kind of pleading. Jiang Huai's surprise slowly turned into a kind of reassurance. Before the girl's hand slipped off, he tightly gripped it, then naturally embraced her in his arms. "Whenever you want." Chapter 70, Hidden Threads. That night, Lu Wanin slept very soundly. In Jiang Huai's arms, her breathing was steady. Though there were tear marks at the corners of her eyes, she finally had a good sleep. Jiang Huai stayed by her side all night, not resting himself until the first light of dawn broke through. It seemed like he had used too much energy. He slept right through until noon. When he woke up, the smell of cooking food greeted him immediately. He slowly sat up. Without having to think about it, he knew it was Lu Wanin who was making the meal. Yawning, he went to the living room, and sure enough, he saw Lu Wanin preparing lunch. Her spirits were slightly better when she realized Jiang Huai had awoken. The young girl turned slightly and said to him with a gentle tone, "Go brush your teeth and wash your face. Are you feeling any better now?" During the meal, Jiang Huai asked with some concern. I will definitely work hard to achieve the future that Uncle Yu wants to see." Jiang Huai could see determination in her eyes, and his heart eased a little. He joked around and said, "Uncle Yu also wants to see you getting married and having children. You'll have to work on that too." However, as soon as these words came out, their gazes involuntarily met. Lu Wanin's voice, though low, was incredibly clear as she uttered a sentence. "So are you willing to marry me?" For a moment, the clinking sounds of bowls and chopsticks stopped. Jiang Huai still had unswallowed rice in his mouth, and across from him, Lu Wanin seemed surprised at her own statement. Almost simultaneously, both of them looked away. "Ha ha 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 ha, just kidding." Lu Wanin laughed, while gesturing with her hands first. I think so too." Jiang Huai continued eating his rice. Seemingly to change the subject, Jiang Huai questioned why Lu Wanin possessed so many personalities. "Huh? Are you mocking me?" Lu Wanin asked, propping her chin up with her hand. "No, I'm truly curious. When I was a kid, I was actually quite afraid of interacting with people. Uncle Yu sent me to primary school, where I was like a porcupine. Whenever anyone got close, I would become extremely nervous and show aggressiveness. Because of this, Uncle Yu was often called to school for reprimands. Xuanhuan ate while listening to the girl's tale. Therefore, Uncle Yu told me, if you're worried about being hurt by others, then use masterful acting to craft one mask after another, disguising yourself. And then she provocatively looked at Xuanhuan. But you, Xuanhuan, you are the only man who has unveiled all my masks, so you have a responsibility to bear. After hesitating for a moment, Xuanhuan said that indeed, unintentionally, he touched upon her most tender side. Ha ha ha, you're joking again. This time isn't. Lu Wanin's voice became quieter and quieter. Looking at Lu Wanin's slightly flushed cheeks, Xuanhuan couldn't tell whether it was another brilliant acting burst. Just then, Xuanhuan's phone rang. Picking it up, he noticed an unfamiliar number. Hello, no insurance, no real estate purchase, no car, and no loans. There were far too many such advertisement calls. Xuanhuan already reacted automatically. But before he hung up, a lifeless female voice came through. Is this Xuanhuan from the Night Devil Patrol? Yeah, it's me. What's wrong? Did someone open a box on me? At 8 p.m. tonight, at the Night Devil Patrol base. Bring Lu Wanin together. There's a meeting. Huh? May I ask who you are? Yun Luo. Beep 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 beep. The call ended, leaving Xuanhuan staring at the phone screen in confusion, then suddenly remembering something. On the other side, Lu Wanin also appeared puzzled. What's wrong? Our team Night Devil Patrol, doesn't it also have an external field officer? Yes, Yun Luo. What's going on? Xuanhuan pointed at the phone. She just called. She wants us to attend a meeting at 8 o'clock tonight. As twilight settled, the city's hustle and bustle gradually faded away. The afterglow of neon lights flickered among distant skyscrapers, resembling the pupils of night, peeking into human joys and sorrows. The Night Devil Patrol base, that dilapidated two-story small house, quietly stood amidst the evening colors, like an old man filled with vicissitudes, silently guarding memories of the past. Lu Wanin stood in front of the base door, her hand gently touching the battered iron gate, stirring up indescribable emotions within her, as if fearing something. Then, another hand placed itself over hers. Let's go. Xuanhuan smiled, and said to Lu Wanin. Lu Wanin took a deep breath, nodded, and subsequently, the two of them pushed open the iron gate together. They entered the first floor. As that door slowly opened, a cold wind blew out from inside the house, carrying with it a hint of dampness and mold. There was no longer the sight of Yu Qinsen sitting on the sofa, smoking and waving to greet her. The first floor of the current base was dark, completely silent, with only a few streaks of moonlight seeping through the windows, falling onto the mottled floorboards, making it seem particularly desolate. Lu Wanin's steps involuntarily slowed down as her eyes scanned around in the darkness, trying to seek out those familiar corners. The sofa, the coffee table, the bookshelf, every place looked hollow and empty. Xuanhuan pulled Lu Wanin's wrist, who had been standing dazed at the doorway. The light upstairs is on. Let's go to the second floor, he said as gently as possible. Okay. Lu Wanin nodded lightly. Upon reaching the second floor, they noticed Du Qinghong's office light was on. Hence, they pushed open the door and entered. Inside, a tall woman was organizing some handwritten files belonging to Du Qinghong. You're 5 minutes late. The woman turned around slowly after speaking indifferently to both of them, while still facing away. Her figure appeared exceptionally tall under the soft lighting. The woman looked to be in her mid-20s, a little older than Xuanhuan. Her hair flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders, with several strands casually hanging down, adding an air of gracefulness. She focused intently on the documents in her hand, gently flipping through the pages with graceful, composed motions. However, her beautiful face carried absolutely no emotion. Sister Yun. Lu Wanin called the woman's name softly. Yun Luo slightly nodded her head, continuing to scan through the paper she held without glancing towards them. My name is Yun Luo, and I am the leader of the Night Devil Patrol's External Field Operation Group. After quite some time, she finally lifted her gaze slightly, looking at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, a newcomer recently added to the Night Devil Patrol. Xuanhuan introduced himself politely by extending his hand. Yun Luo simply stared at Xuanhuan's hand, but made no reaction whatsoever. Given the seriousness of the situation now, I'll get straight to the point. She proceeded with her topic matter-of-factly, leaving Xuanhuan no choice but to slowly retract his extended hand. Even though the association has lifted some bans, we still owe an enormous amount of debt externally. Yun Luo continued, showing neither emotion nor ripples in her tone. It was as if the current predicament of the Night Devil Patrol had nothing to do with her. We need to find new sources of funding to sustain the organization's operations. Xuanhuan frowned. I thought the Awakening Association had already canceled the Night Devil Patrol's external debt. The association doesn't have the authority to forgive us for people who died in the last beast wave. Yun Luo set down the materials and gazed at Xuanhuan indifferently. Moreover, Xuanhuan realized that this woman, Yun Luo, seemed somewhat peculiar. With his strong perception skills, he could usually detect subtle emotional changes from other people's speech and movements. But this woman, named Yun Luo, was different. Every word she said, and every move she made felt devoid of any trace of emotion. To put it bluntly, in Xuanhuan's eyes, Yun Luo was like a talking puppet, displaying no emotions whatsoever. Lu Wanin gave Xuanhuan's sleeve a gentle tug, apparently using her eyes to signal him not to mind. Xuanhuan nodded faintly before asking Yun Luo, Sister Yun, what's your plan? After the Night Devil Patrol underwent a massive contraction, the association also restricted most of our task permissions. Under these circumstances, Du Qinghong and Yu Qin-san managed to cover the daily expenses of the entire organization. As he spoke, he picked up a handwritten ledger. This is Du Qinghong's account book. Using limited funds, he operated small businesses to generate some cash flow, but it's far from enough to support the Night Devil Patrol's daily maintenance costs. So, you mean to say, the main source of income for the Night Devil Patrol comes from Teacher Yu? Correct. But publicly, Yu Qin-san is merely a construction worker whose salary would never be enough to bear such colossal debts and daily upkeep. Yun Luo tapped her fingers lightly against the desk, maintaining her cold tone. So, I suspect that Yu Qin-san has his own hidden lines. He is privately selling infected individuals and cores of beasts. Chapter 71, Relics. I remember that privately selling inner cores is considered a grave offense within the association. Zhang Huai frowned as he spoke. This point was personally conveyed to him by Yu Qinshan. Whether from private hunts or mission hunts, the inner cores had to be recovered by the association. Such rules only apply to small and medium organizations. The hunters of large organizations almost always keep the inner cores for themselves. This is also one unwritten rule of the association, Yun Luo added. But the Night Demon Patrol clearly doesn't have such privileges, Zhang Huai said. Yun Luo nodded. I've already called Du Qinghong to inquire. He stated that Yu Qinshan would indeed secretly hold back some inner cores from the hunts, but he wasn't aware of Yu's hidden connections. Our immediate priority now is to settle the Night Demon Patrol's debts. The Awakening Association has sent over documents this afternoon demanding that the Night Demon Patrol must achieve two major goals before the end of the year. 1. We must cease all losses before the New Year's Eve. 2. The number of members in our organization must expand to at least 5. Zhang Huai was somewhat surprised, originally thinking the letter from the headquarters was the last straw saving the Night Demon Patrol. But looking at it now, without an effective solution, this essentially amounted to a deferred sentence of death. Yun Luo paid no attention to Zhang Huai's astonishment, continuing her words. If the Night Demon Patrol cannot meet these two requirements, the organization will be forcibly disbanded, and its personnel will be absorbed into other organizations. If no organization is willing to take us in, we will be assigned to the Vanguard Army during the next Beast Tide, which basically means a suicide squad, cannon fodder. Zhang Huai deeply understood what this so-called Vanguard Army was. And what you need to do now is go to Yu Qinshan's residence and see if he left any clues. Zhang Huai fell silent. Yun Luo noticed his silence and asked, is there something else? Teacher Yu once said that you were his student, right? Yun Luo acknowledged calmly. And you? Zhang Huai started but then paused. About his death. Originally, Zhang Huai wanted to ask why she accepted Yu Qinshan's death with such indifference. However, Luan Yin pulled Zhang Huai's sleeve again, quickly cutting in. Sister Yun, I'll accompany Zhang Huai on this task. Old Yu's, relics, I need to sort them out. Yun Luo nodded, then returned to examining those handwritten notes without another word. After leaving the base, Zhang Huai could no longer suppress his curiosity. He stopped Luan Yin and asked, is she really part of the Night Demon Patrol? It seems like. She seems too cold-hearted. Luan Yin turned back, giving Zhang Huai a faint smile. Everyone who meets Sister Yun for the first time thinks this way. She remains unaffected by emotions, always perfectly rational regardless of the matter. Yes, Zhang Huai nodded. I think this is unreasonable. Luan Yin stretched lazily and walked ahead, guiding Zhang Huai. For ordinary people, emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, etc. are normal. But for Sister Yun, these things others possess are feelings she can never truly experience. You mean? Zhang Huai seemed to sense something, but still waited for Luan Yin to give him an answer. Sister Yun's awakened ability is extremely powerful. She's the strongest fighter in the Night Demon Patrol apart from Old Yu. She's a mental-type awakened individual, and her power is perfect imitation. As long as they're not significantly stronger than her, she can perfectly mimic their abilities. Zhang Huai thought about it for a moment. Indeed, this was an incredibly strong ability. Not just elemental awakened individuals, but even physically enhanced awakened ones could be perfectly mimicked by Yun Luo. At the same time, though, such immense power might also come with unimaginable suffering. So, the side effect is, Sister Yun lost all her emotions on the day she awakened when she was 3 years old. Joy, anger, sadness, fear, all the common emotions that ordinary people naturally possess, Sister Yun does not have. Therefore, she maintains absolute rationality in her mind. That could explain why she showed no reaction towards Yu Qinshan's death. Sister Yun once tried very hard to pretend to understand others, but doing so only brought her more hostility, so she stopped trying to feel emotions altogether. But, there are exceptions, Luan Yin suddenly laughed. There was only one instance. During a practice fight with Old Yu, Sister Yun seemed to get angry. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Huai reached a conclusion. Her emotions aren't entirely lost. They're suppressed by some force. Correct, let me give you a clap. Luan Yin turned around and clapped her hands at Zhang Huai. Zhang Huai shot her a glance. You're pretty good too, hiding your emotions so well. They returned to Yu Qinshan's house again. Zhang Huai noticed that although Luan Yin was much calmer than before, it was still somewhat of a stretch for her to deal with Yu Qinshan's relics so soon. On several occasions, Zhang Huai saw Luan Yin blankly holding onto objects left by Yu Qinshan, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Zhang Huai couldn't bear to see this anymore. Help me buy a pack of cigarettes and some grilled skewers. Zhang Huai pulled out a 100 yuan note and handed it to Luan Yin. If it's not enough, call me. I'll bring you more money. Holding the bill, Luan Yin looked puzzled. Do you smoke? Jiang Huai smiled without answering and gently pushed Lu Wanyin from behind, signaling her to leave. Hurry up, if you don't go soon, the nearby barbecue stalls will close. Lu Wanyin seemed to understand Jiang Huai's intentions. She gave him a grateful look and stuck out her tongue. Who's so stingy as to close their barbecue stall this early? Watching Lu Wanyin leave, Jiang Huai stretched his arms and began sorting through Yuqinshan's relics alone. It had to be said. Although Yuqinshan appeared sloppy, his personal belongings were neatly organized, and his clothes were folded in an orderly manner. During the time Lu Wanyin stayed at her own place, this must have been Yuqinshan's own doing. Seeing how he usually acted, Jiang Huai almost forgot that Yuqinshan used to be a priest. After checking the entire house and Yuqinshan's relics, Jiang Huai understood Yuqinshan's intention. Perhaps aiming to provide Lu Wanyin with a good living environment, he was meticulous about his personal life. When the neighbors heard the commotion earlier and learned that Yuqinshan had met an unfortunate death at a construction site, they all sighed in sympathy, saying he was a good man, raising an orphan all by himself. Whenever Lu Wanyin was around, he wouldn't even dare to smoke inside but would hide on the outdoor corridor to smoke. He indeed gave Lu Wanyin the best life he could offer. While Jiang Huai was organizing Yuqinshan's old clothes, he suddenly found that some of the clothes' inner linings seemed to have something sewn into them. He carefully unpicked the seams of these linings and discovered letter after letter. Jiang Huai's heart suddenly leapt with excitement. Finally, he had found them. Chapter 72, Mo Sect. These were the records of Yuqinshan's dealings with a mysterious organization. Yuqinshan recorded everything in great detail, except for the name of the organization, which was never written down. He left only a string of phone numbers. Suddenly, a cool sensation spread from his cheek. Jiang Huai turned around abruptly to find Lu Wanyin standing beside him without his noticing. You scared me to death. Why did you suddenly turn your head? Lu Wanyin's courage was as small as ever. Her prank ended up scaring herself more than it did Jiang Huai. Shouldn't I be the one scared? Jiang Huai chuckled helplessly and then took the chilled beer that was pressed against his face from her hands. Lu Wanyin placed the rest of the beer and grilled food on the table and sat in the chair to look at the letters Jiang Huai had found. What does it say? Information about teacher use core trading activities with some organization. Lu Wanyin opened the beer, drank a sip, and said this, which shocked Jiang Huai. Old you really was doing private trades and cores. Lu Wanyin said this while eating the barbecue. Jiang Huai glanced sideways at Lu Wanyin. She approached him silently just now and even pressed an ice-cold beer on his face. In theory, that should have been impossible. The current Jiang Huai believed only a 5-star awakened individual could hide their presence so well that he couldn't detect them. But this wasn't the first time Lu Wanyin made him unable to sense her existence. Jiang Huai couldn't help but wonder whether it was related to her having resurrected once using her power. Lu Wanyin noticed Jiang Huai's gaze looking at her intentionally or unintentionally. So she deliberately smiled faintly and said, "If you want to look, just look openly. Are you shy?" Jiang Huai coughed twice, drank a gulp of beer, and stood up. "Aren't we reading the letters? I've already looked through them. There's no useful information." With that, he walked toward the room's doorway. "I've got something to do. Will you stay here tonight, or go back to my place?" After thinking for a moment, Lu Wanyin replied, "Can I go with you?" Jiang Huai pretended to look awkward, scratched his head and said, "It's something personal, queuing up to buy something. If you want, you can come too, we'll line up together." Lu Wanyin rolled her eyes at Jiang Huai. "Queuing up late at night? Won't it be some perverted books?" "No way, I'm not going. You go by yourself. I'll sort out old used things, then go to your house to wait for you." "All right." Jiang Huai smiled and closed the door. In his hand, however, he secretly held the letter with the contact number. He still didn't know how deep the other party's waters were. Therefore, Jiang Huai decided to investigate this matter alone first. Indeed, he was smart, but sometimes he underestimated Lu Wanyin. Standing by the windowsill, the girl supported her chin with her hand, watching the youth's figure walking farther under the moonlight. Gradually, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. "You're good at everything, except lying. If you really start a relationship with me, you'd better be careful not to get caught by me." Today, the Mo family residence in Lingyu City welcomed its true master, Mo Yunsheng. The current patriarch of the Mo family happily rushed to this city after the Beast Tide ended. The reason was very simple. His daughter Mo Yu played a highly active role during the Beast Tide. She even led a group of students and instructors to destroy a fissure. This achievement immediately made both his Mo family and the Fearless famous. However, now, his mood has been thoroughly ruined. Bang! The heavy cane violently struck the young woman's face, throwing her frail body onto the ground backward. Mo Yu's blood splashed on the floor as dizziness overwhelmed her. "Get up." Mo Yunsheng's voice was unbearably cold, akin to an irrefutable command. The already severely injured Mo Yu managed to crawl up from the floor nonetheless, then knelt again before her father. "Do you think why you have all of this now?" Mo Yunsheng took the silk handkerchief handed over by the maid and wiped his hands stained with blood. "Because of me." Mo Yunsheng moved next to the young woman and used his cane to slowly lift her face, forcing her to look at him. "It's because of me. I gave you everything. I transformed you from a useless waste, a trash, a street wanderer adopted by others, into what you are today." He crouched down gradually, looking at the blood-streaked face of the young woman. As their eyes locked, fury rose again within the man. "Fearless Captain, Mo family miss, power and wealth in your hands. You're still unsatisfied? What have you done to repay me for giving you everything?" Mo Yu remained silent, merely staring at the man without a trace of retreat in her eyes. "You actually protected a piece of trash from Night Demon Patrol. You openly defied the association. You even dared to stand against the 3 great organizations. And you dragged Fearless into this. This is your repayment to me." The man suddenly struck Mou's face with an overwhelming slap. The young girl's body collapsed sideways onto the ground once again. And this time, something slipped out of her pocket. It was the candy he had given her. A small promise, a tiny seed. A flicker of hope. "Do you know who you are, Mou? You're nothing but a dog kept by the Mo's. A sword. A puppet. A tool. All you need to do is listen to me. How dare you eat such childish things?" The man grew more furious. He suddenly lifted his foot, and in Mou's widening eyes, he stepped down with all his force, crushing the candy lying on the floor. "No. Listen carefully, Mou. Your mother was nothing but a worthless slut." Contempt laced every word the man spoke. Did she truly believe someone like her could ever earn my love? Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. Greedy whore. His leather shoes crushed the candy underfoot, producing a dull crunch, as if shattering Mou's dreams and hopes in one blow. "The only reason I let you join the Mo family was because of your power." The man continued, his voice growing colder, sharper. "You must accomplish what others cannot. You must become a hero, make the Mo family renowned worldwide, and push Fearless to the very peak of all organizations." Every sentence was filled with commands and expectations, but above all, control and chains binding Mou. "And if this power cannot serve me," his tone turned sinister, revealing traces of murderous intent in his eyes. "I won't hesitate to snap this sword myself." He turned his back to the girl, unaware that the very tool who always obeyed him without question had already slowly raised her head. And in her gaze was a new spark, while deep inside her heart, something began quietly taking root. Chapter 73, Keeping the Appointment. In the deep night of Lingyu City, a girl in a black hooded sweatshirt, with her face hidden by a hat and a mask to cover her bruised cheeks, aimlessly walked along the desolate street. Her hands were buried in her pockets, tightly gripping the completely shattered lollipop with its packaging still intact. The winter sea breeze cut through her body like a knife. But the girl did not resist this cold. Instead, she used the sea wind to clear her mind somewhat. The last words of the man echoed in her ears. "Someone doesn't want the Night Devil Parade to exist anymore. Don't get involved with them anymore. Even if they will temporarily let the Night Devil Parade go for now, the organization will soon perish. They won't spare even new members. Night Devil Parade. Who have they offended?" Thinking about this, Mou arrived at a crossroads. Looking up slightly, suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. A young boy dressed in a black hooded sweatshirt and mask identical to hers was on the phone at the crossroads. Xuanhuan. Upon seeing the boy, Mou tightened her grip on the candy even further. Xuanhuan made the call to the number provided in the letter. To his surprise, the call was connected shortly, and it was clear that the person on the other end knew that Xuanhuan was not Xuanhuan. "Mister, no matter who you are, please forget this number. It is for the best for both of us. Do not try to contact us again." This voice had clearly been altered. Xuanhuan couldn't tell whether it was male or female. "I am Xuanhuan's apprentice and also a member of the Night Devil Parade. I want to continue trading with you, just like my master. No matter who you are, mister, we will not do business with you." Before the other party hung up, Xuanhuan immediately said, "I can get an even more powerful core." "How powerful is it?" The voice on the other end sounded like they were teasing a child. Even the mechanical voice changer carried a hint of mockery. "More powerful than what Xuanhuan traded with you before." There was silence on the other end for a moment. When the voice returned, it was no longer mechanical, but instead turned into a very seductive woman's voice. "Little brother, are you sure you know what you're saying?" "I'm sure." 1 hour later, at the Binhai Park in Lingyu City, come alone. "Binhai Park? Is it the one that's still under construction?" Beep, beep. The call was disconnected. When Xuanhuan tried calling back, the number no longer existed. He chuckled softly and then put his phone away. Regardless, there was at least a chance for contact. He adjusted his clothing and took a deep breath, setting off toward the Binhai Park that was still under construction. Lingyu City's Binhai Park, once a place that appeared grand and magnificent in blueprints, now looked chaotic, nothing more than a construction site. Giant cranes loomed eerily in the dark night. Xuanhuan looked around and could only see unfinished building frames. The workers' busy figures from the daytime had vanished without a trace, leaving these lonely structures standing silently amidst the night. There was no hustle and bustle of the day here, no noise of machinery, only silence and darkness remained. When Xuanhuan reached an open area among the buildings, lights on the surrounding tower cranes suddenly lit up, focusing their beams on the spot where he stood, instantly driving the darkness away. Xuanhuan's eyes merely emitted a faint blue glow, undisturbed by the sudden flood of bright light. So he quickly noticed several shadowy figures creeping out of the darkness and approaching him. Within moments, the open space was surrounded by over 100 people. "I came here to do business, not to fight," Xuanhuan shouted as he looked around, but no one responded to him, until a graceful silhouette gradually emerged in front of him, everyone parting naturally to make way for her. Honesty is the most important thing in doing business. The woman wore a fur coat, her figure alluring and her appearance charming. Her gaze was filled with challenge as she looked at Xuanhuan and spoke. Xuanhuan realized that this woman might be the leader. He smiled at her and said, "Sister, I dared to come here alone so late at night. Isn't that proof enough of my sincerity? In that case, I hope you'll like the grave I've chosen for you, little brother. Although it's still under construction, this place will surely become a feng shui treasure in the future. To be buried here, I'm sure you'll have no complaints." Xuanhuan paused momentarily, still smiling as he asked, "Can I know why?" "Because you weren't alone when you came." When the woman said this, Xuanhuan's smile froze on his face, and then he asked, What do you mean by that? She sighed. Little brother, do you really think we are some sort of unruly mob? I guessed you would bring someone with you, but I didn't expect that you actually have connections with her. As she was speaking, a figure had already approached Xuanhuan silently. Am I right? Captain of the fearless squad, Miss Mou. Xuanhuan was dumbfounded as he looked at Mou in astonishment. It's you again? Mou still wore a mask and a hood, but her eyes were as clear as ever. She glanced at Xuanhuan and then turned to face the woman. I followed him here. He knew nothing about it. If Mou, a 5-star awakened, wanted to hide her presence, then Xuanhuan, without his skeleton transformation indeed, could not detect her existence. But why did he always bump into her wherever he went? I don't need to know this. The woman smiled helplessly, then looked at Mou and said, although my family has some business dealings with yours, I apologize, Miss Mou, but you violated our rules. I must let you die here together with this young man. After finishing her words, the woman snapped her fingers. Then, a tall-built man emerged from behind her. Mou slightly paused when she saw the man, and then furrowed her brows. The mad ghost of 9 skies. An acquaintance? Xuanhuan also noticed that there seemed to be something off about the tall man. His energy felt strange. No, he was once an elite member of an organization called 9 Skies. His power is a 5-star awakened, but he should have perished during the last beast tide. I just heard of his name and saw his dossier. If an awakened person who was supposed to be dead appeared here, then there was only one explanation. He's an infected. The woman chuckled slightly upon hearing Xuanhuan's conclusion. Little brother is rather sharp. If you hadn't broken our rules, I might have wanted to keep you by my side. She licked her lips lightly, and then said to the mad ghost indifferently, kill them all. Chapter 74. Is it really necessary? The massive body of Xuanguei began to take slow steps towards the two. Mou didn't have her dagger with her, yet she still stood in front of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan glanced at her figure briefly, seemingly sensing something was off. Are you injured? No, you don't need to worry. I'll get us out of here. A low grunt emitted from Xuanguei's nose before he spoke in a deep, raspy voice. No, you both will stay here today. Mou's right hand, under the punishment of her father, had become red, swollen, and painful to even lift. Her left hand slowly extended and grasped Xuanhuan's wrist, as if to convey a resolve. Her voice remained calm like water. Don't leave my side. I know your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Follow closely behind me. I will ensure that you leave this place safely. However, Xuanhuan wasn't swayed by her concern. He gently disengaged his hand from Mou's grip and then walked towards Xuanguei. Although his movements were slow, each step was abnormally resolute, as if no force could stop him. What are you doing? Mou said anxiously. Trust me, I can bring us out. Xuanhuan paused, slightly turning his head to look at Mou with a warm smile on his face. I trust you. His voice was calm and firm. So trust me once too. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Mou froze, staring blankly at Xuanhuan's back. He's an infected now. Stop treating him like a 5-star awakened one. As Mou finished her sentence, Xuanguei hastened his steps. Sure enough, every step he took caused tremors beneath Xuanhuan's feet. This power indeed could not belong to any 5-star awakened person. Around Xuanguei's body seemed to swirl an invisible force. Every breath he took carried a sense of oppression, as if the air itself was being compressed by his exhalations. Xuanguei's body started to undergo a mutation, transforming into a monstrous humanoid beast. It roared furiously, thrusting its steel-like arms toward Xuanhuan. Just when Mou thought Xuanhuan would dissolve into bones again, Xuanguei's attack halted. The steel blade stopped less than a foot away from Xuanhuan's face, unable to move forward any further. The woman who initially found things boring also felt puzzled at this scene. What are you waiting for? She directed a low command at Xuanguei's back. Kill them. Xuanguei seemed eager to execute this order. He clenched his teeth, glaring at the unremarkable human in front of him, but his body refused to obey, as though it no longer belonged to him. What did you do to me? Xuanguei ground out through gritted teeth. Xuanhuan replied with a laugh. Nothing much, but my power has some unique effects on infected ones. Unseen by anyone present, including Mou, blue threads were now emerging from Xuanhuan's back, weaving together until they connected with the back of Xuanguei's skull. The pale blue flames in those eyes fixed onto the terrifying mutant beast. Simultaneously, an irresistible command directly entered his brain. Your strength is beneath mine. Kneel and submit to me. Thud. In the next moment, the monstrous form Xuanguei transformed into knelt directly in front of Xuanhuan. Masquerader. Xuanhuan looked down on Xuanguei without expression. And now there was only one thought in Xuanguei's mind. Submission. Mou watched all of this in shock, immediately associating it with the bug mother that controls the infected. Xuanhuan, could it be? You can consume beast's powers? At that moment, the woman seemed very interested. It seems you're not a waste after all, little brother. You've satisfied me. Then, can we continue our discussion about the deal? Xuanhuan asked with a smile. The woman crossed her arms over her chest, leaning against the hood of a black car, saying, Sorry, bro. The xuanhuan line has already died, but I'm curious, bro. She raised her eyebrows slightly as she looked at Xuanhuan. Why does an awakened one with your strength remain in the Night Demon Patrol? If this world has an organization sincerely trying to save humanity, I believe this organization will be the Night Demon Patrol. Xuanhuan's words made the woman pause briefly, then emit a mocking laugh. You're too naive, little brother. Unfortunately, rules are rules. The xuanhuan line has already died. Then she added, but we can set up a new contact line for you. Wait patiently, little brother, I'll contact you again. With that, the woman opened the car door. At this moment, Mo spoke up. Danju Chamber of Commerce. How do you have the power to control infected ones? And how do you convert awakened ones who are already dead into infected ones? The mention of Danju Chamber of Commerce froze the woman in her tracks. She slowly turned her head, and the playful look on her face was replaced by icy coldness as she stared at Mou. The young miss of the Mo family, you surprised me too. You even managed to uncover the name of our organization. But the method to control infected ones, I don't think you should ask me about it. Instead, you should ask the little brother beside you. I believe he understands this field better than we do. Hold on. Jiang Huai called out to the woman. She slightly tilted her head to look at Jiang Huai. Brother, I quite like you, so I'll allow you to interrupt me one last time. What is it? Are you shadow walkers? Jiang Huai's words echoed in the air, and an eerie atmosphere silenced everyone. Finally, the woman sneered and said, That's right. We are the rats that the association talks about who walk in the shadows. But even we are doing our part to help humanity win this war. Brother, if you don't approve of the shadow walkers, then our deal. No. Jiang Huai shook his head and said, Because I've only awakened recently, I'm quite interested in shadow walkers, which is why I asked you this question. If I offended you, I apologize. Mou glanced sideways at Jiang Huai, seeming uneasy with what he had just said. Why would he be interested in the shadow walkers? When you find yourself at the end of your rope, come to us. Embrace the darkness, and only then will you earn the right to see the light. After saying these words, the woman elegantly got into the car and drove away. Soon, the group of people who had surrounded the empty ground gradually dispersed, leaving only Jiang Huai and Mou behind, along with the kneeling mad ghost who dared not move. So, are you going to interrogate me now? Jiang Huai smiled as he looked at Mou. Will you tell me? No. Then I won't ask you. Mou's straightforwardness took Jiang Huai by surprise. He had thought she would use this opportunity to seize him, using the private dealings between him and the Danju Chamber of Commerce to threaten him into revealing the truth about his power. But once again, she had defied his expectations. Jiang Huai looked at the mad ghost who didn't dare to raise his head. Finally sighing, those pale blue threads began to slowly retreat back into his back. The mad ghost finally broke free from this restraint, restoring to human form and looking at Jiang Huai warily. If I were to cooperate with the Danju Chamber of Commerce, it's best not to harm their members anymore. You may leave. Without a word, the mad ghost inspected Jiang Huai one last time before turning around and disappearing into the night. Jiang Huai and Mou left the park together. At the familiar crossroads, Mou quickened her steps and said to Jiang Huai, I won't tell anyone about today's events. Don't worry. But just as she was about to leave, Jiang Huai grabbed her left wrist and pulled her close to him. In Mou's shocked gaze, Jiang Huai reached up and removed her mask and hood. The cold wind blew past, tossing the black hair of the young girl. Despite the stunning beauty, it also revealed the bruises and wounds on her face. What are you doing? Mou frowned, her face showing a hint of anger, and immediately turned her head, as if she didn't want Jiang Huai to see her battered appearance. How did you get such severe injuries? Jiang Huai ignored her resistance and gently lifted her right hand, which she had been hiding behind her back all this time. I fell myself. Her eyes always carried a coldness and detachment, as if she distrusted and guarded against the world. However, when facing Jiang Huai, her aloofness seemed to melt under some unknown force, becoming gentle and powerless. Although the girl didn't want Jiang Huai to see her wounds, she didn't truly resist under his firm actions. After protesting with a few words, she allowed Jiang Huai to carefully roll up the sleeve of her hoodie. Jiang Huai's movements were tender yet resolute, silently telling her that he wouldn't let her get hurt. Upon seeing the still bleeding wound, Jiang Huai furrowed his brows, concern flashing in his eyes. You're insane. No matter how strong you are, you're still human. An infected wound will kill you if untreated. His voice carried a tinge of reprimand, but mostly it was filled with care. While speaking, he pulled Mou towards the entrance of a 24-hour convenience store nearby. Wait here. Did you hear me? Jiang Huai repeated his question for fear that she would leave alone. I heard you. Mou turned her head away, frowning, but obediently stood at the entrance of the convenience store. Her silhouette under the light appeared somewhat lonely, as if she was waiting for some kind of redemption. Soon after, Jiang Huai came back with lots of ice cubes, disinfectant, and bandages. Sit here. Jiang Huai pointed to a nearby bench by the convenience store. So Mou sat quietly on the bench watching Jiang Huai carefully treating her wounds and wrapping the bandages around them. You must be careful about infection. People like you who simply leave their wounds exposed and then put clothes on will only make things worse. My blood is inherently dirty, it won't get infected. Mou whispered, but Jiang Huai ignored her comments. After dealing with the wounds on her arm and face, he carefully inquired further. Only after making sure that Mou had no other severe external injuries did he slowly stand up. I won't see you home then, anyway. Scratching his head, Jiang Huai continued. Thanks for keeping my secret. Just as Jiang Huai was about to leave, Mou spoke softly. I'm sorry. Jiang Huai stopped and turned to look at Mou. The girl slowly pulled out the shattered candy from her pocket. I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of the thing you gave me. As she said this, her voice trembled slightly. Jiang Huai smiled and replied. It's fine, we can just buy another one. Wait here, I'll go. No. Mou tightened her grip on the broken candy, then stood up and looked at Jiang Huai with determined eyes. Not until I have enough strength to protect what's precious should you give me anything again. And then she walked up to Jiang Huai, using her left hand to smooth out his slightly messy hair. Don't casually be gentle with any girl. After leaving these words in a surprisingly mild tone that even surprised Jiang Huai, the girl turned and walked away. Her figure gradually disappeared into the night, leaving Jiang Huai standing alone in the same spot, staring at the direction where she vanished, his heart filled with complicated emotions. Jiang Huai understood less and less. It's just a lollipop, isn't it worth all this? Chapter 75, another sensitive to odors. Although unsure if they had truly established a connection with the Danju Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Huai still decided to return home first, and then consult Yin Luo tomorrow regarding the next steps. However, upon returning home, Jiang Huai didn't see Lu Wanyin's figure. He softly called her name, but was only met by the empty echoes in response. At first, he suspected that Lu Wanyin might still be at Yu Qinshan's house. But soon he realized something was wrong. He walked through the living room to the balcony. The door to the balcony was half closed, and through the gap, he saw a shocking scene. Lu Wanyin had already changed into a black cloak, which looked somewhat shabby, with some parts even damaged. There she knelt on the cold floor of the balcony, with a slightly broken black sickle placed beside her. Countless souls were swirling around her, flickering with dark light in the night, looking both mysterious and terrifying. These souls seemed to be bound by some force, spinning around Lu Wanyin and forming an eerie vortex. Souls come and go. Souls return. Dark spirits answer the call. The boundary of yin and yang, where souls wander. I cast this spell now, leading you back. The dark portal opens, by my name, my blood, my spirit manifests, in this other realm. Lu Wanyin's voice reverberated through the night sky, and a strange glow began to emanate around her body. The soul seemed to sense some kind of threat, and became increasingly violent, trying to break free from her restraints. This struggle quickly caused tears to appear on Lu Wanyin's black cloak. She gripped the sickle tightly, struggling to hold herself up. But this situation did not last long. Her strength was finally overwhelmed, and the wild souls surged toward their original host. This flesh and blood body would now serve as their feast. But at this very moment, Lu Wanyin gritted her teeth and fumbled for a yellow talisman. Calm the soul, protect it from evil. Just as she finished chanting, a gust of wind stirred up by the souls blew the yellow talisman out of the girl's fingers. In that instant, countless evil spirits found their chance and rushed towards Lu Wanyin all at once. The next second, a hand reached out from behind, steadying the nearly falling girl, grabbing the talisman and pressing it into her hands. Don't rush. I'm here. After saying this, Jiang Huai held the girl entirely in his arms, using his own body to shield her from the devouring souls. Lu Wanyin trembled and softly replied, I'm okay. Then she took a deep breath and completed the incantation. The talisman ignited immediately afterward, and countless souls seemed to come under some constraint again. Their chaos gradually ceased, and they obediently returned into Lu Wanyin's body. Jiang Huai's clothes were in tatters, but his body remained unharmed. He held onto Lu Wanyin tightly until the girl softly murmured in his arms, I'm fine. Only then did he loosen his grip slightly. Lu Wanyin's black cloak had become more ragged, and her hair had become messy due to the sudden incident earlier. Jiang Huai helped her up, making sure she wasn't injured before asking, Are you performing exorcism on my balcony in the middle of the night? Originally flustered, Lu Wanyin burst into laughter after hearing Jiang Huai's words. You're the one doing the ritual. I'm trying to summon Uncle Yu's soul. Jiang Huai had always been concerned about one thing. Is there really a soul after people die? Upon hearing Jiang Huai's question, Lu Wanyin wasn't quite certain either. These souls within my body are mostly residual energies from those infected beings I hunted down, and whether these forces are what people call souls, I am uncertain too. But, Uncle Yu's soul, I can't find it, not even a trace of his presence. Lu Wanyin's hands clenched slowly, and then her tone grew heavy. It's not just Uncle Yu's soul. I want to collect more souls, obtain more power. Only by becoming stronger can I protect the Night Demon Parade family. Jiang Huai, I cannot place all the burdens solely on you and Sister Yin Luo. Jiang Huai hesitated for a moment, then realized his little lie had long been exposed. I don't know where you went earlier, Jiang Huai. You have many secrets, but I will not ask because I trust you. Instead, this statement made Jiang Huai feel a pang of guilt. He sighed helplessly and then fished out that letter from the torn pocket of his clothing. I just made contact with the organization that conducted business with Teacher Yu. Lu Wanyin didn't seem overly surprised, as if she'd already understood it all. Is it dangerous? My clothes were intact before I came back, but somehow they got torn here. I think you're the dangerous one. Lu Wanyin smiled a little bashfully, and then suddenly seemed to notice something. She leaned closer to Jiang Huai's body and sniffed with her nose. What's wrong? Suddenly, Lu Wanyin lightly pushed Jiang Huai onto the sofa, then straddled his legs. After gently flicking his ear hair aside, Lu Wanyin whispered into Jiang Huai's ear. Let me give you some advice, Jiang Huai. Girls are very sensitive to smells, especially perfumes. After saying that, she bit Jiang Huai's neck hard, then stood up and walked into the bathroom. Girls are truly terrifying, Jiang Huai muttered from where he lay sprawled out on the sofa. The next morning, Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin went to the university. Originally, he had wanted to help Lu Wanyin take a leave of absence so she could rest for a while. But Lu Wanyin insisted on going to school with Jiang Huai. When they reappeared in the classroom after a long absence, several girls immediately approached them. They grabbed Lu Wanyin's hands, asking about her well-being with genuinely concerned and worried eyes. Some even started crying. Their tears fell onto Lu Wanyin's hand, bringing warmth and sincerity. Wanyin, you must be strong. We will always be by your side. Zhou Zhou, Lu Wanyin's best friend at school, was crying the hardest. She tightly held onto Lu Wanyin's hands, as if offering her strength through physical contact. A flicker of gratitude passed over Lu Wanyin's face as she nodded lightly in response to their concern. Thank you all. I'm fine. Yu Qinshan's death was officially covered up as an accident at a construction site. He was indeed a construction worker who worked at heights, so the likelihood of an accident was relatively high. Surrounded by a group of female classmates, Lu Wanyin didn't let Xuanhuan interrupt their moment. He quietly stood to the side, watching their interactions, feeling somewhat complicated inside. He knew that Lu Wanyin wore a mask at school and used her acting skills to deal with this world. But sometimes, who could say for sure that friendships built upon performances didn't contain genuine emotions? At the same time, inside a small villa in Lingyu City, Zhou Qin looked utterly pale. It wasn't because of anything else, but because he'd boasted loudly at the family banquet earlier that night, boasting in front of all the elders about his familiarity with the young lady of the Mo family. He also mentioned that it would be a great honor for the Zhou family if the young lady of Mo could be invited to attend their grandfather's 80th birthday celebration. The color drained from Zhou Qin's face when he heard the elders enthusiastically discuss and finalize the event as confirmed. His drunkenness wore off instantly. Qin, our grandpa is turning 70, and we will host a feast for guests from prestigious families. Of course, a family like the Mo family is far beyond our reach, but if you can invite Miss Mo to join us as a personal friend, it would be an immense honor for our family. Dad, this task falls on you. You've never contributed to the family, and if you can't even handle this, don't expect to receive another penny from me in the future. So now Zhou Qin sat on the living room couch, holding a glass of red wine, but completely without any interest in tasting it. Just then, Chun Ning emerged from the shower, wearing a thin robe. Big brother Zhou Qin, why do you look so worried? Hearing Chun Ning's voice irritated Zhou Qin. If not for her, he wouldn't have provoked that boy Xuanhuan, and thus avoided involving the young lady of the Mo family, avoiding this mess entirely, all due to this woman. But suddenly, an idea struck him. He tenderly pulled Chun Ning's hand, making her sit beside him. Wrapping an arm around her shoulder, he asked, Sweetheart, you said earlier that Xuanhuan still hasn't given up on you. Is that true? Chun Ning didn't understand why Zhou Qin suddenly brought up Xuanhuan. After hesitating for a moment, she bit her lip and blushed, nodding slightly. Ning, recently, there's going to be a family banquet, and I want to ask Xuanhuan to help invite the young lady of the Mo family. Do you think you can talk to Xuanhuan about it? Chun Ning frowned deeply upon hearing this. Big brother Zhou Qin, Xuanhuan is still angry at me because of what happened between you and me. You know how much he loves me. I'm afraid he won't easily help me. Of course I know, Ning, so. Zhou Qin's hand gently wrapped around Chun Ning's waist, and then he whispered in her ear. Perhaps, my darling, you will need to make a tiny sacrifice. Chapter 76, True Revelation. Yu Qinshan's memorial service, just like his life, was unusually lonely and desolate. The service was not held in one of the grand and solemn large funeral parlors, but hurriedly took place at a small, inconspicuous one near the street corner. There were no luxurious decorations, no bustling crowds, and even the basic morning music seemed to be played on and off. In the hall of the funeral parlor, there were only a few rows of worn-out chairs, where some neighbors sat sparsely. Their expressions varied. Some looked sad, while others appeared curious, as if they were watching an unremarkable play. In the center of the hall stood Yu Qinshan's portrait. The photo captured him with the same cheerful, almost annoying smile he had in life, as though telling everyone that despite his short life, it was still filled with warmth and hope. This old Yu is pitiable. The master of the noodle shop sighed and said, Just the other day, I was joking with him about finding a wife. How could he be gone so suddenly? Heaven, you've been blind. Old Yu adopted that child, who lost her parents in an earthquake long ago. Now old Yu has also left her. How pitiable this child is. As the older women spoke, their voices became choked with emotion, and they all cast sympathetic glances towards Lu Wanyin. Who is that child? They looked at Xuanhuan, who was standing next to Lu Wanyin, thanking the guests who came to pay their respects. Our condolences, said Mou, dressed in black formal attire, with her hand placed over her chest, bowing slightly. She was the first to arrive among the mourners today. Thank you. Lu Wanyin was actually quite curious, never expecting someone from the Fearless to come. However, after seeing Mou come alone, she seemed to understand something. Mou merely represented herself personally. Yu Qinshan was an awakener I greatly respected. He was powerful, but what I saw in him during this beast tide wasn't just his strength. Mou placed the flowers before Yu Qinshan's portrait and quietly said, The path you have opened, and the spark you lit will not be extinguished so easily. May you rest in peace. Mou did not stay for too long. However, as she was leaving, she glanced at Xuanhuan once more, her gaze somewhat complicated. Upon seeing this look, Lu Wanyin immediately placed her arm around Xuanhuan's. Xuanhuan seemed confused about what had just transpired. It wasn't until Mou left that Lu Wanyin slowly released her grip. Chuhi arrived shortly afterward. Although also a member of the Fearless, he represented himself personally. Big brother, big sister. Haha, don't misname people, Xuanhuan corrected. Miss Lu, please bear up, Chuhi said. Even in such circumstances, Chuhi had nothing more to say. He left behind an extremely large envelope containing condolence money and then departed. Xuanhuan noticed that neither Chuhi nor Mou had spoken more than necessary. He guessed this might not only be related to the Fearless, but also to their families. The Mo family and Chu family are both very large families. Perhaps these two families do not want their children to get involved with the Night Demon Patrol. Not a single person from the association showed up to pay their respects. They posthumously awarded Yu Qinshan the title of Hero Awakener, yet it was just a title, seeming merely like a superficial act meant for public display. By noon, most of the attendees had already left, leaving only Zhang Huai and Lu Wanyin behind. As the memorial was about to end, Zhang Huai suddenly felt the temperature drop significantly. Turning his head toward the entrance, he noticed a figure hesitating whether to step inside. It was a young girl wearing a white coat. Her exposed cheeks were pale white, and she looked as though she were glowing. He recognized her as the girl he had grouped with in Despair Mountain. Injia, please, may you find solace. Seeing herself discovered, Injia had no choice but to muster the courage and walk in. Thank you. Lu Wanyin smiled warmly at her. The girl seemed to be on the verge of saying something, but finally couldn't help blurting out. Can I join the Night Demon Patrol? Lu Wanyin and Zhang Huai were taken aback. They hadn't expected someone to express a desire to join the Night Demon Patrol at such a critical moment. No organizations want me. They say my power can't be controlled at all. Injia's voice grew smaller and smaller, seemingly worried she would be rejected here as well. I know my power is weak, but I'll work hard. Whatever I can do, I will certainly. Lu Wanyin gently pulled Injia's hand and smiled. Welcome aboard. The girl paused, astonished, then icy tears slid down from her eyes. Thank you so much. At the same time, inside the main association's internal meeting, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. The divine messenger of the Tianqi Association, a diviner with mysterious powers, had through complex forces and calculations reached a shocking conclusion. His voice reverberated in the meeting room, every word like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. How could it be like this? When everyone heard this news, they were all startled, because in the diviner's prediction, the next beast tide would appear in 1 year's time, and the location would still be Lingyu City. Never before has there been such a short interval between two beast tides, and especially not in the same city. Since the previous cities were directly occupied, perhaps these bastards are just Bu Fuqi, unwilling to accept defeat, and want to launch another large-scale attack on Lingyu City. So the beast tide in 1 year might be unprecedentedly dangerous. After intense discussions among the high-ups of the main association, they finally came to a firm conclusion. They would not abandon Lingyu City. This place was a milestone of humanity's victory and a pillar of spirit. They decided that all awakened individuals worldwide would gather in Lingyu City 1 year later, treating it as a decisive battle. With their most formidable strength, they would once again crush the monsters coming from the fissures. However, the white-clad woman from the Tianqi Association had different thoughts. Her gaze was profound, as if she could see through the future. She decided to investigate that so-called ex-beast, the white skeleton. In her view, this wasn't a simple ominous sign, but a signal that might bring about a turning point. The woman believed that that white star was definitely not humanity's ominous star, but rather a gift from the gods, the dawn breaking to illuminate humanity's way forward, the morning star guiding them into a new era. Her eyes glimmered with determination and hope, as if she already saw a glimmer of light. At this moment, a certain change began in the woman's inner beliefs, her longing and worship for the god of the Tianqi Association starting to subtly shift. While everyone else was discussing, she slowly pressed her hands together in prayer, the image of the white skeleton giant beast flashing in her mind, her cheeks flushing slightly. That ex-beast. Perhaps it was truly the true harbinger. Chapter 77. What a bad omen. In Zhou Qin's luxurious villa, Chen Ning stood in front of the spacious closet, facing rows of elegant hangers but seemed somewhat hesitant. Zhou Qin stood behind her with a resolute and anticipatory gaze. Ning, you must dress up carefully today, said Zhou Qin with an undertone of indisputable command in his voice. Chen Ning turned around and looked at Zhou Qin, her eyes showing confusion and resistance. Brother Zhou Qin, why do we have to do this? I don't want to be like this in front of others. Zhou Qin moved closer to her, gently stroking her shoulders as his tone softened. I know, Ning, but this time it's different. This is for our future. If the elders of the Zhou family recognize my abilities this time, then the entire Zhou family will be within my grasp. Chen Ning furrowed her brows. She did not like the feeling of being manipulated. She liked even less the way Zhou Qin was using her. But she also knew that Zhou Qin had ambitions and plans of his own, and she didn't want to become a burden to him. But, brother Zhou Qin, it's winter now. How can I wear those clothes? Chen Ning's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Zhou Qin, however, remained obstinate, pointing at an extravagant low-cut evening dress on the hanger. This dress suits you perfectly. I believe you'll be very captivating. Do you know what Xiao Jiangque likes? No, let me correct that, brother Jiang. He seems to prefer women in stockings. That's settled then. Hurry up and put them on. Chen Ning stared at the clothing, a chill running through her body. The fabric of the dress was flimsy, barely able to keep out the cold of winter, and the stockings made her feel uneasy. She knew that Zhou Qin's purpose was to make her more appealing in front of Zhang Huai, but the manner of it made her uncomfortable. But I'm so cold. Zhou Qin became slightly impatient, grabbing the dress and tossing it onto Chen Ning. Chen Ning, don't forget why your father's company is still alive right now. It's all because of me, because of the Zhou family. If you don't listen to me, well, you'd better think about what comes next. Seeing Zhou Qin flare up, Chen Ning felt a little afraid, with tears welling up in her pupils. At this moment, Zhou Qin combined kindness with authority, hugging Chen Ning's body while speaking softly. Chen Ning, trust me. This is necessary. Zhou Qin's eyes showed a glint of determination. Your beauty and charm are our best weapons. Chen Ning fell silent, looking at Zhou Qin with internal struggles. She understood what he meant by, for our future. Zhou Qin had a younger sister, and that young lady was truly a prodigy, having just returned from studying abroad and already occupying an important position in the Zhou family group. In any aspect, it seemed that Zhou Qin couldn't match up to his sister, which caused him to be suppressed within the family. As an older brother, he couldn't assert himself before that girl. If things continued this way, there would probably be no relationship between him and the family businesses later on. In the end, Chen Ning submitted. She picked up the evening gown and the stockings, entering the changing room. Zhou Qin watched her silhouette with excitement, a glint of control flashing in his eyes. Inside the changing room, Chen Ning wore the dress and a pair of expensive-looking black stockings. Despite the thin material, she tried her best to look elegant. When she stepped out of the changing room and stood in front of Zhou Qin, his eyes lit up. He walked forward, gently adjusting her collar, and then said, "Chen Ning, you look absolutely stunning." A flicker of gloom passed over Chen Ning's eyes, but she said nothing, forcing a smile with difficulty, realizing she had no way out. Her father had accepted financial support from the Zhou family. In reality, though, his business had been hollowed out. If the Zhou family were to let go, her father would end up worse off than before. She could only follow Zhou Qin, becoming a gift to accomplish this task. At the same time, the Jiang family house was permeated with a faint aroma of chicken soup, something prepared especially for Yun Luo that day. He stood in the kitchen holding a ladle, gently stirring the pot of chicken soup. On top of the soup floated a layer of golden oil, emitting a tempting fragrance. The reason was simple. That day, when he visited Du Qinghong, he brought him a pot of chicken soup, and Du Qinghong enjoyed it thoroughly, clearly quite satisfied. Afterward, Du Qinghong asked about Lu Wanxin's condition. Jiang Huai said that Lu Wanxin ate well and slept well, although deep inside, she still bore the pain. However, she carefully concealed it, and he promised to help share that pain. Du Qinghong let out a sigh of relief after hearing this. Though he didn't say much on the surface, he actually harbored a deep sense of guilt over Yu Qinshan's death. Jiang Huai could feel that Du Qinghong carried a sense of shame for surviving, and this guilt over Yu Qinshan would transform into care for Lu Wanxin. Of course, more than just Lu Wanxin needed care within the ranks of the Night Demon Patrol. Alas, Jiang Huai, you're still a child. It's us, me and old you, who owe you. We failed to leave you with a complete organization. Jiang Huai consoled Du Qinghong with a few words, saying it wasn't a big deal. Without Lu Wanxin, he might already be dead by now. Jiang Huai, I know it might seem shameful to say this, but I want you to go check on Yun Luo. I think she hasn't left the Night Demon Patrol base since she came back. After Du Qinghong mentioned this, Jiang Huai remembered that every time he had seen Yun Luo recently was at the base. She was always hunched over papers, deeply immersed in her work. Every phone call from her also came from the base's landline. Jiang Huai realized he had never actually seen her eat anything. Teacher Du, once we join the organization, we become family. Yun Luo is also my elder, so rest assured, I'll keep an eye on her situation. Du Qinghong held Jiang Huai's hand, gratitude filling his remaining eye. So now, Jiang Huai decided to stew a pot of chicken soup and deliver it to Yun Luo. Meanwhile, Lu Wanxin seemed to have gone shopping with Yin Jia. She noticed how timid Yin Jia was and how introverted her personality was, so she took on her usual warm and outgoing nature, quickly befriending her. Going shopping together would help improve Lu Wanxin's mood as well. Just then, the doorbell rang. Jiang Huai was puzzled. Hadn't they said they were going to see a movie? Had Lu Wanxin returned so soon? He turned the stove down to a simmer, wiped his hands, and went to open the door. But when he saw Zhou Qin's ingratiating face and Chen Ning's expression of sheer dread, like she was heading to an execution, he slowly closed the door again. Such bad luck to run into something filthy so early in the morning, he remarked while patting his chest in exasperation. Chapter 78. Unfamiliar, can't help. The sunlight filtered through the gaps between the tree leaves, spilling onto the apartment building's hallway, as well as on the carefully selected suit of Zhou Qin. He stood in front of Jiang Huai's door, looking unusually formal. Chen Ning, on the other hand, was wearing a simple yet elegant dress with a meticulously done makeup. Her eyes carried a hint of unease and anticipation. Zhou Qin gently knocked on the door, his voice tinged with nervousness. Brother Jiang Huai, good morning. Pa. But in the next moment, Jiang Huai closed the door again, and that look was completely like seeing two lumps of garbage outside the door that no one had thrown away. Hey, Brother Jiang Huai. It's me. Zhou Qin. When there was still no response from inside the door, Chen Ning became somewhat angry. Jiang Huai, it's me. Open the door quickly. She seemed to think Jiang Huai was still the little yes-man who would come at her beck and call, her tone full of arrogance. Zhou Qin then yanked hard on Chen Ning. You be polite to Brother Jiang Huai. Chen Ning bit her lips, feeling quite wronged, wanting to tell Zhou Qin that Jiang Huai would listen to her, but also afraid that Zhou Qin might get jealous, so she could only coldly humph and say to Jiang Huai behind the door, Jiang Huai, I came today because I want to discuss something with you. Yes, Brother Jiang Huai, I know we had some unpleasantness before, but I am here specially to apologize to you. An eye for an eye should be avoided. Kada. The door opened, and this time Chen Ning saw more clearly. Jiang Huai had grown taller, now at least around 187 centimeters, and his figure was not of the bulky muscular type, but the proportion of his body and shoulder width was quite perfect. The muscles and curves exposed on his arms by the short-sleeved t-shirt worn at home made Chen Ning momentarily stunned. What's the matter? Jiang Huai said coldly. He didn't welcome these unexpected visitors, especially Zhou Qin, whose previous behavior had greatly diminished Jiang Huai's impression of him. As for Chen Ning, in Jiang Huai's eyes, she was like a piece of chewing gum stuck to the bottom of his shoe, impossible to shake off. Each appearance of Chen Ning always brought a kind of excessive self-conscious beauty, making Jiang Huai feel annoyed. He didn't understand why Chen Ning was always willing to be used by Zhou Qin, even at the cost of sacrificing her dignity. And why wouldn't she believe that he truly no longer had any feelings for her? However, Zhou Qin's attitude was extraordinarily sincere. He nodded obsequiously, a guilty smile on his face. Jiang Huai, I know the past events upset you, so today I specially brought Ning Ning here to apologize to you. As he spoke, Zhou Qin gently pushed Chen Ning forward. Chen Ning's cheeks were now flushed red. That reluctant feeling just moments ago seemed to have vanished into thin air. She looked at Jiang Huai, her eyes carrying a trace of expectation and anxiety. Is Jiang Huai going to South Korea for plastic surgery? No, that doesn't make sense. Even if he went to South Korea, it's impossible for such a drastic change in demeanor to occur, and his height and figure. The more she thought, the more exaggerated her thoughts became, her mouth slightly open, too frightened to speak. It wasn't until Zhou Qin nudged her arm with his elbow. Hurry up and say something. Zhou Qin urged her in a lowered voice. Jiang Huai, I and Zhou Qin are here to apologize to you. Now even the title brother was omitted. These minor details and petty thoughts completely went unnoticed by Jiang Huai, nor did he bother trying to discover them. He leaned against the doorframe, looking at the two with deadpan eyes. Oh, all right, I forgive you. Goodbye. As Jiang Huai was about to close the door again, Zhou Qin hurriedly moved forward anxiously. Brother Jiang Huai, actually, I'm not just here to apologize. I have a favor to ask. Can't help, impossible. Thank you for your offer, but no thanks. In order not to harm the young master, Jiang Huai stopped the action of closing the door. If his strength wasn't held back, he might directly crush this young lord. Brother Jiang Huai, since you're already here, let us in for a bit? Look, Ning Ning is dressed so lightly, she's cold. Jiang Huai glanced sideways at the visibly trembling Chen Ning beside him, but without a shred of sympathy in his heart. Instead, he found it somewhat comical. How strange, it was like he told her to wear so little. Just as Jiang Huai was about to kick Zhou Qin away, he suddenly sensed something. When his eyes flickered over Chen Ning's neck earlier, he seemed to see a string of pendant. Jiang Huai pushed Zhou Qin aside, walked over to Chen Ning, and looked down at her with a cold gaze. This gaze made Chen Ning feel inexplicable fear and excitement. She curled up her body slightly, instinctively shielding her chest with her hands, right covering that string of pendants. Move your hand away, Jiang Huai said coldly. Brother Jiang Huai, how about going inside? We are still out here. Zhou Qin didn't expect this. Was Jiang Huai so eager? But Jiang Huai had absolutely no interest in Chen Ning's body. His attention was on the pendant around her neck. He felt a strange aura emanating from it. The aura of a beast. And not just any beast. Although weak, this aura carried a strength comparable to Bai He. Alright, Jiang Huai glanced at Zhou Qin and then turned to walk into the room. This was promising. Zhou Qin rejoiced internally. He quickly grabbed Chen Ning, but suddenly remembered something and immediately let go, pushing her toward Jiang Huai instead, gesturing for her to get closer. Once inside, Jiang Huai didn't offer tea to the two of them. He merely sat on the sofa and gave a cold, curt invitation with his hand. Zhou Qin sat across from Jiang Huai and made a subtle signal to Chen Ning, who was about to sit down. She bit her lips gently and then walked over to Jiang Huai's side. Sit back down, Jiang Huai said coldly. Chen Ning thought she'd misheard him. Though Jiang Huai had indeed changed a lot, her ingrained perception of him as someone always ready to please hadn't altered easily. After lowering herself to sit by him, how dare he ask her to go back? Getting increasingly angry, Chen Ning was almost about to unleash her usual temper when Zhou Qin scolded her. He told you to sit back there? Why are you still standing there? Jiang Huai, you'll regret this later, pretending to be aloof. We'll see how long you can keep it up. With a curse in her heart, Chen Ning sat back, next to Zhou Qin. Speak up. What's the matter? Jiang Huai raised his hand and looked at his watch. A small flame was simmering in the kitchen to stew chicken. It was 20 minutes until noon, and he planned to give these two only 10 minutes. Zhou Qin chuckled nervously, looking somewhat awkward. Brother Jiang Huai, I actually came today to ask you for a favor. Don't be repetitive. I said it already, speak directly. Jiang Huai replied impatiently. Zhou Qin cleared his throat and continued. Next week is my grandfather's 70th birthday. I'd like to invite your friend, the Miss Mo from the Mo family, MOU, to attend the banquet as a guest. Not familiar with her. Can't help. Is that all? Jiang Huai said, clearly uninterested. Jiang Huai, even if I'm begging you, can't you do it? Chen Ning quickly put on a seductive look. In the past, whenever she acted cute like this, Jiang Huai would forgive her no matter how far she'd gone. But now, Jiang Huai merely glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Just that one glance almost made Chen Ning gasp in shock. Could such a manly charm truly belong to that Jiang Huai? Little brother Jiang Huai, stop joking. Last time, Miss Mo herself said, you're her person. I'm not close with her. Met a few times. Last time, I helped because I didn't like seeing you bullied. Seeing Jiang Huai's attitude like this, Zhou Qin's anger rose intensely. You bastard, if you really aren't familiar with her, I'll kill you tonight. But Zhou Qin dared not. He couldn't take the risk. If he acted rashly, the Mo family might come calling, and the entire Zhou family could be wiped out the very next day. Chapter 79, The Primordial Beast. Jiang Huai's eyes were fixated on the pendant hanging from Chen Ning's chest. The power emanating from it was unmistakable, even though faint. It undeniably carried the aura of a core-level lord. That necklace is quite beautiful, Jiang Huai said with a cold laugh. Chen Ning shyly lowered her head while Zhou Qin, hearing this, thought there might be an opportunity. Wasn't this a compliment for Chun Ning through the necklace? He quickly gave Chun Ning a subtle hint. This is something Zhou Qin gave me. He said it belongs to his family. At this, Zhou Qin broke into a cold sweat. Was this woman stupid? Why bring him into it now? This is just a trinket. Worthless, absolutely worthless. Brother Zhang, as you can see, you and Chun Ning once shared a bond. Perhaps you two should talk privately? How could Zhang not know what Zhou Qin was thinking? Yet, he never expected that this young master would actually offer up his own woman as part of a deal. It was clear that even if Chun Ning really married him, she would undoubtedly end up being used as a social asset in business affairs. But what did any of that matter to Zhang? Without hesitation, he raised his hand and forcibly tore the pendant off Chun Ning's neck. Sure enough, the horrifying force radiated much more strongly when grasped in his hand. This energy was saturated with misfortune and calamity. How long have you worn this necklace? Zhang asked. Both Chun Ning and Zhou Qin were stunned initially by Zhang sudden question, causing Chun Ning to flare up in anger immediately. This was a gift from brother Zhou Qin. Before she could finish, Zhou Qin hastily covered her mouth and said, "This is just an old item. Brother Zhang, it's been sitting in a little box in our basement storage for who knows how long. We only pulled it out yesterday." "What? Brother Zhou Qin, you said it belonged to your family." Zhou Qin glared at Chun Ning sharply, signaling her to shut up. Such good fortune indeed. Zhang couldn't help but let out a derisive chuckle. Wearing such an object would likely attract a horde of infected or beasts before long. They wouldn't miss out on such potent, yet fractured unowned power. Brother Zhang, about the matter I mentioned earlier. Zhou Qin had barely opened his mouth when Zhang pointed toward the door. "That's all, time's up. Now scram." The two of them froze in disbelief, but before they could respond, Zhang turned his head slightly and shot them a glare. "I said get out." With just one look, Zhou Qin felt a terror that transcended life and death. His legs began trembling, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. In an instant, he realized this wasn't any ordinary human gaze. It resembled that of a wild beast, starving and ready to pounce and rip him to shreds. He yanked Chun Ning and rushed toward the door like fleeing from danger. "Zhang, if you treat me this way, you'll regret it. Don't think I don't know. You're taking revenge on me." Chun Ning tried to say more, but Zhou Qin quickly covered her mouth again. "What are you yelling for? Do you want the neighbors to hear? That would be so embarrassing. Don't disturb brother Zhang." And thus, Chun Ning was dragged away by Zhou Qin. Zhang, meanwhile, held the pendant firmly, carefully sensing the energy it emitted. This power didn't belong to a core-level lord or an infected, but instead seemed more akin to Bai. Why would such an artifact be among the Zhou family heirlooms? Could it be that someone in the Zhou family was once an awakener? No, Zhang rejected this possibility. This pendant's craftsmanship and age suggested it had existed for over 100 years at the very least. Yet, beasts haven't been around for nearly that long a history. This pendant predates the rise of the beasts. Two mysteries weighed heavily on Zhang mind, so he decided to visit the prison. Closing his eyes, he tapped into his power. When he reopened them, he found himself standing in front of Bai's prison gate. Bai stared at him, and at the pendant clutched in his hand. A flicker moved through the blue flames in its eyes. "Do you recognize this energy?" Zhang lifted the chain in his hand. Bai slowly walked to the edge of its cage, raising a massive hand. Zhang placed the pendant within its grasp. The primordial beast that destroyed 7 worlds. It gently pinched the deep black gemstone with its enormous bony finger. "Is one of them? Is it the same as the black dragon I saw in my vision earlier? Track, hunt, consume them." Its other massive hand gripped the iron bars of the cage with a thunderous crash, but Zhang did not take a single step back. All of them were once prisoners of the jailer of this place, and now, as the possible new ruler of this prison, Zhang. It gently returned the pendant to Zhang's hand. "To protect this world, you must eternally hunt them." After speaking, Bai slowly retreated back into the shadows, leaving only the blue flames emitting a faint glow. Zhang looked at the pendant in his hand and suddenly realized something very serious. "I have a chicken stewing in my pot." Thus, he abruptly opened his eyes, realizing less than a minute had passed in reality. The flow of time in that prison clearly differed from the real world. He quickly went into the kitchen, finished up the last steps, and packed the chicken soup into an insulated bucket. He then called Lu Wanyin. "Send food to Sister Yin Luo?" Zhang, there's something strange about you, so have you set your sights on Sister Yin Luo again?" "I'm hanging up." Hey, it was a joke. Alright, let's go together. Just so happens Yinin is there too. Let her meet Sister Yin Luo as well. Alright, see you at the base soon." Faced with this mischievous little demon, Zhang truly felt a bit at a loss. Sometimes, Zhang would have a sense of illusion. Could it be that Lu Wanyin really liked him? But most of the time, Zhang thought this was just how Lu Wanyin interacted with him. She seemed to have a different mode of interaction with everyone. It made it impossible for others to develop any feelings of annoyance towards her. In some sense, she was really suited to be an actress. Holding the insulated bucket, Zhang took the bus to the Night Demon Patrol base. As he arrived at the entrance, he noticed Lu Wanyin and Yin Jia approaching. The girl exuding coldness caused the temperature to drop dramatically as soon as she came near. Even Zhang couldn't help but wrap his coat tighter. Yin Jia noticed Zhang's movement and immediately realized she might have inadvertently affected him. With a slight look of apology, she stepped back a few paces, worried that her presence might also chill the food in Zhang's insulated bucket. When Lu Wanyin approached, she suddenly sensed something unusual. She got closer to Zhang Huai and carefully sniffed his scent, though somewhat abrupt. In her view, this was a necessary inspection. She furrowed her brows, seemingly detecting something out of the ordinary. Zhang Huai was puzzled by her action, perplexed, and asked, "What are you doing?" There's something strange." Lu Wanyin didn't directly answer, instead inspecting Zhang Huai's jacket more closely. She even opened his jacket and pressed her face against Zhang Huai's sweater, sniffing carefully. "Ah, this smell, it's Chen Ning," she exclaimed suddenly, her tone tinged with surprise and displeasure. "What the hell?" Zhang Huai was dumbstruck. "Did you awaken with dog-like abilities?" Chapter 80. The Night Demon Parade Shall Not Fall. Lu Wanyin took a step back, folding her arms across her chest, looking somewhat displeased. She said indignantly, "Humph, don't underestimate my nose. Besides, I've worn her pajamas before. Of course, I remember her scent. Tell me, are you two rekindling an old flame?" Zhang Huai scratched his head and awkwardly explained, "Her boyfriend, and she came to ask me for help with something. They treat you like that, yet you still want to help them." Lu Wanyin's emotions flared up as she glared at Zhang Huai, seemingly dissatisfied with his decision. What I mean is, I don't like seeing good people get bullied. It's not because I'm jealous." Lu Wanyin tried to explain her feelings, but there was still a trace of jealousy in her tone that couldn't be hidden. Jia smiled bitterly on the side. She felt that Lu Wanyin acted differently in front of Zhang Huai compared to how she acted when she was around her. In Zhang Huai's presence, Lu Wanyin's usual pretense seemed unnecessary. Her true thoughts were impossible to hide, as if she were completely exposed under Zhang Huai's gaze. "Wanyin, if we don't go inside soon, Zhang Huai's chicken soup will get cold." Jia whispered a reminder. It might not usually cool down so easily, but it was the middle of winter, and with Jia nearby, Lu Wanyin had no choice but to let it go for now. She stuck out her tongue at Zhang Huai, saying, "I'll interrogate you properly later." Zhang Huai was puzzled. Was there really a need to act like a couple in front of Jia? Or did Lu Wanyin actually care about him? Setting aside these questions for now, the group ascended to the second floor of their base. Sure enough, Yin Luo was still buried in paperwork, her posture seemingly unchanged since last they'd seen her. "Big Sister Yun," Lu Wanyin called cautiously, fearful of interrupting Yin Luo. "What is it?" Yin Luo's voice remained as distant and emotionless as ever. It lacked any hint of warmth or sentiment. "Zhang Huai specially made you some chicken soup." Lu Wanyin gestured meaningfully, prompting Zhang Huai to quickly take the soup over. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he glanced at the trash bin. There were several bread wrappers in the bin. Zhang Huai knew Du Qinghong's worries were justified. These days, Yin Luo might have truly skipped meals entirely. So Zhang Huai smiled and said, "Sister Yin, haven't you eaten properly these past few days?" As he spoke, he placed the thermos bucket on the table. Yin Luo paused her typing on the keyboard. This was her personal computer, and combined with Du Qinghong's handwritten documents, she had already managed to fully organize everything about the Night Demon Parade in just these 2 days. "This chicken soup, it's quite delicious. I made it this afternoon. Let me pour you a bowl," he said, expecting her to decline or insist on waiting. Instead, without hesitation, Yin Luo immediately stopped her work, looked at Zhang Huai, and said, "Thank you," before picking up the bowl and devouring its contents hungrily. Slow down, slow down." Zhang Huai laughed nervously, marveling at the stark contrast in her behavior. Eating is one of the few things that Big Sister Yin takes interest in. Lu Wanyin whispered into Zhang Huai's ear as she leaned closer. Then, looking at Yin Luo, she smiled and asked teasingly, "Sister Yun, isn't Zhang Huai's cooking quite good? When are you two getting married?" Yin Luo's abrupt question after finishing her soup shocked both Zhang Huai and Lu Wanyin, leaving them momentarily speechless. "You've moved in together already, and you've done all the necessary things. Although you're too young, it doesn't matter. I can arrange it. You two can get married." "Sister Yun, don't joke about this." Lu Wanyin's face turned red as she responded. "I'm not joking. If you marry now, by next year you'll have a child. Then, the two of you can leave Lingyu City. This is the association's newest benefit for awakened individuals." Zhang Huai furrowed his brows. Lu Wanyin stood frozen. What Yin Luo meant was, they should leave. "Sister Yun," Zhang Huai said, "we don't plan to leave. What will staying accomplish? To wait here and die along with the Night Demon Parade?" "What are you talking about, Sister Yun?" Lu Wanyin's voice began to tremble slightly as the emotions she had suppressed over the past 2 days began to seep through. "Yu Qinshan has died. Du Qinghong is hospitalized, and the Night Demon Parade is now down to only a handful of us. This is their best opportunity to wipe us out." Then she looked up at Zhang Huai and said, "Du Qinghong says you're special, and that you must be protected. However, the Night Demon Parade is under new restrictions now. No one can leave Lingyu City. The only way for the two of you to safely leave is if Lu Wanyin becomes pregnant." "I've said it." Lu Wanyin's voice grew softer and heavier. "I won't leave, and neither will the Night Demon Parade disband." "It's not a disbandment." Yun Luo shook her head and corrected her. "It's literal death." "Then what about you?" Lu Wanyin couldn't hold back any longer, her emotions erupting as she said, "You weren't here when old Yu died, and you weren't here when old Du was injured. You come back now, not attending old Yu's funeral or caring about old Du. Are you just a coward?" "Sister Yun Luo," Lu Wanyin's voice echoed through the small office. At this moment, Jia felt like perhaps she had come at an inappropriate time. Fortunately, Yun Luo's words broke the awkwardness. "I will stay." "What?" "I said I'll stay. If I die," in their eyes, the Night Demon Parade will be seen as no longer posing a threat, and they won't bother you anymore. As for the two of you, Live well elsewhere, and don't get involved in the world of awakened individuals anymore. Lu Wanyin clenched her fists tightly, taking a deep breath. Just as she was about to explode, a hand gently patted her head. Jiang Huai carefully let Lu Wanyin lean into his embrace, then smiled and said to Yun Luo, "Sister Yun Luo, the Night Demon Parade will not fall." Yun Luo looked up at Jiang Huai. "You caused chaos at the association press conference a few days ago. Many people have already taken an interest in you. I don't know your relationship with the fearless captain, but joining them now would be the best option." Jiang Huai shook his head and said, "The Night Demon Parade is a treasure that teacher you sacrificed everything to protect. I won't let anyone get near it. Everyone here, teacher you, teacher Du, Lu Wanyin, and even you, sister Yun Luo, are my family." Then he glanced behind him. "And there's her too, the new member we mentioned on the phone, Yinjia. I won't allow anyone to harm my family." Caught off guard, Yinjia shrank back slightly, but managed to force a small smile and greeted Yun Luo. Yun Luo scrutinized Jiang Huai. Besides Lu Wanyin, whom he rescued from the ruins, Master Yu Qinshan, who never took on apprentices, had spoken very highly of him. Moreover, Master Yu didn't actually provide much training to Lu Wanyin in terms of strength. Lu Wanyin's abilities mainly came from the Necromancer Guild, an organization that was considered strange even among groups of awakened individuals. But Master Yu Qinshan seemed to have taught Jiang Huai quite a few skills. During multiple conversations, Yu Qinshan had mentioned Jiang Huai, insisting that the future pillar of the Night Demon Parade could only be Jiang Huai. Old Du also paid great attention to Jiang Huai's presence, even telling Yun Luo that he owed his life to Jiang Huai. Reason told Yun Luo not to believe such nonsense. But deep down inside, where long-lost emotions were supposed to be dormant, something resembling hope whispered to her faintly. If she gave it a try, perhaps she should trust him, if nothing else, then at least because his chicken soup was so good. "Debt," Yun Luo suddenly said, making everyone pause for a moment. "If we want to revive the Night Demon Parade, the first thing we need to handle are these debts." Lu Wanyin's furrowed brows relaxed, comforted by the fact that Yun Luo was no longer approaching the issue with the most pessimistic mindset. She nodded vigorously. "Yeah, Sister Yun Luo, we can surely find a way." Before the end of the year, Jiang Huai recalled what Yun Luo had previously mentioned. If both financial stability and the number of members aren't resolved by year's end, the Night Demon Parade must dissolve. Danju Chamber of Commerce. How much longer do I have to wait for you? Chapter 81. Ancient Texts. The next day, Zhou Qin was restless at home, his heart filled with anxiety and unease. His gaze wandered around the room, but he couldn't find a focus. Jiang Huai's attitude confused him. He was uncertain whether Jiang Huai had rejected his request or already agreed to it. If Jiang Huai refused, why did she take Chen Ning's necklace? This action seemed to hint at a tacit approval. So, did that mean she had agreed? But if he was overestimating her intentions, wouldn't he embarrass himself in front of the family? Chen Ning went shopping again. Her figure appeared in Zhou Qin's mind, but she wasn't as captivating as when they first met. That woman was as stupid as could be. Initially, he wanted to play with her because she looked pretty, but now he was getting tired of her so quickly. If it weren't for the fact that she could still connect him to Jiang Huai, Zhou Qin would have wanted her out of his house by now. Zhou Qin thought secretly to himself. His utilization of Chen Ning was now surpassing any personal feelings he had for her. He needed to get closer to Jiang Huai through Chen Ning, hoping to obtain Jiang Huai's help, provided that Jiang Huai really still cared about her. At least from their last meeting, Zhou Qin didn't sense much of that sentiment. Zhou Qin sighed, realizing that his patience was almost exhausted. If Jiang Huai refused to help, his predicament would become even more severe. The upcoming celebration for grandfather's birthday would surely result in an embarrassing situation. Zhou Qin envisioned the possible awkward moments during the family gathering and felt a chill down his spine. Especially that woman. Her familiar yet detested face came to mind. That little bitch wouldn't miss this opportunity to further trample on him. Just then, the butler's voice came from downstairs, seemingly deliberately raised as a reminder. "Second miss, why are you here?" "Shit." Zhou Qin cursed silently. How could this little bitch come to his house right now? What rotten luck. Zhou Qin got up and went downstairs. Sure enough, the tall, fashionably dressed, but not vulgar short-haired young girl sat arrogantly on the sofa in the living room. She ordered around his servants as if this were her own home. "Uncle Chun, last time I mentioned some important points about brewing tea. You used to be the most meticulous person in the family, but now why are you so perfunctory?" A faint smile played on the young girl's lips before she dumped the scalding hot water directly onto the expensive carpet. The butler referred to as Uncle Chun immediately bent over to apologize. "I'm sorry. Sorry, second miss. I didn't expect you to come, and we weren't prepared. Really, I'm so sorry." So, do you normally serve my beloved brother with this trash?" Her slightly aggressive Danfang eyes glanced once at several servants including Uncle Chun, all of whom were too frightened to utter a word. "Or is it that my beloved brother has no requirements for you at all?" The girl's eyes grew colder. Her long legs crossed elegantly in boots, and her tone became increasingly cold. Of course, the servants understood that she was forcing them to make a statement. Right at that moment, Zhou Qin's voice came from the staircase entrance. Why are you here? I didn't receive the news that you've returned to the country." His voice trembled without any firmness. The girl leaned against the soft sofa, then slightly turned her head to look at Zhou Qin. "Because my return was only announced to some elders in the family, and that doesn't include my brother." Zhou Qin's hand gradually clenched tightly, but he didn't dare show even a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. "All right, I won't toy with you anymore, brother. I heard you're planning to invite one of the Mo family's daughters to celebrate Grandpa's birthday. The girl slowly stood up, crossing her arms and looking at Zhou Qin. I didn't know brother had such skills. Please don't let the elders in the family down. They're all watching you. Zhou Qin's face turned pale with anger. Speechless, he dared not even look into the girl's eyes. A younger sister by 3 years old always managed to outshine him in every aspect, despite making private vows countless times to make this little witch regret her actions someday. In reality, it was hard for him even to raise his head and speak in front of her. Put on a good show, brother. You are the important male heir in the family. If you disappoint Grandpa this time, I cannot guarantee what Grandpa might do to you. I heard the group plans to open a branch company in a barren small country. Perhaps Grandpa will appoint you as the manager of the branch. That's quite a significant responsibility, isn't it, brother? The girl gave a light laugh and then turned away, leaving behind a trembling and angry Zhou Qin. He decided he would go see Xuanhuan again. That evening, Zhou Qin bought a large amount of gifts and once again brought Chen Ning to Xuanhuan's doorstep. Upon seeing the somewhat impatient expression on Xuanhuan's face, Zhou Qin said nothing and immediately started bringing all the bags of items into the house. You two are really annoying. Xuanhuan coldly watched Zhou Qin eagerly carrying in all sorts of things. Brother Xuanhuan, listen to me, I really have no other choice. Xuanhuan didn't want to hear another word from him and was about to close the door. Chen Ning felt heartbroken as she saw her brother, Zhou Qin, humbly begging Xuanhuan for help. Yet this Xuanhuan refused to give a hand. What gave him the right? Thud. Just as Xuanhuan was closing the door, Zhou Qin suddenly knelt down. Brother Xuanhuan. Zhou Qin's voice trembled as he pleaded. Save my life. Save your life? Xuanhuan sneered lightly. Taking that pendant away had already saved his life once. Master Zhou, it's important to know your own worth. Listening to Xuanhuan's words, Chen Ning became enraged and tried pulling Zhou Qin up, but Zhou Qin remained kneeling, refusing to get up. Xuanhuan, Zhou Qin is already kneeling to you. What more do you want? Xuanhuan retorted coldly. Was it me who encouraged him to boast? Was it me who asked to torture him? Zhou Qin grabbed hold of Chen Ning, signaling her not to say any more, and prepared his final pitch. Even to his own ears, this final reasoning sounded rather forced. Xuanhuan's interest in the pendant might not be due to Chen Ning. Rather, it could be due to the pendant itself. Brother Xuanhuan, the main branch of the Zhou family, also has an ancient text passed down from the same period as this necklace. Indeed, upon hearing this sentence, Xuanhuan paused his action to close the door abruptly. Then, looking down at Zhou Qin with disdain, he asked, how do you know I'm interested in these things? Xuanhuan's tone carried a biting chill that silenced Chen Ning, who wanted to protest further. All she dared was clutch Zhou Qin's arm tightly. I guessed. I think Brother Xuanhuan took a liking to the pendant because it must be some kind of ancient artifact. Though I don't understand those things, if Brother Xuanhuan likes that ancient book, I can also bring it out for you. Bring the item over first before anything else. Xuanhuan's words were devoid of any emotion. Brother Xuanhuan, if you don't help me, I will lose access to that ancient text. I'm not trying to threaten you. It's just that if I can't fulfill my promise this time during Grandpa's birthday celebration, they will kick me out of the Zhou family. When he raised his head again, Zhou Qin was already in tears. Xuanhuan observed his appearance, feeling there wasn't any lie. If indeed an ancient text was preserved alongside the pendant, then Xuanhuan did find himself truly intrigued. You two may go back now. Xuanhuan finally uttered one last sentence. Zhou Qin's heart still hung in suspense, unsure whether Xuanhuan's silence indicated acceptance or rejection. But Xuanhuan had already closed the door, and he didn't dare knock again. So he could only leave the apartment building with Chen Ning. Brother Zhou Qin, you actually made such a great sacrifice for our future. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Ning was moved to tears. But Zhou Qin paid no attention to her. There were only 2 days left until Grandpa's birthday celebration, and the invitations to the Mo family were already prepared. He'd also placed it within that stack of gifts earlier. But Xuanhuan hadn't committed either way. If he went to Grandpa now to admit his fault, would Grandpa forgive him? Absolutely impossible, concluded Zhou Qin. It seemed like he had no other choice but to take things step by step. If Grandpa truly blamed him, that little wretch would definitely not miss this opportunity to drive him away. Chapter 82. Such good news. That night, Xuanhuan honestly told Lu Wanyin about the favor that Zhou Qin had asked him for. Of course, he omitted the part about the necklace, only mentioning that Zhou Qin would give him a sum of money afterwards. Turning down money is foolish. That's something old you often says. But Lu Wanyin seemed concerned. Xuanhuan knew what she was worried about. Mou and himself weren't particularly familiar, and this event involved a gathering between two families, which wasn't just about attending. If she went, it would definitely be representing the Mo family. This situation was very complicated, and Xuanhuan had no authority to make such a decision for Mou. I'll ask her first. If she refuses, I will turn down Zhou Qin. With that, Xuanhuan took out his phone and stepped onto the balcony, dialing the number Mou had previously given him. Hello. The phone rang once before being picked up on the other end, sounding as if they couldn't wait. Who are you looking for? However, after a brief moment, the voice on the other side calmed down, sounding more composed. Xuanhuan was speechless. You obviously have my number saved, yet you're still asking. Your intentions are too obvious. Sorry to disturb you so late. What's the matter? Do you have time recently? I want to invite you. Yes. Do you have time? I need to confirm. Xuanhuan's mouth twitched slightly. Did she really want his help that much? She sounded like she was practically begging. I want to invite you to a gala. Are you interested? Gala. The person on the other end seemed confused. To MOU, Zhang Huai didn't seem like the type to usually attend such events. Do you mean the kind of gal I'm thinking of? It should be. It's one between families. MOU's voice sounded slightly disappointed, not knowing what she had been hoping for. Is it from the Zhou family? Zhang Huai was somewhat surprised. How did she guess his intention directly? The last time, after I sent someone to return the car to the Zhou family, they've been cautious ever since, fearing retaliation from my family. Actually, my family doesn't know about this incident. Zhang Huai couldn't help but wonder what exactly the Mo family did to terrify both Zhou Qin and his family so much. The matter is like this. He recounted how Zhou Qin's grandpa was celebrating his birthday with a feast, wanting to invite her to attend. After a long silence, Mou responded, "Fine. Really? You don't have to force yourself. If it affects you, there's a condition." So, here she was waiting for me. Zhang Huai gave a wry smile and said, "All right then, tell me. Anything but asking me to join fearless fighters can be negotiated. You have to go with me." Zhang Huai froze in place. But the next sentence from Mou almost made him choke. "As my fiancée." When Lu Wanyin heard this news, she was initially sullen, but then found it a bit strange. Zhang Huai told her that Mou might be using him for some covert agenda. Thus, the two began brainstorming. Mou's family must be forcing her to marry someone. Lu Wanyin spoke first. She doesn't want to, so she found a scapegoat. Zhang Huai thought even deeper. Not only that, she also invited me to go with her to the Zhou family's banquet. She wants to transfer trouble over to the Zhou family, so that when her real fiancé hears of this, he would believe that I am from the Zhou family. If this were a business battle, then the Zhou family would almost certainly be ruined. Not only that, Lu Wanyin added, she could use this opportunity to create conflicts between the Zhou family and the Mo family, thus gaining control over everything. In fact, Zhang Huai was just playing along with Lu Wanyin, helping her feel better. The Zhou family, seeing the Mo family, were probably scared stiff and wouldn't dare to fight back. However, he indeed didn't fully understand why Mou made such a request. This woman was truly unfathomable. So, will you be bothered by it? Zhang Huai chuckled as he asked Lu Wanyin. Lu Wanyin was deep in thought and froze for a moment before turning around to face Zhang Huai. If I say I'm bothered, will you refuse her? She half-jokingly said. Yes. Zhang Huai replied resolutely. Lu Wanyin stood dumbfounded for a while, then raised her hand to pinch Zhang Huai's cheek. We are just acting, don't get lost in it too much, idiot. Also, we're just acting, there's no genuine feeling involved. Zhang Huai remained silent, merely gazing at Lu Wanyin. He knew that the young girl was lying. Lu Wanyin also looked at Zhang Huai. She also knew that Zhang Huai was lying. Then, both of them involuntarily came up with the same sentence. You can't lie at all. Zhang Huai didn't have any formal attire suitable for grand occasions, so he was now a bit troubled. However, he soon thought of a savior. Chuhi. Although Yu Qinshan and Du Qinghong's matter had already troubled Chuhi enough, Zhang Huai had indeed saved Chuhi twice. And this time, it wasn't such a big deal either. After a phone call with Chuhi, the latter readily agreed. Since the banquet would be held the day after tomorrow, there was no time to tailor-make anything. So Chuhi personally brought several expensive suits for Zhang Huai to try on. In the end, Chuhi took charge and helped Zhang Huai choose a well-fitted black tailcoat. Older brother, you are attending old Master Zhou's birthday banquet, right? Chuhi grinned and asked Zhang Huai, who was standing in front of the mirror awkwardly adjusting to his new look. Zhang Huai was slightly surprised, but then thought it made sense. Chuhi, being from a family as well, it was normal for their families to interact frequently. Thus, he nodded. Chuhi continued, my family has also received an invitation, but we usually don't bother with such small-scale gatherings of lesser families. But if elder brother is going, then I will attend too. That doesn't seem right. If you go, you'll represent the Chu family. Wouldn't that cause trouble for you? Zhang Huai asked. Chuhi waved his hand. Relax, elder brother. My house is different from Captain Mo's family. The Mo family has a very strict hierarchical system, running the family like a military unit. Family members belong to distinct factions. It's exactly families like theirs that cannot casually attend another family's gathering. Zhang Huai paused. He hadn't expected how rigorous Mou's family actually was. Would he get her into some serious trouble by inviting her to join him? Brother, what's with that expression? Chuhi questioned, seeing Zhang Huai's worried look. So, Zhang Huai told Chuhi about inviting Mou together, and that she had agreed. Chuhi sucked in a breath sharply. Phew, brother, the relationship between you and the captain, it must be truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, inside the mansion of the Mo family, Mou was also changing into a black evening gown inside the dressing room. She looked at herself in the mirror and slowly raised her hand to touch her reflection. Finally, she let out a gentle sigh. Will he like this outfit? Chapter 83, Getting Used to It. 2 days later, the wine party of Elder Master Zhou was held at a winery in the suburbs of Lingyu City. This winery was an asset of the Zhou family, and also a rather luxurious gathering place. Today, it looked especially opulent and lively. The birthday celebration would officially start at 7 p.m. At this moment, Zhou Qin was standing at the entrance, welcoming guests while feeling restless inside. Chen Ning wasn't by his side. Since Zhou Qin hadn't truly regarded her as a fiancée, he certainly wouldn't let her stand by his side under such circumstances with full dignity. Therefore, he asked Chen Ning to entertain some relatively ordinary guests. Of course, he didn't have much thought for Chen Ning now. All his attention was focused on each arriving guest, praying that he could find the person he had longed to see among them. At this moment, outside the Zhou family winery, Zhang Huai and Chu He were also waiting for someone. Zhang Huai's hair had been carefully styled by a professional designer, and even though he was now standing at the entrance, he continued to draw people's attention. Has she changed her mind at the last minute? Xuanhuan said in a low voice. Don't worry. Though the captain has a cold demeanor, she is trustworthy and doesn't break promises once given. He replied, glancing at his watch while trying to reassure Xuanhuan. Soon after, there came a cacophony of noise from not far away. A luxury black sedan slowly pulled up in front of Xuanhuan and others. It wasn't the car itself that made everyone gasp. Everyone here was wealthy after all. What shocked them was the license plate of the car. That was one of the unique numbers exclusive to Lingyu City, which belonged to the mysterious and powerful Mo family. Click. The driver opened the rear door of the car. The first thing that caught Xuanhuan's eye was a pair of slender legs wearing black high heels. Then Mou appeared, dressed in a black evening gown, with a very exquisite makeup and hairstyle. Everyone sucked in a breath sharply. Initially, they were somewhat skeptical if they had seen wrongly. How could Mo family's car be at the entrance of the Zhou family estate? However, when Mou appeared, everyone almost cried out in shock. That was truly the young lady of the Mo family. Xuanhuan was also stunned, not expecting Mou to make such a stunning appearance. Captain. Chuhi's voice broke the atmosphere. He stood straight, saluting Mou like a guard. Mou glanced at Chuhi and slightly nodded. Then her frosty gaze turned toward Xuanhuan, lightly landing on the boy's heart. She seemed not to care about the other's eyes. She only softly told Xuanhuan, let's go. Xuanhuan nodded. As the two walked towards the gate of the estate, Mou noticed that Xuanhuan's steps were somewhat stiff and his expression tense. So she gently raised her hand and circled her arm around Xuanhuan's. Don't move. When Xuanhuan was about to pull his hand out, Mou softly said, don't forget your identity, relax a little. The soft sensation instantly reached Xuanhuan's arm. How could anyone relax with this? Mou hadn't deliberately used any perfume, but naturally, there was a faint fragrance about her, combined with a floral scent wave designed by an unknown master perfumer. An invigorating aroma caused Xuanhuan's face to turn slightly red. Fiancé. How could he have agreed to such a request from her? Xuanhuan regretted it immensely now. Chuhi followed behind them, watching the scene before him and couldn't help but sigh. What more can one ask for in life? By this point, Zhou Qin was already drenched in sweat. Several important guests had arrived without him greeting them promptly, leading to reprimands from nearby elders. Simultaneously, their patience with Zhou Qin was diminishing, as there were only 10 minutes left until entry time. Yet, there was still no sign of the miss from the Mo family. And the elegant and poised young woman chatting amiably with guests, upon looking back at her brother, smiled faintly. But her smile faded when she saw an elegant silhouette at the entrance. Did she really come? Could it be my good-for-nothing brother? But the young woman's worries lasted only an instant, because she noticed a man beside the dark knight noble beauty. So the reason why the Mo family's daughter was here was for this person and had absolutely nothing to do with her useless brother. Zhou Qin, however, did not realize this. When he saw Mou and Xuanhuan appear, he felt like he had seen a savior. Several elder members of the Zhou family frowned deeply. They certainly did not want this good-for-nothing to really have any connection with the Mo family. After all, they had already placed their bets on Miss Zhou Lingling. He walked over while suppressing his excitement, but his voice was still trembling as he said, Miss Mo, brother Xuanhuan, welcome. However, before he could finish his sentence, Mou had already bypassed him while holding on to Xuanhuan's arm and proceeded directly towards the main hall. Suddenly, Zhou Lingling burst out laughing. As expected, although no one knew what relation existed between Zhou Qin and that man, it was clear that the former paid no attention to him. That man, however, was truly the person who could summon Mou. At the entrance of the hall, Mou did lower her stance slightly. She greeted the elders of the Zhou family, but their attitude towards her made it hard for others to distinguish at a glance. Who exactly was the host of this banquet? The old master has maintained a robust constitution even after so many years apart. My father sent me to wish you happy birthday on his behalf, but he is currently not in Lingyu City and thus cannot be present here. Please forgive him. Xuanhuan originally thought that Mou would not care about such family formalities, as she was truly the kind of woman who appeared to be far removed from worldly affairs. But now seeing how effortlessly she navigated through these complicated courtesies, it made him feel somewhat distant by comparison. The Zhou family's elder, the white-haired but still sharp-eyed old man, remained calm indeed. It was clear that he was someone who had seen much of the world in the past. He courteously expressed gratitude to Mou and her family. I am just an old man halfway into the grave, yet troubling you, Miss Mo, to personally come congratulate me on my birthday. I am greatly indebted to you for attending. The elder was quite intelligent, and he dealt rewards and punishments fairly. Since this time it was Zhou Qin who had brought them here, then naturally, he mentioned Zhou Qin in front of everyone. Don't underestimate these words. They carried significant weight concerning Zhou Qin's status within the family. Although being ignored earlier had left Zhou Qin feeling displeased, upon hearing those words, his heart immediately filled with excitement. He even deliberately glanced at his younger sister, Zhou Lingling. Initially expecting to see Zhou Lingling's face flushed with rage, what he saw instead was the young lady standing calmly and gracefully behind the family elders with a gentle smile, showing no sign of urgency. This little wretch was still pretending. Inside, she must be anxious to the point of panic. Zhou Qin felt secretly gratified, but before he could revel in it for long, Mou smiled gently and pulled Xuanhuan closer to bring him before the old grandfather. Grandpa Zhou, this is my fiancé Xuanhuan. My acquaintance with your grandson is non-existent, and I have only come because my fiancé wanted to. At this moment, There was another round of surprise among those present. All eyes turned to Xuanhuan. It was then noticed that this youth, who had been quietly standing beside Miss Mo of the Mo family all along, though appearing slightly nervous, had a tall stature, handsome features, and a noble demeanor. Truly, they made a well-matched pair, like heaven-made and earth-set. However, Zhou Qin's face darkened. Previously, he had bragged to his grandfather about having connections with Miss Mo. Now, the other party had personally negated this claim. Suddenly, Zhou Qin suddenly heard a cold laugh coming from beside him. Looking to the side, as expected, that wretched person was smirking at him disdainfully, regarding him like trash. That, Mr. Jiang, may I inquire? The old grandfather did not know Jiang Huai's background, nor had he ever heard of such a name. He wasn't sure how to properly address him. I actually don't have much acquaintance with your son either. He asked me for dinner, so I came. And since it's your birthday, all the better. So let me wish the venerable one happy birthday. Jiang Huai finished smilingly and bowed deeply to the old grandfather. But the expressions of the old grandfather and several people around him soured slightly. Mo seemed about to laugh, and it wasn't a mocking laughter. It was rather something that she couldn't help bursting forth deep from within her heart. All right, Grandpa Zhou, my fiancé and I have some matters to discuss, so we will not disturb you further. With the cane under his arm, the old grandfather forced a smile. Miss Mo, please go ahead without hesitation. Then, Mo led Jiang Huai directly to the side room. Pushing open a tightly closed door, she gently pushed Jiang Huai inside. After entering herself, she shut the door again. What's wrong? I just saw that they looked upset. Did I say something wrong? Jiang Huai was puzzled. He also realized that those faces became unpleasant after he spoke, particularly Zhou Qin's. Though Zhou Qin shouldn't have been angry. Instead, he should have been scared, as his face went pale from fear. You didn't say anything wrong, but why did you bow? Mo crossed her arms in front of her chest, a smile still lingering on her face. Evidently, Jiang Huai's action had genuinely amused her. It's like a farewell to a corpse, but today is supposed to be a joyous banquet. Jiang Huai scratched his head, and upon Mo's reminder, he realized that was true. Sorry, did I embarrass you? He chuckled awkwardly, but Mo shook her head slightly, and then muttered something so quietly that only she could hear it. I'm used to it. You were always doing unexpected things in the past. Then, as if trying to quickly change the subject, she said, all right, Jiang Huai, let's talk about the main issue now. Huh? Jiang Huai paused for a moment, then noticed the fleeting smile on Mo's face had disappeared. That touch of frost-like coldness once again surrounded her. At this moment, her black evening gown seemed to complement her chilly elegance even more. Chapter 84. Unexplained irritation. Serious business? What do you mean? Jiang Huai also put away that teasing demeanor and asked Mo seriously. The atmosphere during their last two encounters with Mo had somewhat eased, almost making Jiang Huai forget that this woman was the first to suspect his power and investigated him, an awakened one. Why did you ask me to come here? Wei Qin came to seek my help, asking me to ask you to attend this party. I'm a soft-hearted person, so I agreed. Jiang Huai replied faintly. But Mo shook her head. You're not such a person. You know I've investigated you, Jiang Huai. There has been enmity between you and Zhou Qin. There's no way you'd bother with his requests, because... The girl slightly raised her eyes, in this dim side room without lights, her pupils flashing with a cold light like they were covered by a layer of frost. You're a very vengeful person, so you absolutely wouldn't bother with Zhou Qin's request. Jiang Huai maintained a calm exterior, but his hands slowly clenched. No one has ever made such an evaluation of him. But Jiang Huai is surprised precisely for this reason. Because he indeed is a vengeful person. But this is definitely not a conclusion that could be reached merely by investigating his personal file. Mo did not give Jiang Huai more time to think. She slowly leaned against the door, then lightly curled up her right foot and rested it on the door. This action was as if telling Jiang Huai, you have no retreat. She continued. So I can only conclude that either Zhou Qin or the Zhou family has something you really care about, and whatever it is, you will do anything to get it. Jiang Huai remained silent. Then he too slightly lifted his head, his eyes flashing with a pale blue light. He looked at Mo coldly. So, are you aware of everything and still willing to come? Because I want to know what you're looking for. The moment these words left Mo's lips, Jiang Huai vanished from before her eyes. Then, in the next second, a hand suddenly gripped her throat. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes, but this instinctive reaction quickly disappeared. The girl stared at those dark eyes which emitted a blue flame in front of her, without uttering a word, simply letting the other person tighten their grip on her throat. Jiang Huai's fingers were as hard as steel. He could feel the fragile lifeline hidden under the fine skin of the girl in his palm. A slight exertion of force would cause that fragile neck to break in his hand, bringing to an end the life of this powerful and five-star awakened one. However, that was not his intention. His purpose was far more complicated than simple slaughter. He wanted the girl to feel fear, wanted her not to play games with him. Yet now, he was confused again. His voice was as cold as ice, with a hint of curiosity. Why don't you fight back? This question echoed in the empty room, as if even the air was frozen. It was this feeling again. Clearly she could have dodged, and even had the chance to capture him. Though Jiang Huai was not in his full 100 bones form, while his strength was great, his agility couldn't match Mo's. But she didn't do anything, just allowing herself to be controlled by him. Unexpected situations happened repeatedly with this woman, making Jiang Huai somewhat irritated. You hold grudges, but you aren't a butcher. Mo barely managed to choke out these words. Jiang Huai gave a cold laugh and slightly increased the pressure. Are you so certain? Do you really understand me? Mou did not answer directly, but instead gently lifted her hand, lightly resting it on Xuanhuan's arm. Her movements were gentle and slow, yet carried an indescribable kind of strength. Her pupils shimmered with tears, a mixture of pain, helplessness, and some deeply buried emotion. In that instant, Xuanhuan's heart, which should no longer exist, suddenly beat once. The girl whose throat he had throttled. Her crying and her tears made him feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He slowly loosened his grip, then before the girl fell to her knees, he gently supported her waist, revealing a rare gentleness in his movements. But his tone remained icy cold. You really give me an inexplicable feeling of irritation. Frowning, Xuanhuan said, you always act unpredictably, always making me unable to read you. Hack. Mou sniffed, then slowly stood up, gently pushing Xuanhuan away. Do as you please, there's more than just you who dislikes me. Xuanhuan wanted to say something more, but eventually, watching the girl tidying her slightly disheveled hair while sniffling, he swallowed his words, finally sighing and saying, I can tell you why I came. Xuanhuan slowly fished the pendant out of his suit trouser pocket. The black gemstone pendant emitted not a single glimmer in the darkness, completely shrouded in blackness. What is this? Mou momentarily paused, then moved closer. Stretch out your hand, I'll let you feel. After hearing Xuanhuan's words, Mou nodded without hesitation and extended her hand. TSK. Xuanhuan clicked his tongue irritably. Why didn't this woman even hesitate? He grabbed her wrist in annoyance, pulling her closer to him, then slowly lifted the pendant and suspended it lightly in front of Mou's eyes. Suddenly, Mou felt an overwhelmingly oppressive and terrifying force seeping out from the pendant. This power was filled with ominous disaster. This feeling of oppression even surpassed the awe inspired by the Black Core Lord they had faced earlier. Instantly, Mou became dizzy and disoriented under the weight of this power. Her pupils constricted, her lips slightly parted, as if she were facing a catastrophic upheaval that would destroy heaven and earth. Slap. Xuanhuan suddenly clenched the pendant in his hand, his fist already covered in skeletal bone. My power is like a catalyst. It can activate the dormant aura within the pendant, but my power also serves as a suppressant. He pinched the pendant between his fingers, ensuring no more calamitous energy could spread before tucking it back into his pocket. And according to Zhou Qin, this pendant is the Zhou family's heirloom. Passed down alongside this pendant is an ancient tome. Xuanhuan watched Mou, who was still shaken from the experience, lightly snapping his fingers in front of her face to bring her attention back. So now do you understand why I am here? Mou nodded. I'll help you. No conditions, no reasons asked. Whenever he proposed something, she would always offer her assistance. Xuanhuan really didn't know what to say. If he hadn't known that she was the young miss of the Mo family and the captain of the fearless elite squad, he might have suspected that this woman had fallen in love with him. Meanwhile, Chen Ning was already drunk. Zhou Qin sent her to entertain guests, and those guests treated her like one of the estate's maids. They kept commanding her around and would occasionally grope her while they had the chance. She escaped from the venue with some excuse, though she was quite unsteady on her feet, feeling deeply wronged inside. Brother Zhou Qin, why isn't he willing to introduce me to his family? She stood in front of the sink, splashing cold water onto her face. Complex emotions brewed in her heart, and there wasn't even time left for her to worry about her makeup anymore. Under the influence of alcohol, she began reminiscing about the days she spent with Xuanhuan. Back then, she used to drink a lot with friends, but she would never take Xuanhuan along. At the time, Xuanhuan was thin and looked shabby. She even thought it was embarrassing to be seen with him. Yet every time she got drunk, he would definitely come to pick her up, send her home, and would never take advantage of her when she fell asleep. Even though she had been his girlfriend at the time, he made absolutely no improper moves toward her. Why doesn't he even want to look at me anymore now? While Chen Ning wallowed in self-pity, she failed to notice the negative emotions she harbored beginning to permeate outward. A black mark slowly started forming on her chest, where the pendant used to hang. This mark gradually devoured the grievances and sadness of the girl, allowing the power behind it to continuously grow. Ultimately, the young girl remained unaware. One after another, cracks gradually appeared across the luxurious bathroom. Chapter 85. A flourishing scene of blood. Director Liu, the latest revelation from the Order of Enlightenment. In the Association's Combat Command Center, Director Liu Zhuangshi has temporarily taken over the duties of former Vice President Hong Wu. He now fully leads the branch of the Awakened Association stationed in Lingyu City. Until the main headquarters investigates this matter clearly or dispatches a new responsible person to take over, Liu Zhuangshi will have full responsibility for everything here. He hadn't closed his eyes for 3 days in the command center and was just about to rest when he was abruptly woken up by an explosive commotion. Then came the information passed on by several staff members. Liu Zhuangshi quickly rallied himself. There must be no mishaps in Lingyu City right now. Awakening associations and organizations all around the world were closely watching this place. Soon, awakening associations and organizations from all over the world would also set up in Lingyu City, making it an important milestone in the global resistance against the beast tide. But now, the latest revelation from the Order of Enlightenment had him breaking out in cold sweat. A large number of rift reactions have appeared somewhere in the outskirts of Lingyu City. Staff members anxiously said, "Director, could this mean another wave of beasts?" Do not panic. Liu Zhuangshi quickly organized the work. They determined the location and range of the rift's appearance. Soon they discovered that these rift reactions were concentrated around the wine estate of a prominent family. What shocked him was the massive number of rifts. There were at least 15 rifts. This kind of situation was even rare in the xuanhuan beast tide, because each rift represented a nest of beasts, which could be understood as an organization of awakened ones. During the xuanhuan beast tide, the most common rifts were the 4 Great Lord rifts and the Core Lord rifts. Small rifts usually appeared in flood-like numbers when human resistance collapsed. Now, xuanhuan estate attracted more than 10 nests, a highly abnormal situation. Activate the 9 phases sealing dust realm nearby first. Send letters to all organizations. Find out which organizations are closest to that wine estate, and immediately head there for a hunt. At that moment inside the wine estate, within the luxurious restroom, after washing her face, Ning sobered up slightly. She took out the cosmetics from her bag and started applying makeup in front of the mirror. It was then that she felt some rustling sound. At first, she thought someone was in one of the restroom stalls, but when she glanced back, all the stalls were wide open with no one present. Sasuke, that sound rang out again, and Ning started feeling anxious. Who's there? She whispered, but received no response. Ning became scared and decided to leave the restroom immediately. However, as she turned her head to gather her cosmetics, something unusual caught her attention. Her reflection in the mirror seemed to turn its head later than herself by a fraction of a second. As if it had a delay, the lipstick fell from Ning's trembling hands. Her legs started shaking violently as she stared rigidly at her reflection in the mirror, afraid to move. Then she noticed the expression on the face in the mirror transform from shock to calmness before finally showing a bizarre grin. Ning screamed as the monstrous form revealed itself in the mirror. It transformed into a grotesque, twisted creature that abruptly emerged from the mirror. Just as the creature's mouth, resembling a catfish, was about to swallow Ning whole, a paper fan lightly unfurled in front of her, creating a barrier between the monster and her. Then, a pleasant voice reached her ears. Isn't this a new toy of my older brother? How pitiful. Stunned, Ning stared at the person holding the umbrella, a free-flowing short-haired girl who possessed eyes that radiated confidence and mischief at all times. This flawless young lady, both in looks and demeanor, was familiar to Ning. She'd only seen her in pictures. She was the sister mentioned by Zhou Qin, the one returning from studying abroad. Zhou Lingling. Aoyu. Behind the umbrella, the monster roared. The expressions of the two under the umbrella were different. The monster relentlessly tried to tear apart this seemingly fragile paper umbrella, but despite the creature's sharp fangs and claws, it left no trace on the oiled paper fan. It couldn't even push the umbrella aside to attack the two behind it. Ning was almost frightened to death. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, almost ready to collapse onto the ground. Meanwhile, Zhou Lingling maintained a smile that seemed like mockery mixed with pity directed toward Ning. That's all right, little toy. You'll be fine. Zhou Lingling's gentle smile was like the warmest sunlight in spring, filling one's heart with warmth. But this warmth, like the elegant paper umbrella she held, disappeared momentarily. What originally was just one monster suddenly transformed into several, their forms flickering faintly in the dim light of the restroom as they surrounded Zhou Lingling and Ning completely. At this very moment, a flurry of blood-red petals arrived, filling the entire restroom. As the beasts roared and lunged towards the two, each petal seemed to come alive, no longer a symbol of fragility, but transformed into a sharp blade. In an almost imperceptible breeze, the petals spun at astonishing speed, slicing through the creatures with merciless precision. The instant the petals made contact with the beasts' bodies, there was a soft yet distinct sound of cutting, like a somber symphony of death. With the beasts' bodies torn apart, their flesh mingled with the petals, creating a rain of blood. The splattering blood and swirling petals wove together in the air, blossoming in every corner of the restroom and turning it into a sea of blood. Walls, floor, mirrors, none escaped the blood-drenched deluge. Together they painted a surreal masterpiece of hellish reverie, a paradox of violence and beauty. The metallic stench of blood saturated the air, so thick it felt tangible. This smell tightened one's throat and made breathing difficult, as if even the air had been contaminated by the bloody taint. Ning collapsed onto the ground, her legs giving out beneath her. Her composure completely shattered as she lost control. Overwhelmed by terror and despair, she fainted, losing consciousness. Back in the grand hall of the manor, the birthday banquet continued in full swing. The old master publicly thanked everyone for coming. He specifically mentioned Mou. Regardless of whether Mou had any connection to his inept grandson, since you're here now, I'll use your family's prestige to my advantage. Mou wasn't oblivious to the cunning intentions of this elderly man, and everyone present regarded the Mo family with both fear and reverence. To gain favor from the Mo family could compel other families to back off in all matters. She too had her own considerations. Moreover, this time she wasn't attending the family gathering on a whim without informing her own clan. Instead, she had their explicit approval. There was only one reason, an unaffiliated awakened individual. The 4-star offensive type awakener codenamed Flourishing Blossoms, Zhou Lingling. Chapter 86, Mirror Demon. Inside the hall, xuanhuan had somehow pulled out a few thermal boxes and kept scooping all kinds of dishes into them. What are you doing? Mou asked in confusion. Packing up food. There's so much food here that we won't be able to finish it, so we can take it back for Luanxin and Yun Luo. Xuanhuan smiled as he kept shoveling lobsters, sea cucumbers, and various other delicacies into the boxes. In the end, for convenience, he simply poured them in. You'd better stay away from me so that others don't think less of you. As he spoke, Xuanhuan suddenly realized that Mou had actually started helping him pack. Saving food is never something to be ashamed of. The young girl's perpetually cold words contrasted sharply with her attitude toward Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai had started getting used to it. At this moment, Zhou Qin was delivering his speech for the evening on stage, while these two were busy filling boxes below. Let's raise our glasses together. Let us enjoy this wonderful evening. However, just as Zhou Qin was about to complete his perfect speech, an ear-piercing scream shattered the piece like a sharp blade cutting through the music. Everyone's hearts jolted. The scream felt like a taut string snapping, causing involuntary panic. Zhou Qin's expression darkened. His anger surged like magma before a volcanic eruption. His eyes blazed with fury as he inwardly cursed. Which fool dares interrupt my perfect speech? He turned his head and saw a female attendant, her clothes in tatters, drenched in fresh red blood, as if she had just escaped from the edge of hell. She stumbled inside through a side door, fear and despair etched onto her face. Monster. Her voice trembled, unable to form coherent sentences. Suddenly, the female attendant collapsed on the ground, her bloody face lifting up, eyes filled with terror. She shouted with her last ounce of strength. There are monsters. Everywhere there are monsters. No sooner had her words left her mouth than a low, ferocious roar echoed behind her. Then, a grotesquely twisted monster appeared. Its body seemed warped by some evil force, its limbs disproportionate, and its skin covered in disgusting tumors. Its eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light as it pounced on her. Everyone was stunned by the sudden horror scene, but Mou and Jiang Huai reacted with unusual speed. Their eyes met in a flash of understanding, no words needed. In the split second before the monster could tear the attendant apart, Jiang Huai moved. His fist flew like a cannonball, smashing heavily into the monster's skull. With a dull crack of bone breaking, the monster's head burst, its massive body deforming under the powerful momentum, flying away like a pile of mud. Monsters! There are monsters! The screams rose again, this time out of sheer terror and shock. Now what everyone noticed was the horde of creatures continuously surging from the side doors into the main hall. Their overwhelming numbers and bizarre forms sent chills down everyone's spines. Jiang Huai furrowed his brows, confusion filling his heart. Where did these beasts come from? Before these creatures appeared before him, he hadn't detected any trace of beast or infected auras. This made him deeply uneasy. Save the people first, Mou said coldly, without a hint of panic, only calm decisiveness. Without hesitation, she grabbed a cake-cutting knife from the table and killed two beasts attacking the crowd. But the poor knife snapped immediately under the unexpected violence, rendering it useless. The scene devolved into chaos, with screams, roars, and sounds of combat blending together to form a horrifying image of hell. Fear and unease dominated every face. Jiang Huai looked around and caught sight of Mou fighting retreatingly. He frowned slightly. Mou's forte was with swords, yet now, without any weapon, she relied solely on tableware at hand and martial arts skills to fend off the beasts. These creatures, although merely vanguard level and not particularly strong, were too numerous to handle. Even if he and Mou were powerful enough to break through the encirclement effortlessly, they couldn't save everyone present. Just then, a petal floated gracefully past Jiang Huai, almost imperceptible. A cool sensation brushed against his cheek followed by a slight sting. Jiang Huai froze, instinctively touching his cheek where a drop of red tinged his fingertips. Upon seeing the faint streak of blood, his eyebrows furrowed further. Jiang Huai's body was still human in terms of physical strength, but the 100 bones within him would instantly enhance his body upon any contact with anything, even contact that would absolutely not harm him. However, this petal had silently left a small scratch on his face without him noticing. Before Jiang Huai could carefully ponder over it, more petals started to flow into the hall. Mou, who had been alertly watching the surroundings, now also noticed these abnormal petals. The young girl paused slightly, a flash of surprise flickering in her eyes, but it quickly turned into a look of understanding. It seemed she recognized where the petals came from and inwardly sighed in relief. The petals grew increasingly numerous. They no longer floated gently and harmlessly. In an instant, they became incredibly sharp. The previously calm air in the hall was shattered by this sudden change. The petals turned into countless blades and, with lightning speed, killed all the beasts that had infiltrated the hall. Sprays of blood burst forth like a rain of crimson, splashing across the entire hall. The floral fragrance in the air was replaced by the smell of blood. Jiang Huai's body was stained red by the unexpected downpour of blood until an oiled paper umbrella slowly unfurled above his head. Do you like this feast? Amidst the blood and blossoms, the gentle smile of the young girl appeared before Jiang Huai's eyes. Thieving little mouse. But in the next second, there was a mischievous glint in the girl's gaze as she looked at Jiang Huai. Zhou Lingling's petals acted as if they possessed their own consciousness, harming only the beasts and avoiding any humans in the banquet hall. The Zhou family members, upon seeing Zhou Lingling, were all filled with horror. Her originally white evening gown had now turned blood red, and her face was smeared with beast blood. She exuded a beauty bordering on madness. I hear you want our ancient texts. Without sparing a glance at the beasts that had already been shredded, Zhou Lingling smiled faintly as she asked Jiang Huai, You are an awakened one. At this moment, Mou returned to Jiang Huai's side. She held a broken chair leg, which was barely useful. Zhou Lingling didn't waste much time talking. She simply smiled and closed her umbrella. You made a deal with my useless brother, but unfortunately, Zhou Lingling glanced slightly toward Zhou Qin, cowering beneath the main podium, and so scared he had wet his pants. He doesn't have the final say. To do business with the Zhou family, you need to go through me. We'll talk about this later. Let's save these people first, Jiang Huai said. Although he was curious how this woman knew the purpose of his visit. Zhou Lingling shook her head. There is a beast here skilled at slicing through space. It has already isolated this area from the original world. What's your name? She looked at Jiang Huai and asked. Jiang Huai, your meaning is that now this place is similar to the 9 seals of Dust Boundary. You're half right. This beast did not appear in the previous wave of beasts, but it has been very active in other countries. In Kotana, where I studied abroad, it's called Mirror Demon, Dangerous Level, Lord Class. Noticing Mo, seemed to react to the name. The young girl chuckled lightly. Worthy of being the captain of the Fearless Brigade. The third wave of beasts erupted in Kotana, and the Fearless Brigade went as reinforcements. If I'm not mistaken, that was the only time the entire Fearless Brigade was wiped out. Chapter 87, The Broken Power. Mo spoke in a deep voice. Jiang Huai looked around at the people who were still alive. Most of them appeared quite panic-stricken. Some took out their phones and tried to call the police, while others huddled in the corners. Not a single person dared to leave the banquet hall since those monsters had surged in from outside. That's enough Shen talk, Jiang Huai said seriously. We'll discuss the ancient text later. How do we break this mirror demon space? The mirror demon and the bug mother both belong to the realm-type beasts. Unless it's absolutely necessary, they won't leave their nests personally, Zhou Ling explained as she looked at Mo. My power can handle these insignificant vanguard-level beasts, but my ability is limited. I can only guard this banquet hall for half an hour. She set aside her mockery and looked at Mo. During this time, you must find the nest of this mirror demon and slay it. It seemed that she considered Mo the strongest fighter here, so she didn't even give Jiang Huai a glance. But she glanced slightly at Jiang Huai. As for you, you can stay and wait with me. You will be safe within this half an hour. Or you could also. Without hesitation, Jiang Huai looked at Mo and said, let's split up. You go search for survivors in this winery and bring them back to the banquet hall, then guard here with her. I'll go and find this mirror demon. Wah dash. Zhou Lingling was full of disbelief. Who is this guy? Did he not understand what I just said? Not to mention that the mirror demon has elusive movements. Even if he found it, that would be a lord-level beast. Even though it isn't during a Shug flood, a lord-level beast is difficult for even Mo to handle. And yet he says he'll hunt the mirror demon alone? Are you brain damaged or something? Zhou Lingling looked disdainfully at Jiang Huai. Before Jiang Huai could respond, Mo had already nodded. I understand. I will go look for the survivors. What? Zhou Lingling was even more confused. Miss Mo, are you sure about that? Mo turned her head to look at Zhou Lingling, did not answer her question, but instead asked, does this winery have any knives? Swords will work too. There is one. The answer did not come from Zhou Lingling but from old Master Zhou, who had been slumped on the side all along. He looked quite startled, but experience tells that old dogs know tricks. Her granddaughter's swift action with these two strangers proved that only they have the capability to solve this crisis. There is a knife on the second floor of the main hall of this winery, in the exhibition hall. It's an ancient sword left by our Zhou family ancestors. I don't know if it can help you. Mo nodded, and then turned with Jiang Huai toward the corridor. Tsk tisk. Zhou Lingling placed her hands on her waist and watched the retreating figures of the two. These two, there's something fishy about them. At this moment, Chun Ning carefully pushed open the door to a guest room upstairs. After Zhou Lingling saved her, she noticed the black mark on her neck. Under intense questioning, Chun Ning told Zhou Lingling that the mark resembled a pendant she had worn before, given to her by Zhou Qin. But the pendant had been snatched away by her ex-boyfriend, Jiang Huai. He participated in this birthday banquet because Zhou Qin had told him that there was an ancient book here. After hearing this, Zhou Lingling sneered coldly and turned to leave, leaving her alone in the room. But Chun Ning wasn't willing to sit and wait for death. She wanted to find Zhou Qin at least. Once she found Zhou Qin, she would definitely be safe. Zhou Qin would surely protect her. Thus, she cautiously made her way down the corridor. This winery was incredibly large, and its internal structure was very complex. Chun Ning quickly became lost. Just at this moment, the lighting equipment malfunctioned, plunging everything into sudden darkness. A moment later, the energy-saving lights lit up. Under the dim illumination of these energy-saving lights, Chun Ning saw a distorted figure at the corner of the corridor making creaking noises while walking towards her. She was almost on the verge of tears in terror. Only daring to cover her mouth, she wanted to retreat back to her previous room. But when she had retreated just 2 steps, she suddenly noticed a portrait hanging on the corridor wall whose character's eyes were glaring fiercely at her. Ah! Chun Ning screamed in fright as the distorted shadow suddenly sped up, turning the corner, revealing a massive creature that was both wolf-like and lion-like charging toward her. Ow! Desperately, Chun Ning closed her eyes. In that instant, a loud slap was heard, and a chair leg smashed heavily onto the monster's head. The monster was thrown backwards, and the chair leg shattered upon impact. However, the monster stabilized itself mid-air, seemingly unharmed. Go! Mo pulled Chun Ning, who was trembling uncontrollably, and ran back. In the oil paintings on the wall, the character's eyes kept following the two fleeing individuals. Soon after, more and more monsters began to rush toward them. I can't run anymore, Chun Ning's legs were already weak. Even though she had kicked off her high heels, now she only felt dizzy and short of breath. Mo clicked her tongue. If it were before, she would have never carried such a burden. But after that battle in Mount Wuhuang, something quietly changed inside Mo. Facing death to live, once a principle that helped her survive on the battlefield. Now, she hoped to save as many people as possible during this process. So, without hesitation, she directly scooped up Chen Ning and placed her over her shoulder. Bang! After kicking down a beast that suddenly appeared from the corner with a strong kick, Mou, carrying the young girl, nimbly fled forward. The number of monsters behind them increased. Mou knew they must find the so-called ancient sword soon. Otherwise, even she might find it hard to deal with these gradually evolving beasts using just her bare hands. At the same time, Xuanhuan wasn't faring well either. Although those beasts couldn't cause him any trouble at all, he still couldn't sense the presence of the mirror demon. And he realized that the mirror demon was hiding other beasts in its lair, allowing them to emerge through reflective surfaces. Its cracks were mirrors, or rather, mirrors were the carriers of its cracks. A beast lurking in the shadows slowly approached Xuanhuan, then suddenly attacked while he was thinking. However, the next instant, its body froze in midair. A pale blue line had connected to its neck. But this situation lasted only an instant, and the blue filament broke immediately afterward. Then the beast angrily pounced on Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan raised his hand and choked the beast's neck, pressing it casually against the wall and sinking the wall inward. Is the controller still unable to perfectly control the beasts? He found this peculiar. He had tried using Bug Mother's tentacles to control the beasts before, but failed every time. Even the weakest Vanguard-level beasts were worlds apart from xuanhuan. But what if another method was used? The beast continued struggling, yet Xuanhuan's grip was like an iron clamp. No matter how it struggled, it could not budge. The next moment, Xuanhuan slowly lifted his hand and inserted it into the beast's mouth. This panicked the beast. Its fangs started biting Xuanhuan's arm fiercely. But Xuanhuan's arm was already covered in bone, and with a series of crackling sounds, Xuanhuan remained unharmed while the beast's mouth became a bloody mess. Almost all of its fangs were broken. Don't be in a hurry, because I cannot see where your core is. Let me find it. Xuanhuan stuffed his entire arm into the creature's body, turning its initial furious roar into pitiful wails. Now it was gasping weakly in its final throes of life. If it truly had thoughts, it might regret its action for the rest of its life. I found it. Xuanhuan finally located what he sought within the beast and grabbed hold of it firmly. Instantly, the previously resigned beast began thrashing again. But Xuanhuan did not give it the chance. He tightly held onto that object and violently pulled his hand out. Accompanied by a tearing sound, a bloodied black core was forcefully ripped out of its mouth by Xuanhuan. Plop! Xuanhuan discarded the corpse of the beast. After twitching several times, it lay still. All right, let me see where your master is. Xuanhuan swallowed the sticky core whole. Then fragmented flashes of memories flickered through his mind. Terra Tribe, Broken Dark Emperor, this power must be devoured. After completely digesting it, Xuanhuan furrowed his brow. The information here was too fragmented. What was the Terra Tribe? What was the Dark Emperor? But if they were here for some kind of power, Xuanhuan retrieved the pendant from his pocket. Since he wanted so much, he closed his eyes and started using the power of Bai Hai to activate the energy of the pendant, prompting it to become active. That ominous sensation of terror began spreading outward, extending until it enveloped the entire winery. Finally, Xuanhuan heard the voice. I found you. Traitor, hand over that power to me. Then come and take it yourself. The next moment, Xuanhuan suddenly began sprinting madly down the corridor. At the same time, a multitude of beasts emerged on the corridor windows. They were like hyenas that had caught the scent of blood, roaring as they pursued Xuanhuan from behind. Xuanhuan's destination was also clear. If your carrier is mirrors, then I'll prepare the biggest stage for you. Chapter 88, Annihilation. At this moment, Mou and Chen Ning weren't faring much better either. Even though the presence of that core lord had earlier caused many beasts to retreat downstairs, a number of them were still in hot pursuit of the two girls. Mou's senses were extraordinarily sharp. A faint yet clear hum pierced through the surrounding commotion, striking directly at her eardrums. This sound seemed to carry a mysterious force, calling to Mou and guiding her forward. The girl's heartbeat quickened. Her intuition told her this might be their only chance for survival. After a hurried breath, Mou abruptly changed direction, leading Chen Ning into a narrower, dimly lit corridor. The confined space restricted their movements, but also provided a sliver of hope. The pack of beasts behind them let out deep roars, their footsteps growing closer, like the tolling of death's bells ringing in their ears. Chen Ning's face was pale. She could almost feel the rank odor emanating from the monsters' mouths. Her heart beat like a drum, fear threatening to engulf her. Yeah, they're catching up. They're catching up. Desperation and panic filled her voice. But Mou had no time to dwell in fear. She responded to Chen Ning's scream with calm. Shut up. At that moment, a monster lurking on the ceiling suddenly launched an attack. Its body was abnormally agile, its neck stretching long as it opened its massive jaws, lunging straight at Mou and Chen Ning. Mou's reflexes were lightning fast. Almost instinctively, she tightly embraced Chen Ning and used a sliding tackle, skillfully dodging the monster's assault. With this slide, Mou then threw Chen Ning hard towards the front. Yeah? A loud bang followed. Chen Ning crashed through the door at the end of the corridor. As she rolled on the ground, dazed, Mou who entered immediately after grabbed her collar, intending to pull her up. However, when Mou tugged, there was a ripping sound. Two sponge-like objects slid out from Chen Ning's chest. Don't look. Chen Ning covered herself, simultaneously trying to conceal the fact that she had been deceiving them. At a time like this, who the hell cares to look? And didn't you know I'm a girl too? Rarely did a curse slip through Mou's mind. She grabbed Chen Ning around the waist and rushed toward the source of the sound. Boom. The door and walls burst apart. Countless Vanguard-level beasts began flooding into the room. They had evolved, transitioning from their original beast forms to bipedal strides with stronger, more flexible hands, an evolution specifically designed to counter Mou's combat skills and agility. While Mou was still faster, the overwhelming numbers meant hand-to-hand combat would no longer work in her favor. Just as wolf-like creatures were about to catch up to them, Mou finally spotted the object within the display cabinet deep inside the room. It was also what had been continuously calling to her. It was a black-sheathed longsword, but it was already too late. Any extra step would result in them being caught. Mou wanted to throw the woman behind her so she could buy herself enough time to retrieve the blade. But she did not do it. If it were Xuanhuan, would he save this woman? Of course not. Mou wasn't aware of the relationship between Xuanhuan and Chen Ning, and she naturally assumed Xuanhuan treated everyone with the same gentleness. So she made her decision and forcefully hurled Chen Ning toward the display case. Go fetch the sword for me, and I'll hold them off. Mou said coldly. She sharply halted her momentum, planting her hand on the ground and spinning around to face the endless waves of incoming beasts. There was no sign of retreat in her stance. Her hand hovered over her waist, while crimson light flooded her pupils. The girl's body began to ooze blood, which converged to form the blood-red longsword at her waist. Only one strike, one single chance. Her body had yet to recover from the battle at Despair Mountain, combined with the punishment from her father. Chen Ning was also anxious. Trembling, she attempted to grab the sword, but found the display cabinet locked. Thus, she started pounding on it with all her strength. But the glass wasn't so easily broken, and despite her hands swelling from the beating, it remained intact. At nearly the same instant, Mou's sword was drawn. Dust knife, sever blade. Eliminating all distractions, the crimson longsword surged forth powerfully in the narrow confines, the slash cutting through walls and decimating the beasts entering the room. Cough. Mou coughed up a mouthful of blood, but she immediately clenched her teeth, the blood seeping through the gaps between them. The power behind this slash fell far short of the one at Despair Mountain, but it was already the limit of what she could do now. Unfortunately, countless beasts still continued to flood in after the crimson blade had slashed through. She couldn't wield another strike. The blood-red longsword slowly dispersed from the girl's waist, transforming into droplets of fresh blood that splattered on the ground. And then Mou herself gradually knelt down as well. Chen Ning was also frightened by Mou's slash. She cried out, "No, don't sit down. They're coming." Then you. Hurry, give me the sword. Mou's consciousness was already somewhat blurred as she slowly raised her hand to take the sword. But Chen Ning simply couldn't open the cabinet. I can't open it. What should we do? Mou could no longer hear Chen Ning's voice, yet by sheer instinctive willpower, she managed to slowly stand up. Cough. Another mouthful of blood spewed out of her, like a blood-red flower blooming in the darkness. However, Mou did not collapse right there. She used these streams of blood as an artist uses paint on canvas, gradually shaping the form of the longsword around her waist. But this time, the longsword failed to fully materialize and instead imposed an even greater burden on her body. Just as life and death hung in the balance, a humming sound suddenly echoed in Mou's mind, akin to an ancient incantation awakening the deep-seated strength within her heart. Subsequently, Chen Ning noticed that the cabinet began to tremble, as if an irresistible force was about to burst forth. Terrified, she quickly shrank back. Mou watched helplessly as the monsters poured in, yet in this moment, their movements seemed frozen. The whole world seemed to be reduced to just her breathing. Thus, guided by some sort of power, she slowly raised her hand once more. I can hear you. You're not content. Your mission is not complete, and neither am I. If you're so unwilling to stay cooped up in the cabinet, acting like an exhibit. The cabinet quaked harder. To be precise, it was the sword trembling. Then come over. Bang. The tempered glass shattered completely, the black longsword spinning into Mou's hand. In the instant her fingers touched the hilt, a name surfaced in Mou's mind. It was as if this were the weapon the girl had been searching for all her life, the perfectly fitting tool. As the longsword left its resting place, the surrounding world snapped back to normal speed. Endless beasts roared fiercely as they pounced at the girl, only to meet with two softly spoken words from her lips. Annihilation. And absolute obliteration. Chapter 89, the second round. Xuanhuan's body had already transformed into 100 bones, and as he suddenly crashed through a door, he sensed an ancient and mysterious power emanating from the second floor. Under this power, the beasts chasing him abruptly stopped in their tracks, and then Yingqi looked up at the upper floor, as if they were sensing some ancient natural enemy. What made Xuanhuan find it even more ironic was that due to the influence of the 100 bones within his body, this very power also felt threatening to him. But now the mirror demon did not intend to give him much time to breathe. The beasts, originally somewhat hesitant, suddenly became like energized zombies. Perhaps being intimidated by the force on the second floor, they sought to swiftly seize the pendant. In any case, these beasts began to evolve rapidly under some kind of catalytic force. Each one grew as strong as gorillas, clearly adapting to observe the method of movement used by the 100 bones and adopting a targeted evolution accordingly. However, at this point, Xuanhuan had already reached his destination. It was precisely the side room where he had previously had a private chat with Mou. Why choose here? Because this side room was fully enclosed, except for a large standing mirror, there were no other mirrors, not even windows. And Xuanhuan had noticed that this mirror spirit could not simultaneously affect all the mirrors in the manor. The number of mirrors it could manipulate was limited. Moreover, its power was also influenced by the size of the mirror surface. He believed that this huge standing mirror would certainly allow the mirror demon to unleash a great deal of power. Sure enough, Xuanhuan saw the figure of the 100 bones in the floor-to-ceiling window gradually becoming distorted. The mirror demon was extracting the strength of the 100 bones and mimicking it. Truly worthy is a beast of the lord level. Xuanhuan marveled. The true strength of these lords does not lie in how terrifying their direct power is. Rather, it lies in their exaggerated evolutionary speed and adaptability to power. When the black skeletal giant slowly emerged from the mirror, Xuanhuan genuinely felt an aura from it that was not inferior to that of the 100 bones. Perhaps this was its trait. If at the time that core lord possessed such extraction and creation powers, the 100 bones might not have been able to defeat it. Almost simultaneously, the black skeleton and the 100 bones raised their eyes, and blue flames flashed in the eye sockets of both skeletal giants. The swarm of beasts rushing behind them all stopped their actions at this moment. They were like numerous witnesses watching the battle between these two skeletons. Xuanhuan found it interesting and also wondered just how strong the force extraction capability of this mirror demon could be. In the next instant, a black and a white fist collided fiercely. The entire manor started to tremble. Even though this was a space fractured by the mirror demon, the collision of these two forces significantly impacted the space. The 100 bones discovered that initially the black skeleton was still suppressed by himself, and its punch speed was below his own. However, soon after he realized that this black skeleton was almost striking in tandem with him, and its power was entirely undiminished. This space was shaken continuously by their battle. Finally, both skeletons were battered and bruised, and each took a step back. But the black 100 bones created by the mirror demon were borrowing some kind of force from within the mirror and gradually restoring itself. Xuanhuan let out a bitter laugh. This wasn't good. The one falling into disadvantage was himself. With a series of exchanges, Xuanhuan's 100 bones had to invest more power into attack and defense, leaving little time for self-healing. Meanwhile, the mirror demon continued to draw strength from the mirror. This was an uneven fight, and the replicated 100 bones by the mirror demon in terms of strength were now almost on par with the original. After several more rounds, the 100 bones finally couldn't hold on any longer. It wobbled around, just about to fall when it was grabbed by the neck by the black skeleton. But the black skeleton didn't immediately kill the 100 bones. Instead, it flung it into the mirror. Bang! The 100 bones fell hard inside the world of the mirror. He slowly raised his head, looking at the bone giant full of ominous black energy approaching step by step. There was not an ounce of fear in his heart. Rather, this is what he wanted to see. This mirror demon did not want to share the power of the pendant with other beasts. Perhaps it had employed some means to gather those beasts under its command, but now, it intended to monopolize this power solely. In a way, it truly had evolved to be as despicable as certain humans. Hand it over to me. The black skeleton slowly raised its hand, and a deep voice resonated within the mind of the 100 bones. The 100 bones slowly stood up, and its gradually shedding bones clattered onto the ground like broken porcelain, until the moment the skull began to crack and crumble, revealing one of Xuanhuan's eyes. The black skeleton froze, because it realized that Xuanhuan didn't seem afraid. Instead, he was smiling. Perhaps some primal animal instinct warned it something wasn't right. In an instant, it recalled a possible explanation. In order to monopolize the pendant's power, it had dragged him into the mirror world. But thinking about it from another perspective, it had brought him directly into its own lair. And now, who exactly was the one with no escape? I will make you understand what true eternal hunting is. This thought suddenly emerged in Xuanhuan's mind. Perhaps at the moment he still didn't fully grasp its meaning, but as a hunter, he was already prepared. Snap! After a series of rustling sounds, the black skeleton abruptly noticed that the skeletal armor of the 100 bones was undergoing some astonishing transformation. The originally fragmented white bones started transforming into clearly defined black armor, just like that core lord called Annihilator. Even its somewhat round headgear now appeared much more aggressive. Although the size of the 100 bones had shrunk slightly, and its limbs became more slender and elongated, the dangerous aura emanating from its body was stronger than ever. Transformation complete. Slowly opening its human-like form's eyes, the blue flame immediately turned into blood-red wrathful flames. Form, eradication. Upon seeing this scene, the black skeleton created by the mirror demon widened its eyes dramatically. It could feel it. This was an extreme combat mode that completely abandoned powerful defense in favor of concentrating all strength for offense. It must flee. This was its nest, yet it connected to countless exits. If it moved fast enough, it could escape through other mirror surfaces, though it wouldn't take much of its power with it. But I won't give you that chance. Eradication slowly stretched his lips, giving the black 100 bones a cruel smirk. Are you ready? Second round. Begin. Chapter 90, Annihilation. In that instant, the black skeleton experienced a sense of fear like never before. It was an innate perception of slaughter as a beast. This kind of power it couldn't replicate in a short time. Before its brain could react to whether it should flee or fight, Annihilation's figure had already appeared right before its eyes. So leisurely, yet it felt as if Annihilation controlled its senses, leaving no time to react. It wasn't that its speed had slowed down, but rather Annihilation was too fast. That was the first thought of the black skeleton. It threw a sudden punch, but just as the fist was raised, it dropped limply to the ground. Annihilation had sacrificed all of its defensive capabilities, its armor incredibly fragile. The black skeleton was confident that if its punch landed on Annihilation's body, one blow would shatter this glass cannon. Unfortunately, After forsaking defense, what Annihilation gained was an almost terrifying destructive force and speed. It dismantled any enemy's attack before it could be launched. A black long sword appeared in Annihilation's hand. Behind its helmet, blood-red flames surged greatly, and in the blink of an eye, it dismembered the 4 limbs of the black skeleton. Yet, Annihilation did not rush to deliver the final blow. Instead, it raised its eyes and looked toward the depths of this space. In Annihilation's eyes, the lair of the mirror demon was like a profound black hole. And now, countless mirrors opened within this black hole, seemingly leading to every corner of the world, and even to different worlds. The figure of the mirror demon hid amongst them, constantly changing positions. Facing the endlessly flickering mirror surfaces, Annihilation slowly raised both hands. A black long sword appeared in its hand. Then at the joints of the black armor, those previously closed seams gradually opened up, revealing the propelling devices hidden inside. These propelling devices were not complex mechanical structures, but combinations of biological tissue and energy cores. Under Annihilation's control, they gradually activated. As the energy flowed, the propulsion device began emitting a deep hum, causing slight fluctuations in the surrounding air due to the gathered energy. The surface of the thrusters started radiating a red glow, signaling the acceleration of high-energy particles. In an instant, Annihilation suddenly lifted its head, its blood-red flame intensifying. It locked onto the position of the mirror demon. This mirror demon's weakness was that regardless of how many rifts or mirror portals it opened, it couldn't close them. Since its carrier of rifts were mirrors, as long as the mirrors remained unbroken, its passage would always remain open. Thus, the task was simple. Destroy all its rifts and force it back into this nest. I smell your scent, prey. The game begins. Annihilation's speed was astonishing. His movements were so fast they could barely be caught by the naked eye. When the armor completed its transformation and the propulsion devices were fully activated, he became like a meteor piercing through the void, moving with near light speed between various mirrored worlds. Among the infinite mirror worlds created by the mirror demon, Annihilation moved like a ghost. His speed blurred everything around him, but the black long sword in his hand remained clearly visible. With a flash of the blade, a mirror shattered. Every broken mirror signified a weakening of the mirror demon's power, since each mirror represented part of its strength, allowing it to evade capture from Annihilation. Unable to resist, it didn't dare to stop shifting its position. At this point, the mirror demon had no hope of copying Annihilation's powers, nor could it even afford a glance back. Behind it, the pursuit by the Black Reaper brought a death threat unlike anything it had ever known. With every attack by Annihilation, the mirrors in the mirror world shattered, making crisp sounds. The breaking of these mirrors was not merely physical damage, but also the release of a form of power. Each broken mirror made Annihilation feel the fear and despair of the mirror demon, because it meant that its power was being weakened, and its escape space was being compressed. In the end, under Annihilation's relentless pursuit and merciless attacks, the mirror demon had nowhere left to run. Its lair was being step by step invaded by Annihilation. When the last mirror cracked, the true form of Annihilation, a silver-white lord whose appearance resembled that of a harmless fox, returned to its own nest, which was the very nest where the black skeleton initially resided. This meant that there would be no more places for it to hide. Click. The muzzle of a dark gun was pressed against the white fox's head. The black long sword in Annihilation's hand had now transformed into a revolver nearly identical to the one used by xuanhuan. A cruel smile appeared on his face, as if savoring the finale of the hunt. It's over, trash. Just as Annihilation's finger was about to pull the trigger to obliterate the mirror demon, a cell phone ring suddenly broke the silence in this space. Annihilation paused slightly, and in that instant, the fox tried to escape again. The black armor lifted its foot and stepped on the creature's body, then began searching through its own gear. Cell phone, where is it after transformation? Found it. It touched the leg armor and retrieved the phone from its pocket. When pressing the answer button, its sharp armored fingertips nearly pierced through the screen. Mr. Xuanhuan, we've kept you waiting. We are from Danshu Commerce. No time. Annihilation was about to hang up, but the person on the other end of the line chuckled lightly and said, Mr. Xuanhuan, we know what you're doing. If possible, don't kill the mirror demon. Bring it to us, alright. Annihilation glanced down at the Lord-level beast trembling under its foot and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Why should I? It asked in a deep voice. Let me think. How about this? If you bring that beast to us, all of Yema's external debts will be repaid by us, and you will become the most honored guest of Danshu Commerce. Annihilation slowly squatted down and grabbed the beast by the neck. Tell me, how did you track my movements? Mr. Xuanhuan, bring the mirror demon to us. Once you become our VIP member, I will tell you everything. Annihilation looked at the fox in its hand and coldly said, It's already in my hands. I'll bring it over, but whether I'll give it to you depends on your sincerity. We'll open a passage for you at the back door of the winery. You can. No. Annihilation smiled. The time, the place, this time, is decided by me. After saying that, it crushed the phone directly, but immediately regretted it. Oh no, I got too cocky. This phone is mine. Big loss. This expense must be counted on Danshu Commerce. Then it glared at the mirror demon in its hand and said ferociously, I want you to die, but someone wants you alive. Now tell me, do you want to die or live? Under Annihilation's restraint, the mirror demon barely dared to move. Staring into Annihilation's eyes flashing with blood-red flames, it could only desperately nod. If you want to live, don't try any tricks. Stay by my side. You can certainly run, but I've locked onto your aura. Annihilation leaned closer to the mirror demon's face and said threateningly, I don't mind playing cat and mouse with you again. Realizing all its passages had been destroyed, the mirror demon understood the strength of this beast fully. Thus, it frantically nodded and managed to squeeze out a sentence. I am willing to follow you. Chapter 91, Poaching. When xuanhuan emerged from the mirror carrying a white fox, he could clearly feel that the wine estate had already escaped the control of the mirror demon's power. However, the beasts who followed the mirror demon did not weaken their attacks. It should have been this way originally. xuanhuan was prepared to face the siege of the beasts after coming out. But what he now saw was indeed a mountain of beast corpses filling the entire side hall. And the disheveled girl with tattered clothes sat atop that mountain of corpses. Under her protection, not a single beast could bypass her to enter this giant mirror. Her once splendid black evening dress was now in shreds, barely covering her body. The unseen black long sword was plunged into those bodies. A trace of weariness was visible in the girl's eyes. She seemed to have lost consciousness long ago, but a certain willpower still kept her upright and prevented her from falling. "Mou," xuanhuan called softly. The girl immediately tightened her grip on the sword and stood up, purely out of instinctive reflex. "Don't think you can pass through here," she muttered ambiguously, her mouth filled with blood and viscosity. Seeing her nearly collapsing, xuanhuan no longer hesitated. He took one step forward and appeared next to her the next moment. After removing his suit jacket to wrap around her thin frame, he also slowly embraced her. "It's over," xuanhuan whispered. "Brother." Mou's consciousness was blurred. In her haze, she looked at the person holding her and revealed a gentle smile that seemed out of place for Mou. "What did she call me?" xuanhuan furrowed his brow. Did she mistake me for her brother? But why does this strange sense of familiarity exist? At this moment, a startled cry suddenly came from behind. Holding Mou, xuanhuan turned back to see the mirror demon surrounded by countless petals. Who would have thought? You actually caught this cunning lord. Subsequently, Zhou Lingling stepped gracefully into the side hall, wearing a smile as she gazed at xuanhuan. But her smile was filled with danger. "Don't touch it," xuanhuan sternly warned Zhou Lingling. "Oh, why? It's just an animal." Zhou Lingling walked slowly toward the mirror demon with her hands behind her back. Awakeners cannot be merciful or soft-handed to any beast. That should be a principle, right? As she reached the mirror demon, those petals slowly hovered in midair, like sharp blades pointing at the fox. Or, Zhou Lingling's gaze turned cold in an instant. "You haven't stood on the side of humanity?" With Mou in his arms, xuanhuan glared at Zhou Lingling, giving another low warning. "I'll only say this once, don't touch it." The original ability of the mirror demon seemed very weak, replication probably being its strongest attack means, but this power had already been dismantled by xuanhuan. And those escape tunnels were also shattered one by xuanhuan. Now it was completely like a lamb awaiting slaughter, staring each other down. Finally the young girl smiled slightly, as if the tense atmosphere earlier was all pretense. "All right, I'm just joking with you." Her fingers snapped lightly in the air, causing all the petals to lose their killing aura and revert to ordinary petals gently drifting down onto the ground. "Why did you leave the hall?" xuanhuan asked. "Because all the beasts were attracted to this place, so thanks to the two of you, I saved myself a lot of trouble," the girl said while winking at xuanhuan, mixing allure with a playful cuteness. "Then why didn't you come to help?" Didn't I tell you to guard the banquet hall? I couldn't leave randomly." A wave of anger rose in xuanhuan's heart. This woman. xuanhuan. At this moment, Mou seemed to regain consciousness. She gently extricated herself from xuanhuan's embrace. "I'll negotiate with her." "Are you fine?" xuanhuan frowned and asked. Mou supported herself with the long sword and managed to stand. Then she looked at Zhou Lingling and said, "Fanhua, on behalf of the fearless ones, I invite you to join us." xuanhuan paused for a second and instantly understood. This might be the real reason Mou came to the Zhou family's birthday banquet. "Oh," Zhou Lingling smiled as she looked at Mou. One of the 4 major organizations of the Chinese Awakeners Association, the captain of the elite team of the Fearless Ones, personally inviting me? Isn't it too much honor for someone who's merely a newly passed 4-star Awakener? "You are worth it," Mou said. "You hid your true strength during the assessment, didn't you?" When xuanhuan heard Mou say this, he couldn't help but look at Zhou Lingling. Indeed, he could feel that the energy within Zhou Lingling's body was very stable, showing her adeptness in suppressing her own power. "I am very grateful for the favor shown to me by the Fearless Ones. It is an honor." Despite saying this, there was a clear look of disdain on Zhou Lingling's face. "But I apologize before returning to the country. I have already joined an organization." Mou was startled for a moment and then frowned, asking, "May I ask which organization?" "Blood Demon." Upon hearing Zhou Lingling's response, Mou wasn't particularly surprised. Unexpectedly, Zhou Lingling then smiled and asked Mou back. "Since we've mentioned this, Blood Demon is also quite interested in you, Miss Mou. Your power is similar to ours, using our blood as a medium. In the Blood Demon, you will receive better cultivation. Are you interested in joining us?" "No." Mou didn't elaborate further. Holding her longsword, she turned toward the side hall's entrance. xuanhuan gave the mirror demon a nod, and the white fox immediately ran over to xuanhuan's side, following him out of the hall. Soon afterward, the Awakeners Association took control of the wine estate. Since the Blood Demon and the Fearless Ones were the organizations involved in this incident, these 2 guilds were primarily responsible for handling the aftermath. Because xuanhuan carried the mirror demon with him, he left on his own before members from various organizations arrived. Mou wouldn't betray him, and as for Zhou Lingling, Rest assured, I'm quite intrigued by you, Mr. Xuanhuan of Night Demon's Parade. Doing you a favor does no harm to me. This was what she told Xuanhuan, so Xuanhuan temporarily trusted her not to divulge the matter. At this moment, inside the abandoned factory where xuanhuan had once tutored him, Xuanhuan looked at the mirror demon and smiled faintly, saying, "Have you ever thought that one day you'd fall into human hands?" The white fox raised its head slightly and gazed steadily at Xuanhuan, softly saying, "You are not purely human either. Following you is something I do willingly." Its voice was melodious and pleasant, like that of a young girl. But Xuanhuan did not think much of it. "I don't plan on keeping you for long. If Danju Commerce can offer a reasonable price, I'll hand you over to them. You will soon realize that having me stay by your side is far more valuable than trading me for material goods." "Huh? Then prove your worth to me." Xuanhuan smirked with disdain, yet the white fox said something that shocked Xuanhuan. "I can help you. Find the master of this pendant's power." Chapter 92. The Necromancy Society. Night fell. For the second time, Lu Wanyin put on her black long robe. It was a piece of clothing she had never known where it came from. She only remembered xuanhuan telling her that this set of clothes would be her destiny, and no matter what, she had to keep it. Lu Wanyin herself actually didn't like this outfit very much. Although she was an awakened necromancer, the aura of death emanating from the garment made her feel very uncomfortable. But now, she had to try it again. If she could call upon xuanhuan's soul, even just a wisp of his remaining spirit. Thinking about this, Lu Wanyin couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Had she still not moved on from xuanhuan's death? She stood on the balcony, chanting a spell, beginning the summoning. Just at that moment, she felt an indescribable sensation within her heart. It was a deep call, as if coming from a distant place, yet so clearly touching her soul. She knew this call was related to xuanhuan, her master, also the most important person in her life. "Have I found it?" Lu Wanyin's heart filled with excitement. But on the surface, she remained calm, continuing to follow this presence. This trace of residual soul seemed to be guiding Lu Wanyin. The young girl involuntarily left her home. The night was dark, the starlight dim, her steps light, as if being led by some kind of force, embarking on an unknown journey. She passed through familiar streets, wound around quiet alleys, until she arrived in front of a desolate ruin. Here, in a forgotten corner of the city, almost never looked at by anyone, were those people dressed in black standing before Lu Wanyin now. They are the dark side of the world, beings that are forgotten. The intermediaries who don't belong to the living or the dead. The Necromancy Society. A tall woman slowly pulled down her hood, revealing a waterfall of silver hair cascading down. Her face appeared especially pale under the moonlight as she glanced at Lu Wanyin. There was a touch of relief in the woman's eyes. "The fruit has ripened." The woman lightly stroked Lu Wanyin's cheek with her finger, the icy aura of death restoring Lu Wanyin's consciousness. She suddenly summoned her scythe, creating distance between herself and them. "Are you still not prepared?" the woman asked with a hint of frustration as she looked at Lu Wanyin. "You should leave with us. You do not belong to this normal world." Another woman walked up and added, "Your fate has already been determined, and yet you have already died. Why do you remain in this world? Who keeps you confined here?" One after another, these black-clad figures stepped forward, their voices low and emotionless, their words chilling Lu Wanyin to the bone. "Necromancy Society, what do you want from me?" Lu Wanyin clenched her scythe tightly and coldly asked. The Necromancy Society is perhaps the most peculiar entity within the association. They aren't even considered a formal organization and have often been regarded as some kind of cult. They revere death and control spirits. Even for awakened necromancers, these terrible messengers of death are feared and avoided. Awakened necromancers use forces akin to souls through contracts, mutual benefits. But the Necromancy Society offers everything they have to death. They're fanatical believers in death. And their sworn enemy? The Order of Revelation. The Order venerates Revelation, a possible ancient high-ranked awakened individual mentioned in old texts. While the Necromancy Society worships a dark star named Apophis which heralds destruction and harvests countless lives, acts that others fear. In their view, however, these are simply blessings after their god descends to the world. Thus, Lu Wanyin harbored no fondness toward these fanatics. "I'm alive and well. Why are you cursing me?" Lu Wanyin complained. "Your life has been extended due to the dark star, but it has reached its limit. Yet, you're still alive, with vitality. Child, have you betrayed the dark star?" The woman's voice grew increasingly cold, her face growing more solemn. "Your life belongs to the Necromancy Society. Your soul belongs to Apophis, to the dark star. You have no right to decide your own life or death." As soon as she finished speaking, one ghostly figure after another began to drift out from her body. These spirits were different from those controlled by Lu Wanyin. Lu Wanyin could clearly sense it. These souls truly had their own awareness, even their obsessions. Unlike ordinary spiritual energy entities, they had all once been living people. Swish! Under the moonlight, the scythe flashed with a black glow, drawing a sharp arc around the young girl. Several wraiths were shredded, causing Lu Wanyin to step back. "My life does not belong to you. It was protected at all costs by old you and in him. I will never hand it over to you." The woman sighed and said with some regret, "I don't like doing things personally, child, but you've left me no choice." With a wave of her hand, countless black spirits emerged from the ground. Lu Wanyin was surrounded by countless ghosts. Though she swung her scythe desperately, she gradually lost her ability to resist against such an overwhelming force. Soon, the ghosts tore her black robe into rags. Then, as the white-haired woman moved her hands, the spirits began to surround Lu Wanyin completely. Such a small soul, Why does the master favor you so much? It's laughable. Don't worry, I'll preserve your soul since you still have importance to the master. The woman who thought victory was in the bag suddenly noticed something was off. The girl enveloped and bitten by souls had gone eerily silent. Yet, her life force hadn't disappeared, nor did she emit even a single cry of agony. In the next second, a beam of black light burst out from within the circle covered by myriad spirits. This dark blade of energy tore the spirits apart, and also pushed back several robed figures. When the souls dissipated, the young girl was still standing there. Though her black robe was torn, she remained unscathed. What power have you accepted? For the first time, there was a tremble in the woman's voice. She watched the young girl's eyes slowly open, revealing a soft blue flame glowing between them. I told you, my life will not be handed over to anyone. Whoosh. The originally black scythe was now covered with blue flames, which ignited the ends of the girl's hair as well. The tips of her hair, flickering with blue flames, swayed ceaselessly in the night wind. An expression of anger appeared on the woman's face. How dare you refuse this blessing? It's time to repay the debt you owe. Lifting her hands, she chanted ancient spells, and the souls buried beneath the earth rose continuously. Yet, not a single soul dared to approach xuanhuan. Oh, ye lost souls, return. Just then, an elder's voice echoed around them. All the souls calmed down immediately. Upon hearing the sound, the cloaked individuals instantly stopped their actions and turned towards the old man who was floating midair under the moonlight before kneeling down. President Elder. The woman bowed her head deeply. The old man slowly descended to the ground. He leaned on his cane, letting out a dry chuckle. You made a mistake from the very moment you acted, xuanhuan. The old man lightly patted the woman's head. Her head dipped even lower, too frightened to utter a word. Girl, it seems you truly have found your own way of survival. But this old man must remind you, debts borrowed must always be repaid. If you feel the time isn't right now, then I also have the time. I'll wait. xuanhuan's blue flames dimmed slightly, but her tone was still sharp. I know I owe the Necromancy Society a life. Don't worry, I won't evade my debt. It's just not now. Good. The old man chuckled and nodded. You may leave. He waved his hand toward xuanhuan. xuanhuan stayed vigilant while slowly stepping back. Sigh. Watching xuanhuan's figure gradually vanish, the elder let out a long sigh. The time has not yet come. After letting down her guard, xuanhuan only felt overwhelmingly tired. She didn't know what kind of power she had unleashed just now. She only sensed that those blue flames were warm, and these flames carried his presence. Walking under the moonlight, her hand gently pressed against her chest where her heart still resided, continuing to beat normally. But could this thing that beats really still be called a heart? Chapter 93, Traitor. The Awakening Association Medical Center of Lingyu City, a place where advanced technology and mysterious powers intertwine, was currently shrouded in an oppressive shadow. Inside the ward, under dim yellow lighting, Huangyu lay motionless. His body was surrounded by medical equipment, with a breathing mask covering his face. The rhythmic sounds of the ventilator were the only signs of life in this silent space. Once a promising new generation awakener, he had now become an abandoned pawn that no one cared about. By his bedside stood Hongwu, Huangyu's uncle, who was also under investigation. Hongwu tightly held onto the remaining hand of Huangyu, his sole relative and deepest concern. His heart brimmed with feelings of powerlessness and despair, knowing that the impending investigation might leave him with nothing. As he gazed at Huangyu, a strong urge surged within him, driving him to act, even if it defied reason. Huangyu, Hongwu softly called out, his voice trembling. He knew that his upcoming actions could place Huangyu in an even deeper predicament, but he felt he had no other choice. Footsteps of the investigation team grew closer, and Lingyu City, which had become the focal point of everyone's attention, was filled with tension and unease. In this city of hope watched by all, it would be hard for Hongwu to keep what he'd done concealed much longer. Rising to his feet, his shadow stretched long under the dim light, as if mocking his powerlessness like the shadows of fate. In a low voice, tinged with finality, he muttered, Huangyu, there is only this way left. The ward's lighting seemed to grow darker, and Hongwu's shadow began to twist as if alive, slowly moving toward Huangyu's bed. Reaching out, he guided the shadow to touch Huangyu's arm. At that moment, Huangyu's body violently trembled, his eyes bloodshot as if an unseen force was eroding his being. Hongwu firmly gripped Huangyu, his movements both brutal and decisive. He ripped off the respirator and covered Huangyu's mouth. Forgive me, Huangyu. His voice was deep and full of pain and helplessness. Huangyu's pupils were filled with blood vessels, and his gaze reflected pure terror and desperation. Trying to struggle and fight back, Huangyu discovered his body was immobile. He attempted to awaken the fire within him, the power he possessed as an awakener, but the faint flame was quickly swallowed by Hongwu's shadow. The black shadow greedily consumed Huangyu's fire, turning it black, a power that did not belong to this world. Huangyu could not believe what he saw, because this force was beastly. How could his own uncle, the vice president of the Awakening Association stationed in Lingyu City, wield beastly powers? No, this wasn't his true strength. Behind him loomed a terrifying shadow following closely. This was the real origin of the power. Don't resist, Huangyu. Embrace this power, accept its might. There was fierceness in Hongwu's tone, and determination in his gaze, indicating that he had made his final decision. The era of humans is destined to end. One day, the screening will come upon us. We cannot contend against the tide of beasts. Huangyu, embrace this power. Accept it. Each word spoken by Hongwu hit Huangyu like heavy blows. Huang Yu understood that Hong Wu's reference to screening referred to those capable of adapting to the powers of the new world, while those who couldn't adapt would be eliminated. I refuse. I won't accept the beast's power. Hong Wu, you, traitor. Huang Yu's voice was weak yet firm, his teeth trembling with anger as every word emerged as if squeezed from the depths of his soul. Despite his arrogance and overconfidence, his hatred for beasts was genuine. He preferred dying as a human, as an awakener battling against the beast tides, than accepting such powers from beasts. However, the power of the shadow continued invading his body, like countless black tentacles wrapping around his limbs and internal organs. He had no strength to resist, merely watching helplessly as this power consumed him. You have no other option. Accept it. Hate everything. Destroy everything. The atmosphere in the ward grew increasingly oppressive. Under Hong Wu's control, Huang Yu's body shook, and his eyes were filled with indignation and rage. Flooded with feelings of betrayal towards Hong Wu and aversion for the power, he realized he could do nothing to change the situation, not even take his own life. In the end, those eyes that had glared at his own cousin gradually lost their luster. Huang Yu's consciousness began to blur as he felt his existence slowly fading away. The awakener named Huang Yu was henceforth completely dead, and what lay on the hospital bed, with a gaze growing colder, was no longer Huang Yu, but a new entity, a being controlled by dark powers. It's over. Huang Yu. It's all over. Hong Wu's grip gradually loosened. Then he slowly stood up and walked toward the door. When he reached it, Hong Wu cast one last glance back at his nephew. That monstrous form hidden in the darkness, its eyes flashing with black flames. This is the only way to save humanity. Awakening Academy. The next day, when Xuanhuan, Lu Wanyin, and the newly arrived Yin Zhao arrived at the Night Demon Patrol headquarters, they learned from Yun Luo an astonishing piece of news. This academy is co-sponsored by the 4 major organizations and 3 grand academies. It already has branches around the world. This time, they will invest their main resources into building the largest Awakener talent training base so far in Lingyu City. As Yun Luo spoke, she nonchalantly took out 3 forms. I applied for the 3 of you and secured spots through Du Qinghong. Jiang Huai looked at the form, frowning. The academy would be constructed within the 9-phase dust-sealing world inside Despair Mountain, previously the testing grounds. With the combined efforts of the various organizations, this large-scale academy would be completed within a month. The threat in Lingyu City hasn't been resolved yet. A fissure could appear at any moment, and according to the latest prophecy from the Tianshi Society, 6 months from now, another Stucho, Beast Tide, will descend upon Lingyu City. Lu Wanin's words carried a tinge of uneasiness. Why establish the academy in Lingyu City right now? Jiang Huai sighed and said, to demonstrate humanity's resolve. All gazes turned to Jiang Huai. Resolve. The introduction on this form states that this academy will recruit elite talents from various organizations to serve as mentors, cultivating fresh recruits. Lingyu City is the first city in the world to successfully resist the Beast Tide. Hosting the academy here means humanity is putting all its chips on Lingyu City, vowing not to retreat even in the face of a second Beast Tide. Yun Luo's eyes lingered on Jiang Huai for a moment before she nodded slightly. More or less. But I've heard the slots in this academy are incredibly competitive. Young awakeners from all over the world have broken their heads trying to get in, so why can we? Yin Jia stopped halfway, realizing her mistake, and hurried to mend her words. No, I didn't mean the Night Demon Patrol isn't good. But it seemed like the more she explained, the worse it got. Yun Luo appeared unbothered by such matters. Seeing Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin shared similar doubts, she nodded and explained. Indeed, the spots in the academy are very coveted, but this time it's different. Lingyu City has been confirmed as the next target for the Beast Tide. Even though they've successfully resisted one Beast Tide, many still think it was merely by chance. So this roster of students now isn't exactly desirable. Jiang Huai concluded. It's more like a pledge of loyalty. Chapter 94, The Saint of Death. Du Qinghong was currently lying in a hospital bed, eyes closed as he rested. The hospital arranged by Chu he wasn't one under the jurisdiction of the Awakened Association. This was a private hospital controlled by the Chu family, so the conditions of the ward were excellent. Someone attended to his meals every day, but Jiang Huai still felt uneasy and came with Lu Wanyin every other day to visit. However, today, Jiang Huai had come to the ward alone. Teacher Du. Jiang Huai closed the ward door behind him and then pulled the curtains open. As sunlight streamed in and fell upon Du Qinghong's face, he slowly opened his eyes. Jiang Huai, am I still considered human? Du Qinghong's words made Jiang Huai pause for a moment. He wasn't sure if it was a question or self-mockery. He could only sit down beside Du Qinghong's bed and say, I don't know, Teacher Du, but surviving was your choice, and right now, you are indeed alive. That's true. Du Qinghong placed his hand on his chest, feeling the beating heart. I'm still alive, but is this thing that's beating really still a heart? Jiang Huai couldn't answer, and Du Qinghong gave a faint smile. Don't misunderstand me, Jiang Huai. You saved me, and you saved Miss Lu too. You bear no responsibility. Survival is a choice we made ourselves, and you simply gave us the opportunity to choose. After hearing Du Qinghong's words, Jiang Huai's expression relaxed slightly. He told Du Qinghong about recent events, especially that there was now a Lord-level beast hidden at his house. Du Qinghong seemed surprised. You're truly daring to pick up anything at home. Teacher Du, its presence now benefits us. Jiang Huai said firmly. Seeing Jiang Huai's determination, Du Qinghong did not press the matter further. Is there anything else you want to tell me besides the matter of this beast? It's about the academy. Jiang Huai spoke softly. Du Qinghong already understood. Yin Luo had come to speak to him about this. Originally, Du Qinghong would have thought the most rational decision for Yin Luo would be to let Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin leave Lingyu City. Though humanity won this wave of beasts, everyone involved knows that under the nearly invincible power of the core lord, no one could sway the situation. Ultimately, the battle's outcome depended on the young man sitting beside him right now. Night Devil's Parade. Me, Miss Lu, and Yinjia, the three of us aren't lucky ones. Rather, we were used as some kind of examples to be showcased in the academy, correct? Du Qinghong sighed slightly as he gently pressed a button on the side of his bed to prop himself up a little. Jiang Huai, don't blame Yin Luo. She has no ill intentions. But under the current circumstances, for the Night Devil's Parade to survive, sacrifices will need to be made. Trust me, bringing you into the academy was an unavoidable measure, and Yin Luo herself has taken on even more dangerous work. Jiang Huai suddenly smiled, a touch of bitterness in his grin. I understand, just like they're coercing you and teacher you. This time, their target is Sister Yin Luo. Though his tone remained calm, every word felt like a heavy blow landing on Du Qinghong's heart. In 6 months, when the next wave of beasts comes, Sister Yin Luo will be used as part of the advance force to attack the core nest, correct? Du Qinghong's hand clenched slowly as he gritted his teeth and said, I won't allow such a thing to happen. Neither will I. Jiang Huai lightly placed his hand on top of Du Qinghong's. I won't make grand statements about saving all living beings. Teacher, do let me be clear with you. Everything I do is solely to ensure my own survival. A year countdown was still ongoing. If Jiang Huai failed to capture 7 primordial beasts and return them to that strange prison, he feared he too would be consumed by that prison. Just being alive is enough. Du Qinghong squeezed Jiang Huai's hand back with strength, affirmation in his gaze. There's nothing more important than staying alive. Jiang Huai smiled appreciatively. He was grateful. Both seniors of the Night Devil's Parade were extremely reasonable people. Even after learning that his powers might have dubious origins, possibly even from beasts, they were still willing to trust him and support him unconditionally. I'll protect Miss Lu Wanyin and Yinjia well. You don't need to worry about the academy front. Du Qinghong nodded. In fact, his body had already recovered significantly, and he could feel clearly that the ailments afflicting him were gradually being eliminated. These weren't external injuries. They were long-standing illnesses of his, a congenital heart problem that was now disappearing. Perhaps this wasn't a blessing, but it was a choice, and Jiang Huai provided that choice. At the Awakened Association Hall, what was originally a place to accept missions now displayed a bulletin notice. It was densely packed with hundreds of names. Many people gathered nearby to watch, and this notice was nothing but a warrant for the arrest of Vice President Hong Wu of the Awakened Association in Lingyu City and his nephew Huan Yu. Former president of the Lingyu City branch of the Awakened Association, Hong Wu, is confirmed to be the murderer of the former president. Now with the investigation results clear, Hong Wu and his nephew Huan Yu have fled due to their crimes. We hope all major organizations will cooperate thoroughly to capture them soon. The notice was quite simple. Jiang Huai only glanced at it and let out a cold laugh. Murdering the president, is that the only charge? Sitting idly by, watching from the sidelines, delaying operations, forcing Yu Qinshan to death. These matters weren't even mentioned, were they? Fair enough. Jiang Huai turned and left the Awakened Association. At least now I know our enemies don't plan on letting us off easily. With the help of some special awakened abilities, the infrastructure work of the academy was completed almost entirely within a week. A massive teaching building had already been constructed within the 9 phases sealed dust boundary of Despair Mountain. The Awakened Association also announced that the academy would officially open 1 week later. At the same time, they published the list of the first round of teachers and students. Yin Luo sent the academy's announcement to the 3 of them. When they saw the list of teachers, they were all quite surprised. The first principal of Tianhui Academy was chosen to be Jalant, the star envoy of the Heavenly Initiation Guild headquarters. How does the Heavenly Initiation Guild compare in strength to the 4 great organizations? Jiang Huai smiled and asked. His understanding of the awakened world was still quite limited. The main force of the 4 great organizations could be said to surpass all other organizations, making them the key power resisting the beast tide. However, the Heavenly Initiation Guild also holds an unshakable position. Yin Luo explained instead of Lu Wanyin. They observe the stars and predict fate. They are the only organization capable of sensing the impending beast tide, so their status and role cannot be replaced. She then looked at Jiang Huai and said, "This is the reason you need to enter the academy. My current evaluation of your power is difficult, but your knowledge about awakened individuals is rather sparse, and at the academy, you'll learn everything." This piqued Jiang Huai's interest slightly. Actually, his power wasn't psionic ability. On the contrary, all his strength came from beasts, humanity's opposing side. But he was caught between both sides now, knowing little about beasts or awakened individuals, which would leave him in a passive situation. At this moment, Yinjia noticed some additional information on the notification. The 4 great organizations have each sent elite captains as teaching directors, indicating high expectations for this Tianhui Academy by both the headquarters and various organizations. Regardless, they would enroll after 1 week. As for university, it would likely have to be put on hold temporarily. Lu Wanyin appeared more disheartened by the news than Jiang Huai had expected. After the meeting ended, she stood alone by the second-floor window, lost in thought. Jiang Huai and Yinjia exchanged a glance before walking behind her to offer comfort. Half a year from now, the next wave of beasts will come. This academy won't last long. You can apply for the preservation of your student status. Lu Wanyin hesitated, looking back at the two of them. When I got accepted into university, old Yu was extremely happy. She told everyone she met, my little girl has finally made something of herself. Now she's a college student. As she spoke, her voice became choked up. Perhaps compared to becoming an awakened individual, she'd prefer I stayed an ordinary young girl. Neither of them knew how to console Lu Wanyin, but the young woman had good self-regulation skills. After stretching her arms, she laughed and said, well, I didn't really like school anyway if not for old Yu looking so pitiful saying things like, oh, you must absolutely get into university. I wouldn't have bothered. All right. Don't make those faces. I'll treat you. Let's eat barbecue. In the vast underground space, countless torches flickering with dark flames gradually illuminated the area. Believers of the Necromancer Society gathered here. The woman who had attacked Lu Wanyin knelt before the altar, repenting for her sins. Supreme Lord, I repent for my recklessness. The woman's black robe was removed, leaving her in only a thin dress. She appeared to be around her 20s, but her pale complexion resembled that of a corpse, terrifyingly ghastly. An elder stood beside the altar, pacing and thinking deeply. Sai, your actions did not violate the directive of the Grand Duke. We've saved countless children and planted plagues of death within them. When these children die and perish, all the seeds will bloom into flowers of the dead. These will become our most powerful sources of power. But alas, the old man's staff swayed slightly. The bells at its top rang out in a crisp yet eerie sound. Unfortunately, that girl seems to have been favored by another kind of force. I can sense it. Her life has indeed perished. The death plague has already borne fruit, yet she still belongs to the living creatures. What a special existence. The old man chuckled dryly a few times as he leaned on his staff and walked to the woman's side, gently helping her up. The great lord of the death words has already given its instructions. For now, stop reaping that soul flower. Let her continue to blossom, existing between life and death. One day, she will become the eagerly awaited saintess of the death words of the Necromancer Society. A glint of cold light flickered in the old man's sunken pupils as he tightly gripped the woman's arm and said word by word, remember, do not let that woman. Do not let the coffin bearer take away our saintess. Chapter 95, I only want him. However, as the gathering of the Necromancers Guild was underway, in the world above, a small-town restaurant had just kicked out a young girl dressed in an ancient Taoist robe. Hey, what's going on here? You townspeople are so tough. Why do you chase people away when they're just having a meal? The girl grumpily got up from the ground, adjusting the hat on her head. But the next second, a coffin was also thrown out of the restaurant, directly hitting the girl in the face. She let out a groan and was pinned beneath the coffin. You brat, how many times have I told you? This is a place for the living to eat. It's bad enough that you come here to eat, but now you want us to prepare food for whatever's in your coffin. The burly boss came out with a cleaver in hand, angrily yelling at the girl struggling to get up from the ground. How are other customers supposed to feel about that? Besides, I've already told you not to bring this thing into the store. Don't you understand? Get out. Get out. Because of your young age, I won't deal with you. The chef turned back into the restaurant, still muttering curses under his breath. Who knows if what's in that coffin is your mom or dad? So unlucky. The girl, holding her forehead which was slightly red from being hit by the coffin, stuck out her tongue at the boss's retreating figure. Suddenly, she seemed to have smelled something, and turned her gaze toward the distance. To be born without bringing anything to die, without taking anything both living and dying, what greed such greed? She tightened the straps on the coffin on her back and hummed a song while slowly walking towards the source of the aura she sensed. Let me see who dares to defy the laws of physiology and morality. A week passed quickly. Xuanhuan and Lu Wanyin both went through procedures at the university to preserve their student status. Afterward, just like during the assessment, the group waited for the vehicle outside the Awakened One Association. But this time, they were official Awakened Ones. So there was no need for identity registration. They only needed to show their acceptance letters from Tianhui Academy to board the bus. Big brother, over here. As soon as they boarded the bus, Zhang Huai saw Chu He sitting at the back waving at him. Zhang Huai and the others immediately went to Chu He's side and found seats. Big brother, the captain told me that you would also be among the first batch of students, and I almost didn't believe it. What kind of strength does my big brother have? To actually be a student rather than a mentor, these people truly have eyes. Hey, stop right there, don't say any more. Zhang Huai quickly stopped Chu He's flattery. Lu Wanyin, once seated, started to feel sleepy and leaned against Zhang Huai's shoulder to rest. Seeing this, Chu He felt a bit awkward. He quietly said to Zhang Huai, Big brother, what about? Our captain. Zhang Huai understood what he was trying to say. MOU's attentiveness toward herself had reached an almost abnormal level. Firstly, it could be ruled out that MOU liked her. This woman must have some purpose. But no matter what, she had indeed helped her a lot. These favors, Zhang Huai would certainly repay. So at this moment, she shook her head at Chu He, signaling him to stop. Later, Zhang Huai learned from Chu He that this time he was also enrolled as a student. My old man at home, after hearing that I recently participated in the battle against the beast tide of Mount Wuhuang, he was overjoyed. Directly signed me up for this Tianhui Academy, asking me to further improve myself. Chu He leaned back against the chair with a sigh of helplessness. Alas, all I want is to survive, since I'm quite weak. Unlike you, big brother. Compared to you, I am really pathetic. Zhang Huai patted his shoulder. It's all about survival. There's nothing pathetic about it. Hearing this from Zhang Huai, Chu He felt somewhat relieved. Big brother, With your skills, entering the Tian class should be no problem. You should try to seize the opportunity. Tian class. Xuanhuan was puzzled. She knew the classes of Tianhui Academy were categorized differently, but she hadn't heard of specific names yet. This world is divided into different ranks. Everywhere is the same, even in the academy. Chuhi explained slowly. The Tian class, Yangyan class, Huiyao class. These are the top 3 classes, and they only enroll 4-star awakened ones. They can be considered the dream destination for every student in every academy. Every year, most of the talent reserves for the 4 major organizations are selected from these top 3 classes. Big brother, I'll tell you secretly, our captain was originally from the Tian class, and she graduated as an excellent student ranked 3rd. Jiang Huai wasn't surprised. She was clear about MOU's abilities. And the current MOU was always suppressing her own strength, a hidden chain restricting her fate. If given time, should she be able to personally sever that intangible lock, her prospects would be immeasurable. You've said it yourself, the top 3 classes only enroll 4-star awakened ones. I'm just a 2-star defensive awakened one, so how could I possibly have a chance? Jiang Huai said with a laugh. Chuhi rolled his eyes at Jiang Huai. Big brother, that's no fun. Pretending in front of others is one thing, but as a friend, I know your strength well. At this moment, Lu Wanyin began muttering in her sleep and curled up, seemingly feeling cold. Jiang Huai took off her jacket and covered her with it, after which she seemed more comfortable. As for Yinjia, she was wrapped in layers upon layers, almost like a dumpling. It was because she feared the cold inside her body might escape. Even though she had made these preparations, the temperature on the bus with the heater on had dropped significantly. This human's cold is very unusual, master. Right then, the voice of the mirror demon appeared in Jiang Huai's ears. And only Jiang Huai could hear this voice. Right now, the white fox was actually lying low inside the vehicle, being an animal extremely skilled at concealing its presence, and even being a lord-class beast. Although it had fallen from power, its nest destroyed by Jiang Huai, and its strength dispersed by her, hiding its aura without being discovered was still effortless. If I could devour this cold. Shut up. Jiang Huai cut the mirror demon's words coldly. It is my presumption. Forgive me, master. The mirror demon fell silent. However, Chuhi got a shock. Big brother, did I say something wrong? It's nothing. I wasn't talking to you. Jiang Huai explained with a smile. Before long, the bus arrived at the academy location near Mount Wuwang. This place was last visited during the evaluation test. But in just a short week, it had been completely transformed into an academy. Although the current area wasn't too large, and there were only 2 buildings, construction work outside was ongoing, and soon it would start taking shape. Jiang Huai noticed that apart from their vehicle, countless others were heading towards the academy. Some vehicles clearly had out-of-town plates, and some even foreign ones. To put it simply, the academy entrance was bustling like never before. Meanwhile, within the office of the main teaching building, chaos also ensued. All the dispatched teachers were arguing over one thing. That was something teachers did every year before student enrollment. Snatching students. There are only 12 4-star awakened ones in this batch, and you want to take 5 for yourself. Aren't you being too greedy? Our top 3 classes already have priority selection rights. Huiyao class takes 5, Yangyan class another 5, and there's still the Tian class. Aren't you guys planning to snatch the remaining 2? Leaving no way out for us ordinary classes. One teacher grew increasingly agitated and turned his gaze toward MOU, the main instructor responsible for the Tian class who hadn't yet made a choice. She was also an elite captain from the Fearless organization, part of one of the 4 great organizations, and wielder of the single-cut style. I don't care about the rest of your choices. I only want one person. MOU slightly raised her eyes, casting a frosty glance at everyone present before speaking. The other teachers were somewhat astonished. MOU was arguably the youngest among the instructors. Several mentors transferred from elsewhere looked down on her a bit. Although her strength was at the 5th-star level. Aside from this wave of beasts, she had no remarkable achievements worth mentioning. Now, her decision to not choose any 4-star students pleased several of the mentors who thought she understood. But exactly whom was she pointing out? Her finger landed on the most inconspicuous corner of the list. Night Magic Patrol, Jiang Huai. Chapter 96, Class Division. Dear students, please head to the playground in front of the main teaching building immediately. We will be holding the class division ceremony. After hearing the announcement, Chuhi gradually became excited. Hee. Even though I am a 2-star awakener, with my relationship with the captain, she will definitely choose me. Brother, do you have any preference for a class? Chuhi turned to look at Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai didn't have much thought about it, just finding this method of class division somewhat familiar. So he casually said a sentence. Gryffindor. Chuhi was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing, patting Jiang Huai's shoulder and saying, Brother, you are really humorous. Lu Wanyin appeared still half asleep, yawning while following behind Jiang Huai. He is so noisy, while also complaining about Chuhi talking too loudly. Wow, there are so many people. While wrapped up like a dumpling, Yinjia was amazed by how many students were here. They all came from all over the world, and some even looked incredibly skilled. They didn't appear to be new students at all, and Jiang Huai noticed some interesting individuals as well. A petite little monk, hands together in prayer, followed the crowd towards the playground. Almost no one noticed him, but Jiang Huai knew clearly that this little monk had at least upper 4-star strength. Then there was the girl with 2 knives on each side of her waist, and another knife on her back. Jiang Huai could feel that the 5 knives carried by the girl each contained different elemental forces. The girl's figure was graceful, but her energy seemed lacking, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. When she yawned, Jiang Huai saw that her teeth were not human-like, but rather sharp and pointed, similar to shark teeth. Awakeners generally possess only a single attribute, making this girl capable of simultaneously mastering 5 attributes, an exceptional standout. Finally, there was the girl whom he met earlier at the Zhou family estate, Zhou Qin's younger sister, Zhou Lingling. She now wore a black jacket and short skirt uniform, umbrella still in hand. Seemingly noticing Jiang Huai's gaze, the young lady gently turned her head and waved at Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai nodded slightly in acknowledgement, which could be considered a greeting. In summary, the students of this year did not seem like they were merely pawns and cannon fodder, as Yun Luo mentioned. Among them, there were no shortage of powerfully skilled individuals. It seems the association truly regarded the beast tide in 6 months as some kind of decisive battle. At the same time, a girl carrying a coffin also joined the ranks of the students. She looked around as if searching for something, and finally, upon seeing Lu Wannin's silhouette, she broke into a delighted smile. "I found you. But just as she was about to approach Lu Wannin and start a conversation, she suddenly sensed something. Her steps halted, then her eyes focused on Jiang Huai standing beside Lu Wannin. What kind of aura is this? Once everyone had gathered on the playground. An old man dressed in a pale purple robe stood at the main podium. The old man's face may be etched with the marks of time, yet his eyes revealed a profound depth and wisdom. His thick eyebrows may be slightly gray, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes like carvings, recording the sedimentation of time. Despite his advanced age, his back remained upright. Combined with his tall stature, it gave off an indescribable sense of pressure. "I am the star envoy of the Tianqi General Assembly, and the first president of the Tianhui Academy in Lingyu City, Gelant." The elder did not use a microphone, and his voice was relatively deep. Yet, his words echoed like thunder, striking every heart among the audience with awe-inspiring intensity. "Welcome, awoken ones from all over the world. You are basically fresh recruits who have just passed the test, and here, you will receive comprehensive education. I'll just say one thing, whether it's the top 3 classes or other ordinary classes, your purpose has only one, and must only be one. That is, for humanity to fight against the beast tide. So no matter how powerful you are right now, how conceited you may be, please hold on to the heart of an apprentice and receive new knowledge and improve your own strength. Among you, there are those who have just gone through the Despair Mountain trial during the Lingyu City beast tide. To these students, I express my respect. You created a miracle, completing an almost impossible task. But starting from now, I hope you lay down all past honors, grow from zero again, and ultimately you will discover that this sky is much vaster than you can imagine. Humans will ultimately defeat the beast tide." As soon as the elder finished speaking, the applause below erupted like thunder. Gelant seldom smiled and only gave a slight nod before announcing the commencement of the class division ceremony. College education is different from assessments. Here, students are not strictly categorized. This means that regardless of whether you're an offensive type, defensive type, or support type, you can choose the class you desire. As long as the class mentor is willing to accept you, you can become a member. The top 3 classes each have 7 students. Other regular classes consist of 15 students each. They generally consider the characteristics of the students when accepting them. In other words, all their information and backgrounds have already been reviewed by the mentors who made their selections beforehand. Jiang Huai also noticed MOU among the teaching staff. Her eyes were lightly closed, and on her waist hung the same black long sword Jiang Huai had seen before. That sword seemed to belong to the Zhou family, but Grandpa Zhou was willing to gift it to MOU in hopes the MO family would provide more help later. As expected by Jiang Huai, the 2 mentors from Huiyao class and Yanyan class quickly finished choosing their students, clearly having already decided earlier, with no conflict over personnel between them. Meaning, they had already privately arranged everything. And those individuals Jiang Huai noticed earlier, the little monk, the girl with 5 knives, and Zhou Lingling, were all selected into the top 3 classes. Some other students who were 4-star level or had just entered the 4-star threshold were also chosen. The students below began whispering among themselves. Of course, they were all predetermined. Hey, you can't blame others for that. They've got the skills, elites need elite education. However, Jiang Huai wasn't concerned about those top 3 class mentors. His attention focused on a mentor standing at the back. This mentor was a middle-aged man, seemingly around his 30s, dressed in attire akin to a clergyman, wearing a pair of thin-framed glasses. His expression always maintained a smile, his eyes slightly closed, giving him an air of extreme gentleness and kindness. On the man's left waist, attached by a chain-like belt, was an ancient, thick leather book, resembling some kind of prayer text from a religious scripture. On his right waist, however, hung a uniquely styled white handgun. This handgun caught Jiang Huai's attention, because although this gun looked different from Yu Qinshan's black revolver, both exuded the same aura. Night Demon Patrol, Jiang Huai. Just then, Jiang Huai suddenly heard his name being called out, somewhat puzzled. By contrast, Chu He beside him displayed an attitude as if he had known this would happen. "I knew it. The captain would definitely pick you, brother." Probably, except for Chu He, no one else had expected that after MOU stepped onto the stage, the first name she called out wasn't from the remaining 4-star students, but a relatively unknown minor figure. Worse still, he was a member of the infamous Night Demon Patrol. Chapter 97, Choice. Jiang Huai slightly froze, then looked up at MOU. "Big brother, what are you staring at? Go on. The selected students need to go to their mentors and submit their student ID." Chu He urged. Lu Wannin frowned at this moment, but in the end, she still crossed her arms, turned her head away, and said nothing. Jiang Huai scratched his head and walked to the main podium. He looked at MOU and asked, "What do you want?" "Recruiting students." What's wrong? I'm a 2-star awakened individual. I know, but you have potential. I can protect. I can cultivate you. Zhang Huai sighed and softly said to MOU. Miss MOU, thank you for your help with the Zhou family last time. However, if you get involved with the Night Demon Patrol again, your organization and family will probably not let it go easily. Although the students couldn't hear the conversation between these two, the mentors did listen clearly. So these mentors began to speculate. What's the relationship between this guy and MOU? It sounds like MOU is intentionally favoring him. You will have better learning opportunities if you join Class Tian. MOU was still trying to persuade earnestly. Zhang Huai nodded and said, Miss MOU, I know Class Tian gathers top students, but the one that suits me is the best. MOU bit her lips gently, looking somewhat aggrieved. And isn't your concern overstepping a bit? Zhang Huai changed the subject and asked, Isn't it so obvious? MOU turned her head away, her face turning a little red. First of all, rule out the possibility that you like me because that's impossible. So, I can only guess you're setting a trap for me. After Zhang Huai said this sentence, MOU froze and slowly turned to look at him with eyes full of vichia and anger. Do as you please. If you don't want to come, fine. This left Zhang Huai utterly confused. This aggrieved feeling. If it wasn't a genuine expression, could she possibly be an even better actress than Lu Wanin? I'm sorry, that wasn't what I meant. What I wanted to say was, Miss MOU, there is a mentor whom I think can help me. MOU crossed her arms, refusing to look at Zhang Huai any longer, saying coldly, Whatever, go wherever you like. Alright, he really angered her. He'll have to figure out how to apologize later. Zhang Huai nodded to MOU. Then he took his student ID and walked past MOU. At this point, everyone was shocked wide-eyed. What was going on? That guy refused the invitation to Class Tian. The mentors were also very shocked. Is this guy crazy? That's MOU we're talking about. Even among all team leaders in the Intrepid squad, MOU might be ranked the lowest. But she is already outstanding among ordinary awakened individuals. Moreover, with Class Tian's unmatched educational resources, how could anyone possibly turn down such an offer? Is this guy human? Or does everyone from the Night Demon Patrol act so independently? Who would he choose? Everyone waited with bated breath. Finally, Zhang Huai approached the corner where the group of mentors stood, right before that clergyman. The man still had his eyes half closed, maintaining a smile, seemingly indifferent to everything happening around him, until Zhang Huai stood before him and respectfully extended his student ID. This caused the man to pause for a moment, and then ask with a gentle smile, Little friend, may I ask what business brings you here? His voice was incredibly warm, making others feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. I hope to join your class, teacher. Zhang Huai's words made the man chuckle lightly. It wasn't a derisive laugh, but instead, one that sounded very soothing to the ears. My young friend, I truly appreciate your trust in me, but as a mentor, I still recommend you go to Class Tian. Though it feels somewhat embarrassing to say, I am the weakest of all the mentors present. Adjusting his glasses and smiling towards Zhang Huai, he continued, I am just a cleric from a small organization and cannot provide much combat guidance to you. All the other mentors sighed wistfully. Why didn't the kid choose someone else? Why pick that dead last class? That priest really just came along for the numbers. However, Zhang Huai persisted, speaking softly to the man. My master was a clergyman just like you, so I hope to receive your guidance. If that's the case, then you should even more seek a better class. If you have faith, I can spread the doctrine to you, but I cannot teach well, especially when you still have a choice. My role here is merely to protect those students who have nowhere else to go. Indeed, at this moment, to everyone's eyes, Zhang Huai had completely seized the spotlight, rejecting the charming female mentor of Class Tian, and choosing instead a seemingly frail, bottom-ranking teacher. A normal person wouldn't make such a choice, right? Lu Wanin, however, understood Zhang Huai's decision very well. She also noticed the gun holstered at the man's waist and his cleric attire. But unlike Zhang Huai, she couldn't sense the strength within that man, so she thought that Zhang Huai chose him merely because he was reminded of xuanhuan, hence opting for this teacher. At this point, Zhang Huai slightly lifted his gaze and looked into the man's eyes, speaking in a low voice. I can feel it. The power inside you is very similar to my master's. So, I hope you will guide me. My master's name is xuanhuan. The man hesitated for a moment. Then his half-closed eyes finally cracked open, revealing sharp eagle-like pupils as they carefully examined Zhang Huai. Are you one of the Night Demon Patrol? Yes. The priest slowly sighed. Ah, I see. This must be the guidance of our Lord. The priest turned his head towards MOU. Miss MOU, if I take him under my wing, would it cause you any trouble? MOU knew that xuanhuan had once been a priest, so she somewhat understood why Zhang Huai made such a choice. Even if she didn't fully understand, she trusted Zhang Huai without condition. Still, Zhang Huai rejecting her publicly left a little sourness in MOU's heart. Nevertheless, she nodded and said, I hope you will take him in. He has great potential. The priest again closed his eyes slightly, smiling with that mild smile as he nodded. Since it's the will of my lord, then Zhang Huai, you may join my class. Then he gently took Zhang Huai's student ID. May your path ahead be filled with no regrets. Absolutely no regrets, Zhang Huai replied firmly. At this moment, the principal named Gelanter was watching Zhang Huai all along, or rather, looking behind Zhang Huai. He wasn't quite certain, but behind this student called Zhang Huai, there seemed to be an elusive aura of a beast. It was as though a beast followed closely by his side. Due to Zhang Huai's refusal, MOU selected the remaining 4-star students and added those relatively compatible ones according to the types needed in her class. It could be seen that her selection process was somewhat absent-minded. In the end, Xuanhuan and Yinjia joined the class where Xuanhuan was located. Of course, it was because they were originally part of the Night Demon Patrol and no other mentor was willing to choose them. And those students who weren't chosen ended up being automatically allocated to the last class team. That is, the Scar-Faced Man's class. Surprisingly, this Scar-Faced Man's class, named Rogue, actually had fewer members than the top 3 classes. There were only 6 people in total. Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan, and Yinjia. Also Chu He, who hadn't been selected by MOU and was now utterly disheartened, and a cute girl dressed in Taoist robes, carrying a coffin on her back. Lastly, there was another girl, perhaps 20 years old, with slightly curly hair and freckles. After the morning class allocation was over, Xuanhuan and others were led to their respective dormitories. The dorms were double rooms, divided according to the class. Xuanhuan and Yinjia got along well, so the two were placed together. The girl carrying the coffin and the girl with freckles were roomed together. Naturally, Xuanhuan and Chu He ended up as roommates. Unfortunately, the environment here seemed to also be related to the rank of the class. The top 3 classes had the best conditions, not only single rooms, but mostly luxurious suites. Though regular classes also had double rooms, each person still had their own independent space, and the facilities were fairly complete. By the time it came to the last few classes, what they received was truly just standard student dormitories. Looking at this dormitory, which lacked even air conditioning and a private restroom, Xuanhuan sighed. Don't worry, brother. The girls' dormitory has better conditions, with separate bathrooms and hot water, so you don't have to worry about your sister-in-law. As Chu He tidied up his bed, Xuanhuan asked curiously, So how come you're calling her sister-in-law now? Chu He paused, turning around and saying, Sir, you've already publicly rejected our captain. Isn't that like announcing Miss Liu as your true love? Xuanhuan was speechless and didn't want to continue discussing this with Chu He. Noticing how proficient Chu He was at laying out the bed, without any sign of the pampered upbringing common to rich boys, he changed the topic and asked, Your family is so wealthy. Do you have any complaints about the accommodation here? Chu He finished laying his bed, then turned around and helped Xuanhuan with his. Hey, this is nothing. In my family, I've always been treated like an outsider. As a kid, I was practically invisible until I awakened. Only then did my family start paying attention to me, so I haven't lived like a young lord for long. Xuanhuan hurriedly went over to lay his own bed. That's good. We might be staying here for a pretty long time. Chu He, stop calling me brother. Call me Xuanhuan. Okay, brother. Chapter 98, Coffin. At night, the mentors gathered in the meeting room, and the matter they were about to discuss was also a traditional event of Tianhui Academy, the entrance exercise. 1 week after the class assignments and the official start of classes, there would be an academy-wide inter-class confrontation for the entrance exercise. This exercise would not be counted toward any grades, but it would allow the upper-level council of the academy to evaluate each student and record their profiles. Thereafter, each month would bring an assessment. If students from the top 3 classes performed poorly, they might be reassigned to other classes. Conversely, if outstanding talents emerged from other classes, they would be promoted to the top 3 classes. And now, the mentors had reached an agreement. Because the Tianhui Academy in Lingyu City had special circumstances, it might very well be destroyed during the Beast Tide that was coming in half a year's time. These students would be one of the main forces against the Beast Tide. Therefore, they would use the strictest standards to treat these trainees, ensuring that they remained prepared at all times. In other words, the Tianhui Academy in Lingyu City might be the most demanding and rigorously trained academy in the world. If these trainees endured the test of the Beast Tide in half a year's time, each one of them would become a pillar among the awakened ones. Should the resistance fail against the Beast Tide in a year's time, then there would be no future after that. The evaluation scheduled for next week will be advanced to 3 days from now. This evaluation will not be divided by rank, but will be classified according to the classes. The venue will cover the entire Wuhuang Mountain. There will be no restrictions on weapons or means, but the mentors must closely monitor the situation to avoid fatalities. Principal Gelenter made the final decision. It's time for these children to realize their uniqueness. In the middle of the night, Xuanhuan felt something itchy on his cheeks, and he slightly opened his eyes. He saw that the white fox was lying on his chest, licking his cheek with its tongue. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Do you still dare to appear? Master, I have hidden my aura quite well. Moreover, you've shattered all my nests. My strength is very weak now. Currently, I am no different from a regular fox. The white fox looked pitifully at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan let out a cold snort and did not drive the white fox away. You brought this upon yourself. Don't think I've accepted you. I still remember how you wiped out the fearless squad. Our positions are different, Master. Humans are our enemies. You're the intruders. Don't forget that. A slight chill appeared in Xuanhuan's voice. The white fox crouched down, obediently lying on Xuanhuan's chest. I understand, Master. No matter which side you stand on, I will follow your steps. Gradually, the white fox's figure slowly dissipated, once again hiding within the shadows. We can't directly call you Mirror Demon either. From now on, let's call you Dubai. Xuanhuan looked up at the ceiling and said, As you command. Afterwards, Xuanhuan turned his head and looked at Chu He, who was sleeping soundly on the opposite bed with steady breathing. Then he closed his eyes. But he wasn't asleep. Instead, he was familiarizing himself with the various essences within his body. Ever since fighting that core lord during the previous Beast Tide, he had sustained considerable injuries. Since then, every time he transformed into the form of by 100 skeletons, he would feel as though his body was being torn apart. This pain reached its peak when he last transformed to destroy the mirror demon's nest, although he didn't notice anything unusual at the time. Later that evening, as soon as he returned home, Xuanhuan began to split open with countless wounds across his body. Then blood, like magma, oozed out of him. In order not to disturb Lu Wanyin, Xuanhuan locked himself in the bathroom, washing his body with the shower throughout the entire night. He continuously endured the excruciating pain of his body cracking and healing over and over again. There were several moments where he nearly passed out from the pain. This seemed to be a warning sign for Xuanhuan. With his current physique, he could not withstand the power of Bai Hai, 100 skeletons, and Jianmei, Annihilator, without limits. At this point, he finally understood the importance of physical training that Xuanhuan had once told him about, but unfortunately, Xuanhuan hadn't managed to guide him further. But Xuanhuan left him a path forward. Xuanhuan pulled out a handgun from under his pillow and tightly gripped it. It was Xuanhuan's black revolver, just a backup weapon. Xuanhuan's primary weapon was already destroyed during his use of his ability. Since the day he awakened to the power of Bai Hai in that alleyway, he never used a weapon, always relying on his fists. Xuanhuan had intentionally or unintentionally guided him before, prompting him to choose a weapon. A weapon is a carrier, allowing you to concentrate your power onto a single point. A carrier. Xuanhuan looked at the handgun in his hand and slowly pressed it against his chest. I will protect everything you left behind, teacher you. At the same time, in another dormitory, the girl with freckles woke up from the cold because there was no air conditioning in the room. She shivered and decided to go to the bathroom. But then she suddenly realized that the person on the opposite bed was gone. Strange, where's that little Taoist priest? However, upon closer inspection, she could still see the neatly folded Taoist robes at the head of the bed. At that moment, the girl heard some movement by the bathroom door. She followed the sound and saw a huge coffin. It was the same coffin that the little Taoist always carried around. And now, inside the big coffin came a steady, rhythmic breathing sound. The girl swallowed hard, gathered her courage, and walked over, slowly crouching down. Thud thud thud. She knocked gently on the coffin lid and then pressed her ear against it to listen. Just at that moment, the lid suddenly flipped open, startling the freckled girl into a loud shriek. But soon, she noticed the little Taoist lying inside the coffin wearing his pajamas, and there, in the coffin with him, was another woman. It wasn't just anyone, it was another classmate of theirs. Her name seemed to be Lu Wanyin. Tsk tisk. The little Taoist yawned lazily as he looked at the freckled girl. His lips curled upward slightly, his movements light and elegant. With one finger raised to his lips, he signaled the freckled girl to keep quiet. The girl involuntarily held her breath out of fright, as if the surrounding air had frozen solid in that very instant. Then, the Taoist's fingers lightly touched the freckled girl's forehead, sending a soft and warm sensation through her skin, almost as if penetrating straight into her soul. He murmured quietly, words that sounded like an ancient incantation. Heaven shakes. Earth sways. I have a child who weeps at night. When the chant ended, the Taoist gently flicked the freckled girl's forehead. You should sleep now. In that exact moment, the freckled girl's eyes lost their focus. Slowly, she stood up, turned around with stiff, mechanical steps, as though devoid of self-awareness, returning to her bed like a walking corpse. Her motions were slow and heavy. Finally, she lay down and closed her eyes, falling into a deep slumber. The Taoist turned his gaze toward Lu Wanyin, who slept peacefully. A lazy smile appeared on his face, filled with intrigue and anticipation. His slender fingers lightly traced Lu Wanyin's delicate cheek, as if admiring a treasured piece of art. You are truly an excellent seedling, he said softly. I will nurture you carefully. Chapter 99, The Saint. Fall in. Everyone, don't sleep anymore. Get up. 15 minutes to freshen up, then gather at the playground. At 6 o'clock in the morning of the next day, everyone was woken up by a reprimanding voice. Xuanhuan didn't need much sleep, so he had already woken up around 5 o'clock. At that moment, upon hearing the sound, he sat up immediately and got dressed. When he saw Chu He still sound asleep, he helplessly smiled and pulled Chu He, who was still having a pleasant dream, up. Isn't the class at 9 o'clock? It's only 6 now. Chu He complained to Xuanhuan while brushing his teeth. Have you not undergone military training in university? All freshmen generally have to go through military training. Xuanhuan said semi-jokingly. After they finished freshening up and went out, they just happened to see Lu Wanyin and Yin Jia from the neighboring room also coming out. Lu Wanyin was as before. She fell asleep easily, but waking up was difficult. She was yawning and squinting her eyes at the moment, clearly showing signs that her body was awake, but her brain wasn't. Then she subconsciously walked to Xuanhuan and let her head droop on Xuanhuan's chest. There. Hurry up, it's a mess. Xuanhuan hesitated for a moment, and then realized that Lu Wanyin might think she was still at home. After all, at home, every morning, she would be half asleep like this and let him tidy up her hair. Wanyin, I've already combed your hair for you. Yin Jia quietly said to Lu Wanyin. Oh. Lu Wanyin touched her hair that had already been neatly combed, and then opened her eyes to look at Xuanhuan in front of her. Suddenly, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Seeing this, Xuanhuan understood her meaning and smiled, patting her shoulder, and said, All right, I'll get up earlier tomorrow and comb your hair for you. Who cares, but since you insist. Well, I'm not against giving you this opportunity. What an easy one to comfort. She became happy right away. Yin Jia approached Xuanhuan somewhat apologetically and said, Did I do something unnecessary? How can this be called unnecessary? Thank you, Yin Jia. With you taking care of her in the same dormitory, I feel more at ease too. As Jiang Huai was saying this, he patted Lu Wanin's head. But at the very moment his hand touched Lu Wanin's head, a strange power passed through Lu Wanin's head into Jiang Huai's body. Jiang Huai suddenly froze. What kind of power is this? He carefully observed Lu Wanin and then leaned close to sniff her. There, so many people are looking. You, what are you doing? Lu Wanin was startled by Jiang Huai. Normally, it was her who did such things. Now, it was her turn to be smelled, and she became shy. She even thought quickly in her mind. I washed my hair last night and changed clothes too. There shouldn't be any strange smell, right? But Jiang Huai smelled a faint medicinal herb scent from Lu Wanin. The scent was extremely light. If Jiang Huai hadn't carefully sniffed, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Did you go anywhere last night? No. I was very tired last night, so I fell asleep while chatting with Yinjia. Jiang Huai frowned. There was no sense of danger from the odd force, and this smell, just now. Rather, this force gave Jiang Huai a peculiar sense of comfort. Just when he wanted to ask further, two girls from the opposite room also came out. Oh my, everyone is ready. Looks like we're late. The girl carried that large coffin on her back and came out. Not really, we just came out ourselves. Chuhi smiled and greeted the two girls. At this time, a teacher in charge of life affairs urged them. You common class students, what are you still talking about? The top 3 classes have already gathered. Are you going to make them wait for you? Although what he said was unpleasant, Jiang Huai and others still decided to go to the playground first. After the group of 6 arrived at the playground, they found that only the corner spots were left, and their mentor, the priest, was smiling at them with a nod. The group hurried over to stand beside the priest. After everyone had gathered, Dean Jilantai stood at the main podium once again. I know that some of you may not have rested well. If possible, the academy would also like to give you more time, but unfortunately, Lingyu City Tianhui Academy lacks exactly that time. After half a year will come the Beast Tide. Since the rift appeared, humanity has never experienced a Beast Tide with such a short interval period. Of course, we have confidence that if we could defeat them once, we can again. His voice was strong and steady, providing great reassurance to those who heard it. Therefore, we must seize every single second. Now, I will announce something to all of you. In 3 days, Tianhui Academy will hold the enrollment exercise, and this exercise will also be related to the primary file assessment for each of you. All students, regardless of rank, only by class. No rules, no limits. The entire 9-phase sealed dust realm within the Boundless Mountain is your stage. In a class, even if there's only one person left, they will continue to fight. Of course, the mentors will always monitor your situation and won't let you fall into danger. Jiang Huai listened as Dean Jilan narrated the rules of the entrance exercise. He also understood the difficulties the association was currently facing. Lingyu City was indeed the first city to defeat the Beast Tide. But most people believe that this victory was merely a fluke. It was due to the white skeletal monster's interruption, causing the 2 powerful beasts to fight against each other, which ultimately allowed humanity to secure the final victory. This randomness cannot be replicated. Therefore, everyone at Tianhui Academy, as well as after 6 months during the next Beast Tide, aimed to prove to everyone that humans could rely on their own strength to defeat the Beast Tide. The victory in Lingyu City was not just a mere coincidence. Well, the morning meeting is over. Please lead the students to their respective classes for lessons, said Dean Jilant before leaving. Following the priest, everyone headed towards the classroom. To their astonishment, even the other classes below the top 3 still had rankings. Their class was called the Black Scales class, the last place class that lagged behind the rest. They didn't even have a room in the main teaching building. They could only study in a small bungalow temporarily built nearby. Feels like we're disrespected wherever we go. Injia's mood became somewhat low. During the assembly earlier, the students from other classes would occasionally look at the group from the Black Scales class with teasing eyes. There were night demons roaming around, a junior Taoist priest from an out-of-town countryside, and someone who looked and fought as average as a university student with freckles on his face. Then there was the second-generation scion of the Chu family, lacking any real talent. Adding to that, a mentor who was basically non-competent, but served more as a preacher. This kind of class seemed doomed. Hey sis, I'll tell you. This is what it's like to be the protagonist team. Chuhi remained quite cheerful. Although his captain Mou had no intention of selecting him, it took only one night for Chuhi to come to terms with this fact. Isn't this exactly the life he had longed for, living quietly? We're going to become secretly stronger, and then amaze everyone. Goodness, yes big brother you're so great, here's my applause. The girl with the coffin actually cheered for Chuhi, which made Chuhi slightly embarrassed instead. The priest slowly pushed open the door of the bungalow and glanced at the rather clean classroom. Even though small, it was newly renovated after all. Though without the advanced teaching auxiliary systems used by other classes, it sufficed. Children, find your seats and sit down first, the priest instructed. Since the room lacked heating, closing the windows should logically make it warmer. However, because of Yinjia, her cold chills kept seeping out, making the tightly shut windows feel like an air conditioner blowing cold air. The girl with freckles couldn't stop shivering. Finally, Yinjia sat near the door very obediently, trying to limit her chilling area. Jiang Huai chose a window-side position to sit in, and Lu Wanin directly sat next to him. Chuhi watched this development and smiled knowingly without saying anything. The other few members mostly gathered in pairs when choosing seats. None sat together altogether. The priest stood on the podium and smiled while looking at everyone. So, let me introduce myself first. I am a 4-star awakener from the Upside Down Tree organization. My name is Xuanhuan, codename Saint. Chapter 100. Can't assemble a tank, DPS, and healer. My name is Jiang Huai, 20 years old, a newcomer to the Night Demon Patrol, a 2-star defensive awakener, and my ability is high-speed self-healing. Next, the students of the Wuling class introduced themselves. When Xuanhuan finished his introduction, the freckled girl raised her hand and asked, "Is this self-healing ability regeneration or healing?" Xuanhuan glanced at the girl. Though her appearance was ordinary, her observation skills seemed quite good. Self-healing and regeneration sound similar, but they are actually very different. High-speed regeneration. Even if the tissue structure is destroyed, like losing a hand or foot, I can regrow it in a short period. Sounds a bit disgusting. It feels like a gecko. The freckled girl put her hand down. My name is xuanhuan. I just turned 18, an official member of the Night Demon Patrol, a 3-star necromancer awakener, and my ability is to control undead. Xuanhuan followed Xuanhuan, and when she introduced herself, the coffin-carrying girl seemed very interested, listening attentively. Then it was her turn. My name is Yun Miao, I'm 16 years old, from a small Taoist dojo on Siwei Mountain in Sichuan province. This is also my first time coming down the mountain for training. I'm a 3-star control-type awakener, and my ability is to manipulate corpses. As she spoke, she slammed the large coffin onto the floor. The one inside is my companion. Should I open it now and introduce them to everyone? No, that's not necessary. Both Yinjia and Xuanhuan waved their hands quickly in refusal. These two girls were quite timid, especially Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan remembered that even watching old horror movies would make her hide in his arms. I am called Yinjia. I'm 20 years old. I am a 2-star elemental attribute awakener, and my ability is frost mastery. But my strength is very weak. I can't even control the leakage of cold energy from my body. Mentor Lingchuan smiled and patted her shoulder. There's no need to rush, child. We are all here to improve ourselves. As long as we hold hope, we will definitely see the light. Thank you, Mentor. Then it was the freckled girl's turn. My name is Su Qing, 25 years old, possibly the oldest among you students. Alas, I was just an office clerk, but suddenly I awakened. She scratched her head, looking somewhat helpless. I'm not good at fighting. I'm a 2-star mental series awakener, and my ability? Right now, I can only establish some mental links, and there can't be too many people involved, and the distance can't be too far either. Maybe I won't be much help. A mental ability user. They all thought the same thing. She was rare talent. Mental ability users were extremely scarce. If she continued to hone her skills, it was entirely possible that she would attract the attention of big organizations like the Revelation Society. Besides, her mental link ability could play a significant role in the upcoming enrollment exercise. Alright, everyone, look at me. Finally, Chu He stood up. My name is Chu He. Chu He from Xuanhuan. I'm 22 years old, and I am an official member of the Blood Falcon team of the Fearless Ones. After a moment of silence, the freckled girl, Su Qing, asked, "Oh, what about your rank and ability?" "Oh, I am an official member of the Blood Falcon team of the Fearless Ones. We heard that earlier. What about your rank and ability?" Su Qing continued to ask. A 2-star support type awakener, my ability is basic enhancement. I can enhance everyone's various attributes. Of course, the degree of enhancement is very limited, but I'm still growing. Everyone found Chu He amusing, which made the atmosphere better. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Mentor Lingchuan began explaining the importance of the enrollment exercise. If you want to join those large organizations, you must take the enrollment exercise seriously. This enrollment exercise is different from before. If it were other Tianhui academies, enrollment exercises wouldn't mix top-tier classes with other classes, because it is undoubtedly unfair to other classes. However, there is a benefit to this. This proves that although the Tianhui College branch of Lingyu City appears to have grade distinctions, everyone can stand on the same stage. Whether or not you can seize the opportunity depends on yourself. Our class currently has 3 offensive personnel: Necromancer Xuanhuan, Controller Yun Miao, and Elementalist Yinjia. Afterward, there is a defensive personnel member, Xuanhuan, with high-speed self-healing. Lastly, there are 2 support-type awakeners, Enhancer Chu He and Mental Series Su Qing. This is a very reasonable team configuration. The main glory inadvertently still shines upon us, and this is the blessing of God. Lingchuan suddenly started praying mode on the podium. Below the podium, Xuanhuan whispered to Xuanhuan, "Did you think he was like old you back then? That's why you chose him, right? Look, this one is truly a priest, whereas old you is just a charlatan." Ha ha ha. Xuanhuan couldn't help but laugh at Xuanhuan's words, failing to control his voice, which earned him a glance with a smile from Lingchuan. He quickly covered his mouth. "Comrade Xuanhuan, your master was once a clergyman too, so do not disrespect the divine." Soi. Xuanhuan immediately stood up. "Sit down." Lingchuan nodded at Xuanhuan while maintaining his smile. "Well then, this afternoon, we will take a look at everyone's specific powers and adjust our tactical fit according to everyone's strength." Lingchuan tapped on the desk as he spoke with a smile. "Please remember that no matter when, teamwork is the most important thing. Do not abandon your companions, and do not belittle your partners. This is the biggest difference between humans and beasts." Xuanhuan lightly nudged Xuanhuan with her elbow and whispered softly, "Hey, did you hear? Little cutie who likes to steal the show, remember teamwork." Xuanhuan gave Xuanhuan an uninterested look. Although Xuanhuan didn't know he was by high, this clever girl could always guess that his power was somewhat different from others. But she never asked. For the whole morning, Lingchuan introduced the general organizational structure of squads. 2 firepower attackers, 1 defensive person, several support personnel, and there must be a healer-type awakener. So, what they lacked the most now was the healing personnel. During lunchtime, the 6 gathered together, eating and discussing. If there's no healer awakener, then every aspect of our actions will be restricted, and each step must be carefully considered. Chui said, I've seen some archives. There's a special squad that doesn't have a healer. Lu Wanyin recalled while speaking. You're talking about the cutting-edge cavalry of the Rider-Hunter Corps, aren't you? Su Qing sipped on her cola and said, I've also read their data. They are probably the most unique squad because they excel in ultra-high mobility, instantly piercing through the battlefield like a blade straight to the heart of the enemy. The Rider-Hunter Corps. Xuanhuan had witnessed them during the last wave of beasts. They seemed to possess some special awakened abilities, able to control those iron-made steeds, almost invincible before encountering core lords. That's the Decapitation Squad, or one might call it the Suicide Squad. They don't have any healer awakener, not even auxiliary or defensive types. They're a purely offensive squad, not suitable for us. Jiang Huai stated. Yun Miao, who had remained silent all along, finally opened her mouth. In that case, we can become an ambush squad, which also doesn't need a healer. The Knife Society and the Assassin Guild both belong to such squads, extremely powerful indeed, focusing solely on delivering lethal blows. Chu He remarked. It's too early to talk about these things. Let's see how the mentor divides the groups this afternoon. Jiang Huai smiled and interrupted their conversation. Healer-type awakener. Actually, there isn't none. It's just that it wasn't an awakener, but a beast. Just a moment ago, Jiang Huai heard the whisper of the white fox by his ear. Master, if I could attach myself to you, then you'd be able to use my healing ability without transforming into that terrible skeleton. However, my current power is broken, and this ability won't be too strong. Perhaps, if measured by human awakener standards, it would rank around 3 stars. The great power of the mirror demon lies not only in its ingenious tricks akin to rabbits with multiple burrows and the bug-like mirror force replication, but also in its healing power. This is one of the reasons why it has attracted so many beasts to follow it. Chapter 101. A palm descending from the sky. MOU. Are you brain dead? Her father's roar flooded into MOU's ears like a wave of shocking turmoil. She was currently resting in her office during lunch break, though she had anticipated her family would interfere with this matter. But she didn't expect it to come so quickly. It seemed that even in this Tianhui Academy, they had their informants. MOU continued, answering calmly and indifferently. I have my own considerations, father. The last time you went to the Zhou family banquet with the Yimo patrol people, I could understand your intention to recruit that 4-star awakener for the fearless ones. But this time, in broad daylight, you rejected a 4-star learner and instead selected a 2-star awakener from Yimo patrol. If you can't provide me with a reasonable explanation, MOU, the MO family is ready to replace you. It wasn't enough. MOU tightened her fist slightly. Currently, her influence over the MO family was not enough. So she knew her father spoke the truth. I am merely a junior, great father, and those promising 4-star awakeners have all caught the eyes of various teachers already. MOU played with a pen while explaining calmly. I lack the ability and qualification to compete with them for students. Any mentor who teaches in the Tianhui Academy of Lingyu City, especially mentors for the top 3 classes, are no ordinary individuals. Great father, do you really want me to offend them over just a few students? This at least sounds human. I always knew that my cultivation efforts on you couldn't possibly turn you into an incompetent person. So speak, what's your thought process? The promising students among this batch have already been picked by the other 2 classes. As for the remaining ones, although there are 4-star awakeners among them, their age, potential, and capability compatibility aren't remarkable. Her fingers nimbly unscrewed the cap of the pen, and then began writing incessantly on a notebook. Instead of trying to vie for these underappreciated 4 stars, why not return a favor, letting them flow into other regular classes? And by selecting someone from YMO Patrol, I also intend to send a message to other organizations and mentors. We from the MO family will not contend over trivial matters like this. Good. Our investment in your growth hasn't gone to waste. In fact, a leader of a certain organization has already called me to praise you highly. MOU, don't let me down, and don't disgrace the family. Click. The tip of the fountain pen broke directly, nearly crushed completely in MOU's grip. Still, she responded with an icy tone. As you command. Great father. And the notebook she'd been furiously scribbling on was pierced straight through by the pen. The entire page was filled with only 2 names, Jiang Huai. No matter when, these 2 names could help her maintain her composure. But how much longer could she keep it up? The afternoon class schedule focused on becoming familiar with each other's abilities, followed by task allocation by the mentor. Lu Wanin's scythe fiercely smashed through a training dummy. Such powerful destruction, and this is just from a 3-star fighter? Looking at the ground covered with debris from 30 training dummies. Everyone gasped in astonishment. These training dummies were made from animal mimetic exoskeletons, the lowest tier animals. Yet even below 3-star offensive type awakeners would need some effort to break them. But Lu Wanin's scythe slashed through them as if they were melons being chopped up. After finishing, she looked at the scythe in her hand, but showed no joy whatsoever on her face. Instead, she frowned. Jiang Huai noticed as well. Lu Wanin's strength seemed to have grown even stronger. Mentor Ling Chuan, while making notes on his notebook, said to Jiang Huai, "Next is Jiang Huai. You'll be undergoing a defensive test. Ready? Offensive training dummies will launch attacks against you. Don't worry, I'll set the attack level starting from 1 star. If you cannot handle it, please notify me beforehand." Jiang Huai nodded, stepping to the center of the field. Passing Lu Wanin, who had just stepped down, Jiang Huai noticed her still appearing distracted. He whispered quietly, "Don't dwell on it too much. Focus on what's ahead." Lu Wanin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Test commences. A beast-like training dummy suddenly lifted its arm, fiercely smashing towards Jiang Huai's head. Jiang Huai didn't move a step. He simply raised his gaze at the incoming fist. A loud bang sounded out as the dummy's punch was violently repelled. Although Jiang Huai did nothing special, the spectators were unsurprised. After all, this was merely a simulated attack from a one-star creature. How about that, Jiang Huai? Mentor Xuanhuan asked seriously. Jiang Huai smiled and said, "No problem, Mentor. Good. Now let's increase to 2 stars. During the second attack, Jiang Huai pretended to raise his hand to block. This time, the strength of the dummy's punch was clearly much greater. When it hit, it raised a cloud of dust. Yet Jiang Huai remained completely unharmed. Strange. Su Qing, the freckled girl, seemed to notice something off. Isn't he a high-speed regenerator? Why does he look like a barrier shield type, or an extremely tough flesh type? Upon hearing her words, Yun Miao also slightly narrowed her eyes. Yeah, what type of awakener is he really? Mentor Xuanhuan continued to keep his smile, squinting his eyes as usual. Very good, classmate Jiang Huai. Your physical strength is impressive. Can you continue? Jiang Huai feigned shaking his hand, then took a deep breath and said, "No problem, I'm still." At that exact moment, Jiang Huai suddenly felt a shadow descending over him from above. Then, a golden giant Buddha palm descended from the sky, striking hard towards Jiang Huai. There was a thunderous boom. The already small corner training ground of the Wulin class instantly collapsed under the impact of the Buddha palm. Jiang Huai. Lu Wanyin reacted first. She wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Yun Miao, the girl with the coffin on her back. "It's okay, don't worry, he's not hurt." Though she said so, Lu Wanyin was still highly anxious. At the same time, a reverberating voice filled with childlike innocence echoed from the horizon. "Amitba." The golden Buddha hand gradually disintegrated into powder, and the young monk enveloped in Buddha's light gently landed on the ground. Lingchuan waved his hand, dispersing the smoke and dust, then looked toward Jiang Huai who still stood in the center of the field. "Classmate Jiang Huai, are you injured?" Facing his mentor's worried inquiry, Jiang Huai simply turned around and gave a faint smile, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine." When saying this, he specifically glanced at Lu Wanyin, and upon seeing her sigh of relief, Jiang Huai nodded slightly towards her. Afterward, Jiang Huai turned his head, his expression changing as a chilling murderous intent rose within him. "Young master, that was quite a ruthless strike." He stared at the young monk, his eyes filled with coldness, because he could clearly feel it. That strike from the little monk just now was indeed aimed at taking his life. Chapter 102, Individual Flaws. The little monk, however, had a face as calm as the clouds and still appeared full of compassion. "Amichuofo, esteemed benefactor, you flatter me too much. It's just that I observed your extraordinary bone structure earlier, and such a low-level test is truly a waste of time, so I couldn't help but assist you." Jiang Huai took one step at a time toward the young monk. Upon reaching him, Jiang Huai noticed that the monk was about 13 or 14 years old and barely over 150 centimeters tall. Yet, the aura around him was extraordinarily terrifying. Are all newborns with 4-star awakenings geniuses like this? Weren't you trying to kill me just now? Don't monks always talk about compassion? You came here intending to kill me. Which class are you from? I am a student of the Huiyao class. My earlier move was actually because I was drawn to your power. Please forgive me. Then return the favor and take my punch. Amichuofo, I heard that esteemed benefactor claims to be a defensive type awakener. If there are any other skills. The little monk slightly raised his eyes, and there was indeed a hint of challenge in his gaze at Jiang Huai. I am willing to experience them. That's enough. Mentor Lingchuan intervened at this point. Though his eyes were still half closed, his tone carried a faint chill. Student, it's currently class teaching time. If you want to spar, you can wait until the drill 3 days later. For now, please leave. The little monk looked at Lingchuan, then folded his hands together, bowing slightly. My apologies for my rashness. Please forgive me, mentor. After saying this, he turned and left gracefully. I will report this incident to your mentor. Lingchuan added this as the monk left, though the young monk didn't seem to care much. Meanwhile, not far away, a girl carrying 5 knives and sporting sharp teeth sat on the trunk of a tree, a blade of grass dangling from her mouth. She witnessed everything. Interesting. She observed clearly that when the monk struck with his palm, the man had evidently sensed everything. Yet, without making any defensive movement, he endured the strike from the little monk. Although that bald monk held back, that palm wasn't something a 2-star defense awakener could withstand. Who would have thought that idling around here would lead to seeing such an interesting thing? Worthwhile. Xiao Lingyue. At this moment, a call came from beneath the tree. Lowering her head, Xiao Lingyue saw Zhou Lingling holding an umbrella standing under the tree, smiling up at her. Our mentor has called us to gather. Was my decoy found out so quickly? With her hand supporting her cheek, Xiao Lingyue said somewhat discontentedly. After all, our mentor from the Huiyao class is a tough general sent from the Iron Blood faction. So, I'd suggest you don't make him too angry. Yes, chief of the class. Agilely hanging upside down on the tree trunk, the girl gracefully dropped down, landing steadily on the ground. That night demon patrol man was quite intriguing. Reflecting on what she'd seen earlier, Xiao Lingyue remained somewhat unsatisfied. Zhou Lingling chuckled lightly. She wasn't surprised that Jiang Huai was quickly targeted by several strong individuals. After all, gold shines wherever it may be. Since the training ground of the Uscale class was destroyed, training was temporarily suspended. Although Jiang Huai insisted that he was fine, Mentor Lingchuan meticulously examined his body. Only after confirming that besides some damaged clothes, Jiang Huai bore no wounds did he let out a sigh of relief. The person from before claimed to be from the Huiyao class, right? Isn't that one of the top 3 classes? Truly pretentious. Chu couldn't help but grumble. That bald monk came straight to pick a fight. Minter, you should have given him a taste of his own medicine back there. Yeah, Minter, your approach will only make people think our upscale class is weak. Xueqing, the freckled girl, also chimed in. The Minter awkwardly smiled and sighed. I can't fight against him. This made everyone feel even more aggrieved. How could their Minter not even be able to defeat a first-year student? Haha, there are many kinds of awakeners in this world. My strength is type enhanced, and the earlier mentioned student was a 4-star attack type awakener. Alas, every expert has his specialty. Although Ling Chuan said this, Su Qing and Chu He's expressions remained grim. Lu Wanyin patted Su Qing's shoulder, then smiled at Chu He and said, well, his previous blow must have been with all his might. But Jiang Huai was unscathed. Guess who would be more embarrassed if this news spread out? Upon hearing Lu Wanyin's words, Chu He laughed. Sigh? Sister-in-law, you're absolutely right. My brother-in-law was born with superhuman strength. What about the Yangyan class? What about the Huiyao class? Not even a scratch on my brother-in-law. And he's still only 2-star now. When he reaches 9 stars, wouldn't it be akin to achieving immortality? Everyone had a good laugh at Chui's comment. Your old man, the highest-ranked awakener in this world, is supposedly 7 stars. Can I break the limit? Jiang Huai chuckled and playfully punched Chu He on the shoulder as he laughed. Just then, Yun Miao, who had been silent, suddenly smiled and said, that isn't necessarily true. While the strongest recorded awakener today is 7 stars, actually, there were 8-star awakeners in the Legends of Awakeners, though they weren't officially recorded. All eyes turned toward Yun Miao. Is that for real? 8 stars? Why haven't I heard about it? Su Qing asked in surprise. It said that an 8-star awakener has almost surpassed human limits. Compared to normal awakeners, Yun Miao's voice slightly lowered, and she continued with a tone full of implications. They are closer to beasts. Everyone took a sharp intake of breath after hearing her words. How could awakeners possibly resemble beasts? Humanity and beasts were supposed to forever oppose each other. Oh well, don't take it so seriously, folks. Just treat it as some funny tale to pass the time. Only Jiang Huai stared intently at Yun Miao. It seemed he detected some deeper meaning in Yun Miao's words. Subsequently, Ling Chuan led everyone back to the classroom. He proceeded to do a summary. Due to external interference today, we tested only 2 attack-type students and 1 defense-type student. Now, I will make a general assessment. Other classrooms were equipped with corresponding teaching terminals. However, upscale class only had a blackboard. The disparity in teaching conditions was not just by a small margin. Firstly, regarding the 2 attack-type students, Yin Jia and Lu Wanyin. Here. I'm here. Lu Wanyin and Yin Jia stood up one after another. Ling Chuan smiled as he nodded at Lu Wanyin. It seemed he was very satisfied with this girl's combat proficiency and some aspects of discipline. First, Yin Jia, your ice elemental ability excels in its broad coverage area. In the test just now, your power spread throughout the entire venue, which can be understood as an area diffusion type awakening ability. As long as you can build a complete tactical theory around this, your skill will prove extremely effective in smaller scale battles. Thank you, Minter. Yin Jia was greatly moved. This appeared to be the first time in her life she'd received such praise. But there are also clear disadvantages. First, you cannot yet proficiently control this force, causing your ice element power range to go completely out of control. Additionally, when releasing your ice elemental power, you yourself are unable to move, making you an easy target for focus fire. Yes, Yin Jia's personality was extremely extreme. She would get very happy when praised, but once flaws were pointed out, she would immediately sink into despair. The temperature in the classroom dropped more than 10 degrees. Chapter 103, The Reason for the Defeat. Next is Lu Wanyin. Your destructive power can be said to have already reached the threshold of 4 stars, and your stamina is also very good. It's evident that you haven't slacked off in exercising regularly. This lady may not be able to afford a gym membership, but I never miss my morning and night runs. Lu Wanyin placed her hands on her hips, chest out, looking extremely proud. Jiang Huai's mouth twitched at the corner. What kind of mindset allows someone to talk about not being able to afford a gym so proudly, despite it being a poignant issue? But your problem is also very obvious. You're only suitable for small-scale combat. Once you are surrounded by enemies, it will be difficult for you to cover all aspects. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huai also recalled. Previously, Lu Wanyin seemed to have encountered such a situation. In the cinema, she was handling 2 or 3 infected individuals with ease, but when the number of infected increased, this young girl would struggle on multiple fronts. If it weren't for his covert interventions several times, she might have been injured already. The second problem is that your necromancy ability has not been well utilized or developed. Right now, you're merely attaching the necromancy to a simulated scythe for combat. Lu Wanyin's expression of pride had disappeared. She seemed to have been hit where it hurt. She had always disliked fighting directly with her soul. Even though the Necromancers Association once publicly declared that what they called souls were just a form of dark matter mimicking natural phenomena and not real spirits, Lu Wanyin had genuinely heard the whispers of these souls. She did not believe that these souls were just pure forms of energy. Therefore, she usually wouldn't let these souls fight directly, but would use them as attachments to weapons instead. Next is the defensive awakener, Jiang Huai. Ling Chuan didn't say much more to Lu Wanyin. Judging from her expression, he knew that Lu Wanyin understood her own issues better than anyone else. It wasn't yet time for him to correct these children directly. Your defensive power is very strong, far exceeding the scope you've described. After being called upon, Jiang Huai stood up. All eyes were on him. I even suspect that there was an issue with your awakener assessment, or whether you intentionally hid your strength. Teacher, my power indeed differs from what was described, but the price I pay for it is immense. Jiang Huai slowly raised his hand, took off his jacket, and then in front of everyone, unbuttoned his shirt. Yinjia and Su Qing blushed furiously at the sight. Jiang Huai's physique was truly impressive, no excess fat, and not overly muscular either. His balanced lines and appropriately proportioned muscles exuded a manly charm. But when everyone clearly saw Jiang Huai's upper body, they were all stunned. Even Su Qing, who was blushing furiously, was left speechless, losing all thoughts related to attraction. Because at this moment, Jiang Huai's upper body bore several cracks. And within those cracks, streams of blood kept surging forth as if a force was suppressing the bleeding. Jiang Huai classmate, what is this? Teacher Ling Chuan furrowed his brows and asked. I can instantly boost my defense power significantly, but the cost is that I need time to gradually digest the damage I endure. These are the side effects now. Jiang Huai revealed the cracks on his body to his classmates. And right now, every second, I am enduring the pain of my body being torn apart and healing, only to be torn apart again. I apologize for not telling you. I just didn't want my classmates to worry. Big brother, why didn't you say it earlier? That damn monk. I'm gonna kill him. Chui was the first one to stand up. His face was filled with excitement as he looked at Jiang Huai's body, followed by a look of endless anger in his eyes. What's so great about Class 3? They rely on their strength and bully people like this. If Jiang Huai didn't have this power, he might have died at the hands of that monk already. Su Qing spoke out indignantly. I can help cool you down. Will that help? Yinjia asked cautiously, despite her fear. Jiang Huai shook his head with a smile. It's fine. I've basically experienced this after each instance of enduring harm. I've gotten used to it. Having said that, Jiang Huai slowly buttoned up his shirt and put on his coat. Only Lu Wanin and Yun Miao remained silent. Lu Wanin knew that Jiang Huai harbored secrets, so she didn't expose his lies. As for Yun Miao, looking at the cracks on Jiang Huai's body, her eyes visibly became more excited. Even the coffin next to her moved slightly. In conclusion, although Jiang Huai classmates' defense power is strong, the adverse effects are significant. Ling Chuan continued writing on the blackboard. An offensive awakener with strong single-target destructive power, an arena field-type frost awakener, and a defensive awakener whose defense is robust enough to withstand the attacks of a 4-star awakener. This is the known configuration of our squad. Can Yun Miao's control abilities help Jiang Huai take on some damage? Ling Chuan glanced at the girl in the Taoist robes. Of course I can. Little Tao here is a multi-talented person. Besides healing, I can also attack, defend, and even enhance everyone. Alright, then during combat, Yun Miao will serve as the second firepower point and help Jiang Huai draw some fire. At this point, Ling Chuan couldn't help but sigh. It was still too tight, this team. They almost didn't fit into any known squad compositions. Without a healer, this would be a fatal flaw. Teacher, Jiang Huai stood up and spoke. I have a suggestion. Go ahead. Ling Chuan smiled and looked toward Jiang Huai, trusting him completely. After all, he was the disciple of that priest. Sacrifice the defense, focus on full-scale offense. As soon as these words left his mouth, the classroom fell silent. Su Qing was the first to react, truly proving herself as a mental series awakener with her powerful thought process and mental abilities. Hold on. What kind of strategy is this? How could we all transform into offensive types? That's impossible. Reasonable positioning and steady advancement are how we win. You're absolutely right, Jiang Huai said with a smile, turning to Su Qing. If we were facing another squad or organization, properly assigning positions and tactical approaches indeed would increase our chances of victory greatly. But don't forget what we ultimately need to face. Jiang Huai's words resonated deeply within everyone's hearts like a loud bell. That's right. Their enemies weren't just other squads. They weren't like Olympic sports teams either. Instead, they were destined to fight fiercely amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. You're correct, Jiang Huai classmate, but you're only half right. In the end, it was their mentor, Ling Chuan, who cut Jiang Huai off with a laugh. You experienced the beast tide at Mount Wuhuang, and I've heard about how your team fought all the way through under Captain Mou and managed to kill that lord. But let me tell you, the beast's intelligence is far higher than you imagine. In the past battles where humans faced beast tides, 70% of those losses weren't due to a lack of strength. Mentor Ling Chuan picked up the chalk and slowly wrote 2 words on the blackboard. But because of tactics. Chapter 104, Guidance. That night, Jiang Huai lay in bed for a long time without being able to fall asleep. Of course, he didn't really need much sleep anyway. The words of his mentor Ling Chuan in the afternoon shocked him beyond measure. Among all the beast tides, there were only 3 times where humans were thoroughly suppressed by the power of beasts and completely defeated. In the other instances of the beast tides, the real reason for the collapse of the human front was that they had been beaten by the strategic deployment and tactics of the beasts. For example, during the 5th beast tide, humans fell into the trap set by the beasts right from the beginning. Under the manipulation of the technique master, one of the lord-level beasts, the beast tide took advantage of humanity's lack of understanding about the beasts and launched a surprise attack on the rear base camp of the humans, attacking both internally and externally, leading to utter chaos within their ranks. Jiang Huai classmate. So I must tell you, no matter how strong one's individual abilities are, it is absolutely impossible to change the overall battlefield situation. In a beast tide, we must coordinate with other squads to ensure cooperative combat. Remember this, we're not fighting alone. He once again retrieved Yu Qinshan's pistol, then let out a slow sigh. Teacher Yu, what exactly are these beasts? The next day, at a temporarily replaced venue, Mentor Lingchuan tested the powers of Chu He, Yun Miao, and Su Qing. Chu He's reinforcement ability was indeed quite basic. He could only make everyone feel as though their stamina had slightly increased. But even so, it held promise for the future. Su Qing's mental link ability was rather useful. Within a 300-meter range, everyone could almost communicate telepathically through mental energy without speaking a word. However, this also consumed a lot of Su Qing's energy, with her limit being 30 minutes. As for Yun Miao, when the group saw her summon from a coffin board a female zombie wearing a Taoist robe with talismans pasted on her forehead, everyone was startled. Don't be so scared. This is my older sister, she won't hurt anyone. Come, sister, greet everyone. Yun Miao waved at the female zombie. The face of the female zombie, covered with talismans, was unclear in expression or features, but she actually raised her hand and waved back at everyone. Her movements were not stiff at all, just like a living person. And this girl zombie really did act, as Yun Miao said, both offensive and defensive, and she could even form barriers. Though not very powerful, it was still sufficient to protect everyone. Lingchuan silently nodded, and then recorded it down in his notebook. In the afternoon, it was the first phase of collaborative strength among the group. Lingchuan had them fight several training dummies. Lu Wanin served as the main attacker. Jia handled field control, using frost power to slow the enemy's movements. Xuanhuan mainly focused on taking damage when enemy assaults grew too aggressive. Chu He and Su Qing just tried their best to preserve themselves if there were no special missions assigned. Finally, Yun Miao filled in wherever needed, going wherever necessary. It sounded neatly organized, but once the fight started, it turned into a chaotic mess. Lu Wanin's offense was extremely powerful, but she ignored her teammates, penetrating too deep and placing Jia, who followed behind her, in an extremely dangerous position. Jia's power indeed restricted the movement of the dummies, but this restriction affected their own team as well. As for Su Qing and Chu He, it was hardly worth mentioning. Just keeping up with those two was exhausting enough, and soon they were attacked by the dummies. Only Zhang Huai and Yun Miao remained unhindered, weaving through the battlefield and carrying out their duties respectively. Especially Zhang Huai, not only was he capable of protecting his teammates, but he could also destroy the puppets with a single punch. By the end of the training session, Chu He, Su Qing, and Jia were already too exhausted to move on the ground. It's too messy. Lingchuan smiled and told the group. If this were a real beast tide, Lu Wanin would have been killed for going too deep, and Jia would have been surrounded and killed for following Lu Wanin. The remaining Chu He and Su Qing are too physically weak, unable to keep up with the group, and would have been killed. As for Zhang Huai and Yun Miao, the two of you are qualified. Not only did you support your teammates, but you also managed to counterattack alongside them. Well done. But I want to point out, if this were a beast tide, the Wuling class would have been wiped out. Everyone felt distressed after hearing Lingchuan's words, because deep down, they knew that this was the truth. Even Zhang Huai didn't doubt it. This was already his limit without transforming into Bai Guy. Even so, he couldn't save all of Wuling class, and this was only small-scale combat. Once they faced the real battlefield of the beast tide, it would only become more chaotic. Moreover, the power of Bai Guy and Jinya currently caused great internal stress on his body. He must find a way to reinforce his physical strength as soon as possible, so that he can better withstand this power. Don't be discouraged, everyone. Lingchuan clapped his hands to encourage everyone. Tomorrow's exercise is merely an evaluation for entering school. Even if the score is low, we still have 6 months to adjust. 6 months. This was no measure of time. And now, they couldn't even assemble the most basic team configuration. So after class ended, none of them left. Instead, they all decided to do extra practice. Lingchuan didn't stop them either. He silently activated the training dummies for them and then left the scene. Sometimes, a mentor interfering too much in students' activities isn't a good thing. Particularly for a new team, what they lack the most is mutual understanding, trust, and coordination. But failure after failure brought forth the inevitable problem for this young squad: disputes. Jia, you don't have to care about me. Your power spreading to other areas just restricts my movement instead. The argument broke out between Lu Wanin and Jia first. Wanin, actually, I realized during the last round that you rushed too fast. If I hadn't used my power to control those dummies at your sides, you would have already. But your force also slowed down my actions. Don't worry about me. Go take care of the classmates behind. That's unacceptable. We need to cooperate. Next up were Chu He and Su Qing. What's wrong with you? Aren't you a reinforcement type? Why do I feel that my stamina hasn't improved at all? Don't blame the house if you're poor or blame the tiles when the roof leaks. Sister, you've got terrible stamina. My reinforcement ability has made you run around. So what else do you want? And who are you to criticize me? What about your mental link ability? Why was there silence for 2 minutes during our squad communication? Can't you properly maintain the mental link among us? It gradually escalated into arguing and blaming. Yun Miao, on the other hand, acted as if it wasn't her business at all, smiling while combing the female zombie's hair by herself. Zhang Huai saw this and felt utterly helpless. Their squad had a very low quality both in terms of personnel configuration and individual capabilities. The instructor did say at the start that their squad's configuration was quite comprehensive, including even having a rare mental series awakener. However, looking at it now, being versatile but lacking in expertise only magnified their weaknesses significantly. This was simply, I can't watch anymore. At that moment, a figure appeared from the side of a nearby tree. Everyone turned their gaze towards it, seeing the girl with 5 knives sitting casually on the branch, eating an apple. Who are you? Zhang Huai furrowed his brow at the girl. The girl threw away the core and gracefully leaped down. With arms crossed over her chest, she glanced disdainfully at the members of Wuling class. Just awful. I see no other use for this kind of class other than sending them off to die. Who are you, coming to our class and making all these outrageous comments? Don't think I won't fight you because you're a girl. Chuhi immediately directed his anger at the girl. The girl merely looked at Chuhi once. Chuhi instantly felt an intimidating killing intent, and he dared not utter another word, quickly retreating behind xuanhuan. She then approached Lu Wanin. Your power is decent, and your speed is okay, but as soon as she took a step forward, her whole body vanished without a trace. The next moment, she was already in front of Lu Wanin. Even Zhang Huai failed to capture her movement. This speed was far too fast. Then, without warning, she swung her arm and delivered a punch toward Lu Wanin. Lu Wanin reacted extremely fast, retreating while swinging her scythe horizontally. However, the girl directly struck the scythe with her bare hand, shattering it upon impact, while simultaneously grabbing hold of Lu Wanin's collar and forcefully slamming her to the ground. You're just not fast enough, not strong enough. Charging recklessly like you do will only lead to death for you and your teammates behind you. Your potential strength should be much more than this. So, what exactly are you afraid of? Lu Wanin struggled under the crushing pressure and could barely catch her breath. Alright, you're dead. The girl let go and walked toward Injia. You stay away from me. Terrified, Injia immediately unleashed her frost powers. Cold air and icy storms quickly enveloped the girl's body, forming countless frosty layers on her skin. Unfortunately, these frosty barriers did nothing to slow her down. She grinned, revealing a row of shark-like teeth. Turning you into an air conditioner might be refreshing. Speaking, she swiftly reached Injia, then lightly tapped her head. Injia collapsed right onto the ground, too frightened to resist any longer. You're already dead too. Finally, the girl turned her head to look at Chu He and Su Qing. Just by being looked at like that, both of them were already trembling in their legs. You two are also dead. Well, only a defense type and a composite type remain. Your team? Ruined. The girl shrugged. Jiang Huai looked at the girl and could sense the power in her presence. It even felt similar to facing Yu Qinshan. You're strong. Surprisingly, it was the girl who first spoke to Jiang Huai. You shouldn't be in this class. Come to Huiyao class. I'll be your referrer. Jiang Huai smiled and shook his head. I appreciate your generous invitation, but I'm just a 2-star defense type awakener, not good enough for the top 3 classes. And I thank you for guiding my companions earlier. Humph. Do you really think this class has a future? The girl didn't know where she pulled out a blade of grass and put it in her mouth. Yes. Facing Jiang Huai's firm response, the girl didn't say anything more. She shrugged again and said while turning around to leave. Don't push too hard. Teamwork is important, but it's built on mutual trust and relatively balanced individual abilities. Teams can amplify strengths and mitigate weaknesses, making 1 + 1 greater than 2. But if the individual disparities are too large and you try to force teamwork in a short period to make great progress, the outcome will always be. She made a throat-slitting gesture and finally looked at Injia. And as for you, your strength is strong but too scattered. Try using an object as a carrier, storing your cold energy. You can use it to create grenade-like offensive weapons. Then it was Lu Wanin's turn. You, both speed and strength are strong, but you're holding back. I don't know what trauma or grudge you have in your mind, but before wielding your scythe, imagine exactly what you want to crush. She grinned cruelly and continued looking at Lu Wanin with a merciless smile. Insufficient attack range is no problem at all. As long as you kill fast enough, absolutely no one can surround you. As for her, the girl stopped walking and looked back one last time at Yin Yao. Forget it, I can't teach her. Hey sister, guide me please. Why did everyone else get guidance except me? Oh, sister, don't go yet sister. Jiang Huai called after the girl's retreating figure. Thank you so much for your guidance, classmate. My name is Jiang Huai, from the Night Demon Patrol. I will definitely repay you in the future. The girl casually waved a hand and slightly turned her head. With a blade of grass in her mouth, she smiled at Jiang Huai and said, Xia Lingwei, unaffiliated. So now you owe me a favor, don't forget. Chapter 105, Class Leader. It has to be said, Wuling Squad was practically wiped out by Xia Lingwei from Yangyan Squad today. Jiang Huai really wanted to step in at the time, almost did. Thankfully, he noticed just in time that Xia Lingwei didn't seem to actually intend to harm them. Instead, she took advantage of their sparring to offer each of them a bit of guidance. And it seemed like she had also stirred up everyone's fighting spirit within the squad. If you can't find the right direction, overpracticing will only leave your mind and body even more exhausted. Jiang Huai suggested everyone disperse for now. Then he found his mentor, Ling Chuan, alone. The priest was currently at the small garden behind the academy conducting his daily prayer. Jiang Huai tried not to disturb him, standing far off in the distance. When he saw Ling Chuan slowly relax his tightly clenched hands, Jiang Huai prepared to walk over. But before he could enter the garden, Ling Chuan already turned around with a smile on his face. Sorry about that, Jiang Huai, I kept you waiting. Jiang Huai stopped in his tracks, slightly startled. He had clearly subdued his aura. If he stayed still far away without moving, even MOU would have a hard time detecting his presence. Yet, how did Ling Chuan know he was there from the start? Wasn't he supposed to be the weakest among the mentors? Did Yu Qinshan ever mention me to you? Ling Chuan turned around, hands clasped behind his back. His long clerical robe fluttered lightly in the breeze. Upon hearing him mention Yu Qinshan, Jiang Huai bowed his head slightly, and the regret of being unable to save Yu Qinshan at the last moment, along with the guilt toward Lu Wanin, surged back into his heart once more. No. He shook his head and said, Teacher, you only guided me for 1 month. Ling Chuan's face still maintained its gentle and kind expression as he walked over to Jiang Huai's side. Then he raised his hand and lightly placed it above Jiang Huai's head without making contact. May his soul rest in peace. May he no longer suffer in his next life. May your inner heart find tranquility and peace, unbothered by these baseless calamities. Jiang Huai instantly felt a warm energy flowing slowly into his body from above his head. This energy swept away all the fatigue from today's training immediately, and even calmed his restless inner heart like never before. He even felt an impulse to cry. Don't force yourself. After finishing everything, Ling Chuan's hand finally touched Jiang Huai's head. You're just a kid too. Don't shoulder everything forcefully upon yourself. Humans are capable, yet there are limits. All we need is to have a clear conscience. His voice was nothing like xuanhuan's. Although both were priests, Ling Chuan was indeed a man brimming with divinity. Every word and action made Jiang Huai feel as if he was truly bathed in holy light. However, there wasn't the same closeness and reality as with xuanhuan. Jiang Huai, I know you've been hiding something from us. Your power is far beyond what has been shown so far, and I can sense that you're currently stuck in a vortex of darkness. But this darkness isn't your enemy. It's your form of self-protection. Ling Chuan's words shocked Jiang Huai. Could he possibly have sensed the beastly power inside me? Power, much like weapons, is neither good nor evil. As long as you can control it and do the right things, then your conscience will remain clear. But for the present stage, I hope you learn how to fight together as a team. Even the most powerful human being, walking alone in darkness for a long time, will eventually get swallowed by it one day. However, if you have others by your side constantly, then you can move forward fearlessly. Yes, mentor. Jiang Huai nodded, indirectly acknowledging his concealment of strength. Finally, Ling Chuan withdrew his hand, letting out a long sigh. The first failure was inevitable. It was necessary. A thorough defeat might cause two situations within your team. 1. Complete collapse. 2. Truly coalesce into a whole. Jiang Huai, you possess the ability to guide events toward the second development. So, I hope you can become the class leader of Wulin's squad. 2 days later, the entrance exercise was held on schedule. The rules were roughly the same as during the evaluation. Only this time there were no infected individuals. Everyone from other squads would serve as enemies. According to the comprehensive strength assessment by the instructors, various classes would enter Mount Wufang in batches. The weakest without question was Wulin's squad. Therefore, under the contemptuous gazes of students from other classes, Wulin's squad members moved first into the forest of Mount Wufang. Hurry up and run, little trash bags. Remember to hide well. If we find you, the battle might end in an instant. Derisive voices continued to come from behind. Chui was so angry that his whole body trembled, and he wanted to turn around and have a big argument with those people. Jiang Huai walked at the rear. He gently patted Chui's back, and then pushed him forward a bit. Big brother. Actions speak louder than words. Jiang Huai consoled Chui with a smile. Their current walking order basically determined the formation of this team. Lu Wanan walked in front as the main breakthrough player. Yinjiao followed right behind her. It seemed that they had some kind of conflict and didn't talk much to each other. In the middle was Yun Miao, the girl carrying a coffin. Of all the people, she seemed to be the only one who didn't care about this trial at all and felt no pressure. She always wore an innocent smile that made everyone guess what she was thinking. Then came Chu He and Su Qing. They were the two with the worst physical strength in the team. Even without fighting, just keeping up with the others was already quite challenging for them. Yet, they were indispensable. Although Chu He was still very weak now, the status of a power-type awakener in a squad was self-evident. The same went for Su Qing, a mental awakener who, if she could improve her strength, would become the connecting center of the entire team. Moreover, Jiang Huai noticed something else. Su Qing was exceptionally smart. She analyzed problems comprehensively, had her own considerations, and unique insights. If nurtured properly, she would become the real core brain of the Wulin class. As the first class to enter, we have 1 hour to choose advantageous terrain. Sister Qing, do you have any good suggestions? Jiang Huai walked next to Su Qing, subtly guiding her to give instructions to the team. Su Qing indeed didn't disappoint Jiang Huai. She had been burning midnight oil these past few days studying the geography of Mount Wufang. She easily listed several beneficial terrains right now, but the above terrains would only be effective in ambush warfare. Our team formation isn't suitable for ambushing. Due to the presence of me and Chu He, guerrilla tactics also aren't appropriate. Su Qing's brow knitted more and more tightly as she spoke. Don't worry, just say it boldly. We still have room for trial and error. As long as you propose it, our entire team will cooperate with you. Jiang Huai's encouragement moved the normally inconspicuous freckle-faced girl. She slightly nodded her head and pointed to the halfway point of the mountain. If so, I suggest using the terrain. There's a cave halfway up the mountain. This cave has a total of 5 exits. We can set traps inside the cave and reserve 1 escape route for ourselves while sealing off all the other exits. How do you know this so clearly? Chu He asked somewhat discontentedly. Field investigation. Su Qing glanced at him as she said. Jiang Huai was also very surprised. Not only did Su Qing study maps in the dormitory, but she actually sneaked out alone late at night to check out the situation on site. But we lack large-scale destructive force, making it hard to seal off the cave's exits. Su Qing sighed. Jiang Huai smiled and said, leave that to me. Trust me. Thus, the group headed toward the cave halfway up the mountain. The location was extremely secluded. Even if their trap failed later, they could hide here and wait for other teams to fight amongst themselves. Jiang Huai looked at his watch. There were 20 minutes left before the other squads would enter the mountain. It was 9 a.m. now, and by 10 a.m. when all squads entered Mount Wufang, the battle would begin in full force. Come on everyone, he clapped his hands together and said to everyone. Let these arrogant so-called experts see the surprise that the bottom-ranked Wu Lin class has prepared for them. Chapter 106, The Hunt Begins. After the regular classes gradually entered the Despair Mountain, the Huiyao class, Yangyan class, and Tianzi class also successively entered the Despair Mountain. The little monk always kept his hands clasped in front of him as he walked at the forefront of the Huiyao class. He seemed to be sensing some kind of aura. The man beside him asked solemnly, Ninshin, is there a prey that interests you? The little monk smiled faintly, still keeping his eyes closed as he said, Yes, the person who took my palm strike 3 days ago and emerged unscathed. I'm quite interested. If it weren't for your own words, I would not believe that a waste from the Wulin class could have such strength. It's truly fascinating. The little monk slowly shook his head and spoke to the big man beside him. Do not let your guard down. Although we are the first place in the Tianzi class, our current ranking is meaningless. And now, perhaps there are many pairs of eyes watching us. As soon as he finished speaking, several awakened ones suddenly attacked from the shadows. Take down these arrogant upper 3 classes. Take them out. Then we can enter the upper 3 classes. Flames and ice came rushing from both sides, their force overwhelming and a sneak attack at that. Even the Huiyao class members had no time to dodge. Sound the bell. The little monk kept his hands clasped together and slightly bowed his head. A massive golden bell instantly covered everyone in the Huiyao class, while the sound of the bell gradually spread, echoing across the entire Despair Mountain. Even with the immense power of these two forces, they could not harm those inside the bell even a bit. Look! The little monk lifted his eyes to look at the big man. Inadvertently, we've become the prey. The big man chuckled coldly a few times, then his body started to swell. Already large, his figure became even more imposing now. The bulging muscles burst through the clothes completely. So let these trash know the reality. Who exactly is the prey? The rest of the Huiyao class remained calm and composed, each of them pulling out their weapons. In the moment when the ice and fire attacks weakened, the golden bell abruptly disappeared, and under the lead of the man who had already grown over 2 meters tall, all the members of the Huiyao class, except for the little monk, dispersed immediately to seek their own prey. What formations, what teams? The little monk smiled faintly. As long as all of you center around me, I can provide endless support. Enjoy your hunt well. Then, screams of pain began to echo around. Those who dared to ambush powerful prey paid a heavy price. On the top of a tree nearby, Xia Lingyue witnessed the merciless hunting by the Huiyao class against other classes and couldn't help but grin, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth like a shark's. Being so active from the start, that little bald monk has been faking it all along. It seems he is indeed the class leader of the Huiyao class. Xia Lingyue. From below the tree came Zhou Lingling's voice, creating almost the same scene as last time. Only this time, around Zhou Lingling, over 10 other class members who tried to ambush her were sprawled unconscious. Must you insist on following me every day? Xia Lingyue jumped down from the tree helplessly and said, looking at Zhou Lingling who smiled gently towards her. That's impossible. I am the class leader, so naturally, I should pay attention to every member of the class. You always act so independently, and that'll get you criticized by the mentor. Alright, stop bothering me. Even if I'm not around, the Yangyan class won't be easily wiped out by these people. As long as you don't provoke the monk, he probably won't initiate any conflicts with you either. Xia Lingyue glanced at the distance and continued. As for the Tianzi class, I can only say that Captain Mou's strength is indeed strong, but she isn't material suited for teaching, plus the quality of the Tianzi class isn't exactly high. Just as she said that, she suddenly raised her hand and grabbed a dagger that flew from somewhere. Oh dear, there's a rat. Zhou Lingling smiled and looked at a certain place. From the shadow of the bushes, a barely perceptible presence quickly approached the two of them. It suddenly leapt forth, its dagger fiercely stabbing towards Zhou Lingling. But just as its form appeared, Xia Lingyue had already grabbed it by the neck. The girl then forcefully threw this man, much taller than herself, causing him to crash heavily into a tree trunk. More rats, Zhou Lingling warned Xia Lingyue. Sure enough, more and more figures began appearing around them. Xia Lingyue sighed as she covered her face. It's because of you that I've become a target too. Zhou Lingling wore an innocent expression. I'm clearly concerned about you, so I came to find you. Alright, stop yapping. Hurry up and deal with these nuisances. Xuanhuan stood at the edge of the cave, looking down at the constantly rising explosive surges below. Through his observation, he found that although the awakened ones from these classes seemed to be fighting on their own, they had faint traces of collaboration here and there. But this kind of cooperation was too forced. It was like trying too hard to force connections where none exist, leaving all the cards useless in the end, having strength but no way to apply it. Did you notice as well? Lu Wanin walked up beside Xuanhuan. Our mentor has always emphasized teamwork, but look, those squads that focus on team coordination are now being crushed by the weaker classes. After hearing Lu Wanin's words, Xuanhuan nodded as well. Of course he had noticed. Aside from the top 3 classes, all other classes who had practiced what seemed to be a coordinated system were utterly disarmed by less structured teams. Their priorities were misplaced. While team collaboration was achieved, the stronger individuals were restrained by the weaker members. What is the mentor trying to tell us exactly? Xuanhuan asked, furrowing his brows. At this point, Lu Wanin gently tugged on Xuanhuan's sleeve. When Xuanhuan turned around, he saw the young girl produce a lollipop from somewhere and popped it into his mouth. There, stop frowning. I haven't seen you smile. And so long have I been neglecting you, little brother? Jiang Huai shot Lu Wanyin a glare, but the sweet aroma in his mouth indeed lightened his mood slightly. Just do things your way, Lu Wanyin whispered softly. It's not that everyone needs to keep up with me. Over these past few days, we've come to realize clearly that there's a huge gap between you and the rest of us. We should be the ones striving to catch up with you. We don't want to hold you back, boss. Chui joined them outside the cave and said earnestly to Jiang Huai. In these 3 days of training, we've all felt it, Jiang Huai. To accommodate us, you've deliberately suppressed your power. Injia added. Sigh, though we don't know how strong you really are, making you adjust to our pace. This decision was flawed from the very start. Finally, Su Qing crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai, this is just an enrollment drill. You don't need to worry about us. How to keep up with you is something we should consider. Jiang Huai looked at these teammates, especially Su Qing and Chu He. They were more anxious than he was. But now they were each trying their best, in their own ways, to ease the burden on Jiang Huai's shoulders. This deeply touched Jiang Huai. Thank you, but I assure you, I will not abandon anyone in this team. At that moment, in the shadows of the cave, the girl carrying the coffin on her back stood with her arms crossed, staring at Jiang Huai with an unusual gaze. A corner of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing an eerie grin. Then let me see how long you can hide, little monster. Chapter 107, The Black Scales Class, Advance. Following Su Qing's instructions, the members of the Black Scales class camouflaged the entrance using shrubs and some rocks. Their goal was straightforward. For the time being, they did not wish to get involved in the conflicts between other classes. When the regular classes had nearly exhausted the upper class members' stamina, perhaps they could take advantage of the situation. Remember, the ultimate goal of this exercise is to survive until the end. Only those who live will be the winners. Jiang Huai gathered everyone and said, the terrain of this cave has already been reviewed by Su Qing through a mental link. Now we will use this complex terrain to make up for our team's weaker average strength. Injia indeed attempted to compress her power, but she was entirely unable to control the frost energy within her body. Forcing the compression of this power instead caused it to backfire on her, freezing her arm and turning it black and blue. Don't rush. Once this exercise is over, we'll find a way, maybe looking for some carriers. Jiang Huai consoled Injia. With her arm now wrapped in bandages, Injia nodded somewhat guiltily. Hiding in this cave wasn't completely safe either. Soon, students from an ordinary class came knocking. However, most of them weren't hunters, but rather the hunted. Shit, are those upper class guys all monsters? How can we fight against that heavenly character class? They're so strong. For students from an ordinary class scrambled up halfway up the mountain, yet they failed to immediately spot the deliberately hidden cave. Jiang Huai and his group were lying in wait within the cave's shadows, observing these students intently. It's your fault just now. A male student grabbed the collar of another foreign student. If you hadn't delayed support, our treatment specialist wouldn't have been caught by those people from the heavenly character class so quickly. Now that we've lost our healer, there's no retreat for us. The slightly darker-skinned foreign student also bristled with defiance. He was tall and pushed the student grabbing his collar away while shouting, "You didn't stick to the planned formations for mutual support as agreed," which resulted in chaos. This is your responsibility. You dare question the squad leader? You son of it. Seeing these two wrestling, the remaining two made no effort to stop them. They looked utterly dejected, as if their built-up confidence had been shattered completely. How could it happen? The two 4-star awakeners in the heavenly character class aren't offensive types. One's defensive and one's healing-oriented. Yet why is their teamwork so formidable? They say the Miss Mou, who leads Blood Falcon Squad, is inept at leading teams despite being personally powerful. Her squad usually suffers the highest mortality rate among elite squads. So why is the cooperation of the heavenly character class so flawless? Indeed, I heard the little monk from the radiant class got tricked by them too. He thought he surrounded the heavenly character class, but instead fell into a counter-encirclement. Haha, those 12 ordinary class teams surrounding the radiant class thought they surrounded the heavenly character class too. When they saw the radiant class appear, they all froze. Jiang Huai picked up the information contained in their words. Mou indeed wasn't a good team leader. Her formidable individual capabilities were sufficient to allow her to solve most problems without any teammates. The two 4-star awakeners of the heavenly character class were actually leftovers from the selection process in the other top 3 classes. One was a 4-star shield-type defensive awakener, and the other was a 4-star healer-type awakener. If taken individually, these two were rare talents, but in a class lacking offensive hands, they were like untapped forces. After all, the upper limit of the number of people in the top 3 classes limited their usable tactics. They mostly relied on brute force tactics and superior personal skills to overwhelm the small teams from the regular classes. So, was there another extremely capable leader in the heavenly character class besides Mou? Could it be those two 4-star awakeners? Since these individuals had already engaged several of the top 3 classes and managed to escape from their hands, their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Jiang Huai exchanged a glance with Su Qing. Su Qing immediately established a small-range mental link. They're currently bickering internally, and their emotions are very unstable. If we ambush them, we should be able to end the battle quickly. In the mental link, Jiang Huai addressed the rest. Lu Wanyin, you take care of the awakener with the spear. His power is on par with yours. Any issues? I'm ready to begin the hunt at any moment. Lu Wanyin seemed to have entered a hunting state. She lurked in the shadows, poised like a leopard waiting for the command to pounce on her prey. Yin Miao, after these few days of training, your puppet, though not as strong as Lu Wannin's, is well-rounded in both offense and defense, making it very suitable for a prolonged battle. Go deal with their class leader. He should be a 3-star defensive awakener. Just hold him off. Any problems? Completely okay. Finally, Xuanhuan looked towards the tall foreign student with slightly darker skin. Although he isn't the class leader, his strength should be the strongest in the entire team. The other one is likely an enhancer-type individual. They will be my opponents, and I'll try to end the fight within a minute. Su Qing added at this moment. We should aim to finish the battle within a minute and avoid using large-scale awakening abilities to prevent drawing the attention of other classes. Hence, Injia, you shouldn't join the fight. Alright, okay. Sorry for causing trouble. Chu He pointed to himself and asked. So what about me? Su Qing gave Chu He a stern look before covering his mouth. What an idiot. We can just communicate mentally. Oh, sorry. I forgot. Huh. Fortunately, Chu He spoke softly, which did not catch the attention of the ordinary class students nearby. Zhang Huai sighed helplessly and continued. Chu He, there's no need to enhance anyone else this time. Direct all your power into reinforcing Lu Wanyin so that she can quickly take out the spear-wielding offensive awakener and then assist Yun Miao in defeating their class leader. As for the remaining foreign student and the enhancement-type ability awakener, they're mine to handle. Zhang Huai slowly raised his hand, and his eyes began to flicker with a faint blue flame. He wouldn't transform into his 100 skeletons form, not because it was unnecessary here, but there was another reason. He couldn't overly rely on his transformational powers. Every day without refining his innate strength meant he could never fully control that prison inside his body, and thus, the day his body would be completely torn apart would come sooner or later. Control his aura. Control his strength. After cutting off the mental link, he quietly said to the mirrored devil hidden beside him, knock out the enhancer-type awakener without harming their brain. Can you do that? I humbly follow your command, my master. The next second, while those students were still arguing and wrestling, Zhang Huai abruptly swung his hand. Black Scales Class, Advance. Chapter 108, Ambush. Just as those few were still arguing, a shadow had already darted like lightning to the side of Advaishing with the spear. Cut and hunt, begin. Lu Wanyin's face was cold, and the black scythe in her hand flashed like a streak of dark light, cutting towards that Yixingjia. The boy reacted quickly too. Almost instinctively, he lifted his spear to block, but Lu Wanyin's explosive power was incredibly strong. At the moment the scythe touched the spear, the boy's grip cracked under an immense force, blood splashing everywhere. But in the next second, he let out a loud shout and actually managed to forcibly push back Lu Wanyin's scythe. The two were temporarily deadlocked on the spot. What the F***? K. Dare to ambush us? That squad leader also realized someone was ambushing them. He was just about to go help when he suddenly felt a shadow overhead. Looking up, a woman dressed in a Taoist robe was raising one foot, using the force of her descent to fiercely bring down a powerful leg press toward his head. F***K. He roared angrily, instantly unleashing his own awakened power. It was visible that the leader's body suddenly became as hard as steel, and he managed to withstand the zombie girl's strike. Don't worry. I'll enhance you all. That enhancement awakened individual wanted to do something. But in that very instant, he suddenly sensed an odd power invading his brain. He barely had any resistance capability and slowly knelt down, passing out. F***K. I recognize you. You be from the Night Demon Parade. The spear-wielding Xuanhuan recognized Lu Wanyin, and then his strength started to increase, almost as if he was beginning to overpower Lu Wanyin. Lu Wanyin gritted her teeth, glaring intently at the man in front of her. She then remembered the words spoken by that girl named Xia Lingyu. Your strength is much more than this. So what are you afraid of? What am I afraid of? Because this power doesn't belong to me. But if only through this power can I stand by his side right now. Then bring it on. Swish. A hint of pale blue flame flickered in Lu Wanyin's pupils, and her face revealed a sinister and eerie smile. In the next moment, the scythe was also covered in blue flames, her power immediately becoming immensely strong. The spear-wielding awakening practitioner almost instantly felt the gap in their strengths. He was shocked beyond measure, trying to step back and create distance, but it was already too late. Reap, crack. The scythe wrapped in blue flames instantly cut through the spear, and the immense pressure left the youth shaking uncontrollably with no remaining strength to resist. Don't get carried away. Finally, the foreign exchange student with the strongest force intervened. As Zhang Huai had expected, he was indeed the strongest force-wise in this group, though only physically. When his body expanded, and he prepared to throw a punch toward Lu Wanyin's back, Zhang Huai suddenly lunged, his fist slamming heavily into the tall student's cheek. The tremendous force sent the student tumbling in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Lu Wanyin. That's enough. Zhang Huai noticed that Lu Wanyin seemed unwilling to spare the youth who was now trembling and slumped on the ground. She had already raised her scythe again, her eyes burning even brighter with blue flames. Zhang Huai knew she was almost being dominated by Baihai's anger. He rushed over directly and tightly embraced her, absorbing the blue flames instantly with his body. Lu Wanyin collapsed weakly in Zhang Huai's arms, appearing utterly drained. But the battle wasn't over yet. Leader, be careful. Su Qing's voice sounded in their minds, and Zhang Huai saw that the tall exchange student had risen back up, throwing a fierce punch toward them. Time was almost up. Although Yun Miao had suppressed the squad leader, he couldn't break through his defense, and he had no more time to waste on this bulky figure. Originally intending to knock him out with a single punch, These new generation awakened individuals turned out to be underestimated. So he carried Lu Wanyin, nearly unconscious in one arm, while his other hand struck forward against the large man's incoming blow. Zhang Huai could sense that the dark-skinned youth possessed considerable strength. Their escape from the Huayao class wasn't merely coincidental. Unfortunately, in terms of raw power and physical intensity. Even now, without transforming into Bai Hai, Zhang Huai was confident he wouldn't lose to any student at Tianhui Academy. At the collision of the two fists, a powerful current surged outward from beneath their feet. This caught everyone else in Wuling class off guard. Even Yun Miao, who was still wrestling with the zombie and the class leader at that moment, slightly turned her head to look at Zhang Huai. Su Qing, Chu He, and Yin Jia all thought that Zhang Huai would strengthen his defense to harden against this blow. But he didn't do that. Instead, he directly smashed his fist toward the foreign student's punch. Crack, crack, crack. An even more unbelievable event occurred. The one whose arm made the bone-breaking sound was not Zhang Huai, but the foreign youth. It could be seen that his thick arm suddenly bulged with veins, then quickly filled with blood. Zhang Huai swiftly adjusted his strength just in time to prevent the entire arm from bursting open. Hurry up and concentrate your power. On your arm. He even had the time to shout a sentence to the youth. The foreign lad fell on the ground, concentrating all his strength on his arm, as Zhang Huai had told him to stabilize his already paralyzed arm so it wouldn't explode. At the same time, he let out heart-wrenching screams. It hurts. It hurts so much. Zhang Huai, don't let him scream anymore. He'll attract everyone. Su Qing shouted through the mental link. Zhang Huai naturally understood. But if he were to knock the man unconscious now while his arm was so swollen, the arm would definitely be ruined. Thus, Zhang Huai quietly murmured a sentence. Xiao Bai, heal his arm, but stay hidden. Lu Wanyin, carried by Zhang Huai, slightly opened her eyes at this point. She clearly heard Zhang Huai's words and also sensed the power that Zhang Huai had used earlier. This time, Lu Wanyin truly grasped it. This was the power of beasts. But she said nothing, merely allowing her body to rest on Zhang Huai's shoulder. A cool breeze gently swept over the strong man's arm. The pain in the foreign student's arm began to dissipate instantly. Before he had a chance to look up at Zhang Huai with an expression of disbelief, an unknown force rendered him unconscious. On the other side, when the class leader saw that his team was almost entirely wiped out in a matter of seconds, anger flared in his heart, followed by a wave of fear. What the hell is this? Isn't this the Wuling class? The class that gathered those 3-night demon parade rejects in the tail end of the academy. Why is this happening? Big brother, where are you looking? In the very instant his focus slipped. Behind the zombie, the little Taoist priest appeared all of a sudden. Yun Miao and the zombie coordinated perfectly, putting enormous pressure on the class leader as smoothly as flowing clouds. Each punch and kick, every move from this girl was flawlessly synchronized with the female zombie, as though they shared a single brain and body. Under their combined assault, the class leader was completely unable to hold his ground. As he prepared to shout his surrender, Yun Miao gracefully leapt and delivered a light tap on his face. You can't surrender, you must fight till the last moment, big brother. Bang. Then the zombie girl forcefully kicked him in the abdomen. Just before his body flew backward, Yun Miao executed an elegant backflip, landing lightly beside the zombie girl. The class leader collided violently with a tree, clutching his chest and convulsing for a bit before passing out. Hurry, move them all to the cave and tie them up. Seeing that everyone had resolved their fights, Su Qing immediately rallied everyone to start moving the people. Quickly, the battlefield was cleaned up neatly, and they led these several individuals into the rock cave. Then, using vines, they bound the captives securely and gagged their mouths. Just as the Wuling class successfully ambushed an ordinary class. A teenage girl around 13 or 14 from the Tian class lightly pressed on her nose bridge as if to alleviate exhaustion. She was average in her own abilities, only a 2-star spiritual awakened individual. Yet, she was unanimously acknowledged as the class monitor of Tian class. Chapter 109, The Wise One. Class leader. A 4-star defensive awakener from the Tian class, a tall boy, approached the girl and said, Huiyao class will soon encounter Yangyan class. They seem to be hunting randomly, but in fact, they are proceeding along the route you gave them. You're really remarkable. The girl waved her hand as if she didn't want to hear such praise. I merely placed specific bait in specific locations. Inducing an opponent to act recklessly is essential for deceptive warfare. It can be said that our being one of the weaker top 3 classes has now turned into an advantage. As she spoke, her mind drifted to the woman she admired deeply. Captain MOU, why do you value that night demon patroller so much? What's so special about him? Class leader, what should we do now? Another girl, also a 4-star healing awakener, asked somewhat uneasily. By Susu, have all the baits been set? The girl looked at the 4-star healing awakener and asked. Bai Susu nodded. Yes, class leader. According to your plan. But, wouldn't this attract both Huiyao class and Yangyan class simultaneously? Is it really wise? The tall boy, a 4-star defensive type awakener, added his concern. That's right, class leader. We sent some weaker classmates as decoys just to keep away from the other 2 upper classes. But now, it seems like you're deliberately letting them follow us. The black-haired girl was petite, dressed in the white uniform of the top 3 classes of Xuanhuan Academy, looking extremely adorable at the moment. However, her legs seemed somewhat disabled, and when she needed to move, the defensive awakener immediately helped by lifting her onto his shoulders. Yes, because I need to confirm something. Class leader, what exactly is it? We've already sacrificed 2 classmates. Feng Ming, don't dwell on these sacrifices. Our class situation is perilous. Though we're one of the top 3 classes, our strength is far inferior to Xuanhuan class and Huiyao class. In such a situation, expecting everyone to survive would be pure fantasy. Students from regular classes will view us as easy prey, aiming to hunt us down to ascend. People from Xuanhuan class and Huiyao class will consider us their primary targets too. After all, eliminating one top 3 class gets higher rewards than taking out 10 regular classes. So, in this situation, our task is straightforward. Utilize each person's role effectively. Those 2 eliminated members have already played their roles to the fullest. And now, we need to shift the heat elsewhere. This is the matter I want to confirm. With that, the girl slowly turned her head and gazed towards the waist of the mountain. I want to see whether the man whom Senior MOU holds in such high regard truly possesses the required prowess. If you are indeed powerful enough, then let me make good use of you, serving as a stepping stone for Team Tian's victory. Let's go, Fengming. The black-haired girl softly told the 4-star awakener carrying her. Follow the route I described to the halfway point of the mountain. Remember to leave traces along the way that others can track. All right, class leader. Bai Susu followed behind them, still couldn't help asking a question. Class leader, if this weren't a drill, if this were a real beast wave, then the 2 classmates you sent as decoys would really sacrifice themselves. Would you still use this tactic? The girl did not look back, only stared at the mountainside before quietly replying with one word. Yes. In the cave, Su Qing distributed the carried dry rations and water among everyone. The group sat together now, dispatching someone to take turns lying in wait and keeping watch at the cave entrance. Though this ambush could be considered successful, it had caused quite a stir. Especially Zhang Huai's punch with the foreign exchange student likely drew attention from certain people. But Zhang Huai was more concerned about Lu Wanyin at this moment. Sitting next to Lu Wanyin, he watched over the girl. Lu Wanyin seemed fine otherwise, eating bread while making eye contact with Zhang Huai. The previously eerie blue flame had disappeared from those bright eyes. What's up? Staring at me all the time. Are you going to confess your love at this moment? Lu Wanyin tried to joke around as usual, attempting to embarrass Zhang Huai with some playful words and get off easily. But this time, Zhang Huai wouldn't let her off so easily. I've asked you before if anything unusual happened with your body. Do you still want to tell me there's no problem? Lu Wanyin nibbled on the bread in small bites, her delicate little face half hidden behind it. Her eyes also darted about, seemingly hesitant to meet Zhang Huai's gaze. You're hiding something from me too, Lu Wanyin said slightly discontentedly. Zhang Huai was at a loss for words. Indeed, regarding Bai Hai and that night when he revived Lu Wanyin, these were truths that he couldn't bring himself to disclose. It was extremely difficult for him to tell this vibrant life in front of him, that she had already died once. What was beating inside her chest now wasn't a heart at all, but the core of the beast she feared most. So, that night, you and the Miss Mo's daughter, really nothing happened between you two? Unexpectedly, Lu Wanyin suddenly brought up this matter. Caught off guard, Zhang Huai's face turned red for a moment. You mean that incident? Unless it's something else. Do you have anything else hidden from me, miss? Confess quickly. Indeed, quite a lot happened. Zhang Huai sighed. But I've already told you. If you don't believe me, the mirror ghost can testify. The white fox's breath gently brushed past Lu Wanyin's ear, as if whispering something. Just joking with you. Look how nervous you are. Lu Wanyin wore a mischievous smile looking at Zhang Huai. What explanation is this? We aren't acting right? Or could it be you actually feel something for me? After saying this sentence, both of them blushed. Lu Wanyin's eyes seemed somewhat flustered. Hey, why did you suddenly bring this up? Never mind, I won't talk to you anymore. You're completely ignoring the occasion. She directly shoved the half-eaten bread into Zhang Huai's mouth. Zhang Huai could only helplessly watch Lu Wanyin panic as she got up and ran over to sit beside Su Qing and Yinjia. After sitting down, she made a funny face at Zhang Huai and stuck out her tongue. Isn't it you who started? Zhang Huai bit into the bread while scratching his head. At this moment, the several ordinary class students who were tied up had also awakened. Zhang Huai took the food and water and walked over. They all swallowed their saliva upon seeing him. Their food supplies were with the healer member who'd been captured, resulting in the group going without food since the start of the drill. A day had passed since the exercise began, and it was around 8 p.m. now. They had been fighting and running for survival all day, hunger overwhelming them. Seeing Zhang Huai bring food and water, there was a gleam of light in their eyes. Are you the class leader? Zhang Huai squatted next to the class leader and dangled the dry cheese bread in front of him, asking, I'll ask you a few questions. Answer well, and I'll give you a piece of bread, which you can divide among yourselves, deal? What do you want to ask? Were you encountered by Huiyao class? Zhang Huai asked. The class leader nodded. Just your class? Planning to ambush Huiyao class? Zhang Huai smiled at the man. You guys aren't weak either. You shouldn't be this stupid, right? 1. A total of 12 regular classes. We formed a temporary alliance, all for taking down those arrogant elites first. And then, Su Qing also asked, if you truly aim to eliminate elite classes, your target shouldn't be Huiyao class or Xuanhuan class. It should logically be Tian class, whose chances of being successfully ambushed are higher. The class leader looked at Su Qing and finally sighed. Actually, our 12 regular classes initially planned to ambush Tian class, but we don't know why. Although we followed the people from Tian class to contract the encirclement, Huiyao class ended up trapped instead. So tell me, is the strongest fighter of Huiyao class that little monk? Zhang Huai asked again. That little monk left a deep impression on him. The power of one palm strike wasn't enough to activate Bai Hai's self-defense mechanism, but to block that blow, Zhang Huai still suffered the backlash of the prison force, leaving several cracks in his body. So one could say that Zhang Huai bore a personal grudge against the little monk. Little monk? That little monk was merely support staff. What fighting power does he possess? The strongest in their team was the man who could go berserk. His combat prowess was like a wild beast's. Oh, is that so? Zhang Huai paused thoughtfully for a moment. He'd witnessed the strength of the little monk, who definitely wasn't just a supporting figure. It meant that Hui Yao class was full of talented individuals, strong enough to defeat the regular class students even without deploying the little monk. Hey, class leader, I sense people approaching us. How many? Zhang Huai assumed it was another group of regular class students. However, the next words from Yun Miao utterly shocked him. Let me see. Oh, there are 2 groups of 6 people each coming from 2 different directions. Oh no, I know them. They're from Hui Yao class and Xuanhuan class. Zhang Huai's heart sank. His lips twitched slightly. Damn, could his luck be this bad? Chapter 110, Retreat. Taking into account what the class president of the regular class had just said, Su Qing and Zhang Huai were in agreement that it was none other than the Tian character class who had led the Xuanhuan class and the Hui Yao class here. And that Tian character class, which did not have any powerful attack type awakened individuals, likely harbored an extraordinary sage. Holy SH*T. Holy F*CK. Both the Xuanhuan class and the Hui Yao class are coming for you guys? What did your Wuling class do to offend them? The gun-wielding awakened individual who had been dealt with by Lu Wan-yin became agitated despite being bound at the moment. Zhang Huai paid him no attention and instructed Chu he to find something to gag these individuals. Su Qing's face was currently filled with worry. Zhang Huai understood her thoughts, because all the traps set up so far had been guided by Su Qing. According to Su Qing herself, she was previously a member of the engineering department of a certain construction company, so these simple makeshift traps came easily to her. These traps were utterly incapable of dealing with students from 2 top-tier classes. It's alright, Su Qing. Lu Wan-yin approached Su Qing and encouraged her. You can voice any ideas you have. With a furrowed brow, Su Qing spoke. We cannot count on those 2 classes fighting each other. It's only the first day of the exercise. Although many classes have been eliminated, the remaining ones might also have realized the gap between themselves and the top 3 classes. So, they may very well do one thing. Having paused here, Su Qing instead looked towards everyone. Zhang Huai and Lu Wan-yin almost simultaneously stated the answer. Unite. That's correct. Su Qing nodded. Even when weak individuals come together, they still wouldn't be able to defeat more than a dozen 4-star awakened individuals from the top 2 classes, but they could cause quite a bit of trouble for those 2 classes. Zhang Huai gave a bitter smile helplessly and said, therefore, before ensuring that these remaining classes won't cause too much trouble, these 2 strongest classes won't engage in mutual destruction first. Su Qing nodded, then continued. Our current situation is very disadvantageous to us. I originally planned for the Hui Yao class and the Xuanhuan class to fight each other after weakening most of the other classes. At least target the Tian character class, but I underestimated their decision-maker. Sorry. She lowered her head, clenching her fists tightly. It was my mistake that caused all of you. Lu Wan-yin lightly embraced Su Qing and said, all right, Sister Su Qing. We are all companions of the same class. Don't say such things. Chu He also smiled and said at this point, exactly, we don't necessarily have to lose. If anything, let's just explode together with them. Su Qing glared at Chu He. Facing those 2 major classes, we have no chance of winning. Don't go to extremes. Chu He scratched his head and laughed, saying he was just trying to lighten the mood. But there is one sentence, Chu He said that's right. Su Qing continued, we don't necessarily have to lose. There's still one path ahead of us, but now isn't the time to talk about this. We must first escape through the exit. Just as Su Qing was speaking, Zhang Huai suddenly sensed a wave of qi emanating from Su Qing's shadow. It was the aura of an awakened individual's power, and then a cold gleam darted towards Su Qing's chest. In a flash, Zhang Huai moved with intent, already rushing over. In the instant Su Qing hadn't finished speaking, she was directly swept up by Zhang Huai, and that cold gleam turned out to be a dagger, which missed its mark and vanished instantly into the shadows. In the next second, it once again lunged toward Lu Wan-yin. Lu Wan-yin, Zhang Huai shouted loudly, and this shout wasn't out of worry, but rather like a command. Blue flames flashed in Lu Wan-yin's pupils immediately. In the next second, the dagger aimed at her back was blocked by the sickle held behind her back. Subsequently, Lu Wan-yin spun around and kicked her assailant squarely in the abdomen. That person grunted and melted into the shadows. The killer known as Chou Ying, a 4-star shadow-type awakened individual from the Hui Yao class. Held by Zhang Huai, Su Qing shouted to the rest, everyone, quickly run toward the exit at the rear. After putting Su Qing down, Zhang Huai also shouted at the few regular class members. With us. Cover each other. Watch out for dark corners. Keep close to us. The cave is full of traps. Lu Wan-yin charged out first, responsible for paving the way ahead. Zhang Huai walked in the middle, responsible for protecting the majority. Yun Miao volunteered to cover the rear. Yin Jia followed beside Yun Miao, tasked with freezing all the paths they passed along, hoping this could slow down the 2 classes trailing behind. Though the several regular class members were very frightened, they could only fight alongside the Wuling class now. Pay attention to the formation. Don't panic. Trust me, both Lu Wan-yin and I can protect you. While Zhang Huai was batting away a dagger that shot out of the darkness towards Chu He, he shouted. At the same time, he issued a command to Jingma in his mind, ordering it to assist Yun Miao at the rear. Yun Miao must not be injured under any circumstances. The class president of the regular class gritted his teeth and protested. Why? Why should we listen to your orders? What nonsense. Don't yell at my brother like that. Why should we? Because your regular class doesn't even have a class number. Chui's words made Xuanhuan almost burst out laughing. Thankfully, he didn't get a stitch in his side. His mother, do you think Willing class is some great title? He took a deep breath and yelled at the class president. If you don't want to listen to us, fine, we won't protect you either. It's up to fate. Everyone fends for themselves. The class president and a few students were stunned. The dark, ominous killing intent surrounded them from all sides, and Shoying clearly wasn't treating this as an exercise. Each knife strike aimed to kill. Impatiently, he shouted, all right, I'll listen to you. As they rushed towards the exit, shadows hidden in the darkness continuously attacked from various blind spots. However, Zhang Huai, Lu Wanyin, and Yun Miao at the back resolved each attack. Are you holding up all right? Zhang Huai turned around and shouted to Yun Miao. Seeing the young girl manipulating the female zombie to cover Yin Jia who was freezing the paths, she smiled at Zhang Huai without taking even a single pant. Focus on the front, little friend. Leave the rear to us. Good. Zhang Huai nodded vigorously, feeling completely reassured. This was probably what Ling Chuan teacher meant by teamwork. Even in the face of enemies unseen in this darkness, they could still support each other and move forward relentlessly. Continuous vibrations and explosions echoed from behind. They knew those were the traps being triggered, indicating the Yanyan class and Huiyao class had entered the cave and were rapidly pursuing them. Fortunately, the exit was right ahead. Finally, the shadow no longer hesitated, leaping directly from the darkness at the top of the rock wall. Two daggers darted silently towards Su Qing's head, like the fangs of venomous snakes. Chapter 111. Who has trapped whom? Sure enough, Zhang Huai and Lu Wanyin instantly focused their attention on the top. His target was the mental ability user. Lu Wanyin. Zhang Huai shouted. Lu Wanyin took a quick step forward to Zhang Huai's side, then stepped on his arm. Be gentle, please. She blinked at Zhang Huai. Without responding, Zhang Huai suddenly turned around and threw a punch, flinging Lu Wanyin away. Lu Wanyin's speed at this moment had almost reached an invisible level to the naked eye. She transformed into a shadow of darkness. Before Chou Ying's dagger pierced Su Qing, Lu Wanyin's scythe had silently appeared right in front of him. The dark shadow sucked in a cold breath and was forced to abandon his attack. He adjusted his posture in midair, performing a backward somersault, narrowly allowing the scythe to pass by his nose. But having dodged Lu Wanyin, he could not evade Zhang Huai. Zhang Huai had already leapt high up, tightened his fist, and slammed it down hard on the man's abdomen. A sound of broken ribs echoed. The dark shadow let out a scream of pain as his body was smashed deep into the dark recesses of the cavern behind. The back part of the cave had already been covered with frost by Yin Jia, and there came a sound of ice shattering when the dark shadow hit it. Clearly he had sustained heavy injuries. But Zhang Huai naturally held back. This punch would not take his life, but it would also prevent him from continuing in the subsequent battle. Leader, Su Qing is injured. We have no one here who knows healing. Chu He anxiously shouted towards Zhang Huai. Don't panic. Zhang Huai inspected Su Qing's injury and found it to be a knife scrape, perhaps caused during the run. It did not appear very serious. But Su Qing didn't even have the strength to stand up. Then he heard Baihu's voice in his mind. This isn't a normal knife wound. It's a wound injected with some kind of dark attribute awakened power, and it's from a 4-star awakener. Given my current power, I can't cure her. Master, we must bring her for treatment as soon as possible. Otherwise, within an hour, she might lose her arm. Zhang Huai's eyes were filled with anger. You damn. Are you really serious in this exercise? He looked at those ordinary class members and said, where are your healers? Brother? Have you forgotten? It's because our healer and other squad members were captured that we ended up here. Zhang Huai also realized that. He turned his head and looked into the dark depths. So now there was only one way. Let the 4-star poison attribute assassin cancel Su Qing's poisoning. At this moment, the cavern began to shake. Zhang Huai knew that it was the members of the Radiant class and the Yanyan class triggering traps at other exits. But he could also feel two powerful forces heading toward the correct exit. I'm fine. Now leave here quickly. I still have a plan. We don't necessarily have to lose. Su Qing said. No. Zhang Huai shook his head and said, your arm has been cursed by dark attributes. If not relieved within an hour, your whole arm may be lost. Everyone was shocked upon hearing Zhang Huai's words. But Su Qing just hesitated for a moment and then said, it doesn't matter. If we don't go now, we may all be annihilated, and the score will be very low. She seriously looked at Zhang Huai. Stop caring about what the score is. Compared to your hand, it is not important at all. Yin Jia said anxiously. That's right. This is just an entrance exam drill. Let's surrender. Chu Yi also shouted. But Su Qing shook her head. She barely stretched out her hand and grabbed Zhang Huai's sleeve and said, Class leader, my younger brother is a student of the Tianhui Academy in another city, so I know how important the score is. If we're totally wiped out in the first drill, this class will be placed on a blacklist. That would mean no more teaching resources, no more training opportunities. Under this vicious cycle, the final outcome for every Yulinsi class will be slow death. I know your ability, so we cannot drag you down, Zhang Huai. Listen to me. If I am left here now, I can buy some time, and then you guys find the heavenly classes. Once united with the heavenly classes and collaborate with that sage, we can win. Zhang Huai clenched his fists tightly and seriously looked at Su Qing. This plain-looking older sister had such a strong heart, which deeply moved Zhang Huai. He sighed and said, all right, I agree with you. Let's go. Chu He, you carry her. Yun Miao, you walk in the middle this time. I'll cover the rear. Lu Wanyin glanced at Zhang Huai and seemed to have noticed something. She sighed, then stood beside Zhang Huai. Behind us are the Xuanhuan class and the Huiyao class. I'll cover the rear with you. Zhang Huai furrowed his brow, but said nothing. Just as the few people ahead began to move forward, neither Zhang Huai nor Lu Wanyin made a move. Why can you always see through all my thoughts? Zhang Huai said to Lu Wanyin with a bitter smile. Perhaps it's because we share a connection of the soul. Zhang Huai smiled and turned around, walking toward the cavern. As Lu Wanyin was about to follow him, Zhang Huai suddenly grabbed her wrist. You. Sorry, not this time. After saying that, Zhang Huai forcefully threw Lu Wanyin toward the group ahead. At the same time, under everyone's astonished gaze, Zhang Huai walked into the cavern and delivered a punch, shattering the cavern entrance and burying the only exit with rubble. In the dark and deep passage, the first figure to appear was someone Zhang Huai knew well. The girl with 4 knives strapped to her waist and one on her back. Xia Lingyue. Ho. Surprise, surprise. Xia Lingyue also blinked in surprise upon seeing Zhang Huai. Did I win the lottery? Zhang Huai looked coldly at her without speaking. All right, let's go already. Take advantage of the fact that no one else is here yet. Want me to help you cut open an exit? But Xia Lingyue waved her hand at Zhang Huai as if she had intended to let him go. Sorry. Zhang Huai replied calmly. One of our teammates has been poisoned, and we need the antidote from the poison attribute assassin of the Huiyao class, so we can't leave. Foolish, Xia Lingyue retorted impatiently. Sacrificing one person for the safety of the entire squad seems like a good deal to me. The Wuling class will not abandon anyone. At that moment, 2 more sets of footsteps were heard behind them. Amichuofo, looks like you and I truly have a karmic connection, practitioner. Behind the little monk, the bulky man also approached. Xia Lingyue shrugged and sighed helplessly. Oh well, looks like there's no escape now. Never planned on running anyway. Zhang Huai also shrugged, smiled slightly. You're just asking for death. A cruel smile spread across the face of the tall man. Since you don't want to leave, I'll crush every bone in your body so that your comrades outside can hear your bones breaking and your screams of agony. Don't get it wrong. I never intended to sacrifice myself. Zhang Huai interrupted the bulky man, slowly taking off his black coat from the ordinary class at Tianhui Academy, and rolled up his sleeves. Oh, the muscular man burst into laughter. I love watching prey struggling uselessly when they're backed into a corner. Ha ha ha. As he twisted his wrists, he stared at the 3 of them, the blue flames that suddenly surged in his eyes looking especially dazzling in the darkness of the cavern. Sorry, gentlemen, you're the prey. Chapter 112 Azura Demon. You can choose to run away, just as the decision-maker in your class said. Go and join forces with the heavenly character class. The little monk smiled as he looked at Zhang Huai. Wouldn't that just fall into your trap? You can't find the heavenly character class, right? And you want to use me to lead them out. Zhang Huai also smiled as he looked at the little monk. Finally, the little monk didn't want to talk anymore. He turned his head towards Xia Lingyue. Miss Xia, could you step aside? This young sir and I have a bit of unresolved enmity from our previous encounter. Huh, what kind of monk are you? Remembering grudges like that? Fine, go ahead, I'll watch. After speaking, Xia Lingyue directly moved to the side, leaning against the rock wall with her arms crossed, clearly ready to watch the show. The little monk pressed his palms together, bowed slightly to Xia Lingyue, and said, Thank you, layman. As he stood up again, compassion still lingered in his eyes, but his words were cold as ice. Etra, break both his hands and legs, but don't take his life. The towering man grinned wickedly, showing a horrifying smile before his body began to swell explosively. His muscles bulged, and his entire face transformed into something akin to a terrifying tiger. 4-star Enhanced Awakening Warrior, Master, be careful, his physical reinforcement values are extremely high. Without the Mirror Demon's reminder, Zhang Huai had already sensed it. This was not an opponent who could be dealt with easily. Seeing no reaction from Zhang Huai, the large man thought he was scared out of his wits. After laughing uproariously a few times, he lunged furiously toward Zhang Huai. Zhang Huai slowly tightened his fists. Countless fragments of skeletons began slowly covering his arms. Die! The giant raised his hand, and the enormous fist hammered straight for Zhang Huai's face. What was this about sparing lives? No one survives a blow from my fists. He would never allow it, since the other party has absolute confidence in their strength. Skeletons already completely covered Zhang Huai's whole fist. Under the cover of the Mirror Demon, the presence of the 100-bone beast went undetected. But this was already the limit. Even a little more coverage and the Mirror Demon wouldn't be able to hide its aura anymore. Subsequently, Zhang Huai suddenly raised his hand, powerfully punching the massive fist of the big man. Boom. In an instant, the entire cave began to tremble. The expression on the giant man's face shifted rapidly from excitement to bewilderment and finally to doubt within less than 2 seconds. Because he truly felt the feedback of power transmitted through the fist. This feedback told him only one thing. His strength was inferior to this 2-star defensive awakener. Boom. Zhang Huai's second bout of strength unleashed stronger blue flames in his eyes. He pushed back the immense fist of the giant, the huge impact throwing the giant man backward until he rolled several times on the ground before stopping. The arm that clashed with Zhang Huai's earlier had become numb. No, this is impossible. The giant clutched his arm while glaring angrily at Zhang Huai. Shaking his hand offhandedly, Zhang Huai laughed and said, Since the other party is absolutely confident in their strength, then let's give him a hard hit in the field where he excels most. However, Zhang Huai wasn't feeling too easy himself either. He could clearly feel his inner core being torn apart. The prison's backlash. He hadn't devoured a new core for quite some time now. This was the prison warning him. Master, your body. Mirror demon's pleasant, girl-like voice sounded within his mind. Never mind, treat me. Don't let any of these wounds on me start bleeding. Just stopping the blood won't solve the problem, master. Follow my command. Understood. When the little monk saw the scene just now, his expression also gradually became solemn. Indeed, you're no ordinary 2-star defensive awakening warrior. Your strength is at least 4 stages or higher. And I can't see clearly at all what type of awakening warrior you actually are. I've got no time to argue nonsense with you. Let Xiaoying hand over the antidote. As xuanhuan spoke, he started walking towards the group. You son of a bitch. You dare to. As soon as the tall man got up, xuanhuan punched him in the face again, and blood immediately gushed out. Once more, he fell onto the ground convulsing. The next moment, a flash of golden light appeared. The little monk's colossal golden Buddha palm shot down on xuanhuan. Turning his head, xuanhuan stared icily at the little monk and once again lifted his hand, delivering another powerful punch which struck directly against the Buddha palm. At the same time the Buddha palm shattered, a golden bell enveloped xuanhuan. Give up. You're strong. But this golden bell isn't just awakened force. It's a reinforced artifact, even a 5-star awakening warrior. The little monk's smiling expression froze, because he saw xuanhuan gradually tearing apart his golden bell. His mouth dropped wide open, and a trickle of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. It can't be. Even a 5-star awakener. If they don't use their full power, they can't break my artifact. What? What are you? Master, your body? Please stop increasing the strength of your manifestation. Xuanhuan knew that right now, he absolutely couldn't show even the slightest sign of fatigue. He used both his hands, covering each one with bones. Use all your strength. Mask my presence. I implore you. Understood. Then xuanhuan roared loudly, ignoring the tearing pain in his body as he forcibly tore apart the so-called artifact of the golden bell. Shit. He could tear apart the shield of a rift lord. Your broken bell? Is it harder than that? The rage welling up inside xuanhuan was about to explode. The blue flames in his eyes and the energy field around him made his hair wildly sway, his entire person resembling an evil ghost from hell as he stared malevolently at the little monk. For the first time, the little monk felt fear rising within him. He quickly chanted sutras, several golden Buddha palms shooting toward xuanhuan simultaneously. But xuanhuan merely delivered punch after punch, easily shattering those Buddha palms into pieces. Miss Xia. The little monk looked at Xiaolingwei. Please help me. This guy isn't simple. Xiaolingwei just yawned. Sorry, but I don't like joining things halfway through. Keep it up. You. The little monk's face was filled with anger. But in the next moment, xuanhuan had already appeared in front of him. The little monk looked up, trembling as he saw xuanhuan. You're not human. You're a demon ghost. An azuric demon ghost. You. Bang. xuanhuan suddenly landed a fierce punch directly on the little monk's face, sending him flying until he crashed hard into the rock wall. The little monk's nose and mouth continuously spewed out blood as he passed out. Afterward, xuanhuan turned his head and looked at Xiaolingwei. Master, your body has reached its limit, and I cannot do anything more. Xiaolingwei stretched lazily while walking towards xuanhuan. All right, don't force yourself anymore. I know you're strong, but now that you're falling apart. She placed her hand on the sheath of a sword at her waist. I have no interest. Bang. The hilt of the sword collided fiercely with xuanhuan's abdomen. That tremendous force was no less than MOU's. xuanhuan clutched his stomach. In the next instant, blood gushed profusely from the torn wounds on his body, the mirror demon having done everything it possibly could. Fall. Xiaolingwei patted xuanhuan's shoulder. I promise your teammates are fine. This sentence was like some kind of spell. After hearing these words, xuanhuan slowly leaned back and fell onto the ground. Blood instantly stained red his clothes and the earth beneath him. In a daze, xuanhuan seemed to hear someone crying. It sounded like Lu Wanin. His body felt like it was being held by someone, and the smell was sweet, something familiar. It was Mou, and there were Su Qing, Chu He, Jia's voices too. They all anxiously shouted his name. But the last thing that entered his ears was the countdown from the prison, and a woman's voice. Dear Warden, please make sure to devour the core in time. Afterward, xuanhuan completely lost consciousness and fainted. Chapter 113, Overclocking. When xuanhuan opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the prison. The filing cabinet was also open. Sure enough, this time he could access another folder. Inside the folder, there was only a small manual. xuanhuan took it out and flipped through a few pages. It narrated how to increase one's power within this prison. The most direct method was consuming cores. The more powerful the core, the higher level of mastery that could be unlocked. The manual also had records. On a certain date, the newly appointed warden consumed certain cores and received corresponding powers. The advanced beast consumed in the alleyway provided xuanhuan with the first condition to converse with the prison. The insect mother's core granted xuanhuan dominator abilities. The most powerful core belonged to the core lord. It gave xuanhuan the authority to form an alliance with Baihai and also unlocked its second stage form, annihilation. However, the manual also recorded xuanhuan's current physical status, which was less uplifting. New warden, xuanhuan. Physical strength, 2 stars. Baihai strength, 6 stars. Warning, current physical strength is insufficient to sustain Baihai's power. Active overclocking achieved 7-star strength during the battle with the core lord, severely damaging the warden's body. Urgent core repairs needed. At this moment, a sudden ringtone came from beside him. Xuanhuan knew it was time to wake up from the dream. He let his consciousness gradually dissipate, as if sinking into the deep and endless ocean floor. After opening his eyes, he found himself lying in the infirmary at Tianhui Academy. By the bedside, the same girl sat quietly. Her breathing was steady, and it was unclear how long she had been asleep, but Lu Wanyin must not have left. The phone ringing seemed to have also awakened Lu Wanyin. She rubbed her eyes, and, upon seeing Jiang Hui awake, some moisture sparkled in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but, noticing Jiang Hui holding the ringing phone, she remained silent. Jiang Hui looked apologetically at Lu Wanyin. Upon seeing her nod slightly at him, Jiang Hui pressed the answer button. Kid, how are you doing? The woman's voice came from Danchu Commerce. Sorry, I've been too busy lately to deal with these matters. Oh, is that so? You were so eager to contact us before. I thought you were quite sincere. Are you no longer in need of money? Of course, he still lacked funds. But compared to money, life now seemed more important. To maintain life, he needed one thing only. Of course, money's lacking. But earning money without having the life to spend it would be ridiculous. Lacking money, yet now you're not interested in it. Are you teasing me, brother? The woman's tone carried a bit of intrigue. Noticing Jiang Hui's prolonged silence, the woman continued. Then what do you want? It's inconvenient to talk right now. I'll contact you later. After saying this, Jiang Hui hung up the phone and noticed Lu Wanyin looking at him with her chin resting on her hand. Sorry, Jiang Hui knew what Lu Wanyin wanted to hear. So while scratching his head, he apologized. I shouldn't have pushed you away earlier, but I didn't want you to. No need to explain. Lu Wanyin softly cut him off and stood up. I only cared about the first 2 words you said before. As she walked toward the door, she added, you can trust me more next time. If you can move, get up quickly. The award ceremony is about to begin. With that, Lu Wanyin exited the room. Jiang Hui sighed. He knew Lu Wanyin was upset because, in the end, he hadn't chosen to face things together with her. Instead, he had thrown her out of the cave. But alas, if given another chance, Jiang Hui would still do the same. He had promised Yu Qinshan that he would surely protect Lu Wanyin and would never break his promise unless he was dead. Under no circumstances would Lu Wanyin suffer any harm. After putting on his clothes, Jiang Hui and Lu Wanyin left the hospital. What about our class scores? Jiang Hui asked. Dead last. Lu Wanyin replied coldly, clearly still annoyed. Jiang Hui hesitated for a moment and then questioned rather perplexed. Didn't I defeat 3 members of Huiyao class? Why such a low evaluation? They don't recognize it. There's nothing we can do about it. There were no witnesses for the fight in the cave. Did they catch up with you afterward? Did Yang Yan and Huiyao classes surpass you? No, it was over a dozen regular class students. They acted as though they knew where our team members were located and laid an ambush. After hearing Lu Wanyin's words, Jiang Hui understood the situation. It was guided by the Tian class, wasn't it? Lu Wanyin didn't respond any longer. Her unhappiness stemmed not just from Jiang Hui, but also from the results of this exercise. The award ceremony for the exercise officially commenced. All the students, except those who went on stage to receive awards, trailed behind their respective teachers. And Lingchuan led his group, standing at the very back. Despite people around occasionally casting derisive glances at them, Lingchuan still kept his half-closed eyes and maintained that gentle smile. Sorry, teacher, I'm late. At this moment, Jiang Hui and Lu Wanyin had also returned to the ranks. As long as you're feeling fine. Lingchuan simply smiled and nodded at him, then had him rejoin the line. Standing on the podium now were the class monitors of the top 3 classes and their teachers. First place went to Yang Yan class, who achieved a clean sweep and the highest number of enemy defeats. But second place was not Huiyao class. Instead, it was Tian class, which came as a surprise to many. Tian class's combat strength clearly lagged behind the previous 2 classes. Yet, through strategy and layout, they managed to keep Huiyao class constantly under attack by other regular classes. In the end, it was Yang Yan class that delivered the final blow to Huiyao class. And when Yang Yan class prepared to hunt down Tian class, all members of Tian class appeared in front of Yang Yan class. That petite girl stated that all the strategies now held no meaning. With too many restrictions, they couldn't win. Thus, they surrendered straightforwardly. Third place finally went to Huiyao class, and the expression on both the little monk's and the teacher's face standing on the podium was grim. This was not the result they wanted. Of course, while the results of the exercise were important, what mattered most were personal assessment files. After the award ceremony ended, trainees of each class received their own archive evaluations. As expected, among the Wulin class, aside from Lu Wanyin receiving a C-level evaluation, everyone else got a D-level, which was the lowest rank. Lu Wanyin's C-level was due to her fierce battle against over a dozen awakened individuals from 4 regular classes without showing any sign of disadvantage. If she had only sought to break out and preserve Wu Lin class's remaining strength, these people might really not have been able to stop her. But unfortunately, Lu Wanyin continued protecting her classmates until the very end. Therefore, the teachers who originally intended to give her a B-level evaluation eventually gave her only a C-level. But right now, Jiang Hui frowned after obtaining his archive evaluation, because the ranking marked on the file was a large question mark. For this reason, Jiang Hui approached teacher Lingchuan. Lingchuan remained in the rear garden praying. After listening to Jiang Hui's doubts, he chuckled and said, "In that cavern, we didn't station any informants, so nobody witnessed your last battle. Besides me and teacher Mou of the Tian class, other teachers, especially those of the Huiyao class, do not believe that you truly defeated 2 4-star awakens. So, Dean Jiran decided to put your evaluation on hold first and reassess during the Mentor Challenge contest in a month." This was not good news for Jiang Hui. It meant these teachers would now focus attention on him. If the mirror demon could not conceal his presence, Xuanhuan wouldn't dare expose his powers in public. Chapter 114. The one who tied the bell must untie it. Of course, there was still one thing that Xuanhuan found somewhat puzzling. What's this mentor challenge? You were unconscious in the hospital for these 3 days, so you've fallen behind on some lessons. Ling Chuan chuckled as he explained to Xuanhuan. Tianhui Academy in Lingyu City is different from other academies. To put it bluntly, compared to an academy, this place feels more like a training ground. The so-called mentor challenge is a competition held in the middle of the semester to test the students. It involves classes forming units and challenging their mentors. It was originally scheduled to take place 6 months from now, but due to the special situation in Lingyu City and according to the prophecy of the Tianqi Association, the second beast tide will arrive in a year. Accordingly, the mentor challenge has been moved up. Xuanhuan nodded and then asked, "Can we choose any mentor to challenge at random?" Ling Chuan laughed several times. "If it were truly at random, I'd probably work myself to death." That's true. If mentors could be chosen freely, everyone might pick the easy target, such as Ling Chuan, the mentor of the black scale class who isn't skilled in combat. The challenges will be determined by a lottery system. Remember, Xuanhuan, among the 32 class mentors, aside from me, they are all top experts from various organizations. Not only do they possess formidable combat abilities, but also extensive battlefield experience. You must not slack off. By the way, the results of the lottery are already out. The opponent that the black scale class will face is... After speaking with Ling Chuan, Xuanhuan couldn't help but marvel that some things are really fated. The enmity between his class and the Radiance class was deep, and the result of the draw revealed their upcoming opponent. None other than Lu Yong, mentor of the Radiance class and one of the 3 cavalry gods of the Huntmaster Corps, known as Blazing Step. Jinma. Once again, Xuanhuan called Jinma in his mind, but unfortunately, there was still no response. He actually felt upon waking that Jinma seemed to have disappeared. Did it escape? No, it should know well that its location has been locked by the eradication technique. Although he couldn't risk using the current body to activate eradication now, Jinma would eventually be unable to escape. While Xuanhuan was pondering the matter of Jinma, Su Qing walked over to his desk. "Xuanhuan, I want to talk to you." "What's wrong, Sister Su Qing?" Xuanhuan quickly gathered his thoughts and smiled as he looked towards Su Qing. As the class leader now, he couldn't appear weary in front of everyone. "Our previous operation was a failure, and the greatest responsibility lies with me." "You've said that before, why?" Xuanhuan didn't rush to comfort her. Instead, he responded with a smile and a counter-question. That wise student from the Heaven class had understood my intentions right from the start, setting traps in the caverns, proposing an alliance with the Heaven class. All these were part of her calculations. "So, did you end up being ambushed while searching for them?" Xuanhuan asked. Su Qing clenched her fists tightly and then nodded. "Yes, I lost. I completely lost. It was my mistaken judgment and decisions that led to our total defeat. Xuanhuan, I hope that in the future, you will no longer ask for my opinion." Having said this, Su Qing turned and left the classroom. Yinjia and Chu he wanted to chase after her, but were stopped by Xuanhuan. "Xuanhuan, we cannot let morale drop," Lu Wanyin reminded him. Xuanhuan nodded. "Rest assured, I'll handle it. Right now, compared to us, someone else is better suited to guide her." With that, Xuanhuan took out his phone and sent a text message. After Su Qing left the classroom alone, her mind was still restless. These past few days, she had reviewed the entire operation every day. But no matter how many scenarios or strategies she replayed, the end result always led to their team's annihilation. She sat down beside the fountain built on campus. "If only I were a bit more capable. If you think that way, I believe you'll still lose in the next match." A voice suddenly rang out before her. Su Qing looked up and saw the girl with the leg disability standing beside her, leaning on her cane. "Could you give me a hand? I can't stand for too long." The girl expressed indifferently to Su Qing. "Oh, sure." Su Qing immediately got up to support the girl, helping her sit next to her. "You're called Lini." The girl gave a curt reply, then turned her head and spoke to Su Qing. "You indeed lost, but not because of yourself." Su Qing looked at Lini with some confusion. "You lost your position advantage. Even though the Heaven class may not have much power either, we have something you don't." "Are you talking about perspective?" Lini raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly very satisfied with Su Qing's response. Su Qing was smarter than she had anticipated and possessed a great sense of the bigger picture. Speaking with someone intelligent made things quite effortless. "That's right, we took advantage of the impatience from both Radiance class and Yuanyan class to eliminate Heaven class first. Hence, we managed to set traps step by step to make them direct their attacks at you. But in the end, my plan was still uncovered by you." Lini shook her head and said, "No, it's better to say that you had no other path to go. You don't have enough resources, or let's put it this way. If our positions were reversed, I wouldn't think you'd do worse than me. In other words, I couldn't get a better outcome for Black Scale class either." Su Qing was stunned. She didn't expect to receive such high praise from Lini. "To be honest, I never expected someone like you to appear in Black Scale class. Awakening empowers humans, making them stronger, but also leads some people to believe they can crush everything. In short, they stop thinking. We are weak, which is something I am more aware of than anyone else. Even without awakened abilities, a child around 8 or 9 years old might easily kill me." Lini looked at her lame leg, and there was a faint trace of bitterness on her face. "But this doesn't mean that thinking and strategy aren't useful in this battlefield. The wise one of Black Scale class, remember this failure." The girl seemed to have finished what she wanted to say. She stood up, supporting herself on her crutches. I enjoyed the battle between you and me. It belongs only to us, free from any interference by others. And next time, just as this time, I will crush you again. Su Qing stared dumbfoundedly at the girl. Eventually, she slowly clenched her fists and stood up. She was much taller than Lini, just as Lini had said. Even now, Su Qing could easily kill this wise one named Lini. The next round, it's my turn. Su Qing extended her hand towards Lini. Lini expressionlessly looked at the hand before slowly reaching out and grasping it. I'm looking forward to the day when you console me, but unfortunately, that day won't come. Then Su Qing voluntarily helped support Lini, intending to escort her back to her class. No need. I can walk myself. Alright, just consider it as a special favor from your elder sister. On the other side of the playground, xuanhuan exhaled in relief after watching the two retreating figures. He then turned to Mou and said, "This trouble fell on you once again, letting the person who directly crushed her provide guidance. Undoubtedly, your thought was bold. Indeed, if Su Qing had consistently resisted or been excessively defiant against Lini, then the outcome of this guidance might not have been so peaceful. I trust my comrades." Xuanhuan grinned while looking at the departing duo. Mou paused for a moment, glancing at Xuanhuan's profile, her cheeks turning slightly red. But immediately, the girl turned around, ready to leave. "Do as you please, but if next time you make my student do these kinds of things." Mou stopped, slightly turning her gaze to look at Xuanhuan, whispering low, "I will make you pay a price." Before Xuanhuan could ask what the price would be, Mou disappeared with a single step. "Can't you properly say goodbye? It's always like this." Sighing, Xuanhuan smiled and said, Chapter 115, Power Sharing. 12 p.m. at night. Xuanhuan suddenly opened his eyes. He actually hadn't slept at all, merely waiting for the stroke of midnight. Tianhui Academy turned off the lights at 10 p.m., after which people arranged by the association patrolled the entire academy non-stop. This was both to prevent these students from being attacked by beasts or infected individuals and to stop students from sneaking out. However, there were only 2 3-minute gaps in the schedules of these awakened soldier patrols. Those were the shift change times, 12 p.m. at night and 6 a.m. in the morning. This was the conclusion Xuanhuan had drawn after a few days of observation. As long as he slipped out during this gap and returned to school by 6 a.m., there wouldn't be any problems. After confirming that He was sleeping sounder than a dead pig, Xuanhuan cautiously concealed his presence and leapt out of the window. The height of the 7th floor meant nothing to him. Following the route he had scouted, he quickly reached the outer wall surrounding the academy and nimbly jumped over it. He effortlessly escaped the academy, and his escape from the academy was for just 2 things. Reaching deep into the forest of Despair Mountain, Xuanhuan leaned against a big tree and took out his phone. "By contacting us actively, does it mean you're willing to hand over that lord?" The woman's voice wasn't as friendly as before, but Xuanhuan didn't expect to sit down and have a cup of tea with these people before doing business either. "I'll get straight to the point. I won't give you that lord, nor will I trade with you any inner cores I find in the future. You don't need to rush. What I want is a long-term deal with you guys. I can hunt strong beasts for you. All things except for the inner core can be handed over to you. Does sister look stupid to you? Not really, so I plan to test you once, to see if we should cooperate. Tell me, I don't know how you managed to do it, but based on last time's mirror demon incident, you can monitor the movements of beasts, right? Tell me the location of any beast randomly. As long as it's not a lord level 1, I will kill it within 2 hours for you. Then, after killing it, what about the inner core? It belongs to me, the rest goes to you." Xuanhuan has also taken on commissions to hunt beasts. His limit is lair level, though he cannot guarantee that he can surely defeat them. As for you, little brother, what's your limit? Below lord level, anything goes. Lord level is still impossible for now. Xuanhuan didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Will you make the deal? Give me an answer immediately. Your current position is in Despair Mountain, Tianhui Academy, meaning you've snuck out, right? Little brother, no wonder you're in such a rush. Lair level inner cores and below sell to us. Above lair level go to you. Shit. Xuanhuan cursed silently in his mind. How is this like bargaining at the market? I don't know what you intend to use those inner cores for, little brother, but I suspect you may not even care about 2 low-level ones, right? Deal. But when I sell those low-level inner cores, and how many I sell, is up to me. Xuanhuan hung up the call, and soon his phone received an anonymous text message showing a location. Liua Food Company freezing warehouse in Lingyu City, about 50 kilometers away from Despair Mountain. If he could use Baihai speed, then this distance would be nothing. However, if Baihai was activated now without the cover of the mirror demon, he might easily be discovered by the Academy's mentors. So, he had to do another thing first. That was to find that mirror demon. Even though unable to activate Annihilation, Xuanhuan could roughly sense that the mirror demon was currently somewhere in Despair Mountain. Following this trace, Xuanhuan began searching in the mountain. It took about an hour. Finally, he found a white fox panting on the ground inside a small cave in Despair Mountain. "Master, I'm sorry, I've done my best to conceal your presence. I got backfired by your power and had to temporarily hide." Xuanhuan knew it wasn't trying to escape. In fact, the subtle traces left by the mirror demon had been guiding him all along. "I can help restore your strength." Xuanhuan walked up expressionlessly beside the white fox and said. The white fox lifted its head slightly, looking at Xuanhuan with a mixture of anticipation and confusion in its eyes. "Master, your body has already reached its limits." Xuanhuan said nothing but extended a pale blue filament from his back. This filament connected to the back of the white fox's neck, and soon, a force started flowing into the white fox's body. The white fox's breathing slowly stopped, and the torment of Baihai's force that had plagued it now made it feel a strange comfort. On the other hand, Jiang Huai's complexion looked a bit pale, and he could only stand firm by leaning against the cave wall. The white fox immediately went over and propped Jiang Huai up with its body. You are very special, master. The power of the mother bug has always been about deprivation and control, but you actually used it to give me strength. But your body. Relax. Jiang Huai rubbed his temples. I am never short of strength. It's almost bursting my body. Earlier, I was just unfamiliar with how to transfer power. Now how do you feel? Your strength is very potent. My injuries have mostly healed, but without setting up a nest, I still cannot return to my prime. That's enough. Jiang Huai coldly stared at it and said, a half-dead beast suits me best. The white fox slowly lowered its head. As you wish, master. Now let's go hunt an animal. I need to consume its core to restore myself. Please allow me to guide you to our destination. The white fox slowly crouched down, its bushy tail lightly swaying. Isn't this going to be too conspicuous? Jiang Huai thought if he were to ride a giant white fox galloping through the streets at night, it would undoubtedly become a hot topic the next day. Please trust me, master. The white fox nudged Jiang Huai's thigh with its head. With no choice, Jiang Huai carefully mounted it. I used to weigh only 60 kilograms, but recently, I don't know why I've grown taller. If you feel I'm too heavy then. Before Jiang Huai finished speaking, the white fox suddenly shot off like an arrow, forcing him to grip tightly onto its body. Watch out. We're about to hit a tree. Jiang Huai saw the white fox charging towards a large tree stump and thought to himself whether this was a fox or a wild boar. However, just as the white fox was about to collide with the stump, everything around began to distort. The tree turned into a shadow and dissipated as the white fox charged through it. Master, creating a mirror passage is still something I can handle. Jiang Huai curiously observed the changing shadows around him, finding it all very fascinating. Then, he smiled and patted the white fox's head, saying, all right, show me what other tricks you've got. Chapter 116, I'm running out of time. Outside the frozen warehouse of Lek Food Company, Limited in Lingyu City, an old man guarding the gate was sound asleep inside the guard booth. After all, with a large iron door as protection, petty thieves couldn't possibly get in. Just at that moment, a chilling wind blew, carrying a shadow that passed straight through the iron gate. The old man shivered and opened his eyes. Looking around and seeing no abnormalities, he muttered curses under his breath, wrapped himself tighter in his clothes, and continued sleeping soundly. Inside the large cold chain warehouse, the figure of Baihu gradually became visible. After jumping off its back, Jiang Huai carefully observed this frozen warehouse filled with frozen meat and shipping containers. It wasn't long before he spotted something unusual. There was indeed a strong animal presence here. But after looking left and right, he didn't see any sign of an animal. At this moment, Jingma suddenly sensed something, crouching down low, sniffing the ground, then snarling ferociously toward a giant shipping container. You have this ability too? Jiang Huai smiled, stroking Baihu's back. As he accidentally touched its tail, Baihu trembled and turned to look at Jiang Huai. Master, please, don't touch strange places. Jiang Huai was momentarily startled, but soon realized it. Oh, you're probably a female fox. Sorry. All right, I'll handle this. You keep watch. Jiang Huai said this while cracking his neck and walking towards the huge shipping container. Master, let me help. Not necessary. I'm in a rush. I'll take care of this quickly. Although Jiang Huai believed he couldn't fully use all his Baigai powers, dealing with a regular beast, unless it was Lord level, shouldn't be an issue. Master. Before Baihu could say more, Jiang Huai had already placed his hand on the latch of the shipping container door. Hurry up. But just as he was about to pull it open, the door was abruptly slammed by an immense force. Jiang Huai, together with the door, was hurled into the air and landed heavily on the ground. What the hell? What thing so much strength? Pushing away the container door that pinned him, Jiang Huai looked at the enormous white creature emerging from the container. A nest-level beast, Yeti. This cold chain warehouse is now its lair. Here, its power will be incredibly vast. I already know how strong it is. Jiang Huai chuckled bitterly and then forcefully stomped his foot, throwing a punch directly at the Yeti's face. This blow, enveloped by Baigai's strength, made Jiang Huai feel unbearable pain himself. With one punch, the Yeti was knocked down hard onto the floor. What astonished Jiang Huai was that the blow hadn't completely shattered its head. Even Little Monk's Buddha palm couldn't withstand such a force. Before he could process his shock, the Yeti swatted Jiang Huai away with one massive hand. Jiang Huai smashed into the wall of the cold storage facility with a thunderous bang. This strength, it's too much. Master, there are many types of beasts. Some excel at deceiving others, some specialize in direct combat. You haven't encountered many yet. If it's a Yeti, even I wouldn't dare to confront it head-on within its lair. Baihu sat obediently beside Jiang Huai, who slid slowly down the wall. On its fox face, there appeared a mischievous smile. You were in such a hurry. Master, isn't there a better way? You shut your mouth. Roaring furiously, Jiang Huai charged again at the Yeti. This time, his entire arm was covered in skeleton bone. He threw another devastating punch, striking the beast's chest. Azo! The Yeti roared as its body was driven back into the container. Amazing strength. Among nest-level lords, the Yeti has top-tier physical attributes. However, Master can suppress it with pure force. But if I may suggest, ignoring Baihu, Jiang Huai pressed forward, kicking off with one foot, rushing into the container. From within the container, sounds of punches hitting flesh and beastly roars continuously echoed out. Baihu waited patiently outside, swinging its tail politely. About 5 minutes later, the commotion ceased. Jiang Huai, covered in blood, holding a white core tightly, stumbled out. Beautiful, master. Baihu circled joyfully around Jiang Huai's feet. What did you mean to say earlier? Jiang Huai collapsed onto the ground, barely lifting his head to question Baihu. What I wanted to say was, actually you could have cut the power of the cold storage. The Yeti's strength all comes from its lair. If this cold storage no longer cools down, its power would be greatly weakened. You didn't say that earlier? Jiang Huai spat out another mouthful of blood in anger. You weren't allowed to speak. The white fox looked at Jiang Huai and grinned mischievously once again. Speechless, Jiang Huai was glad that he had obtained it anyway. A nest-level core. Lying on the ground, he panted heavily, then held the white core in his hand before putting it into his mouth. Crunch. Does it taste good, master? Shut up. Jiang Huai chewed up the core and swallowed it. Soon a cold breath began flowing into his body. But this coldness quickly turned into a feeling that refreshed his soul, moisturizing every part of Jiang Huai's body. The cracked blood marks on his body were soon covered by the cold breath and slowly began to heal. Jiang Huai felt like falling asleep just like that. But soon, a melodious voice like a silver bell rang in his ear. Master, master, it's time to wake up. Aren't you in a rush? At the same time, a delicate hand gently lifted Jiang Huai's half-asleep and half-awake body, allowing him to rest his head on her thighs. Of course, I don't mind if you fall asleep like this. I'll let you sleep soundly. Jiang Huai suddenly opened his eyes. Did he have a spring dream? And dreamed about white legs? But the soft and cool sensation under his head told him. This seemed not to be a dream. Have you woken up? Jiang Huai raised his eyes and saw a white, delicate face behind an almost eye-blinding panorama line. In the cold air of the freezing warehouse, the girl's face was like a fairy born from ice and snow, making people feel refreshed. You? Who are you? Jiang Huai asked with a blank expression. Earlier, you touched my... But, now you're asking who I am. Is that reasonable? Wait, you. As Jiang Huai slowly got up from the ground and looked at the silver-haired girl, he noticed her fox ears and the fox tail behind her. Are you the mirror demon? Yes. Jiang Huai took a sharp intake of breath. What kind of world is this where beasts can turn into such adorable young ladies? Or even have animal ears? Not, Miss Yue. Jiang Huai, looking at the mirror demon's voluptuous figure and revealing white gauze clothes, said incoherently. Fraud, right? You. Put your clothes on properly, you. I don't have any clothes, master. This gauze dress is woven from my hair. Do you think it looks nice? The girl slightly lifted her hand, almost causing the gauze dress to slide off her body. Jiang Huai quickly turned his head away upon seeing this. That's enough, don't move. He originally wanted to take off his jacket, but alas, the academy uniform on his body had been completely destroyed. This was troublesome. Just then, the door of the cold storage was suddenly opened. The old man guarding the gate stood at the entrance to the cold storage. Jiang Huai knew things were bad. With such a huge commotion, how could the people outside not have noticed? But after the old man saw Jiang Huai and the girl, there wasn't any change in his expression. Are you done handling it, Mr. Jiang Huai? As soon as these words came out, Jiang Huai exhaled in relief. So, they were from the guild. Jiang Huai pointed at the shipping container that kept oozing black blood and said, I'm done. It's packed up for you inside the container. The old man chuckled a couple of times. He was also holding a bag, and when he walked to Jiang Huai's side, he handed the bag over to him. Change into it. Child, don't catch a cold. Jiang Huai glanced into the bag and was surprised to see brand new uniforms from Tianhui Academy, and precisely those from Wuling class. He dumbfoundedly stared at the elder. Was Danju Guild really so resourceful? Thank you. Can she get a set of clothes too? The young master. You mean she? Shouldn't she be? The elder seemed puzzled looking at Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai nodded. Yes, is that possible? The elder hesitated. Well, we hadn't considered it. We didn't prepare clothing for pets. Pets. Jiang Huai also felt perplexed as he turned back and saw that the girl had transformed back into Baihu. And it was a small-sized Baihu at that, currently curled up next to Jiang Huai's feet, wagging its tail. Chapter 117, really easy to fool. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Jiang Huai sneaked back to the academy with the little fox, as if he were a thief. He checked the time, and it was exactly 6 minutes and 1 second. So he quickly changed into his pajamas and lay down on the bed. The opposite roommate, Chu He, was sound asleep. His sleeping posture was as peaceful as Lu Wanyin's. Master. Suddenly, the fox's head emerged from under the blanket. Jiang Huai felt a bit awkward because now that he knew the fox could transform into human form, and what a stunning beauty at that. He couldn't look at this fox the same way anymore. No wonder King Zhou neglected his administration. Back then, he must have encountered an animal spirit like this. If you have any needs, I can. Shut up and sleep quickly. We can still nap for another 15 minutes. Jiang Huai muttered quietly. He didn't know why, but this white fox seemed to no longer want to hide its true form. Perhaps it was due to the control of the insect queen. Its strength was growing in sync with his. After devouring the snow monster's core, Jiang Huai could also feel that the power of the Jingu monster had increased. It could now completely conceal the aura of a beast. To others, it just looked like an innocent little fox. Tiredness overwhelmed Jiang Huai. Before he could rest for even half an hour, the wake-up call sounded. Brother, brother? In a daze, Jiang Huai felt someone shaking him. He forced his eyes open to see Chu He squatting beside his bed. I didn't think there would ever be a day when brother would oversleep. Hurry up and get up. The training classes start today. Yawning all the way, Jiang Huai walked to the classroom with Chu He. A little sleeping fox rested on his shoulder. Brother, by the way, where did you catch this little thing? Chu He pointed at the little fox and asked. Came across it while taking a walk last night. Isn't it cute? He might have been easily fooled, but others wouldn't be so easily deceived. Especially Xuanhuan. She still seemed to be mad at xuanhuan, so he willingly let the little fox entertain her. Surprisingly, the girl who was so afraid of beasts ended up giggling at the sight of the fox. Seeing this, xuanhuan finally relaxed. Because of Xiaobai, I won't hold it against you this time. Everyone regarded the Jingu monster as just a regular pet. Even Professor Lingchuan noticed nothing unusual, simply reminding Xuanhuan that since he chose to keep it, he should take full responsibility. As a result, everyone in the Wulin class expressed that they would help care for Xiaobai together. Foolish humans, always so easily complacent. The Jingu monster lay resting on Xuanhuan's desk, lazily wagging its tail. Well, you seem happy too, right? I was only. Never mind, they are your companions. I will refrain from acting against them. Xuanhuan smiled and gently rubbed the Jingu monster's head. In the following period, the students of the Wulin class experienced the disparity in teaching conditions. Other classes enjoyed advanced technology, like holographic training systems. But the Wulin class was still stuck with theoretical lectures or physical training on the field. Although Lingchuan was their homeroom teacher, various courses were actually taught by different instructors. Based on their respective strengths, the Wulin class started setting clear growth directions. Especially Su Qing, who not only trained her physical strength and spiritual power, but was also very serious about her strategic planning course. She would even seek advice from the instructor responsible for tactical lessons, who initially wasn't willing to interact with the Wulin class students. But after apparently receiving something private from Lingchuan, he reluctantly began giving Su Qing extra tutoring after class. During these 2 weeks, Xuanhuan continued doing business with the Danju Chamber of Commerce. However, since the encounter with the snow monster, the Danju Chamber of Commerce had ceased providing any information about beasts above the vanguard level. Currently, Xuanhuan's body had fully recovered to the state before battling the core lord. Devouring vanguard level cores no longer held much significance. The countdown to the prison sentence was continuing. Within a year's time, he must find the core lord designated as Dark Emperor. Otherwise, the countdown would become his own death sentence. Gently playing with the core of a vanguard mantis spirit in his hand, he glanced at the sleeping white fox at the foot of his bed. Hey! Xuanhuan called out. Slowly, the white fox lifted its head. Eat it, Xuanhuan said. He then tossed the core toward it. Without hesitation, the little fox's head instantly got enveloped by a mist, followed by the sudden appearance of an enormous fox head emerging from the fog. Crack! As the fox devoured the core, crushing it between its teeth, Xuanhuan clearly sensed the increasing power of the Jingu monster. Indeed, these things still work on you. Master, don't you distrust me? Why are you allowing me to consume the core now? What's the current level of your healing ability? Xuanhuan asked while lying in bed with his head resting on the back of his neck. 3-star awakened one. My main power isn't healing. Without consuming a specific beast, it's hard to evolve. Xuanhuan nodded. At this moment, the phone rang again. It was another phone, the dedicated contact phone given by the elder of the Chamber of Commerce after slaying the snow monster. Little brother, you have collected 7 vanguard level cores already, haven't you? I don't see you making a move. Are you trying to summon a dragon? Xuanhuan actually had planned to trade the vanguard level cores for money with the chamber, but he wanted to wait until the other side couldn't help but take the initiative to contact him. Just like now. How many vanguard level cores are needed to pay off the debt of the night magic parade? Xuanhuan asked. What a greedy demand. The black market price for a vanguard level core is only 30,000 each, but if you're willing to sell them to me, I'll offer you 50,000 per core. Mirror Demon has eaten one, leaving Xuanhuan with 6 vanguard level cores, which means he could get 300,000. He had inquired before about how much the night magic parade owed. The result was an astronomical figure that Xuanhuan dared not even imagine. The association bastards had calculated all the pensions of those injured in the previous beast tied on the head of the night magic parade. I'll sell you 3. Xuanhuan said. Keeping them won't make eggs, little brother. Or, are you perhaps a core refiner? This was the first time Xuanhuan had heard that term. Guess if I am or not, sister. He didn't want the other party to know too much about his situation. If they're capable, they can go and find out themselves. At this moment, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Xuanhuan hung up directly, giving the mirror demon a glance, signaling it to not give away even a hint of its presence. When he opened the door, he found Xuanhuan standing outside. I brought you some good news. Xuanhuan looked very cheerful. This naive little girl had been cold warring with him earlier, but all it took was a little fox and some homemade pastries he made to win her over. Let me guess, has the research department of the academy allowed us to use the holographic projection combat equipment? Xuanhuan smiled as he said. She paused for a second, then puffed up angrily at Xuanhuan. Fine, I see, so you already knew. Humph. Consider this as my hot face meeting your cold butt, and that I'm the first to come and tell you. Xuanhuan, putting on his uniform coat while rubbing Xuanhuan's head, said, all right, we're taking 2 days off next week, aren't we? I'll take you out for a delicious meal. A deal. She's really easy to please. Chapter 118, Concealed Depth. In the cramped office, Teacher Lingchuan of the Wulin class was organizing and categorizing student records of his class. At that moment, a knock on the door broke the silence. It was MOU. Being from the upper 3 class, even her access to the mentor's office was privileged. So MOU's presence there was somewhat surprising for Lingchuan. Teacher MOU, is there anything I can assist you with? Lingchuan asked with a smile. What method did you use to convince the technical department? MOU asked expressionlessly. Everyone has what they desire. Miss MOU wanted to solve problems with money, but hit a wall, didn't you? Caught off guard, MOU's expression faltered slightly. Compared to that, I'm more curious as to why Teacher Mo you would be willing to break rules for the Willing class and even attempt to bribe teachers from the technical department. This is my personal matter, none of your concern, Mo you replied coldly. Ling Xuan continued smiling, though he appeared to see through all of Mou's thoughts. It's for that child, isn't it? I already said, it's none of your concern. Mou's tone turned colder. I deeply appreciate your care for my students, Teacher Mou, but this is where we part ways. After all, I am the mentor of the Willing class. Mou silently stared at Ling Xuan. This clergyman, and behind him, the exceedingly mysterious Dao Sheng Tree organization, its archival records were scarce. I can give you money or other treasures you desire. Anything the Mo family can offer will be yours. Mou revealed her purpose for coming. For what? Ling Xuan sighed, closing the heavy book and turning his gaze toward Mou standing by the door. To transfer him to my class. My lord once said, those who sow in tears shall reap with shouts of joy. The wise place their goals on actions of wisdom. Fools start chasing many directions without focus. Mou furrowed her brow. What do you want? I don't know what I want yet, but I know you only want him, right? Ling Xuan's smile carried an undertone of darkness incomprehensible to Mou. Yes. Respect the fate and choice of others. As Ling Xuan stood up and brushed past Mou on his way out, he softly spoke. My lord has arrangements for everything. Upon arriving at the holographic practice arena, everyone in the Wuling class was excited. This place crystallized humanity's highest wisdom and technology. Through holographic simulation exercises, previous Thu Chao, beast tides, and various large and small campaigns could be reenacted. Through mental link devices, the body and brain could achieve maximum synchronization, which means, within this holographic exercise, you could truly feel every form of pain, even death. Chuhi enthusiastically introduced the various points of attention regarding the holographic training to everyone. Remember, if you're a beginner, when setting the synchronization rate for the mental link, make sure it stays below 30%. If you can't handle it anymore, there's an emergency release button on the right hand of the combat suit. Don't overdo it. The group looked at Chuhi's familiarity with the equipment with curiosity. Then, Zhang Huai heard a staff member whisper, isn't that the young master of the Chu family? Oh, yeah, it seems like all the holographic device technologies in the association now are provided by the Chu family. Holy cow. Zhang Huai regarded Chu He with added respect. He really was a big shot. Just as Zhang Huai and everyone else were about to change into their combat suits, Teacher Ling Xuan called Zhang Huai out. Teacher, any particular instructions? Zhang Huai asked. You don't have to participate in this holographic drill, Ling Xuan smiled. Zhang Huai paused in confusion. Teacher, what do you mean? Zhang Huai, the power gap between everyone in the Wuling class, including Luan Yin and yourself, is too large. Your involvement will only backfire, Ling Xuan explained. Teacher, are you implying that I should drop out or transfer classes? Zhang Huai frowned. Ha, not at all, kid. If you join the training, the overall difficulty level will be lower because they won't be able to keep up with you, nor will you receive effective training. I understand, teacher, but I can't always avoid coordinating with the team, can I? Zhang Huai said. They need to get used to each other's strength, not yours. As for you, child, I have another arrangement for you. Follow me. Ling Xuan finished, then turned away with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhang Huai took one last glance at the rest of the group wearing their combat suits, filled with excitement. He felt envious. Lu Wanyi noticed Zhang Huai standing by the door. The girl herself wore a black and red fitted combat suit, which accentuated her graceful figure. What's wrong? Aren't you changing? Lu Wanyi asked. Teacher Ling Xuan said I'd be taking a different kind of training, Zhang Huai responded. Lu Wanyi also understood that Zhang Huai's gap with them was too great. If they kept getting used to Zhang Huai's support, their overall level would inevitably not improve. We'll catch up to you, Zhang Huai, Lu Wanyi said with a smile. Zhang Huai nodded, then turned and followed Ling Xuan to another single-person training room. The walls and floor here have been specially treated. They should be indestructible. Ling Xuan, satisfied after glancing around at the four walls, then turned his head and looked at Zhang Huai, saying, let's begin. Begin. Zhang Huai was puzzled as he looked at Ling Xuan. There stood Ling Xuan, hands clasped behind his back, eyes slightly closed as he stared at him. Teacher, are you suggesting we spar? Zhang Huai asked with a laugh. Ling Xuan nodded. But Zhang Huai clearly remembered that he wasn't a combat-type awakener, and his power seemed to be the weakest among all the mentors. As if realizing what Zhang Huai was thinking, Ling Xuan chuckled and said, it's fine. You can consider it as just helping teacher warm up. Since the other party had already said that, Zhang Huai didn't hold back either. I'm starting, teacher. You may start any time. Ling Xuan smiled and nodded. With a powerful push from his feet, Zhang Huai surged forward suddenly. In the blink of an eye, when he reached in front of Ling Xuan, his fist flew toward the man's face. To Zhang Huai's shock, Ling Xuan merely slightly turned his body, avoiding any unnecessary movements, thus evading the punch. Startled for a second, Zhang Huai quickly changed his moves. He transformed his fist into a palm, slicing horizontally towards Ling Xuan. The man gracefully took a step backward, controlling the distance with such precision that Zhang Huai's fingertips hadn't even grazed his nose. Zhang Huai realized the problem now. He accelerated his movements. But after several rounds of punches, kicks, and various forms, he hadn't even touched the edge of Ling Xuan's clothing. Are you tired? Seeing Zhang Huai standing still and looking at him, Ling Xuan continued smiling while his hands were still clasped behind his back. Can I go faster? Zhang Huai asked. You can, don't worry about me. So Zhang Huai increased his speed again, but no matter how fast his actions were, he still couldn't keep up with Ling Chuan's footwork. This man hadn't even used his hands once, keeping them firmly behind his back. After a dozen more rounds, Xuanhuan was genuinely somewhat exhausted. He drew in a breath, staring blankly at Ling Chuan. Teacher, what is your awakened ability? Why do you ask this? Ling Chuan smiled gently as he spoke words that left Xuanhuan incredulous. I haven't used my awakened ability yet. Chapter 119, Top Secret File. You want the file on the saint? The Archives Management Department of the Awakeners Association received a call from MOU, the captain of the Fearless Elite Squad. Is it the priest from the inverted tree? The staff member asked. Yes. Hold on. Okay, code name. Saint, occupation, priest, age 45, 5-star sacred attribute enhancer type awakened individual, nothing special. I need his combat record against enemies. MOU coldly stated. The staff member started typing on the keyboard and eventually also seemed puzzled. The saint has no record of combat against enemies. That's impossible. He's a 5-star awakened individual. If he hadn't met the requirements for slaying hunts, the association wouldn't have issued him the 5-star certificate. MOU said with confusion. Captain MOU, there really isn't anything. The archives don't have any historical records of the saint's hunts. Have others ever experienced this situation? As far as I know. No. Captain MOU, should I report it to higher-ups and try? No need. Delete my visit record. This. It doesn't follow the rules. You have 2 children who are about to enter elementary school, right? The money will be deposited into your account, and the school will be arranged well. You only need to do what I say. Dial tone, dial tone, dial tone, dial tone. Hearing the busy signal in the phone, the staff member sighed. While deleting MOU's visit record, they helplessly said, all the Mokus still act like they're high and mighty. Afterward, he glanced at the saint's file again. There was one thing he did not tell MOU. This matter involved the safety of himself and his family. It was that the saint had another file marked TOP secret, and the reading permission required was 7 stars. Meanwhile, at the training ground, the specially designed walls and floor had already become uneven and pitted. Xuanhuan knelt on the ground panting. All the destruction on site was caused by him, but even though he had exhausted all his strength, he still could not touch a single finger of Ling Chuan. Are you tired? Ling Chuan asked with his hands behind his back, his eyes squinted. Teacher, you are actually just an ordinary priest, but slightly knowledgeable in martial arts. Slightly knowledgeable? Xuanhuan cursed under his breath in his heart. This guy either hid his real abilities during evaluation just like himself, or something was wrong with his awakening powers. Otherwise, his own strength and speed had already been enhanced to such a level that further improvement would mean becoming fully composed of bones. But he couldn't even touch the hem of Ling Chuan's robe. Is this your limit as a human, my child? Ling Chuan asked with a smile. Humanity. Teacher you. Xuanhuan stared at Ling Chuan in astonishment. However, Ling Chuan shook his head gently and signaled him not to continue. You can move faster. Do you know what that means, teacher? I might not be able to control myself. Ha. I'm not yet 50. It's not time for me to be respected. Despite Ling Chuan's hearty laughter, it retained a gentle quality entirely unlike Xuanhuan's. Yet the oppressive aura he gave Xuanhuan now surpassed that of Xuanhuan. Mirror Demon. Master, I am here to conceal my presence as much as possible. I'll gradually transform, and if I reach my limit, let me know. Understood. Subsequently, Xuanhuan's right hand began to be gradually covered with an eerie layer of skeletal structure. This is your true awakened ability, correct? Ling Chuan asked with a smile. I'm coming, teacher. Xuanhuan didn't answer Ling Chuan's question. In the next second, his figure moved faster than before, launching out like a cannonball. The ground where he had previously stood instantly left a sunken imprint. Ling Chuan was no longer as effortless this time around. Even though he could still dodge Xuanhuan's punches, it was clearly more challenging than before. Your strength and speed are sufficient. Finally lowering his hands, Ling Chuan then laughed. But your accuracy is insufficient. Looks like it's my turn to make a move. If you can, I'd like to see your strength as well. Xuanhuan smiled and pounced toward Ling Chuan again. During these few rounds of clashes, Ling Chuan remained the defensive side. Xuanhuan noticed that Ling Chuan wouldn't confront him directly. Instead, he deflected using his own force, conserving energy without sustaining damage. Just as Xuanhuan thought he could slowly gain the upper hand over Ling Chuan, a sudden kick hit his abdomen hard. He took a step backward. As the foot pulling back from his stomach strike missed the ground, it struck again, this time landing squarely on Xuanhuan's chest. Then, another kick landed on his face. This 3-hit combo sent Xuanhuan stumbling backward. He wiped the blood from his nose and fixed a cold glare on Ling Chuan. The man retracted his leg, maintaining a knee-up stance before brushing the dust off his trouser legs with his hand. Then, Xuanhuan let the skeleton cover his right leg. Since your leg attacks are so good, then. Unfortunately, when Xuanhuan was about to match Ling Chuan's legwork, the man suddenly changed tactics. He dodged a heavy kick from Xuanhuan by twisting his body and simultaneously thrusting out a palm. The powerful palm strike disrupted Xuanhuan's balance. In that instant, Ling Chuan's other hand shaped into a claw, locking Xuanhuan's throat and slamming him down onto the ground. That's enough for today. Ling Chuan retracted his hand and smiled. Yes, teacher. Xuanhuan obediently accepted defeat. And he also noticed something. Ling Chuan didn't use any awakened powers at all. He had merely relied on his combat skills and agile footwork to fight against him. Of course, if he had intended to kill Ling Chuan, the latter might already be dead in his hands. Xuanhuan. Ling Chuan pulled Xuanhuan up from the ground. You don't need to participate in team drills anymore. I'll teach you combat techniques and weapon usage. Xuanhuan nodded. and he saw Ling Chuan walking away from him with his hands behind his back, gazing at the wall. What Yuqinshan hasn't taught you, I'll fill in. You can go now and wait for their training to end. Yes. After Zhang Huai left, Ling Chuan looked at the wrecked, battered training room and sighed wryly. Old you, where did you find such a monster? Not long after, the group from the Wulin squad finished their fight. Zhang Huai approached them as they exited the training room. How was it? Zhang Huai asked. Was it smooth? They exchanged glances, finally letting Su Qing sigh and say, it wasn't enough. This simulation replicated a beast tied abroad 20 years ago. We were playing as a spearhead squad deep behind enemy lines, but we were wiped out in the second stage. Even though my family created this simulator, I still have to admit, the sensation of pain and the death experience felt incredibly realistic. Chui said this while still trembling from residual fear. Don't undervalue yourselves, kids. Ling Chuan walked over at this moment, still keeping his hands behind his back. The instructors from the tech department said that for your configuration, reaching the second stage is already pretty good. Especially two students deserve praise, Yun Miao and Su Qing. Yun Miao's comprehensive abilities filled some of the gaps within the team, and Su Qing has outstanding adaptability and decision-making skills. The two students reacted differently. The little Taoist cheered aloud. Good job got praised. Su Qing, however, seemed somewhat unsatisfied. I could have done better. Finally, Ling Chuan turned his gaze toward Lu Wanyin. Lu Wanyin, you performed well in the first stage, cooperating excellently with Yinjia. But in the second stage, when facing the beasts, your emotions seemed very unstable. Yes, I will overcome this next time. Lu Wanyin responded. Zhang Huai was still worried about Lu Wanyin. After all, her fear of beasts was a critical flaw in combat. Even during full-spectrum simulations, she couldn't control those feelings. Zhang Huai silently contemplated how he could help her. As for Chu He and Yinjia, both of you need more practice. Especially Yinjia, your potential is great. Keep pushing yourself. Yes. Yinjia bowed her head, her eyes flickering with lack of confidence. Chapter 120, Elimination from the Bottom. After the training ended, everyone, drenched in sweat, decided to go back and take a shower to change clothes. The male students of Wulin class didn't have separate bathrooms, so they had to go to the public bathhouse together. While showering, Chu He suddenly noticed that the old scars on Zhang Huai's body had vanished. Big brother, what about those injuries? Did you secretly find a healer for special treatment? Zhang Huai also looked down at himself. His body was now very well built, not with bulging muscles, but rather an exceptionally well-defined physique. It conveyed strength yet remained subtle, truly achieving the ideal of looking slim in clothes and muscular when undressed. The wounds that had been torn open by the 100 Bones force had completely healed, without even a trace remaining. In fact, I know a little about healing abilities. Zhang Huai said with a smile. Chu He assumed Zhang Huai was just joking around, but unexpectedly, Zhang Huai placed his hand on Chu He's shoulder. Remove the fatigue he feels. He gave an order to the mirror demon inside his mind. Soon, a refreshing cool sensation began seeping into Chu He's body. Instantly, he felt that more than half of the day's training weariness had dissipated. Holy shit, big brother. You're truly a versatile genius. Chu He jumped up in excitement. Because only the two of them were male students in the Wulin class, students from other classes rarely came to the public bathhouse. Thus, it felt as if they had the place to themselves. Still, Zhang Huai urged Chu He to keep things low-key. An awakened individual possessing defense, offense, and support abilities would certainly attract unwanted attention, being dragged off for experiments being one likely outcome. After washing up, Zhang Huai met back up with Chu He and the rest of the female classmates in the classroom. He then informed them of his newfound healing ability. Everyone looked utterly astonished. It's true, Big Brother helped alleviate my fatigue earlier. I feel refreshed. Su Qing cast a disdainful look at the pair of them. What did you two do in the bathroom? Zhang Huai's lips twitched, a major misunderstanding indeed. He shouldn't have let Chu He talk. So, he roughly explained that he belonged to the category of people who knew a little about everything, but wasn't necessarily an expert in any single field. Can one person really master 3 different awakened forms? Su Qing asked curiously. By normal standards, it's quite strange, but because it's him, I believe it, Lu Wanyin said. Unconditionally believing in Zhang Huai. Isn't Sister Xia Lingwei from the Yanyan class also able to control 5 elemental forces? So, it isn't all that unusual, right? Yun Miao said with a smile. However, everyone understood internally that mastering different elements was conceptually distinct from mastering abilities of different class tiers. Starting from the next training session, I will take on the role of the healer. Yun Miao, you'll be responsible for defense, alright? Zhang Huai changed the topic. Of course, no problem. Yun Miao stood up happily and said, this child always seemed so optimistic. Yet her capabilities reassured Zhang Huai. Although not particularly extraordinary, she completed any tasks assigned to her. Not to an extent that brought surprises, but also never failed expectations. At this moment, 2 tall men wearing association standard military uniforms appeared at the entrance of the classroom. All members of Wulin class, gather at conference room number 3 in 10 minutes. The man spoke coldly. Zhang Huai wanted to inquire about the matter, but after delivering the message, the two turned and left directly. Everyone looked at each other before eventually heading towards conference room number 3 in the main teaching building. 2 soldiers stood guard outside the conference room. Their postures were upright, their gazes resolute. Zhang Huai could see that these 2 were at least level 4 awakens. Whether or not they were actually from a military background, he couldn't discern. Following a signal from the 2 soldiers, the members of Wulin class entered the meeting room. Inside, They found 5 scattered students, 3 girls and 2 boys. Each face displayed a grim expression, like soldiers marching towards an execution ground. One girl was nearly breaking down, tears streaming down her face. Why? Why are you doing this to me? It wasn't me who lagged behind during the last exercise. Why am I chosen? The situation wasn't much better for the others, their faces tense with fear, creating a stifling atmosphere throughout the meeting room. Xuanhuan gestured subtly to his companions to remain silent as he led them to sit down. Soon, a soldier stood at the podium and announced, "Congratulations, you've been selected by the 3rd Army of the Association. You will serve as the support squad for our operation this time." "Is this a new drill?" one girl asked timidly. The soldier glanced at her and said, "No, this operation is the follow-up work after the previous beast tide. Undoubtedly, it's actual combat." Actual combat? The students became even more nervous. They had just passed the evaluation and joined the academy. Why did they have to participate in actual combat within less than a month of joining? You are currently the lowest-rated students in the entire academy. To help you catch up with everyone else as soon as possible, the association and the academy have decided to give you some appropriate stimulation. It's also a test for all of you students. But don't worry, the association's army will be the main force for this operation, and your safety will be guaranteed. Guarantee? Zhang Huai let out a cold laugh. Once anything involved beasts, there was no guarantee on life. That girl could barely contain herself anymore. Can I not participate? Please, I know you want to eliminate the weakest one. Can I go home instead? She pleaded with a weepy voice. But the towering soldier shook his head. Regrettably, once you entered this meeting room, there is no turning back. We will treat you as soldiers. If you decide to be a deserter, bear the consequences yourself. Afterward, the officer began explaining the details of this support mission. Including Wuling class, there were 11 students here in total. They would form a temporary squad. This time, their task was to clear out the nest left behind by the Fisher Lord on the top of Unhope Mountain. The temporary squad's job was quite straightforward, to follow the main forces and deal with any beasts or infected individuals that the main force left behind unattended. By logic, it wasn't dangerous. Maybe they would only encounter some near-death infected or beasts. Unfortunately, working alongside the association meant that one couldn't guarantee the opportunity to snatch cores from under their watchful eyes. The battle at Unhope Mountain saw Captain Mo leading the probationers and instructors slay a defensive-type lord, but after its death, the nest still remained intact. The soldier stood at the podium, a holographic projection displayed behind him. On the screen was the Fisher Lord that Zhang Huai and Mo had jointly taken down. So, the 3rd Army of the Association will be responsible for this operation, which will also provide you with an invaluable experience of actual combat. After finishing the explanation, the officer handed out a document to each person. Upon seeing this document, the girl burst into tears. She started pulling her hair and screaming, sobbing uncontrollably. Because she recognized it, it was the Sheng Su Zhang life and death agreement that the association provided to every awakened individual participating in the beast tide. If one dies during the operation, the association would ensure that the deceased family would be financially secure for life. But she never expected that so early in her enrollment, she would have to take part in such a terrifying task. And worse, it was because she'd been bullied in class and chosen to die. I don't want to participate. The girl cried and shouted while attempting to get up and flee toward the door. The officer didn't stop her, nor did he even glance in her direction. Right as the girl ran to the door, a dark gun barrel pressed against her forehead. Chapter 121, Cleanup Operation. Bang! The instant the bullet left the barrel, Lu Wanin's figure, like a ghost, appeared by the girl's side, and she firmly pressed her head down, making her avoid that bullet. The girl fell to the ground, frightened, and started screaming. Lu Wanin suddenly hugged her, then gently stroked her head. If you don't want to die, stop shouting. Relax, nothing bad will happen. Zhang Huai observed Lu Wanin's actions with some emotion. Though he could see these soldiers were serious, he wouldn't have intervened. This was the difference between him and Lu Wanin. To put it bluntly, Zhang Huai was a hypocrite. He only protected those who mattered to him. But Lu Wanin was different. Although this girl sometimes had a naughty temperament, she still harbored a naive desire to protect everything within her sight. I've said it before, if you choose to be a deserter, bear the consequences. The soldier at the podium coldly announced. Subsequently, 3 soldiers positioned at the door aimed their guns at Lu Wanin and the girl. Although Zhang Huai had no intention of saving the girl, anyone aiming a weapon at the Wuling class was another matter entirely. Just as he stood up, a hand lightly placed itself on one soldier's gun barrel. No one noticed when this person arrived. Then a gentle voice spoke up. Please don't point such dangerous things at my children. Ling Chuan continued to maintain his indifferent smile. His appearance caused the students of the Wuling class to breathe a sigh of relief. Saint Ling Chuan, this is an operation directly led by the military. Teachers from the academy have no right to interfere. I know what you're trying to do. Ling Chuan, hands behind his back, turned to look at the soldier at the podium. Don't bring such vile actions near these children. Saint Ling Chuan, are you going to defy the guild's orders? The soldier's tone grew colder. Just as both sides were deadlocked, a long sword suddenly flashed past everyone's eyes, slicing apart the guns in the soldier's hands. Weapons aren't meant to be pointed at your own people. Mou's icy voice carried over. Facing Mou, the soldiers clearly lacked the arrogance they had before. After all, she was the daughter of the Mo family and also the elite captain of the Fearless Squad. Captain Mou, this operation. The soldier looked troubled towards Mou. I will take full responsibility for leading these students. This is an order issued by the staff department. You should receive it soon. Then Mou glanced at Ling Chuan. Leave it to me. Ling Chuan sighed. Xuanhuan could perceive the helplessness in Ling Chuan, so he stood up and said, Teacher, the Wuling class won't embarrass you. That's right, teacher. Chui also stood up and spoke. The rest of the Wuling class also expressed agreement, except for Jia, who quietly cowered in the corner without a word. Alas, please stay safe at all costs. In the end, Ling Chuan could only turn away helplessly and leave everything in MOU's hands. I'm one of the main members who slaughtered the Rift Lord during the last beast wave, so this time the association has also agreed to let me assist with the operation. MOU explained to the officer. The officer nodded. Since Miss MOU can personally take charge, we can probably be more assured about these kids. Lu Wanyin helped the trembling girl sit beside the Wuling class. I can join you, please? I am a 2-star awakened healer. Of course. Xuanhuan nodded. Although the ordinary classes usually looked down on Xuanhuan, now, given the strength in numbers, none of them wanted to be left alone. So they all sat next to the Wuling class. The soldier smiled contentedly. After getting everyone to sign documents, he informed them. The operation will begin at 7 p.m. 2 days from now. If there are no unexpected situations, it will be over by 9 a.m. the next morning. After announcing the assembly point, the soldier left the meeting room without looking back, leaving behind a group of students who were still somewhat unsettled. I finally understand why my brother told me the archive evaluation of the admission drill was so important. Su Qing sighed and said, in a year, Lingfei City will experience its second wave of beast attacks. Hence, the army doesn't have much time to allow us to acclimatize. This academy aims to restore global confidence. So, a boy from the regular class hesitated but finally spoke. Therefore, this academy won't need useless trash like us. Xuanhuan sighed. It's more than just that. These individuals were destined to be utilized to their maximum potential. In extreme real-world combat scenarios, even if someone considered a bottom feeder manages to survive. Therefore, those who survive after undergoing the baptism of life and death are very likely to become highly potential individuals. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a Spartan-style education of death. Didn't we leave any problems unsolved back then? After dismissal, Xuanhuan found MOU who was about to return to the teacher's apartment building. MOU slightly turned her head and said to Xuanhuan, the main nest has been shattered by me, but there might still be some small rifts remaining. Humanity hasn't defeated the beast tide before, so this could also be regarded as the cleanup work after the first beast tide. In other words, we can't confirm exactly what we'll encounter, Xuanhuan said. MOU nodded noncommittally, but then she continued, I will ensure that all of you survive. Xuanhuan walked up to MOU, looking at the always persevering girl, and said, don't overexert yourself like last time at the Zhou family winery. MOU was startled for a moment, then looked up at Xuanhuan, who was a head taller than her. It's because I trust you. You will surely defeat the Nest Lord. Xuanhuan had never known why MOU would unconditionally help him. At first, Xuanhuan thought she coveted his power, but now it seems that compared to Bai Hai's kind of strength, MOU valued him as a person more. Have we met before? Xuanhuan asked this question for the first time, because he always felt that MOU looked familiar. MOU took a step back, her long black hair swayed gently, revealing even more aloofness around her eyebrows and eyes. I've never met you before. I feel like I should have seen you somewhere. Is this your way of flirting? To tell the truth, it's not good. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of MOU's mouth, exposing a disdainful smile. Really haven't met? Yes. All right then, maybe I'm face blind. Xuanhuan scratched his head. Afterward, MOU turned around to leave. Oh, by the way, Xuanhuan called her and said, anything else? MOU tilted her head slightly. I'm rather selfish. Xuanhuan smiled and walked next to MOU, looking at her and saying, so I only protect the people I care about. MOU responded indifferently. Therefore, I will protect everyone in the Wuling class and you. The steps MOU had just taken stopped. She deeply inhaled. She forcibly suppressed a certain impulse inside her. Then she slightly nodded. As you wish. Then she walked into the teacher's apartment building. I must have seen her before. Xuanhuan confirmed this feeling in his heart at this moment. After returning to the apartment, MOU closed the door, then slowly laid down on the bed. Next, she covered her chest with her hand. Thump thump thump. Her heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Had she concealed herself, well just now? Hadn't she been discovered? Her cheeks were flushed red, her teeth lightly biting her lips, and her eyes lost their focus, completely showing the appearance of someone falling deeply in love. Sorry, brother, not yet. Before repaying the debt owed to the MO family and removing my shackles, I cannot implicate you. Chapter 122, Non-Human Beast. After devouring the core of the snow monster, Xuanhuan also felt that Bai Gai had unlocked another advanced ability. Bone Shield. This is an active skill, and it is the first skill of Bai Gai that Xuanhuan has unlocked. What made him ecstatic was that this skill turned out to be a support skill. It can generate a shield around oneself, and it can be used without transformation. As the skill proficiency gradually improves, this shield can simultaneously exist on companions. This skill is very important for the current Wuling class. Your enhancement abilities mainly focus on physical reinforcement. I've asked the teacher, and this is a very popular direction for awakening. That night, Xuanhuan and Chu He were discussing his subsequent reinforcement path. But my current abilities are limited, and I can't provide much help to everyone. Chu He sighed while looking at the ceiling lying in bed. Don't rush, Xuanhuan said as he stroked the little fox's head. There's still time. At the same time, on the peak of Unhope Mountain, the several fissures left behind after the death of the Fisher Lord were emitting faint power. But these powers weren't strong enough. not even allowing a vanguard-level beast to cross through these fissures. But right at that moment, a figure slowly ascended to the summit. This figure was half human, half beast. His left arm and leg were thick beast limbs, and half of his face was completely distorted into a monster. Step by step, he crossed over these fissures and finally stopped before the weakest one. Then, his beast claw fiercely plunged into the fissure, tearing it apart with great force. The eyes of this semi-human, semi-beast creature seemed empty, as if lacking any sense of self. The only thought driving his actions now was, kill the man named xuanhuan. After tearing the fissure apart, a mysterious low growl came from the darkness within. The monster stepped back twice, then knelt down slowly, muttering a name under his breath. Welcoming, Dark Emperor. The shadow inside the darkness slowly condensed into a dark silhouette. Then the shadow slowly raised its hand, a black core floating out from it. This core wrapped by the shadow gradually formed into a new body. This thing similar to a double slowly walked to the edge of the fissure, gazing at the half-man, half-beast monster. This mountain reeks of having once imprisoned me. When they come before me, I will torture their souls in the same way. The half-man, half-beast monster knelt on the ground, completely not daring to look up, until the fissure started to slowly close. By opening this path, you have done well. Non-human beast, leave your name. The monster slowly lifted his eyes, looking at the shadow within the fissure. Huangyu. In his dream, xuanhuan suddenly heard a series of urgent alarms sounding from the prison. He abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself standing in front of Bai Gai's cell. The countdown timer above his head kept flashing. You found him. Bai Gai looked at xuanhuan in the darkness. His voice was deep, but brimming with excitement hard to suppress. Dark Emperor. The Dark Emperor was one of the main targets of the countdown. Within a year, he must capture the former prisoners of the jail, Dark Emperor and Yen Shi. Otherwise, the countdown would become his death timer. After waking up from his dream, xuanhuan got up and walked to the window. At this moment, the little fox had already sat by the windowsill, gazing into the mountains. Master, there's a massive force at the mountaintop, but now it's disappeared. It hasn't disappeared. xuanhuan touched the white fox's head and similarly looked toward the summit. It's waiting for us. When xuanhuan and Mou together hunted and killed that defensive-type fisher lord, xuanhuan did indeed feel something. The lord dominated the mountaintop as if protecting something. Now it looks like it was opening the Dark Emperor's fissure. Fortunately, he was at the Unhope Mountain at that time. If he had delayed, both the Dark Emperor and the Core Lord would appear simultaneously. Perhaps the massacre scene of the Black Dragon from years ago would be repeated. At the moment, xuanhuan was having dinner with the other members of the Wulin class in the cafeteria. Tonight, they would go to the top of the mountain along with the military forces of the association. And what was awaiting them there wouldn't just be some remaining fissures. xuanhuan understood that point clearly. Just at this moment, xuanhuan noticed something. He looked up and glanced around. Where is Yinjia? xuanhuan asked. Lu Wanyin said. She was just with me earlier when we went out. She said she had something to do and then left on her own. Yinjia had been acting strange lately. It seemed like she had something on her mind. She didn't participate in the group discussions, and while she trained hard, she couldn't control her powers effectively. Just then, a person carrying a tray passed by them and whispered, if you're looking for that girl with albinism in your class, try checking out the Huizhao class. Everyone turned to look at this person. They found it was actually the 4-star Healing Awakener from Tianzi class. She looked older than everyone, not necessarily beautiful, but gave off an air of maturity akin to an older sister. Huizhao class. Why would Yinjia be there? Chuyi asked. xuanhuan had already stood up. Rather than speculate here, it would be better to go check directly. Thus, they followed xuanhuan and left the cafeteria, heading toward the teaching building where the Huizhao class was located. From afar, they saw Yinjia standing alone outside the door of the Huizhao class. The moment they approached her, a scorching wave of heat suddenly blew out from inside the Huizhao classroom. This wave instantly raised the temperature that had been lowered due to Yinjia's presence. Then a man's voice sounded. How long do you plan to stand outside our classroom door? You can't even control your own power. Do you really expect others to guide you? Then a 14 or 15-year-old boy emerged, his hands in his trouser pockets. His black hair burned with flames. It seemed the previous hot wave was created by him. This is Hui Yao class's 4-star Fire Awakener, code name Anger Flame. A prodigy awakener who's just 14 years old. Su Qing quietly informed xuanhuan. She had long since memorized the files of all the students in the school. And at this moment, Yinjia was trembling at the sight of the boy who was around her height, but appeared slim and frail. I want to control my own strength, just like you. That's none of my business. The boy grew increasingly impatient. For an entire week now, you've been guarding outside our classroom door. Don't you have any shame? I'm not your teacher. Why should I guide you? Please. Yinjia clenched her fists, tears welling up in her eyes as she spoke pleadingly. I beg you. She lowered her head and implored him. Huh. The boy let out a light laugh and pointed at the ground. Begging requires proper etiquette. Get down on your knees. Yinjia bit her lips. Even her tears were evaporated by the heat radiating from the boy. And then, seemingly accepting her fate, she slowly started to kneel down. Lu Wanyin wanted to rush forward, but xuanhuan stopped her. Let's see what happens. At the instant Yinjia was about to kneel, the boy suddenly lifted his hand, unleashing another wave of heat, blowing Yinjia back until she landed on the ground. She looked up, confused. Then she saw the boy's expression turn angrier. Just because I told you to kneel doesn't mean you must. Don't you have any dignity? Such an irritating woman. Go away. I don't want to see you. With that, the boy waved his hand, causing all the heat to vanish in an instant. xuanhuan nodded approvingly. Truly, worthy of being called a prodigy. His control over his own powers was simply perfect. Jia slowly got up from the ground, looking incredibly dejected. She turned around and happened to see xuanhuan and the others. The sorrow on her face gradually transformed into a helpless smile. Chapter 123, Guidance. Whoosh. The moment Jia slowly placed her hand into the lake, the water at the shore began to emit a chilling cold. It then gradually froze, forming a thin layer of frost on the surface. She stood up happily and turned to look at everyone. Is there any improvement? But when she looked back, she saw that everyone was equally covered with frost from the cold. Achoo! Choo, he sneezed and said, Jia, you're still releasing your power in a full 360-degree manner. Jia immediately felt a bit disheartened. Sorry, I really want to concentrate my power forward, but I can't do it. Xuanhuan, his face frosted over, said, actually this isn't a real disadvantage. The main defense of Baidu was physical. Before advancing and unlocking passive skills, magic damage was still very effective against Baidu. For example, now with Jia's Frosty Drone, Baidu doesn't even react, no sign of movement. Not a disadvantage. Jia tilted her head and looked at Xuanhuan. Haven't you noticed? Among all attribute awakeners, you're almost the only one who releases your power almost 24 hours a day. Xuanhuan said, Yeah. At night when she sleeps in the same dormitory with me, I have to wrap myself in several layers of blankets. Lu Wanyin added, as can be seen, even when sleeping, Jia still emitted that cold energy. The young girl covered her face. Though due to the cold, her facial expression remained unchanged, but she must have been quite embarrassed. Sorry, I guess I'm just causing trouble for everyone. Cough cough. Xuanhuan shook off the frost on his body and said, How could this be called trouble? This means you have potential. Potential? Jia asked curiously. If you can control this power, then you will definitely become an excellent awakener. Xuanhuan smiled and said, At the moment, everyone was in the small forest outside the academy. This place was within the activity range allowed by the academy. Once they ventured further out, they would receive a warning. Xuanhuan often went out at night for hunting thanks to the help of the mirror demon, enabling him to move without a trace. At this moment, under a large tree by the small lake, a youth leaned against the tree looking at Jia. This youth was precisely the 4-star fire awakener known as Roaring Flame. After seeing Jia's performance, he smirked with disdain. Total mess. You say you don't care, yet here you are? A gentle voice resounded. The young man turned his head to see the little monk coming towards him with his hands together. Young practitioner, why not give them a hand and provide some guidance? The little monk said. The young man waved his hand. This kind of waste, I have no interest. Ba, I heard thusly. Matters follow mind transformation, realm arises from the heart. Troubles are all born from the heart. Since the young practitioner shows no concern, how come you are troubled? The young man glanced at the monk irritably. Young Baldy, you act so two-faced for someone so young. During the drill, you were eager to swallow Yulin class whole, but now you're telling me to guide them. Unbothered by the youth's words, the little monk nodded slightly. Buddha said, if dust enters the eyes, the 3 realms seem narrow, but with nothing on the heart, even a bed feels spacious. Realm follows the heart's creation, and the heart governs. In the drills, we were enemies, but now, merely classmates practicing cultivation together. Having spoken, the monk again put his hands together. Also, young sir, this poor monk's dharma name is Nianchen. Humph, and I'll call you little Baldy forever, always spouting meaningless nonsense. While saying this, the young man started to leave. However, before leaving, he still turned his head and looked at the sister who seemed somewhat dull in his eyes. Seeing the young man's departing figure, the little monk smiled faintly. One should not abide in form to produce thoughts, nor should one abide in sounds, smells, tastes, touches, or dermas to generate thoughts. Instead, one should generate thoughts without abiding in anything. Ba, young sir, you're still too young. In the afternoon, the members of Yulin class were packing their things in the dormitory, preparing to report to the association's 3rd Army already stationed outside the academy. Just as Lu Wanyin and Jia were leaving the dormitory building together, a voice called them. Hey! Both turned around, and Lu Wanyin immediately frowned, because the person who called them wasn't anyone else but the 4-star fire awakener from Huiyao class. At the instant the two turned around, the young man suddenly threw a wooden stick about a meter long to Jia. Holding the stick, Jia looked at the boy in confusion. Kid, you're impolite, did you know that? Lu Wanyin coldly stared at the boy and said, I didn't call you. If you want to go, just go quickly. I'm looking for her. The boy pointed at Jia and said. Lu Wanyin, however, just coldly looked at the boy and then shielded Jia behind her. She didn't know what this boy intended to do. Freezing girl. The boy glanced at Jia disdainfully. With your level, you might as well keep that stick. Maybe it'll be useful for self-defense if necessary. That's enough. Lu Wanyin said. Are you asking for a beating? Sister. Upon hearing this word, the boy suddenly showed an angry expression. Don't mention these 2 words in front of me. Suddenly flames sparked from his hair tips and pupils. In a blink, he raised his hand. A fiery hot flame rushed toward Lu Wanyin. Sensing the terror of the flames, Lu Wanyin was about to react when Jia suddenly rushed up to block her. Be careful. Then she held the stick in front of her and tried hard to unleash her frosty power forward. But a miracle happened. Though Jia's power still spread backward, most of the chill concentrated in front of her, more precisely, on the stick she was holding. And this cold did indeed counter the boy's fire. But only for a few seconds. Just as the fire was about to swallow the ice in both of them, The boy suddenly dropped his hand, and the flames in his hair and pupils gradually faded away. Tedious beyond belief. With a sneer, the boy turned and walked away. This obnoxious little brat. What's so special about him? Xuanhuan stomped her feet in anger. Jia, however, was completely stunned, staring at the long stick in her hands that was now swirling with her icy aura. Then she seemed to have suddenly realized something. If I can't properly use this power, maybe the stick could help. Could that be what he meant? She looked in the direction the boy had left, whispering softly. He might not be such a bad kid after all. At this moment, on the third floor of the dormitory, xuanhuan stood by the window with his arms crossed, having watched everything unfold before him. Master, were you not planning to intervene just now? No, that boy may have foul breath, but there was no ill intent. xuanhuan yawned. Besides, his flames couldn't hurt Xuanhuan. My skeleton shield has already covered her. It just didn't trigger, so it wasn't visible. Are humans always this awkward? Why does saying kind words never yield smiles? Perhaps, xuanhuan shrugged. Chapter 124, Absolutely No Mercy. When everyone gathered at the academy gate, they all noticed the stick in Jia's hand. Monkey brother, finally, you've arrived. We can start our journey for the scriptures. He teased. Jia didn't know how to respond, and xuanhuan laughed as he patted He on the shoulder. Brother Beiji, go get the horse quickly. We set off immediately. Shit, big brother, that's harsh. With laughter among the group, no one paid attention to the strange stick in Jia's hand anymore. But this atmosphere only lasted until the entrance of the military camp. At the doorstep of the association's 3rd Army garrison, the student whom Xuanhuan had saved from a gun barrel was now being restrained by several soldiers, his hands twisted behind his back and pressed onto the ground. Several students nearby didn't dare say anything. What's going on here? He shouted. He still had some backbone since he was also the young master of the Chu family. That soldier looked up and seemed to recognize He, but there wasn't a trace of friendliness in his eyes. Oh, isn't this the little good-for-nothing who got in through connections to become an unyielding warrior? A waste wherever you are. He paused slightly before recognizing that the man not only belonged to the association's 3rd Army, but was also a member of the unyielding warriors. Luo Gang, do you feel so proud bullying a female student? The soldier named Luo Gang continued to hold down the girl without letting her go, instead pressing his knee into the girl's back. I surrender. Please forgive me. The girl on the ground was both crying and pleading. Seeing this made everyone feel a surge of anger. This little girl has guts. She even pulled out a gun and threatened us, saying she would blow her own head if she couldn't leave. Luo Gang slapped the girl's cheek while speaking. Do you think your life is worth something? What? Do you want to splash my uniform with blood? Several soldiers from the association stood around coldly, showing no intention of getting involved. Sorry. I really don't want to go on such dangerous missions. So you're a deserter? For deserters, the association has methods. Have you heard about the Night Devil Patrol? When Luo Gang mentioned the Night Devil Patrol, both xuanhuan and Xuanhuan's eyes flashed with a hint of chill. The leader ran away. Du Qinghong, the 2nd in command, is now handicapped, and Yu Qinshan, the 3rd in command, is already gone. There are just 2 girls left and a new guy with countless debts on their backs. Guess what the association will do to them if they don't pay off their debts by year-end? I don't know. Sorry. I surrender. Just then, xuanhuan suddenly interrupted their conversation with a laugh. Luo Gang turned his head to look at xuanhuan, full of disdain in his eyes. What did you say? I said I'm curious too. If the Night Devil Patrol cannot repay its debt by the end of the year, how will the association treat them? The man stared at xuanhuan, finding it interesting that the latter showed no fear. Thus, he released the girl, stepped on her back of the head, walked over to xuanhuan. Click. A black gun muzzle was pointed directly at xuanhuan's chin. All members of the Black Scale Squad prepared to attack. Luo Gang, you damn lunatic. Let go of my brother immediately. But Luo Gang paid no heed, and only kept his eyes fixed on xuanhuan. First, that chick Yun Luo, reputed to be quite capable, able to accomplish any task, right? So have her endlessly carry out the most perilous missions. See just how resilient she truly is. Then comes the pretty girl that Yu Qinshan took in. Guess what the fate of a beautiful woman deeply in debt usually ends up being? Before xuanhuan let the man finish, his hand had already gradually reached towards the man's firearm. There were a few cracking sounds, and the gun barrel became deformed. What's her fate? xuanhuan smiled while looking at Luo Gang. Luo Gang retracted his hand, glanced at the deformed pistol, and sneered a couple of times. Following this, he swiftly swung a punch at xuanhuan. xuanhuan's fist was faster, though, and much harsher. An uppercut struck Luo Gang right under the chin. Luo Gang, towering at 185 centimeters with a muscular build, soared into the air after being hit, spewing blood and teeth from his mouth simultaneously. After spinning several rounds in midair, Luo Gang crashed heavily onto the ground. This scene made the other soldiers somewhat dazed. Cough. Convulsively, Luo Gang covered his mouth with his hand and, shocked, looked at xuanhuan, mumbling unclearly. You are. xuanhuan walked up to Luo Gang and pulled him off the ground by his hair. I'm the little guy from the Night Devil Patrol you were just talking about. Let me tell you this. No matter who it is, if anyone dares to make a single hair on those of the Night Devil Patrol fall. The smile disappeared from xuanhuan's face as he glared coldly at Luo Gang. I'll give them an experience worse than any beast tied. You brat, let go already. A few more soldiers approached. Swish. The glint of a sickle sliced through the air in front of them. Xuanhuan stood behind xuanhuan with her sickle in hand. as if silently warning everyone. This road is blocked. The other members of the Black Scale Squad also gathered beside xuanhuan. Who dares to touch my big brother? Who? Chui pointed his finger at the association soldiers like a street thug yelling threats. The commotion at the gate caught the attention of more people inside the camp. More soldiers stepped out. The students nearby, fearing involvement, quickly retreated to the side, including the girl whose head was stepped on earlier. Soon, the group from the Black Scale Squad found themselves surrounded by soldiers. But xuanhuan didn't pay any attention to the others. His eyes remained fixed on Luo Gang. So are you apologizing? Luo Gang clenched his teeth and stared furiously at xuanhuan. Slap. xuanhuan slapped Luo Gang across the face, knocking out a few more of his teeth instantly. Are you apologizing? xuanhuan asked again. You. Slap. Another slap landed on the same cheek. Are you apologizing? xuanhuan repeated mechanically. The soldiers could no longer stand by idly, so they all took out their weapons. Just then, a loud roar erupted from within the camp. What's going on here? Everyone turned to the source of the voice. They saw an elderly man, slim in build, appearing to be in his 60s, walking out of the barracks. Though he wore a standard military uniform of the association, he had a long overcoat draped over it, and the style of his cap was different from the other soldiers. He looked like a commanding officer around here. General Chu. One soldier led the salute. The other soldiers immediately straightened their posture, lowered their weapons, and saluted the man. Seeing the elder seemed to deflate Chu He's arrogance immediately. Uncle, how come you're here? The old man barely spared a glance at Chu He and clearly had no intention of speaking to him. Instead, his gaze fell upon xuanhuan, who was still holding Luo Gang and continuing to hit him. Young man, stop this now. The old man barked. Though his tone was low, his voice carried power. Are you apologizing? xuanhuan ignored the old man and lifted his hand again. Luo Gang, blood streaming down his face, finally broke. With barely any teeth left, he howled in misery. Sorry. I won't dare do it again. This cry echoed through the woods, and every soldier present felt ashamed. I accept your apology, xuanhuan said, smiling. Then he grabbed Luo Gang by the hair and forced him to kneel before xuanhuan. All right, apologize to her. The old man couldn't hold back his fury any longer. His hand suddenly shot toward the long sword at his waist. Young man has gone too far. Slap. But instantly, a delicate hand pressed down on his hilt. Then a graceful figure interposed herself between the old man and xuanhuan. Old general, calm yourself. This one is mine. I'll deal with it. Mou's expression remained frosty as she spoke to the old man. Then she turned her head to look at xuanhuan. Cease for now. There will be plenty of opportunities later to handle him. These words frightened Luo Gang nearly to death and made the old man's face turn blue with rage behind her. Yet, he did not lash out at Mou, because even the Chu family wouldn't dare provoke the Mo family. While other clans knew that Mou was nothing more than a weapon cultivated by the Mo family patriarch, she was too skilled now to be disregarded, making her, without question, a recognized successor of the Mo family. Miss Mo, if this young man belongs to you, he should understand a lesson. The old man said coldly. Mou slightly tilted her head and glanced at the elder. Sorry, old general, but I don't agree with this lesson. However, I will give you a warning. If anyone under your command dares to harm him. Now it was Mou's hand that rested on the black ancient blade at her waist. They will not escape punishment lightly. Chapter 125 Temporary Separation. Clang. When the door was opened, xuanhuan finally saw a glimmer of light through his black blindfold. Judging by the time, it was almost 7 p.m. now. That meant the right time for action. He had been kept in this detention room with his hands tied behind his back for about 2 hours. Although Mou had told the general not to lay a hand on xuanhuan, he had indeed beaten some military personnel from the association, so now he was being detained by the academy. Even Mou could not interfere with that. Close the door. I don't want anyone to disturb us. Mou's voice came from the doorway. Captain Mou, this. Just do it. She always treated others with such coldness, which made xuanhuan feel even more that her unconditional help toward him was bizarre. Yes, Captain Mou. Bang. The iron door was closed again, and that streak of light immediately disappeared. Then there was the sound of dragging chairs. The faint fragrance of shampoo entered xuanhuan's nose. It seemed Mou was sitting right in front of him. Tell me, why did you provoke those military men from the association? Her voice was cold and calm, yet subtly laced with a tinge of concern. I couldn't stand how they were treating women. You don't care about the lives or deaths of people who mean nothing to you. Mou said coldly. Maybe. You just don't understand me well enough? xuanhuan smiled and said. Shoo. Zhanghuai's blindfold was lifted, and he found Mou's face very close to his. Her cool and refined face seemed as if it could see through everything about him. Be honest, I can help you. Again, this feeling. xuanhuan and her were alike. Both women he couldn't figure out. But at least he was sure that xuanhuan wouldn't harm him. This woman alone, however, remained enigmatic, and he didn't know what she really wanted from him. Zhanghuai would rather have her beat him up hard now, forcing him to cooperate with her. At least the purpose would be clear, right? Honest truth. Alright, it's just that I couldn't tolerate Night Demon Parade being insulted like that. Zhanghuai looked at Mou seriously. However, he saw a slight smirk appear on Mou's lips, showing a look of disdain. When you lie, your eyes first glance to the left. If you don't fix this habit, no matter how realistic you pretend, you won't fool me. Zhanghuai froze. The hateful woman. She had definitely investigated him, sparing no small detail. What do you want? Mou, can't you just speak plainly? These cryptic games are so meaningless. I want you to live. Why? Zhanghuai asked. Mou fell silent. Then she released Jiang Huai's chin, leaning back. Tell me, why did you provoke those soldiers? What exactly are you plotting? Jiang Huai sighed. Apparently, Mou wasn't going to be straightforward with him either. But indeed, there was no need to hide anything from her. Regardless of what she wanted, at least her identity and power could effectively assist in concealing his real intentions. This operation, I need to split from the others in the Wuling class. Oh, Mou crossed her legs and looked at Jiang Huai, her arms folded across her chest. If you don't want to stay in Wuling class, I can arrange for you to transfer to my class. Jiang Huai shook his head. It's not that. My meaning is, in this operation, I can't remain with them doing cleanup work in the rear. Explain further. When we hunted down that Rift Lord, we missed something. Go on. I don't know how it managed, but I can sense that there is an extremely dangerous beast on that mountain. I know this sounds unbelievable, but Jiang Huai tried to make Mou aware of the urgency of the situation, to get her to assist him as much as possible. But Mou didn't probe further, asking directly instead. You don't need to explain. Just tell me what you intend to do and how I should cooperate. The rest I will handle. This confused Jiang Huai completely. What was wrong with this girl? He really wanted to shout that question. No. In fact, I've basically achieved my goal, and I temporarily don't need your assistance. Mou snickered coldly. You already know why I'm here talking to you. Jiang Huai nodded. Since there are people in the association who dislike Yama Parade, but can't touch Du Qinghong and Yun Luo for now, if I were them, I would start dealing with the most inconspicuous roles. Mou tilted her head, looking at Jiang Huai with amusement. Then I won't have any psychological pressure. The military and the academy just learned that you participated in the Rift Lord extermination battle at Hopeless Mountain, so they've assigned you to join the military in frontline cleanup operations. Seeing Jiang Huai's complete lack of anger or fear, Mou sighed. Is this the result you wanted? Yes, but it's not the best. If you really want to help me, find an opportunity for me to leave their sight once we reach the mountaintop. That's all. That's all. Mou stood up. She had already changed out of the academy mentor uniform, switching instead to her black captain combat suit from the Fearless Squad. Her tall figure and delicate curves were highlighted perfectly, especially those legs encased in specially made black tights and long boots. These were weapons of mass destruction to any man. She walked behind Jiang Huai with her hands clasped behind her back and cut the ropes binding his hands with a dagger. I have only one request, Mou said. What request? Jiang Huai asked as he moved his wrists. Don't overexert yourself. Come back alive to see me. Jiang Huai was slightly taken aback. What's going on? Is she my wife or something weirdly random? No, there must be deep meaning in her words. Could it be that staying alive is beneficial to her? Jiang Huai noted this detail. He could investigate this aspect later to definitely understand what game this woman was playing. But now, they indeed had no conflicting interests. All right, I'll ensure I come back alive. After Jiang Huai and Mou returned together to the camp, he saw more than 100 association soldiers fully prepared. Behind them was a team composed of the bottom-of-the-class students from Tianhui Academy. The contrast between the soldiers and the students' demeanor was stark. Even that girl who had been crying non-stop was shaking uncontrollably on her legs, while Lu Wanin and Yin Jia were trying to comfort her nearby. Soon after, the elder Chu family member, the general of the Third Army of the Association and also the leader of this operation, delivered devastating news to everyone in Wulin class. Considering this student participated in the last Rift Lord extermination battle and demonstrated exceptional skills earlier, I hereby approve him to temporarily act alongside the Third Army until the end of this Rift cleanup work. Chapter 126, Straight Mail. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Wulin class was stunned. Then Chu He erupted. Uncle, what kind of joke are you playing? My brother is still a student. Are you asking him to act with you guys? This is unreasonable. Yin Jia protested softly. Su Qing and Yun Miao also expressed their dissatisfaction. If we're talking about participants in the Battle of Wuwang Mountain, then Lu Wanin was about to say so am I. Jiang Huai had already gripped her hand. All right, don't you trust me anymore? I will definitely be fine. He ruffled Lu Wanin's hair, and seeing that the young girl no longer showed such deep worry, he too felt a bit reluctant. On the side watching all of this, Mou slowly turned his head, seemingly not wanting to continue looking. You guessed it would turn out like this long ago, didn't you? So you. Lu Wanin now understood Jiang Huai's intention. Sorry, but I promise, I won't push myself too hard. Jiang Huai said guiltily. Lu Wanin took a deep breath, then slowly released Jiang Huai's hand. After walking 2 steps, she stopped, turned around, and looked at Jiang Huai. One day, I will catch up to you. With that, she returned to the group. Yes, one day, you will surely catch up to me. Before then, I will protect you, the Night Demon Patrol, and everyone in the Wulin class. Jiang Huai reflected inwardly. At 7 p.m., the Third Army began its operation on time. They resembled a highly trained special force more than an ordinary army. Both their skills and insight exceeded those of half of the same class awakened individuals. Because the man named Luo Gang was almost beaten to death by Jiang Huai and couldn't participate in the action, Jiang Huai replaced him. What surprised these soldiers was that Jiang Huai could keep up with them so effortlessly. After entering the danger zone, this teenager managed to discover scattered infected people and inferior beasts hiding in the dark before they did. Although he didn't fight back, whenever beasts or the infected appeared, he would hide behind others. Still, his keen insight left a deep impression on everyone, especially the old general. He walked at the front with Mou and quietly conversed with him. Is that kid someone your fearless group has chosen? Old General Chu asked. I chose him, Mou answered calmly. The old general was startled for a moment, as if contemplating what exactly the girl meant. What does "you chose him" mean? Do you fancy him, or do you recognize his potential? In the past 10 years, the strength of new awakened ones has grown significantly. Alas, it's my time to retire too. The old general changed the topic, fearing he might offend this ice princess with the wrong word. To his surprise, Imoyu didn't seem inclined to engage in conversation at all. What an unchatty and unpleasant girl. The elder sighed. Soon, the leading forces had left the academy group far behind. Xuanhuan glanced back once. Almost out of sight, the academy group had entered the danger zone as well. But dealing with the infected and beasts they'd encountered along the way wouldn't be difficult. Even though Lu Wanyin was still somewhat fearful of beasts, they could rely on Yun Miao to handle the situation. Plus, there were other classes of offensive type awakens. Though each of them was mediocre, together, they could probably make some difference. Master, I have a question. Mirror Devil suddenly called out in his mind. Why does that emotionless woman care so much about you? She helps you unconditionally and keeps secrets for you. Zhang Huai let out a bitter laugh. If only he knew himself, he wouldn't be this troubled. Just right. Since you're a beast, try deducing why she helps me using your logic. Thus, Zhang Huai, harboring a sliver of hope, threw the question to Mirror Devil. Based on my understanding, this should be a sentiment beyond mere fondness. Such unconditional trust and assistance, humans call it love. Thinking about it, Zhang Huai felt that this was all the intellect from a beast. Humans are far more complicated than you think. She just wants me to believe that. Actually, she has another motive. Zhang Huai stated. What could the motive be, Master? Mirror Devil asked, puzzled. Sigh. You don't understand humans. First off, the possibility of her loving me can be ruled out. Keep observing and learning. Humans' thoughts run deep, especially women, especially beautiful women. Follow me and learn well in the future. Not being a combat-oriented beast, Mirror Devil primarily depended on human or infected emotions as sustenance. Amongst the 7 emotions and 6 desires, she favored lust and anger most. So how could she possibly fail to understand human affairs of affection? In that moment, Mirror Devil suddenly had a thought. Could it be that my master is still a virgin? Why would he overthink something so obvious? Wow, Master, you're amazing. I'll definitely learn from you in the future. Flattery isn't necessary. You don't have to follow me for now. Go back and protect Lu Wanyin and the others. Don't let them get hurt in any way. Mirror Devil rolled her eyes and left, but she was still thinking about whether her master was a virgin and if she should find an opportunity to verify it. All troops, rest on the spot. At 10 p.m., after 3 consecutive hours of marching and clearing nearby infected individuals and beasts, some soldiers were already feeling tired. Let alone the academy group behind them. By now Zhang Huai and his group could only judge their location based on the faint lights among the mountains behind them. With Mirror Devil around, there was no need to worry about their safety. What Zhang Huai was more concerned about now was the mountaintop. It was estimated to be about an hour's journey away. But why couldn't he feel the terrifying presence from last night at all? Had it hidden itself? Smack. A water bottle was tossed over. Zhang Huai deftly caught it, and then a few soldiers sat down next to him. Kid, you're quite impressive. Not only can you keep up with us physically, but you've also been helpful. Kid, are you a perception type awakened? One soldier asked. Another female soldier sitting beside him chuckled and said, don't joke around. Luo Gang almost got disabled by him. And you say he's perception type. That's true. Kid, what kind of ability did you awaken with? The group asked curiously. I'm a defensive type awakened. Zhang Huai replied with a smile. These soldiers weren't as bad as he had imagined. They simply valued strength more highly. Once your strength earned their respect, they wouldn't treat you coldly anymore. Defensive type? And yet with such strong attacks and speed? Luo Gang is a 4-star attack type awakened, kid. Your punch speed was faster than his. The female soldier said, astonished. Kid, what level of awakened are you? The soldier who threw the water bottle at Zhang Huai asked. 2-star. I just passed the test not long ago. Right now, I'm one of the weakest in the whole school. Everyone fell silent. They looked at each other, and in this dark forest, the atmosphere became somewhat eerie. Ha 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 ha. Either you're joking with us, or Luo Gang is just a weakling. That man laughed heartily and patted Zhang Huai on the shoulder. Zhang Huai could only give a helpless bitter laugh. He couldn't possibly tell them that he once tore apart a core lord in extreme anger under uncontrollable circumstances. If he did, the atmosphere would have become even stranger. Chapter 127, Fury on the Mountaintop. After resting for half an hour, the troops set out again. This time, the soldiers' attitudes toward Zhang Huai had improved significantly. Some of them even actively tried to protect him, though he didn't really need protection. Their consideration was enough to move Zhang Huai. Little brother, have you ever considered leaving the Night Devil Patrol? The enthusiastic sister asked. The situation with the Night Devil Patrol is complicated now. Besides their history of desertion, they also owe a lot of debt. Sister, don't be mad, but the Night Devil Patrol really has no future. Zhang Huai naturally wasn't angry. He knew the sister meant well for him. It's all about fighting beasts. It's the same anywhere. Thank you for your concern, but as long as there are still people in the Night Devil Patrol who fight, I will definitely be one of them. Hearing Zhang Huai's resolute response, the group decided not to dissuade him further. Just as the group was about to reach the top of the mountain, the old general at the front suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop advancing. What's wrong? Mou asked. I specially assigned 2 swift-footed scouts to go ahead by half an hour, but half an hour ago, contact with them was completely lost. The old man frowned and said, were they attacked by infected individuals or beasts along the way? Mou asked. Those 2 are elites under my command, old comrades in arms from the First Army. They couldn't fall to such inferior beasts or infected individuals. And what do you mean by that? Just be careful, little girl. Trust the old man's instincts. I feel something is amiss on this mountain. Xuanhuan also sensed something off. A scorching heat was gradually spreading around. And that sensation, he seemed to have felt it somewhere before. Be careful, he told the several soldiers near him. Brother, are you starting to get scared as we approach the summit? The female soldier joked. Hey, don't worry. We'll protect you. Yeah, little brother, don't fear. With your big brothers and sisters here, you won't face any trouble. They all laughed and patted Xuanhuan's shoulder. But the sense of unease within Xuanhuan continued to grow stronger. As the old general's vanguard ascended the peak, he squinted his eyes and looked at the temple atop the mountain that had been damaged in a previous battle. Under the moonlight, someone appeared seated in the ruins of the temple. He knelt before the partially destroyed Buddha statue, seemingly praying for something. Who are you? Reveal yourself immediately, or you'll be killed without mercy. The old general roared angrily. I am no longer human, so why would I need your pardon? He turned his back to them, his shadow blurred in the night. At first glance, this person's body shape seemed strange, while only his left side appeared exceptionally strong. Now, whoever appears here must be either human or beast. Unless you're an infected individual? The old general placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. At this moment, the man slowly stood up. Only then did the old general notice something hanging in each of the man's hands. Plop. The man threw these items right in front of the old general and his men. In the moonlight, the old general identified the packages, the bloody heads of his two most trusted former subordinates. Enraged like a volcano erupting, the old general's eyes burned with furious fire, his body trembling from anger. He wanted to roar, wanted to question, but the moment he opened his mouth, an unforeseen calamity struck. Rising flames shot skyward like a raging dragon, spewing out from every corner of the ancient temple, instantly consuming the entire old building. The fiery light pierced through the darkness, illuminating it like daylight. It also revealed the true appearance of the man. His body was half human on the right side, and half monster on the left, making this bizarre fusion bone-chilling. Attack! The old general screamed furiously, his voice reverberating through the flames. The elderly man drew his long sword from his waist, the blade flashing like snow. Leading the charge towards that monster-like man, he went forward. But just as he moved forward, another sudden anomaly occurred. Countless cracks began to form amidst the flames, from which swarms of beasts emerged. Though they were all low-level beasts, the overwhelming numbers sent chills down the spines of the Third Army soldiers. Kidding me this? This fucking what scale is this? Beasts poured relentlessly towards the soldiers of the Third Army. Swish! At this very moment, flashes of blades instantaneously sliced through the forefront beasts rushing at them. Mou and the old general stood side by side, weapons in hand, showing no fear in the face of the oncoming horde of monsters. Don't be afraid. These are nothing but trash. Maintain your formation. Not a single one of these bastards should be allowed to escape. Everyone, follow me and attack. The old general's roar boosted the morale of everyone. At this moment, the half-human, half-beast creature made no move. His eyes swept through the crowd as if searching for something. Finally, his gaze fell on Xuanhuan, who was being protected by several soldiers. Brother, don't leave us. Rest assured, we'll get you back to school safely. Even in such dire circumstances, they still kept Xuanhuan shielded behind them. But that was where it ended. Xuanhuan noticed the creature's eyes fixating on him. He also finally understood the familiarity he had felt earlier. He knew this monster. It was none other than Huang Yu, the so-called genius fire tribute awakener who had been disciplined by him twice. Huang Yu's face, which still retained human features, suddenly twisted into an eerie smile directed at Xuanhuan. With a powerful stomp of his foot, sending up a cloud of sand, Huang Yu shot toward Xuanhuan's position in an instant. Mou immediately turned and pursued the creature. However, she saw Xuanhuan giving her a slight shake of his head. She stopped and returned to dealing with the other beasts. That monster. He's charging at us. Don't be afraid. He's only one person. Brother, don't leave us. The woman soldier, glancing back, realized that Xuanhuan had already vanished from their group. In the next instant, Xuanhuan had surged forward past them, rushing toward Huang Yu. Bang! Huang Yu's punch came faster than Xuanhuan's. It struck hard against Xuanhuan's stomach, sending him flying backward through the air. Huang Yu roared furiously as he chased after Xuanhuan's falling figure. Quick, go save him! One of the soldiers shouted, just as a few of them were about to move. Mou's cold voice cut through the chaos. Don't bother. He's beyond saving. All of you, focus on the enemies in front of you. The few soldiers who had just been standing with Xuanhuan were deeply distressed, but as Mou said, the most critical thing now was handling the enemies before them. As for Mou, watching Xuanhuan's direction of fall and the fiery trail chasing after him, she silently began to pray within her heart. Don't die. Don't make me regret my decision, brother. Chapter 128. You are a monster too. With a thunderous roar, Xuanhuan's body was struck again by that fiery ball in the night sky. Then, that flame swiftly pinned Xuanhuan's entire face with its monstrous left hand. Fiery seal. In Xuanhuan's astonished gaze, the face within the flames became clear. Simultaneously, the giant hand gripping his face erupted into even fiercer flames. An explosion soon resounded within his palm. Xuanhuan was enveloped in the explosion, and finally, the man spun around midair, using his strength to hurl Xuanhuan into the forest below. Boom! Xuanhuan's body crashed onto the mountain body and slid a long distance, kicking up countless dust clouds and smashing trees along the way. Hack! Zhang Huai slowly propped himself up. This impact sent him directly sliding from the mountaintop down to the middle of the slope. Even the academy team was now ahead of him. This should be far enough. Zhang Huai glanced at his tattered academy uniform, sighed, and knew he'd have to change into a new one again. But before he could rise, a flame above him descended like a meteor straight toward him. Zhang Huai flipped out of the way just in time as the monster's left leg fiercely stepped on the ground where he had been sitting just moments ago. The ground immediately began to crack, and then fire violently surged forth from those fissures. Amidst the glow of the fire, Zhang Huai stood upright, gazing intently at the creature before him. Something neither human nor beast. It was different from himself. Inside its body resided both the essence of humanity and the power of a beast. And when Zhang Huai wasn't transformed into his 100 skeletons form, he wouldn't carry the essence of the beast. If he did transform into the 100 skeletons, there would be no trace of humanity left. Why? The monster tilted its head slightly, looking at Zhang Huai through the firelight. Why won't you die quietly? Clearly, it wondered why Zhang Huai could still be alive under such formidable power. Moreover, apart from his clothes being destroyed, it seemed like he hadn't suffered any other damage. I will make you repay 100-fold for all the humiliations I've endured. Zhang Huai. In fact, in Zhang Huai's eyes, Huang Yu's speed was pitifully slow. He couldn't compare to Mou or teacher Ling Xuan. Even Lu Wani's speed would likely be close to his. So he deliberately let Huang Yu's punch send him flying, using it to create distance between himself and the Third Army to act alone. I must say, I'm quite impressed, Zhang Huai said while effortlessly tearing off his burned and torn jacket. Even an awakened 4-star might not come away unscathed from that punch. Huang Yu's voice was deep and hoarse, sounding nothing like what humans usually do. Unscathed? Where? Zhang Huai gestured casually at his ruined outfit. Look, I need another set of clothes anyway. At this very moment, Huang Yu crushed the ground beneath his feet and shot across the cracks of rising flames, hurtling toward Zhang Huai. Your skin is disgusting. Let me help you shed it. As the fist pierced through the flames, it grasped a massive spear dripping molten lava. Huang Yu wielded the colossal flaming spear and smashed it down upon Zhang Huai. Zhang Huai ceased evading. He had already accomplished his goal, so there was no need to continue entangling with this creature. He leaned his body sideways, clenched his right hand into a fist, and gradually bones started covering his whole arm. Bang! The collision of the fist against the fiery spear triggered another wave of surging flames. If the first army wasn't surrounded by beasts, they would surely be shocked by this enormous noise. After the collision, Huang Yu's confidence was shattered. Even though his flames were now extremely powerful, his physical body was also unrestricted by previous restraints. And with the adult's grace, he had achieved rebirth. But why was this young man's fist still unyieldingly invincible? When the iron-covered bone fist shattered the spear and struck Huang Yu's chin, he realized that the young man before him was like himself. You are also a monster. Meanwhile, the school class had finally caught up with the first group. Unfortunately, the several ordinary students who thought that catching up with the Third Army would mean safety were now utterly shattered at the sight. An uncountable number of beasts occupied the mountaintop and were battling fiercely with the Third Army, leaving these students trembling uncontrollably, collapsing on the ground. A 2-star offensive awakener even tried to turn and flee, but was attacked by a hidden beast, dragged into the darkness without a chance to scream. The mirror demon hiding in the dark watched coldly. He remembered what Zhang Huai had said. Protect every student of the Wulin class. Anyone else wasn't necessary to protect. At this moment, Lu Wani, who had originally been the strongest in combat strength, was now trembling with fear. But compared to her past self, she had improved significantly. However, she no longer dared to charge ahead as recklessly as before. Thus, under Su Qing's command, Lu Wani retreated to the center of the formation, while Yun Miao controlled zombies to block in front. Yin Jia held her wooden stick aloft and released most of her frost power in front of Yun Miao to slow down the movements of the beasts. As for those hiding in wait to ambush, they would be swallowed whole by a shadowy fox monster. The First Army also stabilized its situation temporarily due to the efforts of General Chu and Mou. This won't work. We must call for reinforcements. General Chu shouted after killing 2 beasts with one swing of his sword. General, there's trouble with the 9-phase sealed dust realm. We can't even contact the school now. The soldier behind him was anxious. General Chu sneered. No wonder these bastards dared to cause trouble so close to the academy. They were clearly well prepared. Probably the academy can't even see what's happening on this mountain peak right now. Cover me. Mou held her black ancient blade tightly as she looked at the fissures guarded by the group of beasts. Miss Mou, what are you planning to do? To cut off those fissures will stop more beasts from emerging. Despite being covered in blood, her eyes remained calm and clear. It seemed that nothing could rattle this girl, no matter how gory or horrifying the situation. Fine. You just wait. I'll create an opening for you. With that, General Chu's muscles swelled up. He was a 6-star physical enhancement awakener. However, due to his advanced age, his power had greatly diminished, and every use of this strength inflicted irreversible damage on his body. But there was no time to think about that now. Hearing his roar, he leapt into the air and plunged straight into the pack of beasts stationed around the ancient temple. Battle cries erupted as the beast groups inside the temple were caught off guard by this unexpected old man's attack. Even though the beasts carved multiple wounds across his body, this old man fought like he felt no pain, managing to indeed open up a small gap near the fissure. Mou didn't waste the opportunity created by General Chu. She sheathed her black long blade, then took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Leaning slightly forward, In one swift step, she stepped out. Dust blade, broken sword. The aura formed from coagulated blood solidified onto the black blade, reflecting eerie light. And in an instant, this light tore apart over a dozen beasts blocking her path. Not stopping there, the red glow continued its surge forward and completely shattered the nearly collapsing outer wall and gate of the ancient temple, severing the floating fissure midair. From the start of her strike until Mou appeared behind the fissure, retracting her blade. The entire process lasted less than a second. Just a blink, and this fissure was utterly destroyed. Chapter 129, Dark Star. Remarkable skills. General Chu praised. Though he often heard about a miss from the Mahist family who was exceptionally talented. Awakening at 8, wielding a knife at 9, by 12 she had mastered the Mahist swordsmanship comprehensively. At 15, she joined the Fearless Ones, and by 18 she became the captain of the Fearless Squad. Now she is not yet 20, but has already far surpassed people like me. Even more terrifying, this is not her limit. Her potential has yet to reach its end. The next location. Mou then turned without hesitation towards another rift. This old man will see it through to the end. Everyone, do your utmost to cover Captain Mou. Have no fear. Follow me into battle. In the distance, the Academy group also witnessed Mou's terrifying swordsmanship. All were shocked. My heavens, this captain usually doesn't go all out, Chu he remarked. So this is the strength of the elite team captain of the Fearless Ones. Su Qing couldn't help but wonder. If the students in Wu Lin class could grow to this level in the future, her strategies would be greatly amplified. No, she should not think this way. Su Qing shook her head. If victory is achieved relying on pre-existing strength, then strategies don't matter. Masterminding plans from afar, making decisions that span great distances, turning situations around. This is what a wise person should pursue. Lu Wanyin blankly stared at Mou. Her lips slightly trembling. She felt somewhat dejected inside. Perhaps possessing such power is what qualifies one to stand by his side. Don't space out. Slap. Yin Miao gently slapped Lu Wanyin's back. Her blade can cut tangible things, but your blade can harvest souls. Compared to cutting flesh, tormenting souls truly makes one fear. Don't worry, I'll help you. What did you say? Lu Wanyin suddenly turned around and looked at Yun Miao, but she only saw Yun Miao's innocent smile. Huh? I just said don't space out. What's wrong, big sister Lu? You just now? Did you say something to me? Lu Wanyin carefully recalled the voice from before. It didn't seem like Yun Miao's voice. Never mind, nothing's wrong. Sorry, I was distracted. It's fine with the class leader gone. I'll protect everyone and surely the class leader's spirit is with us, don't worry. As she spoke, Yun Miao gave the bushes a meaningful glance. The fox in the dark was completely shocked by that look. That human brat has noticed me? And at this moment, Xuanhuan had just finished his battle with Huang Yu. His entire arm had transformed into bones. Half of his face was encased under a skeletal helmet. Isn't it quite fair? I'm using only one hand too. Xuanhuan sneered while looking at Huang Yu lying there, gasping for breath. Why? Why am I still unable to surpass you even after giving up everything I had? Is all you abandoned merely to compete for a temporary win and loss? Xuanhuan took a step closer to Huang Yu. His foot stomped on the cracked ground, extinguishing the rising flames. Then your everything must really be cheap. That skeletal arm grabbed Huang Yu's head and lifted it up. Kill me. Huang Yu accepted his fate as he said so. What else? Xuanhuan opened his mouth wide, revealing an extremely bizarre smile. Or do you expect me to say something like repentance? My chances are given once, and yours has already been used up. Now, Xuanhuan's hand started exerting force slowly, squeezing until Huang Yu's head made a cracking sound. Ewa! Huang Yu screamed in pain. However, Xuanhuan showed absolutely no intention of holding back. Just as he was about to crush Huang Yu's head, a bell sound rang from behind. Afterwards, countless white threads flew out from the darkness, wrapping around Xuanhuan's limbs. Alas, as the bell sound grew closer, Xuanhuan heard a woman sigh. That Bai Hai was quiet and steady when he was in prison. They said he found a successor. I assumed they'd be something extraordinary, but instead, they turned out to be someone so cruel and merciless. Xuanhuan then saw a black-clothed woman in a black dress walk out from the dark forest. The woman had waist-length hair, blood-red eyes, pale skin, and a string of hexagonal copper bells tied around her slender wrist. Before Xuanhuan could speak, the woman casually shook the bells. Those threads began gradually infiltrating the seams of Xuanhuan's armor, and the hand with which Xuanhuan was gripping Huang Yu's head lost control and slowly began to loosen. Huang Yu collapsed on the ground, looking at the woman with bloodshot eyes. And who might you be? Xuanhuan asked coldly. I have some acquaintance with his master, and also some connection with Bai Hai. Rather than caring about who I am, you should pay more attention to the one on top of the mountain. The woman turned to look at the mountaintop, and then a ghostly smile spread across her face. Xuanhuan had actually sensed it earlier. The energy atop the mountain was becoming increasingly intense. And within his body, the prison's alarm kept ringing persistently, disturbing him. Alright, go ahead. Even if that is just one of his avatars, still be careful not to lose your life. The woman snapped her fingers, and all the threads began to break one by one. Am I on your list? Xuanhuan turned around and asked the woman. She gave a derisive laugh, then lifted her hand and flicked her finger lightly. Huang Yu was immediately sucked into a fissure beneath her. Don't rush. You still need to deal with the current prisoner first, little thing. At least leave your name. Xuanhuan looked at the retreating figure of the woman and asked. I have many names. Some call me Apophis, and others refer to me as the Lord of the Dead. Her words made Xuanhuan recall something. He once sought information about the Commander's Council because he wanted to investigate their attack on xuanhuan. And the deity worshipped by the Necromancer's Guild was none other than Apophis. In other words, Xuanhuan's body started to slowly encase itself in skeletal bones. That's right. Remember to exert your full power from the start. Don't consider him like those worthless core lords. Be cautious. Otherwise, poor Bai Hai will have to wait for another unknown number of years. It'll be your turn next, Dark Star. Zhang Huai's voice became low and deep. But the woman just gave a soft laugh and no longer paid any attention to Zhang Huai, who was now transformed into his skeleton form. She softly hummed an ancient hymn, accompanied by the light chime of the bells, and disappeared into the dark forest. At the same time, after the Third Army and MOU cleared out the last of the rifts desperately, everyone bore wounds of varying degrees. Had they not been awakened ones immune to infections, these people would likely already be dead. Under the collaborative efforts of Wu Lin class, they managed to protect everyone rather well. Apart from the student who had tried to escape and got attacked, the rest were merely slightly injured. And under the healing effect of the mirror demons, these minor injuries quickly recovered. Lu Wanyin and the others were initially confused as to why their wounds healed so fast. But later, when they saw that the association's healers were casting healing spells on their allies from afar, they thought it was the healers from the Third Army looking after them. Hee, Miss Mo, don't you want to take a break? General Chu was covered in claw marks, dripping with blood. Yet he still propped himself up with his blade without collapsing. Mou wasn't injured much, but half of her face was smeared with blood. Combined with her emotionless expression, she appeared terrifying like a demoness. It's not over yet, Mou said coldly. Not over. But the rift has been destroyed by you. There are only these little beasts left. General Chu stopped mid-sentence. Both his eyes and MOUs were drawn simultaneously towards the pitch-black Buddha statue, scorched by flames. On the statue, a dark crack was slowly widening open. Chapter 130, Don't Let Me Down. Snap, snap. The metallic friction sounds echoed incessantly on the summit of Despair Mountain. That nearly 3-meter-tall monster, covered in thick black armor, was seated atop the still-collapsed Buddha statue. A cloak made of dark energy enveloped its body, and General Chu's sword was now being held by it. As it stroked its own armor again and again, sparks flying. As for the owner of that sword, he was now slumped in a corner of the dilapidated temple where the flames had gone out. A black longsword pierced through his left shoulder, pinning him to the wall. The old man was not dead. His breathing was faint, but he still managed to raise his head, trying to get a clearer look at the towering and terrifying black monster. At the feet of the black monster, another person was trampled beneath. She lay face down on the ground. Her disheveled black hair sprawled across her side. Her body trembled slightly. It appeared she, like the old general, was barely hanging on to life. And this person was none other than MOU. The beast emerging from the last fissure defeated them all in an instant, including the young mistress of the MO family. All soldiers of the Third Army were now lying collapsed around the broken temple. But strangely, the monster did not take any lives. It stopped just before death. Thus, the peak of Despair Mountain was filled with moans of suffering. Clang. The broken door of the temple was kicked open. Then, the blood-stained figure of the swaying girl walked in. She held a sickle, her eyes flashing with blue flames, glaring at the creature angrily. Something that doesn't belong to you should be avoided. The black-cloaked beast turned its back to Lu Wanyin and spoke in a hoarse voice, using human language. I'm not afraid of you. Everyone from the Third Army and the Academy team had fallen. But Lu Wanyin, relying on that strange power, was still standing before it. You're not qualified. With a casual flick of its hand, the beast tossed the general's sword aside. The moment it touched the ground, the sword turned into a pile of black ashes. I will hunt you down. Lu Wanyin let out a furious roar and rushed toward the cloaked monster with her sickle. Her weapon was imbued with blue flames, appearing exceedingly terrifying. To die, the cloaked monster abruptly stood up, dark energy spreading instantly. Before Lu Wanyin could even reach it, the blue flames were extinguished. Then it slowly raised its hand, and Lu Wanyin's body was enveloped by those dark forces, making her float uncontrollably towards the monster. Since you possess its power, it proves you are someone it cares about. There are already so many baits, killing you might make it more serious. After speaking, the monster slowly began to tighten its grip. Lu Wanyin immediately felt those dark forces tightly restricting her body. This force grew increasingly powerful, making it difficult for her to breathe. Just at this moment, the hoarse shout of the old general came from beside the wall. Girl, catch the sword. The old general violently pulled out the black longsword embedded in his shoulder and hurled it directly at the cloaked monster. Foolish, she can't catch your sword right now. Right after the monster finished speaking, the sword was gripped by a hand. Then black and red energies coalesced upon the blade, slashing out. A cutting force horizontally struck against the monster's armor. At the same time, the dark force entangling Lu Wanyin dissipated. She fell to the ground and saw a wobbling figure standing before her. Mou's legs were trembling, but she tried desperately to keep herself between Lu Wanyin and the monster. The monster patted its chest, looked at the shallow scar on it, and couldn't help but be surprised. This sword has some capability, but you're not worthy to wield it. Saying so, it took step by step toward the two. Let's go. Mou tilted her head slightly, looking behind her at Lu Wanyin and said. She almost didn't have the strength to speak another word. Lu Wanyin deeply inhaled and recondensed the black scythe in her hand. She stood up from the ground and moved next to Mou. Night Devil Patrol, no deserters. Mou's black long hair was now incredibly disheveled, and her blood stained half of her face red. She was almost unstable on her feet, but xuanhuan supported her right shoulder with her body, preventing her from falling. Yet neither of them was in any condition to fight anymore. They could only watch as that monster, like pure darkness itself, approached them. With every step it took, the darkness swallowed everything around. When it finally arrived before the two of them, all they could feel was that complete darkness had enveloped their surroundings. You two are not qualified. Just as the monster's dark aura was about to engulf them both, a sudden thunderclap cracked through the sky above. Then a streak of blue flames descended from the heavens, shattering the darkness like a meteor falling towards the summit. This is more like it. The cloaked monster looked up at the descending meteor with notably heightened excitement in its tone. Bang! The falling meteor gradually transformed into white bones, and a fist slammed forcefully against the monster's helmet-covered face. In an instant, a powerful shockwave erupted from beneath the two women, blowing xuanhuan and Mou backward out of harm's way. This move inadvertently saved them from danger. There was no holding back in Jianghuai's punch. It carried enough power to collapse the entire mountain. His aim was to break the boundary set by this monster, for even if the mountain within collapsed, it wouldn't affect the Despair Mountain inside the 9-phase dust-sealed realm. But what shocked him immensely was, even after taking his full-powered blow, the monster emerged completely unscathed. Moreover, the ground beneath its feet didn't even tremble slightly. Something was wrong. Jianghuai could clearly sense that his blow had hit the mark. Yet upon hitting it, his strength was absorbed by an indescribable energy. What are you daydreaming about? The cloaked monster's voice grew heavier, then swiftly raised its hand, smashing a devastating punch directly into Baihai's abdomen. Crack! All 3 layers of his passive bone armor shattered instantly, leaving cracks across his skeletal body. This force, it's my own strength. Jianghuai was stunned. This creature could absorb power and return it to the attacker. Even worse, the explosion of power was bizarrely unpredictable. Though the bone armor and skeleton were destroyed, no counteractive force impacted Baihai's body. He wasn't sent flying back either. Instead, he now knelt on one knee, clutching his wounded stomach. Slowly, the helmet of the black monster began to split open, revealing its lower face. It was a horribly distorted monstrous mouth. This mouth slowly widened into a strange grin, directed at Jianghuai. Bang! Baihai retaliated with a fierce uppercut. Much like before, although it made contact with the monster's jaw, it caused no damage whatsoever. Instead, the monster caught Baihai's arm with its massive hand. Its enormous strength left cracks on Baihai's skeletal arm. No one will disturb us, new warden, but I only give you 3 minutes. Defeat me within 3 minutes, or I will kill every human being in this city. With endless mockery in its wide smile, it flung Baihai's heavy body to the ground the next second. The timer starts now. The monster lifted its hand and threw off its cloak, which transformed into a long black spear. Don't disappoint me, warden. Chapter 131. Next stop, prison. Click. The black creature holding the spear let out a soft laugh. It sat next to Baihai, while polishing its spear with the ghastly white broken arm bone. One taciturn, one overthinker. It turned its head and looked at Baihai, who was still kneeling on the ground, trying not to fall down despite his skeleton being cracked all over. Its voice, abnormally deep and hoarse, spoke. Who would have thought they'd run out of tricks and had to make this kind of idiot into their jailer? Baihai slowly supported himself on the ground and stood up step by step. The occurrence before had left an indelible impression on him. This thing's strength surpassed everything within his cognition. Even a core lord might just be a waste in front of it. If what Darkstar said earlier is correct, this isn't even its main body, but only a part. Take good care. The black creature inspected its polished spear tip and then threw the broken arm back to Baihai. Bang! Baihai immediately shattered that battered arm bone with a single punch. Following the clicking sound, bones and flesh regrew from its broken arm area, once again encased in ghastly white skeletons. There's 1 minute left, warden. If you don't accomplish anything, I will start by killing those 2 girls. With that, its spear pointed towards xuanhuan and Mou enveloped by darkness in the distance. Drip, drip, hee. It gave you a year, but I give you only the final minute. Baihai took a deep breath. The blue flame in his eyes that was gradually extinguishing lit up again. Its power was indeed terrifying, but not invincible. Even the darkness capable of absorbing all kinds of attacks has its limits. That's something Jianghuai confirmed during these last 2 minutes. But alas, relying on Baihai's force alone, there's no way we could overload its darkness. I've never encountered a beast as talkative as you. Baihai shook its newly regenerated arm, and then the energy of its body began to change. As the dark aura peculiar to Baihai continued to seep out, its body also started transforming. When Jianmia walked out from the black mist, the black creature burst into an alarming laugh. This form has never been seen from Baihai before. Just as it tried to rise while wielding its spear, Jianmia's long knife slashed right in front of it. Shua! The long sword striking the armor of the black creature did not emit the sharp and ear-piercing sound expected, but rather felt like cutting through mud. Such a viscous sensation of darkness dissolved all attacks effortlessly. So restless you. Before the black creature could taunt some more, it suddenly sensed something amiss. Boom. The long knife wielded by Jianmia exerted secondary force, stirring the darkness which was absorbing its attack. I told you talk too much. Jianmia raised its eyes. The blue flame in them had already turned red. Then came a thunderous noise. Realizing the great force behind this slash, the black creature stopped pretending and lifted its spear fiercely to block it off. Upon the contact between the spear and the long sword, a dreadful power instantly caused cracks on its hand armor. Jin Mie seized victory and pursued further, reversing its knife and delivering another blow the moment the black creature lost balance. Shwa. This time, darkness couldn't guard its body in time, and its black arm was directly chopped off and flew high into the air. Ha ha ha, interesting. But how long can you maintain such strength? Although the monster lost an arm, it also observed that the current Xuanhuan couldn't maintain the Jin Mie form for long. In fact, Xuanhuan's physical form had already started showing fissures, but it was already enough. Jin Mie's body returned to Bai Hai's form instantaneously after severing the creature's arm. At the very moment the creature was about to counterattack, Mirror Demon, Bai Hai coldly summoned. A thunderous roar resonated from behind the monster. Startled, the black creature turned back to see. There stood an abnormally huge fox, only its upper body visible, sprawled on the cliff top of the mountain. Suddenly, the colossal white fox appeared, instantly swallowing the severed arm still suspended in midair into its stomach. Right away, its body began to transform. The fur gradually turned black, and black patterns emerged on its body. Xuanhuan perceived the changes in Mirror Demon's strength and stretched out his hand immediately. Give it to me. Mirror Demon, now turned into a dark monster, glanced down at Xuanhuan briefly, a ghostly smile flickering on its lips. However, the next second, its enormous body transformed into darkness, swirling around Xuanhuan like wind. Master this power. It tastes absolutely wonderful. Give it to me. Bai Hai said coldly. As you command. Master. The Mirror Demon did not harbor any private intentions, but instead understood a crucial truth through the battle between Xuanhuan and the black creature. Choosing to follow this master was undoubtedly the right decision. Bai Hai's hand suddenly plunged into that mass of darkness. Immediately after, the dark power began infiltrating Bai Hai's body through its arm. However, the black-armed creature did not interfere. Instead, it paced back and forth with its spear, seemingly waiting for Bai Hai's transformation. Shwa. The moment the darkness dispersed, Bai Hai's right arm had been entirely encased in black exoskeletons. It slowly raised its right hand, clenched its fist, and felt the surge of this new power. When it looked up again, the black-armed creature had finally stopped pacing and charged fiercely towards Bai Hai with its long spear. Pung! Fist armor collided with the spear. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The collision of the fist armor and the spear was a confrontation of strength against strength, a clash of wills against wills. No force could dissipate Bai Hai's assault anymore. The fist from the black exoskeleton gauntlet shared the same origin as the power of the black monster. It was the purest power colliding in the universe. A tremendous shockwave erupted around the two, like stars exploding in the night sky, radiant beams scattering, shaking the entire battlefield. Everything around seemed insignificant before this overwhelming power. Even the air quivered under its impact. The black monster's barrier shattered at that moment like fragile glass. Shards scattered, resembling countless black butterflies dancing in the night sky, before finally vanishing into the endless darkness. All secrets on the peak of Mountain Wuwang were now exposed. The Association, the Apocalypse Union, and all significant figures realized something simultaneously. The X-Beast was active once more. Pung! With a sharp noise. The spearhead of the black creature was shattered by one punch from Bai Hai. Echoing the sound of the broken spear, shock flashed across the black monster's eyes. It never imagined that its own power would be so easily overpowered by the opponent. But instead of fear, this only made the monster more excited. Laughing wildly, it discarded the broken spear. Its severed arm regrew with dark energy into a similar exoskeleton gauntlet, just like Bai Hai's. Thereafter, it engaged Bai Hai in a brutal close combat fight. In this melee, every punch thrown by Bai Hai was thunderous, smashing onto the monster and producing deep, resonant sounds. The monster also didn't fall behind. Both their fists alternated in attacking each other. What puzzled Bai Hai slightly was this. Although the monster could no longer counteract his attacks, since its barrier broke, it constantly enveloped the whole mountain with its dark force, preventing the horrifying power of the fight from spreading further. Bai Hai didn't dwell much on it. Defense and hand-to-hand combat were its forte. After several exchanges, the monster's body had already become severely battered. Finally, Bai Hai raised its hand, delivering an earth-shattering punch straight into the chest of the black monster, gripping the object it sought inside its body. It was a dark purple shard. Shwa. At the moment the hand pulled out, the fragment was also dragged out along with it. Having no strength left to resist, the black monster knelt half down, watching Bai Hai embed the shard piece by piece into its own chest. Rather than feeling fear, it grew even more excited. Hope you enjoy my power. Warden. At this very instant, Bai Hai's fist gauntlets transformed into chains coiling around its arms. Violently throwing out the chains, they penetrated through the hole in the black monster's chest, tightly wrapping around its entire body. Prisoner. Bai Hai tugged the chains, dragging the black creature across the ground, then stepped heavily on its head. You should have stayed caged, Dark Emperor. Next time, it won't be just fragments. We'll see each other in prison. Pung. In the next second, Bai Hai completely crushed the head of the black monster, allowing its body to disperse into black mist, vanishing atop Mountain Wuwang. By the time Dean Gerald and the mentors from the academy arrived, they were shocked by the devastation on the mountaintop, and the towering, ghostly white skeleton standing amidst it all. X-Beast. Gerald regarded Bai Hai seriously, while Bai Hai slightly tilted its head, glancing at everyone. Then it leaped violently, diving off the cliff at the mountaintop, vanishing utterly from the sight of all present. Chapter 132, The Coffin Bearer. In the woods at the foot of Despair Mountain, The woman did not witness the prisoner's trial against the warden, but she could sense that a fragment of the Dark Emperor had been harvested by the newly appointed warden. Humans have a saying, don't they? Those inside the city want to escape, and those outside yearn to get in. That's mostly how human desires go, but you are no human. Even after escaping from the sea of suffering, you still look back longingly. This darkness is your weapon. Yet isn't it also another prison for you? Clinging so tightly to it only ended up making you someone else's stepping stone. How truly laughable. The woman turned around, ready to dissolve into the night, when suddenly, a coffin descended from the heavens and slammed heavily into the ground where the woman stood. With a thunderous crash, dust flew everywhere, and nearby trees were battered by the massive shockwave caused by the falling coffin. Under the moonlight, a young girl stood lightly on the top of the upright coffin, her toes barely touching it. One hand was behind her back, while the other pointed outward like a sword finger. Her black and white Taoist robes fluttered dramatically in the night wind. Boundless. Longevity Buddha. The girl's voice echoed through the silent woods. Then, the coffin began to tremble slightly. You critique this one and that one, yet you never take a proper look at yourself, not realizing that you are the most pitiful existence in this world. Boom. A terrifying force flipped the coffin over along with Yun Miao, who was standing beside it. In midair, the girl gracefully spun her body and effortlessly hoisted the coffin onto her back. What's wrong? You're upset because I said a few things about you? All bark and no bite. From the deep crater left by the coffin's impact, a rotten claw slowly emerged, resting on the edge of the hole. The fearsome, deathly aura spread, gradually corroding the earth around it. As its owner climbed out of the crater, all the surrounding forest and soil lost their vitality. Every time you leave destruction and despair in your wake. The young Taoist let out a long sigh and waved his sleeve lightly, scattering the oppressive, deathly atmosphere and preventing it from spreading further. When the foul energy dissipated, the white-clad maiden still stood before the deep pit. She brushed off some dust from her clothes, adjusted a strand of disheveled hair near her ear, and finally gazed helplessly at the girl next to the coffin with her pair of emerald green eyes. Coffin bearer, I've killed your kind for centuries. How come there's always more of you? Sigh, you're as persistent as rats. Yun Miao continued to smile faintly, unfazed by the woman's provocation. Until I bury every relic of your undead nation, the coffin bearers will remain far stronger than any rat. Of course, including those disgusting necromancers who follow you. I won't deny that group is indeed pretty disgusting. The woman covered her mouth and giggled softly, then looked up toward the mountain peak and said, Coffin bearer, this is not our final battle. At this moment, you can't defeat me. For the sake of your ancestors, I'll let you go this time. Do you think I'll just let you walk away? At some point, Yin Miao had slipped a talisman between her fingers. Chanting quietly, the talisman quickly ignited, causing the coffin to shake gently. Pop. But the next second, just as the coffin was about to open, the woman's hand, or rather her claw, already pressed firmly against the lid of the coffin, and traces of death started creeping over its surface. Yun Miao didn't expect such a rapid action and was about to react when the woman's faint voice already reached her ears. 1 year from now, during the Beast Tide, I will be waiting for you in the Dead Spirit sect. If you can survive until then, I'll give you a chance to bury me, coffin bearer. But now, the long, skeletal-like claw lifted Yun Miao's chin and grazed her cheek softly. A thin streak of blood appeared on the girl's face. Let this dog live a bit longer, so you can help that warden and his little jailer. A gust of night wind passed, dispersing the remnants of death's chill slowly, and carried away the woman's voice, leaving behind only the sound of a six-sided bronze bell ringing in the mountains and forests. Phew, Yun Miao sighed in relief, then wiped off the lingering deathly aura left on the coffin by the woman. The coffin still quivered slightly. Sister, we will surely bury her. No need to rush. Gently stroking the side of the coffin, Yun Miao waited until it once again fell silent. He's here. We found him. During cleanup efforts, the academy members eventually found xuanhuan amidst scorched earth. He lay unconscious with injuries all over his body, most of which were burn wounds. Fortunately, none of them were fatal. In the eyes of others, xuanhuan had been knocked out of the battlefield after being punched by the half-human, half-beast monster. As for why that monster didn't kill xuanhuan, according to xuanhuan himself, he wasn't sure either. After being flung away, he fell into unconsciousness. He woke up only when the battle was over. As for the great battle on the mountaintop, he knew nothing about it. When Dean Gerald and the Academy with Association reinforcements came to rescue the wounded at the peak, they found that the situation was not as dire as they'd feared. Virtually all soldiers, along with the Academy students, were just injured. None were mortally endangered, except Mou. She had exhausted too much of her own psychic energy, causing her body to become extremely weak. Yet what astonished Gerald and others even more was that Mou still retained consciousness despite her severe injuries. Her wounds were clearly already treated by someone. At first, they thought it must have been a healer from the Third Army. However, upon closer inspection, all the healers were targeted first during the attack. They were the first to fall unconscious, making it impossible for them to provide any subsequent treatment. So who had treated Mou? Hey, that ghostly thing. It's truly incredibly powerful. I really thought I was going to die on that mountain. General Chu, with bandages wrapped around half his body, spoke weakly to Gerald. Old General, according to your report, the beast that appeared in the crack on the summit likely surpasses even the core lords from the Beast Tide. Is this information accurate? Gerald asked. Nonsense. Though I am old, I'm certainly no pushover. Even the core lords from the previous Beast Tides never radiated such terrifying pressure. Moreover, he paused briefly, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Moreover, what made this monster even scarier wasn't just its strength. Oh, what do you mean? Geraldine questioned. It possesses extraordinary intelligence and has killed almost no one. So I speculate that its target wasn't us, but rather Beast. A woman's voice cut in, interrupting Geraldine's conversation with General Chu. Both turned around to see the elegantly dressed woman approach. Star Envoy. Geraldine bowed slightly towards the woman. The woman smiled in return. You mean, the true purpose of the monster from the crack is that pile of bones? Upon hearing General Chu refer to the Beast, there flashed an imperceptible hint of coldness in the woman's eyes. But it disappeared just as quickly. Smiling, she nodded. At least twice now, the Beast has appeared before powerful beasts. And based on these two instances, it shows no hostility towards humans, but instead seems to bear deep-seated hatred toward those creatures. Haha, young lady, your way of speaking is quite amusing, said General Chu as he braced himself to stand up. Though aged, his muscular build and towering figure exuded considerable presence. From a height, he stared down at the woman, yet she showed not the slightest trace of fear. The likes of you I dislike most. Beasts are beasts. No matter what they've done, they remain enemies of humanity. Don't delude yourself into pinning hope on another monster. The woman looked slightly upward at General Chu, and the atmosphere grew tense for a moment. Geraldine quickly stepped between them. Old General Chu, your injuries are severe. I will immediately send you to the Association Hospital. Star Envoy ma'am, it is far too dangerous for you to be here. We cannot confirm whether this area is safe yet. Please return with us to the academy. The woman remained silent. She merely slightly withdrew her gaze, a faint smile flickering on her lips as she turned to leave. Yet in the split second she turned around, her eyes became icy cold. Chapter 133, You actually know everything. Ever since the appearance of that huge black dragon world ender, humans have not experienced a monster attack as terrifying as this one. Based on the monster's self-addressed name, the association named its dossier, Dark Emperor. Its danger level is equivalent to that of World Ender. It was not truly destroyed. General Chu had also mentioned that the monster spoke to Beast right before it died, but no third person could understand their conversation. However, General Chu clearly stated that the monster was definitely still alive. The Enlightenment Society confirmed this point as well. The Star Messenger's revelation obtained from stargazing indicated that this was just the beginning. The era of humans facing those inferior beasts will pass. Beasts after this might become unfamiliar to humans. But there's only one thing that won't change, whether human or beast. Their ultimate goal is merely to completely exterminate each other. Coincidentally, in the same year that enormous black dragon appeared, the strength of the new generation of awakeners has also grown stronger and stronger. It's like some kind of balance scale, quietly coordinating the strength balance between beasts and awakeners. Although beasts will grow increasingly powerful, so will the awakeners. Perhaps the era of being hit unilaterally is really coming to an end. The following paragraph is a report made by the association's chief of staff a week after the cleaning operation in Mount Wuhan. This report was taken very seriously by the General Association. All over the world, more detailed mechanisms for screening and cultivating awakeners have been initiated, with the aim of enabling these new generation awakeners to bring out their greatest potential. Tianhui Academy in Lingyu City is no exception. In order to stimulate students' efforts and make them stronger, the Academy specifically improved the class system. Now any class that performs best in the monthly evaluation can apply to challenge the top 3 classes. 2 outstanding students during the challenge can gain the qualification to enter the top 3 classes. Welfare treatments for entering the top 3 classes are better too. Moreover, large organizations like the Fearless and Iron Blood regularly come to the Academy for talent cultivation. Students favored by these organizations can largely decide where they go after graduation. Of course, that is if Lingyu City can last through next year's Beast Tide. Xuanhuan lay in his hospital bed for 3 days. To make it look more convincing, he even rolled around on the fire left behind by Huang Yu's flames, causing large areas of burns on his body. Then he restrained his body's healing ability, allowing it to recover gradually over 3 days so as not to raise suspicions from others. As a result, Xuanhuan earned himself a new nickname, Flying General, because as soon as the fight began, he got punched and flown away, then slept through the rest of the battle. Now when students at the academy talk about the captain of Wuling class, they directly call him the Flying General Xuanhuan. Every time the students of Wuling class hear this title, they get upset. Especially Chu He. Are you saying something about my big brother? Are you tired of living? Then he would start fighting with someone. Xuanhuan himself doesn't care much. He happily told everyone, a flying general is still a general. Chu He, technically I am equal to your uncle. Truly capable people don't care how others see them. What you strive for is face. What I want is steady growth and to astound everyone later. When Xuanhuan was discharged today, all the members of the Wuling class came together to the medical department of the academy to pick him up. Although Xuanhuan's performance on Mount Wuhuang looked a bit embarrassing on the surface, but viewed from another angle, that non-human beast's power was so great that it bypassed the 2 5-star awakeners, General Chu and Mou, directly targeting the rear team. If it hadn't been for Xuanhuan taking the blow and luring the monster, this battle would likely have been much harder. Of course, they could never guess that all this was planned by Xuanhuan. Wow, our flying general has been discharged. At the canteen, students from other classes were looking at Xuanhuan with mocking eyes. But among them, the only ones who remained silent were the little monk who was supposedly feuding with the Wuling class, and that tall teenager. After all, these two were thoroughly defeated by Xuanhuan. The teenage boy who could transform into a large beast, and took pride in his power was utterly suppressed by Xuanhuan. This blow caused him to feel a strange fear whenever he faced Xuanhuan afterward. After eating, Xuanhuan had another matter to confirm. He pulled Lu Wanqin back to the dormitory first and locked the door. Looking at Lu Wanqin, he asked, "Did you feel anything unusual with your body these few days?" Lu Wanqin chuckled under Xuanhuan's gaze. "What's with you? The one lying in the hospital bed for 3 days wasn't me. When you fought that monster, did using that power cause any abnormalities in your body now?" Xuanhuan paid no heed to Lu Wanqin's jesting, and Lu Wanqin also realized that Xuanhuan seemed serious now, so she reined in her playful nature and smiled, saying, "All right, I know you're worried about me, but I'm not a kid anymore. Look, all my injuries are healed." Xuanhuan grasped Lu Wanqin's wrist. Then he sensed the power within her body. It was still that deathly aura, just like what he felt that night in the small alley. But to others, even with the detection of precise medical instruments, Lu Wanqin's body appeared no different from an ordinary person. Unlike before, besides the power of the 100 bones and Lu Wanqin's own deathly aura, that faint scent of medicinal herbs seemed more pronounced. This power seemed to be entwining with the deathly aura, each trying to swallow the other. In other words, there were now 3 kinds of power within Lu Wanqin's body. "Did teacher you mention to you before that there was another kind of power inside your body?" Xuanhuan asked. Lu Wanqin looked at him holding her wrist, blushing slightly. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's question, she shook her head and said, "Old you actually doesn't like to discuss the power inside my body with me. Every time he got drunk, he would say that he feels sorry for me, that he shouldn't have sought help from the Necromancy Society. But if it weren't for their help, I wouldn't have survived." The girl shrugged. "So did you feel something amiss in my body?" Xuanhuan pondered for a moment, then let go of her hand. "No, nothing's wrong. You're healthy, but next time don't overexert yourself when facing enemies like this." "Yeah, maybe it's because." Lu Wanqin moved closer to Xuanhuan. Their chests pressed against each other. Lu Wanqin raised her eyes slightly, looking at Xuanhuan teasingly. "Maybe it's because I knew someone would come to save me." Xuanhuan's face turned red immediately, and then he averted his gaze. "This time it was sheer luck. You can't always count on that mysterious beast showing up to save us." "I wasn't talking about the ex-beast." Lu Wanqin cupped Xuanhuan's face, making him look at her. "I was talking about you. Haven't you said that you would protect me at all costs? All I did was believe in you." Their eyes met for a long time. Finally, Lu Wanqin let go first, then stepped back. "All right, I know you care about me, unconcerned cabbage." It had been a long while since she last called him that. Xuanhuan could only laugh bitterly helplessly. When Lu Wanqin left the room, he heard her ask quietly, "So, how did you know I used strange powers? Weren't you supposed to have already been taken off the battlefield by that monster?" Xuanhuan froze. However, before he could answer, the girl had already glanced at him briefly, then lightly smiled, closing the door. "You actually know everything, don't you?" Chapter 134, Jailer. The countdown in the prison continued. Xuanhuan sat in the prison office reviewing the archives he was permitted to access, because he had obtained some fragments of the Dark Emperor. Thus, a small part of the records about him was also unlocked. This was a monster truly born out of darkness. In any world, as long as there was darkness, it would possess endless power. That power swallowed everything. Swallowing. So this was the power of the Dark Emperor. Thinking about the punch he had thrown, all the strength was enveloped and consumed by that darkness. Xuanhuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Since this was just a small fragment, he could use the immense destructive force to overload its darkness temporarily. But if he were really facing the true body of the Dark Emperor, could he remain so calm? Lifting his hand, a chain clinked and coiled around his arm. Like a winding snake, the chain moved from Xuanhuan's arm to his upper body. Soul Lock Rate, one of the jailer's soul weapons, possesses the power to lock away both tangible and intangible things. Had miraculous effects when combating Prisoner 002, the Dark Emperor. Congratulations, jailer, for retrieving the first stolen soul weapon. Without a doubt, you are now a qualified jailer. The prison will open the employment system to you. You may appoint beasts or awakeners under your control as your jailers. Currently, the jailer has dominion over 3 followers. 6-star awakener, Du Qinghong. 3-star awakener, Lu Wanqin. Nest Lord, Mirror Demon. Now eligible for appointment as jailer, 1. Closing the archive, Xuanhuan did not immediately go to appoint the jailer. Instead, he walked towards the cell area. As the door leading to the cell area slowly opened, the glaring red countdown caught Xuanhuan's attention, causing him to furrow his brows. Bai Hai. Xuanhuan arrived at Bai Hai cell door, hands clasped behind his back, observing the giant skeleton sitting inside, as if inspecting a prisoner. "Tell me more about the Dark Emperor." The giant skeleton slowly raised its head, gazing at Xuanhuan. The blue flame in its eyes was exceptionally calm right now. It was born from the darkness, but darkness itself has no distinction between good and evil. It is merely a form. What truly made it a prisoner are those monsters called beasts. Elaborate more clearly. Xuanhuan had suspected for a long time that Bai Hai, as well as the primal beast that destroyed 7 worlds, and the beasts they faced now, were not of the same kind. "Bring it back, jailer. Its power can help you fight the remaining primal beasts." After saying these words, Bai Hai closed its eyes. It seemed this was all Xuanhuan could know for now. "So, do you have any suggestions regarding the appointment of the jailer?" Xuanhuan didn't press further, but instead asked Bai Hai's opinion with a smile. "I am one of the prisoners too, but as jailer, you must never fight alone. That mirror demon may be weak, but its ability is quite unique. It might become your assistant." Bai Hai then added another sentence. "Treat it as a tool, don't trust it too much, or any beast, including me, jailer." Jiang Huai nodded. Then he lifted his hand, where a document and a pen appeared. Jiang Huai took one last look at Bai Hai and wrote Mirror Demon on the appointment form. Appointment successful. Your jailer will assist you in managing the prison. At the same time, you can better plan the power progression for your jailer. Clarify their future evolutionary direction. Wishing you a pleasant life, jailer. Slowly opening his eyes, Jiang Huai found that the maiden transformed from the white fox was lying on him, her deep blue eyes staring straight into his. Under the moonlight, she appeared exceptionally enchanting. Master, you chose me? Instead of a companion you trust more. To avoid waking up Chu He on the other side, Mirror Demon communicated telepathically with Jiang Huai. Do you understand what this means? It means you're my tool, and I don't want my companions involved in danger. So, I chose you to fight alongside me. Jiang Huai intentionally made his tone sound cold. Yet, this still touched the white-haired, fox-eared girl. Even among beasts, I'm not liked. My power resembles that of a thief. Other beasts like to devour, while I prefer to replicate, bluntly speaking, steal powers from other beasts. They see me as a weakling who could betray at any moment. Maybe what others said about her was true. Look at you now, getting along so well with humans. Jiang Huai inwardly sighed, but outwardly still said, at least, you didn't betray me on top of the mountain. That's enough. Thank you, master. I won't let you down. The white fox gently rested her face against Jiang Huai's chest. At least before dawn, please allow me to feel your warmth. Jiang Huai remained silent, and did not reach out to embrace the girl. He just lay there quietly. You're pretty heavy. Master, you're so impolite. Becoming a jailer meant that the Mirror Demon also gained access to Jiang Huai's prison. But she had to be led by Jiang Huai to enter. The first time entering the prison, the Mirror Demon was scared stiff, nearly wetting herself as her legs quivered. It wasn't because of the eerie environment here. Instead, it was due to the residual power aura of the primal beasts in the cell area. Even a core lord would be nothing more than trash before them. It was understandable why this nest lord was frightened into peeing. Get up, no kneeling. Jiang Huai roughly grabbed the young girl and pulled her up from the ground. Remember, from now on, you are the jailer here. They should fear you, not the other way around. Master, this is quite difficult for me. Give me some time to adjust. Anyway, now we only have Bai Hai as a prisoner. When you have free time, talk to him. I feel like there are still secrets buried within him. Saying this, Jiang Huai opened the archive. And under the personnel list column, he saw the name Mirror Demon. Mirror Demon indeed was not an attack-oriented beast. She was like that nest lord of the Mountain of Despair, belonging to the domain type. The reason she could annihilate the Fearless Squad earlier in another country was likely because she had established a fairly complete nest. If her powers were further restored, then during subsequent battles, Mirror Demon could build nests again, making fights more advantageous for Jiang Huai. Of course, Jiang Huai also needed to watch out in case Mirror Demon turned on him once she grew stronger. Meanwhile, the fragment of the Dark Emperor quietly lay inside another large cage. Jiang Huai had tried converting it into his own power. However, whether swallowing it himself or integrating it with by high strength, neither approach bore any fruit. This power seemed to know its master hadn't perished yet, rejecting anyone else. Seemed like one would need to capture the true form of the Dark Emperor in order to truly possess its powers. The situation on Mount Wuhuang made the association nervous. They stationed more researchers and scholars atop the mountain, establishing a temporary research institute. They hoped to find more clues left by the Dark Emperor and uncover its mysteries. In these 4 days, Jiang Huai and his group were interrogated multiple times, and their dormitory even underwent inspections, as if they feared they might be hiding clues related to the Dark Emperor. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, everything at Tianhui Academy proceeded orderly. Firstly, the cooperation among the Wu Lin class improved daily. The most notable improvement came from Lu Wanyin and Yin Jia. Previously unable to fully control her powers, Yin Jia now wielded her wooden staff like a true mage, hitting wherever she aimed. Lu Wanyin was even more impressive. No one knew what changes had occurred in her body, but both her speed and strength far surpassed their previous levels. During holographic device training exercises, facing hordes of beasts, Lu Wanyin didn't panic like before. Because she had companions now, Lu Wanyin transformed herself into an excellent offensive fighter. As for the glue holding the team together, it was Su Qing. Her foresight, adaptability, intelligent strategy, and psychic link ability allowed the Wu Lin class to become a cohesive whole. Chu He was also undergoing intensified physical training, so that his enhanced abilities could provide greater support to his teammates. And what about Jiang Huai? Bang! Ling Xuan and Jiang Huai simultaneously kicked out. Their legs crashed mid-air with a tremendous impact, shaking the room. Nice. Ling Xuan smiled slightly and said, there's improvement. Just as Jiang Huai wanted to respond, Ling Xuan's legs suddenly swept out, entwining around Jiang Huai's leg before sharply pulling it towards him. Jiang Huai was forced into a splits position, and Ling Xuan's knee thrust slammed right into his face. We see Jiang Huai rolling back across the floor like a ball, finally crashing hard into the wall. Ling Xuan retracted his leg, brushed his pants off, and shook his head. Why do you act like a child? Lowering your guard just because I praised you. Chapter 135, The Strange Woman. Jiang Huai had no intention of accepting defeat just like that. But no matter how much strength he gained, it seemed as though in front of a saint, he was nothing more than a child being toyed with. This wasn't about a difference in power. It was a lack of fighting techniques and experience. If this were a battlefield, and you embraced the mindset of certain death, perhaps I wouldn't be your match. Ling Xuan pulled Jiang Huai to his feet, patted the dust off him, and smiled as he said this. But you must remember one thing. The more potent the power, the more skill it requires to harness. Brick flying force might work temporarily, but it is not a long-term solution. Zhang Huai felt there was a hidden meaning in Ling Xuan's words, as if they were alluding to his battle against the Dark Emperor. Although he used the incredible destructive power of Annihilation Mode as a surprise attack, breaking through the situation, this was merely a way of achieving a miracle through brute force. And this method might not be as effective when he faces the Dark Emperor again. There's no need to rush, Ling Xuan said with a smile. He looked at Zhang Huai's somewhat serious gaze and smiled again. We still have time. Really? Do we still have time? Zhang Huai frowned as he spoke. Ling Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Then he drew the handgun from his waist. The white handgun carried an essence similar to Xuanhuan's, but was distinctly different in color. Zhang Huai, has Xuanhuan taught you how to use a gun? Zhang Huai nodded. Some basic shooting techniques. Teacher, you did teach me. But time was insufficient, so I didn't learn much. Good. Ling Xuan spun the gun's barrel once in his hand with a smile, then handed it over to Zhang Huai. Zhang Huai paused in bewilderment before gripping the white handgun. The holy energy instantly passed through his hands and into his body. Teacher Ling Xuan, what is this? You can sense this power. That's great. Xuanhuan hasn't misjudged you. He smiled contentedly, then placing both hands behind his back, said, starting today, during our battles, you are only allowed to use this gun, whether for shooting, hitting with the gun stock, or even throwing it at me. You alone cannot employ any offensive means other than this gun. Zhang Huai was somewhat confused. Teacher, I think I should focus on refining my combat skills rather than learning to use ranged weapons. So in your understanding, guns are just another form of ranged attacks. I would say, for most people, they see it that way. Before Zhang Huai finished speaking, Ling Xuan's hand shot out like lightning toward Zhang Huai. In the next second, the gun was already back in Ling Xuan's hands. Without warning, another practice session began, and Zhang Huai soon realized something terrifying. Just as Ling Xuan had said, every single move related to the gun, whether shooting, blocking, or close-quarters combat, all of his moves never strayed from using the gun. What was even more alarming was that Zhang Huai found himself completely unable to block the gun's attacks. Even in close combat, Ling Xuan always managed to leverage nimble gun control and switching hands while employing ricochet shots Xuanhuan used to strike Zhang Huai from exceedingly tricky angles. Soon, Zhang Huai's body was covered in injuries. Could the bone armor not withstand bullets from this white pistol? Zhang Huai was taken aback because he was confident that even if Xuanhuan said something now like challenging him to endure 3 of his shots, his bone armor could definitely withstand the first 2. Yet now, Ling Xuan's bullets shattered his bone armor the moment they grazed it. Saints, what kind of characters are these people? Is this really the power of just a 4-star awakener? Bang! Zhang Huai's head was hit by the handgun Ling Xuan threw. In dizziness, he saw Ling Xuan quickly moving in, catching the gun which flew off his head in midair. Once again, the dark muzzle was aimed at his head. Surrender. Zhang Huai sat down on the ground, raising his hands. Ling Xuan elegantly spun the gun again before handing it back to Zhang Huai. Your turn. A smile still played on his face. Zhang Huai took the handgun and stood up. Taking a deep breath, he strained to recall Ling Xuan's earlier movements. But it was just an awkward imitation. As the fight continued, he began using his fists and legs once again. Naturally, the outcome was another brutal beating after Ling Xuan disarmed him. Seeing that Zhang Huai kept falling victim to habits, Ling Xuan laughed, stopped the training, and told Zhang Huai to go take a shower first, then come back to reflect. Sometimes, meditation is also a very important thing. In the public bathhouse, Zhang Huai lay alone in the large bathhouse, continuously replaying every detail of his battle with Ling Xuan in his mind. His moves and skills, they don't resemble those of an ordinary 4-star awakener at all. But master, there's one thing he said correctly. If this were battlefield combat, you as by high could definitely kill him. The little fox swam around in the water, appearing rather cheerful. Raw power won't create miracles every time. Zhang Huai sighed. For some reason, he felt that Ling Xuan's fighting style was very similar to Xuanhuan's, perhaps even surpassing Xuanhuan. There are a lot of secrets about this teacher too. Zhang Huai smiled as he said this, then stood up. The little fox swam around for a while, glanced back once, but when it saw Zhang Huai get up, it suddenly blushed and dove underwater. Do you still want to wash? Master, please leave first, I'll be out soon. Zhang Huai looked questioningly at the little fox submerged underwater, bubbles constantly rising. He finally helplessly shrugged. But just as he turned to leave the bathhouse, a sight struck him so much that it left him utterly shocked. Behind him, at some point, had already appeared a completely naked woman. Her body was white like jade, and in the steam of the bathhouse, she appeared slightly dreamlike and hazy. She was stark naked, her hair tied up, with a cold beauty, as if she were a fairy detached from worldly affairs. Holy crap! Zhang Huai stepped back in fright, slipped on his feet, and directly fell into the pool. I'm very sorry. The woman let out a soft chuckle after seeing Zhang Huai's reaction. I thought this bathhouse was co-ed, but judging by your reaction, was it my mistake? She lightly covered her mouth as she looked at Zhang Huai sticking half of his face out of the water. Then she spoke in a gentle voice. Who were you talking to earlier, little brother? Zhang Huai didn't say anything, nor dared to look at the woman. The woman seemed to have realized something. Instead of turning away, she took a step toward the edge of the pool. Finally, she squatted down, lightly tested the water temperature with her hand, and then soaked herself in it. Won't you feel less embarrassed now? Are you kidding me? It's worse. Zhang Huai's heart shouted. He wanted to flee directly, but since he himself was also naked, standing up would only result in another embarrassing scene. Just now, I was rude. Little brother, could you tell me your name? The woman laughed lightly and asked, Xuanhuan. Classmate Xuanhuan, I've just come to this academy. Can you introduce me to the situation here? Sorry, I'm just a student and not well informed. If you want to visit the academy, you can ask the teachers. Xuanhuan's excuse did not make the woman angry. On the contrary, she smiled and said, Classmate Xuanhuan, can you answer one of my questions? Go ahead. Do you know who X-Beast is? The woman's words were extremely gentle, but in the vast emptiness of the bathing hall, they were unusually clear and excruciatingly piercing. Even though Xuanhuan remained silent, his entire body tensed. Chapter 136, A New Teacher. At the next day's morning meeting, Principal Geraint introduced a new teacher to everyone. This lady is envoy by from the Dawn Assembly, and starting today, she will also be your mentor in the spirit system. She will teach you all. The woman was wearing an elegant long dress with her pale golden hair meticulously combed, and her exquisite appearance left all the male students awestruck. My name is Bai Qing. You may call me Teacher Bai. I hope I can help all of you in the future. Her gaze swept lightly over the crowd. It felt like a gentle breeze caressing the hearts of all present. Perhaps this was some kind of ability related to the spirit system, for all the students felt a touch of warmth. But in the end, this wisp of breeze paused on Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's lips twitched. Who would have thought that this exhibitionist psycho woman was actually the star envoy from the Dawn Assembly? He would never forget what happened yesterday in the bathhouse. Of course, it wasn't because he had seen this woman naked. Instead, after being unable to answer her question about X-Beast, she had directly moved toward him in the pool. In the end, she extended her hand and gently touched his body. Not sure if it was the water temperature or her own issue, her cheeks gradually began to turn crimson. Her expression was no longer as cold as before. It looked completely like someone who was enchanted and addicted. Please don't be afraid. I have no ill intentions. I just wanted to confirm something with you. And then, seemingly by accident, the woman's hand touched Xuanhuan's. Both froze in place. The woman's face grew even redder. Xuanhuan's lips started to tremble. Don't be scared, little brother. I'm just confirming something. Holy crap, there's a pervert here. Xuanhuan turned around instantly and climbed out of the pool, fleeing at lightning speed. So when Xuanhuan noticed the woman glancing at him intentionally or unintentionally, he immediately hid behind Xuhi. Big brother, what's going on? Xuhi was totally confused. Usually, isn't Xuanhuan the one standing in front of him? It's nothing. Just keep standing there like this. Lift your head, stand straight. That's right, exactly like that. Since Xuhi wasn't particularly intelligent, anything Xuanhuan asked him to do, he did without hesitation. Hence, Xuhi stood tall, chest puffed out, stomach pulled in, like a 5-star general of Country Garden, looking straight ahead. Because of Bai Qing's status, she couldn't teach every class individually. Naturally, the advanced classes were scheduled for regular courses. She would select a class every 3 days to teach for half a day. Ling Chuan seemed to have a high opinion of Bai Qing. Su Qing, Teacher Bai is a 5-star spirit-awakened individual. As another spirit-awakened person, you should understand what this means. Su Qing nodded. Xuanhuan, puzzled, asked, what does it mean? Su Qing glanced at Xuanhuan and explained, spirit-awakened individuals are graded differently from other classes of awakeners. Their evaluations are much stricter and harder. A 5-star spirit-awakened individual is fully capable on par with a 6-star awakener of other classes. Ling Chuan added with a smile. It seems that this psycho has some real talent. But thinking back now, why did she ask him if he knew who the X-Beast was? Did she sense the presence of Mirror Demon? She shouldn't have been able to. Since becoming his jailer, Mirror Demon could hide within his body whenever he wished, even during the incident in the bathhouse. The moment Xuanhuan saw her, he had already instructed the little fox to retreat into the prison. There was no way she could have sensed it. In any case, if Teacher Bai selects our class for teaching, Su Qing, you must seize the opportunity. Ling Chuan said earnestly to Su Qing. Yes. Su Qing nodded. However, everyone believed Bai Qing wouldn't choose the Black Scale class. Although the Black Scale class didn't get wiped out during the last Mountain Peak cleaning operation, it was a normal class student who fled on their own that got consumed by the beast. This still didn't change the school's low evaluation of the Black Scale class. After all, with the Third Army holding the front line and Dark Emperor handling the X-Beast, the Academy thought the outcome would be the same regardless of which class went up, so there was nothing worthy of praise. But just as everyone assumed, in the afternoon of the same day, Bai Qing stood on the podium of the Black Scale class. Everyone felt not surprise, but shock. What's wrong, classmates? Are you unhappy about my class? Bai Qing changed into a mentor uniform of the Academy. Her hair was tied into a ponytail. A more youthful charm shone through her graceful beauty. Hem. Ling Chuan stood at the classroom door, looking at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan came back to his senses and then shouted, stand up. All the students of the Wuling class stood up. Good day, teacher. Everyone shouted in unison. Bai Qing directly bypassed the top 3 classes. The news that her first class would be held in the Wuling class spread throughout the Academy. All the students were surprised why Bai Qing had made this choice, including the students of the Wuling class and their mentor. After the first class ended, Ling Chuan sought out Bai Qing. He asked for the reason behind this decision. However, Bai Qing just smiled and said, my mother was once a teacher, not for awakeners, but for ordinary children. She told me, the more backward students are, the more care should be given to them. You can't abandon any student. This is what a teacher dedicated to education should do. It sounded reasonable, but Ling Chuan instinctively felt that this woman was hiding something. Whether this action was intentional or not, it infuriated the teachers of the top 3 classes, of course, except MOU, the mentor of the Huiyao class. One of the 3 divine riders of the riding hunt group, Treading Flame, Lu Yong, now found Dean Geraint. Dean, what does Envoy Star mean? Ignoring the top 3 classes, she goes straight to teach the Wuling class. Geraint naturally also wondered, but he had extensive experience. He knew that people with greater abilities often acted more mysteriously. Thus, he smiled at Lu Yong and said, "The initiates are all strange individuals, their actions unpredictable. Naturally, we wouldn't understand. Why are you so panicked? Can your students be overlooked?" Lu Yong sighed and said, "This academy is different from other Tianhui academies, Dean surely knows. After 1 year, these children will be dragged onto the battlefield to face the beast tide. To put it nicely, they are elites. Bluntly speaking, it's like forcing ducks to climb a shelf." As he spoke, Lu Yong became increasingly angry, and his words grew sharper. The bastards upstairs, proving that Lingyu City could resist a tide once. Thus they believe it can resist again. Hell, they shouldn't even involve these kids. We have no issues fighting, but these children are still growing. Damned be it. Before he went further, Geraint gave him a stern look. Lu Yong himself realized he'd overstepped a bit. Alright, go back. The Mentor Challenge next week has 5 selected classes against you, including that Wuling class. Hee, talking about this makes me feel better. I'm going to make those brats realize right in front of the whole school how worthless they are. Geraint sighed. Such extreme double standards. Treats his own students with deep bonds, yet others seem like grass under his eyes. You must be careful. Your Huiyao class drew the Wuling class's mentor, Ling Chuan. Although this man always appears weak, as far as I know. Lu Yong waved his hand to cut off Geraint's sentence. A priest, what kind of skills can he have? Just wait, my Huiyao class will disgrace both him and his class in front of everyone. Sigh. Geraint sighed again. This Lu Yong's best friend died during the last beast flood in Lingyu City, that general of the riding hunt group who was torn into pieces by the core overlord. Yet his temperament was even more extreme than his good friend. Young man, don't rush too fast. Even an iron horse will fall when its time comes. Chapter 137, Bestowing a Name. In the early hours of that night, Jiang Huai retrieved the telephone given to him by the Danju Chamber of Commerce from a locked drawer. Upon checking, he found there were several missed calls. He took the phone and left his dormitory, quietly exiting the academy with the help of Mirror Demon. Younger brother, do you know what exclusive contact means? It means you and I can reach each other at any time. The woman from the chamber's voice clearly carried some dissatisfaction. Jiang Huai smiled and responded evasively. How would I know if there's a wiretap or surveillance device in your phone? Even if we didn't use these little tricks, we could still monitor everything you do. Younger brother, it's out of trust and respect. All right, it's my fault, sister. So where's this time? Jiang Huai chuckled as he leaned against the giant fox, rubbing its head while asking. This time, the target is in the underground morgue of Lingyu City's First People's Hospital. Another creepy place. Jiang Huai sighed. After hanging up, he patted the fox's head. Mirror Demon immediately knelt down, allowing Jiang Huai to straddle his back. Then, the white fox turned into a shadowy form and disappeared. However, someone in the academy saw all of this clearly. On the 3rd floor of the specially separated faculty apartments, Bai Qing, wearing a white lace sleep dress, sat at the edge of her bed. Before her was an ethereal image, vague like looking at the moon through a well or viewing flowers through mist. Everything Jiang Huai had just done was displayed in this mirage-like vision. The woman gave a soft laugh, her alluring eyes shining particularly bright in the darkness. Suddenly, a great commotion erupted inside the morgue of the First People's Hospital of Lingyu City. Bang! A monster stitched together from various corpses was blasted out of the morgue by an unseen force. Before it even managed to rise, a massive white fox pounced upon it, tearing it apart within moments. From within a fissure in the morgue, a skeleton giant faced a mountain of countless corpses and blood. It continuously swung its fists, striking blow after blow to drive back these zombie-like monsters, inching closer to the hooded figure holding a staff behind the creatures. The more bodies amassed, forming a giant monstrous entity. It took the full brunt of Baiha's first punch, but Baiha's punch gathered power mid-strike, piercing right through the arm composed of endless corpses. Its blue flame burning brighter, it pushed off with its feet and soared skyward. Leaping over the pile of corpses below, it clenched its fist, letting out a roar as it delivered a powerful punch straight into the chest of the enormous corpse. With a thunderous boom, the entire body of the monster exploded. Baiha pierced through the remnants of the massive corpse monster and grabbed the neck of the cloaked creature during his descent, slamming it forcefully into the ground. Let me see what kind of thing you are. He tore off the hood of the cloaked creature. There appeared before him the enormous head of a fly. Too disgusting. Without hesitation, Jiang Huai crushed the head of the fly creature in the moment it roared and spewed nauseating slime. The sight could only be described as fresh and juicy. It burst with goo splattering all over Jiang Huai. He wasted no time, using the bone tail to pierce through the creature's body, stirring it around before pulling out a glowing green pearl. Once the core was extracted, all the corpses collapsed onto the ground. Still in Baiha's form, Jiang Huai stepped out of the fissure. Mirror Demon originally wanted to rush over to ask if Jiang Huai was injured, but upon seeing Jiang Huai covered in slime with countless flies buzzing around him, it instinctively stepped back several paces. You take it. Jiang Huai extended his tail toward Mirror Demon. Master, I refuse. You take it. Hurry up, I'm giving it to you. I don't want it, it will dirty my fur. After some argument, Jiang Huai casually picked up a cloth bag and tossed the pearl into it. It was the first time he hadn't been excited about a core, but rather showed such disdain. This beast is called the Black Fly King. Though not very powerful among nest lords, it excels in being revolting. A doctor in a white coat walked in. He wore a mask and a pair of glasses. Fortunately, Xuanhuan had already reverted from Baiha, yet the slime remained on his clothes. This time, though, Xuanhuan had been clever. He had already changed into old clothes before the battle. Nevertheless, that disgusting, foul smell continued to linger around him. Upon seeing the chaotic scene within the morgue, Xuanhuan made no reaction. He merely took out a small bottle and tossed it to him. This is a potion that can remove the Black Fly King's smell. Soak it in a bathtub for an hour, and there's also this. The man then pulled out a bank card and handed it to Xuanhuan. It's the money from those low-grade cores you gave us last time. The password is your birthday. Don't worry. This card and the money inside are safe, and no one will find out. Xuanhuan nodded, took the card and the small bottle of medicine, then left the hospital. Before heading home, he stopped by a hotel and rented a room. He originally wanted to go back home, but realized that his house didn't have a bathtub. If he just applied the medicine directly on his body, the effect might be halved. The receptionist furrowed her brows after smelling Xuanhuan's foul odor. Fortunately, Xuanhuan was now wealthy. That man had given him a card with a total of 1 million yuan. Surely, it wasn't all from selling low-grade cores. There must have been some friend fees gifted by the Danju Chamber of Commerce. Xuanhuan had always feared poverty. He had never seen so much money in his life. In the luxurious hotel bathtub, he soaked while enjoying the city's night view. Beside him, the white fox lay on the floor feasting on the hotel's lavish meal. One could say, when a person prospers, even the chicken and dog ascend to heaven. As he soaked in the bath, he started contemplating. Although 1 million was a large sum, compared to the enormous debt of the Night Demon Parade, it was like a drop in the ocean. He planned to take 70,000 and asked the chamber to transfer it to Yun Luo under legitimate reasons. That wouldn't be difficult for the chamber. From the remaining 30,000, 20,000 would go to his parents via the chamber. The last 10,000 yuan Xuanhuan decided to keep for himself. After the Minter Challenge ends, there's a week off. Take Luanin out for fun and buy her some stuff. And MOU. Although I don't know what game that woman is playing, she helped me a lot, so I should get her a gift too. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's plan, the white fox, feeling ignored, approached the bathtub discontentedly, its paws dangling at the edge as it wagged its tail looking up at Xuanhuan. You're a fox, not a dog. Don't worry, I won't forget about you. As long as you stay with me faithfully, you'll be well taken care of. Thank you, master. First, let's talk about your name. Master, are you bestowing a name upon me? Bestow? It's more like for convenience of daily calling. You're covered in snow-white fur, so let's call you xuanhuan. Thank you, master, for bestowing a name upon me. The great fox seemed deeply moved, tears welling up in its eyes. Xuanhuan sighed. Are beasts truly like this? If we only look at xuanhuan, she is barely different from humans. Why must they fight humans endlessly in their beast forms? Xuanhuan once again recalled Yu Qinshan's words. Will you stand on the side of humans? Yes, but if all of this could end. If, while thinking about these things, drowsiness crept over him. His thoughts swayed gently with the water, slowly enveloped by the warm slumber. Time seemed to freeze in that moment until a melodious voice woke him. Xuanhuan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he gradually opened his eyes, as if traversing through a tunnel of time and space, returning to a mysterious and enchanting dream. The originally bright light in the room had gone out at some point, replaced by the colorful glow of neon lights outside the window. They shone through the windows, bathing every corner of the room in a fantastical atmosphere. He slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing through the misty light, and finally settling before the massive floor-to-ceiling window. At that moment, the figure of a woman came into view. She was dressed in a flowing white chiffon gown, the hem rippling lightly with the wind like a blooming white lotus. In her hands, she held a delicate crystal wine glass. Its contents gleamed temptingly under the light. The woman softly opened her lips, humming a soft and ethereal melody, each note sounding like celestial music drifting from afar, pure and serene. Seemingly sensing Xuanhuan's awakening, the woman slowly turned her head, brushing aside her hair near her ear and giving Xuanhuan a gentle smile. You've awakened, little brother. Chapter 138, The Enlightener. This woman was no one else. She was Bai Qing, the star messenger of the Tianqi Society who had just started teaching at the school. Why was she here? And why was she dressed so provocatively? If he wasn't mistaken, he should have been taking a shower. Xuanhuan tried hard to struggle and get up, but he found himself numb all over in the bathtub, as if he had been injected with anesthetic. The woman smiled and shook a small bottle in her hand. You slept very soundly. I didn't disturb you. I used a little something to help soothe your nerves while you were sleeping. Do you feel more comfortable now? Her voice was very gentle, although she was speaking to Xuanhuan, but her eyes were fixated on the neon night view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Xuanhuan sensed the energy within his body. This feeling made him somewhat surprised. Although he couldn't move his body right now, it was exactly as the woman said, due to the constant high-intensity battles during this period. Even he had accumulated quite a bit of fatigue. However, now soaking in this pool of water, he felt extremely relaxed all over. Xuanhuan. He called out to his jailer inside his mind. Although it felt good, this was definitely not a time to soak in peace. Master, if you look behind, you'll see me. Xuanhuan struggled to turn his neck slightly, which felt numb. He then saw the white-haired fox-eared girl kneeling quietly by the bathtub, her eyes blank as if her soul had been taken away. Master, this woman is very powerful. She's now controlling my core, making my body a mere shell. You must be careful. Xuanhuan's words caused Xuanhuan to furrow his brows. With just a flick of her wrist, she managed to incapacitate him, who possessed the power of 100 skeletons, and the lair-level beast mirror demon. Are all members of the Tianqi society this exaggerated? Don't wear such an expression. The woman finally turned her head and looked at Xuanhuan. Her expression seemed somewhat helpless and bitter. It's rare to relax once in a while. Let big sister take good care of you. Thanks, but no thanks. While refusing, Xuanhuan tried to use the strength of his 100 bones to restore his ability to move. I know what you're trying to do. The woman held a glass of wine, barefoot, and walked over to sit by the bathtub. One hand slowly played with the calm surface of the water. I also know your little secret, so I'll ask you one last time, young man. Do you know who the X-Beast is? Xuanhuan shook his head. The woman let out a snort of laughter. In the end, she gently patted the top of the head of the fox-eared girl kneeling beside the bathtub. Then she tilted the cup slowly. What are you doing? Xuanhuan asked coldly. There's something added to the wine in this cup. Your little sister doesn't like these sorts of things. I swear. Xuanhuan's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. This kind of gaze is excellent. The woman's cheeks flushed slightly, but after a moment, she still laughed and said, I'll ask you one last time, young man, you're the X-Beast, right? Nothing to tell. Such a heartless person. Then your little sister might suffer some pain. Master, I'm fine, please don't worry. Even though Xuanhuan's words conveyed that sentiment, her voice was trembling. Xuanhuan didn't know what this woman put in the cup. If it was really something that could threaten the mirror demon. Very well, I like ruthless people like you. At least you won't change your mind, because I'm going to hurt a beast. As the wine glass continued to tilt, Xuanhuan suddenly broke free from the confines of the water's force. He quickly transformed into the 100-bone form and lunged forward, saving the mirror demon just as the red liquid was about to drip onto the girl's body. At that instant, the fox-eared girl's eyes regained their consciousness. Master, be careful behind. 100 Bones abruptly turned to face the woman, but the woman didn't ambush him as he had thought. Instead, she stood up, dully staring at the 100 Bones before her. You are indeed. The woman trembled, the wine glass in her hand falling to the ground. She took a step toward the 100 Bones, and at this moment, 100 Bones' fists were already clenched. He didn't want to kill, especially someone who contributed greatly to humanity, like the Enlightener. But now this woman knew their secret. Xuanhuan was already considering how to silence her. In fact, Xuanhuan might have thought too much. The moment this woman came to stand before him, she knelt down on one knee directly. Great Enlightener. The profound humility in her attitude and tone left both 100 Bones and Xuanhuan momentarily unsure of how to respond. What did you call me? The low, hoarse voice of the 100 Bones questioned the woman. The Enlightener, the lighthouse that illuminates the navigation of ships, the morning star that guides humanity's path, is my ultimate faith. You're embarrassing me. 100 Bones scratched his head, a seemingly clumsy gesture due to his massive size. Master, every member of the Enlightener Society is insane. Even the beasts ignore this group of self-indulgent lunatics, so don't get involved with her. Xuanhuan quietly said to 100 Bones. But she knows my secret. 100 Bones thought for a moment. During this time, the woman kept kneeling and looking down, not saying another word. We can't leave her be. Then 100 Bones looked down at the woman with his deep voice. Stand up. The woman slowly raised her head, the anticipation and admiration in her eyes almost indescribable. Damn, this person seems really abnormal. Master, I've told you, members of the Enlightener Society are all weirdos. Why won't you believe me? Cough cough. Why do you call me the Enlightener? 100 Bones tried to get some information from the woman. The Tan Scrolls of the Enlightener Society once predicted that in human calamities, only the White Morning Star could help people get through the disaster. Your appearance has helped humans successfully fight off the beast tide and defeat the terrible monster known as the Dark Emperor. I am convinced that you are humanity's salvation. The more the woman spoke, the more excited she got, directly reaching out to touch 100 Bones' abdomen encased in skeletal layers. I beg you, let me become your believer. 100 Bones grabbed the woman's wrist and lifted her whole body up. Bai Qing's slender, white feet left the ground but didn't struggle. Perhaps even if 100 Bones were to kill her now, she wouldn't offer any resistance or resentment. I don't need believers, I only need allies. Tell me, Star Messenger, will you disclose my secrets? It's the duty of believers to spread the gospel of the Enlightener. But if you don't want me to do so, I promise, I won't let anyone know about your divine revelations. Even now, being held suspended in midair by 100 Bones, the woman remained devout. No, one might say fanatically devoted. What can you do for me? Xuanhuan asked. I can use my position as the Star Messenger of the Enlightener Society in Lingyu City to provide many conveniences for you, and also allow you to receive better education at the academy. I don't want too much attention. You just asked me a question, and I answered it. Now it's your turn to answer mine. Please instruct. Do you recognize this thing? Xuanhuan raised his other hand, then displayed the antique pendant of the Zhou family before Bai Qing. After slightly turning her head to look at the pendant, Bai Qing frowned. Unclean item. The energy contained within it is very similar to yours, but completely different, greedy and evil, arrogant. These are everything I see in this power. Not bad. Xuanhuan nodded. At least when he wasn't activating the power of this pendant, she could already sense the aura of the original beast inside. Truly deserving of being a mental ability awakener. 100 Bones placed the woman back on the ground. The skeleton covering around his body gradually peeled away, restoring him to the form of a youth. Two things. First, stop coming to our class often. I don't want my companions to become targets of public scrutiny. Yes. The woman again humbly lowered her head, her gaze catching Xuanhuan's still unclothed abdomen. Her cheeks slightly reddened afterward. But you should guide the mental ability awakener in our class more often, Su Qing. Since I'm a servant of the enlightener, I'll surely cultivate her well. Her gaze continued downward. Then her expression became somewhat flustered. Zhang Huai sighed. The second thing, I've said it, I don't need believers or servants. I only need allies who share common interests, and right now, my position belongs to humanity. You don't have to be so humble towards me. Yes. The woman's gaze seemed locked on a certain part of Zhang Huai's body. Though full of shyness, she couldn't seem to avert her eyes. There's one more important thing, Zhang Huai seriously stated. Could you stop staring at my body? With a puff. Bai Qing hadn't replied yet, but the fox-eared girl couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Chapter 139, Challenge. A star envoy from the Tianqi Association was present. So, Zhang Huai didn't have to sneak back into the academy. When they were at the entrance, 2 guards inquired about the situation. Bai Qing just said that she had taken Zhang Huai out for some outdoor classes. Oh, outdoor classes. Though the faces of the 2 guards seemed strange, they eventually did not ask too many questions. After all, offending the Tianqi Association is not a small matter. Such romantic affairs between students and teachers should be left alone if possible. By this time, Bai Qing had already changed back into her mentor uniform, and Zhang Huai had also cleaned away the Black Fly King's aura from his body. Before parting ways with Bai Qing downstairs in the dormitory, she told him, "The thing you instructed me to look for, items with this kind of aura, I will definitely keep an eye on it. However, regarding the mentor challenge in a few days' time, please take extra caution." Take extra caution? What do you mean? The Riders Guild has quite a grudge against your current Night Demon Patrol team, and the instructor of Hui Yao class, Lu Yong. He will undoubtedly try everything within his power to kill you during the challenge. Zhang Huai nodded. You don't need to worry about these things, just follow my instructions and do what needs to be done. Facing such a firm attitude from Zhang Huai, Bai Qing blushed once more. Thinking about the terrifying strength of the ex-beast, Lu Yong seemed insignificant in comparison. I've overstepped my bounds, my lord. Don't call me that. Yes. Good night, classmate Zhang Huai. The woman lightly laughed before turning around and leaving. Just as Zhang Huai let out a sigh of relief and was planning to head back to the dormitory, someone seemed to be standing in the dark corner. This person had their hair tied up in a ponytail, wearing a black tracksuit, their eyes flashing with cold light under the night sky. What did the star envoy of the Tianqi Association want with you? Mo stood concealed in the darkness, hands crossed over her chest, as she looked at Zhang Huai and asked. She knows my secret. Zhang Huai had no intention of concealing it since Mo was one of the few who knew his secret. After hearing Zhang Huai's words, Mo frowned slightly. That's good. Now probably the whole world only doesn't know your secret except for Lu Wanyin. Shall I help you by trending topics? Zhang Huai didn't expect Mo to actually make a joke. He chuckled slightly, just about to say something when Mo grabbed his collar and pulled him into the dark corner. Bang! Zhang Huai was harshly pushed against the wall by the girl. What exactly are you thinking, Zhang Huai? That's the Tianqi Association. Letting her know your secret is something that shouldn't happen. There was a complicated emotion in the girl's eyes that was hard to articulate. Some anger, but much more anxiety. Zhang Huai was stunned. After a long pause, Mo suppressed her emotions, taking a deep breath before letting go of her grip. Can you stop making others so worried? Sorry. Even though he didn't understand why he had to apologize, Zhang Huai still scratched his head and apologized to Mo. This is my carelessness. No, I should apologize too. Zhang Huai was confused. Why are you apologizing? When you're off and out all night, I cover for you. But I didn't expect the star envoy to use the power of stargazing to investigate the movements of a student in Wuling class. It's because I didn't prepare well enough. Sorry. No, don't apologize. This incident isn't related to you. Zhang Huai became somewhat agitated. What's wrong with you? Always apologizing to me. Unconditionally helping without asking for reasons when clearly it's my fault. He suddenly pressed down on the girl's shoulders. Her body shivered slightly, forced to meet Zhang Huai's gaze. You make it sound like you're in love with me. A gust of night wind caressed the cheeks of the girl, stirring her hair. Rebut it fast, shouted Zhang Huai inside. For a long moment, the girl merely took a deep breath and whispered a sentence that could only be heard by the two of them. Isn't it allowed? Then she slapped away Zhang Huai's hand and left the dorm entrance directly, only leaving Zhang Huai dumbfounded in place. Sigh, xuanhuan sighed. Nothing is scarier than falling in love with one's master. At the same time, in the dormitory where Yun Miao and Su Qing stay, a bizarre event is unfolding as well. Lu Wanyin lies silently in the coffin carried by Yun Miao, and beside the coffin stands the female zombie that used to reside in it. Little Taoist priest sleeps deeply while muttering nonsensically at the edge of the coffin. HBMH. Steamed bun, pan-fried dumpling, custard puff, one bite at a time. Every time the elusive blackish energy tries to escape from the coffin, it would then be entangled by the emerald green mist within the coffin before being dragged back inside. Su Qing still lay asleep on the bed as if hypnotized. In the flower bed at the rear of the academy, Mentor Lingquan was also present. He closed his eyes lightly, seemingly sensing something. After a long while, he opened his eyes, gazed up at the dawn about to break, and sighed slightly. On the branch beside him, the girl carrying 5 knives lay drunk, her legs crossed as she slept on the branch. With blurred vision, she overlooked everything happening in this academy. Hiccup, one after another. Harboring ulterior motives, huh? The instructor challenge is a traditional quarterly assessment of the Tianhui Academy. The aim is for students to value individual combat skills just as much as they do teamwork. They should not lose personal abilities just for the team. A balance must be achieved between both. That's right. even though the evaluation still happens on a class basis. This time it's a 2-on-1 challenge. The supportive or defensive type awoken ones in the class can enter multiple times, supporting an offensive type awoken participant. And instructors cannot attack supportive type awoken ones. As for defensive types, it's indeed a tough job. Before their protective barriers are broken, mentors cannot truly threaten the challenger. Many organizations have pairings for such scenarios. When dealing with beast nests under lair class level, awoken individuals from 1-star to 4-star usually need a partner. It's not that they lack capability, it's more for caution. The location of the challenge is set within the newly built stadium of Xuanhuan Academy. It has been remodeled from the testing grounds used during the previous evaluation for new awoken individuals. Essentially, it combines several test grounds together, and its construction was quite rapid. Furthermore, this examination is not only internal, it is also open to the public. Therefore, many awoken members of various organizations or guilds will come to watch. If they encounter a promising student without affiliation to any organization, they will actively reach out for communication. Right now, the first mentor set to accept the challenge has already caused a commotion. As she slowly walked into the arena, the whole audience erupted in cheers. The captain of the fearless elite squad Blood Falcon, Mentor Moyu. Dean Jirlang announced Moyu's identity. The cheers grew louder wave after wave. Xuanhuan listened, dumbfounded. Is Moyu this popular? Bro, you don't know how fortunate you are. Although the survival rate in Captain Moyu's squad is low, people still want to join due to their admiration for beauty. Therefore, every year there are numerous applicants hoping to join Blood Falcon. Xuanhuan sighed. The Yulin class challenge would take place tomorrow morning, so today they were here as spectators. The ones challenging Moyu were from one of the top 3 classes, Xuanhuan class. Frankly speaking, one couldn't help but suspect whether there was foul play regarding this grouping. What an opening match. The young lady with an umbrella led her team into the venue orderly. Then she put away her umbrella, bent her knee, raised her skirt a bit, and paid respects to Moyu. Mentor Moyu, please show me your guidance. Moyu looked at this young lady, knowing she was Zhou Lingling, the second miss of the Zhou family. The power she had displayed earlier in the Zhou family winery wasn't negligible. Moreover, she had already joined the Awoken organization, the Blood Demon, entirely composed of bloodline Awoken individuals. Who will go first? Moyu did not exchange pleasantries with them. As usual, she was cold towards everyone. Tap tap. The tip of the young lady's umbrella gently tapped against the ground, and a woman with somewhat disheveled hair and a gloomy expression stepped forward. 4-star poison attribute Awoken individual Yang Hao challenges the mentor. Supportive type? Moyu just glanced at her and then scanned the others behind her. Subsequently, a man holding a shield came forward. 4-star defensive Awoken Su Gang comes to challenge the mentor. This man appeared righteous and showed some real skill. However, Moyu didn't seem to care. She nodded. Begin. Chapter 140, Admit Defeat. The entire central area of the arena was covered by a protective barrier set up by several defensive mentors. This was because some of the mentors had overly aggressive attacking methods, and it was hard to ensure that in the heat of battle, they wouldn't accidentally harm students who were seated too close. Worse still, there were also visiting awakened audience members present, so all kinds of protective measures needed to be implemented. Swish. Take the current situation for example. After the official announcement of the start of the challenge match, Yang Hao, the poison attribute Awakened One, immediately released a circle of crimson poison gas. The speed at which this poison gas spread was astonishing. Almost instantaneously, it enveloped the entire arena. Had it not been for the presence of the protective barrier, surely the audience in the front rows would have already been harmed. Be careful, mentors. Yang Hao's voice could be faintly heard within the mist. These poisons are neurotoxins. They can enter your 5 vital organs through your breathing and paralyze your entire body, gradually depriving you of your senses. First of all, is your sense of smell. Moyu instantly felt as if she couldn't detect any sense anymore. But her face did not show even the slightest trace of panic. She merely glanced around, inspecting these mists carefully. And then comes hearing. SSSSHHH. The cacophony from the audience and Yang Hao's voice gradually became vague. Jiang Hui frowned slightly. Su Qing also wore an uneasy expression. If during the admission exercise, Huiyao class had directly let this Yang Hao use his poison gas to fill the cave on the mountain waste where they hid, would they even have a chance to fight back? It's time to look forward rather than dwell excessively on what is past. Ling Chuan seemed to have noticed the two people's thoughts. He smiled with his eyes squinted and said, to look ahead. Teacher, I can't see a thing here. Chui scratched his head and said, indeed, the entire central area of the arena was now engulfed in scarlet-colored mist, visibility practically zero. This student Yang Hao is indeed powerful, but his limitations are also great. Ling Chuan explained. Then, he looked at Zhang Hui and asked, can you see her weaknesses? Zhang Hui nodded. After activating her awakened ability, her activity range is limited to areas diffused by her poison gas. Ling Chuan chuckled and nodded. Not only that, awakened abilities also have elemental constraints. Although student Yang Hao is a 4-star awakened individual, if there were a wind elemental awakened person on site, her poison gas could be easily dispelled. Unfortunately, Moyu wasn't a wind-type awakened individual. She had now become entirely lost in the poison gas. Teacher, next, it will be your vision. Moyu instantly felt everything before her begin to blur. This neurotoxin worked incredibly fast. Yang Hao seemed to merge with the toxic gases surrounding Moyu. I'll make sure your loss won't look as bad. Teacher, are you finished speaking? Moyu suddenly cut in, causing Yang Hao's voice to abruptly stop. She couldn't believe it. How could Mo hear her when she had clearly deprived her of her hearing? Even if your abilities are strong, what if I simply don't need my 5 senses? No, it's impossible. As long as one is human or beast, it's absolutely impossible to detach from the 5 senses. Yang Hao's voice suddenly became anxious. Drip. Suddenly, she heard the sound of liquid dripping onto the ground. Then, Yang Hao realized Mo slowly closed her eyes and lifted her hand. At this moment, she used her nails to cut open her own palm, letting blood drip freely onto the floor. Very few people knew about Mo's awakened power because she had rarely ever used it. It was now, in this center wrapped in toxic gas, that Yang Hao discovered the truth. You're using your blood to replace your senses. I've found you. While keeping her eyes closed, Mo, at the very moment when the scent of her blood fused with the red poison gas, her hand rested on the handle of her blade. Yang Hao instantly sensed an alarming and terrifying aura emanating from Mo. Protect me, Su Gang, she shouted towards the motionless 4-star awakened individual. Bang! That 4-star awakened individual suddenly thrust out his hand. A massive shield appeared out of nowhere, shining with metallic luster and solid as rock, tightly shielding the girl enveloped by the poison gas behind its cover. Su Gang roared with anger, shaking the air around him, his aura spiking instantly. Like the surging waves before a storm, powerful and overwhelming. That shield grew harder with his strength, appearing impervious to all attacks. Mo kept her eyes closed, gripping the handle of her blade as she took step after step towards Su Gang. Su Gang, hold on. She won't last long. My toxins will gradually invade her. Rest assured, my shield will never be shattered. However, everything changed when Mo's blade finally left its sheath. Su Gang only saw the black longsword slice through the air, leaving a trail of dark shadow behind it like the scythe of death, flashing past his vision in an instant. When Mo reappeared, she was already standing behind Su Gang. The speed and power of that strike were unbelievable. Crack! With a crisp sound, Su Gang's shield instantly shattered into pieces. The precision of this blow was astonishing. It had only sliced through the shield without even grazing Su Gang himself. But this was enough to fill the 4-star defensive awakened individual with fear. His supposedly invincible shield had crumbled under Mo's blade as if it were made of paper. With a thud, he knelt down as if struck down by an invisible force. And the shockwave created by Mo's strike also dispelled some of the poison gas, revealing Yang Hao's figure once again. Yang Hao collapsed onto the ground, her eyes brimming with terror as she stared at Mo, who looked like a demon shrouded in crimson fog. Her lips quivered and her voice barely carried. Teacher. Mo's tone was calm and cold, as if commenting on a student's homework. Your potential is far from fully developed. Snap. Mo lightly tapped the back of her blade against Yang Hao's head. Though the gesture was gentle, it still elicited a small yelp of fear from Yang Hao. Mo's expression lacked any trace of emotion as she asked, "Do you admit defeat?" Yang Hao was almost in tears, her eyes filled with them, and finally, she nodded vigorously, her voice trembling. I admit defeat. As the mist dissipated, all people could see was Mo helping Yang Hao and Su Gang get up off the ground. Both students had pale faces, but their wounds were not physical, they were emotional. Especially Su Gang. He had always thought his shield was indestructible. Now, it had been so easily shattered. His pride had taken a severe blow. Back in the spectators' area, looking at the grim-faced Su Gang and Yang Hao, Zhou Lingling simply smiled and clapped softly. You've both done wonderfully. Yang Hao, your Mo teacher rarely uses her awakened ability in public. To force her to activate it directly is quite an achievement. Even though she knew these words were for comfort, Yang Hao still nodded slightly. So, next, who wants to challenge? Zhou Lingling turned around smiling and looked at the remaining few from the Yang Yan class. And naturally, the figure that had been resting on the ground stood up. It must be me. Xia Lingyue spoke while chewing a blade of grass, her hands placed on the hilts of the twin long swords at her waist. Chapter 141, This One Strike. The audience was abuzz with discussions, because in this battle, some people didn't even realize what had happened. The red toxic gas had obscured their view. Then Mo emerged victorious. Although Jiang Huai could see what had transpired, he still felt a sigh of relief upon seeing Mo truly win. Yang Yin team, please send out the next challenger. Just as the referee's words faded, a lithe figure gracefully leaped into the center of the arena. It's her. Jiang Huai furrowed his brows slightly, feeling a hint of unease at the sight of the girl wearing 5 knives on her person. Xia Lingyue had helped Jiang Huai before. It happened during the cave exercise at the beginning of school. She did not take advantage of him when he was being backlashed by the power of Bai Hai. Instead, she kept her promise, retrieving the antidote from the assassin of Hui Yao team and handing it to Su Qing. Yet, Jiang Huai always felt something off about her. But this would be an opportunity to better understand her true strength through this fight. Xia Lingyue is a very unique student. A voice softly sounded beside him. Then Jiang Huai caught a whiff of a subtle, elegant fragrance coming from his side. Turning his head, he saw Bai Qing of the Tiance Guild sitting beside him now. May I sit here, classmate? She did not ask Jiang Huai, but instead asked Lu Wanin who sat on his right. Teacher Bai, you please sit. Lu Wanin was puzzled as to why Bai Qing suddenly appeared here. Ling Chuan turned and glanced at Bai Qing, smiling and saying, Teacher Bai certainly cares about my students. Because I feel everyone in the Wulin team is adorable and aspiring, especially student Su Qing. Bai Qing looked towards Su Qing and said, if you ever have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me. Su Qing was quite moved. She thought Bai Qing would treat her questions with indifference like other teachers. But that wasn't the case. During these few days, whenever Su Qing tentatively approached Bai Qing provided detailed guidance, even personally instructing her on how to control her mental energy. Bai Qing greeted almost everyone present, except for Jiang Huai. But here she was, sitting next to Jiang Huai, which seemed rather strange. Lu Wan'an leaned close to Jiang Huai's ear and asked, "Did you offend Teacher Bai? Why doesn't she greet you?" "I don't know either." Jiang Huai helplessly shrugged. Then Bai Qing spoke a sentence into Jiang Huai's mind using telepathy. "Master, do you think my current attitude is appropriate? If only you weren't deliberately acting this way, it would be acceptable. Why are you sitting next to me? I want to feel more of your strength. If you don't like it, I'll leave immediately. Forget it, it's too weird. Just sit there then. Afterward, Bai Qing inadvertently glanced at Jiang Huai, her eyes brimming with affection nearly spilling over. "Pay attention, Jiang Huai." At this moment, Lingchuan called out Jiang Huai's name, startling him. "The battle between student Xia Lingyue and teacher Mo, you will be spectacular." Jiang Huai didn't know why Lingchuan specifically pointed out for him to watch carefully, but he focused intently on the field anyway. Currently, Xia Lingyue was stretching and doing warm-up exercises. Her academy uniform jacket was tied around her waist, covering her multiple knives. Once her warm-ups were complete, she swiftly tossed her jacket to the ground. "Where are your supporting teammates?" asked Mou. "I don't need them," Xia Lingyue replied with a gentle laugh. "Teacher Mou, I've heard your swordsmanship is exquisite, a single strike style within the ghostly Taoist arts where you represent the ultimate strike. I'm very curious, just how powerful is your one strike?" Mou's hand lightly rested on the hilt of his sword, then looked at Xia Lingyue. "You're about to find out soon." Upon seeing the 4 knives at her waist and the black longsword on her back, Mou tilted his head slightly. "Having more knives doesn't make you stronger. Can you really handle so many swords well?" Xia Lingyue stopped her warm-up motions, then lightly hopped a bit. Her hand rested on the first knife on her left side. "You'll know soon." As soon as the referee gave the command, the second round of the challenge officially began. With a light bounce, Xia Lingyue's figure instantly disappeared, reappearing the next second behind Mou. The entire audience stared in astonishment. Even Jiang Huai widened his eyes. "Such incredible speed," Jiang Huai remarked, amazed that he couldn't track her movement trajectory. In the instant Xia Lingyue reached behind Mou, she already held the first knife in reverse grip and swiftly drew it, aiming upward toward Mou's back. Mou slightly sidestepped to dodge the attack, but a few strands of his hair were still cut off. However, the young girl's offensive clearly did not stop. In the moment her upward strike was evaded, she planted her foot on the ground and then delivered a powerful side kick. Mou raised his hand to block it. Xia Lingyue used the reaction force from being blocked to support herself with one hand on the ground, causing her body to spin. The knife she held in reverse grip used the momentum of the spin to slash towards Mou's throat again. Clang! Mou raised his hand, gripping his own sheathed sword, and used the scabbard to block Xia Lingyue's attack. Well blocked. Xia Lingyue's body remained suspended in the air. She grinned savagely at Mou, then spun her body once more, delivering a horizontal kick towards Mou's face. Mou switched hands to hold his sword and raised it to block the kick. But Xia Lingyue's body coordination had already surpassed that of an ordinary human. With the failed kick, her body spun around again, followed by another kick. This 2 consecutive aerial back-spinning downward kicks made Mou frown slightly, as the tremendous force caused his body to sink slightly. "Not done yet, teacher." Swish. At the instant, Mou focused solely on defending against the girl's kick techniques. Her knife had already slashed horizontally towards Mou's neck. It was an absolutely lethal scene created by using bodily flexibility and supreme close combat skills. Before the knife could cut his throat, Mou violently leaned his body backward, and then rammed the hilt of his sword hard into Xia Lingyue's chest. With a loud bang, both of them retreated simultaneously and almost at the same time steadied their feet. Cough, cough. Xia Lingyue patted her chest and sighed. "You should unsheath your sword. If I really defeat you like this, it will be meaningless." Mou shook his arm that had blocked Xia Lingyue's 2 downward kicks twice. "All right, you don't need to hold back either. Don't worry about my injury," she said indifferently. Xia Lingyue gripped her knife and rested it on her shoulder, smirking. "After all, you've been affected by the nerve toxin, and the old wound you sustained at Mount Wuhuang hasn't healed yet. Teacher, are you sure you don't want me to hold back?" Mou responded with a hum, then grasped the handle of her sword with one hand and the scabbard with the other, assuming the posture of drawing her sword. At this moment, murmurs rippled through the audience again. They were all shocked by Xia Lingyue's moves just now. Who is this girl? She has such strength. She forced Blood Falcon's captain to draw his sword. This girl has impressive skills. Quickly find out which organization she belongs to. It seemed these people already regarded Xia Lingyue as a hot commodity. And Jiang Huai remembered very clearly. Xia Lingyue had said she was unaffiliated. It appeared that the awakened talent market would soon see a storm of blood and rain. "Then I won't be courteous, teacher." Seeing that Mou had already taken the stance to draw her sword, Xia Lingyue no longer held back. She drew another knife from her waist. One held correctly, one in reverse. She faced Mou in a rather strange posture. Chapter 142, 4 Knives Flow. Swish. Murphy's figure darted past as it had done before, but this time, she didn't glide over the girl's body. Instead, in an instant flash before the girl, she was stopped by Xia Lingyue's twin knives. The black ancient blade of Mou collided with Xia Lingyue's dual blades, instantly stirring up countless specks of dust, as if 2 great powers were clashing in midair. "Be careful, teacher." Xia Lingyue opened her mouth, revealing a set of teeth that resembled those of a shark. The third knife is coming. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly twisted to the side. In the same moment she deflected Mou's blade's force. She used the long knife in her right hand to flick out a third blade. This blade spun through the air, then descended. Bang! Xia Lingyue started her attack. Her two knives struck towards Mou with an astonishing speed. Mou defended herself, holding her blade in one hand. It seemed as if Xia Lingyue was performing some kind of magic trick. The instant her knife was deflected, she would let go and allow the long blade to be pushed aside into the air. Before that airborne rotating blade touched down, she swiftly grabbed it and executed a downward slash. Thus, she always managed to keep two knives in her hands. Her assault never slowed down even a bit. Every time a blade flew upward or fell back, it was as if she had calculated everything perfectly without once glancing upward. Sometimes when she raised her hand, it looked as if there was nothing in it, but at the moment of the downward strike, she'd invariably grasped the still spinning hilt in midair. Furthermore, her speed continued to accelerate. The fourth knife, teacher. Xia Lingyue abruptly turned around and hurled out the fourth blade using the handle of the blade she already held. Everyone in the audience stared in disbelief. What sort of monster is this? The four knives were like extensions of her own body. Later on, these four knives weren't being deflected by Mou. Xia Lingyue kept releasing them purposefully, then gripping another. For knives perpetually ensured that two were in her hands and two circled around her. None ever landed on the ground. Her attack speed grew increasingly frantic, faster and faster. A form of indescribable madness became vividly manifest in her every move. Captain Mou, she can't counterattack? A cold sweat broke out on Chui's forehead. Where does that girl come from? What exactly is this awakened ability? This isn't an awakened ability at all. This is simply her combat techniques refined to their peak. From heated discussions at the start to gaping astonishment now, everyone found it hard to believe. An 18-year-old girl could actually train her human body to such an extent? Xuanhuan couldn't help but think to himself, if it were me, without transforming into 100 skeletal forms, how would I deal with this fight filled with intricate techniques? No wonder Ling Xuan wanted me to watch carefully. This multi-blade flow, akin to a dance, can truly be considered an art. But unfortunately, she faces not just any swordsman. She faces Mou. Xuanhuan was very clear about this point. Mou isn't unable to retaliate. She is observing, studying Xia Lingyue's attacking patterns. And as she increasingly understands this circus-like four-knife style, Mou's defense gradually becomes more relaxed. Finally, she even closed her eyes. Xia Lingyue's grin grew even more ferocious. She did not feel humiliated, instead feeling excited due to Mou's sharp insight. An opponent like this, defeating her would truly hold value. Unfortunately, this time, Mou wasn't going to give her this chance. Bang! Seizing the opportunity during Xia Lingyue's weapon swap, Mou's black blade's handle rammed forward. While disrupting Xia Lingyue's balance, she advanced rather than retreated, reaching her front and delivering a harsh shoulder collision. Xia Lingyue's body was forcefully flung backward, landing on the ground. Even before she stood up, Mou performed several slashing strikes with the long blade midair, driving all four knives, which hadn't yet hit the ground, towards Xia Lingyue's vicinity. The four knives embedded themselves beside Xia Lingyue's hands and feet into the ground, completely immobilizing her. After a brief silence, thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the area. Brilliant! Truly worthy of being the miss of the Mo family. Such battle technique, entirely without relying on supernatural abilities, is simply spectacular. That student named Xia Lingyue also hasn't used any supernatural abilities. Truly remarkable. It appeared that many organizations had already marked Xia Lingyue as a target for recruitment. Although she lay sprawled out on the ground at the moment, Xia Lingyue hadn't uttered the word concede. Therefore, Mou's blade remained unsheathed. Walking beside Xia Lingyue, she glanced coldly down at her and asked, "Are you drawing your last blade?" Xia Lingyue looked at Mou and burst into laughter as she lay down on the ground. "I decline, I admit defeat. The Mo family's blade technique lives up to its reputation. Thank you for holding back." Mou turned around and stepped back to the center of the arena. Then she glanced at the girl and said, "If you ever want to spar again, I'll be happy to oblige." Talking so sweetly, "Teacher, you just wanted to see my final blade, didn't you?" Xia Lingyue put the four knives back in their sheaths as she spoke. Then, surprisingly, Mou revealed a barely noticeable smile. "I won't deny it. Fighting with you was quite interesting. So, has someone who matters to you seen your efforts?" This question made Mou pause momentarily. "Don't be shy, teacher. In these shitty times, some things should be said sooner rather than later. Otherwise, there might never be another chance." She walked over to Mou and extended her hand. Mou raised her hand and clasped Xia Lingyue's, but her eyes subtly flickered towards Jiang Huai's seat in the audience. "So that's how it is. The young miss of the Mo family also noticed your presence, huh?" Bai Qing caught sight of Mou's glance and raised an eyebrow. "Master, I still need to make this clear to you. If possible, please avoid having anything to do with the Mo family." Jiang Huai remained silent. At that moment, looking at Mou, he remembered the last look in her eyes that night. Shouldn't I? After saying those words, the waitress and pain on her face lingered in Jiang Huai's mind for a long time. "Bai Qing." Jiang Huai initiated a conversation with Bai Qing in his mind. "How may I assist, master? Find out about the Mo family. What exactly did they do to her? I just told you not to involve yourself with the Mo family. Can you do it or not?" Jiang Huai cut off Bai Qing's words. "Of course, Lord Tianqi. Please wait patiently for the good news." At this point, after Xia Lingyue stepped down from the stage, Zhou Lingling smiled as she looked at her. Why don't you pull out your last blade? This blade isn't meant to be used against humans. Xia Lingyue smiled and shrugged her shoulders. Anyway, I lost. Now it's your turn to perform, class president. But Zhou Lingling didn't walk directly onto the combat platform as others expected. Instead, she circled around the outside and went toward the referee, whispering something in the referee's ear. The referee hesitated for a moment, then questioned her. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. The referee nodded, then got onto the stage and stood beside MOU. The remaining members of the Xuanhuan class forfeit their challenge qualifications. The current mentor challenge ends in failure. Chapter 143, Old Thing. MOU slowly sat down on the chair after leaving the arena and returning to the lounge. She hung her mentor's coat on the rack, then slowly took off her blouse, revealing her pale body. On her shoulder blade and arm, there were varying degrees of bruises and marks left from being exposed to poison gas. She slowly raised her hand but felt a sharp pain coming on. That girl named Xia Lingyue had strength that wasn't typical for a student. Even for an awakened 4-star individual, such powerful strength should not be possessed. No, strength was secondary. Her most terrifying aspect was her combat experience. Even compared to battle-hardened warriors, Xia Lingyue showed no sign of being inferior. If she and MOU both initiated their awakening abilities in battle, MOU was confident she could win against her. But the knife behind her back, if she had drawn that knife, would MOU still have been able to win? The black ancient knife leaning against the desk trembled slightly, as if expressing its discontent with MOU's thoughts. Sorry, I should have more confidence in you. MOU gently stroked the scabbard with her hand. At the time when she fought against Xia Lingyue, this ancient knife named xuanhuan resonated with the knife on Xia Lingyue's back. It was as if these two knives had once crossed blades before. Perhaps realizing this point, Xia Lingyue eventually chose not to draw her knife. Her goal wasn't for victory, so what did she really want? Oh, this injury is worse than I imagined. Chua. At the sound, MOU already used her left hand to draw xuanhuan, turned around, and placed the sword on the neck of the person who came. The white-haired fox-eared girl immediately raised her hands. Hey, I mean no harm. Can you please put the sword down? You are the nest lord from the Zhou family manor. MOU looked coldly at xuanhuan, without any intention of putting down the sword. xuanhuan laughed bitterly and nodded. You remember me. You were almost losing consciousness back then, truly a powerful awakener. Do you dare to show up in front of me? Are you prepared mentally? MOU tilted her sword slightly, and instantly the blade pressed against the girl's neck, with a streak of red blood sliding along the edge. I come under my master's orders to heal your injuries. xuanhuan knew this woman wasn't joking. If she didn't make her intentions clear, her head might really roll. Who is your master? MOU asked coldly. Of course, it's the one you daydream about. Ugh, don't glare like that. It's xuanhuan. Is that okay now? xuanhuan made you his servant. MOU suspiciously looked at xuanhuan, though the sword in her hand moved slightly backward. Realizing this, xuanhuan wore a faint smile. To be precise, I am a slave and... The girl lowered her voice, speaking in a seductive tone. A slave that does everything. Chua. MOU returned the sword to its sheath, then smirked. Don't provoke me. I know him better than you do. Yes. xuanhuan shrugged. You know him well, so what? Aren't you afraid to not even tell him the truth? MOU frowned. What do you know? I don't attack. I don't know anything. But even a dull person would look once and realize there must be some unspoken secrets between you and the master. Don't speak nonsense about things you don't know. Now go out. I've said it. I've come under my master's orders to heal your wounds. I don't need treatment from beasts. xuanhuan sighed. Then I'll go back and tell my master that you're severely injured and refuse my treatment, lying alone on the bed sobbing pitifully, and let him come see you himself. You. MOU glared at xuanhuan. You beast. How dare you talk nonsense? Seeing MOU reaching for the sword again, xuanhuan immediately stepped forward, gently grabbing her hand. Luckily, you were only poisoned by ordinary nerve toxins, different from the curse of that dark system awakener last time. I can cure you. Now, will you let me treat you obediently, or should I inform my master? MOU bit her lip, looking at this fox-eared girl, and finally silently nodded. xuanhuan carefully used her power to help MOU eliminate the toxins in her body, while also treating the injuries left by the Dark Emperor on Despair Peak. This wound is indeed severe, but the Dark Emperor didn't deliver a killing blow. Otherwise, none of you would have survived down from the peak. While healing MOU, the little fox spoke. It's quite a heavy injury, but even the Dark Emperor didn't use a fatal touch on you. Otherwise, your group wouldn't have made it down from the mountaintop alive. A case of the same kind. MOU sneered as she said. Alas, your hatred for me. Isn't it because you believe that I wiped out your fearless team in Kotana country at that time? MOU stayed silent, but xuanhuan could feel her heightened emotions from her heartbeat. Relax, beasts are also different from each other. Do you want to say you're a kind beast? MOU sneered, looking down on xuanhuan with disdain. Ha, nonsense. There is no kind beast. Oh wait, there seemed to be one. I seem to remember a beast before. She was completely useless, weak, timid, and couldn't do anything right. So, her nest lord exiled her, throwing her into another world. Guess what happened then? When she reached that world, she turned into a rat. Ha, it's killing me laughing. xuanhuan's words did not make MOU laugh. Instead, her breathing became heavier and heavier. To MOU, xuanhuan's words felt like mockery. Well, I'm not trying to clear my name. I just want to tell you that something odd happened in Kotana country. Having said that, xuanhuan lightly patted MOU's arm. Mou immediately felt the stinging sensation on her hand completely disappear. She stood up and looked at her body. Her toxins were all gone. But just when she was about to turn and look at the girl, she saw the girl had transformed into a small fox. The master is very concerned about you, but he refuses to trust unexplained kindness. Human, don't rush things. If you have troubles, you can tell the master. After saying this, the little fox jumped onto the windowsill, leaped high into the air, and disappeared from Mou's sight. Mou dressed properly, went to the windowsill, watched the shadow of the little fox waving on the ground, and sighed. I have no choice. The afternoon competition was quite entertaining too. However, this time people weren't here just to see the students get reprimanded by their mentors for fun. Instead, everyone was eager to see the mentors getting embarrassed. Because the mentor representing Huiyao class this afternoon was Xuanhuan from Wuling class. This teacher was almost unheard of in the awakened community. If he hadn't been appointed as the mentor for Wuling class this time, perhaps some people would go their whole lives without knowing there was a foreign monk here besides brother Yuqinshan, the fake priest. Who among you wants to go first and give it a try? Little monk Nyandas smiled as he asked his classmates. Everyone else looked at the priest on the stage, who was standing hands behind his back, looking benevolent and kind. Boring. The fiery-tempered fire element youth showed an uninterested face, clearly showing no interest at all. Awakened Shadow System Caillou Ing also expressed that fighting such an old man full of weaknesses was meaningless. Thus, the little monk started calling names. Etra. The big foreign student whose name was called was stunned for a moment, then immediately broke into a wide grin. Ha 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 ha. Are you really going to send me? Aren't you afraid I'll knock this old guy out with just one punch? I know you're deeply connected with the class leader of Wuling class. You didn't accept losing to him last time, but now there are many people watching, so don't go overboard. Hee hee, I only thought you didn't want me to go, so I didn't volunteer. Now that no one else is interested. Alright, I'll play with this old man. Etra clenched his fists, eagerly heading toward the center of the arena. Do you need any supportive awakened individuals? The little monk asked. Meanwhile, a female enhancing type awakened individual from the class came forward. Ha 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 ha, little monk, this is simply an insult. Do we need assistance to take down this old man? Just watch. Etra leapt, his massive figure landing heavily on the competitive platform with a powerful thud. The entire arena trembled at his impact. The surge lifted Lingchuan's white clerical robe, causing it to flap loudly in the wind. My name is Etra, a 4-star enhancing type awakened individual. Old man, I challenge you. Are you scared? Lingchuan remained perfectly still, only lifting his head slightly while holding his hands behind his back, chuckling dryly. Young man, you sure are energetic. Then, I'll spar a few moves with you, this old thing. Chapter 144. Even old dogs have a few teeth. Probably the only people in the audience who truly cared about Lingchuan's life or death were the Wuling class. And among the entire Wuling class, it was very likely that Zhang Huai alone wasn't at all worried about Lingchuan's life or death. Zhang Huai. Lu Wanin leaned toward Zhang Huai and said, Is this guy from before, someone who has crossed us? Will he dare to do anything to our teacher? Yeah, he definitely will fight with no holds barred because the rules only say that teachers can't use deadly force on students, but there are no restrictions for the students. So, Lu Wanin frowned slightly. He could even kill teacher Lingchuan and get away with just saying that he didn't control his strength enough. Zhang Huai nodded with a smile. Seeing Zhang Huai laugh, Lu Wanin was quite puzzled. Shinsai, you really have no heart. The teacher cares so much about you, and you're still laughing. Zhang Huai hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, Don't worry, I've fought with this big guy before. With those moves of his, he won't be able to harm the teacher. Lu Wanin and a few other students from the Wuling class remained skeptical. After all, they had never seen Lingchuan take action. But Zhang Huai knew clearly. Even when using localized enhancements, Zhang Huai could barely manage to hold his own against Lingchuan. That too was when Lingchuan hadn't used any abilities. Could this Tiger Vanguard kill Lingchuan? That's something Zhang Huai would die rather than believe. The match began officially. Edela showed no hesitation, starting immediately with a killing move, forming his hand into a claw shape and fiercely grabbing towards Lingchuan's head. Lingchuan moved back sharply, narrowly avoiding the strike. The old man is reacting pretty fast. Ha ha. Edela laughed loudly as he began chasing after him. Everyone watched as Edela activated Stage 1 body enhancement, causing a surge in both muscle and speed. Blow after blow left Lingchuan only able to dodge. It was clear to everyone that although Lingchuan hadn't been hit yet, he was already struggling just to avoid Edela's fists and kicks. He had absolutely no room for retaliation. The students of the Wuling class were breaking out in cold sweat. They didn't expect Lingchuan to win. They just hoped their teacher wouldn't get hurt. Zhang Huai let out a sigh. In his mind, he thought that the teacher once again wanted to play the coward. Most likely, he'd casually fend off a few blows, letting Edela have some satisfaction, then surrender. Unfortunately, they had originally hoped to witness the teacher's true fighting prowess. Edela seemingly didn't intend to waste time this way. Seizing an opportunity, his entire arm suddenly transformed into a tiger's claw, striking the ground hard with one swipe, causing cracks to appear in the floor. This shook Lingchuan, making his steps falter and his body wobble uncontrollably. The audience looked on delightedly. Unconsciously, they applauded and cheered. Old man, is this all you've got, and you still have the nerve to teach others? Edela lifted his hand, using the tiger's claw to point at Lingchuan while laughing. From ancient times, disciples need not be inferior to their masters, nor must masters be superior to their disciples. As long as there's something they can learn from me, I'll do my best to teach and resolve doubts. You slippery old bastard, starting with you. Suddenly, with a powerful stomp of his foot, Edela approached Xuanhuan, and then grabbed the man's head ferociously. Teacher. Everyone from the Wuling class watching from above was taken aback. Old man, blame your classmate named Xuanhuan, who offended our Huiyao class. None of you will leave alive, starting with you. As he squeezed Xuanhuan's head, he leaned close to his ear and whispered, I'm going to crush your skull and make your students watch as you die. Then I'll find an opportunity, one by one, to tear them apart into pieces, huh? His grip tightened gradually, but there was no sound of bones breaking or screams of pain. Instead, what was heard was a sigh full of regret. Child, your evil intentions run deep. Then Edela felt Xuanhuan's hand gently touch his chest, followed by a sudden strong push. Bang! Edela's massive body flew backward like a cannonball, tumbling repeatedly on the ground until he rolled off the platform. No one understood exactly what had happened. All they saw was the man standing on the platform casually dusting off the sleeves of his robes and fixing his hair. Edela, what are you doing? The young monk glared coldly at Edela, who was slowly picking himself up off the ground. And Edela himself looked perplexed. What just happened? That old man touched his chest lightly, and then an immense force radiated from his chest, flinging him away. Dazed, he turned and said to the little monk, I made a mistake. Can you continue? Asked the little monk. Of course. This time, I'll finish him off directly. I've told you many times, this is a challenge match, not your killing arena. But Edela seemed not to care about the little monk's warning and leaped back onto the stage. Old man, what did you do just now? Ha ha. Xuanhuan smiled and said, I just made you clear-headed a bit. Kid, you have an extremely strong desire to win, which is a good thing. Your power isn't bad either. If you can defeat my students on the stage, I won't say anything. But if you try to harm them behind their backs. Xuanhuan's smile slowly disappeared. Then this old man will teach you what it means to be a person. What a boastful talk. Edela roared in anger, and this time he obviously held nothing back. During his run, he turned into a giant tiger standing on its hind legs. His massive claws fiercely struck toward Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan slightly moved aside, lifting his hand and lightly brushing off the claw aiming at him. Then he pointed a finger at Edela's forehead. Short-range burst. The moment Xuanhuan's low voice entered Edela's ears, he felt a tremendous force rushing straight to the top of his head. His entire body tilted backward, flipping several backflips in midair before falling onto the ground. Everyone in the audience was speechless. Among them, Lu Yong, Huiyao class mentor, was the most shocked. He directly shattered the armrest of his chair, his pupils wide with astonishment as he could hardly believe what he had just seen. Perhaps most people didn't see clearly what just happened, so they were merely confused. But Lu Yong truly saw Xuanhuan's tactics. That's why he was so astonished. The strength of this old bastard, how can it be so powerful? Dean Gallant sitting next to him held a cup of hot tea. He gently blew on the surface of the tea and then sighed, saying, I've already told you, don't underestimate the saint. I even specifically checked his file. Guess what? The saint has a secret appendix to his file, and below 7 stars. No one has permission to check it. Lu Yong mechanically turned his head, looking at Dean Gallant. How many stars? You mean this Xuanhuan is 7 stars? Alas, how come you only hear half of what others say? I meant the checking authority for that appendix file is 7 stars. No, absolutely impossible. Aren't the existing 7 stars just the leaders of the major organizations and the president of the General Assembly? There are no other 7 stars. Seeing that Lu Yong wasn't listening anymore, Dean Gallant simply closed his mouth. And at this moment in the field, Edela really couldn't get up anymore. He lay on the ground, his body restored to human form, shaking as he raised his head to look at Xuanhuan. This sense of oppression even surpassed the feeling Zhang Huai gave him that day in the cave. Zhang Huai on the stand was very dissatisfied. Teacher, if you're going to fight, move slower. Either endure the blows passively or kill him instantly with your first move. This way, what am I supposed to learn? Are you going to continue? Xuanhuan, hands clasped behind his back, walked smilingly toward Edela. When Edela tried to get up and saw Xuanhuan coming towards him, he immediately tumbled down from the platform. No more fighting. After rolling off the platform, Edela knelt on one knee and lifted his fists high above his head in front of him. Surrender. Interesting. The fire element teenager became intrigued after seeing Edela being defeated instantly. He stood up from his seat and walked towards the competition platform. Next, it's my turn. You should be careful. This teacher isn't as weak as he looks. The little monk warned him. The youth sneered and walked step by step up to the competition platform through a staircase composed of flames. I'll take you on, teacher. Xuanhuan looked at the young man, still smiling. Zhang Huai decided this time he must see clearly. Even if Xuanhuan's moves were fast, he would concentrate fully. But just as everyone anticipated the start of the match, Xuanhuan's hand slowly touched his waist from behind his back. Then he turned to the referee and said, Surrender. The whole venue buzzed with whispers. What's the situation? Surrendering at this point? What do you mean? Win and then run away, right? The youth was furious. Little buddy, I'm too old. Those few moves just now caused my lumbar muscles to strain. You're very powerful, I'm not your opponent. I surrender. Referee, how can this be? The youth turned to shout at the referee. The referee was also confused. Never encountered such a situation before. What's wrong with this teacher? Is he like Ultraman? Ran out of energy so quickly? But since he's already surrendered, the referee certainly can't force him to take a beating. So he could only turn to look at Dean Gallant seated on the platform. Gallant smiled and nodded, then took a sip of his hot tea. The challenge for this session, successful. Chapter 145, Ranking Discussion. If one could say that in the morning, Mo Yu gave the challenge a good start, making everyone look forward to it with great anticipation. Then xuanhuan, the teacher of the Wuling class, was the one who personally quashed all of this anticipation. This feeling was just like having a cat scratching at your heart, making it unbearably uncomfortable. Thus, almost everyone left the scene grumbling, including those scouts from the big organizations who had come to recruit students. After all, the Huiaobo class was the primary target for recruitment. But what about this afternoon? What happened was Etla from the Huiaobo class got beaten up. The person who beat him directly forfeited afterward, and the other students didn't get a chance to display their abilities. Some people tried to console them by saying they should wait until tomorrow. But when they looked at the schedule, they were speechless again. What was happening tomorrow? In the morning, there would be a challenge between the mentor of the Wuling class, xuanhuan, and the mentor of the Huiaobo class, Lu Yong. In the afternoon, there would be challenges between ordinary classes, and the mentors involved would also be from the regular classes. There was absolutely nothing worth watching. Many people started discussing whether or not they should sleep in tomorrow morning. The challenge where the Wuling class got instantly defeated by Lu Yong probably wouldn't be exciting either. I heard that Lu Yong isn't afraid to go lethal. I've also heard that there are 3 members of Emperor-level in the Wuling class. This Emperor-level is really something. 3 teams that always end up last. But surely the mentor cannot seriously harm the students during a challenge, right? Rules are made by people. If you end up killing a few members of Emperor-level, I doubt anyone will stand up for justice on their behalf. Who in Emperor-level has any say now? Yu Qingshan is dead. Du Qinghong may have been discharged from the hospital, but everyone knows his body is frail like a consumptive. Even as an awakened 6-star talent, what can he do? He might die faster than his opponent after using his abilities. There's still Yun Luo. She's actually quite strong. Unfortunately, she remains loyal to the Emperor-level even though many have approached her. She refuses to leave. It seems there's no hope, only to sink along with this dilapidated ship into the ocean floor. During dinner, Lu Wanyin listened to these comments about Emperor-level, and her expression turned sour. Jiang Huai held her hand tightly under the table, urging her to remain composed. At that moment, while they were eating and holding hands beneath the table, they looked very much like a couple deeply in love. Jiang Huai. Lu Wanyin put down her chopsticks and said to Jiang Huai, "What's wrong?" Jiang Huai turned to look at Lu Wanyin, noticing that the anger she initially carried was slowly dissipating. He began to gently release her hand. For some reason, as soon as he decided to let go, Lu Wanyin moved her hand closer into his palm. So once again, Jiang Huai tightened his grip on her hand. "Can I participate in the match tomorrow?" Chu He, Su Qing, and others stopped eating immediately upon hearing this. Yin Jiao looked worriedly at Lu Wanyin and advised, "Wanyin, that mentor appears hostile towards us. Let's reconsider carefully." Lu Wanyin shook her head smiling. "I am currently the most skilled attacker in our team. If I don't compete, does that mean we simply surrender?" Sighing, Chu He quickly chimed in, saying, "Brother-in-law, sometimes surrendering isn't such a bad thing. Running away may be disgraceful, but it works." This time, Jiang Huai didn't argue with Chu He. Looking at Lu Wanyin, he said, "Wanzi, Chu He makes a good point. This is just a trial competition, and I find it strange about Lu Yong's animosity towards us. I feel he might not adhere to the rules." Seeming as if she wanted to say more, but eventually kept quiet, Lu Wanyin let go of Jiang Huai's hand and took her meal tray away, leaving the cafeteria. "Did you two quarrel, brother?" Chu He asked. Smacking Chu He on the head, Jiang Huai scolded, "Don't call me that casually. Finish your meals, and I'll go check on her." With that, Jiang Huai stood up and hurried out after Lu Wanyin. Lu Wanyin went alone to the training ground. After taking a deep breath, she swung her sickle at the training dummies. Her strength now greatly differed from when she first met Jiang Huai. Although her attacking pattern hadn't changed significantly, from where Jiang Huai stood, he could see clearly that both her power and speed had improved dramatically. Was this improvement truly due to the beast within her, or was it because of that faint aroma of herbs in her recently? Dummy after dummy fell around her, but Lu Wanyin continued without tiring. These dummies in the training field would regenerate endlessly, providing students with a way to vent their frustrations. However, the faster you hit them, the more dummies would appear. Soon, countless dummies piled up around Lu Wanyin. "Get out of my way. Get out." As her sickle swept through, dummies collapsed in heaps, and simultaneously, red light flashed across the training area. Then, the dummies which originally just stood there blankly began to enter attack mode. At the moment when a group of dummies were about to launch an offensive on Lu Wanyin, Jiang Huai suddenly grabbed her, slung her over his shoulder, and leaped away from the training field. Exercising right after dinner isn't suitable. Jiang Huai intended to set Lu Wanyin down, but this girl clung onto his shoulder like a spoiled child, unwilling to get off. Jiang Huai then simply decided to carry her on his back and headed toward the dormitory. Wu Xian Kai, you may not understand this. In the Riders' Hunt Guild, Tai Yin Lu Yong once had a deep grudge against old Yu. On Jiang Huai's back, Lu Wanyin softly spoke. That year during the Apocalypse event, which was also when that black dragon appeared in the Beast Wave, Rider Guild's Lu Yong and his younger brother were responsible for supporting Sun Yu's assault on the central nest. But at the very instant the Apocalypse creature appeared, his younger brother didn't follow orders, thinking it was a chance to claim merit. He then rushed out with his men. At that time, Master Yu risked everything to stop him, but he rode his iron steed and trampled Master Yu, causing severe injuries. As a result, both him and his squad became the first sacrifices under the apocalyptic creature's fiery wrath. Jiang Huai sighed. Master Yu should have learned to respect other people's destinies. Lu Yong blames us Sun Yu for his younger brother's death. Later, our leader defected, while Master Yu and Master Du fought hard to cover everyone else's retreat. On their way back, however, Lu Yong injured Master Du, leading to his worsening condition, making each day harder than the last. Xuanhuan finally understood. It seemed that both the Riders' Hunt Guild and Yemo Sun Yu had reasons to seek revenge on one another. But the Riders' Hunt Guild's reason wasn't quite justified, though under widespread condemnation, the legitimacy of the reason wasn't as important anymore. So instead of waiting for him to come find us, tomorrow I'll take care of him first. Lu Wanyin clenched her fists tightly. Xuanhuan sighed again and placed Lu Wanyin on the bench in front of the dormitory. Then he turned around and looked at her, saying, I understand. Then tomorrow, can I join you? You hadn't joined Yemo Sun Yu back then, Xuanhuan. You don't need to. Xuanhuan interrupted her, sitting beside her. To fight for Yemo Sun Yu, seniority doesn't matter, does it? Moreover, I've said before, I won't let you get hurt at all. Don't worry. Tomorrow in the challenge, you only need to focus on fighting. The rest, leave it to me. After hearing Xuanhuan's words, although Lu Wanyin wanted to say more, she ultimately just lightly nudged Xuanhuan's chin with her head. Wu Xan Kai, night patrols usually have hierarchies. You even need to call me sister. See how much you care about your elder sister, so I. Before Lu Wanyin finished, Xuanhuan had already nodded gently with a smile. As long as you're happy, sister. Lu Wanyin's face immediately turned red. What's wrong with this fool? My tricks aren't working on him anymore. I'm going back inside. I'll rest well tonight. Tomer, tomorrow, you wake me up, and then. Walking to the dormitory entrance, hands behind her back, Lu Wanyin slightly turned around and whispered to Xuanhuan with a blushing face. And, help me, fix my hair. After uttering this sentence, Lu Wanyin quickly fled into the dormitory like escaping. Xuanhuan sat on the bench, still wearing a smile. Sigh, truly easy to please. Calling her sister makes her happy. Master, you should be more careful. Each time you blurt something without thinking, these might become unforgettable memories for the girl. Not that serious. Sigh. Chapter 146, Settling the Accounts. That night, in Yun Miao and Su Qing's dormitory, she still let Lu Wanyin sleep in that coffin, just as she had before. This time, however, she closed the coffin and placed a few talisman papers on top of it. Sigh you. Oh you, at such a young age, you haven't learned much skill yet your mouth is certainly big. Yun Miao lay on the coffin board, gently tapping the coffin. Little Taoist priestess is tired out by painting talismans for you all night. Tell me, how are you going to thank little Taoist? There was naturally no reaction from inside the coffin. The young female zombie, however, today seemed like she regained her own consciousness. She walked directly to Su Qing's bed. Bending her head, she observed the hypnotized girl. Sister, don't scare others. Taking off your talismans was to have you guard the coffin, not to have you spy on her. Yun Miao sat up, looking towards the zombie. The female zombie turned around, with the forbidden symbol evidently gone from her forehead. A slight smile appeared on her face before she obediently returned to Yun Miao's side. Sigh, this half-dead one, neither dead nor alive, I don't know whether it's good or bad. In order to prevent her from being taken away by the little brutes of the Dead Souls Guild, I can only keep her nourished with my coffin. After saying this, Yun Miao flipped over, lying on the coffin, propping her chin up with her hand while her legs dangled cutely. Why don't you call me master? I think I'm worthy enough of that. She raised her hand and tapped the coffin lid again. Rest assured, little master will make sure everything is intact tomorrow. The next morning, Xuanhuan knocked on Lu Wanyin's room door. He glanced at his watch. It was now 6 in the morning. Although there was still some time before getting up, Xuanhuan thought he should inform Lu Wanyin about today's challenge. But when the door opened, he saw Yun Miao yawning and walking out of Lu Wanyin's bedroom. Did I knock on the wrong door? Xuanhuan hesitated. However, Yun Miao didn't care, waving at him with drowsiness in her eyes. Don't be so formal. I've already moved her back to her bed. She's sleeping soundly. Now I'm going back to sleep. There's no need to call me for this morning's competition anyway, as I don't plan on participating. Having said that, she went straight into the opposite room. Xuanhuan stood frozen in place for a moment before finally coming to his senses. I didn't knock on the wrong door, but why did Yun Miao come out from Lu Wanyin's room? Soon after, Lu Wanyin came to the door, yawning. What are you doing standing outside the door? Are you trying to attract attention or something? Come in. As she said that, she grabbed Xuanhuan's collar and pulled him inside. And then, just as she sat up on the bed, Yinjia shrank back under the covers upon seeing Xuanhuan enter. Sorry, I didn't know you were here. Yinjia's pajamas were rather thin, yet somehow it shouldn't be her apologizing. Xuanhuan thought this was quite abnormal. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have entered. That's enough nonsense. Lu Wanyin still had a huge grump after waking up. She directly sat down on the chair, leaning her back against Xuanhuan's chest. Hurry up and comb my hair. Saying that, she actually closed her eyes again, swaying slightly. Helplessly, Xuanhuan could only give an apologetic look to Yinjia. Meanwhile, Yinjia put on clothes inside the covers. She peeked out with one head, only able to helplessly chuckle at the scene before her. After finishing up, Xuanhuan left the dormitory building together with the groggy Lu Wanyin. At the training area, Xuanhuan lightly patted Lu Wanyin's cheeks. It's about time to wake up, okay? Reluctantly, Lu Wanyin opened her eyes. Shouldn't I say you're totally lacking any tension? Aren't we facing Lu Yong from the hunting squad today, who's reportedly reached half-step 6th stage? Upon hearing what Xuanhuan said, Lu Wanyin yawned, rubbing her face against Xuanhuan's chest. This isn't some cultivation novel. This half-step might just be the difference between life and death. Even if you're a 5-star awakened individual, you can't afford to have no tension whatsoever. Xuanhuan sighed helplessly. It's not that I'm not nervous. I don't know why. Ever since I was little, every time I get up, I need a long time to become fully awake. Previously, Xuanhuan noticed that although Lu Wanyin slept very punctually, waking up was extremely difficult. Initially, he thought it was simply a physiological habit. Now, it seemed more likely to be related to what Xuanhuan once mentioned about the Dead Souls Guild. However, today, Xuanhuan could clearly feel that the aura of death surrounding Lu Wanyin had diminished significantly. Instead, the smell of medicinal herbs grew stronger. Without realizing it, he held Lu Wanyin's hand and spoke to xuanhuan in his mind. Xuanhuan, check her body for me. But before Xuanhuan received a response from xuanhuan, Lu Wanyin had already mumbled something. Whose name are you calling? Who is Xuan what? Xuanhuan paused, then immediately realized the severity of this matter. Lu Wanyin. She could actually hear my conversation with the mirror demon? Xuanhuan remained silent, as if understanding something. She had already begun examining Lu Wanyin's body. As xuanhuan's aura slowly faded from Lu Wanyin, Xuanhuan knew that her lack of response probably meant there was no issue. So he nodded. It's nothing, you're still sleepy. I clearly heard you call someone earlier. It happened before too. Your voice suddenly echoed in my mind, saying all sorts of nonsense. Hey, Mr. Wu Xian Kai, you're not hiding something from me, are you? With another woman? Don't talk nonsense. Xuanhuan looked helplessly at the half-asleep Lu Wanyin and helped her sit on the chair next to him, letting her lean against his shoulder. If you choose other women, I'll be upset. Mr. Wu Xian Kai, how come you're acting like a drunk person? Xuanhuan gently embraced Lu Wanyin's shoulders. Some early rising students passing by for morning jogging caught this scene and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Among them was Chuhi's shadow. Chuhi was putting more effort into training than anyone else these days. Night runs, morning jogs, and all kinds of intense physical exercises. At the moment, when he saw Xuanhuan and Lu Wanyin sitting on the chair together, he stopped running abruptly, stood up straight, and called out loudly. Big brother, big sister, good morning. This loud voice instantly woke up Lu Wanyin. Who is calling? Chuhi, shut up and keep running. Xuanhuan waved his hand to drive away Chuhi, who had a mischievous grin on his face, then turned to Lu Wanyin. Are you awake now? Yes. Lu Wanyin stretched lazily. I just dreamed that you were chatting with another woman and even hiding it from me. Mr. Wu Xian Kai, although we're pretending to be lovers, you can't. How to say this, but you mustn't fool around, okay? Relax. Xuanhuan smiled at Lu Wanyin. At 9 a.m., on the fighting platform, Lu Yong had his arms crossed over his chest, as if waiting here for some time already. Just as expected yesterday. There were pitifully few people in the audience. Almost no one cared about the competition of the Black Scale class. Only a few members of the hunting teams came early to watch their predecessors show off their skills. Except for Yun Yao, who was sleeping and didn't want to come, everyone else from the Black Scale class arrived on time. Today, even Dean Jilante didn't show up to watch, so the referee was relatively casual too. Let's start soon. Do you guys plan to surrender or fight? The referee glanced indifferently at the group from the Black Scale class. Of course we'll fight. Lu Wanyin smiled, then gracefully leaped onto the stage. Following closely behind her was Xuanhuan. What are you doing? Lu Wanyin asked, looking at Xuanhuan. One defensive type awakener and one offensive type, no problem. Xuanhuan grinned in response. I'm not a little kid anymore. On the opposite side, Lu Yong looked rather pleased. Both of you kids are spawns of the Night Demon Patrol. This saves trouble. Although it's somewhat dishonorable to strike at younger ones, it's time to settle my brother's account with you, young whelp. We are quite glad too, Lu Wanyin said with a gentle smile, simultaneously raising her hand to form a scythe. Old do and old use accounts. I've wanted to settle with you for a long time now, old dog. Chapter 147. The person who should be careful is him. Perhaps no one would have thought. Lu Yong truly came with the intention of killing Xuanhuan and Lu Wanyin. Therefore, he held nothing back. If he had exerted his full strength from the start, everything could have been blamed on him being overwhelmed by memories of his younger brother's death during the Night Demon Patrol. In that case, everyone would only think the Night Demon Patrol was unforgivably sinful. Who would care that he killed two useless members of the Black Scale class? Boom. So when his spear lightly touched the ground and drew a line, a surge of flames immediately engulfed the entire arena. At that moment, Xuanhuan realized this man's intentions. Lu Wanyin held her sickle, also seeming to sense that the person across from them wasn't a mentor who wanted to exchange techniques or knowledge. Xuanhuan, she softly called out, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. I know. His voice was calm and firm, as if soothing a frightened young deer. Xuanhuan smiled. He raised his hand, patting Lu Wanyin's hair as if completely relaxed in the current situation. You just fight him. If you really can't handle it, I'll clean up the mess for you. My meaning is, if I lose, you should run. You idiot. Lu Wanyin's previous tension melted away because of this simple gesture from Xuanhuan. Still, for some reason, even facing an enemy like Treadflame Lu Yong, as long as Xuanhuan stood behind her, she felt there was nothing to be afraid of. Xuanhuan quietly placed bone armor on Lu Wanyin. Although his words were lighthearted, Lu Yong was not a pushover. Even the flames of half-beast Xuanyu couldn't compare with those of Lu Yong. Are you done with your love talk yet? Little brat, now bow twice to me, and maybe I'll let you die together, so you can become another unfortunate couple in the underworld. Lu Yong's voice was icy and harsh. There was no pity in his eyes, only a longing for slaughter. Lu Wanyin took a deep breath and crouched low, readying herself. In the next moment, her tall figure streaked through the fiery glow, leaving trails of shadows. Facing Lu Yong, Lu Wanyin chose to attack first. Her sickle was like the hook of death itself, cutting through the air towards Lu Yong's vital points. However, it was as though Lu Yong had foreseen her attack. The spear in his hand moved like a living fire serpent, graceful and swift, every swing bringing intense heat. He deflected Lu Wanyin's ghost-like attacks with just one hand on his spear. Clang! Sparks flew as the sickle met the spear, and Lu Wanyin felt an immense force surge from the spear tip, causing her arms to go numb. Haven't you eaten breakfast? That's all you've got? Little brat, Xuanhuan would probably turn in his grave, seeing how pathetic you are. Lu Yong mocked her coldly. The girl clenched her teeth, throwing all her might into each strike, but to Lu Yong, it was as leisurely as walking in a garden. Every counterattack of his seemed effortless, as if he were enjoying the battle. No, it wasn't even a battle, it was a cat playing with its prey. Thanks to you, I didn't feel like eating breakfast. I don't know if old you has found peace in the afterlife. With a reverse grip, Lu Wanyin swung her sickle, the curved blade aiming at Lu Yong's neck from behind. But Lu Yong casually leaned his spear against his back, deflecting the attack effortlessly. But your younger brother must have died with regrets. So greedy for glory and ended up being the first victim in that black dragon's mouth. What a joke. Scum. Lu Yong replied coolly. He directly used the spear to knock the sickle out of Lu Wanyin's hands. Then his spear transformed into a fire dragon, every attack filled with devastating power. However, soon he noticed something strange. No matter how he attacked Lu Wanyin, she just kept stumbling backward. Each of his blows should have been enough to shatter her internal organs. What was going on here? Lu Yong changed his spear-holding stance and stopped rushing recklessly. Instead, he began observing Lu Wanyin's body. Swoosh. Suddenly, a thrust. Lu Wanyin didn't have time to dodge, and had to materialize her sickle again to block. Bang! As the sickle and spear point collided, a burst of violent sparks shot out. Lu Wanyin was slammed down to the ground by the tremendous force. But Lu Yong's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Little brat, what kind of shield do you have? This sudden thrust was merely a test, and clearly, his spear tip hadn't actually collided with Lu Wanyin's sickle, but instead hit an indistinct white shield. Lu Wanyin's hands went limp from the force of Lu Yong's attack, but she slowly stood up again, breathing heavily. I don't know. Could it be that the old you mentioned has come back to life? Lu Yong gave a cold laugh. Then his gaze turned towards xuanhuan, who was standing behind Lu Wanyin. Kid, it's your doing, isn't it? Xuanhuan feigned surprise and said, I'm a defensive awakened one. Isn't protecting my teammates what I should do? Am I Fengui foul playing? You haven't committed a foul. But originally, I thought of letting you live since you're new to the Night Demon Patrol and have no relation to those events years ago. Since you want to ruin my plans. Bang! Lu Yong slammed his spear into the ground hard. Then the earth began to tremble, and the flames surrounding the arena started rising even higher. They enveloped the entire platform, completely isolating it from the outside world. The cracks in the ground occasionally spewed out magma and hot waves, causing the temperature to rise by several dozen degrees in an instant. Not only that, beneath Lu Yong's feet, the earth suddenly caved in, and then a fiery warhorse made of magma and molten rock roared as it leaped up from what seemed like hell. Lu Yong vaulted onto the back of the fiery warhorse, gripping its reins while holding his spear, and as the horse's flaming hooves touched the ground, the cracks began spurting magma violently. Molten rock shards flew through the air everywhere. Xuanhuan quickly pulled Lu Wanyin close, shielding her with his body as countless molten rocks rained down on his back. Lu Wanyin was worried, but Xuanhuan firmly hugged her and said, You've done great. Now let me have some fun, okay? Lu Wanyin's palms were already bloodied, and she let go. The sickle fell to the ground and dissolved into black mist. She nodded slightly. This time, she didn't use that kind of power. There was no blue flame attached to the sickle. But Lu Wanyin felt her combat strength wasn't any weaker than when it was imbued with the blue flame. Xuanhuan had noticed this too. Today, almost all of Lu Wanyin's body was filled with the faint green herbal aura. It wasn't just his bone armor protecting her, but also those green auras. But now was not the time to figure this out. The fiery warhorse's roar echoed throughout the sky. Everyone at Tianhui Academy could sense this power. Some gloated over their misfortune, while others furrowed their brows deeply. Gillard apparently knew that Lu Yong intended to kill the two children, yet he showed no intention of saving them. Instead, he was thinking about how to cover this up afterward. As long as we can deal with Du Qinghan quietly, it'll be fine since there are hardly any members left in the Night Demon Patrol anyway. Of course, there were not entirely indifferent people either. Mo currently stood at the entrance of the arena, his hand on his sword. The Star Envoy of the Heavenly Revelation Society also gravely observed everything within the arena through their celestial sphere. The reason they hadn't intervened was because inside the flames-covered arena, it wasn't just Lu Wanyin, but also another person. That was Xuanhuan. I assume you wouldn't want to be disturbed, sir. Bai Qing smiled and lightly tapped the phantom-like image on the celestial sphere with her finger. Then a mysterious force began flowing into the arena. It encircled the flames, blocking everything from the outside visually, and even prevented anyone from sensing what happened inside. Seemingly sensing this blockage to perception, Xuanhuan smiled, and then told Lu Wanyin to move aside. Xiaolu, close your eyes. Xuanhuan instructed Lu Wanyin, just like when they first met, and Lu Wanyin had once told Xuanhuan. Lu Wanyin knew what Xuanhuan was about to do. There had been an unspoken understanding between them long ago. She sighed softly, and then slowly closed her eyes. Very good. Xuanhuan patted Lu Wanyin's head again. Wuxin, you, be careful, okay? Don't worry. Xuanhuan turned around with a smile, looking at Lu Yong on the fiery warhorse. The person who should be careful is him. Chapter 148. Welcome to my prison. Lu Yong sneered coldly as he looked at the ignorant young one before him. You should kneel and kowtow to me a few times, then step aside. I might forgive you for your youth and naivety that let you be beguiled by this little fox spirit and spare your life. But if you insist on seeking death, then I shall have no choice but to. Your nonsense is unbearable. Xuanhuan interrupted Lu Yong's speech. Then he stepped forward towards the man riding the warhorse. Do you think because you're a defensive type awakener, I cannot harm you? Bang! The tall warhorse suddenly reared up its front hooves and stomped hard on the ground. A thunderous explosion rang out. The ground beneath Xuanhuan's feet fractured abruptly, and then an enormous pillar of fire surged upwards, engulfing him entirely. In your next life, remember not to fall in love with someone who isn't worth it. Lu Yong indeed showed no mercy. To him, the burnt smell was delightful. But to Lu Wanin, it brought unbearable torment. Several times, she wanted to open her eyes and see what happened, but she couldn't. She knew once she opened them and witnessed everything, she'd have to face some questions both she and Xuanhuan had been trying to avoid. Did I actually die that night? What exactly is Xuanhuan? Xuanhuan, are you alright? Wuxing Kai, if you don't answer me, I'm opening my eyes. Oh. Lu Yong, holding the reins, strolled toward Lu Wanin leisurely. Don't rush, brat. Soon, I will send you to reunite with him. As for Lu Wanin, he didn't intend to simply kill her like that. He would use the iron hooves of his fiery steed to crush her, the little beast who dared to patrol the demonic nights, into minced meat. Xuanhuan, I really opened my eyes. Oh. Ha ha ha. No matter how much you call out, he won't respond to you anymore, kid. But just as Lu Yong rode his warhorse past the still ascending pillar of fire, a hand reached out from within the flames. Master. Snap. The massive arm covered in skeletal bone instantly gripped the neck of the flaming warhorse. The horse immediately began to whinny in terror and thrashed uncontrollably. Lu Yong was taken aback. He quickly tightened his grip on the reins, attempting to calm his mount. Even so, he himself was completely stunned by the sight before him. In the midst of the flames, a pair of deep azure eyes were glaring fiercely at him. And this very arm covered in skeletal bones. It could only belong to X-Beast. An ominous idea occurred to him, a truly terrifying one. The unremarkable newcomer in charge of the Yulin squad of the Night Devil Parade was X-Beast. And then another hand emerged, and the crimson-red exterior armor of the skeleton giant, roasted red by the flames, appeared even more terrifying now. It clutched the neck of the tall warhorse tightly, then let out a ferocious roar. Bang! The warhorse was directly thrown off its feet by the skeleton giant, making an enormous sound. Lu Yong rolled aside in time, his long spear in hand as he fixed his gaze on the skeleton giant that stepped out from the flames, standing over his fallen steed. So it's you. Lu Yong bellowed. Tightly gripping his spear, he charged towards the skeleton giant. Baihai formed his hand into a fist, engaging in battle with Lu Yong. Admittedly, Lu Yong was undoubtedly a strong opponent. Though Baihai possessed immense power, his lack of fighting techniques meant he couldn't land any blows on Lu Yong, while Lu Yong couldn't hurt Baihai either. This is certainly an unexpected gain. If I manage to eliminate you, not only will my brother's death be avenged, but also the truth about the alliance between Night Devil Patrol and the beasts will be confirmed. A double cause for celebration. Lu Yong seemed to notice that despite Baihai's overwhelming strength and formidable defense, he seemingly lacked combat experience. Xuanhuan wasn't worried. As he watched Lu Yong climb back onto his fiery warhorse, intending to use its high mobility to harass him, Xuanhuan slowly clenched his fist. But this time, the clenched fist was not for attack. Bang! Baihai's fist slammed down onto the ground. This single blow caused the entire hopeless mountain to tremble. The combat platform shattered completely. Lu Wanin's body wobbled and almost fell into the crevasse that had opened in the ground. Fortunately, Baihai's tail quickly wrapped around her waist, lifting her up into the air. Xuanhuan, can I open my eyes yet? Not yet. The moment Baihai's hoarse voice sounded, Lu Wanin froze. But her moment of astonishment only lasted an instant, after which she maintained her closed eyes, smiling as she nodded. All right. As Lu Yong rode his warhorse, there was some turbulence, but he quickly steadied himself. Gripping his spear, he drove the warhorse forward to thrust at Baihai. But just as his fiery steed took a few steps, locks suddenly sprouted from the cracked ground one by one. These chains tightly bound the fiery steed and Lu Yong on its back. Soul-locking plunder. Baihai looked at the man bound by the black chains, his voice tinged with coldness. I did not originally wish to act against an awakener, but your existence is a threat, both to me and to the Night Devil Parade. When it stood before Lu Yong, only then did the man realize how towering Baihai truly was. Even riding his fiery steed, Baihai could slightly lower his head to look down upon him. The overwhelming sense of pressure made Lu Yong feel fear. I am somewhat timid, and I do not like being threatened, teacher. Baihai's voice carried a hint of mockery as his hand slowly rose. Lu Yong struggled desperately. His spear, warhorse, and his own body began emitting flames. But these flames were immediately absorbed by the black chains in an instant. I heard you are about to reach the threshold of becoming a 6-star awakener. Baihai's enormous hand grabbed Lu Yong's head. What a pity, it seems you will never be able to reach that level. Feel this, the power of a 6-star. This is the unbridgeable gap between you and Yu Qinshan and Du Qinghong. Baihai's hand tightened continuously, and initially, Lu Yong was trying hard to endure. But soon, he began emitting heavy and labored breathing. Blood seeped out from his eye sockets, ears, and nose. Finally, he couldn't hold on anymore. I concede. I concede. Concede. Bai Hai tilted his head slightly, and then slowly bent down, approaching Lu Yong. He stared intently into Lu Yong's eyes with his own burning blue flame-like gaze. How come I don't recall you treating this battle as a trial? All I remember is you saying you were going to send me off. Teacher. No. I concede. You win, you win. He couldn't even bring himself to call Xuanhuan's name, the class leader of the Yulin squad, the lackey of the Night Devil Parade. Surely he wouldn't have the audacity to really kill him, right? Actually, Xuanhuan had been a bit troubled at first. Until last night, he was still pondering whether or not to kill Lu Yong. If he killed Lu Yong, would his own identity be exposed? But now, he no longer worried about it. Because when he went to sleep last night, he casually visited the prison and inspected the warden's secret treasure. Soul-locking plunder. This thing has an upgrade path. And currently, he possessed a core that would allow the soul-locking plunder to receive some special enhancement effects. Perfect solution. The core of the Black Fly King would grant the ability for soul-locking plunder to capture souls. After personally killing someone, the soul-locking plunder would lock their 3 souls and 7 spirits and tether them back into their original body. Such a soul, indistinguishable from a living person, would entirely become the prisoner of the warden, though possessing self-awareness during normal times. They absolutely would not be able to disobey the warden's will. It was an extremely cruel way to create undead slaves. Who says I'm not just a selfish hypocrite? Bai Hai emitted a horrifying laugh. No. Wait. I've already conceded. What are you doing? You can't. This was just a competition. Wait. Help. Crack. Lu Yong's body ceased struggling, spurts of blood dripping onto the ground. The warhorse whinnied sorrowfully toward the sky, seemingly mourning the master who would never exist again. Welcome to my prison. Tamer of Flames. Chapter 149. Soul Imprisonment. Falling, then sinking. Lu Yong's soul seemed to be plunged into an abyss. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Even when facing countless beasts, it seemed incomparable to this sensation, a fear that transcended death. As he thought he would endlessly plummet into the abyss, the sound of chains rang by his ears. In a frenzy, he tried to flee, but the chains pierced through his chest and coiled around his neck, violently pulling him upwards. When Lu Yong opened his eyes again, he found himself kneeling in a dark, damp dungeon. Around Lu Yong, there was utter silence, save for the occasional drip of water from the high ceiling that occasionally broke the suffocating quiet. The walls of the prison were eroded by time and moisture, leaving blotched marks as if they were scars of time. The air was filled with a moldy stench, mixed with the scent of earth and rust, evoking thoughts of death and despair. No. Lu Yong raised his hand, gripping the iron bars of the cell tightly. His voice echoed in the vast darkness. Light was a luxury here. Only faint starlight emitted by a few candlesticks at the wall's edges illuminated the surroundings vaguely. Yet, those flickering lights appeared to have been invaded by the cold, damp environment, appearing weak and powerless. No, where am I? I don't want to stay here. I don't want to stay here. In this darkness, Lu Yong felt an intangible pressure, as if countless pairs of eyes were hidden in the shadows, watching his every move. His heartbeat became exceptionally clear in this atmosphere, each thump like an alarm bell ringing in the darkness, reminding him he wasn't alone. Soon, footsteps approached, drawing Lu Yong's attention. Like clutching at straws, he screamed desperately. Help! Help me! Clang clang. Lu Yong's hands furiously hammered against the iron bars that didn't seem particularly sturdy. Normally, Lu Yong had strength enough to dismantle a car with bare hands. But now, no matter how hard he pounded on these bars, he felt powerless. Soon, a flashlight beam and the sound of footsteps appeared before him. Save me! Save me! Where am I? I don't want to stay here. For some reason, despite being a battle-hardened warrior, Lu Yong seemed to have lost his spirit, enduring torment every second. If your students or your riding hunt group colleagues saw you in this state, I wonder what they would think. A shadow hidden in the darkness slowly spoke human language. This voice was extremely familiar to Lu Yong. It was the same voice as the boy named Xuanhuan who had just been battling with him. You are Xuanhuan. Lu Yong looked up and saw the young man standing with folded arms, his face partially lit by firelight, glaring down at him with cold eyes. Bang! At this very moment, the girl standing beside Xuanhuan, holding the flashlight, whipped her enormous foxtail against the iron bars, startling Lu Yong into falling on his bottom. Mind your words, prisoner. Here, addressed the master as warden. I knew it. You monster, you're just a monster masquerading among humans. Although Lu Yong was scared inside, he did not give in. Instead, the terror within him transformed into anger towards the youth before him. I'm a monster. Xuanhuan nodded. From the moment my heart was ripped out, yet I still lived, I already knew I was a monster. But you, his gaze was cold, as if conducting a trial on Lu Yong. A thing wrapped in human skin doing despicable deeds. You deserved what happened to your younger brother. Yet, you take your anger out on others, killing younger people indiscriminately. If this is what it means to be human, I'd rather become a monster. Bullshit, Lu Yong roared. Word it for the Night Demon Patrol back then. How could we have suffered such a crushing defeat? The 532 warriors of my riding hunt team wouldn't all fall to the dragon's mouth. Humph, you're getting upset again. Xuanhuan slowly squatted down, smiling while looking at Lu Yong, and said, You know well that what destroyed your team was the Black Dragon. Only the captain escaped from the Night Demon Patrol. After that battle, the Night Demon Patrol didn't run away but took responsibility for everything. Yet, you extended your hatred to the younger generation. Is your so-called persistence really about lingering grievances? Or is it just that you're looking for an excuse to vent your own incompetence from back then? You don't know anything. You monster. Lu Yong lunged at Zhang Huai like a madman. But as soon as his hand stretched out of the iron bars, countless chains flew out of the darkness, binding Lu Yong tightly. He remained in the position of reaching out, kneeling on the ground and unable to move. Master, how should we deal with him? The fox-eared girl's smile was extremely cruel, mixed with a touch of anticipation. It was as if she was very much looking forward to seeing a scene of skin peeling and bone dismemberment. But Zhang Huai just smirked disdainfully. Lock up the 3 most important souls among his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Now, his body is nothing more than a marionette who obeys my every word. As for the 3 souls here in this prison, Zhang Huai stroked his chin, expressionless as he stared at Lu Yong. I have other plans for him. You monster. Lu Yong clenched his teeth until they made a grinding sound. He knew what he would face next and also realized there was no mercy in this monster. No, you're wrong, Lu Yong. As if able to hear Lu Yong's inner voice, Zhang Huai smiled and said, I'm not completely devoid of humanity. I'm merely selfish and double-standard. My kindness only extends to those I care about. And among these people, there is none of you. Boom. After a resounding explosion, the flames on the arena dispersed. The people of Wuling class below were now anxious. Mou was also ready to rush onto the stage to assist Zhang Huai. Only Bai Qing, who had observed everything through a shadowy vision, flushed red as if witnessing something incredibly exciting. This is the sole path to human redemption, Master. You are truly our guiding star. After the flames dissipated, everyone saw that the 3 people on the arena were still standing. Zhang Huai suffered severe injuries while protecting Lu Yuanyin in his arms with all his might, and Lu Yong's spear was only inches away from them. Kid, good fight. Just when Mou was about to draw his blade and step onto the stage, Lu Yong suddenly retracted his spear and then wore a cheerful smile. I concede. You are a respectable opponent. Zhang Huai didn't hesitate either. He lifted Lu Yuanyin and looked at Lu Yong. We concede too. There weren't many people in the audience, but discussions heated up instantly. What's going on? Such a big show. I thought Lu Yong would definitely kill those 2 from the Night Demon Patrol. Hey, Lu Yong is one of the 3 great riders of the Ride Hunt Corps, has perspective. He wouldn't stoop to the level of junior fighters. I really shouldn't have gotten up early this morning, sitting here and seeing nothing. Haha, it's like we've just watched a grand firework display. Then Lu Yong turned to walk towards his flaming war horse. What shocked everyone was, when the horse stood up, it suddenly trampled Lu Yong hard with its front hooves. This scene happened too suddenly, and no one reacted in time. Zhang Huai slightly turned his head, and a pale blue flame flashed in his eyes. If you want to make your master suffer, go ahead, beast. That towering fiery warhorse seemed to have heard these words. Its high-raised forehoof slowly descended again, but immediately after, it raised its head and let out a mournful neigh. Lu Yong gently patted the back of the fiery warhorse. Then the warhorse stepped on the ground and returned to that molten rock. Other members of the Wuling class no longer intended to challenge, and this challenge match ended almost without any suspense with Lu Yong's victory. However, many people thought there would be bloodshed today, but Lu Yong's temperament appeared far better than expected. Even Dean Gelante clapped Lu Yong's shoulder laughing. Young man, this old man misjudged you. You're a moldable talent, someone with great breadth. Yet, no one noticed. Lu Yong's smile seemed to lack a few parts of vigor and vitality. Chapter 150, Beast. Without a doubt, the Wuling class, having failed in the challenge tournament, once again became the last-place finishers among the students. Nothing had changed in any of their evaluation records. Flying General Zhang Huai now had another nickname, Turtle Chancellor. It was all because someone said he'd been passively taking blows throughout his battle with Lu Yong, eventually curling up on the ground and crying as he begged Lu Yong for mercy. This was how he managed to survive. Shuyi was so angry that he ended up getting into a few more fights with others. Of course, this was no ordinary school. Minor squabbles wouldn't even be stopped by the mentors. Young people, when they have fire in them, need an outlet. But Shuyi wasn't an offensive type awakened, so every time he got into a fight, he ended up being pinned down and trampled. That evening, he returned to the dormitory with injuries. He just happened to see Zhang Huai sitting by the bed feeding the little fox some wild fruits he'd picked outside. Big brother, aren't you at all upset? Those people didn't see anything, yet rumors about you spread through hearsay. Some people act rashly, get beaten till they're black and blue, while others stay silent and earn full benefits. Which would you choose? Zhang Huai turned around and smiled as he asked Chu-He. Big brother, don't fool me. How can you be earning full benefits? Sigh, I don't know what teacher Lingchuan is thinking, never letting you train with us. If this continues, our class will fail the next live-action drill. Chu-He, you've been training with everyone every week. Shouldn't you understand better than me whether there's been any progress? Zhang Huai smiled and asked. Chu-He scratched his head, thought about it, and then gave an awkward smile. Actually, not really, big brother. If I must say, the slowest progress has been mine. You are a power-enhancing type awakened. Your enhancements rise with your own abilities, so it's something we cannot rush. Oh. Chu-He sighed deeply and lay down on his bed. Zhang Huai knew that Chu-He had spent all his spare time strengthening his body these days. However, an awakened's constitution couldn't be significantly improved just by external training of the tendons, bones, and skin. There was nothing anyone could do to help him with that. It would be great if we had some medicines prepared by a nucleus refiner. Seemingly casual, Chu-He's words made Zhang Huai thoughtful. This was the second time Zhang Huai had heard the term nucleus refiner. Previously, he had caught a mention of it from a woman over the phone at the Danju Chamber of Commerce. But back then, he hadn't pursued the subject further. So Zhang Huai joked half-heartedly. What's a nucleus refiner? I've never heard of it. You not knowing is pretty normal, big brother. You've awakened recently. The Nucleus Refiners are reportedly a subsidiary faction among the support class Awakens of old. They can refine the inner core of beasts or infected individuals into various medicines with different effects. At the least, they can strengthen the body. Apparently, a powerful Nucleus Refiner could even grant eternal life. You're blowing hot air again, eternal life. Xuanhuan feigned disinterest. Yet, he had already made plans in his mind. I haven't heard of it either, master. That night, while walking the little fox through the garden of the academy, Xuanhuan casually inquired about the Nucleus Refiners. Unfortunately, the little fox seemed unaware. Indeed, Nucleus Refiners were part of the lineage of Awakens, which explained why animals would not know such details. So, the only way is to ask that woman. Frankly speaking, I'm not eager to deal with her. Xuanhuan didn't fear Bai Qing. What bothered him was her cryptic demeanor, reminiscent of fortune-tellers who spoke of destiny and saviors, as if she expected him to embark on some grand pilgrimage like retrieving scriptures. But if one could truly refine those low-tier cores into usable drugs, then the strength of everyone in Walene class could increase drastically. It was real improvement, not some theoretical progression. Thus, she decided to find Bai Qing. But just as he was about to leave the garden, Xuanhuan suddenly heard voices coming from the corner of the garden. Although the sound was very low, it was crystal clear under his heightened perception. I have my own judgment, father. What judgment do you possess? I've told you many times. You are but a blade for our MO sect. Don't think of yourself as human. All you need to do is follow my orders. Xuanhuan initially didn't intend to eavesdrop on MOU's conversation with the person on the phone, but he realized this might be a good opportunity to understand why MOU had gone to such lengths to protect him. So, cradling the little fox, he quietly hid to one side. Not only did he hear everything MOU said, but also the man's voice from the other end of the line. I warn you, MOU, if you continue to associate with the Night Demon Patrol, don't blame me for not remembering our father-daughter relationship. Father, please trust me. This matter has little to do with the Night Demon Patrol. I don't need to trust a mere blade. I only need to trust my own judgment, MOU. Don't forget that your mother is still in my hands. The outside world believes she's dead, but if you really want her to die, MOU's hand slowly clenched, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Please, father, don't do this. I will remain loyal to you. Loyal to the MO family. You useless fool. Yes, I am forever loyal to the MO family. Don't forget, MOU, his greatness, the Taizu, has never known about your mother being alive. Imagine what would happen if he found out. You'd better watch yourself and stop me from hearing any more about your connection to the Night Demon Patrol. Beep, beep, beep. MOU took a deep breath, then slammed her fist into a pillar by the garden, shattering it. As the broken pillar was about to fall and crush her, Xuanhuan quickly grabbed her wrist and pulled her to safety. Our teachers paid this much to watch you. Venting anger by arbitrarily destroying public property, MOU looked up at Xuanhuan but said nothing before pulling her hand back. Get some rest early, classmate Xuanhuan. With that, she turned and began to walk away, her tone harsher than usual. Xuanhuan did not stop her, only saying to her retreating figure, if you ever need my help, let me know. MOU hesitated for a moment. She wished so much that she could turn around and tell Xuanhuan she needed his help to escape the MO family. But she couldn't. The MO family, and that old man who truly stood atop it. As long as he lived, no heir of the MO family would find peace. Xuanhuan was strong. The power that transformed him into a massive skeletal beast had truly left MOU in awe. But even that wasn't enough to deal with that old monster. Xuanhuan, sometimes I wonder, MOU didn't express her true feelings, yet from another perspective, her words were also a kind of heart-to-heart. Turning her head, MOU looked at Xuanhuan and said, why have humans never been able to defeat beasts despite having such immense power and countless unknown secrets? Why do those awakened surpassing the 7-star level choose to disappear one after another? Is there a possibility? In MOU's eyes, Xuanhuan no longer saw that cold detachment. Instead, there was a sense of helplessness. They all think humanity doesn't actually need saving. If that's the case, then what are we fighting for now? Xuanhuan froze on the spot. He knew MOU wasn't seeking an answer from him. He couldn't give her one anyway. This was merely her introspection. Sorry to disturb your rest. Good night. MOU sighed and turned to leave. I don't know why humanity fights. Xuanhuan called out to her, retreating back. But if you need, I'll fight for you. This time, the young girl didn't stop walking but pressed her hand to her chest, struggling not to let her tears fall. Mom, what should I do? How can I save you? Chapter 151, Humans, Beasts. The remaining days of the Mentor Challenge tournament did not bring any surprises. Yang Yan's mentor came from an organization called Moon Goddess Guild, whose strength was unfathomable. The one challenging him was MOU's T-Class team. Unfortunately, the T-Class team lacked any offensive type awakened who could stand on their own. Of the 2 4-star top students, one specialized in defense and the other in healing. Team leader Lin Chi was a 2-star lightning type awakened. Her forte lay more in tactical arrangements rather than in individual combat. In short, the T-Class team almost surrendered outright without much resistance. As a result, their overall evaluation was somewhat affected. Had it not been for their excellent performance during the earlier enrollment exercise, some of them might have had to leave the T-Class team by now. With the conclusion of the Mentor Challenge tournament, Tianhui Academy returned to its intensive study schedule. Besides learning various combat skills and weapon techniques from Ling Chuan, Xuanhuan was also carrying out his own plan. The countdown was still ongoing. It had already been 3 months since it started. Dark Emperor had made an appearance, but rather than coming to fight with him, Jiang Huai felt like he intentionally fed the fragments right into his mouth. Student Jiang Huai. Bai Qing stood on the podium, looking coldly at the daydreaming Jiang Huai. Yes. Jiang Huai immediately stood up. Your mind wanders during class. It seems you weren't paying attention to what I said. Was my lecture too boring? No. Teacher, it's my problem. Jiang Huai admitted fault. So, you think that because you're not a psychic type awakened, you don't need to listen to my lecture? Is that correct? Su Qing and others were slightly surprised. This seemed to be the first time they saw Bai Qing lose her temper. They originally wanted to say something nice for Jiang Huai, but they all felt a mental pressure, making them unable to utter a single word. Follow me to my office. After saying this, Bai Qing turned around and left the classroom. Big brother. Teacher Bai is really mad this time. You should watch your words. Chui said. Jiang Huai, shall I go with you? Lu Wanning also showed some concern, but Jiang Huai just smiled and shook his head. No, this trouble I created on my own. Don't get dragged into it. Teacher Bai shouldn't do anything severe to me. Just a bit of criticism at most. You all can stay here and study. I'll just go once. After speaking, Jiang Huai got up and walked out of the classroom as well. Upon arriving at Bai Qing's office door, he knocked gently. Come in. Bai Qing's cold and indifferent voice came from inside. Jiang Huai pushed the door open and entered. He saw Bai Qing sitting alone behind her desk, looking coldly at him. Close the door. Bai Qing said coldly. After Jiang Huai closed the door, Bai Qing waved her hand. Then the curtains slowly pulled together, plunging the entire room into a dim and eerie atmosphere. But the next second, stars lit up one after another on the ceiling. The faint blue glow surrounded the room, driving away the dark gloom. It's unnecessary to make things so dramatic. Jiang Huai scratched his head and said. To everyone's surprise, Bai Qing no longer remained cool and collected. She got up humbly to pour tea for Jiang Huai. Master, I acted rudely before, but this made Jiang Huai feel somewhat uncomfortable. You don't need to do this. You're my teacher and my senior. And let me reiterate again, our relationship isn't one of subordination. Outside of being teacher and student, we are partners. Bai Qing placed the tea on the coffee table, then smiled and nodded. As you wish, master. Jiang Huai sighed. The tone of her speech indicated that she hadn't taken his words seriously. Thus, he decided not to dwell on these matters further. Have you found anything in the investigation you helped me with? Are you asking about Dark Emperor's whereabouts or the Mo family affairs? Tell me both. Based on the force emanating from the pendant you gave me, I've traced 4 locations within Lingyu City where similar energy is present. Bai Qing lightly raised her hand. The pale blue stars above her head floated toward her body, scattered and coalesced, ultimately forming a map of Lingyu City. Lingyu University, the 4th People's Hospital of Lingyu City, and within the tunnels of Metro Line 6. Jiang Huai nodded, looking at the starry map, and said, what about the 4th location? Bai Qing smiled wryly and said, Tianhui Academy. Jiang Huai froze for a moment, momentarily believing there was another original beast presence in this academy. However, he quickly realized what she meant. But this wasn't just a joke. So, Jiang Huai asked, you mean, I'm included within the scope of this aura? If someone uses this pendant or something identical to it, they can locate my position? Bai Qing nodded. Yes, master. This has nothing to do with whether you've concealed your aura. It is the essence of your existence. As for this pendant, just in case, may I ask if there are any other items that possess the same force and aura? There is. Jiang Huai immediately replied. The Zhou family also has an ancient book. According to the young master of the Zhou family, this book was originally stored in the same place as this pendant, but I've never seen that book, so I can't confirm if it truly holds similar power. Caution must be exercised. The woman's eyes suddenly flashed a chilling coldness. Humans today are not ready for the arrival of the revelation. I can feel that your power is still incomplete. Those villains will try to snuff out your greatness while you're still in the cradle. Jiang Huai, watching the woman take such matters so seriously, suddenly remembered what xuanhuan had said. The harbingers of revelation are all crazy, best to stay away from them. But at least now, we should have shared interests. Master, you mentioned the Zhou family. Is it the one to which classmate Zhou Lingling from Yang Yan's team belongs? Jiang Huai nodded. I'll deal with this matter regarding the Zhou family. As for the Mo family, when it came to the Mo family, even Bai Qing's face darkened a little. The Mo family is incredibly complicated. This family involves too many relations in the economic, political, and awakened circles, with a history so ancient that their roots run deep, but I did uncover something. Bai Qing stopped speaking here, then lightly took Jiang Huai's hand, opening his palm. She then used starlight to write a few words on Jiang Huai's palm. The patriarch of the Mo family is connected to beasts. Jiang Huai clenched his fist. Then he nodded, realizing Bai Qing couldn't say more about this matter. Perhaps it was like Voldemort in Harry Potter. Just mentioning it could lead the powerful individuals from the Mo family to find him. If your power is so formidable, why do humans fall to the beast's tide time and again? Master, Bai Qing's expression turned difficult. Then she softly leaned close to Jiang Huai's ear and whispered, don't think too highly of humanity. Sometimes people might be just as terrible as beasts. Chapter 152, Leaving the Organization. After leaving Bai Qing's office, Jiang Huai noticed at the end of the corridor that he seemed to be talking to someone. He originally wanted to go over and say hello. But suddenly, he realized the person standing opposite was Mou. So Jiang Huai quietly concealed his presence. The conversation between the two reached Jiang Huai's ears. Captain, I've made up my mind about this matter. You must help plead my case to the leader. Chui's voice sounded very anxious. Mou, standing across from him, had an icy tone, as if she treated everyone but herself with such an attitude. I respect your choice. Captain, Thank you. It seemed Mo you didn't want to continue the conversation any further and turned to leave. Chuhi remained where he was, shouting after Mo you. Captain, you're a good captain. You're not like what they say. Thank you. Xuanhuan was hiding in the shadows. Yet when Mo you passed by a dim corner, her eyes still flickered briefly towards him. Then, she let out a cold snort and left without looking back. Her insight seemed sharper than before. Xuanhuan muttered under his breath. Seeing Mo you leave, Xuanhuan found Chuhi still standing there, holding his phone with an indecisive look on his face. Thus, he smiled and walked up to greet him. What's up? Did you have something to ask Teacher Mo you? Xuanhuan's voice wasn't loud, but Chuhi clearly had something on his mind. Startled, he almost dropped his phone. Boss, I finally told the captain. Ho ho, a confession? Xuanhuan joked knowingly, laughing just to ease Chuhi's emotions, though knowing it was impossible. Screw. Boss, don't joke about that. The person captain loves is you. With a slap, Xuanhuan lightly hit his head. Alright, quick, tell me what you need. Can I help with anything? Hee, this matter might indeed require your help. Subsequently, Chuhi informed Xuanhuan that he had decided to tell Mo you about his intention to leave the Fearless Ones. He hoped Mo you would agree. In the Fearless organization, if you wanted to transfer out of the team, you had to gain the captain's consent. Alternatively, you could challenge the captain, win, and you'd become the new captain, free to go wherever you pleased. However, that was merely an internal transfer. Now, Chuhi intended to leave the Fearless entirely, which was a very serious issue. After all, the Fearless were notorious for being an organization that only accepted but never releases its members. Xuanhuan had also heard some things about the methods the Fearless used to deal with traitors from xuanhuan. All in all, it boiled down to one word: cruel. Yet this cruelty ensured the purity of the entire organization. Aren't you a connection-based member? If you entered through the back door, why is leaving so difficult? In the dormitory, while packing their luggage, Xuanhuan and Chuhi continued discussing this topic. Tomorrow was a rare holiday, and most students on campus would return home to rest for a few days. Xuanhuan and Chuhi were no exception, and Chuhi obviously wanted to resolve this matter within these few days. Boss, you don't understand. Regardless of how you join the Fearless, once inside, there's only one way to leave. By this point, Xuanhuan understood. If Mo you pleads your case, will there be any chance of a turnaround? He asked. Chuhi sighed, shrugging his shoulders. I don't know, but the captain is a good person, and if possible, I don't want her to get implicated. Why do you want to leave the Fearless anyway? Isn't it known for having high resources for cultivation as well as welfare benefits? So, what exactly do you expect me to do? Should I accompany you to the Fearless and see if I can plead your case? Chuhi gave a bitter laugh. Boss, actually, the favor I want from you is rather simple. If I successfully leave the Fearless, could you introduce me to join the Night Devil Patrol? Screw. Kid, you're leading fire to the Night Devil Patrol now. But Chuhi had already mentioned wanting to join the Night Devil Patrol during their first meeting. Back then, he thought Chuhi was joking. Now, it was clear he had made up his mind. Relax, boss. In any case, I'm a scion of the Chu family. Even the Fearless should find it hard to make life too difficult for me. Go back and rest with sis-in-law, and once I've resolved this, I'll join the Night Devil Patrol. Looking at Chuhi, Xuanhuan finally nodded and said, if you need any help, don't hesitate to let me know. That night, Chuhi left the academy. When he left, it was already 12 o'clock at night. Suddenly, Chuhi received a call. His expression became serious upon answering, but after saying a few sentences, Chuhi immediately relaxed, taking a long, deep breath. Xuanhuan heard the words of the person on the other end of the phone. It seemed to be one of the high-ups from the Fearless organization. They had asked Chuhi to come over and process the formalities for leaving the group. Before he left, Chuhi had originally wanted to tell Xuanhuan, but seeing Xuanhuan pretending to be asleep, Chuhi didn't want to disturb him. Thus, he quietly sent a text message to Xuanhuan before leaving. When Chuhi left, Xuanhuan got up and took a look at his phone. Boss, I'll head back first. Sorry about this. You were sleeping so I didn't bother you. See you next time. By then, I'll finally be a free man. Ha. And don't forget to introduce me to the Night Devil Patrol when the time comes. Who's such a good guy that has them finalize procedures at midnight? Xuanhuan yawned. Xuanhuan. The little fox emerged from the shadows, gradually lowering herself beside Xuanhuan's bed. The next moment, as black shadows swirled around her body, the little fox transformed into her maiden form. Master, what is your bidding? Go and keep an eye on this kid, see if he manages everything smoothly. Also, don't get too close to the Fearless main base. Someone might sense your presence there. As you command, Master. Xuanhuan stood up and stepped back into the darkness. The next morning, Xuanhuan arrived early at Lu Wanyin's dormitory door with his bag ready, but no one answered after a long wait. This jerk must have overslept again. Considering that Yin Zhao was also there, Xuanhuan didn't dare to just barge in. He waited outside the door for half an hour, knocking several more times during that period, until Su Qing came out from the opposite room and told him that Yin Zhao had already packed her things and left at 6 in the morning. With no choice, Xuanhuan borrowed the key from the administrator and unlocked the door. Once inside, he found Lu Wanyin sleeping quite dramatically. Her blanket had been kicked onto Yin Jia's bed, and she herself was almost falling off hers. Xuanhuan walked over and gently picked her up, carrying her into the bathroom to help her brush her teeth and wash her face. It wasn't until he was fixing her hair that Lu Wanyin finally woke up. I dreamed that someone stole my Xilong Bao. Xuanhuan gave her a look. I was planning to take you to eat the Xilong Bao near my place for breakfast this morning, but since you're up now, it's probably sold out. Lu Wanyin rubbed her head against Xuanhuan's chest like a child pouting, repeatedly demanding to eat the Xilong Bao. After all this commotion, by the time both of them got on the bus back to the city, it was already around 10 a.m. Xuanhuan, are there still any Xilongbao for sale? On the bus, Lu Wanyin kept pestering Xuanhuan about the Xilongbao. It's already 10:30, they're long gone. That place sells very well and runs out by 8 a.m. Oh, what a pity. No, wait, you're fooling me. You just called me to wake up at 8 a.m. Even if I had woken up right away, I still wouldn't have gotten any. Jiang Huai turned away, trying hard not to laugh. You nitwit. You tricked me. Lu Wanyin lightly pinched Jiang Huai's arm. They got off at the association headquarters, adhering to the principle of going back where they came from. Jiang Huai suggested they visit the Night Devil Patrol headquarters first since Du Qinghong had already been discharged from the hospital. Still sulking about the Xilongbao incident, Lu Wanyin walked ahead with her lips puckered in dissatisfaction. Alright, it's just about the Xilongbao. Tomorrow, even if you sleep late, I'll get up early to buy some for you. Is that fine? Well, then I want 20. Sister, although it's called Xilongbao, it doesn't mean it's really small, alright? If you insist, 20 it is. Finally, Lu Wanyin was appeased, and the two hailed a taxi to the Night Devil Patrol headquarters. Lu Wanyin hadn't originally wanted to take a taxi. She had rarely ever done so, mainly because she lacked money. However, Jiang Huai said that with help from influential people, tough times were almost over. Lu Wanyin looked at Jiang Huai somewhat skeptically, but didn't say anything more. Wanting to give Du Qinghong a surprise, the two carefully opened the door without making much noise. But the surprise ended as soon as they opened the door, because they saw Yun Luo curled up on the sofa in the living room downstairs, fast asleep. Jiang Huai realized that this girl, who usually appeared emotionless like a machine, when asleep, would also show expressions akin to any ordinary person. Chapter 153, join quickly. The two didn't disturb Yun Luo, tiptoeing upstairs quietly like thieves. Then in the office, they saw Du Qinghong sitting in front of the computer. He was wearing a pair of thick-framed glasses, frowning as he painstakingly typed with 2 fingers. Old Du. Lu Wanyin excitedly ran over and slapped her hand on the desk. Du Qinghong's body trembled, and it seemed that due to his shaking hands, the content he had just entered was erased. He sighed, removing his glasses while saying to Lu Wanyin, "How old are you now? Still so immature. Old Du, is your body really fine now?" Lu Wanyin ignored Du Qinghong's words and continued questioning about his health condition. "Not only am I fine, but even the long-standing ailments that plague me have been completely removed." Du Qinghong turned off the computer, getting up to pull open the curtains. The morning sunlight instantly illuminated this not-so-spacious room. "Teacher Du." Jiang Huai also stepped forward and greeted Du Qinghong. It's good you're back. You've worked hard at the academy." "There's no such thing, Teacher Du. The academy has treated us well. Except for a few troublemakers every now and then, or teachers from other classes wanting to kill us. Apart from these, yes, we've been well taken care of. By the way, Teacher Du, do you know Lingchuan?" Jiang Huai has always been somewhat suspicious of Lingchuan's true identity. The strength this man displays is far beyond 4 stars, and it seems he is quite familiar with Yuqinshan. Upon hearing the name Lingchuan, Du Qinghong clearly hesitated, adjusting his glasses before asking, "Is he the saint of the upside-down tree?" "Yes, he's our class mentor now. Learn from him well. He has some skill." As expected, Du Qinghong seems to know something, but with Lu Wanyin present, perhaps it's not suitable for him to say more. "By the way, old Du, I saw Sister Yun Luo sleeping downstairs. It's the first time I've seen Sister Yun Luo sleep." Du Qinghong gently patted Lu Wanyin on the head. "Speak softer, the soundproofing here isn't great. Sister Yun Luo has just returned from a mission. Let her rest well." "Oh." Lu Wanyin rubbed her head and retreated to Jiang Huai's side. "Girl, go out first, bring back something to eat. There are some things I need to discuss with Jiang Huai." Although Lu Wanyin was very curious about what they were going to talk about, she finally decided wisely not to interfere, making a funny face at Jiang Huai before leaving the office. "My body not only has my injuries healed, but also the chronic diseases from before have all been eradicated. Do you have any clues?" Du Qinghong did not hide his thoughts. He directly asked Jiang Huai. "Teacher Du, this is your own choice." Jiang Huai helplessly replied, "If I hadn't intervened at the time, even if Vice President Hong Wu hadn't sent people to disrupt, perhaps Teacher Du would still have died in the hospital. His wounds were too severe, already being weak and prone to illness, plus after causing a commotion with Yuqinshan. The excessive use of power coupled with his injuries almost made it impossible for him to survive. So the current Du Qinghong, like Lu Wanyin, is someone who shouldn't be alive. I'm not blaming you, Jiang Huai." Du Qinghong lightly patted Jiang Huai's shoulder. "You're a good kid, having done much for Night Demon Tour. This old man sees it in my heart and feels extremely grateful. You flatter me, Teacher Du." Yesterday when Yun Luo came back, she said the client increased the reward, totaling over 400,000. Recently, people have been progressively nominating Night Demon Tour for missions through third-party channels. Du Qinghong casually mentioned it, but by the end of his words, he looked at Jiang Huai and asked, "All this is because of you, right?" Jiang Huai didn't conceal anything either. He nodded. "Yes, Teacher Du, I hope that this hasn't caused the organization any trouble. I don't want Night Demon Tour, nor her home, to just disappear like this." Du Qinghong felt somewhat moved. Initially, he thought Jiang Huai was just an inexperienced youth, but he could do this much for Lu Wanyin. But remember, Jiang Huai, never put yourself in danger. He earnestly looked at Jiang Huai and slowly spoke. "Don't forget, you're still a child. Seek more support from us old folks when needed." At this moment, a scream suddenly came from downstairs. "Ow ow, it hurts." Zhang Huai and Du Qinghong immediately rushed to the first floor. Zhang Huai, initially anxious, slowed his steps when he saw what was happening on the first floor. There, Lu Wanyin was being pinned down on the floor with her wrist held by Yun Luo. Sister Yun Luo. Sister Yun Luo. Me. I'm wrong. Went to school for a few days, and now she's getting more and more daring. Yun Luo's expression was blank, her tone flat without any fluctuation. Du Qinghong quickly stepped in and separated the two. The two of you are almost over 40 years old combined. How can you still act like kids, playing around like this? Du Qinghong sternly looked at both of them. Yun Luo stood rigidly straight, hands behind her back, like a soldier at attention. Conditioned reflex, she said coldly. Lu Wanyin, on the other hand, put on an explosive performance. She immediately threw herself into Zhang Huai's arms. Wah, she hit me. Zhang Huai, she hit your girlfriend. Zhang Huai stroked Lu Wanyin's head and said, put away the marker pen in your hand before coming to sell your misery. It didn't take much to guess what Lu Wanyin had done. She hurriedly hid her hand behind her back and pouted, saying, I just haven't seen Sister Yun Luo sleep. I was curious. I wanted to see if she sleeps as deeply as you, Zhang Huai. Goodness, only you don't have the right to say others sleep deeply. Zhang Huai chuckled wryly while looking at Lu Wanyin. At any time, even while sleeping, one must remain vigilant. I've taught you that already, Lu Wanyin. You're still far from being a qualified awakened individual. Yun Luo turned to look at Lu Wanyin and said this. Lu Wanyin then hid behind Zhang Huai, sticking her tongue out at Yun Luo and making a funny face. Though old Du seemed angry on the surface, Zhang Huai could feel it. He was actually in a good mood. Perhaps he was comforted to see Night Demon Tour lively again. By the way, Uncle Du, I have a friend who wants to join Night Demon Tour. Zhang Huai struck while the iron was hot and spoke up. Though our Night Demon Tour is now in decline, it's not some place where anyone can just walk in. Otherwise, people might say we. Lu Wanyin seemed to know who Zhang Huai was talking about, so she leaned close to Du Qinghong's ear and whispered something. That person pays 500,000 yuan per month as membership fee. Never mind what others say. Night Demon Tour should be a place to welcome all kinds of talents. I agree. Du Qinghong instantly gripped Zhang Huai's hand and earnestly declared, let your friend join quickly. Chapter 154. If you want to leave, you'll have to shed some skin. Du Qinghong, who was already in high spirits and ready to have Zhang Huai send the registration form to Chu He, suddenly turned cold when he learned that Chu He was now an official member of the Fearless Ones. Zhang Huai, are you sure your friend has submitted an application to withdraw from the Fearless Ones? Yes, Zhang Huai nodded, confused by Du Qinghong's sudden change of expression. Du Qinghong slowly put the registration form back into the drawer and sighed. At least as far as I know, no one can exit the Fearless Ones without a scratch. The organization only takes elites, and once you're in, you're someone they recognize as talent. Chu He had entered through connections, and Zhang Huai wanted to say this, but decided to save him some face. It's hard to get in, and it's hard to get out. You won't leave the Fearless Ones unless you've lost a layer of skin, literally. Du Qinghong looked seriously at Zhang Huai and said, I've personally seen awakened individuals whose skins were peeled off by the Fearless Ones, then salt was sprinkled over their wounds before they painfully died. Maybe let your friend reconsider this decision. Last night, it seemed he was called away by a higher-up in the Fearless Ones. Before leaving, he left me a message saying they would process his withdrawal. Du Qinghong was momentarily stunned. He glanced at Zhang Huai with a troubled look on his face. Do you have a good relationship with this friend? We're classmates, and he's helped me a lot. Then, Du Qinghong pulled Zhang Huai aside, deliberately moving away from Yun Luo and Lu Wanyin, who were lounging on the couch watching TV and eating snacks. Zhang Huai, I'm afraid your friend might not come out alive. Who processes withdrawal procedures at midnight? If you really care about him, you can check it out, but don't antagonize the Fearless Ones. Zhang Huai frowned deeply. He had guessed this would be the outcome, which was why he'd assigned Xuanhuan to keep watch. But so far, Xuanhuan hadn't sent any danger signals. So Zhang Huai actively contacted Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, how's the situation? Ma, stir you. Xuanhuan. The voice from the other end sounded weak. Master, be careful. Your friend has already been. Cough. Please, stop contacting me. Hurry up and cut off. Suddenly, Xuanhuan's voice was replaced by another one. I don't know who you are, but you seem to be this beast's master. If you still want this creature alive, come to the main branch of the Fearless Ones in Lingyu City. I'll wait for you. Afterward, Zhang Huai felt his connection with Xuanhuan being blocked by some powerful mental ability. Perhaps this was why she hadn't contacted him all along. It was an extremely powerful mental capability. Did the headquarters of the Fearless Ones actually have a mental series awakened individual strong enough to suppress even a lair-level lord? Zhang Huai clenched his fists. He had miscalculated. Because things had been going too smoothly recently, he made the wrong decision. How could he allow Xuanhuan to approach one of humanity's 3 strongest organizations? Zhang Huai, what's the situation? Du Qinghong asked. There's trouble, Du teacher. I must go to the headquarters of the Fearless Ones right now. Zhang Huai replied, realizing that Du Qinghong didn't intend to stop him. Instead, he wanted to join him. Du teacher. Zhang Huai grabbed Du Qinghong's shoulder. If I go alone, my unknown identity will be something useful to them. But if you show up, things will escalate beyond control. Zhang Huai, if you're capable, go ahead, but don't overestimate yourself. Always think twice before acting. Du Qinghong gave him earnest advice. Meanwhile, Lu Wanyin continued to sit on the sofa, eating breakfast, yet her gaze kept falling upon Zhang Huai intentionally or unintentionally. She had clearly heard every word of the earlier mental conversation between Zhang Huai and Xuanhuan. No matter if it was Chu He or the woman named xuanhuan, both were people Jiang Huai absolutely needed to rescue. What could she do to help him? She couldn't, but there were others who could. Jiang Huai wouldn't seek help from those people, but she would. With that thought, she stood up, stretched lazily, and said, I need to return to Uncle Yu's place for a while to pack some stuff. Jiang Huai, I won't accompany you today. All right. Jiang Huai nodded absent-mindedly. After chatting briefly with Du Qinghong, he hurriedly left the Night Demon Patrol headquarters. He did consider seeking help, but this involved the headquarters of the Fearless Ones. Neither Mou nor Bai Qing could easily intervene, especially Mou, who was herself an official member of the Fearless Ones and even served as captain. Though he didn't know the reason, Jiang Huai was aware that if she found out about this matter, she would offer all the help she could without holding back. Thus, Jiang Huai thought of someone. Wasn't he the perfect target? Half an hour later, a tall man appeared at the entrance of the Fearless Ones headquarters. This was a high-end office building, officially branded as an international trading company. The man walked straight in, completely ignoring the security guards and receptionists, pushing everyone aside forcefully as he rushed inside. Quick, call the police. As the front desk consultant just picked up the phone, there came a loud bang. That man slammed his fist into the thick marble counter, shattering it, with wisps of flame flickering around his knuckles. Tell the person in charge to clean their necks and wait for me, the man said coldly, then left behind the terrified receptionist and security guards who had collapsed on the ground and strode directly into the elevator. Terrified as they were, they failed to notice a youth wearing a cap and mask who entered another elevator after the man, heading upstairs just like him. There are no floors between the 25th and 30th. This is the secret base of the Fearless Ones. Jiang Huai, standing on the balcony of the 25th floor, listened to the man's report on the phone and then said, Good, go ahead. It's fine to make some noise, but you must confirm Chu He's safety. Don't worry. I'll intervene if you encounter someone you can't handle. Understood. Clang. A crisp and cold metallic collision broke the silence. It was the sound of chains scraping against the stone walls. In the center of the room, a teenager was tightly bound by thick iron chains, his hands hoisted high above his head, forcing his body to remain suspended in the air. Only the tips of his toes occasionally touched the cold ground. His upper body was naked, revealing skin covered with wounds, some of which were still seeping blood, silently telling of the suffering he endured. The boy's breathing was rapid and weak, his eyes tightly shut, brows furrowed, seemingly bearing immense pain. Sweat and blood mixed together, slowly sliding down his body and dropping onto the ground with soft pats. His consciousness had already become hazy, alternating between moments of clarity and chaos in a disturbed dream. Splash. A bucket of water was splashed over him. The youth sharply drew in a breath, gasping loudly. Mr. Chu, normally, I shouldn't have to make things so difficult for you. We were thinking that if your family could cough up more money, we'd let you go. But there's something you absolutely should not have done. A tall man dressed in a black Fearless One's executive uniform gripped a whip in his hand and coldly stared at Chu He, who was dangling midair, as he spoke. You actually conspired with the beast. How can I possibly let you go now? First, Vice President Hong Wu and his nephew Huang Yu, and now Chu He. You people. Before the man could finish speaking, a mouthful of bloody saliva sprayed onto his face. Fuck your grandmother. And your mother too, tricking me. The man wiped his face with the back of his hand, gave a cold laugh, and suddenly lashed out at Chu He, leaving fresh wounds on his body. This strike was extremely brutal, tearing Chu He's flesh open and drawing blood. Mr. Chu, never experienced this kind of torture before, huh? Well, sorry, your family has decided to abandon you. People like you, worthless mud that can't support a wall. If you were my son, I'd strangle you with my own hands. An execution officer of the Fearless Ones wasn't a particularly high-ranking position in the Lingyu City branch either. However, those above him held influence, and all the execution officers belonged to the Judgment Elite Squad. And the captain of the Judgment Squad, Master Beishan Shi, one of the Grandmasters in both 6-star mental enhancement and physical enhancement dual series abilities, also known as the Black Sword and White Spear. The captain mentioned, considering the camaraderie shared between our captains, if your family paid more, we'd let you go. The execution officer circled Chu He while teasingly saying, Guess what? Upon hearing that you wanted to leave the team, your family immediately severed ties with you. Huh, but you're not entirely worthless. You've managed to lure us a lair-level beast. Chu He slightly raised his head. His vision was almost completely blurred. His mind buzzed incessantly. Seeing Chu He like this, the execution officer probably grew bored. He threw away the whip and pulled out a dagger. I'm going to slit your throat. Whether or not you die immediately will depend on your fate. Just as the dagger was about to cut across Chu He's neck, a somewhat flustered Fearless One's member entered the room and announced, Execution Officer Dun, someone's breaking in, specifically asking for Chu He's release. What? Suicidal? Bursting into the Fearless Ones. Who's the reckless bastard? The execution officer was extremely angry to have his fun interrupted, but when he heard the name of the visitor, he froze. It's one of the 3 riding gods of the Rider Hunt team, Liu Yong, the flame-trampling warrior. Chapter 155, Beishan Lion. Ding dong. The elevator doors on the 28th floor slowly opened. A group of dauntless members dressed in black and white uniforms emerged one after another. Several people in the lead were talking into their walkie-talkies while walking. Arbitrators have arrived at the 28th floor. We'll go to the 30th floor through the dedicated staircase. Try not to fight with Liu Yong, stabilize him. When the footsteps gradually faded away and the elevator door slowly closed, a teenager suddenly leaped down from the top of the elevator. He was wearing a cap and mask, walking out of the elevator as if no one else existed. Jiang Huai's and xuanhuan's spiritual link had been blocked, but he didn't need just the spiritual link to find the beast. There was also its scent. That faint smell lingered here on the 28th floor. This floor seemed to be an armory. In countless rooms separated by iron sheets came an icy metallic aura and the smell of gunpowder. Since becoming a monster, Jiang Huai felt that every object in this world had its own scent. Even human emotional changes affected the scents emitted by their bodies. Right now, he could smell fear and excitement. So, he walked through the arsenal, heading toward the deeper area where the scent originated. Meanwhile, inside a secret room deep within the arsenal, the fur of a massive white fox was already stained red with blood. 2 iron hooks pierced her back, chains connected to the hooks holding her firmly to the ground. In the center of the room, a slender, even sickly-looking man sat on a low chair. In his hand was a bloody wild beast's nail, which he had just forcibly ripped off one of the creature's claws. At this moment, he was sharpening that nail on a whetstone. Mirror demon, you should never have fallen into the hands of the dauntless. The man laughed a couple of times, then turned his head to look at the already barely alive creature. You crafty thing with 3 dens, where's your nest? Why don't you escape? You harmed so many of our brothers back then. You should know the dauntless have always been looking for you. Huff. He blew on the nail which had already been honed to be so sharp it reflected some light. The man nodded approvingly. Then he stood up and took steps towards the white fox. You dare to come right to the dauntless base camp, truly believing none of us can catch you? The white fox bared her teeth, her mouth full of blood. It looked like quite a few of her teeth had already been pulled out. Pup, stop snarling at me. Little one, aren't you best known for imitating? Why don't you replicate my power? The man grabbed the white fox's ear, then yanked her head up. He stared intently at her crimson pupil. I see, you're injured. That still doesn't explain why you would rush into a death trap being already trapped like this. Is it to save the young master of the Chu family? The young Chu is your collaborator? No, someone like that waste, you'd look down on. So who is really pulling your strings? Is it Hongwu or Huangyu? The white fox merely let out a low growl from her throat, refusing to communicate with him. The man sighed, released the fox's head, and stroked the giant claw in his hand. Then, he abruptly plunged the claw deep into the white fox's palm. The white fox screamed in agony as she looked upward, but before she could lift her head, the man roughly jerked the chain upwards. Her head was once again forcefully locked back onto the floor. Of all the time in the world, mirror demon, I won't hand you over to the association. The dauntless have too much blood debt, and I'll settle accounts with you slowly. I recognize you, human. Finally, the nearly dead white fox slightly opened her eyes. Her crimson pupils reflected the silhouette of the man. Despite her pain, there wasn't a trace of fear in her eyes. Rather, there was a touch of mockery. That wave of beasts years ago. Can you blame it on the internal cleansing within your humans as well? Alas, the man sighed. No choice, someone has to take the blame. And not just any person. Monsters like you are perfect to bear this anger. The man drew a curved knife from his waist. I've changed my mind. You talk too much. Keeping you alive might cause more trouble. As for the person behind you, I believe that placing your head on the gates of the association will naturally make him come find me. After speaking, the man ferociously raised the curved knife in his hand, aiming it at the white fox's neck. Bang! The blade did not cut into the white fox's neck. Instead, it struck something hard, emitting sparks. It seemed like the figure that had been standing in the shadows for a long time could no longer bear to watch. He had actually wanted to listen more to what the man had to say. Unfortunately, this man could hardly utter 2 sentences before resorting to violence, and so he had no choice but to reveal himself. At this moment, the teenager's hand lightly supported the slashing curved knife. The man hadn't held back on his blow. After all, it was a beast of the nest level. Even if it was now in its death throes, mirror demons were famously cunning. Therefore, he aimed for an instant kill with his strike. But now, this suddenly appeared figure merely lifted a hand, palm facing upward, easily stopping the man's attack. Moreover, his other hand remained inside the pocket of his clothing. In that instant, the man understood that this young person before him was far from ordinary. He tried to withdraw his blade, but found that the boy's hand had already gripped the sharp edge of his knife. Then there came a series of cracking sounds. His sidearm had actually been snapped in half by this youth. Who are you? The tall and emaciated man furrowed his brow as he asked Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai tossed aside the broken blade pieces. He then casually stroked the head of the white fox. Weren't you just looking for me? The boy's voice was deep, lacking any emotion. The man leaped backward sharply, creating distance between himself and the teenager. A smirk of disdain appeared on his face. I see now, you're the traitor who colludes with beasts, Hongwu's nephew, Huangyu, right? Huh. Jiang Huai paused for a moment, then scratched his head, eventually nodding. Yes, that's right, it's me. Then things will be easier. First, I'll capture you, and then extract your uncle's whereabouts. Our dauntless group will become the first to cleanse the rebels. The man began peeling off his upper clothing slowly. Exposed was his sinewy, almost skin and bone torso. As the aura of power around him expanded, the man's form gradually grew enormous. The short black hair on his head started growing longer until it transformed into white lion mane. A giant white lion standing more than 3 meters tall appeared in front of Jiang Huai. Come on, kid, let's. Wait a second. The masked and capped Jiang Huai suddenly raised his hand, indicating the white lion should wait just a bit. The white lion was startled, letting out a couple of laughs. With a low, growl-like voice, he said, thinking of begging for mercy? Or negotiating? Too bad. Even though I'm the captain of the arbitrators, I only enforce judgments. No, I just have one question for you. Please answer me truthfully. It's important to me. The white lion stared fixedly at Xuanhuan. He realized this young man didn't show even a hint of fear. Finding it somewhat peculiar, he sneered and said, "Ask." "Thank you. Let me ask you if your relationship with the Blood Falcon captain is good? Are you friends?" The white lion had never anticipated this question from the young man. "Ha ha ha. Blood Falcon? That girl from the Mo family. I can't stand her. Always keeping her cold face toward everyone. Really thinks she deserves being the captain because of her own strength? I've wanted to rip her apart for a long time. Hee kid, don't tell me you have a soft spot for her. Want her to plead for you? Sorry, your plans have gone awry. I'll only make your pain unbearable." The white lion crushed the floor beneath him, revealing a blood-drenched mouth exhaling ominous fumes. "You've misunderstood." Xuanhuan smiled slightly, despite wearing a mask. That faint smile was nonetheless conveyed to the white lion through his eyes. "I was just thinking that if you were on good terms with MOU, I might spare your life. But now I no longer need to hesitate." Having finished speaking, he too slowly removed his outer coat and rolled up the sleeves of his undershirt. The instant his gaze lifted to look directly at the white lion, a ghostly blue light flashed from his eyes. "All right then, big cat." Chapter 156, The Lion and the Skeleton. At this moment, outside the interrogator's room on the 30th floor of the Fearless building, a group of people had gathered. The arbitrators were not like Blood Falcon's decapitation team. They belonged to a regiment system. Thus, they were numerous in number. At this very moment, more than 30 of them surrounded the man who was sitting leisurely on a chair sipping tea, unable to voice their anger. "Where's that son of a bitch Beishan? Is he afraid to see me?" Under his feet lay an arbiter who had already been beaten half to death. "Mr. Lu Yong, I suggest you watch your mouth." A tall arbitrator glared at Lu Yong with evident displeasure. Though others around him were quietly pulling on his sleeve, signaling for him to be cautious, he felt indignant about Lu Yong's arrogant intrusion into Fearless territory. Now, Lu Yong was openly insulting their captain, which he deemed as a personal affront. "What? Did I call Beishan a son of a bitch and now you're getting worked up about it? Am I also calling you one? Or are you the illegitimate son of Beishan and some unknown tramp? Protecting your father here? That's going too far." That arbitrator could no longer contain himself. Raising his hand, he drew his gun from his waist and immediately aimed at Lu Yong's head. This caused immediate tension throughout the room. Who was Lu Yong? One of the 3 divine riders of the Ride Hunters group. In terms of seniority, he was a big shot who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Beishan. Beishan had issued an order before, asking them to let him handle matters without conflict with Lu Yong. Therefore, previously, all they could do was endure Lu Yong's antics, surrounding him being the utmost resistance they dared muster. But now, with this person lifting his pistol, a new plan formed in their minds. Since someone led the charge, it would naturally be this person bearing the brunt of any repercussions. As such, several arbitrators lifted their weapons. Among them was the arbitrator who had interrogated Chu He, who was now smirking as he tightened his grip on his dagger. Lu Yong, however, faced with threats from so many people, showed absolutely no sign of anxiety. Instead, with one swift kick, he sent the arbitrator under his foot flying, stood up, raised his hand, and summoned a storm of flames. Then from those flames emerged a spear. Damn, everyone was stunned. They thought there'd be some posturing first, but then, he directly unleashed his ultimate move. Boom. With a thunderous roar of flames, the entire 30th floor of the Fearless Tower was instantly consumed by fire. Had they not activated the 9-phase sealing barrier beforehand, the whole building might already have been ablaze. Arbitrators fled helter-skelter pursued by the flames. Yet the man wielding a spear amidst the flames did not deal any fatal blows. He proceeded toward the interrogation room, kicking open each door one by one. Facing arbitrators or other soldiers of Fearless rushing toward him, he merely struck them unconscious with the handle of his spear. Finally, in the deepest interrogation room, Lu Yong found the young boy hanging mid-air who was barely clinging to life. And then, as if completing a mechanical task, Lu Yong's expression suddenly turned distant and void of any emotion. He swung his spear, severing the chains binding Chu He, then hoisted the boy onto his shoulder. The target has been successfully rescued. Are you Teacher Lu? In a dazed state, Chu He seemed to hear Lu Yong's voice. Struggling to open his eyes, he saw himself being carried on Lu Yong's shoulders. Gripping his spear in one hand, Lu Yong fought amidst a long corridor filled with arbitrators. Even though he was exceptionally fierce, he now bore quite a few wounds on his body. After all, these arbitrators were formal members of Fearless, elite squadron members at that. They weren't all pushovers. However, once they realized that Lu Yong wasn't dealing lethal blows, they didn't attack Lu Yong's vital points either. Hence, a stalemate ensued. Lu Yong couldn't break out. Neither could the other side overcome him. While this situation was locked in place, on the 28th floor, the battle was almost over. The massive white lion was currently experiencing the pain of its palm being pierced by its own nails. Slumped on the floor, one of its paws had been impaled by the nails of its other hand against the wall, and that youth had long transformed into a creature encased in skeletons. "You aren't Huang Yu. What exactly are you?" The white lion gasped for breath. The skeletal giant remained silent, only gazing at him with eyes that emitted a pale blue glow. "You are indeed strong, stronger than Lu Yong." Baihai's right hand was nearly twisted beyond recognition, and a piece of bone from its chest had shattered. It stepped closer to the white lion, tearing off its broken arm, tossing it aside as if it were garbage. As it watched its broken arm gradually regenerate, a look of fear appeared on the white lion's face. "You monster. Thanks for the compliment. Your teeth are pretty impressive, managing to break through my outer shell." Baihai shook his newly regenerated arm and then clenched his fist. I will remember you, North Mountain Lion Dog. Just as Baihai was about to explode its lion head with a punch, suddenly, a powerful mental force began invading its brain. Then Baihai felt an excruciating headache, clutched his head, and took 2 steps back, letting out a low, painful roar. Master, be careful. His mental power is very strong. Your defense against mental attacks is almost 0. Xuanhuan's voice reached Baihai's ears. Xuanhuan had just realized this too. Baihai's greatest weakness was mental attacks. All of its defenses were physical. It had almost no means to defend against mental forces. Haha, I don't know why such a powerful monster like you has such a fragile mind, but it looks like the advantage has shifted. Beishan tore off the nails piercing his palm, then pounced on Baihai. The skeletal giant was tackled to the ground by the enormous white lion, whose massive jaws fiercely bit down toward its neck. A loud crunch was heard. The white lion broke several fangs, but the bones around Baihai's neck also cracked. Master! Xuanhuan struggled to rise, but its back was pierced by iron hooks, and it had sustained serious injuries all over its body. At this moment, even standing up required every ounce of its strength, offering no support to Baihai. You think you're so tough? You think you can take all the punches? Beishan continuously tormented Baihai's brain with psychic powers while throwing punches at its chest one after another. Keep going. Get up. Monster. Do you think humans are so fragile? Can they just be trampled on like this? Without mercy or restraint. Ha ha ha. You monster. I'll rip your body apart. Twist your head off. I'll make you understand. Humans are invincible. Ha ha ha. How pathetic. Baihai endured the severe headache and stared intently at Beishan. To me, you look more like an animal now. Shut up, damn it. Beishan's eyes turned red. He raised his hand high, then struck hard, smashing through Baihai's chest, pulling out a fresh, beating heart. Snap. The white lion crushed this heart violently. Blood immediately spurted out, making Beishan's already blood-soaked fur even more terrifying. Beishan watched the blood flow ceaselessly from Baihai's body. It slowly stood up and approached Xuanhuan. It's your turn, beast. At this very moment, countless chains stretched out from the darkness. They tightly bound the great lion, immobilizing it in place. What thing? What ghostly thing? Damn it! Let go of me. The mighty lion strained so much that the binding chains quivered under its immense strength. And then the white lion heard a sound behind him. That creature, whose chest had been shattered and whose heart crushed moments before, was now standing again. It twisted its neck, touched its chest, and began laughing coldly in response to the gaping hole. Then it threw its head back and started cackling wildly. Ha 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 ha. Damn it. You've opened another hole in my chest. Are you guys so interested in my heart? It's impossible. I crushed your heart. How can you still? Isn't it just a heart? If you like, I can give you wholesale. Any number you want. You can fry, stir fry, deep fry, or stew them. Baihai's hand stroked the spot over his chest, and the white lion saw that the bloody wound was regenerating rapidly. Innumerable blood vessels, muscle tissues, and that heart recovered completely. It glared furiously at Baihai, and launched a mental attack once more. But this time, he discovered he could no longer use his mental abilities, because an even stronger mental force had enveloped the entirety of the fearless headquarters. Then, a woman's voice slowly echoed into Beishan's mind. The captain of the arbitrators, please stop immediately. This woman's voice was familiar to Beishan. She was the star envoy of the Apocalypse Riders. Chapter 157. Who told you it was over? The star envoy of the Tianqi sect wanted to protect this monster? Beishan's mind was in chaos. What exactly was going on? Could it be that there were issues with the Tianqi sect too? Before he could react, the door had already been pushed open forcefully by someone. An arbiter stumbled in. He was the same arbiter who had tortured Chu He before. Captain, that kid from the Chu family. He's been taken away by Lu Yong. What did you say? Lu Yong, you actually dared to make a move inside our ranks of the Wufei sect? Before Beishan could process what had happened, the arbiter shouted again. Captain, it's not just Lu Yong. MOU from the Blood Falcon sect is also here. She's already fought her way up to the 30th floor. MOU, what trouble is she stirring up? She brought along an awakened necromancer. I think it's the young girl from the Night Demon Parade. Furious beyond control, Beishan roared. At this moment, another arbiter entered. Captain, the Chu family has come for their person. The elder son of the Chu family demands we release his younger brother immediately. Bullsh*T. Didn't the Chu family themselves say they've cut ties with this waste of life? And didn't they ask us to help deal with this useless trash? So why are they coming now asking for him back? Captain, yet another person rushed in. The Tianqi sect has arrived. They're demanding the immediate release of Chu He. Captain, the young lady from the Zhou family has arrived as well. She orders us to release the prisoner immediately. The Zhou family. Beishan couldn't contain his rage. How dare the insignificant Zhou family tread on such important matters now? The Zhou family brought with them a blood demon sect lord. They said Chu He is a friend of the Zhou family, demanding that the Wufei sect releases him immediately. *T. What the hell is going on here? A mere child of the Chu family. How could they possibly draw this much attention? This waste of life. Does he even deserve it? No, of course not. Beishan understood. He turned around and locked eyes with Baihai. It's you? They came for you. I want to make something clear. Neither the blood demon sect, the Zhou family, nor the Chu family have anything to do with me. Perhaps it's because of your excessive arrogance and high-handedness in your daily actions that made people start taking notice? Baihai waved a hand. The chains surrounding Beishan retreated into the darkness. Captain, what should we do? The arbiter trembled while asking. This sort of scene was something he had never encountered before either. In normal circumstances, the Chu family wouldn't dare defy the Wu Fei sect so audaciously. Families like the Zhou, or even the low-tier blood demon sect would never dream of stepping foot inside the Wu Fei headquarters. But look at what's happening now. A bunch of pesky flies. White Lion seemed to calm down somewhat. After all, apart from the pressure from the Tianqi sect and Mo Fei of the Mo family, there was also Lu Yong to consider. Since he had shown up, it clearly represented the position of the Rider-Hunter Guild. It was beyond his ability to handle this situation. Pacifying everyone involved appeared to be the best solution for now. They aren't really concerned about the life or death of that worthless Chu family brat. Their real intent is for me to release you. White Lion stared coldly at Bai Hai while laughing cynically a few times. Then, he turned and walked toward the doorway. This matter will end here, monster. But I've already marked your scent. I will not let you off. And when you sleep tonight, I'll still. Before White Lion could finish his sentence, the towering skeleton flashed beside the doorway and unleashed 3 lightning-fast punches, instantly crushing the heads of several arbiters. This sudden development left even Beishan speechless. By the time he regained his composure, Bai Hai was slowly shutting the door, pinching the entire lock into a lump of twisted metal, effectively sealing the room completely. When exactly did I say this matter would end here? You beast. My courage is quite small. If you insist I need to be careful while sleeping tonight, then I won't be able to fall asleep. So, please die for me. Beishan immediately unleashed a mental assault. But the Star Envoy of the Tianqi sect instantly retaliated, suppressing his mental strength thoroughly. Star Envoy, what are you planning to do? Have you betrayed humanity? There was no reply. Only a slow, mocking chuckle resounded in his mind. When Beishan looked at Bai Hai again, he noticed its form beginning to change. Perfect timing. My new captive gave me some fascinating abilities, and you'd make a good test subject. After all, creatures covered in fur usually have a great fear of fire, right? The bone armor of Bai Hai started cracking, but did not shatter. Instead, magma began oozing out from the fissures, dyeing the originally snow-white bones into a molten black-red color. Bai Hai form transformation, ashen flame. This molten lava monster then walked to the side of the gigantic white fox. Its hand slowly rose, and then touched the iron hook locked onto the white fox's back. The iron hook and chains instantly dissolved, but instead of disappearing, the molten lava dripped onto the white fox. Master, this is... The white fox was somewhat fearful, but was immediately comforted by Xuanhuan's voice. Do not resist, accept it. Thus, the white fox slowly closed its eyes. Beishan would not give Bai Hai any time to catch his breath. It lunged at Bai Hai like a mad beast. However, on the way there, those chains reappeared. And this time, all the chains were covered with a layer of magma. As soon as the magma touched Beishan's body, it began to scorch its skin and fur. Beishan roared in pain towards the sky. The air was filled with the smell of burning. And at that moment, the white fox was also completely covered by the dripping magma. Slowly, the massive body slowly stood up, and then Beishan saw it shake off the magma pouring over its body. What was once the silver-white fox had now entirely transformed into a colossal black-red magma fox. Master, thank you. Go, he's yours. Bai Hai said this and stepped aside, even folding his arms across his chest as he admired everything before him. The magma giant fox bared its teeth, stepping through magma towards Beishan one step at a time. Beishan could already feel that searing heat, but being bound by the chains, all its struggles were in vain. No. Wait, no. We can talk. What do you want? I am the captain of the fearless elite squad. I can give you many advantages. Wait, don't kill me. I'm more useful alive. I can be like a Star Envoy too. I can submit to you. Did you hear that? I surrender. No. A cunning smile surfaced on the fox's face. Click. Then it opened its mouth, biting through half of Beishan body, chewed it a few times, and directly swallowed it. I've eaten too much. Bai Hai raised his hand to stop. Sorry, master, because it insulted you. Leave him half a body. Don't devour his soul, so I can turn him into a pawn like Lu Yong. Understood. After savoring the taste with its fiery red tongue licking its lips, the magma giant fox slowly turned around and came back to Bai Hai, bowing down. Bai Hai slowly lifted his hand. The chain started to constantly contract, finally wrapping around the remaining half-body of Beishan. His mental strength was very powerful. Even in death, he was resisting transformation and conversion. Teacher Bai, please. Of course, as long as you ask, classmate Xuanhuan. Bai Qing's spiritual power instantly crushed the last pitiful resistance left in Beishan. The chains coiled around like several giant pythons, covering Beishan remaining half-body. Finally, when the chains slowly loosened, Beishan had already reverted to the lanky, thin figure of a man. There was no more sign of life in his eyes. Chapter 158, Invisible Chains. When Lu Yong was carrying the unconscious Chu He, escorted by Beishan as they left from the fearless organization, people outside were somewhat surprised. Because although both of them were injured, their relationship appeared to be decent enough, and they hadn't completely torn apart. But Chu He was in a sorry state. He had multiple wounds all over his body, and several of his ribs were broken. By the time he was taken over by the Chu family, there was barely any sign of life left in him. Chu He's older brother, the man wearing a long coat with his hair combed back into a slicked-back style, and with a cold face, glanced at Chu He. There wasn't an ounce of concern in his eyes. You're useless trash, nothing but trouble for our family. If it weren't for someone speaking on your behalf this time, offending the fearless, you would deserve worse than death. Bystanders observing this felt only sighs. Clearly, this person was also from the Chu family, yet showed such cruelty and indifference. It seems that these aristocratic families are all cut from the same mold. Blood ties mean less to them than the belches of the higher-ranking powerful ones. Meanwhile, in a corner where no one paid attention, a young man wearing a fisherman's hat and mask walked out indifferently from the back door of the building. But just as he passed under a street lamp, about to turn into an alley, a face suddenly appeared upside down right in front of him, very close to his own. Whoa! The person hanging upside down shouted at xuanhuan, thinking that xuanhuan would get a fright. But unexpectedly, xuanhuan didn't react at all. He merely raised his hand and pinched Lu Wanyin's cheek. Hey, what's wrong with you? Stop pinching me. Why aren't you scared at all? Lu Wanyin's legs were hooked around the lamppost, leaving her stuck and unable to resist. To suddenly appear with such a cute face, I already restrained myself by not kissing you. Lu Wanyin gave xuanhuan a disdainful look, then lightly swung her body and leaped off the lamppost. She pulled down her clothes, which had flipped up slightly, and poked xuanhuan's chest, saying, "Still don't forget to thank me. If I hadn't arranged help, you'd probably have been stabbed again through the chest." Xuanhuan was startled. He understood who had called Mou. As for the part about being stabbed, she hit the nail on the head. His cheap heart had been crushed once more. He took off the mask and hat, sighed in relief, and nodded smilingly, saying, "How about I take you to a high-end restaurant for a grand meal?" In order to keep Lu Wanyin from worrying, xuanhuan did not mention this incident. No need. We need to save money now. By the way, is Chu-he alright? Lu Wanyin might not know exactly what happened upstairs, but she should have learned from Mou about Chu-he wanting to leave the fearless organization. She knew xuanhuan had secrets, so he wouldn't come out the main entrance like everyone else. Thus she waited at the back door, wanting to give him a surprise. Whether or not it was surprising remains unclear, but the intention to shock was thwarted, and instead xuanhuan had teased her. "Rest assured, I checked on his condition before I left. His injuries were serious, but they weren't fatal. You're pretty smart. How did you think of seeking out Mou? When did you two become so good friends?" Lu Wanyin tapped xuanhuan's chest with her finger, asking playfully, "What? Am I not allowed to seek her out? Are you afraid that the harem will catch fire?" Xuanhuan's lips twitched. What goes on inside your head all day? After some bantering, xuanhuan and Lu Wanyin disappeared into the alley one after the other. The final conclusion of this matter was quite simple. Beishan sure took responsibility voluntarily, admitting to having shown some excessive behavior towards his subordinate, and openly apologized to Mou. He told Mou and others that he would cover all costs for Chu-he's treatment and willingly accept punishment. Mou and others' expressions at the time could not be described otherwise than colorful. After all, Beishan sure was the thorn in the side of the fearless organization. Typical extremist, those who wanted to leave the fearless organization often met grisly ends at his hands. Yet now he behaved tame as a kitten, no trace of the lion left. "Captain Mou, Chu-he is your team member. I don't have the authority to punish him. My action's beyond my power this time. I await my punishment." Beishan sure bowed his head deeply toward Mou. Mou didn't say much either. She merely stated that Chu-he would cease to be a member of the fearless organization starting today. And this decision also received approval from the fearless headquarters. As for punishing Beishan sure, no one brought it up. The headquarters intended to protect him, so Mou didn't pursue the matter further. Everyone shook their heads, expressing sorrow and regret over Chu-he's decision. Born into such a good family, under such excellent conditions, and even joining the elite team of the fearless organization. Yet he went all out trying to escape. Truly, trying to build something out of muck is futile. As she watched Chu-he being loaded onto the ambulance, Mou's eyes revealed a trace of envy. Perhaps everyone else regarded as incredibly precious what she viewed as something to be avoided at all costs, an ominous object. If only I could be as straightforward and calm as him, clearly declaring my desire to leave this place. Mississippi. Just as that thought began to sprout in her mind, a voice quietly sounded by her ear. It was like a chain always ready to tighten, cutting off her train of thought. She turned around and saw a tall man in a suit standing behind her, his presence as silent as a ghost. The man wore a round cap, concealing his face. His posture was respectful, yet carried an unquestionable authority, much like a loyal butler. "The master says you did well this time. You found a good opportunity to suppress Beishan sure, who has been critical of you." The man's voice was deep and forceful, every word carefully chosen to accurately convey the master's will. Mou said nothing. The man lowered his voice and continued. "This way, the Mo family can further elevate your position within the fearless organization. Miss, you truly haven't disappointed the master." There was a hint of barely detectable sarcasm in his words, as if reminding Mou that each of her successes extended the interests of her family. "Are you finished speaking?" Mou asked coldly. The man chuckled, as if Mou's reaction was not unexpected. He went on. "You've done well, and naturally the master will reward you. So, the master has decided that both you and your mother will have dinner together." His words carried a tinge of enticement, as if it were a rare favor. Mou's eyes widened suddenly, and she turned to look at the man. "Really? You should understand the master. The master has always cared about you. Please continue to work hard. Miss, for the Mo family, for the master." There was a note of command in the man's words, and his figure gradually disappeared into the crowd, as if he had never been there. A flash of murderous intent crossed Mou's eyes, her hand tightly gripping the hilt of her sword. Who knows how much self-control she needed to avoid drawing her blade and killing this monster invisible to others right there in public. She knew that this man, this family, were shackles she couldn't yet break free from. After taking a deep breath, Mo looked up at the sky. Drizzling rain fell at just the right moment, as if adding a touch of sorrow to her mood. Thinking of her mother, Mo's face unusually showed a hint of a smile. At least I get to see you and know you're safe. Then everything I've done is worth it. But me? How much longer can I hold on? Chapter 159. If you can fight, don't talk too much. Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin called Du Qinghong to ask if he wanted to join them for dinner. But old Du said he still had some work to finish. Yin Luo had already left to take care of her next task. So Jiang Huai could only go out for dinner with Lu Wanyin alone. It's fine. We can pack something for old Du after we eat. It's just a pity that Sister Yin Luo left in such a hurry. Even though Lu Wanyin was often disciplined by Yin Luo, their relationship was good. Lu Wanyin especially enjoyed sticking around Yin Luo. Du Qinghong mentioned that when Lu Wanyin was a child, it was Yin Luo who changed her diapers when she wet the bed. Every time she wet the bed, Yin Luo would beat her once. Jiang Huai thought about this scene. At the time, Yin Luo was probably just around 7 years old. The moment this came to mind, Jiang Huai couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like Lu Wanyin knew what Jiang Huai was thinking about. Puffing up her cheeks, she complained. Hey, don't imagine weird things. I haven't wet the bed for ages. This is obvious nonsense. If you still wet the bed now, I think I shouldn't have sent you to Tianhui Academy. Then where should I be sent? Lingyu City 4th People's Hospital. Lu Wanyin stopped walking, thought for a while, and then quickly ran after Jiang Huai. Isn't that the place for mental patients? Goodness me, you're calling me an idiot. The two were chasing each other on the commercial street, like a couple having fun. Soon, Lu Wanyin noticed that it had started drizzling. It's raining. Why don't we pack and go back? Sure, if it rains heavily, we won't be able to go back. As they spoke, the two approached a restaurant. But just as they reached the door of the restaurant, they saw 5 children setting up a small stall by the roadside, selling handmade crafts. The oldest among them was barely 12 or 13, a very cute little girl. On her back, she carried a younger brother who was 3 or 4 years old. The other children were also of similar age. Wow, those little items look so adorable. Lu Wanyin pointed at them. Jiang Huai scratched his head and looked at those kids. Yes, these kids are indeed cute. But isn't it rude to call them little things? Lu Wanyin pinched Jiang Huai's waist. What? I'm referring to the small trinkets they sell, which are so adorable. With that, Lu Wanyin pulled Jiang Huai towards the kids. Big sister, older brother, good evening. Although the eldest looked somewhat shy, she was still very polite when greeting Jiang Huai and Lu Wanyin. Good evening, dears. Let me see what you're selling, huh? Lu Wanyin squatted down and took a look at the various handicrafts displayed on the stall. Most were handmade felt objects, cats, dogs, birds, and there was even a slightly larger snowman. They were all intricately crafted and very endearing. There were also some handmade hair clips and small ornaments. Though simple, they were clearly made with much care. All these, sister, we made them ourselves, the girl introduced earnestly. Lu Wanyin picked up the snowman and found that it even had hair, long strands of silvery white, extremely cute. Look, Jiang Huai, doesn't it look like Yinjia? Huh. Jiang Huai nodded, taking it to inspect closer. Indeed, it bore a resemblance. How much are they? Jiang Huai asked. Possibly because of his towering figure and somewhat icy tone, the girl recoiled. Lu Wanyin promptly nudged Jiang Huai's leg with her head. Ouch, don't speak. Look how frightened you've made her. Whatever, ugh. Jiang Huai was also flustered, realizing he had become a bit cold. He used to be quite popular among children. Little sister, don't be afraid. Even though your big brother looks intimidating, he's actually a good person. How much is this little snowman? Lu Wanyin smiled as she questioned the girl. This isn't for sale. My brother said to put it out for display. A nearby little boy blushed slightly as he looked at Lu Wanyin and said, this is our gift for sister. Sorry. Quickly, Lu Wanyin returned the snowman to make sure she hadn't damaged it. No problem at all. Then I'll take this kitten. Kitten, 5 yuan. So cheap? What about the puppy? It's 5 yuan too. Only the little lion costs 7 yuan. Lu Wanyin rummaged through her worn-out wallet in her crossbody bag and fished out a 5 yuan note. In that case, I want the kitten. Thank you, sister. The children happily expressed their gratitude to Lu Wanyin. Jiang Huai picked up a handmade hair clip and inspected it. How much for this? He made an effort to soften his voice this time. Big brother, this hair clip is 5 yuan. You're selling these too cheaply. Jiang Huai scratched his head, then took out a 100 yuan note. Brother, we don't have change. The girl seemed embarrassed as she said this. We haven't sold anything today. The boy added nearby. I'll use this 100 to buy the hair clip and that little lion. The remaining money, big brother will treat you kids to ice cream, okay? The children exchanged glances, seemingly unable to believe what they were hearing. The younger ones had already started clapping and cheering. Yay, big brother's treating us to ice cream. Lu Wanyin turned around and looked at Jiang Huai. Mr. Jiang, seems like you're rich now. Why didn't you treat me to ice cream? Jiang Huai grabbed the back of Lu Wanyin's collar, pulling her to stand up. I'll treat you. You can have as many as you want. But the girl was still holding the money, telling Jiang Huai. Big brother, we cannot accept this money. The hair clip and the little lion together. Let me calculate. 12 yuan. I'll go find the change for you elsewhere. Just then, a loud, domineering voice came from behind. Oh ho, making so much money with such a small stall, eh? Jiang Huai looked back. Several men resembling thugs swaggered over. They completely ignored Lu Wanyin and Jiang Huai, glaring at the children. Hurry up and hand over the money. The children were scared stiff, shrinking behind the girl. The girl gripped the 100 yuan note and mustered up the courage to say, this money needs to be broken down. You think I didn't hear? That kind benefactor just said. This money's for you. Now hand it over. The man yelled rudely at the children. Behind her, the smallest child also began wailing in fright. Cry, cry, cry. Cry your mother's name. With a kick, the man overturned the stall. All the small accessories fell to the ground, quickly losing their form after being soaked by the rain, including the little snowman the children had carefully crafted and wanted to give to their sister. What the hell? Give me the money. The man reached out to snatch the 100 yuan note. At that moment, a hand suddenly gripped his wrist. Do you have a hearing problem? Xuanhuan coldly asked the man. What? The man glared ferociously at Xuanhuan. I just said, this money is for buying the hair clip and some toys. The rest is for ice cream for the kids. Ask yourself, do you have a hearing problem? Fuck you. Are you asking for death? Bang. Before Xuanhuan could move, Xuanhuan had already spun around and kicked the man hard in the stomach. Xuanhuan immediately released his grip, allowing the man to fly backward. Good heavens, if he had loosened even a second later, the man's hand would have been torn off forcibly. You should have told me before you attacked, Xuanhuan said, looking at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan brushed the dust off her skirt, then looked at Xuanhuan and said, you talk too much. Xuanhuan was speechless. This girl, why does she flip moods so easily, instantly entering battle mode? Her icy gaze was like treating these ruffians as infected people. But Xuanhuan didn't dislike it. Instead, he felt he should learn from Xuanhuan. When you can fight, don't talk too much. He twisted his neck, then walked toward those few thugs who were taking out weapons, together with Xuanhuan. You two scumbags, fed up with life. Do you even know whose territory this is? Motherfucker, beat them. The gangsters rushed at Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan. However, within 10 seconds, their arrogance was completely crushed. The thugs lay scattered on the ground. Xuanhuan stood on one of them, holding her phone in her hand. Yes, it's the Central Business District. There are 5 people committing violent crimes here. We're fine. No rush. We've already beaten them all. A few minutes later, the police arrived and took away those people. But the lead man glanced back viciously at Xuanhuan before leaving. Brat, you'll regret this. Xuanhuan paid no attention to it at first, until he noticed the ambiguous attitude of the policemen towards these thugs. Not only did they not handcuff them, but they treated them with respect, almost inviting them onto the police car. Xuanhuan realized something wasn't right, but he didn't take it to heart. At this moment, Xuanhuan had already turned around and started helping the children pick up the small trinkets scattered on the ground, which could no longer be sold. Chapter 160, Thunderous Measures. Originally, the two of them had planned to send the children to find their sister. But at this moment, a police officer walked over and spoke to them in an unfriendly tone. Are you the ones who started the fight? Xuanhuan was taken aback, but he still maintained a polite attitude towards the police. Officer, I acted in self-defense. Who asked you that? The officer angrily interrupted Xuanhuan's words with a shout. Come on, all of you, go back with us to make a statement. After saying that, he waved his hand and let several people get into the car. Officer, these children's sister hasn't returned yet, Xuanhuan wanted to ask if they could wait for their sister. But the officer directly glanced at the children, irritably saying, I said everyone. There's another car, put the children in that one. He pointed at another police car and said this. Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan, and Xuanhuan understood her meaning. This matter wasn't so simple. Follow that vehicle. Xuanhuan internally told xuanhuan. As you command. Remember, xuanhuan, I dislike repeated failures. Don't make the same mistake as last time. Understood, master. Truly speaking, my wounds haven't fully healed yet. Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan suddenly leaned in close, hugging Xuanhuan's arm, and both of them sat in the back seat of the other police car. Who exactly are you talking to? She rested her head on Xuanhuan's shoulder, just like an ordinary couple would do. Hey, friend. Can I meet her? Xuanhuan smiled and asked Xuanhuan. She has gone to take care of something. If there's an opportunity, I'll definitely introduce her to you. Oh, Xuanhuan chuckled thoughtfully. Xuanhuan sighed inwardly. This woman was really too perceptive, especially Xuanhuan. She was like a cat playing with a mouse, knowing well that he had many secrets. Yet she didn't expose them, letting Xuanhuan guess whether she knew or not. This feeling of having one's heart scratched by a cat's claw was indeed unpleasant. Xuanhuan wanted to say more, but Xuanhuan placed her finger on his lips. If we're a couple, why do you always call me so formally? I don't. Haven't I already called you little lousy? Puffed. Sounds like you're calling a eunuch. Well, after hesitating for a moment, Xuanhuan whispered, Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's face instantly turned red, and she immediately released Xuanhuan's arm, turning her gaze towards the window. Xuanhuan, how about this name? Your cheeks are burning up to your ears. Xuanhuan, don't you enjoy hearing me call you that way? Just shut up. Her hands tightly gripped the hem of her skirt. At this moment, the door on the driver's seat opened. The policeman came in and adjusted the rearview mirror inside the car to ensure he could observe the two individuals on the back seat before saying, Let's go, both of you. We're heading to the station. Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan remained silent, allowing the police car to take them through bustling streets. However, Xuanhuan soon realized something was off because the police car carrying the children disappeared after taking a turn, and they were increasingly far from the city center, nowhere near going to the police station. Xuanhuan, don't worry, master. I will solve the problem. No, protect the children. See what these people intend to do. Do not act unless necessary. As commanded, Xuanhuan knew that this decision was equivalent to using the children as bait, but he was confident and trusted Xuanhuan. Naturally, Xuanhuan could hear their conversation, but she said nothing, choosing to unconditionally trust Xuanhuan once again. Suddenly, the car stopped on a desolate street. Xuanhuan knew this was the Old Town area awaiting renovation. and this policeman unfastened his seatbelt and opened the car door. Sorry, urgent need to pee, wait for me in the car. Saying that, he got out of the car directly. Zhang Huai, are you sure those kids are safe? Lu Wanyin turned around and asked Zhang Huai. Yes, I promise. Zhang Huai said with a smile. Lu Wanyin also smiled. Within the rear car seat illuminated only by faint moonlight, her smile seemed exceptionally alluring, even with a touch of strange allure. You haven't been training with us recently. You must have stiffened up, right? Lu Wanyin lightly squeezed Zhang Huai's arm. So, should we try it out? Zhang Huai provocatively stared at Lu Wanyin. Sure. Lu Wanyin moved closer to Zhang Huai. Let's see. Boom. At this very moment, an old, dilapidated pickup truck suddenly came rushing out from an alley and collided straight into the police car parked by the street side without any warning. The police car was instantly hurled through the air, spinning mid-flight. Before it hit the ground, Zhang Huai and Lu Wanyin's agile figures leaped gracefully through the car window, landing firmly on their feet. Not bad, not bad. Your skills have improved a lot compared to before. Lu Wanyin appraised Zhang Huai with a nod of satisfaction. You're the same. You've become much more adept than when I first met you, Wanyin. Just as Lu Wanyin had been radiating an air of calm confidence, she blushed again at the mention of her name by Zhang Huai. You, this title. Didn't you tell me to call you that? Zhang Huai leaned closer towards Lu Wanyin and whispered provocatively, his tone dripping with mockery. Give me some time to get used to it. Whack. Suddenly, the sound of a steel pipe hitting the ground echoed out. Afterwards, countless footsteps followed suit. In the faint moonlight, over 10 silhouettes of gangsters gradually appeared. These figures looked exceptionally sinister under the cold moon glow. Their eyes locked onto Zhang Huai and Lu Wanyin like a pack of wolves spotting prey. Among them was one of the thugs previously kicked away by Lu Wanyin in the shopping district. His eyes burned with hatred and a thirst for revenge. Boy, are you still alive? Lucky, huh? His voice carried a note of sarcasm, but more so a threat. His gaze then turned to Lu Wanyin, greed flashing in his eyes. And you, little lady, if you behave well tonight, we might. Bang. Before he could finish speaking, a punch struck his face like lightning. This punch was forceful, directly flipping him sideways. His head smashed violently against the cold, hard ground. Blood and teeth erupted from his mouth in a gruesome scene. How was that move? Zhang Huai turned around to look at Lu Wanyin, a smug grin curling at the corner of his lips. Not bad. Little apprentice, your master is quite pleased. Lu Wanyin's voice held a hint of approval, but mostly teasing tones. Several of the gangsters stood stunned for a while, clearly not expecting Zhang Huai's actions to be so decisive and ruthless. Moreover, the man's moves and speed, along with how he calmly escaped unscathed from the tumbling car, it all proved he wasn't an ordinary individual. So, they immediately charged toward the seemingly delicate Lu Wanyin, evidently planning to use her as leverage against Zhang Huai. But Lu Wanyin's figure moved gracefully and fluidly. She slightly sidestepped to avoid an incoming knife. Then, she swiftly lifted her hand and grasped the arm that attempted to seize her shoulder. Her silhouette danced elegantly like a refined cat, lightly turning, her leg painting a beautiful arc in the air. A loud bang sounded. One thug was sent flying off powerfully. Two others were soon overpowered, kneeling on the ground, groaning helplessly. On the other side, Zhang Huai had also practically finished his fight. However, his methods were even harsher than Lu Wanyin's. If sparing the thug an arm in the commercial district demonstrated restraint earlier, then now, there would be no second chances for these people. The defeated gangsters at Zhang Huai's feet either had broken arms or heads battered open by punches. Such swift, ruthless tactics struck fear into the remaining few, who sat frozen in terror. 3 of them watched Zhang Huai, trembling. But Zhang Huai simply shook his head. I only need one person to speak. Whoever tells me first about the person behind you all, and where those children are, I'll let you go. Me. We're enforcers of Mengyun nightclub. That guy you beat up in the commercial district today, it's this one. One thug hastily pulled the half-dead gangster whose head was still bleeding, shouting loudly. You beat him up? He has good relations upstairs. Hence they sought retaliation against you. No, that's wrong. It's because of the business you interfered with us. The older sister of that group of kids owes us money. Zhang Huai looked at the third one. Only the third person sat slumped on the ground. Though fearful, he gritted his teeth stubbornly, keeping silent. Thank you. Zhang Huai raised both hands, placing them gently on the heads of 2 individuals, softly rubbing their hair. Then, bang, Zhang Huai slammed their heads together. Instantly, blood spurted everywhere. As Lu Wanyin just walked over, blood splattered on her boots. Zhang Huai, Wuxing Kai, did you do this deliberately? I don't own many good pairs of boots. All your fault. Zhang Huai had thought Lu Wanyin was about to burst into righteous anger, feeling he shouldn't have been so brutal. After hearing what she said, Zhang Huai smiled and replied, I'll buy you 10 pairs, Wanyin. You call me that again? Humph. Finally, Zhang Huai walked over to the man, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up. Only someone who truly grasps the secrets can remain silent in this situation. Am I right? Chapter 161, The Shadow Walkers. The man was lifted into the air by Zhang Huai. He didn't struggle, just staring at the cold-eyed teenager before him, and the girl next to him who showed no regard for human life, merely wiping her boots with a tissue, as if in disdain. Both of them had such outstanding appearances, but their actions were completely devilish. Especially this man. His eyes weren't human at all. Thinking about this, the man suddenly grinned. Heh, originally, Big Brother only suspected. We were just here to test you. I didn't expect you to actually be an awakened one. Upon hearing the term awakened one from the man's mouth, Zhang Huai smirked. Seems like I made the right bet. This little rat obviously knows something. Xuanhuan, I'm hungry. Can we rescue the kids, and then go back to eat? Xuanhuan turned his head and looked at Lu Wanyin, finding that she had already sat on the hood of the pickup truck, yawning while rubbing her eyes, clearly both sleepy and starving. You hold out for a little longer. When we get back tonight, I'll buy you some barbecue as a late-night snack. At the mention of barbecue, Lu Wanyin's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, but it's expensive. Don't we not have enough money now? He, the man, whose hair was being gripped by Xuanhuan, suddenly burst into laughter. Doomed as you are, why not indulge one last time before you die? Xuanhuan turned his head to look at the man. Talk. Which organization are you from? The man stared intently at Xuanhuan, fear flickering faintly in his eyes, but mostly there was ridicule and mockery. Organization. If you're referring to those fools under the association who blindly follow orders and rush to their deaths like dogs, sorry, we do not belong to any organization. Xuanhuan paused, then remembered a word he'd heard once. Are you the Shadow Walkers? The man roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Impressive, your insight is quite sharp. We, the Shadow Walkers, are different from the bastards within the association. We are the true redemption of humanity. The future of this world. Xuanhuan laughed mockingly. Bullying young girls, running over those you dislike with cars, hurling insults and attacking women. And you call yourselves the future of humanity? Are you sure? Xuanhuan pressed the man's head forcefully against the cracked skull of a thug. Is this what you call a Shadow Walker? No, they're not. I'm different from them. The man struggled violently, as if trying to explain something. There's no difference. Xuanhuan chuckled coldly, then with a bang, slammed the man's face to the ground, his teeth shattering instantly, mixing with blood and spilling out from his mouth. You can't kill me. You don't want to know where those kids are now, do you? The man's body trembled slightly, his mouth full of blood, mumbling indistinctly. If you kill me, that group of kids, I don't care to know. What? You. Slap. Xuanhuan's hand directly crushed half of the man's face. Before he was fully dead, Xuanhuan stood up and shook off the sticky fluids and blood on his hands. Then, stepping down firmly amidst the man's trembling gaze, he delivered a heavy blow. Xuanhuan, I've discovered something. Lu Wanyin seemed to have noticed something, just about to walk over. That step sent red and white splatters all over her, even landing on her face. Lu Wanyin froze momentarily, then her expression suddenly became frigid. Lu Wanyin, wait a moment, it wasn't my intention. Xuanhuan felt somewhat speechless too. You really couldn't blame her bad luck. Why did she always show up at these moments? You unthinking fool, you did it intentionally. 10 minutes later, Xuanhuan walked behind Lu Wanyin, with the girl refusing to turn back around, glaring. All right, I'll definitely buy you good food. Don't be mad anymore, okay? Look, my clothes are also covered in blood. That's because you're too clumsy. Lu Wanyin spun around, walking backward while glaring at Xuanhuan. But, do you truly know where those children are? Of course. Otherwise, how could I have killed him? As for you, what was it you said you discovered earlier? Lu Wanyin suddenly remembered. If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have forgotten. Just now, Yinjia sent me a message, saying her younger sister and brothers have gone missing. She asked for our help to find them. She pulled out her phone and showed Xuanhuan the message from Yinjia. Her sister and brothers went missing in the shopping district. Could they be those kids? Definitely. Thinking about it, that little girl looked so much like Yinjia. They must be her siblings. Sigh. Xuanhuan sighed. Why are you sighing? We were going to save people anyway. Now we have even more reason, right? Xuanhuan shook his head. It's not about that. What I mean is, if their older sister really is Yinjia, then it means that Yinjia previously owed Shadow Walkers money. If the Academy or the Association finds out about this, Yinjia will be in grave danger. After all, the Association's crackdown on the Shadow Walkers was quite terrifying, although it wasn't publicly disclosed. But some organizations knew that when the Association caught Shadow Walkers unwilling to surrender, their methods were always extremely radical, with no possibility of compromise. However, our mission hasn't changed. You go with Yinjia to the Night Demon Parade headquarters and wait there. I'll rescue her siblings. Wu Xin Kai, why aren't you taking me with you? If you're there, it'll be hard for me to act freely. Xuanhuan scratched his head as Lu Wanyin glared at him indignantly. Humph, I see. Then I'll go find Yinjia first, and you just go have fun. Anyway, don't let me catch you doing something wrong. With that, Lu Wanyin tugged her eyelid, stuck her tongue out at Xuanhuan, and then leaped gracefully onto the roof. Once Lu Wanyin's footsteps disappeared from the rooftop, Xuanhuan called out to someone in his mind. Teacher Bai, are you free? I am currently helping Principal Jilan organize student records at the school. Here, I can't use my mental powers since Principal Jilan is the star messenger of the Total Dawn Society, whose mental strength surpasses mine. However, Xuanhuan classmate, if you need anything, I will certainly. No. Teacher Bai, I just want to ask a question. No need for all that extra talk. Naughty child, what do you wish to ask your teacher? About Lingyu City's Shadow Walkers. 3 minutes later, Xuanhuan cut off the connection with Bai Qing. Then he stretched his neck, controlling underground industries and several gangs. That's interesting. Since the association is determined to act openly clean, you guys will remain as shadows? He smiled, and his eyes began to emit a pale blue light. Even the Danju Chamber is part of the Shadow Walker's business, truly resourceful indeed. The next moment, he pushed off the ground forcefully and shot upward, leaving a deep indentation in the earth. Frost Grace. Here, Master. Prepare to take action. Just waiting for your command, Master. Xuanhuan's figure swept through the night sky. Under the moonlight, he might not have realized that the smile on his face was utterly wicked and excited. Chapter 162, Deepening. The nightlife in Lingyu City's central business district is always incredibly vibrant. Beneath the neon-lit revelry, there lies a dark carnival that no light can penetrate. A police car was parked at the back door of a large nightclub. The man who had removed his police uniform was now standing with a few nightclub staff members at the back door, smoking cigarettes. Even kids are being taken now. You're getting bolder and bolder. Lay low for a while. The higher-ups are scrutinizing closely. The man looked at the several staff members and said this. Although these staff members answered verbally, their eyes revealed a complete lack of respect for this person. In their view, this officer was nothing more than a dog kept by their boss. What could you possibly expect him to achieve? His rank certainly doesn't allow him to do much about it. As for petty offenses like these, he's always quick to respond. And yet he's not short on money. Now he dares to stand on the moral high ground. He's truly a prime example of wanting everything both ways. What we actually want isn't them. A staff member took a puff of the cigarette, then laughed and said, "Their sister owes us a lot of money. Now she suddenly wants to quit. She has to pay some price, right?" The policeman smiled and asked, "A woman? Is she beautiful? Is that why your boss cares so much about her?" The staff members burst into laughter. Beautiful? Ha ha ha. It has nothing to do with beauty. You might say her looks are terrifying. Is it that exaggerated? It's not about any problem with her features, they're fine. But her skin is pale as if she were a corpse, her hair, eyebrows, and even her eyes are white. Doesn't that scare you? After hearing this, the policeman shivered. Holy crap, isn't she a patient? I don't know what our boss was thinking, but he's always been lenient towards this woman. If she hadn't decided to exit this time, I doubt the boss would. Alright, how do you deal with that one man and one woman? The policeman interrupted the staff's words and asked. He had always been preoccupied with the woman among that man and woman. She was stunningly gorgeous, which was really unfortunate. Had it been him driving the car instead, he might have already enjoyed some benefits. Relax, the man will definitely be bound with stones and thrown into the river. As for the woman, the staff member gave a meaningful smile. You can stay longer tonight. Maybe there will be a surprise for you. Another staff member quickly coughed twice and said, "Shut up. Don't you know the boss dislikes such things most? If the boss finds out we've made moves on that man and woman too, we won't have a good end." While they were chatting, the policeman suddenly noticed something unusual. At the nightclub's back door, where passers-by shouldn't exist, there came a youth wearing a hat and a mask, slowly walking towards them. Is that person one of yours? The policeman pointed at the young man and asked. The staff turned around to take a look, furrowing their brows. Are you a customer? Please enter through the front door. This way is blocked. He shouted loudly to the youth. But the youth acted as though he didn't hear, slightly bowing his head, moving closer to them. Something's off. A staff member noticed something strange. His coat and trouser cuffs are all bloody. With sharp observation, he realized the visitor's intention. The policeman grinned. Haha, just one person scares you to death, and yet you claim to be the mafia. Having said that, he threw away the cigarette butt and stomped it out. Alright, I'll handle this guy for you. If you manage to capture that woman, make sure to let me know. Then, stepping into the police car, he picked up a baton and approached the youth. Kid, whoever you are, your road ends today, quickly. As the youth reached beside him, there was no pause. Instead, he simply lifted his hand and gripped the policeman's face tightly, and the staff heard a crunch sound. It was the sound of broken bones. Following this was the sound of liquid dripping onto the ground. This man's face had been crushed directly by the youth's strong hand. He shook off the bloodstains and soft tissue on his hands, then glanced upward at the few staff guarding the back entrance. Go, quickly notify. There's no need for that courtesy. The youth's voice suddenly rang out behind the group. His hands were just preparing to push open two doors. When they wanted to turn around, the youth's voice sounded again, issuing the last warning this time. Turning back means death. This brief sentence felt like a judgment, crashing heavily into each individual's heart. Their bodies seemed as if filled with lead, unable to move an inch. Just like turning around slightly would genuinely result in decapitation. So they could only listen to the sound of the youth pushing the door open with a bang. It wasn't until the door closed slowly and several minutes passed that a staff member swallowed and said, "Notify, inform brother." At the same time, in a luxurious office on the third floor of the nightclub, a group of children were seated around a dining table, where various fancy foods were placed. The younger ones were happily eating, but the oldest girl didn't dare to eat a single bite. She just looked at the man sitting behind the desk with fear. He was closing his eyes, leaning back in his chair for rest. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with somewhat messy hair and a few knife scars on his face. He wasn't bulky, but was quite muscular. His legs were crossed, one hand resting on his knee, while the other was tucked into the pocket of his coat, looking rather relaxed. The little girl summoned her courage, stood up, and walked to the left. "Sir, can you let us go?" The man did not answer. He even did not open his eyes. Then, "Can you allow my younger brothers and sisters to go home? I will stay." Upon hearing this sentence from the girl, the man slightly opened his eyes. Surprisingly, they were turquoise vertical pupils. They looked like a fierce leopard. Just by seeing this man's eyes, the girl was so scared that her whole body was shaking. The man slightly raised his chin, seemingly signaling for the girl to sit back down. The girl had initially gathered all her courage to come over. Now, having been intimidated by the man's gaze, she became directly frightened and weak in her legs. She didn't dare to say another word, and could only silently return to her seat. Meanwhile, she hugged her youngest sister in her arms and gently rocked her as a way to comfort her. Knock knock knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The man spoke hoarsely. A woman dressed in a black suit pushed the door and entered. She smiled as she entered the office and went to the man's desk, saying, "Boss, there seems to be some commotion downstairs. Would you like to check it out?" "What about the people we sent out?" the man asked with a deep voice. The woman sighed slightly, then shook her head with a bitter smile. "They've all gone silent." Hearing this sentence, the scar-faced man stood up. His right hand had always worn gloves, while his left thumb was broken. "Let's go." "What about these kids?" the woman asked with a smile. "You stay here and watch them. Give them whatever they want." "Understood, boss." The man nodded. He walked to the door with heavy steps, but then he suddenly stopped. Then he slowly raised his hand, closed the two wide doors that were opened, and locked them. After finishing all this, he turned around and looked at the woman in a suit. "What is it, boss? Is there anything else?" The woman still maintained her smile and asked. The man did not respond immediately. Instead, he lit a cigarette and stared at the woman. After a long pause, he finally said, "Remember one thing for your next life. Here, my people only call me boss." The next second, the man's glove was torn apart by an immense force, and the steel-composed fist was already before the woman's eyes. Her sunglasses were shattered by the man's punch wind. But behind those sunglasses, her pupils weren't disordered in the slightest. Instead, they were filled with mockery. Chapter 163, Iron Fist. Boom. The power behind this punch was robust, even carrying a hint of wind elemental awakening ability. But the woman's face dissolved into a shadow before the punch hit her. With a tremendous roar, the desk where the man had been sitting and the bookshelf beside it were completely shattered. Even the wall behind was cracked extensively due to the force of the punch. The loud noise terrified the children, making them cry uncontrollably. The girl quickly shielded the children and hid them in the corner. "All I did was play a joke on you. And look at you. Your first move is trying to kill me." The woman's voice echoed ghostly throughout the room. The powerful punch from earlier tore the clothing on the man's right arm entirely, revealing a steel-forged prosthetic limb underneath. "My master has been observing you for quite some time. You haven't harmed these children and thus aren't considered an evil person. So, why not sit down with my master, turn swords into plowshares, and see how things go? Is this all your master can do? Send a woman to pass his message?" The man had a cigarette dangling from his lips, his expression cold as his teal-green eyes slowly swept across the entire room. "So heartless. I was actually saving your life. If you behave the same way in front of my master." Suddenly, a cold hand gently brushed over the man's face from behind. "You truly wouldn't have any chance to live if you act this way toward my master." The man spun around swiftly, delivering another punch that was even stronger than the last one, blowing the locked door off its hinges with sheer force. "Unfortunately, I sincerely wanted to save you because you've treated these children decently." The woman's silhouette gradually emerged by the doorway. By now, she had discarded her suit and changed into a plain white long dress, her silver hair fluttering along with the dust. Her fox ears and large tail made it clear to the man. She wasn't human. Beast. The man identified the woman's energy, yet there wasn't a trace of panic on his face. "Mister, allow me to introduce him to you." The fox-eared woman respectfully bowed aside to reveal who stood behind her. Following her movement, the figure of a tall teenager gradually became visible through the dust. "My lord." Before xuanhuan could utter Xuanhuan's name, Xuanhuan lightly tapped her head. Xuanhuan immediately covered her head with a look of vexation. "Master, what does this mean? You might as well just give me a trending topic. Do you not see I'm wearing a mask and a hat? This lacks ceremony. I merely wished for your appearance to be more brilliant." Xuanhuan sighed and glanced at the fox-eared girl rubbing her head with a hurt expression. He slightly waved his hand. "Go attend to those children. I'll handle this." "Understood." She didn't formally reply but clearly held some grievances. For now, Xuanhuan chose to ignore her. Buying her something tasty later would likely suffice. Now he turned to face the iron-armed man. "You're looking for me?" Xuanhuan asked. The man chuckled coldly. "Back at the shopping district, your moves weren't ordinary at all. At first, I thought you were an awakener, but now." His gaze flicked to the fox-eared girl playing with the children using her furry tail. "You're much more dangerous than I imagined." Xuanhuan pulled a chair from beside the door, dragged it in front of the man, and sat down. "How dangerous?" "More dangerous than your shadow agents." Upon hearing his secrets exposed, the man frowned. "Your underlings talk too much. Although loyal to you, their status as shadow agents seems like a capital they're eager to flaunt. So, did you leave him alive?" The man stared coldly at Xuanhuan and asked. "No." Leaning back against the chair with his legs crossed, despite wearing a mask, the ridicule in his eyes was unmistakable. "This matter originally had nothing to do with you. If you'd spared his life, we might still have had something to discuss. But since you've killed him..." Click click. His metallic right arm started emitting mechanical sounds, followed by a swirl of green wind swirling around his arm. 4 stars? 5 stars? No. This awakener's aura fluctuates unpredictably between weak and strong. It's strange. Xuanhuan didn't seem fazed by the threat. He merely observed the man's arm closely. "I'm talking to you, stop gawking." The man swung his fist towards Xuanhuan, aiming hard. Xuanhuan instantly stood up to dodge, while hooking the chair with his back foot, lifting it into the air. As he sidestepped and avoided the man's punch, he smoothly grasped the leg of the airborne chair. Bang! The chair was then smashed hard onto the man's head. The chair shattered on impact. Blood seeped out from the man's disheveled hair. Xuanhuan quickly used her big tail to gather the children together, covering their eyes. Inappropriate for young ones. Inappropriate for young ones. The man's body swayed a little, but he forced himself to withstand the dizziness, and threw another punch. Your physical strength may only be at the level of a 3-star awakener, and not even one of the enhanced type. Xuanhuan moved with ease, casually dodging the man's consecutive punches while observing his body. In the midst of his evasive maneuvers, he came to the man's back. He raised his hand and flipped open the man's coat. On the man's broad back, Xuanhuan saw mechanical components buried within the muscles, currently connecting to his entire right arm. What the hell are you? The man angrily swung a right hook in retaliation. Xuanhuan raised his arm to block it, but instantly, he felt something was off. The punch accelerated again and crashed heavily into his arm. A sound of shattering bones rang out. Xuanhuan was thrown flying as if struck by a cannonball. His body collided heavily against the wall, his entire left arm bloodied, and even his scapula had been battered outward. It looked extremely terrifying. And what about you? Xuanhuan glanced at his left arm, then looked at the man and grinned. Your left arm and your body operate on entirely different levels of strength. You're just a 3-star awakener yourself, but this arm of yours. He didn't finish his sentence. The man was already in front of him. That metal arm started delivering relentless punches to Xuanhuan's face, chest, and abdomen. Not until the wall behind him collapsed did the man slowly withdraw his fist. Steam now slowly emanated from the shoulder connected to the metal arm. It seemed like cooling hydraulic fluid. He regretted it. He should have left a witness, but no matter. Turning around, he saw the fox-eared girl completely unflustered, still using her tail to protect the children. Even some of the younger children were lulled to sleep by her. Do you not care about your master at all? The man asked gravely. Heavens no, I don't care about him at all. Such an ungrateful person treating me so coldly. Xuanhuan lifted her head and smiled at the man. But let me give you a warning. When fighting my master, don't ever turn your back on him. The man paused for a moment after hearing this, and when he turned his head back, he saw that the man whose face had been half smashed and whose side of the body was already mangled, now stood nonchalantly behind him. He even raised his hand to lift the man's mechanical arm. Then, with his mutilated face, he muttered, "What kind of stuff is this? How does it enhance power?" The man suddenly tried to retract his hand, but found his mechanical arm gripped by the youth, unable to budge. This thing has at least boosted your strength by 2-star levels. As he spoke, his face slowly recovered, and muscle tissue and soft tissue rapidly repaired themselves before the man's very eyes. This eerie scene made the man experience fear for the first time. You're not human. When Xuanhuan's face fully recovered, free from the mask and hat, the man noticed that the boy's eyes, blazing with blue flames, were full of excitement and cruelty. Let me play with it. Xuanhuan slightly raised his gaze towards the man, and then there was a continuous sound of mechanical components breaking. The man abruptly felt an intense pain from the neural connection at his left shoulder. His mechanical arm was forcibly torn off by this youth. Chapter 164, Not a Good Person. At this moment, the man's shoulder blades, which were originally connected to the metal arm, now looked horrific. The tissue intertwining broken bones and mechanical components was fully exposed. Blood and a pale blue liquid were flowing out in streams. The man appeared to be suffering immense pain, collapsing on the ground and clutching his arm while moaning pitifully. Xuanhuan was bare-chested. In his hand, he held the severed metal arm, examining it closely. Finally, he squatted down and looked at the man who endured the excruciating pain without screaming anymore, but instead glared at him with hatred. Tell me, who made this thing? Your mother. The man grinned despite blood and the pale blue liquid trickling from the corner of his mouth. If your mother could make this thing, would I have been anyone's lapdog for years? Xuanhuan also smiled. Xuanhuan seemed somewhat helpless. Master, isn't this something not worth boasting about? The girl trembled as she looked at Xuanhuan and the severed arm in his hand. Xuanhuan gently lifted her hand, letting her bury her face in her large tail. Be a good girl and don't look. Sister will buy you candies later. Sister, I want you, sister. Even though the girl was usually well-behaved, she was now terrified. Her tears dropped incessantly, quickly soaking Xuanhuan's tail. Master, human children are so cute. Can I play with them? Xuanhuan seemed very fond of these children, unable to hide her amusement, even blushing slightly. Don't do anything unnecessary. Let them fall asleep quietly. Can you do that? Xuanhuan glanced up at Xuanhuan. As you command. Xuanhuan lightly exhaled, the snow-white breath swirling around the children, and soon after, the girl fell into a drowsy sleep resting on the fox's tail. Seeing that all the children were asleep, Xuanhuan felt a bit more at ease. He turned back to look at the man again. Who exactly made this thing? Do you really want to know, monster? I'll never tell you. Alas, such dialogues have no meaning other than filling the word count. Xuanhuan sighed, and then squeezed his palm, directly breaking the metal arm. He picked up some broken bones and muscle tissues from the remaining parts of the severed arm. Finally, his finger pinched onto something, revealing an almost imperceptible smile when he drew it out. You call me a monster? So why don't you explain this? As a human, why is your body modified with machines, and inside this machine, there's an animal core? In Xuanhuan's hand lay a thin, small black shard. Then he swung the fragment before the man's eyes. The man's previously defiant expression froze. He clearly sensed the aura coming from the small fragment. A look of absolute terror appeared on his face. No, it can't be possible. They never mentioned there would be such things inside the arm. Xuanhuan found something interesting in the man's wavering words. He didn't care that the man's arm was still bleeding, dragging his body out of the room. Before leaving, Xuanhuan turned to Xuanhuan and said one sentence. Take them to Yema Xuanyo's headquarters, but don't get too close. I'll let Luanin come and pick them up. Master, that human little girl, are you sure she won't just cut me down with a scythe once she sees me? Xuanhuan asked with a wry smile. Relax. Her first reaction upon seeing you will only be fear. Just don't scare her then. Xuanhuan walked out of the room and took out his phone. Wuxingkai, where are you? I've already had someone return, brother and sister Injia. Wanin, wait for them outside. AI, hold on. I'm using speakerphone. Lao Du and Injia can hear you. How dare you suddenly call me like that? Xuanhuan laughed and hung up the phone. Then he looked up at the wrecked nightclub. He had already cleared out everything below upon arriving. Most were just regular goons. Occasionally, some awakened ones were also of mediocre strength. Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel disappointed with the Shadow Walkers. He understood why they had been suppressed by the association so badly that they dared not even show their heads. Bang! Xuanhuan threw the man into the middle of the nightclub's hall. Then he randomly grabbed an injured awakened person. What do you intend to do? The man with the severed arm collapsed on the floor, glaring at Xuanhuan. You're a righteous person, I can see that. Xuanhuan gripped the man's neck tightly and slowly lifted him up. Tell me, who gave you that arm? There was a mysterious aura in the fragment. Even Xuanhuan found it peculiar. This aura was unlike the steadfastness of Baihai or the haughty gaze of the Dark Emperor. It was a dangerous aura mixed with cunning and deception. I can't tell you, but I really didn't know that my arm contained such a thing. Xuanhuan did not waste time on pleasantries. He gradually tightened his grip. The awakened man immediately woke up from the pain. Boss, cough. Stop. The man without an arm roared furiously. Do you know where I captured him? Xuanhuan's face showed no emotion as he stared at the man clenched in his hand. While wandering earlier, I stumbled upon a secret passage filled with women who had been forcibly taken. Your henchman there was injecting them with some strange substances. Boss, I am not. Cough, save me. After hearing Xuanhuan's words, the disarmed man clenched his teeth. It's impossible. All our women here work voluntarily. They're destitute folks at the bottom rung of society. Absolutely not. Enough chit-chat. Tell your boss what you've done behind his back. Xuanhuan coldly watched the man. Boss, sorry, but the brothers have lost control. We don't want to keep running and hiding like this anymore. Nonsense. If you don't want to be persecuted, why do you persecute others? Damn it. Xuanhuan gave him a scornful glance and then tightened his hand with force. Instantly, he snapped the man's neck. As soon as he let go, the body fell limp to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Watching the awakened person dead on the floor, the man recalled something. Lately, these younger underlings indeed seemed to be secretly doing something behind his back. Before he could ponder further, Xuanhuan approached another female awakened person. This girl looks great. Kicking aside several corpses, Xuanhuan dragged the female awakened person up. I said I was looking for the boss around here. She fought desperately trying to stop me, clinging to my leg and not letting me go upstairs even though she was already badly injured. Xuanhuan gripped the collar of the woman's clothes and brought her before the man who lacked an arm. Could it be she is yours? Please, let go of my sister, please. The man had finally submitted. This young man in front of him wasn't someone righteous. He used cruel methods and possessed a ruthless heart. In terms of both power and tactics, the man felt powerless against him. So now, despite excruciating pain, the man knelt before Xuanhuan. Brother. The woman slowly opened her eyes, weakly breathing. Please, spare her. The man bowed down to Xuanhuan. I'm not interested in your begging. Xuanhuan held the back of the woman's collar, keeping her upright. 10 seconds. Either you say what I want to hear, or I'll crush your sister's head right now. Rest assured, I have no dirty thoughts. I will ensure a quick death. The countdown began. Each count from Xuanhuan struck the man's heart like the beat of a drum. Brother, I'm sorry. Tears trickled down the woman's face, believing herself to be a burden. Yet these tears failed to move Xuanhuan. His stare remained firm on the man. 3, 2. All right, I'll tell you. The man yelled as if accepting his fate. Xuanhuan smiled. My brothers, including this nightclub, all belong to the Shadow Walkers. And regarding this arm, the man glanced down at his own broken arm and spoke to Xuanhuan. I know very little. Recently, a big unknown figure joined the Shadow Walkers. It conducted numerous body modifications on 3-star awakens. After modification, our strength truly increased dramatically. So nobody cared about its origins? Why have you become stronger? Still holding on to the woman, Xuanhuan laughed and flung her aside. To be honest, we don't care. The man slightly raised his eyes toward Xuanhuan, his jade-green irises brimming with resentment. You wouldn't understand how we lived under the association's oppression. Now someone is giving us strength to rise. Do you think we would still care about its origins? Chapter 165 Despair. Everyone has their own destiny. I don't want to make it hard for you. This time, it was you and those children who came to provoke us first, so? Just as Xuanhuan was about to let the matter rest. Suddenly, a dagger was hurled from the darkness. This dagger moved with tremendous speed, aiming directly for the head of the one-armed man. As they say, things happen in the blink of an eye. Xuanhuan immediately enveloped his back with bones. He abruptly shielded the man from this dagger attack. What shocked Xuanhuan was that this black dagger managed to pierce through his skeletal armor and stab into his left shoulder. A force no less formidable than that of Baihai and the Dark Emperor quickly erupted from the wound, beginning to infect Xuanhuan's body. Xuanhuan didn't hesitate. His tail shot out sharply from his vertebrae. The sharp and pointed long tail pierced deeply into his left shoulder and then tore apart his left half along with his waist, completely separating them. Blood spurted out like a geyser, drenching the man's body. He stared blankly at the youth before him, having no idea what was currently happening. Clap, 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 clap. Right at this moment, a sound of clapping arose from where the dagger had been thrown. Soon, a long-haired woman gradually emerged from the darkness. Her wheat-colored skin and revealing attire made her appear incredibly seductive and alluring. The crimson pupils of the woman gleamed eerily in the dark. Both to others and yourself, you are extraordinarily cruel-hearted. I approve of you. As she spoke, she walked under the neon light ball at the top of the nightclub. Xuanhuan's body began to slowly heal, but the pain still caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Sister, firing cold arrows is not a good habit. It's too treacherous. After clapping her hands lightly, she raised them. The corpses lying on the ground earlier. Thank you for your compliments. Treachery and deceit are all praises for me. Besides, this blade wasn't even aimed at you. It was you who decided to walk right into it. She covered her mouth and gave a light laugh. State your name, beast. Xuanhuan stopped caring about the man behind him, taking one step after another toward the woman. There was no sign of power emanating from this woman's body. She didn't even feel alive. She was like a walking corpse, yet she made Xuanhuan feel extremely uneasy. You're very correct. It was rude of me. Nice to meet you, Mr. Xuanhuan, and it's been a long time, Bai Hai. When the woman mentioned Bai Hai, Xuanhuan suddenly sensed something was wrong. Then a chill ran down his chest. He looked down. A cleaver had penetrated his back, its tip now dripping blood from his chest. Xuanhuan tilted his head in confusion. He discovered that the attacker was none other than the awakened individual whose neck he had just snapped earlier. Without any warning, without any murderous intent. Even more, there was neither the presence of an infected nor a beast. Even the skeleton failed to initiate its defense mechanism. What exactly is going on? Bang! Xuanhuan lifted his hand and crushed the blade at his chest, kicking away the already dead, awakened individual. But in the next instant, another dead thug stood up. Then a second, third. All the ones he had killed or weren't quite dead yet, including the one-armed man and his sister, all rose with eerie postures, slowly approaching him step by step. What the hell? Biohazard. Xuanhuan furrowed his brow. There was no trace of infection around these people, no mark left by a necromancer-awakened individual either. They were completely like puppets being manipulated by strings. My body, it won't obey me. What the hell is this? The one-armed man picked up a knife and started moving toward Xuanhuan. But clearly, this was against his will. This was rather peculiar. Even the nest mother in the cinema before or the corpses controlled by the Black Fly King had obvious signs of infection. The principle was always the same. Infect and convert the corpses. But now, neither these corpses nor the wounded had undergone such conversion. They were purely driven by some unknown force to act. Not wasting any time, Xuanhuan, who was previously caught off guard because he hadn't felt any aura at all, now prepared himself. With so many people here, he was reluctant to go and destroy each body one by one. And the woman seemed like she was watching a play, interested in seeing how Xuanhuan would react. Unexpectedly, countless pale blue threads suddenly sprouted from behind Xuanhuan. These threads rapidly spread beneath him, linking to the spines of those reanimated corpses like a spiderweb. At the instant of connection, everyone's movements gradually halted. The woman's eyes brightened. Her hand rested on her chin, seemingly intrigued by Xuanhuan's actions. Such overwhelming control, this newly appointed warden is quite interesting. Out of respect for you, she raised her hand to her chest and bent slightly in a polite bow towards Xuanhuan. I will give my name, it is... Before she could finish, Xuanhuan had already appeared right before her, his hand piercing straight through her chest. Anything else can wait till we get to the prison. We'll get a room there and discuss things slowly. Xuanhuan stared coldly at the woman pierced by his hand. Her eyes widened slightly as she didn't expect Xuanhuan's move to be so swift, without any intention of negotiation. Yet she was not angry. There was not even a hint of pain. Instead, she gently raised her hand to embrace him, whispering into his ear. My name is Yanshi, Warden, until we meet again. Xuanhuan looked down at his hand that had pierced through her body. There was no blood, only a chill-inducing pale blue liquid. Swish! As he withdrew his hand, the woman fell slowly to the ground, her gaze unfocused and completely lifeless. Xuanhuan squatted down and inspected her, discovering she wasn't human but an extremely intricate puppet. That pale blue liquid was similar to the one found inside the metal arm of the man with the severed arm. Xuanhuan turned back and glanced at the one-armed man. He was still under his control. Give me your contact information. Xuanhuan said coldly. I will contact you later. Don't think about running away. I've already memorized your aura. As he spoke, Xuanhuan briefly glanced at the man's sister. When I need you, I'll call. If you refuse me, I wouldn't mind inviting your sister over for dinner at my place. Dropping down, Xuanhuan grabbed the man's hair and smiled wickedly, saying, I cook very well. Your sister will like it. The man's pupils reflected Xuanhuan's handsome, yet currently evil face, his fear outweighing the pain of his lost arm. But just now, Xuanhuan did save him and his sister. You don't worry, starting from now on, whenever you need us, I and my brothers, those who are still alive, will come immediately when called. Meanwhile, at the Mo family villa in Linyu City, a large refrigerated truck was parked at the back gate of the Missouri estate. The door of the truck was wide open, revealing countless chains and bloodstains inside. It seemed as though something incredibly terrifying had once been confined here. Inside the estate, the dining hall lights appeared especially eerie. Only half the lighting was functioning, illuminating one side of the long dining table while leaving the other side enveloped in darkness. This uneven lighting gave the room a mysterious and unsettling atmosphere. On the table, exquisite dishes were neatly arranged, exuding an enticing aroma. However, this alluring scene was disrupted by an ominous atmosphere. Mysterious wore a pure white dress and sat at the well-lit end of the table. Her long hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, her face adorned with delicate makeup, contrasting sharply with her usual cold, haughty image. And at the opposite end of the table, shrouded in darkness where the light didn't reach, some sort of entity existed. From that end came the jingling sound of chains and growls akin to a wild beast, making people associate it with some hidden creature. These sounds echoed through the quiet dining hall, adding a strange feeling to this unusual dinner. Mom, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Mysterious delicately cut off a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. In my childhood, you always wanted me to eat more meat, but our family was too poor. Back then, being able to eat instant noodles once was already such a blissful event. SSSHH. In the dark, something began moving slowly. Chained up, its movement only made the chains rattle uselessly, unable to do anything else. After you disappeared, I was adopted by a kind family. The family had a brother. He always thought of me as a boy, probably because I was too small then, with short hair. Recalling this, Mysterious displayed a nostalgic smile. SSSHH. That thing seemed to react to Mysterious words. And at that dark end of the dining table, what had been lying quietly started moving. It turned out to be a living little lamb. Bah! The little lamb emitted a helpless bleat, breaking the oppressive silence. However, this bleat became its final lament. That thing stretched out its enormous claw, moving swiftly and cruelly as it tore the lamb's body apart. Later, Father found me. Mysterious' voice quivered, her hands shaking, tears welling up in her eyes, ready to spill over. Her heart was filled with conflict and struggle. She wanted to ignore what was happening right before her eyes, wanting to deny that this monster was her mother. But she knew that all of this was the reality she had to face. I knew you were still alive, so I worked very hard, studying diligently, practicing knife skills, striving to be the best at everything. Do you know? Mom, I met him again. He's still the same as before, with many thoughts, always pretending to be cold, but he unintentionally cares for those around him. Even with me, who wasn't very friendly to him at first, he always tried to reach out to help. But Mom, I can't, not yet grasp his hand. Her hand trembled more violently as she cut the meat. So, Mother, please bear with it a little longer. Well, definitely. Crack. Blood spurted out from the darkness, the warm blood of the lamb splashing onto Mysterious' cheeks and the dish of meat in front of her. Silent tears streamed down the young girl's face, her forced smile and the bloodstains on her face, making her tear tracks appear even more despairing. Mom, xuanhuan, what should I do? Chapter 166, Deal. When leaving through the back door of Yunmeng nightclub, Jiang Huai had already changed into a set of clean clothes. The one-armed man was helped by his younger sister as they saw Jiang Huai off. Thank you for saving me. Jiang Huai turned his head and coldly glanced at him. I killed so many of your people, yet you still thank me? They had already betrayed the oath of the Shadow Walkers, but I had no right to punish them. Perhaps during the enhancement, I already lost my soul. I don't need all this lofty nonsense. And about your arm. Jiang Huai walked up to him, grasping the empty sleeve of his right hand, and smiled. If you behave well, I'll see what I can do to get you a new one. The man listened in shock, but soon his expression became somber again. Are you trying to put another chain on me? You're too weak. I'm not interested in playing games with you. Jiang Huai let go of his sleeve. You just saw how easy it is for me to control you. But alas, you're not even worth the effort. The man's sister got angry at hearing that. She was about to speak when her brother raised his left hand, stopping her. I understand. You're incredibly powerful. May I ask you something? Speak. Jiang Huai had already taken out his phone and, while sending a message to someone, said without looking up, Beast, the Awakened Association, Shadow Walkers. Whose side are you on? The man's question made Jiang Huai hesitate in typing the text message. He slightly lifted his eyes, smiling as he asked, Why? Aren't both the Association and the Shadow Walkers human? Why not generalize under humans? He shook his head, rejecting Jiang Huai's words. At least from what you said, it shows you aren't part of the Association or a Shadow Walker. You don't even understand the blood feud between the Association and those awakened who aren't under their control. Jiang Huai frowned. You're prying? Just trying to figure out your stance. If you belong to the beast side. The man straightened up slowly. His turquoise eyes turned fierce again. I will kill you. Even if I can't move one of your fingers despite giving my all, I will still fight you with everything I've got. The woman beside him also bit her lips tightly, glaring fiercely at Jiang Huai. It was clear she shared the same determination as her brother. Your lives aren't worth much. Jiang Huai sighed. Let your lives stay alive long enough to kill a few more misbehaving beasts. After saying that, Jiang Huai turned around and was about to leave. Which side do you actually belong to? The man shouted at Jiang Huai's back. If you want an answer, go find it yourself. I'm not your dad. As Jiang Huai's silhouette gradually disappeared into the alley's depth, the man suddenly felt relieved. Brother, what exactly is he? Something we cannot afford to offend. The man leaned against the wall, sitting down in exhaustion. Should we report this matter then? The woman squatted beside him and asked. No. Go pack our stuff. Let's leave this place. That arm was their leash on me. Now that the leash has been cut, they won't leave me alone. He cast another glance towards the direction Jiang Huai left. Whoever you are, the path you choose will make you enemies with both the Association and the Shadow Walkers. If you don't belong to the beasts, then all I can say is good luck to you. Jiang Huai kept one hand in his pocket and held a phone in the other. He seemed to be waiting for a call. Soon enough, the call came. Younger brother, how many times have I told you that the purpose of assigning you a dedicated communicator is secrecy? Don't you know these telecommunications companies' base stations are being monitored by the Association for intercepting information? A woman's voice from the Danju Chamber of Commerce transmitted over the line. What's wrong? Can't the omnipotent Danju chamber handle even the major telecom providers? You guys must be doing business secretly like this. Upon listening to Jiang Huai's taunt, the woman wasn't offended. Instead, she sighed as if dealing with her disobedient younger brother. Jiang Huai, the reason why we could operate under the association's nose to reach this scale isn't because of our strength, but because of our extreme caution. I didn't contact you to hear about your corporate culture. Walking along the street in the deep winter night, after turning out of the alley, Jiang Huai arrived at a commercial street. It was already 10 p.m., and only bars and late-night snack stalls were still open. No doubt, the nightlife brimmed with passion. A few women dressed provocatively sauntered toward Jiang Huai with seductive and sexy steps. Little handsome, come in for a few drinks? On me. Without turning his head, Jiang Huai pulled out a few 100 yuan notes and shoved them into the woman's hand, then waved her off. The woman was surprised for a moment, then gave an enchanting smile and walked away knowingly. I remember asking you during our first meeting if you also belonged to the Shadow Walkers, but you didn't give me a clear answer. Why do you suddenly want to investigate the Shadow Walkers? The most luxurious nightclub on the East District commercial street of Lingyu City. Is that your business, right? There was silence on the other end of the line, but Jiang Huai didn't urge them. He glanced around, then entered a rather upscale barbecue restaurant. Nose tendon, beef tripe, beef, fatty intestine, pork belly, ribs, brain, ox heart treasure, small sausage, lamb chops, this one, and this one, each 100 skewers. Roast 10 pig hooves, extra spicy, pack it all up. The boss was stunned. Are you organizing a company outing? Don't worry about it. Just put it in an insulated box for me. Oh, all right. Please sit down for a bit. I'll prepare everything immediately. I hope we could discuss this topic somewhere quiet. Since you're eating a late-night snack, let me bother you. Hearing the woman about to hang up, Jiang Huai quickly said, Hey sis, wait a second. Is there anything else, brother? The woman's voice showed impatience. She was also a veteran in her own right. But every time she made a deal with this brat named Jiang Huai, she ended up being led by the nose. Still, you can't say he wasn't useful. As long as you could find any beasts, giving them to him for handling was sure to work. Though the core might be unobtainable, their bodies and some substances from their nests were all treasures. The elders at the Chamber of Commerce were also very interested in this kid. He now had close ties with the association, though there was no choice since the Night Demon Patrol people had gotten to him first and left quite a deep impression on him. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing either. The more you interacted with the association, the clearer their true colors became, especially within an organization like the Night Demon Patrol. However, what kind of tricks did he have up his sleeve this time? Help me pay for the barbecue, sis. It's a trouble, thank you. The woman was stunned, even feeling an impulse to curse out loud. Are you playing a joke on me, brother? Brother isn't joking, hurry up. The woman held back her anger, but already veins were popping out on her forehead. All right, send me a picture of the store's QR code. Snap. All right, I've sent the picture to you via MMS. You eat so much, are you a pig? Leaving the barbecue shop carrying an insulated box, Jiang Huai felt like a food deliver man. After hanging up, his phone soon received another anonymous message. This message has been encrypted and will automatically delete in 10 minutes. Brother, since you need intelligence on the Shadow Walkers from me, exchange actions for it. I know you have 2 days of leave left. Help the chamber with something. You won't regret it. Then another message came through, but this time it wasn't an auto-delete type. It was an MMS advertisement. Lingyu City Ocean Park trial operation begins. You've been selected as an invited guest, looking forward to your arrival. Really, the chamber didn't want to lose anything, huh? Jiang Huai sighed wryly and put his phone away. Chapter 167, Dependence. Carrying the food delivery box, no, the thermal box. Jiang Huai returned to the secluded street where Night Magic Parade was located. From afar, he saw a white-dressed girl waiting for him under the lamplight. Master. Xuanhuan respectfully nodded slightly to Jiang Huai as a form of greeting. Have the people been delivered? Jiang Huai asked. The children have all been safely delivered into their sister's hands. The little ones are sleeping soundly. Master needn't worry. Only Lu Wanyin and Yinjia have seen you, right? Jiang Huai asked again. Xuanhuan nodded. That Miss Lu is very interesting. Her first reaction upon seeing me was fear, making it irresistible to want to tease her. Jiang Huai glanced at her. Xuanhuan quickly covered her mouth and said with a smile. I was just joking, Master. Of course I know how much you cherish Miss Lu. I won't bully her. Did she say anything about your identity? No. The Ice-type Awakener was somewhat tense, seemingly quite astonished by my presence. But Miss Lu told her that I am your person. At this point, Xuanhuan's big tail gently swayed. Master, am I your person? Of course. Jiang Huai nodded. Such a straightforward answer made Xuanhuan suddenly freeze. She didn't expect Jiang Huai to reply so easily. You are my first jailer. Serve me well. After finishing his sentence, Jiang Huai walked past her towards the broken house where Night Magic Parade was located. Hey, can't you say something nicer? Jailers, too disheartening. The girl turned into a small fox and jumped onto the thermal box on Jiang Huai's back. Upon seeing Jiang Huai return with the delivery box, Lu Wanyin pointed at him, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha, you? Ha, had things to do? Ha? Turns out you went to deliver takeout. Ha ha ha. Jiang Huai gave Lu Wanyin a sidelong glance. As soon as he placed the box down and opened the lid, Lu Wanyin's laughter froze, and then she licked her lips. I knew it. Jiang Huai, you're the best. I'm starving. Jiang Huai picked up Lu Wanyin, who was leaning over greedily, and smiled as he spoke. I'm delivering takeout. Mississippi, kindly pay first. That was my mistake earlier. Hurry, let me eat. Watching Lu Wanyin, Yinjia, and her younger sisters feast heartily together, Xuanhuan ascended the stairs alone. He came to Du Qinghong's office door. Teacher Du, I bought some barbecue. Would you like some? My age makes it difficult to consume fiery foods. Du Qinghong continued organizing files while speaking. You don't need to worry about physical problems now. Xuanhuan replied with a smile. Du Qinghong took off his glasses, glanced at Xuanhuan, and sighed helplessly. This will make me feel human. Xuanhuan fell silent. Du Qinghong realized he might have expressed the wrong sentiment. Quickly, he laughed and said, people's attachment to their human identity sometimes runs deep. It's not your fault, Xuanhuan. Teacher Du, I'll be going to the marine park tomorrow, the one that's newly repaired and still in trial operation. With Lu girl? You seldom get holidays, you should rest. Xuanhuan shook his head. He informed Du Qinghong of his deal with the Danzhou Chamber of Commerce. The latter furrowed his brows slightly. You should have told me these matters ahead of time, Xuanhuan. Not to control you, but as an old-timer, I might still be able to give you some advice occasionally. Previously, you were hospitalized, so I did not wish to bother you. You must tell me, Xuanhuan, what exactly are you trying to do? Recently, you've interacted with many factions, but I cannot see clearly what your goal is. Xuanhuan fell silent for a long moment. Finally, looking at Du Qinghong, he said, kill teacher use beast, remember it? Du Qinghong inhaled deeply. That day might become one he could never forget, even though his eyes couldn't see anything at the time, leaving him helplessly slumped against the ruins wall corner. The instant IP Qin Shan's life force disappeared, Du Qinghong experienced an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Being a 6-star awakener, he could even claim to be among the elite within the association. Yet his body made him a burden to him. That man upheld his beliefs till the end. I haven't seen that beast, but I can sense its suffocating aura. What you're planning involves it somehow. But wasn't it defeated by X-Beast? Even within their own base, Du Qinghong insisted Xuanhuan be cautious in speech, not revealing too much about identity-related information. And he also realized after Xuanhuan revived him using the beast's power that Xuanhuan was that X-Beast. Yes, I've already consumed that core lord. And now I must hunt down and eliminate 7 more beasts. None of their powers can be compared to the core lord. I can't do it alone, Mr. Du, so I need more help. And none of us trust the association. Du Qinghong nodded as he spoke. So you reached out to the Danzhou Chamber of Commerce, to the Shadow Walkers. Could it be that you plan to make the Shadow Walkers your allies? Xuanhuan shook his head again. One of the beasts I am hunting, Yin Shi, she is currently hiding among the Shadow Walkers. Since the Dark Emperor on Wangan Mountain is avoiding me now, I'll start with another one. Du Qinghong thought for a moment, then finally sighed. Why do you always go and do such dangerous things, boy? How long have you been an awakener? All right, I'll go with you tomorrow. Indeed, he hadn't been an awakener for very long. But from the moment xuanhuan ripped out his heart, from when the door to the prison office opened, from when Bai Hai's gaze locked onto him, Xuanhuan had changed, not just in appearance, but something deep within his heart. The former Xuanhuan was timid and submissive, but he was very calculating, something almost no one knew about. And now his darker side has been ripped open by some force and infinitely magnified. Today he killed many people, awakeners and non-awakeners alike. His hands were soaked in blood, but he didn't even glance at those who had died. If he were an ordinary person, he would feel panic, fear, and trembling. If he were a bloodthirsty man, he would feel excitement, madness, and revelry. But when the warm blood soaked both of his hands, he felt nothing. Looking at the cries and struggles of those who were dying, he felt nothing. Mr. Du, Xuanhuan placed his hand over his chest. Perhaps in this world, apart from my parents, only you still see me as a child. So, I won't let either you or Wan Ying get involved in anything that might lead to danger. Xuanhuan, Du Qinghong's eyes turned serious. Don't treat me like some old useless waste. He clenched his fists tightly. My body may not be able to unleash all my power yet, but I can still be useful to you. Tomorrow, I'll go alone, Mr. Du. Xuanhuan wouldn't back down. They stared each other down for half a day until Du Qinghong finally exhaled sharply, pulled open a drawer, and lit up a cigarette. Your health, Mr. Du. Go to hell. This teacher by profession rarely cursed, but now waved dismissively at Xuanhuan. Instead of getting mad after being scolded, Xuanhuan actually chuckled, thinking to himself, truly worthy partner of Yuqin Shan, this guy's got some temper. He turned to leave Du Qinghong's office, yet he failed to notice, in the corner of the second floor where the light couldn't reach, a girl munching on ribs while watching his departing figure. Lu Wanyin sniffed coldly. Trying to leave me behind? Not gonna happen. Chapter 168, The Ocean Heart. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Xuanhuan specially went to the room to confirm, and upon seeing Lu Wanyin sleeping soundly, he prepared some breakfast, left a note saying he would be going back to his hometown in the county for a bit and would probably return by evening, and informed Lu Wanyin that he would order her takeout for lunch and dinner. After doing all of this, he left with peace of mind. It was 6:30 in the deep winter morning, the sky was still dark, and the air was filled with the chill of winter. He hailed a taxi directly heading to the newly built large ocean park located in the southern suburbs of Lingyu City. This was Lingyu City's key cultivation project, with the developers investing a large amount of funds and receiving strong support from the Lingyu City government. Under the double boost of money and policy, the ocean heart of Lingyu City was thus born. And today was also the first day of trial operation for this ocean park. Because it was the first day of operation, the operators did not open to the public, but instead conducted personnel screening. Some children of families were naturally invited, as many of them were also investors in this ocean park. Then there were official personnel. Finally, There were countless media journalists, whose pins might affect the future direction of the ocean park. There were also those lucky ones like xuanhuan. Lotteries had been held before at large commercial areas such as Lingyu City's Wanda Plaza. A total of 3,000 lucky audiences got the honor to participate. Although xuanhuan had not participated in any prize drawings, he casually queued up at the end of the line. The so-called queue to check mobile phone messages only targeted these civilian winners. As for those high-ranking officials who came with their families and those distinguished young men of prominent families, they all had exclusive channels. While xuanhuan played with his phone and waited in line, although there were many people, 3,000, the staff of Ocean Heart were relatively efficient, and soon it was his turn. xuanhuan showed his phone to the young woman at the ticket checking gate. After the staff scanned the QR code attached to the SMS, they smiled and welcomed xuanhuan into the park. After walking through the magnificent, ocean-themed gate, xuanhuan was stunned. This place was truly worthy of being Lingyu City's large-scale engineering project. The entire ocean park wasn't built against a mountain. It was completely on the plain, but its area could almost be said to be larger than the entire Mount Wuwang. xuanhuan roughly estimated. The entire park had at least over a dozen large venues like this. They had various designs, basically designed specifically according to the marine life they each showcased. Even the smallest venue was about half the size of a football field. xuanhuan initially thought that if the 3,000 people were squeezed in, wouldn't it be too crowded? Having never been to a large theme park, he now finally understood. These 3,000 people plus those high-ranking officials and influential individuals were not enough to fill even the crevices of the ocean park. As xuanhuan was still marveling at the vastness and richness of the ocean park, suddenly, a commotion arose behind him in the ticket-checking area. Wait. I can buy tickets. Can you accommodate me a little? Apparently, a visitor without the necessary qualification was stopped at the entrance. Sorry, miss, you haven't drawn the qualification. We cannot let you in. Please come again when Ocean Heart officially opens for business. Thank you for your cooperation. But I've already come. xuanhuan turned back and saw that it was a slim girl, but she had an ample bosom. She wore a coffee-colored jacket, and a pair of fitted jeans made her legs look perfect. The girl tied her long black hair into a ponytail, wore a fur cap on her head, and also had a mask and glasses covering her face. Though the figure was excellent, her attire seemed rather suspicious. xuanhuan couldn't help but think this way. The staff members thought the same. Could she be one of those blacklisted reporters trying to deliberately tarnish our ocean park? One staff member whispered to a colleague. Can't say for sure, but judging by her stance, it seems unlikely she will leave easily. Let's find security. Wait. Don't call security. I have friends coming with me. It's him. The girl suddenly pointed at xuanhuan standing nearby, just watching the commotion. xuanhuan froze momentarily, and then recognized the voice. Wasn't it Lu Wanyin? This girl was following him. Because her presence and aura matched his quite closely, every time she suddenly appeared or hid her aura near him, xuanhuan couldn't detect her. I don't know her, xuanhuan said with a smile. Wu Xingkai, have you really lost all sense of morality? Aye, it's me. Lu Wanyin took off her hat and sunglasses in anger. xuanhuan almost burst out laughing. Watching Lu Wanyin's flustered state, he walked over and said, They have rules here. You can't get in without qualifications. Well, you think of a way. I've already come. xuanhuan helplessly looked at the staff member. The staff member also apologized with a sigh. Really? We're so sorry, sir, but we do have rules. Please understand. At this moment, the people waiting in line behind started to complain. Lu Wanyin had no choice but to step out of the queue, but she continued to plead with the staff member. Sister, please, can't I just pay? I'll pay double. The staff member couldn't help but laugh through his tears. They hadn't even set the ticket price yet, so paying 10 times wouldn't help either. Just as the situation was deadlocked, a clear and cold voice came from the side. Let them in, I'll guarantee them. Both xuanhuan and Lu Wanyin turned around. They saw Mou standing next to them in a casual outfit. Who are you? The staff member was still hesitant, but an older staff member quickly said, How blind can you be? This is Miss Mou. He then turned to Mou and said, Miss Mou, we didn't know they were your friends. We sincerely apologize. Mou gave the man a cold glare. Do you want the whole world to know I'm using privilege? At this point, many people in line were looking over curiously. The man immediately clamped his mouth shut. Mou gestured discreetly to xuanhuan and Lu Wanyin, then led the two of them through the staff channel into the ocean park. Didn't expect to meet you here too. xuanhuan smiled at Mou. However, there was not a trace of emotion on Mou's face, as if she were sulking. This made xuanhuan feel a little awkward. Are you two here for a date? After a long while, she asked faintly. Lu Wanyin immediately hugged xuanhuan's arm. Yes, we're here for a date. She deliberately raised her voice. xuanhuan sighed, tapping Lu Wanyin's head and said, That's enough. Stop pretending. She knows our relationship. What relationship? Aren't we lovers? Lu Wanyin rested her head on xuanhuan's shoulder innocently, and the tone was clearly meant for Mou to hear. Mou glanced at Lu Wanyin and actually showed a hint of a smile. She put her hands in her coat pockets and said, Is that so? xuanhuan, as your fiancé, I must remind you to watch your words and actions. It's all acting, isn't it? xuanhuan scratched his head. Mou stopped talking further and turned to walk toward a group of men and women apparently waiting for her. From their dress, xuanhuan guessed they were children of noble families. The Mou family is the largest shareholder of this Ocean Heart, so this place can be considered part of the Mou family's business. You guys enjoy yourselves, and all expenses will be on me. As she spoke, Mou paused slightly, turning her head to look at xuanhuan, but the implication was aimed at Lu Wanyin. As my fiancé, don't do anything too outrageous. Then she walked away from the two. What? So what if you're rich? Lu Wanyin angrily watched the direction Mou left. Zhang Huai wasn't focused on this, instead thinking about the last sentence in the time deletion SMS Danju Commerce sent him last night. At 2 p.m., the deep sea pavilion opens. A beast has built its nest. Hunt and slay it, and we'll tell you what you want to know. Zhang Huai picked up the tour guide he had collected earlier at the entrance. The deep sea pavilion was located in the deepest part of the ocean heart, a massive venue. It was specifically used to display deep sea fish. Its design and atmosphere were indeed unparalleled, almost giving people the feeling of being right there in the ocean. Therefore, the guide also particularly noted that timid visitors with deep-sea phobia should be cautious when experiencing it. Zhang Huai. Lu Wanyin appeared from somewhere holding 2 balloons and ice creams. She handed 1 ice cream to Zhang Huai. Where did you steal those? Zhang Huai smiled as he took the ice cream. Steal? People gave them to me because I'm cute. Zhang Huai looked up and saw various staff dressed in costume suits handing out sweets, drinks, and balloons around the park. Afterward, Zhang Huai noticed that Lu Wanyin was wearing a new hairpin on her head. You finally changed your little rabbit hairpin. Lu Wanyin happily ate her ice cream and then touched the hairpin on her head. So what? Didn't you buy it? I forgot. It was made by the younger sisters of Yinjia. Aren't they wet already? They specially remade it at the Night Magic Patrol headquarters. Those kids have such skillful hands. Seeing how delighted Lu Wanyin was, Zhang Huai could only sigh helplessly. Wanyin. Zhang Huai suddenly interrupted Lu Wanyin's incessant chatter, and her face turned slightly red. What's with calling me like that all of a sudden? I have to go to the deep sea pavilion at 2 p.m. this afternoon to handle something. Oh, you're trying to ditch me again, aren't you? If I hadn't come today, you would have hung out with Miss Mo, right? Unfair. I didn't even know she'd be here. Zhang Huai scratched his head as he said. Humph. Lu Wanyin walked forward puffing with anger. After a few steps, she gestured discreetly behind her back. At 2 p.m., right? Then before that, the girl tilted her head slightly, giving a mischievous smile to Zhang Huai. You're mine, so play with me properly. Zhang Huai paused for a moment, then walked over and took her hand. As you wish. Chapter 169, I'll definitely handle it. It was clear that Lu Wanyin had never been to any amusement park, let alone such a large theme park. She felt very amazed by everything here. Hurry up, I want to sit in the first row. Lu Wanyin called out, her voice sweet and melodious. Zhang Huai smiled wryly and reminded her. Although I've never been here, look at all these people. Not many are sitting in the first row. Let's go to the back. No, we're already here. We need to be in the first row. Lu Wanyin pouted, her big eyes watery as she looked at Zhang Huai. Won't you sit with me in the first row? Zhang Huai had no choice but to follow her and sit in the first row. The staff handed them raincoats, but Lu Wanyin refused, shaking her head. It's not raining, so no thanks. Zhang Huai, however, took the raincoat and put it on properly. As the performance began, dolphins leapt about in the water, creating huge splashes. Lu Wanyin clapped and cheered enthusiastically. Then, in the next second, she was completely soaked and looked slightly aggrieved at Zhang Huai. Zhang Huai, covered by the raincoat, glanced at her and couldn't help chuckling. To be honest, the view from the front row was indeed excellent, and there was even interaction with the dolphins. The following performances became increasingly spectacular, and Lu Wanyin paid no heed to her wet clothes. Drops of water slid down her pale skin, running along her neck and into the valley between her breasts. Her soaked dress clung tightly to her body, outlining her graceful curves. Zhang Huai stared at her in a daze. Seemingly noticing an unusual gaze, Lu Wanyin turned and looked at Zhang Huai. I brought you here to watch the dolphins, but all you do is look at me. Is it that interesting? That face, dripping with raindrops and adorned with a mischievous smile, immediately threw Zhang Huai off his game. He hastily shifted his gaze away. After the performance ended, Lu Wanyin was soaking wet. Her rather plain white underwear could now be faintly seen through her wet clothing, making her appear extremely alluring. Zhang Huai went to the newly opened commercial area nearby and bought her a new outfit. Seeing Lu Wanyin in a snow-white high-neck sweater, a black plaid skirt, and black tights, Zhang Huai nodded in satisfaction. However, something more unexpected happened. After changing clothes, Lu Wanyin won a chance to interact with the seal. She exclaimed upon seeing the round seal. Zhang Huai, this one looks just like you. So cute. Question mark. Zhang Huai had question marks all over his head. Where does it resemble me? Ignoring the staff's attempt to stop her, Lu Wanyin reached out and hugged the seal. Startled, the seal flailed its tail, tossing her into the pool. Lu Wanyin screamed, splashing water everywhere. Zhang Huai quickly ran over and pulled her out. Lu Wanyin was soaked once again, her white sweater completely saturated, clinging to her body and emphasizing her graceful figure. She shook her long hair, droplets glistening under the sunlight. Looking at the disheveled girl, Zhang Huai sighed. How about I buy you a swimsuit and let you fight it underwater? I'm not going to bother with this chubby fatty. Meanwhile, not far away, Mou was also touring this venue. Several strikingly handsome men and women surrounded Mou. They kept introducing various things to her non-stop, apparently eager to show off their knowledge to attract Mou's attention. Mou, however, seemed distracted, occasionally glancing toward Zhang Huai. Finally, they were exhausted after playing, so they enjoyed a lavish meal at a high-end Western restaurant inside the park. Thanks to Mou upgrading Zhang Huai's invitation letter to an exclusive VIP status, he didn't have to pay for anything he bought, ate, or did throughout the journey. Therefore, Lu Wanyin indulged herself too. Soon, her drowsiness set in. Now that you've eaten, All you think about is sleeping. Are you some kind of animal transformed? So, Jiang Huai booked her a room in a hotel within the park. After carrying her to the room and putting her to bed, Jiang Huai glanced at the time. 1 p.m. It was noon. It's probably about time for him to scout around near the deep sea hall. But just as he stepped out of the room, he found Mo Yu leaning against the wall in the corridor, arms crossed, seemingly waiting for him. What brings you here? Mo Yu asked indifferently. I wasn't doing anything special. She might be a bit tired, so Why did you come to Ocean Heart? She cut Jiang Huai off, still speaking in a cold tone, though it was evident that she wasn't pleased with Jiang Huai and Lu Wanning showing up here. Lottery I won. Rare school holiday, so I came to relax. Jiang Huai responded with a laugh. I've checked your lottery winning information. It's fake. The forgery method was highly sophisticated, but don't worry, I've upgraded your status through the system. Jiang Huai fell silent as well. Here she goes again, knowing that I have problems, but instead of questioning me first, she's preoccupied with covering my tracks. Could it be that she owes me from a past life? So why did you come here? No one can forge an invitation like this for the Night Demon Parade. Mo Yu continued to ask. Tell me, and I can. You can help me. Jiang Huai interrupted Mo Yu with a smile. Hey, how many times has this happened now, Miss Mo? You're making me quite embarrassed. How many favors do I owe you already? Mo Yu frowned and continued. You don't need to worry about that. I have what I want. Regardless of what you want. Jiang Huai placed his hand firmly on the wall beside her and stared coldly at Mo Yu. At least you need to tell me, or else I will feel very uneasy, Miss Mo. Caught against the wall by Jiang Huai, Mo Yu froze for a moment. Then her eyes began to flicker and her cheeks flushed slightly. This right now, don't concern yourself, Mo Yu. Jiang Huai looked seriously at Mo Yu. You've helped me a lot, so I really want to consider you a friend, a comrade, someone I wish to protect. But no matter what you need me to do, you have to tell me. If you don't tell me, I can't help you, understand? Mo Yu hesitated for a moment and her tone became rare and tense. I didn't do these things to get something in return from you. You're contradicting yourself. You said earlier that there's something you wanted. What exactly is it that you want? It's you. Mo Yu took a deep breath, cut off Jiang Huai's words, then grabbed his collar. Don't push me anymore, Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai was also stunned. He had this real sense now that Mo Yu would give up her life for him without expecting anything in return. The girl's hands trembled, then gradually lost strength, sliding down Jiang Huai's chest. But at this point, Jiang Huai's hand held onto hers. No, Jiang Huai spoke coldly. This time you won't get away again, Mo Yu. You say you don't want to speak, fine, but unfortunately, you are making me too anxious, so I'll investigate your affairs. In fact, Jiang Huai was already investigating. Everything about the Mo family, he entrusted to Bai Qing. Although it was unclear who might have more influence, Tianqi or the Mo family, at least Bai Qing had promised him that he would definitely give him a satisfactory answer. No, you can't. But Mo Yu suddenly grew nervous. You can't look into the Mo family. Jiang Huai laughed, grabbing Mo Yu's hand and pressing it against the wall. I guessed right, it's indeed because of your family, isn't it? I'm not. Jiang Huai, you. At this point, Jiang Huai let go of Mo Yu's hand and turned to walk towards the elevator. I came here because there's a beast in the deep sea hall. It should be of the nest level and has already built its own lair there. If you want to follow, come along. Regardless of whether you help me or not, concerning your situation. Pausing at the elevator door, Jiang Huai turned around and looked at Mo Yu, his tone resolute. I'll definitely handle it. Chapter 170, Trap. After confirming that Jiang Huai had left, Lu Wanning also opened her eyes. That dead ghost. He was actually chatting with Miss Big at the door without telling me. Lu Wanning hastily tidied up her hair while walking to the door. She slightly opened a crack in the door and noticed that Jiang Huai and Mo Yu's figures were no longer there. Lu Wanning sighed in relief. But just the next second, a woman's face suddenly appeared in the crack of the door. Those bright and shiny eyeballs stared directly at Lu Wanning. Ghost. Lu Wanning got so scared that she fell on her bottom straight to the ground. The door was gently pushed open. The girl with fox ears and a fluffy fox tail walked into the room. She used her tail to sweep, closed the door behind her, and smiled as she looked towards Lu Wanning. Am I really that terrifying? Look at how scared you are. Upon realizing the woman wasn't a ghost but the beast who returned Yin Jia's younger sister that day, Lu Wanning felt even weaker, unable to stand up. You? What do you want? Sitting on the floor, she had already gripped the black scythe. Seeing how fearfully she flickered her eyes, Xuanhuan decided not to keep teasing her anymore. After all, if she gets frightened too much, the master would genuinely be angry. So you're not being honest. You want to follow the master, don't you? Xuanhuan swept past Lu Wanning, moving towards the window. This was the top floor of the most luxurious hotel at the Ocean Heart. That large floor-to-ceiling window almost provided an unobstructed view of the entire theme park. Jiang Huai, did he send you here? Lu Wanning calmed down a bit in this moment, supporting herself on the floor with the handle of the scythe to get up. My master instructed me to watch over you. If you're sleeping, I shouldn't disturb you. But if you again plan to track him. Xuanhuan leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, looking enchantingly evil at Lu Wanning as the remaining words lingered for Lu Wanning to imagine. Lu Wanning swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I can't always be protected by him from behind. I want to go with him too. This is a Den-class beast. Even if you go, you won't be of any help. In fact, Xuanhuan had long noticed something amiss with Lu Wanning. Now it was a good opportunity to understand her condition better since they were alone together. Little pitiful one, come over and lie down on the bed. Xuanhuan smiled as she pointed at the bed. What do you intend to do? Lu Wanning cautiously watched Xuanhuan. The fox-eared girl was starting to lose her patience. She took one step closer toward Lu Wanning. Before Lu Wanning could react, she grabbed the collar of her shirt and threw her onto the bed. At the same time, she snatched away the black scythe in Lu Wanning's hand. Do reapers really need to use a scythe? That's stereotyping. With a gentle squeeze, the black scythe instantly turned into pieces. Watching her weapon being easily dismantled, Lu Wanning became even more uneasy. I heard from the master that you are afraid of beasts because when you were a child, during a surge of wild beasts, you witnessed the cruel death of your family members, didn't you? Then, Xuanhuan pulled over a chair and sat beside the bed. She rested her long legs elegantly like a psychological doctor observing Lu Wanning and questioning her. Yes. Lu Wanning nodded slightly. Doesn't it seem strange? So many human awakeners' families died tragically in the hands of beasts. Everyone has some degree of psychological issues, but it should never be as severe as yours. As she spoke, Xuanhuan raised her hand to pat Lu Wanning's head. Your body is normal. Even though you died once, the master has already used his core to repair everything about you, so your problem isn't physical or neurological. Then, Xuanhuan seemed to have sensed something. Your soul? Why is it missing a piece? She furrowed her brows while saying this. It's like someone has gouged out part of it, yet you haven't completely lost contact with it. After hearing her words, Lu Wanling was startled too. She immediately recalled those people from the Necromancer Association she had met before. The elder told Lu Wanning that debts must be repaid eventually. Coupled with old Yu's desperate call for help from the Necromancer Association to save her life, could it be them? Don't worry about my affairs. Aren't you going to help xuanhuan? Lu Wanning suddenly remembered that xuanhuan was about to fight with the nest-level overlord now. Why wasn't this woman helping? Xuanhuan blinked and laughed. If my master needed me to defeat the nest-level lord, then I wouldn't be following him so wholeheartedly. Her hand lightly caressed Lu Wanning's face. Rest assured, my intuition is very accurate. There will be no issues on my master's side. Trust my intuition. However, although xuanhuan had no problems at the moment, he was also quite puzzled. Because after coming to the deep-sea pavilion, he hadn't discovered any suspicious energy despite circling around a few times. You would think that since the beasts have already built their nests, why there's not a single trace of their aura. There were only 20 minutes left until the opening time. xuanhuan also noticed something else. On this side, in the immense deep-sea pavilion, there wasn't a single tourist around. There were also no staff guiding visitors as you'd see in other pavilions. It was as if they didn't intend to open it at all. Mou wasn't with him right now. After learning that one of the pavilions at the Ocean Heart might have become a beast's nest, she immediately contacted the Fearless Ones, and then prepared for the evacuation of personnel. Fortunately, it was 1:30 p.m., and most of the important people were resting in the hotel, so evacuating them wouldn't be difficult. The hard part was gathering the regular tourists scattered throughout the huge theme park. Ultimately, xuanhuan decided to enter early and take a look. Since there was no staff at the entrance, he smoothly entered the venue. But upon entering, he was puzzled again. This place lacked the ambience he had imagined. It was just an ordinary hall. False advertising is a real no-go, ruining even my little anticipation. While saying this, xuanhuan walked into the hall. When he saw a reception desk at the front of the hall, he froze. Then a bone-chilling sensation arose within him. Hold on, isn't this the hotel lobby? He looked around and confirmed that this was indeed the high-end hotel lobby inside the theme park he had just left. But hadn't he entered the deep-sea pavilion? Dang. Suddenly, the tall grandfather clock inside the hotel rang out. Generally, these luxury hotel clocks wouldn't chime to avoid disturbing guests. But these two ringing sounds were deafening. As if reminding xuanhuan, time was up. A minute passed, 2, 3. xuanhuan scanned the surroundings, but didn't find any suspicious situations. Everything was completely normal here. Was I tricked by the chamber? xuanhuan couldn't help but think like that. At this moment, his phone in his pocket rang. He picked it up and found it was exactly the woman from the chamber who called. Dear sister, I only have 3 days off. Don't tell me you're playing with me. We haven't met yet, and you call me this, which makes me feel shy, Warden. The voice on the phone, however, wasn't the woman who had been in contact with xuanhuan before. But this voice was also familiar to him. It was the puppet he met last night at the Yunming nightclub, and those calling him now might be the true masters of those puppets. Puppeteer, I am honored that you remember my voice. What did you lure me here for? I wanted to check how strong the newly selected warden is. Then come already, let me see. Warden, are you angry? It's okay, I've wasted half my day off. But it's still worthwhile to come here once. If you don't show up, I'll go back. The woman on the other end of the phone laughed. Don't rush, Warden. The child who came with you today seems very important to you, as you even used your inner core to save her life. Upon hearing the woman mention Lu Wanning, xuanhuan's voice became much colder. Cut to the chase. Did I hit a sore spot, Warden? Let me tell you one thing. There really is a den-class beast in the deep-sea pavilion. And the beast? Are you currently in the deep-sea pavilion? xuanhuan looked around. This place clearly looked like a hotel, not. Wait, if he was now in the hotel, then the original hotel. Have you figured it out, Warden? Time is running out. Beasts' evolution depends on the current environment, meaning that when they are in the deepest sea where the world's oldest and most ferocious species reside, guess what kind of changes they would undergo under the influence of those fossil exhibits. With a snap, xuanhuan ended the call and strode resolutely toward the entrance without looking back. Just as he reached the door of the lobby, an incredibly massive monster suddenly descended from above his head. xuanhuan violently pushed off the ground and dodged to the side. The monster's punch shattered the ground and sealed off the entrance entirely. Warden, don't rush to leave. Didn't you ask me to appear? Look, here I am. Xuanhuan coldly stared at the enormous creature, which was another puppet devoid of any aura. The monster had 2 shiny metal arms. It must have undergone the same modification as the man from the Yunming nightclub. You were hidden among the shadow walkers, and I didn't have time to deal with you. Well, here you are. As Xuanhuan straightened his body, he gave a cold glance at the enormous puppet monster. One thing after another. You really think I can't handle you, puppeteer? In the next second, his body transformed into hundreds of bones, and his eyes lit up with pale blue flames. Chapter 171. Welcome to the true heart of the ocean. The situation is as such, so please excuse us and leave the park immediately with the staff. Mou's voice echoed in the luxurious hotel salon center. She looked at the group of young masters in front of her who were hugging their female companions, chatting animatedly, and her expression was far from pleasant. After receiving the approval of her family and the fearless ones, Mou began evacuating the high-ranking officials and aristocratic children inside the hotel. Miss Mo, you are saying that there are major safety hazards in the park, so we need to urgently stop the trial run? We haven't received any news about it, said a man who had his white shirt unbuttoned, revealing an oily chest. His brows were furrowed, and his tone carried obvious distrust towards Mou. We are shareholders here too, Miss Mo. Your Mo family can't be this tyrannical. Another woman, slightly younger, said with a mocking smile on her lips. That's right, we have stakes here too. How could you chase us out like chasing away a dog? Someone else chimed in, their voice filled with dissatisfaction and anger. The several staff members Mou brought along had been patiently explaining things to them, but these people paid no heed whatsoever. The argument gradually escalated, with several high-ranking officials joining in on the chaos. Their voices reverberated through the hall, intermingling with the gleam of the crystal chandeliers to create an eerie harmony. The entire upscale salon center had become chaotic. More high-ranking officials joined in on the quarrel. Everyone surrounded Mou and the staff she had brought along, demanding reasonable explanations. The whole high-end salon center became extremely disordered. Mou was not pleased with wasting her time on these individuals. Because of her family's absolute orders, she was forbidden to leave the hotel until these elites departed. As for the commoners, they could only do their best. If anyone wasn't evacuated in time, it would come down to fate, and those lucky enough to survive could have their memories erased by the association through mental interference. A sense of helplessness surged within Mou as she couldn't help but wonder, did even the association adhere to the nonsense thinking of letting leaders leave first? She took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress her growing impatience. Looking around, her eyes met with the surrounding powerful figures. They were dressed in expensive custom-made suits and splendid dresses, their faces bearing expressions of arrogance and fury. Perfume scents lingered in the air, regardless of suitability or expense, mingling with alcohol and tobacco fumes. Her brow furrowed slightly, revealing a fleeting look of disgust before she quickly restored her calm. She slowly spoke up. Gentlemen, I understand your doubts, but please trust that this decision has been made after careful deliberation. We've discovered some potential safety hazards. If not handled immediately, it could endanger everyone's lives. A middle-aged man let out a cold snort, apparently weary of the ongoing arguments. I'm a fire safety expert sent from the province. I came today specifically to check if there are any safety hazards here. Now since there are, I have even more reason to stay. With that, he turned around and left the salon center. Mou sighed. The staff all looked at her with pleading eyes. At that moment, a drunk middle-aged man suddenly rushed to Mou. He leered at her lewdly. His breath reeked of alcohol, his eyes glazed over and brimming with lust. Miss Mo, I fully support every decision you make. So how about joining me in my room for a while? He grinned wickedly, his hand already reaching for Mou's waist. Under normal circumstances, even 100 lifetimes wouldn't be enough for these scions of noble families to dare disrespect someone from the Mo family like this. Truly, liquor emboldened the cowardly. But in the next second, the man's perverted grin turned into a scream of agony. Almost nobody saw how Mou made her move. There lay the man clutching his arm which was now completely twisted, writhing painfully on the ground. Lock him in his room. Mou coldly instructed the staff. Since he doesn't want to leave, then let him stay until the end. Mou looked down imperiously at everyone present. Is there anyone else who doesn't want to leave? The implication was clear. It was as though she was suggesting that those who didn't leave might meet the same fate as that man. Some feared Mou because of her capabilities. Others feared the power of the Mo family. In small groups, they all rose to leave the salon center. Set off the fire alarm. Get everyone out of the hotel first, Mou told the staff, and despite the glares of resentment, her heart remained unperturbed. In fact, after dealing with that man, Mou felt a slight sense of relief. It seems that she still prefers to deal with problems in a more aggressive way. At the same time, in the top floor room, as the clock pointed to exactly 2 p.m., Lu Wanyin's brows furrowed. No, I still have to go. I can't let that idiot face it alone. It's not the first time he's been alone, so you just stay here. Here is safe. Xuanhuan leaned against the door, seemingly resolved to block Lu Wanyin's way. Lu Wanyin glared at Xuanhuan, then let out a cold snort and walked toward the door. Get out of the way. I won't let you. I said no, and that's final. Xuanhuan stood firm. I'm going out to eat. Didn't you almost throw up at lunch? Well, I get hungry fast. What's wrong with that? Helplessly, Xuanhuan followed behind Lu Wanyin, only allowing her to go to the restaurant without letting her leave the hotel even a step. As the elevator arrived at the 15th floor high-end restaurant, the elevator doors slowly opened. Both of them froze. Hey, wasn't it you who said this place was safe? Lu Wanyin turned her head and looked at Xuanhuan with a trace of confusion. Xuanhuan tightly pursed her lips, as if regretting what she had said earlier. This loss of face came too quickly. Outside the elevator doors, where was there any sign of a 15th-floor restaurant? What met their eyes was an extraordinarily dark and large aquarium. The ingeniously designed giant aquarium tanks on both sides surrounded a viewing corridor, enveloping the entire space in an eerie bluish-green glow. How does this look remotely safe? Lu Wanyin gave the fox-eared girl a disapproving glance. The girl, meanwhile, stroked her tail while trying to argue. See? If we're unsafe here, doesn't that mean our master is definitely fine? Don't worry, my gut feeling has always been right. Even though she said that, ever since a little while ago, Xuanhuan had been unable to contact xuanhuan. On his side, there seemed to be some extremely powerful mental force blocking all external information. The two cautiously stepped out of the elevator. Various strange, deep-sea creatures swam in the aquariums, their bodies emitting faint fluorescence, drifting in the darkness like floating ghosts. Lu Wanyin noticed a massive deep-sea fish that slowly swam by, its dead eyes seeming to stare at her. This caused her to involuntarily shiver, her full chest trembling slightly. I still think seals and dolphins are cuter. The air was filled with a salty seawater smell, mixed with an indescribable putrid odor. Suddenly, a low sound came from above, resembling the breathing of some enormous creature. Wanyin looked up to see the ceiling also covered with transparent glass. A vast black shadow was moving slowly across it. That shadow was unimaginably huge, as if capable of swallowing the entire space. That is a beast? Xuanhuan frowned tightly at this moment. These fellow beings' evolution was just too bizarre. When Lu Wanyin saw the colossal black shadow above her, her heartbeat quickened. She could feel her legs trembling slightly. The sound of her sneakers tapping on the ground echoed through the empty corridor, sounding particularly sharp. She instinctively hugged herself, her full bosom more prominent under the pressure of her arms. You're a beast too, right? Could you maybe communicate with these beasts? Lu Wanyin unconsciously moved closer to Xuanhuan. These beasts aren't normal. This nest hasn't been formed for long. Even with our rapid evolution, it's impossible to evolve to such a level in such a short time. Xuanhuan scanned her surroundings while frowning. Among those deep-sea fish, occasionally there were some gigantic shadows swimming slowly past. Undoubtedly, those were the groups of beasts. Welcome to the Ocean Heart Deep-Sea Pavilion. We will take you to explore the mysterious deep-sea world, experience the charm and wonder of the ocean. The sudden broadcast announcement inside the hall startled Lu Wanyin. Xuanhuan also raised her hand to shield Lu Wanyin behind her. Please note, taking photos and touching exhibits within the deep-sea pavilion is prohibited. For your safety, do not leave the designated viewing route. The deep sea is a world full of unknowns. Here, you will see many strange creatures. They survive in the dark, adapting to extreme environments. Did you know? Many creatures in the deep sea remain undiscovered by humanity. They lurk in the darkness, waiting, observing. Don't resist. Let yourself immerse within it. The deep sea will accept us, change us. In the end, we will become a part of it. Welcome to Static, True, Static, Heart of the Ocean. This place will become your eternal home. I feel like there's something wrong with the theme park's broadcast. Lu Wanyin tightly gripped the black scythe in both hands, but with aquariums all around her and occasionally a massive dark shadow swimming by, she had no idea where to guard against. Suddenly, Lu Wanyin heard a faint sound. Then, from the corner ahead, a man's figure slowly emerged. This middle-aged man was precisely the provincial expert who had been with Mou earlier. Uncle, it's dangerous here, you. Lu Wanyin's words were cut off halfway, because she noticed that the man's lower body was currently being bitten by a terrifyingly large crocodile mouth, and he had already lost his life. As the creature slowly stepped out from the corner, it suddenly devoured the man's body in a few bites, swallowing him into its stomach. It turned out to be a prehistoric giant crocodile, capable of walking upright. Stay strong, that's just a scout-level beast. Xuanhuan protected Lu Wanyin in front, and Lu Wanyin certainly knew that this beast wasn't particularly powerful, but its evolved form was too oppressive for humans to bear. Chapter 172, The First Shot. Bang! At the moment Bai Hai's fist collided with the massive iron wall, a tearing force instantly spread from his fist throughout his entire body. Then his bone armor cracked, and his whole arm began to burst with blood in an instant. In this moment, Bai Hai finally understood the feeling of the werewolf from the Huizhao class he had encountered before. The sensation of being suppressed purely in strength was incredibly disheartening. Even worse, this puppet monster had more than just one iron arm. As Bai Hai used all his strength to prevent the explosion from his arms spreading to the rest of his body, another colossal fist was already flying toward him from below. His helmet-covered pupils widened abruptly. Bai Hai rallied all his defensive power, even shedding bones from other parts of his body. He concentrated all the bone armor on his still intact left arm, forming a thick bone shield. Even so, when the blow struck the bone shield, Bai Hai felt an immense force surging straight to the crown of his head. Boom! His entire body flew upward, directly piercing through several layers of the ceiling. He didn't stop until he reached the 10th floor from the ground floor hall. This power is too overwhelming. Xuanhuan, looking at the bone shield on his left hand that was already shattered, couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat. Indeed, these 7 primordial beasts were completely different from ordinary beasts. If what appeared on the mountaintop that day wasn't a fragment of the Dark Emperor, but its true self, he himself might not have been able to withstand that monster's assault. And Yanshi clearly showed no intention of sparing Xuanhuan like the Dark Emperor did. Just as Zhang Huai got up from the ground and hadn't yet fully transformed back into Bai, there was a loud boom as the hole in the floor erupted again. The giant puppet leaped, raising both hands high over its head, then smashed them down onto Zhang Huai like two small mountains. The air screamed under the sharp pressure. The flames in Zhang Huai's eyes turned crimson instantly. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into annihilation mode. With super mobility and flexibility, it avoided the puppet's double punches. These punches hit the ground, causing the hotel to tremble instantly, and then collapse thunderously. Its huge body plummeted down along with the collapsing structure. Annihilation, on the other hand, skillfully broke the window and flew out, using the propulsion force of the red flames to hover in midair. His whole back looked as if wings made of fire had grown out of it. While watching the collapsed hotel and the puppet buried under the ruins, Annihilation remained highly vigilant. Sure enough, amidst a series of thunderous sounds, the puppet smashed through the debris with a single punch and raised its head, roaring toward Zhang Huai in the sky. "Warden, are you sure you want to fight me in such a fragile form?" A voice from the monster came, Yinsher's voice. Annihilation smirked and hooked a finger at him. "It's too narrow here. It's not thrilling enough. Let's fight outside." The puppet, naturally, gave Annihilation no feedback except for the intense enthusiasm for battle and relentless roars. Just as the puppet leapt towards him ferociously, the flames behind Annihilation suddenly flared, making his figure extraordinarily flexible in midair. He dodged the monstrous leaps while luring the puppet toward the undeveloped forest area behind the ocean heart. Here, Annihilation did not confront the monster head-on either, but rather relied on his agile movements to temporarily shake it off. Landing amidst dense forest foliage, Zhang Huai reverted to human form. Leaning against a tree, he sighed and said, "Phew, this thing weighs even more than the current Bai and is terribly destructive. The spiritual energy gained from Beishan Lion has been completely suppressed by Yinsher, and Soul Lock probably won't work on soulless puppets like this." He touched his chin thoughtfully while behind him. The roar of the puppet continued alongside countless trees being ripped out of the ground. It was as though the monster, like a child unable to find its toys, vented its anger upon this forest. "Hang on a sec, that metallic arm actually looks similar to that man's arm from last night. It's just dozens of times larger, which also makes it far more powerful. But if its structure truly matches the man's metallic arm, their weakness should be the connection point of the shoulder joint. Annihilation's mobility and destructiveness are strong, but its defense is as fragile as paper. If I take a direct hit, I might be done for, so?" Right at this moment, the very tree he was leaning on was pulled out of the ground. Turning around, Zhang Huai smiled at the puppet holding the large tree. "Ah, good boy, happy to find daddy. You're witty, Warden, but mediocre in strength. It seems you're not the existence they hoped for." Boom. The giant tree came crashing down violently. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Huai transformed back into Annihilation. While dodging this attack, he swiftly glided low across the ground. Then he circled around behind the monster. After confirming that the connection point on the puppet's shoulder was indeed identical to last night's man's structure, a black long blade slowly coalesced in Annihilation's hand. The puppet creature slowly turned around. The instant it was sideways to Annihilation. All power unleashed. Flames surged from behind, instantly reducing several trees to ashes with not even a speck of ember left. And its speed had reached its peak. In Annihilation's eyes, the puppet seemed to have stopped moving entirely. As Annihilation planted one foot onto the puppet's shoulder and thrust his long blade downwards with great force. Yinsher finally understood what Zhang Huai intended to do, but it was already too late. With a tremendous hissing sound as the long blade pierced in, twisted, and gave a final wrench, an immense amount of steam and blue liquid gushed out from the puppet's shoulder. The massive metallic arm also thudded heavily onto the ground with a resounding crash. "What about this? Do you like Daddy's signature move?" Annihilation was about to taunt some more, but something fell off in an instant. The other iron arm of that monster was now noticeably faster than before. In the blink of an eye, it was almost upon Annihilation with a punch. Reacting immediately, Annihilation pushed off forcefully with his feet. His whole body hurtled backward, but the knuckles of that iron fist still grazed the edge of Annihilation's armor. Zhang Huai instantly felt a powerful force pulling at his body. The piece of Annihilation's abdominal armor that got scraped broke apart, taking a large chunk of his flesh with it. Staggering, he tumbled and rolled on the ground several times before barely stabilizing himself. At the same time, he put some distance between himself and the puppet. Not bad for someone with such a brain. But did you ever consider that this iron arm itself is also a burden? If one of the burdens is removed, what do you think will happen to its speed? Annihilation didn't have time to ponder further because at that moment, the puppet's speed suddenly increased dramatically. Although it still wasn't as fast as himself, it was close enough to keep chasing him relentlessly. One punch after another flew through the air. Even without directly hitting him, the sheer force of the punches created wind that caused Annihilation to sway in midair. "Warden, right now you're just like the most detested creature by humans, a fly." Now it was the opponent's turn to talk trash, and Zhang Huai had no comeback. Annihilation's strength was undoubtedly greater than that of the puppet. If they were to collide purely by brute force, the puppet would definitely be destroyed by Annihilation. But conversely, Annihilation couldn't withstand the backlash of such a clash of forces. It would shatter Zhang Huai into pieces. This was Annihilation's disadvantage. When the difference in strength between both sides was insignificant, Annihilation might as well be regarded as a suicidal suit of armor. Zhang Huai slowly got up from the ground, clutching his innards and intestines flowing out. Finally finding it troublesome, he directly pulled those organs out and discarded them on the ground. Then he used flames to sear the wound, fusing it together while waiting for his body to regenerate. But the other side wouldn't wait. That puppet had picked up the metallic arm, then crushed it into a giant metal mace extracted from within. Your taste needs improvement. Thank you for your advice, Warden, but unfortunately, you won't get to see the improved version. Truly ridiculous. Although Annihilation's strength exceeded this puppet's, it could not fight with pure brute force. Hold on. Xuanhuan seemed to understand something. He recalled Lingchuan's teachings he had given him. Most of the time, Lingchuan taught him how to use a particular weapon. That is a weapon which neither requires close confrontation with the enemy nor allows the user to condense their own strength to the extreme. Annihilation's hand gradually moved away from the injured waist and abdomen, then slowly lowered. By the time he clenched his fist again, a black revolver appeared in his hand. And this gun was exactly like Xuanhuan's. Teacher Yu, I don't know how good I can become, but I've seen all that you've given me in your final moments. A gun? I'm not sure if it'll work, Warden, but give it a try. Yanshi let out a light laugh, and simultaneously the enormous puppet swung the iron mace towards Annihilation. Xuanhuan took a deep breath. He had no faith, believed in no deities. So he didn't know whether Xuanhuan's 6 bullets were empowered by belief. This first shot, Annihilation's breathing gradually stabilized, and even his eyes lost their usual ferocity. Is the tolling of your funeral bell for you? Chapter 173, Distinction. Following the sound of a gunshot, a bullet covered in blackish red flames was directly fired at the puppet. Yanshi wasn't too concerned at first, but when the bullet hit the iron rod in the puppet's hand with absolute precision, she realized this dark armored power was somewhat extraordinary. The words of the Dark Emperor are not false. This strength is indeed terrifying. Before the puppet could react further, the black revolver in his hands had already fired its second bullet. This second shot is the dying words of the condemned. Boom. Though there was no difference from the first bullet, it was still incredibly precise, piercing straight through the shoulder joint of the other iron arm of the puppet. Accurately shattering the connection point, blue liquid sprayed out, accompanied by the sound of gas escaping hydraulics and the clacking sounds of machinery applauding. Both arms of the puppet were disengaged. It raised its head, looked at Xuanhuan who was approaching it continuously, and suddenly roared. But the next moment, the gun went directly into its mouth. This third shot, forgot my line, never mind. Bang. The bullet pierced the puppet's skull instantly, setting its massive body on fire immediately. In the midst of this blazing flame, Xuanhuan heard Yanshi's voice. Not bad. Her voice lacked any sense of failure. Rather, it carried a hint of joy. When do you plan to reveal yourself? Xuanhuan, as extermination, squatted before the burning debris and asked. You still have time, don't rush. You mentioned the Dark Emperor just now. So, the two of you are co-conspirators? All of us are, Warden, you, me, and all humans and beasts. We're all co-conspirators. Now go save your little girlfriend. The guild will continue to serve you. This is my expression of respect to you. At the exact moment Yanshi's voice faded, the flames abruptly extinguished, and all remnants, including the mechanical arms, turned to ashes. It seemed she had no intention of giving Xuanhuan any chance to track her information. Xuanhuan stood up and maintained the form of extermination. He turned his head toward where the hotel should be located, which had now transformed into an enormous deep-sea pavilion. He reached the back door of the deep-sea pavilion almost instantaneously. The reason it was the back door was because the front door had already gathered an army of the Fearless Brigade. Some of them were helping evacuate tourists still within the park area. Meanwhile, no one came out of that deep-sea pavilion. They arrived so quickly thanks not only to MOU's timely report, but also because Xuanhuan notified Beishan to wait nearby with people earlier. Once the timing was right, the arbiters entered in quick succession, heading to the heart of the ocean. Xuanhuan didn't hesitate either, pulling a mask from his pocket and putting it on, then walking toward the main entrance. Sorry, tourists, please follow the staff and leave quickly. 2 arbiters blocked Xuanhuan. Beishan immediately sent the 2 away. He's a safety consultant expert dispatched by the association. Let him in. The 2 arbiters scratched their heads after hearing Beishan's words. Safety consultant expert? So young? And his aura doesn't seem very strong either. But seeing how Beishan showed him immense respect, even personally escorting him inside the deep-sea pavilion, they dared not say anything. Did you notice? Our captain has changed since the last incident. One arbiter whispered quietly. I noticed too. He's become better towards us. Yesterday, he even treated us brothers to barbecue and drinks. We used to not even dare dream about something like that. This change is positive, so let's ignore it. Mayu currently held a crimson blade formed from her own blood. Under her feet lay scattered a host of strangely shaped deep-sea fish. After leaving the salon center and entering the elevator, Mayu felt somewhat strange, because she actually smelled a heavy scent of blood. This made her a bit uneasy. This unease was confirmed the moment the elevator doors opened. Countless bizarre fish were devouring the bodies of those lying on the ground. Some were still barely alive, only able to watch helplessly as their bodies were slowly torn apart. The 2 accompanying staff members had already turned ghostly pale, the woman letting out a wail, immediately attracting the attention of these monsters. A large lanternfish leaped up, rushing toward the elevator. Without hesitation, Mayu spun around and delivered a kick, hurling the lanternfish out of the elevator while stepping out herself and pressing the close button. Just stay in the elevator, don't go to any floor. After giving the 2 staff members this instruction, she began facing these strange-shaped creatures. Even after solving all the monsters, Mayu did not dissipate the bloody long sword in her hands. At this moment, her shoes felt somewhat sticky on the ground, and a trail of blood had already been laid. Added to that were fragments of human tissue. Perhaps only someone like Moyu with a strong heart would be completely unfazed. She turned around and walked back to the elevator, pressing the open button. When the elevator door opened, she sighed. The two staff members had already been torn into pieces. Moyu's expression remained unchanged as she glanced at the scene of carnage. Her slender fingers gently stroked the blade of the bloody long sword, feeling the cold edge. Her black tight sport pants were soaked in blood, clinging to her body, outlining graceful curves. Her full bosom rose and fell with her breath. Whoosh! Suddenly, Moyu reversed her grip on the red long sword and hurled it backward. A huge strange fish that had silently approached Moyu from behind just opened its mouth when the long sword pierced through its body, violently throwing it backward and pinning it to the floor. Moyu walked up to the strange fish, glanced at it emotionlessly, and then stepped on and crushed the exposed core of the monster. The goo splashed onto Moyu's shoes and lower legs, but she paid no attention to it. So I hate fish. After pulling out the long sword, Moyu continued walking deeper into the aquarium. At this moment, Xuanhuan and Beishanshi stood by the elevator waiting for it. The moment the elevator doors opened, both frowned. Because the elevator was now piled with 7 or 8 bodies, they appeared to be guests of the hotel. Xuanhuan sighed, then stepped inside the elevator, trying not to step on the bodies. 30 minutes later, take your people and clear the entire hotel. Xuanhuan said to Beishanshi while pressing the close button. Yes, sir. And, before the elevator door closed, Xuanhuan stared into Beishanshi's eyes and asked, if this matter is resolved, the public credit will go to whom, you know? Beishanshi hesitated for a moment, then smiled and nodded. This glory belongs to Miss Moyu, the captain of the Blood Falcon Squad. That's more like it. Satisfied, Xuanhuan nodded, and then the elevator doors completely shut. Chapter 174 Retreat. As Moyu delved deeper, her surroundings grew darker. The aquariums that were originally faintly glowing with a soft blue fluorescence had become utterly murky. Moyu moved closer to the glass, trying to make out what was inside, but she could only vaguely catch sight of some distorted creature shadows. Their outlines were chilling. Suddenly, a low gulping sound echoed through the darkness, as if it were the breath of some colossal creature deep in the ocean. Moyu couldn't help but hold her breath, yet there was no trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, they gleamed with a deadly seriousness. Lu Wanxin, you'd better not die before I find you. Moyu whispered softly, her delicate fingers gently brushing against the cold glass. She could feel something inside the aquarium responding to her, a strange resonance quietly growing in the darkness. This was one of the reasons she was here. Though she didn't particularly like the girl, Xuanhuan valued her highly. She was important to Xuanhuan, and if anything happened to her, Xuanhuan would surely be deeply grieved. So, she herself would definitely rescue her. Moving further ahead, the air was heavy with a briny, salty smell, as if she were truly submerged in the deep sea. Moyu's nose slightly wrinkled, but she wasn't repulsed by this odor. Instead, an instinct for slaughter made her find this scent especially stimulating. She knew it was due to years of tempering at the hands of the Mo family, instilling in her body a primal desire for bloodshed and killing. Just as her father had said, Moyu was now merely a blade, a swift blade that must draw blood once drawn from its scabbard. At the moment her next step emitted a light, plop sound. An ear-splitting crash of shattering glass reached her ears. Without hesitation, Moyu's hand formed into a long red blade. The crimson glow illuminated everything around her. Within the dark, turbid walls of the aquarium, countless grotesque beasts were staring at her intently. In the next second, the aquarium shattered, and black water surged forth. With astonishing speed, Moyu slashed and crushed the few beasts that flowed out with the water. Without pausing even for a second, she dashed forward violently as the water threatened to submerge her calves. The sounds of shattering glass resounded without end, as if everything were awakening in this instant. This den filled with dark decay and the salty dampness of the ocean. This den which induced fear even among many awakened beings. At this moment, however, Moyu revealed a rare smile while dashing forward. Darkness, despair, and pain. These things that ordinary people avoided at all costs were precisely what she gravitated toward, a refuge. No matter how many times, whenever she immersed herself in darkness, enveloped in agony and torment, her mind emptied completely. Thereafter, all that remained was a thirst for blood. No matter how many beasts stood in her way, that crimson longblade would cut them down. But just like last time at Hopeless Mountain, no matter how fast she ran or how fiercely she struck, she couldn't withstand the onslaught of the beast horde. Moreover, the annihilation weapon from the Zhou family was not by her side now. Each slash of the crimson longblade consumed her own blood. She couldn't hold on much longer. These beasts, adapted to the darkness, treated chaos and obscurity as their home, just like her. Thus, soon enough, Moyu's pace slowed, and the wounds on her body multiplied. When she finally gasped and came to a stop, the largest aquarium wall before her suddenly shattered. Then she heard a low growl. Lair Lord. Moyu hesitated not a moment. As the aquarium wall broke apart, the red light of her blade blazed intensely, and she had already assumed a stance to draw her blade. Only one chance. Only one blade. From the darkness emerged an enormous figure resembling a giant megalodon shark that had been extinct, but several times larger than any Moyu had ever seen in illustrations. Its monstrous mouth, reeking of blood and filth, could swallow 10 of her in one bite. Yet Moyu felt no fear. Only thoughts of Xuanhuan and her mother could stay her blade. And now, this unexpected assault from the Lair Lord actually calmed her heart. Only one blade. Focus on its core. Do not rely on sight. Do not depend on the senses. Huff. The young woman closed her eyes, as if feeling the rhythm of the darkness. Sucking in a breath, she then sharply opened her eyes and swung her blade, releasing a crimson streak of blade energy. This energy slashed horizontally towards the gargantuan lair lord. Its open maw sprayed black blood when hit by the crimson blade energy. Blood soaked Mou's entire body, the stench of it clinging to her. Yet, she didn't so much as wrinkle her brow. No, she did wrinkle it. Because this single strike hadn't killed it. The long blade gradually dissolved into blood, which was sprinkled onto the ever-rising black seawater beneath Mou's feet. It quickly vanished as it merged with the darkness. She sighed. In the end, she was still too weak. The lair lord, injured by the blade energy, recoiled but immediately roared and charged at Mou again, even more fiercely than before. Mou had no intention of giving up. She clenched her fists once more. If one strike wasn't enough, then two would be. Even if two strikes left her without the strength to stand, and the twisted beast horde behind her could tear her apart effortlessly, she had no other choice. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, and just as she was about to deliver this second strike, a hand covered hers, stopping her attack. Step back. All the coldness and composure that Mou had held onto crumbled in an instant. She stared dumbfounded at the man standing in front of her, his body gradually covered in white bones, her heart pounding faster and faster. There were so many things she wanted to say, yet in the end, she simply let out a soft and obediently nodded. Then she took a small step backward, looking at Bai Hai's towering figure. Though he radiated such a strong aura of beasts, Mou felt an inexplicable familiarity and comfort. She wanted to lean against him, to press her body against his back, even though those bones were now so icy cold. Just as the giant megalodon's massive jaws were about to swallow both of them whole, Bai Hai suddenly raised his left hand and clamped down hard on the monster's upper jaw, then stepped on its lower jaw with all his might. Their forces clashed, causing all the surrounding aquarium walls to shatter instantly. No matter how hard the lair lord struggled, Bai Hai's body remained completely unmoving. Not only did he not move, but the bone-covered monster exerted even more force, lifting the lair lord's enormous body high into the air. The ceiling cracked under the lair lord's thrashing, and the entire deep-sea pavilion began to shake. Mou was stunned. This power was much greater than when he had dragged the insect mother out of her nest earlier. As the blue flames in Bai Hai's pupils flared intensely, he let out a roar and slammed the lair lord down onto the ground with tremendous force. Boom. The entire floor collapsed instantly. This deep-sea pavilion had already become a lair. The whole structure was merely a disguise. After the floor caved in, there was an endless sea below. The moment Mou fell underwater, Bai Hai reached out and grabbed her. Still somewhat bewildered at being suspended mid-air like this, Bai Hai gently tossed her into a shattered aquarium wall. Then, without hesitation, he plummeted into the terrifying abyss along with the Abyss Lord. Chapter 175. What have you done? The bone armor of Bai Hai was extremely heavy. xuanhuan had once calculated that it weighed more than a tiger tank, so as soon as the body entered the water, it began to sink. Fortunately, this abyss wasn't bottomless either. After sinking for about a few minutes, Bai Hai's foot touched the silt. He looked up and couldn't see any sign of the exit above anymore. Just at this moment, a blood-drenched giant mouth suddenly lunged out of the darkness towards him. Bai Hai quickly turned around and threw a punch. However, his speed slowed down a little under the pressure of the seawater. The lair lord bit into half of Bai Hai's body. Then it started wildly swimming around in the water. This lair lord had an impressive biting force. In terms of strength attributes, it was on par with the Yeti they encountered earlier, but it was far inferior to the puppet monster under the control of the mechanist. If this was all it had, it wouldn't be able to break him apart. Bai Hai placed his hands together and then violently raised them high above his head. Since you approach me willingly, this is just too convenient for me. Bang! Bai Hai's two fists slammed hard against the cheek of the lair lord. There was a deafening sound of explosion. The entire seabed began to churn as if a submarine volcano was going to erupt. Half of the lair lord's head was crushed inward, and it painfully released its grip, turning around to look for the next attack opportunity. But Bai Hai didn't give it that chance. It suddenly lifted its hand and directly grabbed the enormous fish tail of the lair lord. The lair lord fiercely struggled, but no matter how much it fought, it couldn't free itself from Bai Hai's hold. Bai Hai forcefully pulled the enormous body of the lair lord towards its own front. It effortlessly positioned itself onto its back. Then it brought down one fist, heavily breaking through the support point on the lair lord's back. At the same time, the other hand was also formed into a fist, breaking through another place on its back. Then Bai Hai started to exert its force using its signature move of tearing ghosts apart. Both hands began to pull outwards simultaneously. You could hear the lair lord open its mouth wide, and even in this deep sea, Bai Hai could still hear its excruciating roar. But this made Bai Hai feel more excited. He had almost torn apart the left side of the back of this great white shark. At this moment, the creature suddenly seemed to understand the gap in strength, crazily bringing Bai Hai upwards in an instant. Its speed was astonishing, and under such powerful ascending thrust, Bai Hai was unable to reapply its force. Only when it leapt up out of the abyss did Bai Hai rip open its right back in midair. Now, this great white shark was like a butterfly with wings, its back having been ripped open on both sides extensively. Black blood spurted out like fountains. Originally, Bai Hai intended to continue disassembling its bones. Suddenly, the lair lord began wailing for mercy. No, wait, I lost. Who told you this was a competition? Bai Hai didn't intend to stop. This strange thing had directly grown 2 legs and arms. kneeling on the ground begging for mercy from Bai Hai on its back. I was forced to stay here. I don't want to be your enemy. Bai Hai found this quite interesting, so he temporarily abandoned the idea of killing it. He looked up and confirmed that Mou was safe at the moment, then jumped off the back of the strange fish. Bai Hai reached out and dragged the tail of the creature, pulling it away from the cratered land pit, so it wouldn't retreat into the water again. It's easier to kill it on land, not easy in water, the key being hard to grab. It's too agile. After dragging it for some distance, Bai Hai let go. The strange fish continued to kneel despite the pain from its torn back, causing it to grimace. But it still bowed several times to Bai Hai. Master, forgive my sins. Master, forgive my sins. Do you know me? Bai Hai looked up at the huge creature and asked. No, I don't know you. But that gentleman said, to test your strength here. Test my strength, and then you killed everyone. Bai Hai gave a cold laugh, which made the strange fish tremble immediately. Mou watched the strange fish. To tell the truth, it currently looked less fierce kneeling on the ground with its hands together like this. On the contrary, it had a hint of cuteness. It could only be said that Mou's definition of cuteness was somewhat unusual. I gave them time to leave. If they followed the commands of the awakened humans before 2:20 p.m., they would have lived. The Lair Lord was utterly terrified. Indeed, it had killed many people, not only this time, counting the previous animal waves, especially the animal wave in that harbor city across the ocean. It had truly killed its fill. But now, it finally understood what it felt like to have its life in someone else's hands. It was merely the second time. Was it the mechanist who sent you here? I do not know that great adult's name. I am just following orders. Bai Hai nodded. If I spare your life, what can you do for me? I can become your strength. Master, I can do many things, including betraying the beast horde and standing by the side of humanity. As long as I can survive. What a good dog it was. Bai Hai thought it wouldn't matter to let it live. The Dark Emperor could pull in Hong Wu and Huang Yu, using power to tempt them into corruption. The Mechanist could control the Shadow Walker, even the Danju Guild. If Bai Hai did not have his own strength and force, sooner or later, he would be played to death by them. Good, if so then. Burp. At this moment, the Lair Lord suddenly burped. A fishy wind blew towards Bai Hai. Sorry, Master, today I ate a bit too much. Now that I've decided to serve you, I will immediately dissolve my lair. Rest assured, humans can't catch me. Just give an order, and I'll come at any time. After saying that, the strange fish was about to leave. But Bai Hai was stunned, because the monster's burp didn't only bring out the stinky smell. There was also a small, already broken, handmade hairpin. Wait a minute. Bai Hai's tone slowly turned cold. Yikes. You see, my stomach has poor digestive capacity. Dirty you up, sir. Sorry. Did you encounter another beast? Sir, take a look, my lair is full of beasts. A beast like you, Lair Lord. The strange fish thought for a moment, and suddenly started laughing loudly by slapping its tail. Encountered. Met it. Sir, do you think it's funny or not? That famous mirror demon actually came to my lair on her own. I was worried about not being able to capture her. She offended me quite a few times. So, there was an awakened one by her side, right? Seems like there was. A human girl. She fainted when she saw me. Human awakened ones. Those awakened ones are such cowards. Master, why don't you just enslave all the humans directly? You must. The next second, Bai Hai's hand pierced through the head of the strange fish.